Chapter 1, Giving Up the Priesthood for the Sake of Reading. 67 hours and 59 minutes remaining until the system's question. Host, please make the most of your time and work hard. Inside the Carlo City Library, the system's voice echoed in Sumo's mind. The latter rubbed his hair into a messy bird's nest with visible irritation. I can't focus on this book at all. Study? Study my ass. Staring at the book in his hands, Sumo gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow it whole. Taking a deep breath, Sumo temporarily suppressed the irritation in his heart. This book must be read, not reading it means death. 3 years ago, he transmigrated into this world where everyone could change professions. In this world, the professions for job changes are divided into 3 major categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Combat professions are the strongest and hold the highest status. Of course, this isn't absolute, as it also depends on the awakened profession's rank. The profession ranks, from highest to lowest, are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. An F-class main combat profession may not necessarily be more useful than a D-class support profession. Just like in most novels. Sumo also underwent a job awakening with the protagonist's template in hand. He awakened the divine class profession, Undead Cataclysm, which surpasses even the SSS class level. The news sent shockwaves across the world, capturing global attention. Clergy are revered as deities on Earth. Every clergy member who undergoes the transformation is unique and immensely powerful. A single individual can suppress an entire nation. Back then, the Bear Country was almost overrun by monsters, all because a cleric class changer appeared in their nation. The situation was instantly reversed. The value of a cleric class changer speaks for itself. They are truly beings capable of altering the course of war and deciding the fate of a nation. Just when everyone thought Sumo would choose to switch to the divine class and become the guardian deity of Great Xia, he actually chose the summoner, a mere D-tier combat profession. The gap between a D-tier profession and a divine class goes without saying. Great Xia could do without tens of thousands of D-tier summoners, but it cannot afford to lose a single divine tier professional. The once excited crowd's hearts instantly sank to the bottom. And so, Sumo became the target of public criticism, enduring endless scorn and accusations. Nearly everyone believed that Sumo was a coward, afraid of taking responsibility. That's why he deliberately chose to escape. Regarding this, Sumo felt so miserable he wanted to cry. Because the system had played a trick on him. The summoner is provided by the system. And the reason he chose the system's summoner is the creatures that the system provided summoner can summon are incredibly overpowered. Frost dragons, titan apes, and the like? Trash, absolute trash. Second tier, saints who lack nothing, etc. More powerful ones like Goku, Vegeta, and other planet-busting fighters. Going further up, there are characters like Grey Wolf, Doraemon, and Airzone. These summoned beings are all conceptual gods, each one of them. Not choosing it would be foolish. Then, he realized he had been scammed. Unlike other summoners who require mana to summon creatures, he needs kill points to summon these creatures. And kill points can only be obtained by clearing dungeons and killing monsters. If he can't summon creatures, he's just an ordinary person with no strength to bind a chicken. An ordinary person can't kill monsters to obtain kill points. Thus, he fell into an unsolvable deadlock. Fortunately, the system still left him a way out. He must spend 3 years reading in the library, after which the system would pose him a question. Answer correctly, and you will unconditionally receive the Holy Lord along with a beginner's gift pack. If the answer is wrong, the profession will be revoked. And he will completely become an ordinary person without any profession. Ordinary people in this world where everyone changes professions and monsters run rampant can barely survive. And he is 100% going to die. Because as a primary combat profession, 3 years later, he must enter dungeons to kill monsters to maintain social stability. When ordinary people enter a dungeon, they can only stretch their legs and thud. It wasn't until late at night that Sumo finally lifted his head from the books. He rubbed his sore eyes as the library light seemed rather dim. There is no one else but him. Having traveled through time and still having to read books, damn it. 48 hours remaining until the system's question. The system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Sumo cursed silently in his heart, damn this lousy system, it's like pushing him to his death. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, the library door was suddenly flung open with force. Sumo, come out. Immediately after, a loud shout pierced through Sumo's eardrums. To this familiar voice, Sumo didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to pack his things as if nothing had happened. Be gentle, I can't afford to pay for the library door if it gets broken. As his words trailed off, a scorching breeze brushed against his face. Then, Linshi clad in fiery red armor blocked his line of sight. Sumo slightly turned his head to look at her. A trace of blood still remained on her armor. Obviously, Linshi had just gone through a fierce battle. Coming back to see me right after finishing the dungeon seems like you missed me terribly. Suemo half-joked while tidying up the books on the table. Lin Shi, his childhood sweetheart, was also the youngest combat prodigy in Carlo City. 3 years ago, she awakened alongside him, with an A-class profession, Dominator. In just 3 short years, she had grown from a freshly awakened novice to become an executive of the Carlo City Profession Association. His capabilities speak for themselves. Moreover, it saved his life just a few months ago. Lin Shi ignored Sumo's teasing, furrowing his brow as he said, "There's no time left. You must come with me tonight." Suemo knew why Lin Shi wanted to take him along. In 3 days, he would be forcibly sent to the battlefield or secret realms for actual combat. And now, without experiencing a single real battle, going to the battlefield or entering a secret realm would almost certainly mean certain death. And the other party plans to take him into actual combat within these 3 days. "No, I want to keep reading." Regarding this, Suemo still refused. He doesn't even have summoned creatures. What kind of actual combat is that supposed to be? Do you know what's happening outside right now? The monster waves are becoming more frequent. The defensive lines around the city can barely hold. Everyone is fighting desperately. What about you? Look, it's been 3 years, and all you do is read books day and night. What on earth are you thinking? Sumo's words instantly infuriated Lin Shi. Her bright eyes widened, filled with anger. She snatched the backpack from Sumo's hands and flung it violently to the ground. "I'll teach you to look again." As she spoke, she stomped on it fiercely with her foot, as if venting her anger. Suemo did not stop her. He lowered his head, staring at the floor, standing there quietly, frozen in an instant. After a long while, Lin Shi stopped moving and snorted coldly. "Which main combat profession is like you? After awakening, instead of fighting, you hole up with books all day. Do you think you can gain power by reading? You can't even defeat the weakest slime now." Lin Shi's voice was filled with anger and confusion, her eyes carrying a hint of frustration at his inability to meet expectations. Among the job changers who awakened in the same batch as them, as long as they didn't die, even the weakest ones had now become team leaders. And Suemo, since abandoning his clerical duties 3 years ago, many had already begun to scorn him. If he could fight bloody battles on the front lines after becoming a summoner, no one would scorn or mock him anymore. But Sumo did not. In the 3 years since his awakening, he had never once set foot on a battlefield. Cowardice will follow him for life. Sumo's fingers trembled slightly as a wave of complex emotions surged within him. How could he not want to fight? Don't I want to prove myself? Yet, the system's constraints left him helpless. He could only obediently stay in the library, being a bookworm. "Suemo, what exactly are you running from?" Lin Shi's voice suddenly lowered, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "We grew up together, and I always thought you'd become a worthy warrior, fighting side by side with me. But now you won't even try. You could have been the most powerful cleric. Why didn't you choose it? Why not go and fight valiantly on the front lines to defend our homeland?" Suemo didn't even have the courage to try, which deeply disappointed her. Suemo didn't respond, silently picking up his schoolbag instead. He knew Lin Shi's anger stemmed from concern, but he couldn't explain the system's existence or his current predicament. "Lin Shi, give me a little more time," Suemo said in a low voice. "In 2 days, I'll give you an answer. By then, whether he succeeds or fails, he will give Lin Shi an answer." Lin Shi stared into his eyes, as if trying to discern something from them. But she could see nothing. At that moment, her communicator rang. Glancing at the information above, Lin Shi's expression changed slightly. Finally, she sighed and turned to walk toward the door. "Suemo, time waits for no one. Monsters won't stop just because you're not ready. If you don't act now, you might not even get the chance to regret it." With that, Lin Shi's figure disappeared through the library doors, leaving Suemo standing alone under the dim lighting. Staring at the spot where Lin Shi had vanished, he finally muttered just one phrase. "Lin Shi, come back alive from this mission. 47 hours and 40 minutes remaining until the system's question." The system's voice sounded again, as if reminding him of the urgency of time. Suemo clenched his fists. "In 2 more days, everything will be revealed." 2 seconds later, he unclenched his fist. He crouched down to tidy up the books that Lin Shi had messed up. Reading truly can cultivate strength. Chapter 2, everything is about to come to an end. After organizing the books, Suemo finally left the library. As he stepped out of the library, the night breeze was slightly chilly, and the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few dim streetlights swaying in the wind. In the distant sky, the faint growls of monsters could be heard, as if reminding everyone in this city that danger was never far away. Walking alone under the moonlight, Suemo did not head toward his residence. Instead, he spent over 2 hours climbing Carlo Hill, the only small mountain within the city limits of Carlo City. Standing atop the summit, Suemo gazed in the direction of what was once his home. 4 months ago, he was still living there. But now, the place has been overrun by monsters. Just as Lin Shi had said. Over the past 3 years, the monsters have grown increasingly rampant and destructive. Nearly 1/3 of Carlo City has already fallen. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Carlo City is completely overrun. And it's not just Carlo City. Given the current power balance between humans and monsters, humans are at an absolute disadvantage. Even if he becomes a divine-level class changer, it won't alter the final outcome. To bring about change, according to the system, there is only one. I shall ascend to godhood, becoming the sole deity throughout eternity. My home, I will definitely return. He muttered to himself, his pitch-black pupils flashing with sharp, piercing light. When the monsters attacked, he hastily evacuated and arrived at the shelter. Many of the belongings his parents left behind remained at home. If he could successfully pass the system's trial, he would surely return to reclaim everything. Suamo took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the dirt slope, gazing at the stars and the bright moon, his thoughts a whirlwind. The system's countdown and the increasingly rampant monsters hung over him like a sword, adding immense pressure. Forget it, better review what I studied today first. Suamo closed his eyes, and the knowledge he had learned that day began to surface in his mind. Early the next morning, a pale glow gradually rose, enveloping half the sky. Suamo descended from Carlo Mountain and walked slowly toward the library in the faint morning light. The streets were already bustling with hurried pedestrians, and occasionally someone glanced at him, their eyes flickering with a trace of disgust. No one knows what he was thinking when he turned down the priesthood, otherwise, so many wouldn't have died. If it were just a matter of choosing the wrong summoner, that would be one thing. They say he didn't set foot in a dungeon for 3 years, just holed up in the library. What a complete waste. Ah, if only I had that kind of talent. I have already achieved great feats on the battlefield. Suamo heard these discussions, but he didn't stop walking, not even changing his expression. He had heard these voices too many times and had long become numb to them. He pushed open the library door and walked in. There were already some people in the library, sitting or standing, holding books in their hands and discussing something in low voices. As Suamo entered, many looked up. Look, Suamo is here again. What is he really doing in the library? Does he actually think reading books can make him stronger? Never mind him, we should hurry up and prepare. I heard the monster tide is coming again. We should also contribute our part to protect our hometown. Sumo turned a deaf ear to these discussions and walked straight to his usual seat. He put down his backpack, took out a book, and began reading attentively. His gaze was focused, everything around him irrelevant. 35 hours remaining until the system's question. 30 hours remaining until the system's question. Time passed minute by minute, the system's countdown drawing ever closer. Just as Suamo was immersed in his book, the library door was violently pushed open again with a loud bang. Quick! Find the complete guide to monsters. A group of armored professionals rushed in hastily. Their armor was stained with blood, and the leader's face was pale. Beads of sweat still glistened on his forehead, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation. The other team members quickly dispersed, beginning to search frantically among the bookshelves. However, it was evident they were unfamiliar with the library's layout. Their frantic efforts to comb through several rows of shelves yielded nothing. Damn it! Where is it? Wang Gang cursed in frustration, slamming his fist hard against the bookshelf. Suamo raised his head and glanced at the panicked group. Then he lowered his head and continued reading. However, the sound of their frantic searching grew louder. A few books were even accidentally knocked to the ground by them, making a clattering noise. Suamo frowned and finally couldn't help but speak. Monster Encyclopedia is on the top shelf of the 3rd row, the 7th book from the left. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet library. The group paused for a moment, then quickly ran to the 3rd row of shelves following Sumo's direction. Found it! It's really the Monster Encyclopedia! Wang Gang exclaimed excitedly as he pulled the book from the shelf. Thanks! Captain Zhang Ming took the book with a hint of joy on his face. He immediately turned his head toward Sumo's direction, ready to express his gratitude. However, when he clearly saw Sumo's face, the smile on his face instantly froze. You? The other team members also turned their gazes toward Suamo. So it's Suamo, no wonder you're so familiar with the library. Lu Yuan sneered. Spending all day in the library, too scared to fight monsters, yet you remember every book's location perfectly. Wang Gang mocked. If it were me, I would have gone to the front lines long ago, unlike him, hiding here all day reading books like a coward. Just thinking that I'm risking my life to protect someone like this makes me feel worthless. Zhang Ming frowned, glanced at the complete guide to monsters in his hand. Then looked at Suamo again and finally sighed. Alright, enough talk. We've got a mission, let's move. Sumo's fingers paused slightly, the pages trembling gently beneath his fingertips. The duty of a transmigrator is to protect the desperate civilians, to safeguard the spark of hope. And he had shirked that responsibility for 3 years. Suamo took a deep breath, forcing himself to refocus his attention on the book. Everything would come to an end once the system issues were resolved. Chapter 3, The Deadly Quiz. The library fell silent again, with only the sound of Sumo turning pages. 25 hours remaining until system inquiry. The system's voice sounded again, as if reminding him of the urgency of time. Sumo's fingers paused slightly before continuing to turn the pages. He knew there was no time left to care about others' opinions. No matter how others view him, no matter how the external world changes, he must pass the system's trial. Only in this way can he change his own fate. Late at night, Sumo dragged his exhausted body back to the resettlement area. The so-called resettlement housing, as far as the eye could see, was nothing but rust-covered shipping containers. Scattered here and there are a few hastily built makeshift houses made of crude bricks and tiles. Under the dim and yellowish glow of the streetlights, they appear particularly dilapidated and desolate. Most of the people living here are ordinary folks and those who have taken on the lowest-tier professions in life. Sumo's home is a shabby shipping container. Inside, there was only a bed, a table, and a few chairs so simple it couldn't be any simpler. Sumo walked up to his container, about to open the door. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Roar! The sound exploded like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility of the night. Sumo abruptly raised his head, looking toward the direction of the sound. The defensive walls of Carlo City. Beyond the walls, flames soared into the sky, and the faint silhouettes of enormous monsters could be seen wreaking havoc outside the city. My God, it's only been a few days? How has the monster tide come again? Inside the resettlement area, many people were startled awake by the sound. Peering out from their dwellings in alarm, their gazes fixed fearfully toward the city walls. Word has it that the frontline class changers have already suffered heavy casualties. If this continues, Carlo City will truly fall. What are we ordinary people supposed to do? Are we just supposed to wait here to die? I hate that I'm not a combat profession and can't go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Damn it, if they can't hold on, I'll fight even if it costs me my life. In the crowd, some wept softly, some cursed in anger, and some wore expressions of utter despair. Yet there were also those willing to contribute their strength with mortal bodies. Someone glared fiercely at Sumo, unable to resist cursing. As a warrior, instead of charging into battle, he cowers like a turtle retreating into its shell. Utter disgrace. Sumo stood in front of his container, silently observing it all. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. If I can pass the system's trial, if I can summon those powerful creatures. Thinking this, Sumo turned back and returned to the library. 24 hours remaining until system prompts. Ignoring the system's notification, Sumo continued reviewing the knowledge within the books at his own pace. Meanwhile, at the city walls, a monstrous tide surged forth, with deafening roars and the thunderous clamor of battle continuously echoing. Faintly penetrating into the library, the sound sent chills down one's spine. Sumo's eyes remained calm, his gaze fixed on the bookshelf, as if oblivious to the violent commotion. 5 hours remaining until the system's question. 3 hours remaining until system questioning. 1 hour remaining until system questioning. Sumo closed the book, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, all the knowledge surged like a tidal wave. He worked hard to organize and summarize them, preparing to face the system's questions. 30 minutes remaining until the system's questions. Sumo opened his eyes and began adjusting his breathing rhythm, striving to optimize his condition as much as possible. 10 minutes remaining until the system's questions. Sumo stood up and walked to the library window. In the distance, flames soared above the city walls as the battle raged on. What he was about to face was not just the system's questions, but a turning point in his own destiny. 5 minutes remaining until the system's questions begin. 1 minute remaining until system prompt. 3, 2, 1. System prompt begins. The system's voice echoed in his mind, cold and mechanical. Sumo's heart instantly leaped to his throat. This was the most brutal test he had ever faced in his life. There is no room for trial and error. One chance determines life or death. Host, please answer. Which planet did you transmigrate from? Answer time, 60s. Countdown starts now. 59s. The moment this question arose, Sumo froze, his mind completely blank. Which planet did he cross over from? He muttered to himself, his lips twitching, then couldn't help but burst into a furious tirade. System, are you messing with me? What the hell kind of problem is this? For 3 years, he had been reading books day and night. I've memorized so much monster data, combat techniques, and historical documents I practically chewed through every book in the library. And this is what they ask? What does this have to do with any of the books I read? He was so angry he almost threw the book in his hand to the ground, but remembering that library books are public property, he managed to restrain himself. It's like he studied math desperately for 3 years, only for the exam to ask me if breakfast tasted good? System, are you out of your mind? Or did you eat? Sumo continued to rant furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. 45 seconds remaining to answer. The system's countdown was cold and unfeeling. completely ignoring Sumo's complaints, not even deigning to respond to him. It proceeded with the countdown directly. Sumo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This wasn't the time for complaints, he had to come up with an answer quickly. Was the system asking this question to test his understanding of the original world? Time remaining, 30 seconds. No, since the system can bind to me, it must know my origins. It's asking this question probably to test my honesty. Sumo gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. System, I transmigrated from Blue Star. Sumo spoke his answer. Are you sure about your answer, host? The system's question instantly made Sumo lose confidence. Could there be some other trap here that I'm unaware of? 10. 9. The countdown continues. Forget it, this is the answer. Sumo gritted his teeth and made a decision. This completely illogical question. He could only rely on luck. Ding. Congratulations, host, your answer is correct. The system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host, for passing the system's trial. You have obtained the Saint's summoning privilege and a beginner's gift package. Finally passed. This damn system. The weight in his heart finally lifted. Sumo let out a long sigh and slumped into the chair, as if all his strength had been drained. Yet he couldn't help but complain about the system. Little did he know that because of this answer of his, what drastic changes will the future bring to Blue Star? Ding. Host has obtained the authority to summon the Holy Lord. Proceed with the summoning? Chapter 4, The Incomplete Holy Lord, Extreme Stats. It's here, it's finally here. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Sumo's heart suddenly pounded violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. All the injustices, humiliations, and pressures endured over the past 3 years would be washed away in this moment. He took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. System, summon the Holy Lord. At Soma's command, the air in the library suddenly grew heavy. A dazzling light flashed before Soma, gradually coalescing into a towering figure. The figure of the Holy Lord solidified within the radiance. Soma's pupils contracted slightly as the creature before him made him involuntarily hold his breath. The legendary Holy Lord was finally about to reveal his true form before him. The Holy Lord's head bore the classic appearance of a Western dragon, with an overall resemblance to a lizard. Yet his towering frame, reaching dozens of meters in height, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Deep green skin covered in fine, dense scales, indestructible. His upper body was bare, with well-defined muscles exuding an explosive sense of power. His fingertips were like sharp claws, glinting coldly, as if they could effortlessly tear through any obstacle. Before Sumo, a faintly glowing virtual panel slowly materialized. Race, Dragon Archmage. Tier, SS upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 12 talismans. Level, Tier 2 Level 1. Strength, 5000. Agility, 5000. Intelligence, 5000. Spirit, 5500. Special attribute Dragon Breath can unleash high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability Summon Shadow Army can summon a loyal shadow army to fight for it. The number of shadow soldiers is related to level, currently capable of summoning 500. The Sacred Lord's rank is only SS? Given his dragon lineage and status as a Grand Mage, I thought he'd be at least SSS tier. That being said, but the corners of Sumo's lips never stopped curling upwards. As far as he knew, up to now, the most powerful SSS rank 9th tier summoner could only summon creatures with a maximum rank of SSS. Yet he, a newly promoted D rank summoner, was summoning beings that were practically at the pinnacle others could achieve. Most importantly, the Holy Lord can advance to a higher level. Once he gathers all 12 talismans, advancing the Holy Lord to SSS rank will be a piece of cake. Moreover, he noticed that the slaughter shop also carries the demonic auras of other demons. If all of these were fed to the Holy Lord, it would be entirely possible to reach an unprecedented divine level. Moreover, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes are astonishingly high. Typically, the 4-dimensional attributes of summoned creatures at the 2nd tier fall within the range of 2000 to 3500. Those with exceptional strengths might break through the 3500 limit and reach around 4000. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes soared directly above 5000, reaching the standard typically seen only in other summoned creatures at the 3rd tier. Truly terrifying. And these are just the Holy Lord's stats upon first stepping into the 2nd tier. Once he reaches the 3rd tier, these numbers are likely to become even more frightening. Moreover, as the fire demon, it inherently possesses the power to control fire elements. Even without the strength of the 12 talismans. This sets it apart from other 2nd tier summons, which can only perform limited skills based on instinct. As for the other special ability of the Holy Lord summoning the Shadow Army, even Sumo didn't anticipate the unexpected bonus of buy 1, get 500 free. To put it bluntly, don't underestimate the current Holy Lord just because he's only at the 2nd tier. In actual combat, even some early-stage third-tier beings would have to steer clear of his might. Master! The deep and majestic voice of the Holy Lord reverberated through the library. Even the air trembled. His towering figure leaned slightly forward, his dragon head bowed, with a respectful gleam flickering in his crimson eyes. The word master struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the gloom that had weighed on Sumo's heart for 3 years. Sumo froze, then felt a faint warmth rising in his eyes. For 3 years, he had endured too much doubt, scorn, and injustice. Everyone believed him to be a coward, thought he had shirked his responsibilities and squandered his talent. Even he himself had regretted countless times in the dead of night, wondering why he hadn't chosen the priesthood back then. Had he chosen the priesthood, perhaps he would have already stood at the pinnacle of the world, becoming a hero revered by thousands. But now, when the Holy Lord respectfully addressed him as master, all those grievances, regrets, and resentments seemed to vanish in an instant. Worth it! Sumo took several deep breaths. Not to mention, later summoning conceptual level beings like Grey Wolf and Doryman. Just nurturing the Holy Lord to a divine level is already no less impressive than the previous divine positions. Worth it! Ding! The system's notification sound rang out again, and a new line of information appeared in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host! After 3 years of reading, you have awakened the special skill, Universal Illustration. Universal Bestiary. Through this skill, the host can discern the species, level, function, weaknesses, and other information of any object or creature. Moreover, as the host's strength increases, the analytical capabilities of the bestiary will continuously improve. Sumo was momentarily stunned, then a flash of ecstasy flickered in his eyes. Reading books really can grant power. Universal Bestiary? This is a divine skill. He immediately realized the immense power of this skill. In this world, whether it's monsters, equipment, skills, or any other mysterious entities, they are often filled with unknowns and dangers. With the omnipotent diagram, Sumo could instantly discern their true nature. This meant that in battle, he could instantly identify an enemy's fatal weakness. You can devise targeted tactics, greatly increasing your chances of victory. When exploring ruins, you can immediately understand the purpose of those mysterious items, avoiding dangerous traps. When collecting precious resources, you can instantly discern their value and authenticity. Such a powerful skill is practically a walking encyclopedia, and a combat artifact calling it divine is no exaggeration. All those years of immersing himself in books like an ascetic monk had not been in vain. Sumo was overwhelmed with excitement. He immediately attempted to use the omnipotent diagram, directing his gaze toward the Saint Lord. Instantly, the Saint Lord's detailed information reappeared in his mind. Even the status, skills, and weaknesses of the Holy Lord were clearly known. Truly impressive. Sumo couldn't help but marvel. Then, he turned his gaze toward the bookshelves in the library. The universal diagram instantly deciphered the content, function, and even hidden secrets of every book with perfect clarity. With this ability, whether in battle or study, everything I do from now on will yield twice the result with half the effort. Just then, the system's notification tone rang out once more. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened the universal diagram. Would you like to view your personal attribute panel? Check it out. Sumo didn't hesitate to choose to view it. Instantly, his attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 5, Divine Skill Attribute Sharing. I am the Holy Lord. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D class. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 100. Skill, Omniversal Diagram can perceive key information of all things. Summon, Saint Lord Dragon Clan, SS Rank, Tier 2. My own attributes are a bit too underwhelming. Sumo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. As a main combat class's job change attributes, his stats are barely above the bottom tier. Not much stronger than an average person. For a summoner, personal attributes aren't the most crucial, but this is still embarrassingly low. When Lin Shi successfully changed professions back then, the 4-dimensional stats are off the charts compared to his. The sum of his 4 stats doesn't even match the opponent's single strength value. Looking at it this way, the opponent is purely a stats monster. However, with the Holy Lord and the diagram of 10,000 spirits, these attributes are sufficient for now. Sumo comforted himself. After all, the core of a summoner lies in their summons. And his current summon is the SS-ranked Holy Lord, which is more than enough to compensate for his own shortcomings. He'll just stay out of the way during future fights. Oh right, there's also a newbie starter pack. Sumo slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about this. He immediately thought to himself, system, open the newbie starter pack. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Level Skill Attribute Sharing. Attribute Sharing? What kind of skill is this? Sumo was momentarily stunned. He immediately checked the skill description. Attribute Sharing, Divine Level Skill. The host can share a portion of the summoned creature's attributes. The sharing ratio increases with the host's level. Current shareable ratio, 20%. Note, this sharing ability can stack with the host's own attributes and can be stacked with multiple summoned creatures. This is just too overpowered. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Attribute sharing means he can directly borrow some attributes from his summoned creatures. For example, the 4-dimensional power of the Holy Lord, or even his special abilities. Although currently only 20% can be shared, this proportion will continue to increase as Sumo's level rises. Finally reach 100. This means that not only can I fight through summoned creatures, but I can also borrow their attributes to enhance my own strength. With attribute sharing, he is no longer the fragile summoner who can only hide in the back. In battle, he can use the powerful attributes of his summoned creatures to boost his own combat abilities. Perhaps in the future, he too could charge into battle and face enemies head-on, just like those formidable melee-focused professionals. No! He can do it now. He immediately attempted to activate attribute sharing, and in an instant, a surge of immense power flooded into his body. Sumo felt his 4-dimensional attributes rapidly improving. Although it was only by 20, it still brought about a dramatic change in his strength. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D grade. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Strength, 100-1100. Agility, 100-1100. Intelligence, 100-1100. Spirit, 100-1200. Skill 1, Omniversal Diagram can perceive key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing. Summon, Sovereign Dragonkin, SS Rank, Tier 2. Special Ability, 20 Dragon Breath Power. Summon Shadow Army, current summonable quantity 100. Is this the attribute of Saint Lord 20? Sumo clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body, his heart filled with excitement. Don't underestimate it just because it's the 4-dimensional attribute power of Saint Lord 20. Yet far stronger than an ordinary first-tier main combat class changer. Comparable to the level of a mid-stage 5th or 6th tier A rank main combat class changer. And even surpassing some A rank main combat class changers in certain individual attributes. For example, his strength and agility are certainly superior to those of a mage. Mental and intellectual abilities are stronger than melee class changers. Looking at it this way, I'm definitely a stats monster too. No, it's conceptual godhood now. Sumo didn't forget the power of the attribute sharing skill lies not only in sharing a single summon's attributes, but also in its ability to stack. That is to say, every summon creature he calls forth can provide him with attribute bonuses. This means that as he summons more and more creatures, his attributes will skyrocket. Just imagine the enemy exhausting all means to defeat his summoned creatures and finally reaching him. Thinking they can easily take down this summoner. Discovering that this summoner was even more terrifying than his summons, Sumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, the most important thing now was to level up. Sumo glanced at his level bar. In this world, apart from the levels gained from job advancements, level is also an important standard to measure a professional's strength. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes, and the greater the power. And the only way to level up is through battle. Looks like I need to go grind monsters as soon as possible. Not only to improve my own level, but also for the Holy Lord to advance as soon as possible. To restore the Holy Lord to his full power, the 12 talismans are absolutely essential. And these can only be obtained through the system's kill shop. The kill points required to exchange for a single talisman are fixed at 1000. It may seem low, but in reality, it's anything but simple. Because acquiring kill points is far from simple. You only gain 1 kill point for slaying a creature of the same level. 2 points for 1 level higher, 4 points for 2 levels higher, 8 points for 3 levels higher, and 16 points for 4 levels higher. Jumping 1 rank directly grants 25 points. This multiplier may seem substantial, but surpassing levels is inherently extremely difficult, let alone jumping ranks. However, defeating opponents below your own level yields 0 points. Nevertheless, if you eliminate elite monsters or bosses, the system will judiciously increase the kill value after evaluation. Low level can also generate kill points. In other words, to obtain a charm, he would need to slay 1000 beings of the same level, or hunt elite monsters and bosses. And right now, there's a perfect opportunity for him to rapidly accumulate kill points. The next battlefield will be under his command. At a section of the city wall in Carlo City, the monstrous army surged forward like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting the city. Deafening roars and the thunderous sounds of battle continuously echoed. Under their fierce assault, many cracks had already appeared in the city walls, as if they might collapse at any moment. On the city wall, Wang Gang tightly gripped his thunder battle axe, his gaze solemnly sweeping across the battlefield below. His body was already covered in wounds, blood dripping from his armor, yet he remained standing firm. Wang Gang, can you still hold on? The middle-aged man in white robes quickly approached, his hands glowing with healing magic as he swiftly treated Wang Gang's wounds. Wang Gang clenched his teeth and nodded. I can hold on a little longer, but there are too many of these monsters, Uncle Lee. I'm afraid our defensive line won't last much longer. Chapter 6. A single dragon's breath annihilates thousands of enemies. Li Mu sighed, his face pale. The healing just now had clearly consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Who could say otherwise? Looking at the dark, surging mass of monsters beneath the city walls, like a relentless tide, a sense of helplessness rose in almost everyone's hearts. Those damn monsters actually broke their promise. I strongly suspect they deliberately lured the city lord and his men into the secret realm to draw away our top-tier combat forces. Wang Gang was filled with resentment. If only our Carlo City could produce hundreds more combat class professionals, even if they were the lowest level ones, things wouldn't be as bad as they are now. They have always been at a disadvantage in their encounters with these monsters. Not because there's too great a gap in top-tier combat strength. On the contrary, among the high-level powers, they might still hold some advantages. But they can't withstand their terrifying reproductive capacity. Like the soul-devouring ants currently assaulting their city walls. They can join the battle the moment they're born. Although their strength is weak, most don't even have the power of first level. But their sheer numbers are overwhelming, nearly endless. And they, on the other hand, need to undergo job transitions to gain power, far fewer in number compared to them. Sigh, why can't we humans have several times more job transitioners? Li Mu sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. If only we had more class changers, perhaps we could hold off these monsters. Wang Gang also nodded, his tone carrying a hint of bitterness. Indeed, the number of class changers among us humans is too few, especially main combat class changers. They're even scarcer. At this point, Wang Gang couldn't help but recall Su Mo, whom he had encountered in the library some time ago. An inexplicable anger suddenly flared up within him for no apparent reason. That Su Mo, despite awakening a divine tier profession, had deliberately chosen to become a D-rank summoner. Hiding in the library reading books all day is such a waste of talent. Wang Gang couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, Li Mu shook his head. Everyone has their own choices, perhaps he has his own reasons. Reasons? Wang Gang sneered. Now that Carlo City was almost overrun by monsters, he was still reading in the library. What kind of excuse was that? I think he's just a coward. Li Mu sighed and said nothing more. However, he also harbored resentment towards Su Mo in his heart. It can be said. The entire city of Carlo, and even the entire Great Xia, likely harbors resentment towards Su Mo. After all, Su Mo was once the most promising genius in Carlo City with the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse, yet he chose to give it up. Even if he abandoned his divine duties, with his strength as a D-rank summoner, he could still shine brilliantly on the battlefield. I might have thought more highly of him. Now. Pa. As he spoke, Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of saliva tinged with blood. When Carlo City falls, let's see how he dies then. Alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Li Mu changed the subject. Let's think about how to defend the city walls. Zhang Ming nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield. Roar! At that moment, a violent tremor came from beneath the city wall. Oh no! The wall is about to collapse. A transmigrator shouted in terror. Zhang Ming and Li Mu hurried to the edge of the city wall. Below the city wall, a massive breach had already been gnawed open by the soul-devouring ants, leaving the structure on the verge of collapse. Hurry! Everyone, fall back to the second line of defense. Wang Gang gritted his teeth, turned to Li Mu, and said, Uncle Li, you take the support class and retreat first, I'll cover the rear. Be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Li Mu didn't hesitate and immediately fell back. As a support class member, preserving oneself is the key to playing a greater role on the battlefield. Wang Gang did not respond, only tightening his grip on the thunder battle axe in his hand. His gaze was resolute and fierce, locked onto the tide of monsters below. This battle was likely to be fraught with peril. But even so, he had to buy time for the others to retreat. Come on, you bastards. With a furious roar, Wang Gang leaped off the city wall and charged toward the tide of monsters. The thunder battle axe in his hands erupted with dazzling light, each swing claiming the lives of several soul-devouring ants. However, the number of soul-devouring ants was simply overwhelming. They surged forward like an endless black tide, wave after wave, as if there was no end in sight. One by one, the soul-devouring ants were slain, only to be immediately replaced by even more. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and the wounds on his body continued to multiply. Damn these monsters, why won't they stop coming? Wang Gang clenched his teeth, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Was he really going to die here? A glimmer of despair flashed through Wang Gang's heart. At that very moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Roar! A massive black shadow descended from the sky. There was only a loud bang as the tremendous impact instantly cleared the soul-devouring ants around Wang Gang. Even Wang Gang himself was forced back several steps by the shockwave. This, of course, was Su Mo arriving with the Sacred Lord to join the battle. Wang Gang looked up and was immediately stunned. What a huge lizard! A cry of surprise escaped from Wang Gang's mouth. He had never seen a lizard as tall as a skyscraper before. Suemo atop the head of the Holy Lord. Lizard? You country bumpkin! This is a dragon! A lofty dragon! Upon arriving at the battlefield, Suemo quickly activated the illustrated guide to all spirits and began analyzing the group of monsters before him. Race, soul-devouring ants. Level, Tier 1, Rank 1. Strength, 80. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special skills, none. Characteristics, extremely strong reproductive ability, large in numbers, individual strength is weak, but group combat capability is extremely strong. Weakness, fearful of fire and lightning attacks. Race, Shadow Wolf. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Strength, 110. Agility, 120. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Special ability, none. Characteristics, fast speed, strong attack power. Weakness, afraid of bright light. Sumo's mind quickly flashed through this information about the monsters, and he already had a plan in mind. Soul-devouring ants are the most numerous but individually the weakest. They can be cleared in large areas using the Holy Lord's dragon breath. Shadow wolves are fast and possess strong attack power. They can be restrained by the phantom core. Suemo quickly formulated a battle plan. Meanwhile, the other job changers who had already retreated to the second line of defense. Seeing the massive figure of the Holy Lord descending from the sky, my heart instantly sank. Another powerful monster has arrived. It seems our defenses here will inevitably be breached today. Li Mu's face turned pale, his expression extremely grave. Wang Gang also tightened his grip on the thunder battle axe in his hand, feeling a surge of helplessness rise in his heart. Are we really going to die here? They all thought the Holy Lord was a powerful monster. The monster horde is about to launch a full-scale attack on them. Chapter 7, at least grade A. However, just as everyone's mood hit rock bottom, the saint opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath. Boom! The dragon's breath, like a fiery serpent, instantly tore a massive gap through the army of soul-devouring ants. A single dragon's breath annihilates countless foes. Countless soul-devouring ants turned to ashes in the dragon's flames, while the surrounding shadow wolves and venomous sting bees were also caught in the blast, instantly clearing a vast swath of the battlefield. A bunch of pests, utterly defenseless. The holy dragon flicked its tongue, its eyes filled with the thrill of slaughter. What is happening? Wang Gang widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. Is this monster helping us? Li Mu was also stunned. He quickly came to his senses. No, this isn't a monster, it's a summoned creature. Li Mu's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Smiles instantly bloomed on some people's faces. Wang Gang, who had already given up hope. His tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he quickly retreated while the Holy Lord was busy clearing out the monsters. In just a few flashes, he returned to the second line of defense. This summon is too powerful. Wang Gang gasped heavily, his eyes fixed firmly on the Holy Master. Perish before me, you worms. The Holy Lord once again opened his massive maw. Another scorching dragon's breath erupted forth. The scorching heat, like erupting magma, swept across the land. In an instant, hundreds of soul-devouring ants were reduced to ashes. Amidst the scorching sweep of dragon's breath, the surrounding shadow wolves, venomous sting bees, and other small beasts stood no chance, reduced to ashes in an instant. For a moment, within a radius of dozens of meters centered around the Holy Lord, only scorched earth and searing air remained. The monsters were forced to retreat step by step. The Holy Lord is truly mighty. Suemo stood on the Saint Lord's shoulder, gazing at the charred surroundings, and couldn't help but sigh. Ding! You have slain a soul-devouring ant and gained 10 experience points, 1 kill point, and 1 attribute point. Ding! You have slain a shadow wolf and gained 12 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding! You have slain a soul-devouring ant and gained 10 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your level has successfully advanced to Tier 1, Level 2. The system notifications kept ringing in Sumo's mind. And in just this brief moment, his rank rose to first tier, second level. What a rapid improvement speed! This leveling speed is like a heifer taking a plane unbelievably fast. Suemo was overjoyed in his heart. In just this brief moment, not only did his level rise to Tier 1, Level 2, but he also accumulated 379 points of slaughter value. Slaughter value isn't as hard to accumulate as I imagined. It seems I'll soon obtain all the talismans and advance the saint to his complete form. Just as Suemo was indulging in such beautiful fantasies, what happened next instantly froze the smile on his face. Ding! You killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 8 experience points and 1 attribute point. Ding! You killed a soul-devouring ant and gained 8 experience points. Damn it! A curse word involuntarily burst from Sumo's lips. Because his level had increased. These thousands of first-tier, Level 1 monsters before him, Even if he killed them, would no longer provide any kill points, and even the experience they offered was diminishing. This instantly put him in an extremely foul mood. This power is absolutely terrifying. Limu exclaimed in awe as he witnessed the destructive might of the Holy Lord. This summoned creature must be at least a B rank or higher existence. B rank? No, I think it might be a rank. A rank? Are you dreaming? In our Great Xia, there are only a handful of A-rank summoners, all concentrated in major cities. In a small place like ours, even having a B-rank summoner would be considered incredibly lucky. Who on earth could summon a familiar of this caliber? No idea. The crowd buzzed with speculation. There are only a handful of summoners in their city of Carlo. We're all quite familiar with each other. They basically have a good idea of the creatures they can summon. But this Holy Lord is the only exception. Isn't Suemo the only summoner in Carlo City who hasn't made a move yet? At that moment, someone suddenly spoke. As soon as these words were uttered, the scene immediately fell into silence. Suemo? That coward who hides in the library reading books? How is this possible? He's just a D-rank summoner, how could he summon such a powerful creature? Exactly. With his D-rank summoner level, there's no way he could summon this creature. The tier of a summoner's summoned creatures is directly related to their own tier. Generally speaking, the summoned creatures are of the same rank as the summoner who calls them forth. It is nearly impossible to summon a creature that surpasses one's own rank. Unless one encounters an extraordinary opportunity or finds themselves in a special circumstance. This giant lizard clearly has at least a C-level rating. Even if that kid Suemo has turned over a new leaf, there's no way he could summon something like this with his abilities. Whatever. With the assistance of these powerful summoned creatures, our pressure will be greatly reduced. There's still a certain chance we can hold this defensive line. As for these issues, Wang Gang and others did not delve deeper into them. The top priority now is to seize this opportunity and quickly recover some stamina, to conserve enough energy for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, as the holy dragon breathes in and out, thousands of soul-devouring ants instantly turn to charcoal, filling the air with a pungent, scorched odor. Moreover, due to the searing heat of the dragon flames, all the corpses evaporated into nothingness mid-air. Even though the level experience gained from killing first-tier, first-level soul-devouring ants was diminishing, Sumo's level still broke through to first-tier, third level. But Suemo couldn't feel happy at all. Watching the stagnant kill count, Suemo stood on the Saint Lord's shoulder, utterly frustrated. He retracted his previous bold declaration. Kill points are truly hard to earn. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it is to earn. Damn. For the first time, I feel that leveling up too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. It seems killing these low-level soul-devouring ants is pointless now. He gazed at the dense swarm of soul-devouring ants not far away, silently calculating in his heart. Although these low-level soul-devouring ants could no longer provide him with kill points, there must be more powerful monsters on the battlefield. Shadow Corps, come forth. At Sumo's command, 100 members of the Ghost Shadow Corps instantly appeared on the battlefield. Find me monsters above first tier level 3. As Suemo issued the command, the members of the Ghost Shadow Corps immediately scattered, swiftly disappearing across the battlefield. Roar! The Holy Sovereign unleashed another dragon's breath, clearing the surrounding soul-devouring ants. Faced with such an almost overwhelming slaughter by the Holy Sovereign, even the soul-devouring ants, creatures that knew nothing of fear, instinctively fled backward. They're starting to retreat? Chapter 8, Killing the Queen, Repelling the Army. Seeing the soul-devouring ant army begin to retreat under the Saint Lord's attack, the job changers on the city walls collectively breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't that simple. Wang Gang's furrowed brow showed no sign of relaxing. The soul-devouring ants are controlled by the insect queen's psychic power. As long as the queen lives, they will never fear death and will absolutely not retreat easily. It's highly likely this is a trick set up by the insect queen. Hearing Wang Gang's warning, the professionals on the city wall felt their hearts skip a beat. Could an insect really possess such high intelligence? Clearly, no one believed it. After all, no matter how smart an insect might be, it would be impossible to reach this level. Third-tier monsters already possess intelligence no different from ours. If the insects could lure us away from the city walls using this method, then we would be in grave danger. Wang Gang's expression turned grave. It's also possible that they genuinely feared the dragon flame power of the Holy Lord and chose to retreat. Suemo naturally understood this as well. Whether you truly chose to retreat or have some other scheme in mind, today I will find you and kill you. Suemo narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flickering in his gaze. Don't be fooled by the fact he slaughtered thousands of soul-devouring ants today. But for the insect mother, this number of soul-devouring ants could be bred again in just a single day. It's nothing serious at all. But when a job changer dies in battle, they're truly gone. The loss of strength is a real loss. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, The defensive forces of Carlo City will only grow weaker and eventually be completely defeated. We must find the queen insect and eliminate this threat once and for all. With this in mind, Suemo ordered the Holy Lord to slow down the attack pace, diverting most of his efforts to locate the queen insect. The mother insect controls the soul-devouring ants through psychic power, and the transmission of psychic power has a limited range. This means the mother insect must be hiding in a location that can cover the entire battlefield. It's absolutely impossible for it to be too far away. It must be nearby. Suemo looked around. But in the eyes of other job changers, it seemed a bit different. The summoned creature appeared to be nearly exhausted, its attack frequency noticeably decreasing. Limu furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed tightly on the Holy Lord. Wang Gang also nodded with a solemn expression. It seems this summoned creature, though powerful, comes at a significant cost. We must prepare for the worst. The hope that had just ignited among the job changers on the city walls was now shrouded in shadow once more. What should we do if this summoned creature can't hold on any longer? Are we really going to abandon this defense line? No. We absolutely cannot give up. Once the defense line is breached, Carlo City is finished. Wang Gang took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone, prepare for battle. Once the monster tide surges again, fight to the death. As Wang Gang's voice rang out, the previously restless warriors immediately fell silent. We have no way out now. If we don't fight, we'll all die. Just as everyone was prepared to defend the city gate to the death, a member of the Shadow Corps quickly returned, knelt before Suemo, and reported in a low voice. Master, a suspected queen insect has been detected in an underground nest approximately 3 miles behind the battlefield. An underground nest? Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire a dragon's breath in that direction. At Soma's command. No problem. The sacred lord raised its head and let out a furious roar. A searing dragon flame shot straight into the sky. Then it blasted toward the coordinates provided by the shadow soldiers. Boom! The dust raised by the dragon flame explosion obscured the view, while also turning a large area into a sea of fire. All the soul-devouring ants within that range were burned to ashes, not even leaving behind bone dust. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 Level 3 soul-devouring ant. You have gained 15 experience points, 1 kill point, and 3 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 Level 5 soul-devouring ant, gaining 25 experience points, 4 kill points, and 20 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a Tier 1 Level 9 soul-devouring ant, gaining 70 experience points, 12 kill points, and 100 attribute points. The system notifications kept ringing in his mind, filling Sumo's heart with wild joy. The soul-devouring ants in that area were clearly much higher level than those in other regions. It seems the insect queen must be hiding in that area. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sumo's lips. Holy Lord, continue the attack. Blast open the ground there. Sumo's command was issued. The dragon's breath from the Holy Lord's maw erupted once more, turning the land into a sea of molten lava. Why attack in that direction? Did you discover something? To the eyes of other job changers, this scene only deepened their confusion. No idea what's going on. There's definitely something wrong over there. Limu's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze intense. Could it be that it was searching for the mother worm's location earlier, and now it's found it? Wang Gang guessed. Boom! With another blast of dragon flame, that area exploded instantly. A thick, charred stench filled the air. A massive amount of black mist and flying debris obscured people's vision. When the thick smoke cleared, revealing the scene within, everyone on the city wall couldn't help but gasp in shock. A massive pit was slowly expanding before their eyes, like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. At the center of the pit, a gigantic soul-devouring ant lurked in hiding. Unlike other soul-devouring ants, its appearance was far more striking, its entire body pitch black, wings sprouting from its back, with 2 sharp, sickle-like pincers that gleamed with deadly hardness. It really was the brood mother that creature had been hiding here all along. At the sight of the insect queen, everyone's hearts trembled violently. Their eyes erupted with flames of hatred, as vast as the heavens. It was this creature that had spawned the army of soul-devouring ants, slaughtering countless of their kin. What a pity! They couldn't even locate the mother worm's position. The psychic power of this summoned creature is somewhat terrifying. It could pinpoint the mother worm's location so swiftly and accurately. Limu spoke, and Wang Gang nodded. They also knew that the insect mother was the source. But they lacked the ability to locate the insect mother's position. They even paid the price of dozens of casualties for this. We must destroy this thing. Kill it. Avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. Kill. 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 The atmosphere atop the city walls instantly turned grim and chilling. Someone roared hoarsely, brandishing their weapon as they prepared to charge forward. However, they were abruptly yanked back by Wang Gang. That queen insect is at least 3rd tier. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Besides, the queen's position is at least 4 or 5 miles away from us, and we're facing this overwhelming tide of soul-devouring ants. Are you going to feed them extra? Wang Gang scolded in a deep voice. Hearing this, the man immediately stopped his actions, his face filled with resentment. I can't accept this. All our comrades are dead, yet I can't even get close to the insect mother. How is this any different from killing me? The sound of wailing echoed across the city walls. The other awakened ones, who had been itching to charge down earlier, all calmed down. Don't underestimate these 2 or 3 kilometers. But with their strength, attempting to break through the soul-devouring ant army and reach the Queen Mother is nothing short of a fool's dream. Rather than throwing their lives away in vain, it's better to stay and continue defending the city walls. Countless hopeful gazes converged upon the Holy Lord. Whether the Queen Mother can be slain now rests on your shoulders. Chapter 9, this guy is extremely brutal. Race, soul-devouring ant queen. Level, Tier 3, Level 1. Strength, 4,500. Agility, 3,500. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Special skills, mind control, reproduction. Characteristics, the core of the soul-devouring ant colony, possessing extremely high intelligence and mental power, capable of controlling the entire soul-devouring ant colony. Weakness, fierce flame and lightning attacks. So it is you. A cold glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. The mother insect has been found, so all that remains is to pass through the soul-devouring ant army to reach her location. However, crossing through the soul-devouring ant army poses an immense challenge. Of course. For the Sacred Lord, this is not a problem. Because the Demon King can fly. As a member of the dragon race, the power of flight is his instinct. The levitation power of the rooster talisman is merely an extreme enhancement of his innate flying ability. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of Wang Gang and the others, the Demon King's massive figure soared straight into the sky. Fly? This summoned creature can fly? Exclamations of astonishment erupted from the mouths of the job changers on the city walls. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, watching the colossal figure of the Holy Lord soar straight into the sky. Can lizards fly? What kind of race is this? Wang Gang was dumbfounded, almost dropping the thunder battle axe in his hand. To soar through the skies, one must either reach the 6th tier in raw strength or master skills akin to flight. Either it inherently possesses the attribute of flight. Although the summoned creature before us is strong, it is far from reaching the level of a 6th tier entity. It doesn't seem to have the attribute of flight either. Take a look at the horns on its head. Do they resemble dragon horns a little? Could it be a dragon? Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts were instantly overwhelmed by towering waves of emotion. If this summoned creature before them truly belonged to the dragon race, then its ability to fly would be perfectly normal. Any creature associated with dragons is incredibly powerful. Their rank is at least B tier or above. The most powerful among dragonkind, such as frost dragons, sun dragons, and thunder dragons, are nothing short of godlike beings. They are at least S tier in strength. It seems our previous estimation was somewhat incorrect. Although this lizard dragon before us has mixed dragon lineage and cannot compare to pure top-tier dragon species like frost dragons, sun dragons, or thunder dragons, it still possesses dragon blood after all. Its rank has definitely reached a class. Li Mu murmured. Dragon clan? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a momentary daze. If this lizard dragon's rank reaches a grade, not only can they easily overcome today's crisis, but more importantly, they have gained another powerful advanced class individual. It seems our Carlos city has turned its luck around, with yet another A-rank advanced class individual emerging. The only question is, which one has advanced to become an A-rank summoner? At the same time, Suemo stood on the saint's shoulder, his gaze cold and stern as he surveyed the battlefield below. Mother of insects, your doom has come. Suemo murmured to himself. The mother of insects seemed to sense the danger, letting out a sharp, piercing screech. The surrounding soul-devouring ants immediately surged forward in a frenzy, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming the sky and earth. They gathered around the insect mother, forming a black torrent. However, these low-level soul-devouring ants were no match for the Saint Lord. Suemo didn't even need to issue any commands. The Holy Lord simply opened his mouth and spat, and a burst of scorching flames erupted instantly. Boom! The blazing tongues of fire swept across everything, incinerating all the soul-devouring ants that came near, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. After a brief moment of silence, the insect mother let out another piercing shriek. Roar! It's furious! How dare someone slaughter it? Ant, what are you screaming about? The Holy Lord raised his gaze slightly, his eyes glowing crimson, revealing a ruthless and bloodthirsty glint. He was, after all, the mighty dragon, high above all others. Not just any insect can bark at him. As the Holy Lord took a step forward, the ground instantly cracked open into spiderweb-like patterns. Then, before the horrified eyes of the queen insect, the holy ruler punched directly through the mud surrounding the nest, crashing down with force. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Dust filled the air. The insect queen was knocked senseless by that single punch. Her armor was shattered, and her body was nearly destroyed. Dark green blood spurted out instantly, splattering onto the swarm of insects below. In an instant, the swarm fell into a frenzy, charging madly toward Sumo. Sumo's expression remained cold and indifferent. He opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of dragon's breath. Though not as powerful as the Holy Lord, it was more than enough to deal with these lowly ants. A dragon's breath erupted, engulfing all the swarming soul-devouring ants. Squeak! Gee! A scream rang out. Some soul-devouring ants were swallowed by the dragon's breath and turned to ash. However, a small number of them managed to escape and charge toward Sumo. At this moment, the shadow soldiers hiding in the shadows finally appeared. Their speed was astonishing in the blink of an eye. They were by Sumo's side, helping him deal with the swarming low-level soul-devouring ants. Sumo watched the scene calmly. The swarm of soul-devouring ants was numerous, but they posed no real threat. Boom! The Holy Lord strikes again, pressing both hands down on the insect queen's head, intending to pull her out of the cave. Roar! The insect mother sensed the scent of death and struggled violently to escape. Though it was a third-tier creature, it was one rank higher than the Holy Lord. However, her primary ability lies in cultivating insect eggs. Her own strength is not very strong. In the face of the Holy Ruler's power, its resistance was futile, and it was immediately seized by the Holy Ruler. Clatter! As the queen was pulled out, the entire nest collapsed instantly. Countless insect eggs rolled down, emitting a strong foul odor. Roar! Looking at the insect queen, the Holy Lord roared to the heavens. With a sudden burst of strength, he tore the queen bug in two. Put! The stench of fresh blood splattered everywhere. This guy is so fierce and brutal. Watching the Holy Lord tear the insect queen to pieces, everyone's hearts raced. The visual impact was overwhelming. Chapter 10, Selecting the 12 Charms. The insect queen, with a body as massive as a boulder, was torn apart by the Holy Lord, her blood staining the soil in large patches. The blood spattered onto the soul-devouring ants surrounding them. The soul-devouring ants, which had been restlessly preparing to attack the Holy Lord in Sumo, suddenly lost control of the queen ant and fell into chaos. They no longer attacked in an organized manner but scattered in all directions, even beginning to attack one another. The death of the queen completely dismantled the command structure of the soul-devouring ant army, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos in an instant. The queen ant is dead. The job changers on the city walls saw this and cried out in shock. Their eyes were filled with wild joy. The summoned creature had actually killed the queen. That's incredible. This is unbelievable. We won? With the death of the bug queen, the soul-devouring ant army scattered. Though there were still some other monsters, they were no match for us. Relying on the terrain, they were fully capable of blocking the monster's attack. Wang Gang and Li Mu exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief, mixed with excitement and confusion. They had never imagined that this seemingly inevitable defeat would be turned around by the sudden appearance of a summoned creature. Who on earth summoned this creature? Wang Gang speculated in his heart. Li Mu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Regardless of whose summoned creature it is, what matters is the outcome. We have completed our mission and protected this wall. Meanwhile, Sumo stood on the shoulder of the Holy Lord, looking down at the chaotic battlefield below. The death of the queen ant not only caused the soul-devouring ant army to collapse but also caused his and the Holy Lord's experience points to skyrocket. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SS class upgradable. Status, incomplete 12 seals missing. Rank, 2nd tier, 4th grade. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 7,000. Spirit, 8,000. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 500. This stat is already considered strong even at the 4th tier. Sumo sighed in admiration. Generally speaking, without considering the special nature of the profession, the numerical values for ranks are as follows. First level, 100-2000. Second level, 1500-4000. Third level, 3500-6000. Fourth level, 500-010000. Fifth level, 800-060000. As for the stage beyond the 5th stage, a qualitative transformation will occur. The average 4-dimensional stats of the Holy Sovereign are over 7,000, which is undoubtedly top tier among the 4th tier. You have slain a 3rd-tier insect queen, earning 50,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your level has successfully been upgraded to 2nd tier 1st level. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to level 2, grade 1. Ding! Host detected gaining 75 kill points from defeating enemies 2 tiers above their own in combat. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully crossed 2 tiers in combat, earning 75 points of kill value. Ding! Host detected successfully completing their first battle against a higher tier opponent, earning a system critical hit reward and increasing their kill points to 300. Ding! The host has successfully defeated an enemy 2 tiers above their current level in combat, earning 75 kill points. Ha! A critical hit reward too? Suemo heard the notification sound and paused for a moment. A smile appeared on his face. This was an unexpected bonus. A full 300 kill points. He had no idea how long it would take to accumulate that many. Especially after breaking through to the second stage, first rank, it became even more challenging. In the monsters leveling system, it takes 10,000 first-tier monsters to potentially produce a single second-tier monster. Not only does the number decrease, but the difficulty also doubles. Without these 300 critical hits, his total kill count would only be around 600. Even if he were to eliminate all the second-tier monsters on the entire battlefield, he would likely still fall short of the 1,000 kill points required to exchange for a single talisman. Now it's suddenly jumped to 978 points. This is more than enough to meet the required kill count for the first spell. Ding! Detection. Host level successfully upgraded to second tier first level. Divine skill attributes have been upgraded. Ding! Host level successfully upgraded to tier 2, level 1. Divine skill attributes have been upgraded and shared. Ding! Attribute sharing upgrade successful. Shared value increased from 20 to 30. Ding! Attribute sharing upgrade successful. Shared values increased from 20 to 30. The system's voice sounded again, filling Suemo with even greater joy. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, second tier, first rank. Strength, 20004100. Agility, 20004100. Intelligence, 20004100. Spirit, 20004400. Skill 1, Universal Diagram can discern the key information of all things. Skill 2, Attribute Sharing. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SS Rank, Tier 2. Special Ability, 30 Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current maximum summonable quantity, 100. My 4-dimensional attributes suddenly skyrocketed to over 4,000. This has already reached the standards of the third tier. This attribute boost is simply absurd. With his current 4 stat attributes, even a second tier A-class main battle warrior would be a formidable opponent. In terms of physical combat, he is absolutely no match for him. He is now a high damage, tanky mage. A little monster that combines stats and mechanics. Next, continue clearing the battlefield and eliminate the remaining monsters. Suemo and the Holy Lord have targeted the monsters of second tier level 1 and above, carrying out targeted eradication operations. You have slain a level 2, grade 1 soul devouring ant, gaining 70 experience points and 1 kill point. You have slain a level 2, grade 1 soul devouring ant, gaining 70 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding! You have slain a level 2, grade 1 poison stinger bee, gaining 90 experience points and 1 kill point. Ding! You have slain a level 2, grade 2 shadow wolf, gaining 120 experience points and 2 kill points. The system has kept ringing, and Sumo's experience points and kill points rose rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained 1003 kill points, and the kill point store has been successfully unlocked. The system's notification sound echoed in Sumo's mind, and a flash of wild joy crossed his eyes. Finally, he had enough. Looking at the 12 talismans in the killing value store, Suemo felt a little excited inside. The option to choose one of the 12 talismans finally appeared before him. Let me see what to choose. Suemo stood on the shoulder of the Holy Lord, quickly calculating in his mind. Chapter 11, the system splits into 2. Among the 12 talismans, each possesses a unique ability. The choice of which symbol to select will directly influence his future combat style and the enhancement of the Holy Lord's power. The rat amulet can grant life to inanimate objects, but it is not currently needed. The ox symbol can provide immense power, but the Holy Lord's own power is already sufficient, so it is not needed at this time. The tiger amulet can balance yin and yang infuse power, but my current combat style does not yet require such abilities. The rabbit seal provides extreme speed, even allowing one to traverse time and space, but at the current level of the Holy Master, it cannot be fully utilized, so it is not needed at this time. The dragon symbol spell can unleash powerful flame attacks, but the Holy Master already possesses dragon breath, so it is not currently needed. The snake seal can grant invisibility, making it suitable for ambushes and reconnaissance. However, my current combat style leans toward direct confrontation, so it is not currently needed. The horse symbol spell can heal all injuries and illnesses, but its use is still undecided. The sheep talisman can enable the soul to leave the body, but it is not currently needed. The monkey talisman can transform, but it is not currently needed. The chicken talisman can float and fly, enhancing the Holy Lord's flying ability. To be determined. The dog amulet can grant immortality, but I am still young and do not need it at this time. The pig talisman can release thermal energy rays, but the Holy Lord already has dragon breath, so I don't need it for now. Sumo's mind swiftly flashed through the abilities of each talisman. Finally, his gaze settled on the horse talisman and the chicken talisman. On this brutal battlefield, whether it's me or the Holy Lord, injuries are inevitable. With the horse symbol amulet, it's like having a powerful safeguard that can restore your condition at any time. In future battles, healing abilities will be a crucial safeguard. This is why every team must have support members. Upon realizing this, Suemo had already made up his mind. The horse talisman's ability to eliminate all external forces was extremely powerful. It is equivalent to integrating at least one S rank or higher healer into one's own body, constantly providing powerful sustain. An incredible capability. System, exchange for the horse talisman. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged the horse symbol amulet, consuming 1000 points of slaughter value. As the system S sounded, Sumo's hand held a talisman emitting a gentle glow. Engraved on the talisman was a galloping steed, symbolizing the power of healing and restoration. Is this the horse talisman? Suemo clenched the talisman tightly, feeling the powerful healing energy within it. His body, which had grown slightly weary from the battle, instantly felt refreshed. Moreover, this warm energy flowed through his body, quickly dispelling all traces of fatigue. Suemo felt his entire body brimming with renewed energy. This power was utterly captivating. Ding! The system has detected that the host has made their first purchase in the killing store. The lottery wheel has been activated. As the system prompt sounded again, Sumo's interface suddenly popped up with a new screen. Before Sumo's eyes appeared a massive lottery wheel, divided into multiple sections. Each section was glowing with different colors, representing different rewards. A prize wheel? Suemo paused for a moment, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He never expected that his first exchange of a talisman could trigger a lottery. He looked closely at the reward area on the wheel and noticed that it was marked with various rare items and skills. F rank skill book. E rank equipment. B rank item, Dragon Soul Battle Armor. Grade A skill book, Elemental Rage. SS rank item, 12 charms. The rewards on the wheel are plentiful, ranging from SS grade to F grade. However, only B rank and above will have specific item names. It seems like the reward range for this lottery is quite extensive. They even have talismans. If I were to get a direct hit with the spell, wouldn't I be rolling in it? Suemo muttered to himself. His face was radiant with a faint excitement. However, when he saw the amount of kill points required for a single draw, his handsome face instantly fell. You heartless bastard. You actually need 10 kill points just to enter a single lottery draw? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Suemo immediately started cursing under his breath. 10 points of slaughter value for one draw, it's even more expensive than playing a video game. He only has 3 kill points left, so he can't afford to draw. Ding! Ding! The system has detected that this is the host's first time participating in a lottery. The system will gift the host a special lottery gift package. Ding! The system has detected that the host is participating in the lottery for the first time. The system will grant the host a lottery gift package. The host only needs to pay 1 point of slaughter value to perform a 10-draw lottery. The system's voice sounded again. Ah! This is such a familiar pattern. Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! Would the host like to proceed with the lottery now? 1 killing value can be exchanged for 100 killing value points. A great deal. Draw. Not pulling is just being silly. System, start the lottery. As Suemo gave the command, the lottery will begin spinning rapidly, the pointer swiftly sweeping across the various reward zones. Sumo's eyes were fixed on the wheel, silently praying in his heart. He must draw a good prize. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed down. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C rank skill book, Frost Fury. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C rank skill book, Ice Frost Rage. Suemo. C-class skills are quite impressive. Not many people in Carlo City possess C-class skills. But, as a summoner, he cannot learn mage-type skills like Frost Fury. This is a worthless piece of junk. Don't panic, there are still 9 more tries. Suemo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E-rank equipment item, Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E-rank equipment item, Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an F-rank item, Basic Healing Potion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained E-rank equipment, Swift Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E-rank skill book, Basic Swordsmanship. Suemo looked at the prompt in front of him and felt speechless. What terrible luck! He's already had 8 consecutive draws, and the best thing he's gotten is the C-rank skill Frost Fury from the very beginning. And to make matters worse, he can't even use it. This is infuriating. What's the difference between this draw rate and that game? No. It's even more disgusting than a certain game. At least the other game has a decent safety net, this one has nothing. Thinking about how he had only spent 1 point of killing value, Sumo felt relieved. However, he would never spend 10 points of killing value to draw once in the future. Continue. The pointer began to move again. When the pointer came to a stop, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the lottery wheel. Wow! Golden Legend! Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe his luck. At that moment, his attitude toward the lottery system underwent a complete 180-degree turnaround. Great! This giveaway is great. I want to enter again in the future. What is it, baby? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SS rank item, 12 symbolic charms. As the system S rang out, Sumo's heart raced wildly, and a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face. SS rank talisman. I actually drew an SS rank talisman. This is a huge win. It directly saved him 1,000 kill points. Most importantly, each of the 12 symbolic charms significantly enhances the Holy Lord's power. I wonder which one of the 12 symbolic charms it will be, as long as it's not the tiger symbolic charm. The power of the Holy Ruler could be doubled from its current level. Even I can get some of the credit. Sumo thought to herself with a satisfied smile. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the tiger amulet. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the tiger amulet. Tiger amulet balances yin and yang. What you fear will come to pass, such as my fortune. Sumo discovered that when people are at a loss for words, they really do laugh. The power of the tiger seal lies in balancing yin and yang. The Holy Sovereign currently has no other forces within his body that require balancing. Therefore, this talisman is the last thing the current Holy Emperor needs. Wait, I feel like I'm about to be separated. Sumo, holding the tiger token, suddenly changed expression. He suddenly recalled another function of the tiger amulet's yin-yang balance, which divides all living beings into 2 categories, the utterly evil and the utterly good. And he could now feel his soul and body rapidly splitting apart. If he didn't act quickly to stop this, he would lose control completely. Startled, Sumo hurriedly returned the tiger token to his system backpack. This feeling akin to schizophrenia gradually subsided. Phew! Thank goodness I reacted in time, or else it would have been disastrous. Sumo let out a sigh of relief, still feeling a bit shaken as he patted his chest. He was truly about to split into one extreme evil and one extreme good. That would really be interesting. However, he was also curious. If that were the case, who would the system follow? Or would the system also split? Chapter 12, A single dragon's roar repels 10,000 enemies. Of course. The idea of splitting himself apart was deeply buried in Sumo's heart, and he would never attempt it. At that moment, when he looked at the tiger talisman in his backpack again, there was no trace of the previous disdain, only joy. He had finally discovered the true purpose of the tiger talisman. He directly used the tiger seal spell to split the Holy Ruler into 2. And he gained the power of 2 holy sovereigns. Additionally, due to the system, whether the ruler is utterly evil or utterly virtuous, they remain 100% loyal to him. It's essentially like casting a clone spell on the divine ruler. A clone technique that perfectly replicates one's own power. One breath splits into 2. This is so awesome. Sumo took a deep breath, quickly retrieved the horse symbol and tiger symbol from his system backpack, and clutched them tightly in his hands. Holy Lord, prepare to receive the new power. Sumo hesitated not a moment, pressing the 2 talismans onto the Holy Master's body. As the spell merged with his body, the Holy Lord's body suddenly trembled violently. My power. Return. Immediately following, the body of the Holy Lord emitted an utterly terrifying aura, and an immense force erupted. Roar! A long, piercing cry echoed through the heavens. Bang! Those soul-devouring ants, which had been devouring each other moments ago, were instantly crushed into a pulp under the overwhelming pressure. More monsters began to panic and flee in disarray. The entire battlefield seemed to have been swept clean by an invisible force. The once densely packed horde of monsters suddenly became much sparser. What kind of power is this? Wang Gang and the others, who had been preparing to join the battlefield, all felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This forced them to halt their attacks and retreat toward the distance. All eyes were fixed on the Holy Lord, filled with horror. They had never witnessed such terrifying power, not even in a single roar. It could instantly crush thousands of monsters into dust. This power has completely surpassed their comprehension. That lizard dragon is growing stronger rapidly. Did it level up by killing a large number of monsters? I've never seen leveling up produce such a powerful aura before. It feels more like advancing to a higher stage. Everyone speculated with uncertainty. You're crazy. How could it be an advancement? Wang Gang said. Summoned creatures require at least an S rank or higher to advance. Furthermore, only after reaching the 7th tier will there be a slight possibility of evolution. The book records only a few successful cases, and all of them occurred under special circumstances. The lizard dragon before me doesn't meet any of the 3 conditions. How could it possibly evolve? Although I don't understand the situation, I think it's best for us not to act rashly. Li Mu said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, Wang Gang and the others retreated once more behind the defensive line. Accompanied by the talismans continuously merging into the saint's body, the dragon's roar echoed endlessly. Like rolling thunder, they echoed across the skies above Carlo City, causing the entire city to tremble slightly. What a terrifying roar! Can Carlo City's defenses hold out? What should we do? On the streets of Carlo City, people rushed into their homes, shut the doors and windows tightly, and listened in panic to the suffocating screams. Meanwhile, other battlefields across Carlo City were plunged into temporary chaos by the sudden dragon's roar. On the battlefield under Lu Yuan's command, the newly transformed warriors who had been engaged in fierce combat with the monsters all stopped what they were doing and looked up toward the source of the sound. Was that the roar of a dragon? Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. There was only one monster with dragon blood in the entire city of Carlo the Black King. Could it be that the Black King has returned? Lu Yuan shook his head and said solemnly. Impossible. The Black King has already entered the secret realm with the city lord and the others. It cannot escape in such a short time. There must be something fishy about that voice. What should we do now? Let's keep fighting. No matter what happens, our mission is to hold this line and not let the monsters break through. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and threw themselves back into battle. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield in Carlo City, Zhang Ming and the others also heard the thunderous dragon's roar. Dragon's roar? How is that possible? Zhang Ming, who was in the middle of giving orders, suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Shan, what's going on? Zhang Ming furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of unease deep within him. Could it be that the Black King has returned? A few days ago, an S-rank secret realm appeared outside the city of Carlo. Both sides have been engaged in relentless conflict over the S-rank secret realm, yet neither has managed to gain the upper hand. In the end, both sides deployed their most elite forces and rushed into the secret realm. There has been no word from them since. If the Black King returns, with his top-tier 5th-rank combat strength, he would be more than capable of destroying the entire city of Carlo. Zhang Ming shook his head, his expression solemn. No matter what, this dragon's roar is definitely not a good sign. Issue the order, everyone remain on high alert and be prepared to respond to any emergencies at a moment's notice. Yes, sir. The adjutant immediately turned around to relay the order. Zhang Ming stood where he was, gazing in the direction from which the dragon's roar had come, his mind racing with thoughts. If that dragon monster really came back, then the city lord and the others. He dared not think further, clenching his fists tightly and silently praying in his heart. On the other side, the dragon's roar of the Holy Lord echoed endlessly. The monsters that had been furiously attacking the battlefield began to exhibit unusual reactions. The lower-tier monsters such as soul-devouring ants, shadow wolves, and poisonous stinger bees seemed to sense a primal fear deep within their bloodlines. The momentum of their attacks suddenly weakened, and they even began to slowly retreat. Has the Black King returned? The shadow demon Wolf's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked eagerly. Impossible. The Queen of Poison Stingers swung her massive poisonous tail and coldly replied. The Black King has already entered the secret realm with those human warriors. How could he possibly return so quickly? Moreover, this oppressive pressure emanating from the bloodline is even more terrifying than that of the Black King. Is that our reinforcements? We haven't received any news that other Dragon Clan elders will come to our aid. Could it be that a powerful human has come to aid Carlo City? It's possible. According to reports, there is a dragon knight among the human race who seems to have left in our direction about a month ago. Evacuation? But what about the mission we were assigned? Let's evacuate and assess the situation first. After a collective discussion among several 4th-tier monsters, they decided to temporarily abandon their attack and retreat. The dragon's roar emanated an overwhelming aura of dragon might, causing even these 4th-tier monsters to feel their hearts race with fear. Especially that oppressive sensation emanating from the depths of their bloodlines, as if reminding them that the dragon-like creature before them was far more powerful than any dragon they had ever encountered. As the command was given, the monsters on the battlefield began to retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, the battle in Carlo City gradually subsided. Chapter 13, The Arrest of Sumo. Have they retreated? What's going on? How did those monsters suddenly retreat? Is it because of that dragon's roar? Some were puzzled. But many more were overjoyed. They had originally believed that they were doomed to die in this wave of beasts, but who could have imagined that the crisis had been averted? Ha! I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Cheers echoed throughout every corner of Carlo City. This battle raged on for 2 days and 2 nights. Everyone was exhausted. Now that the victory was finally over, they couldn't help but vent their excitement. However, there were also many who were saddened and shed tears. The outcome of the battle was inevitably tragic. Although they emerged victorious in this battle, they paid an extremely heavy price. The defensive structures of Carlo City were destroyed by 60%, and nearly 1/5 of the transferred soldiers were killed or wounded. Those who survived have also suffered varying degrees of loss. Finally, we won. Zhang Ming let out a sigh of relief. But the worry in his heart grew even stronger. What exactly is that dragon's roar? Friend or foe? Captain, the monster army has retreated here. Is there anywhere you need my support? Zhang Ming heard Wang Gang's voice through the communication device. The beast tied on our side has also retreated. Have they retreated on your side as well? Upon receiving Zhang Ming's response, Wang Gang wore an odd expression. He couldn't help but glance at the Holy Master. With this powerful ally on their side, they were able to repel the beast horde. What's happening over at the captain's position? You should know that. As the main battlefield, Zhang Ming faced much greater pressure than him. After all, this time, the monsters have come in full force, seemingly intent on capturing Carlo City in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, the herd of beasts there mysteriously retreated. Could it be that divine assistance is also present elsewhere? Yes, because a single dragon's roar caused them to retreat. No one knows where the dragon's roar came from, whether it was a sign of good fortune or misfortune. Upon hearing Zhang Ming sigh through the communicator, Wang Gang froze and instantly understood what was happening. He spoke up. Captain, I think I know where that dragon's roar came from. You know? Zhang Ming was startled and hurriedly asked, hurry up and tell me. The source of the dragon's roar is closely connected to many important matters. Wang Gang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and finally spoke. Captain, we've encountered a powerful summoner here. His summoned creature is a dragon-like being with terrifying power. The dragon's roar we just heard was emitted by his summoned creature. The queen of the beetles was killed by his summoned creature, and those monsters were also intimidated by his dragon's roar, causing them to retreat in panic. What? Zhang Ming was startled by Wang Gang's words and his voice rose 8 octaves. What did you say? Summoner? Dragon clan summoned creature? The queen of the insects was killed? That's right. Captain, you didn't see the scene. That dragon summon was incredibly powerful. The queen of the bees didn't even have a chance to fight back, it was torn in two right before our eyes. Zhang Ming heard this and felt a tidal wave of emotion surge through his heart. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, that dragon is on our side. It's on our side. Zhang Ming was so excited he almost shouted to the heavens. Then, choked and coughed incessantly. His face turned red, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. A huge weight lifted from his heart. Who was that summoner? Are they still here? Zhang Ming hurriedly asked. He knew there was no such powerful summoner in Carlo City. It was most likely a powerful individual who had come from elsewhere. If we can manage to keep them here. Zhang Ming was well aware of the immense value of a summoner capable of summoning dragons. This dragon summon creature could shake back all monsters with a single roar, and its strength was at least at the 4th rank. And a summoner capable of summoning a 4th tier dragon must have at least an 8 tier talent and be ranked 4th tier or higher. A summoner of a rank in 4th tier may not be able to reverse the current decline of Carlo City, but at the very least, they can enhance the city's strength by about 10%. If we break through, it will be a qualitative leap forward. Before the top forces from both sides emerge from the secret realm, holding Carlo City will no longer be a challenge. The dragon summon creature is still there, but we dare not approach it, as we have no idea where the summoner is. Wang Gang reported the situation truthfully. If possible, keep him here. I'll be right there. Zhang Ming hung up the communicator and immediately issued orders to his team member Li Hao. Everyone, hurry up and repair the defenses. We must restore the defensive positions as quickly as possible. Li Hao nodded in agreement and quickly relayed the orders. The others followed closely behind Zhang Ming, rushing toward the battlefield where Wang Gang was located, to meet the mysterious summoner. The battlefield where Wang Gang was located was a considerable distance away, requiring them to pass through the resettlement area where Suemo resided. Captain, Suemo has reached his deadline. Should we bring him to the battlefield? As they passed by the resettlement area, Li Hao suddenly asked. Right, I almost forgot about that kid. The 3 years are up. Let's take him with us. The team members immediately turned around and went to Sumo's residence to find him. Li Hao, standing nearby, snorted coldly. Both are summoners, but compared to that dragon summoner, Suemo is nothing but a worthless piece of trash. His tone was quite contemptuous. A single shout could send 10,000 soldiers fleeing. One cowardly retreats for 3 years, deemed useless, not even daring to step onto the battlefield. The difference between the capable and the incompetent is clear. This time, even if Lin Ji protects him, he must go to the battlefield. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, not long after, the team members who had left rushed back, looking rather grim. Captain, Suemo isn't home. Looks like he's run away. Run away? Upon hearing this, everyone present erupted in anger. This Suemo really deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. You coward! Thanks to us risking our lives to help him fend off the monster's siege, he just ran off. Pfft, what a coward! People like this don't deserve to live. Li Hao clenched his fists, his disappointment and anger towards Suemo reaching its peak. At a critical moment when Carlo City was facing life or death, Suemo had chosen to flee, which filled him with unbearable shame. The city is under siege by monsters, he has no chance of escaping. I'll go and bring him back. Li Hao stormed off with 2 or 3 people in tow. Such cowardly desertion in the face of danger was something he could never tolerate. He might not have run away. He could be in the library. Take some people and go check. Don't use violence. Come on, let's go. Zhang Ming sighed and led the others to continue on their way to the battlefield where Wang Gang was located. Chapter 14, Summoning the 2 Holy Lords, Why Not Attack the Dragon's Lair? At this moment, Suemo could sense the terrifying power surging endlessly from within the Holy Sovereign's body. Once the 2 great talismans had completely merged into the Holy Being's body, the Holy Master once again underwent an extraordinary transformation. Race, Dragon Clan. Rank, SSS Class Upgradable. Status, Incomplete, missing 12 talismans. Rank, 2nd tier, 4th grade. Strength, 700030000. Agility, 700030000. Intelligence, 700030000. Spirit, 800030000. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 1,500. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell and Tiger Symbol Spell Power. Indeed, the power of the talismans far exceeds my imagination. Just 2 talismans have elevated the Holy Lord's rank to SSS class. Sumo's eyes shone brightly. 2 SSS-ranked individuals, and 12 in total once they gather the Holy Sovereign rank, reaching godhood is almost a foregone conclusion. Not to mention the primordial demonic energy of the other 7 great demons still exists. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes surged by over 3,000 points in an instant, with the average value reaching over 10,000, rivaling the standards of the 5th tier. As a result, Sumo's attributes also skyrocketed to an incredibly terrifying level. If there were 2 Holy Masters, his shared attributes with the Holy Master would directly reach 60. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd tier, 1st rank. Strength, 200080000. Agility, 200080000. Intelligence, 200080000. Spirit, 200086000. Skill 1, Universal Diagram can discern the key information of all things. Skill 230 Attribute Sharing. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS Rank, Tier 2. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 900. Special Abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. Sigh. With my current 4-dimensional attributes, I've already reached the threshold for the 5th tier. Looking at my attribute panel, Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just a couple of hours ago, he was just an ordinary person struggling on the brink of death. Just a couple of hours later, the numerical values alone were already on par with some 5th-tier powerhouses. He's no longer a little monster, he's a super-powered monster now. You know, the strongest class of job changers in the entire city of Carlo is 6th tier. Even Lin Shi, an A-rank class changer, is only at the 5th rank. However, Suemo also understood. He was only a 5th-tier cultivator with a lot of impurities, and Lin Shi could kill him with a single shot. The leap from 5th to 6th rank is a huge turning point. It's not just a divide in natural talent, but also a divide in opportunity. Those without B-rank talent as a class change are almost certain to remain stuck at this level for life. Even Lin Shi, an A-rank transferee, was unable to achieve this due to the lack of the opportunity that should have been hers. She has been stuck at this level for 2 years and has yet to make any progress. However, the transition from the 5th to the 6th level poses no bottleneck for me. Suemo was very confident. Although his summoner rank is only D class, but rank means nothing to him. All he needs to do is cultivate the Holy Lord, and he will effortlessly surpass this threshold. Furthermore, Suemo couldn't wait to stay at the 5th stage for a little longer. That way, he could earn more kill points faster. My power has returned. Welcome your king. The Holy Lord, who had fused the powers of the two great spells, excitedly pounded his chest. He now felt as though he had endless strength at his disposal. He extended his sharp claws and grabbed a retreating shadow wolf, pulling it toward his mouth and tearing into it voraciously. What a delicious meal! This dragon hasn't tasted anything this sweet and fragrant in ages. The Holy Lord chewed with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. This guy is really fierce. Wang Gang and the others stood on the city walls and witnessed this bloody scene, unable to help but swallow hard. You have slain a level 2-3 shadow wolf, gaining 75 experience points and 4 slaughter points. Ding! You defeated a level 2, level 1 soul devouring ant, gaining 20 experience points and 1 kill point. Suemo narrowed his eyes and looked around. As far as his eyes could see, the ground was littered with corpses and fragments of flesh, the scene was in complete disarray, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Today's battle had driven back the beast horde, and Carlo City had managed to withstand this attack. The crisis in Carlo City has been averted, but I wonder how Lin Shi and the others are faring. Suemo murmured, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He knew exactly where Lin Shi had gone. An S-rank secret realm, it must be extremely dangerous inside. Even a 7th or 8th tier powerhouse would risk falling if they were to enter carelessly. Of course, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The opportunities and treasures within an S-rank secret realm far surpass those of ordinary secret realms. If one could obtain some precious resources from there, Lin Shi's strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. Perhaps she could even break through the bottleneck and reach the 6th stage in one fell swoop. I hope she returns safely. Suemo sighed. Given the current situation, he couldn't do much to help Lin Shi. Because that secret realm is said to only open once a week. And there were still 4 or 5 days left until the next opening, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Wait! As he watched the retreating horde of monsters, a bold idea suddenly popped into Sumo's mind. Why not strike at the heart of the enemy? Both sides' top forces have entered the secret realm, indicating that the monster's main base is also in a vulnerable state. If the enemy can invade Carlo City, why can't he just go and attack their base? Moreover, with his current strength and that of the Holy Master, they are fully capable of achieving it. The moment this thought crossed Sumo's mind, it sparked an unstoppable surge of madness, filling every corner of his thoughts. It even made him feel an overwhelming urge to act immediately. Holy Lord, kill them all. Suemo paused for a moment before giving the direct order. As you command, my master. The dragon's breath erupted once more, sweeping across the fleeing monsters. Roar! 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 The deafening roar echoed across the sky. The tornado formed by the dragon's breath swept everything away, and any monsters that came into contact with it were crushed and shattered. One after another, the monsters screamed as they fell, turning into a cloud of blood mist. You have slain a level 1, grade 5 poison stinger bee and gained 5 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 1, grade 1 soul devouring ant, earning 1 experience point. Chapter 15, The Deserting Soldier Suemo. The system's alert sounds kept ringing out. Though the enemies being defeated were merely first-tier minor monsters. But on such a massive scale, Sumo's rank had finally reached the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 2200. Agility, 2200. Intelligence, 2400. Spirit, 2500. Skill 1, Universal Diagram can discern the key information of all things. Skill 230 Attribute Sharing. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS Rank, Tier 2. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 900. Special Abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. All the monsters here have been cleared out. Suemo looked around to make sure there were no remaining enemies left behind. Next, it was time to strike at the heart of the enemy stronghold. However, before heading straight for the heart of the matter, Suemo still had one place to go. His homeland, which had been occupied, was finally time to reclaim it. After eliminating all the monsters in this area, how has this creature managed to survive for so long? Watching the lizard dragon slaughtering indiscriminately, Wang Gang, Li Mu, and the others were all completely baffled. From the moment the enemy joined the battle until now, at least several hours had passed. They had never seen any summoned creature capable of sustaining such a prolonged battle. This lizard dragon was like a killing machine, with endless killing intent erupting from within its body, causing them all to tremble uncontrollably. What they didn't know was, other summoners require magic power to summon summoned creatures. And once the magic is depleted, the summoned creatures return to their original space. However, Suemo unlocked it directly using his killing points. In other words, as long as Suemo is willing, the Holy Ruler can exist for as long as he desires, with no time constraints whatsoever. Moreover, he does not require Sumo's command to engage in battle. He can exist as an entirely independent entity. Of course, the Holy Lord is also under Sumo's control. Sumo can summon the Holy Lord back to his own space at any time. And this? All it takes is a single thought. Let's go meet the summoner. I hope he'll stay in our city of Carlo. Wang Gang led the team to follow closely behind. However, just as he was about to act, the Holy Master soared into the sky and fled at an incredible speed in a certain direction, leaving Wang Gang and the others feeling utterly desperate. Wait! Dragon brother, don't go! Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out loud, trying to stop the Holy Master. However, the Holy Master's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from their sight. It's over. We failed to complete the captain's mission. Wang Gang sighed in frustration and tapped his head. Li Mu also sighed and shook his head, saying, "It seems that the summoner does not wish to contact us, otherwise he would not have allowed the summoned creatures to leave directly. What a pity. If we could have kept that summoner, the defensive strength of Carlo City would have been greatly enhanced." Just as everyone was feeling frustrated, Zhang Ming arrived at the battlefield with a group of men in a hurry. From a distance, he saw the figure of the Holy Lord vanish into the horizon, and his heart sank instantly. He had arrived too late. Zhang Ming sighed, his wrinkled face filled with regret. "Captain, the dragon summon creature has just left, and we were unable to stop it." Wang Gang stepped forward and reported in a low voice. "This has nothing to do with you. It's just that our city of Carlo isn't fortunate enough to keep this summoner." Zhang Ming continued to gaze in the direction where the Holy Lord had vanished, shaking his head slightly. Who exactly was that summoner? He had thought he would be able to meet the powerful summoner, but he never expected the other party to be so mysterious, not even showing their face. This left Zhang Ming feeling deeply disappointed, yet also sparked a strong curiosity about the summoner's true identity. "Captain, what should we do now?" Wang Gang asked. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze and said solemnly, "Let's return to the city first. Although the beast tide has receded this time, our losses are still significant. We need to hurry and repair the defenses to prevent the monsters from attacking again. Given the frequency of the beast waves in recent days, they will likely launch another attack within a day at most. This time, they had the assistance of this mysterious summoner to temporarily repel the beast horde. But they won't always be so lucky. They didn't have much time left." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. A moment later, Li Hao, who had been leading the search for Sumo, stormed up to Zhang Ming. His face ashen, and said, "Captain, that kid Sumo isn't even in the library. I led a team to search every corner of Carlo City, but we didn't even find a trace of him." Zhang Ming heard this and furrowed his brows. Wang Gang, standing beside him, started cursing immediately. "Damn you, Sumo. You're truly the coward of cowards. People like him deserve to die. He's a disgrace to humanity. If I ever find him, even if he's dead, I'll whip his corpse." Listening to his teammates' angry curses, Zhang Ming could only shake his head. "Alright, the most important thing now is to repair the defenses and prevent the monsters from attacking again. By the way, Captain," the summoner Li Hao suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. Zhang Ming shook his head and sighed. "That summoner has already left. We weren't able to keep him." "What? Left?" Li Hao's eyes widened, his face filled with regret. He had been counting on the summoner to help Carlo City get through this crisis. "What a pity," Li Hao muttered under his breath. At the same time, Sumo was standing on the shoulder of the Holy Lord, flying toward his former homeland. "Holy Lord, speed up." The Holy Lord growled lowly, and his massive form suddenly accelerated, slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sumo's goal was clear: to reclaim his former homeland. It was once the place where he lived, and it remains the deepest longing in his heart. However, 4 months ago, a beast tide completely destroyed everything there. Now, he finally has enough strength. It's time to reclaim everything that belongs to him. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and before long, Sumo caught sight of that familiar land. However, the scene before him caused his heart to sink. The once thriving town had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Among the crumbling walls and ruins, the shadows of monsters lurk everywhere. Sure enough, this place has been overrun by monsters. Sumo clenched his fists, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. "Master, these filthy insects are mine to deal with." The Holy Lord spat out a red tongue, and his form suddenly transformed into a blood-red beam of light. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosions, a group of monsters collapsed instantly, their bodies disintegrating rapidly. "You have slain a level 1, grade 3 ghost fox, earning 3 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 1, grade 5 wind wolf, earning 5 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 1, grade 7 magic vine, earning 10 experience points." Chapter 16. This time, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. The Holy Lord's power is too terrifying. Wherever it passes, not a blade of grass remains. Wherever the dragon's breath passes, no matter how resilient the monsters may be, they cannot withstand the dragon's breath's burning and annihilation. In just a few seconds, hundreds of monsters were wiped out. At that moment, Sumo also leaped down. Walking alone toward the old house he remembered, his steps heavy and slow. Amidst the surrounding ruins, occasional familiar traces could still be seen. Once bustling little shops now stand as nothing more than broken signs. The alley he used to pass by every day is now overgrown with weeds and littered with broken stones. Ah! Suemo sighed deeply. Looking at the scene before him, his feelings were extremely complicated. Reflecting on the past, I feel helpless in the face of reality. He was reincarnated with the protagonist's template. His parents died young, leaving him only this old mansion and a vague memory. Now, the old house has long been overrun by monsters, and the warmth and peace of the past are no longer to be found. Though he has been reincarnated, he has inherited the original owner's deep affection for this place. Moreover, he had lived here for 2.5 years and had developed deep feelings for the place. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Sumo's voice trembled slightly. He walked up to the old house and looked up at the long broken door. The door panels were covered with claw marks and cracks, clearly indicating that a monster had once rampaged here. Suemo took a deep breath and pushed open the door, which was on the verge of collapsing. Creak! The door hinge emitted a piercing screech, then exploded in the next instant, reducing itself to a pile of debris. Cough! Suemo stepped into the house, and the scene before him caused a pang of pain in his heart. The room was in complete disarray, with furniture overturned and the walls covered in cracks and bloodstains. Only broken tables and chairs and scattered debris remained. Mom and Dad, I will definitely rebuild our home. Suemo gently stroked the furnishings of the house, her eyes brimming with tears. Sand. At this point, a strange rustling sound came from behind, causing Sumo's hair to stand on end. Swoosh! He suddenly twisted his body, his cold, dark eyes fixed on the shadowy green light in the darkness. It was a pitch-black mist, within which the outline of a massive serpent's head began to emerge. Hiss! The green light emitted an eerie cry and suddenly shot out of the window. Whoosh! A foul, fishy odor assaulted his nostrils, making him feel sick. Suemo narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze intently on the faint green light. Behind the green light, a massive python coiled itself menacingly. The python was entirely emerald green, its scales cold and sharp, as intricate as if carved from jade. Its body is thick and muscular, and its head is fierce, resembling a ferocious beast. On the top of its head, there grows a cluster of vibrant green flowers. The illustrated guide to all spirits is now available. Race, Emerald Scaled Python. Rank, 2nd rank, 7th level. Status, Berserk. Strength, 2200. Agility, 2400. Intelligence, 2000. Spirit, 2000. Special attribute, Poisonous Mist. The blue-scaled python can spew out highly toxic mist, inflicting continuous poison damage on enemies within the area and reducing their movement speed and attack speed. Special ability, Coiling Strangle. The emerald-scaled python can swiftly wrap around enemies, using its powerful muscles to strangle them, dealing massive physical damage. Special ability, Regeneration. The blue-scaled python possesses exceptional regenerative capabilities, enabling it to restore a portion of its injuries in a short period of time. Weakness, the emerald-scaled python derives its abilities from the cluster of emerald green flowers. If the flowers are destroyed, the emerald-scaled python will suffer severe injuries. After reading the description in the 10,000 spirits diagram, Suemo immediately rolled over to avoid being enveloped by the toxic mist. Bang! Poisonous smoke filled the air, corroding the ground and forming pits. One strike fails. The massive body of the emerald-scaled python suddenly twisted and lunged towards Suemo. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and bit viciously at Sumo's neck. Then let me deal with you personally. Suemo growled. He could summon the Holy Lord, or even the Ghost Shadow Core, to deal with the emerald-scaled python before him. But for those who destroyed his home, he must take matters into his own hands. In an instant, his legs bent slightly, his entire body tensed abruptly, and his form flickered, effortlessly dodging the attack of the emerald-scaled python. At the same time, a punch struck the blue-scaled python's waist, sending it crashing into the ground. Boom! The emerald-scaled python, in agony, violently thrashed its body, attempting to break free, but it could not budge Sumo's arm. Stay still and lie down properly. Suemo growled softly, then delivered another punch to its abdomen. The green-scaled python winced in pain, its cries growing more piercing, and its tail lashed out violently. But this time, Suemo had already prepared himself. He raised his right leg high and kicked the green-scaled python's tail with all his might, sending it flying through the air. Put! The emerald-scaled python's blood gushed out, and it crashed into the wall. Crack! Just as Suemo was about to act again, he suddenly heard the sound of something shattering. Suemo quickly turned around and froze in shock. There was a crack in the once dilapidated wall, and it seemed as though something was inside it. Suemo furrowed his brows slightly, preparing to investigate further. Suddenly, the emerald-scaled python rose from the ground, emitting a hoarse roar from its mouth. The emerald green flower on its back suddenly lit up, and ripples of green spread out in concentric circles. A layer of toxic mist spread out, quickly enveloping the entire house. Buzz. The moisture in the air evaporated quickly, leaving the air dry. Everything seems to have been stripped of its vitality and gradually withers away. Moreover, the toxic mist grows increasingly dense, eventually condensing into a thin, black-purple membrane. This is bad. Sumo's expression changed, and he immediately ran outside. However, the poisonous mist spread faster than he had imagined, instantly engulfing the entire house. He had barely made it out of the courtyard when the blackish-purple membrane already enveloped him. SSSHH. A corrosive sound came from inside the membrane, followed by a puff of green smoke. Damn it! Sumo's face darkened. The poison seeped into his skin, corroding his flesh and bones. He gasped for breath, his body stiff and numb. However, the next second, this situation suddenly disappeared. A warm sensation surged from his chest, spreading throughout his entire body in an instant. Damn it, I almost forgot I have the ability to share attributes. Sumo suddenly realized. The 30 attributes were shared, though his horse talisman couldn't remove all external forces. However, neutralizing a minor toxin poses no problem at all. It seems I'll have to fight a few battles myself to gain some real-world experience. The blue-scaled python saw Sumo enveloped in the poisonous mist, and its narrow eyes were covered with a layer of ferocity and triumph. It flickered its tongue and emitted a hoarse, mocking laugh. Foolish human. You've fallen victim to my poisonous mist, you're doomed. Become my food obediently. Chapter 17, I'm the main character template, and my parents are definitely the big shots. The emerald-scaled python twisted its massive body, emerging from the toxic mist. It seemed to have decided that Sumo could no longer resist. It opened its blood-stained maw, ready to devour Sumo. However, at that moment, Sumo's figure suddenly moved. With a swift movement, he easily dodged the attack of the emerald-scaled python. The green-scaled python froze, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Hiss! How come you're not affected by my poisonous mist? Because I'm going to knock you out with one punch. Sumo growled lowly, stomping his legs on the ground, his body leaping over 3 meters into the air, swinging his iron fist toward the head of the emerald-scaled python. The emerald-scaled python swiftly adjusted its position to dodge Sumo's attack. The next second, a breath of dragon fire erupted from Sumo's mouth, striking the body of the emerald-scaled python directly. Bang! The green-scaled python never expected Sumo to use this move. Caught off guard, it was struck directly. A pungent smell of burnt meat filled the air. Ah! The emerald-scaled python let out an agonizing scream, its body trembling violently as tears streamed down its face. Rebirth. The emerald-scaled python let out a loud roar, and the emerald green flowers on its body gently trembled. A powerful surge of life force erupted from the flowers, swiftly repairing the body scorched by the dragon's breath. Charred scales fell away, and new scales grew at a visible pace, while the wounds healed swiftly. SSSSSS. Foolish humans, do you think this is enough to kill me? The emerald-scaled python flickers its tongue. My regenerative abilities are unmatched. You will never defeat me. Regeneration? I'll see how many times you can regenerate. Sumo snorted coldly, took a step forward, and charged toward the Bai-Lin python, locking onto the cluster of emerald green flowers on its body. If he could destroy those flowers, the Bai-Lin python would be completely weakened, and then he could deal with it however he wanted. Whoosh! Sumo narrowed his eyes and suddenly shot forward, his body instantly appearing in front of the emerald green flower. Without hesitation, he raised his right fist and struck down with all his might. The green-scaled python quickly retreated, dodging his blow. How did he know this was my weak spot? The emerald-scaled python was filled with doubt. But soon, it shook its head. Since Sumo knew this was its weakness, it would never let him touch it. It swam swiftly, its body darting back and forth, trying to find a weakness in Sumo. Swish! A streak of emerald green light flashed by. The emerald-scaled python opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and bit down. Be careful! Sumo sensed danger and immediately shifted a few inches to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike of the green-scaled python. The green-scaled python's attack missed, and it immediately changed its angle and continued its assault. Whoosh! A foul-smelling venomous liquid erupted, accompanied by a violent stench that swept toward them. Sumo's figure flickered again, avoiding contact with the venom, then took the opportunity to close in on the emerald-scaled python. The emerald-scaled python's pupils contracted to the size of needle tips. It sensed that Sumo was getting closer and closer, as if he had already touched its flesh. The next moment, Sumo suddenly sprang into action, clenching his right fist tightly, and with a fierce gust of wind, struck the cluster of emerald green flowers on the head of the jade-scaled python. The Bai-Lin python dodged the blow with a swift movement. But the next second, a breath of dragon fire erupted directly. It's over, it's too late. Although the green-scaled python reacted quickly, it was still unable to completely avoid the attack. The dragon's flames struck the emerald green flowers. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the emerald green flowers were instantly incinerated. The emerald-scaled python let out a piercing scream, its twisted body writhing in the shadows on the ground. Its previously rapid regenerative ability suddenly ceased, and the wounds no longer healed but instead began to rapidly rot. SSSSS. No! My power is disappearing. The emerald-scaled python twisted its body frantically in panic, trying to escape Sumo's attack range. However, how could Sumo let such an opportunity slip away? Bang! After several consecutive punches, the head of the green-scaled python was already a bloody mess. The green-scaled python struggled for a few minutes, its body twitching and collapsing to the ground, with no sign of life remaining. Is this what it feels like to kill a monster with your own hands? Not bad. Sumo grinned. You have slain a second-tier, 7th-grade green-scaled python, gaining 100 experience points and 10 slaughter points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a D-rank item, green-scaled armor. Emerald scale armor, made from the scales of the emerald scale python. This armor offers strong defensive capabilities, effectively resisting physical attacks and some toxic damage. When equipped, it grants +2 strength and +2 agility, with no special abilities. There was an unexpected bonus. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Sumo's face lit up with joy. Although it was only a D-rank item, it was still a decent find for him at the moment. With a flick of his thoughts, the emerald-scaled armor appeared in his hands. This was a lightweight suit of armor, glowing emerald green all over, with scales arranged closely together, cool and hard to the touch. Try it on. Sumo put on the jade-scaled armor and immediately felt a cool energy surge into his body. He clenched his fist and felt his strength and agility significantly enhanced. Not bad. Though it couldn't compare to the attribute bonuses granted by the Holy Lord, it could still serve a purpose in battle. Sumo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to his surroundings. The toxic mist continued to linger in the space, emitting a foul odor that was unbearable to the senses. Let's get rid of the toxic fog first. Sumo frowned and said. He walked into the center of the poisonous mist and spat out several mouthfuls of dragon flame. After completely incinerating the toxic mist, Sumo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then walked toward the wall where the problem had occurred during the earlier battle. His face bore a hint of anticipation. I knew that with the protagonist's template of having both parents deceased, their parents' identities must be extraordinary. Maybe there's some big treasure my parents left me in there. Based on Sumo's years of experience reading online novels, the things parents leave behind are always weird and out of this world. So this wall must also be hiding some treasures. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon after, Sumo finally reached the wall. Bang! Immediately, a single punch shattered the mud wall in front of him. With a loud clang, an object with a faint yellow glow fell out and landed on the ground. It was a box about the size of a palm, and its material was unclear. However, the box was adorned with intricate, beautifully carved patterns. As he looked at the patterns on the box, Sumo's eyebrows suddenly arched. These intricate patterns and the secret hiding spot. There must be something extraordinary hidden inside. Sumo eagerly rubbed his hands together. It seems like mom and dad are truly recluses. Maybe they're one of the strongest beings in this world, or maybe they're not even dead. Sumo was so excited that his face turned red. After all, if that were the case, the treasures hidden inside would be far too precious to be described with just 2 words. Wow, this is fantastic. I'm about to strike it rich. Sumo was so excited he burst into laughter. Then he opened the box. And then, he threw the box away. Chapter 18, You're an orphan, aren't you? No, my parents are sick, right? They left this for me. Sumo looked at the 2 items in his hands and twitched his lips a few times. His expression shifted from anticipation to shock, then to speechlessness, before finally freezing completely. A certificate and a letter. The certificate is an orphan certificate, and the letter is. Never mind, just take a look yourself. My dear son, when you find this iron box, you will think you have found a treasure, but in fact, you have found the truth about your origins. When Sumo read the opening lines, his heart skipped a beat, and his fingers trembled slightly. He forced himself to suppress the fluttering in his heart and continued reading. The rest of the text was filled with sentimental and emotional language, such as how our love for you is genuine, and that you must grow up to be a strong and independent man if you leave us. This made Sumo feel a bit goosebump. Why? Alright, enough with the sentimental stuff. Now, I'm going to tell you a secret. Open the envelope. When she read this, Sumo felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, followed by a surge of tension. When he eagerly opened the envelope, what greeted his eyes were 3 emojis of someone laughing hysterically. The first sentence is, "Hey, big kid, you've been tricked. That orphan certificate is fake. It was just a joke. Your dad and I played on you. Your dad and I made a bet to see how you'd react when you found this iron box. Did you cry?" Sumo. He stared at the letter without expression, feeling speechless inside. After all that trouble, this letter was just a prank. His parents actually joked about his background and even bet on whether he would cry. How old is he? He could already imagine the mischievous expressions on his parents' faces when they designed this game. What a nutcase. Suemo couldn't help but curse under his breath, crumpling the letter into a ball. He wanted to throw it away, but in the end, he held back. He stood there, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm himself down. Although he had been tricked by his parents, he didn't feel much anger inside. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Well, whatever. I never expected them to be super strong anyway. Suemo shrugged. He carefully put away the letter and the orphan certificate, then turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and glanced back at the metal box lying on the ground. The 10,000 spirits diagram was activated. Item, metal box. Material, ordinary iron. Condition, good. Special purpose, none. Gone, what am I fantasizing about? The last shred of hope in his heart was completely shattered, and Suemo shook his head. He stepped out of the old house. The scorching breath of the Holy Lord engulfed him. The Holy Lord is mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Between the dragon's breaths, large groups of monsters are reduced to ashes. The already dilapidated city district becomes even more devastated. Holy Lord, keep it quiet. Don't completely destroy this area. Suemo shook his head helplessly. He had to rebuild this place. He couldn't let the Holy Lord completely destroy it. The Holy Emperor, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, received Sumo's orders. He restrained the power of his dragon breath and instead attacked with his claws and tail. Although the commotion had subsided somewhat, it remained unstoppable. Never mind, Holy Master, go clear out the monsters around here. The city will be handled by the Ghost Shadow Soldiers. Suemo thought for a moment and summoned the Ghost Shadow Battalion. The Ghost Shadow Soldiers stood in neat formation before him, silent and menacing. Ghost Soldier Corps, Ghost Soldiers summoned by the Holy Lord, utterly loyal and fearless in the face of death. Rank, 2nd tier, 5th grade. Strength, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2600. Spirit, 2000. Special ability, Shadow Stealth. Ghost soldiers can move freely through shadows, conceal their forms, and remain undetected. Special ability, Shadow Blade. The weapons of shadow soldiers are composed of shadow energy, capable of inflicting additional shadow damage on enemies. Ghost soldiers are influenced by the level and rank of the Holy Lord, and are approximately one rank lower than the Holy Lord. Now, by combining our efforts with the Holy Lord, we can summon over 1,000 shadow soldiers. If we continue to level up, summoning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands would be no problem at all. What's the difference between this and the Queen of the Swarm? No, it's an existence far more powerful than the Insect Queen. After further evolution, it even rivals the divine undead plague of the past. Suemo grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. Although the Bug Queen could mass-produce a massive bug army. But this requires a significant amount of energy, effort, and time. Furthermore, the insects they created were still the lowest form of existence, with extremely weak combat abilities. The only way to grow stronger is to devour one another, and this process requires a significant investment of time, effort, and resources. However, the Holy Ruler is different. It doesn't need to pay any price at all. All it takes is a single thought to summon a large number of ghostly soldiers. A terrifying army. This level of productivity is utterly heartless. Most importantly, these ghostly soldiers require no training. Each one possesses combat power that defies all expectations. If only the types of ghost soldiers were not so limited. Even with just these two abilities, they are already on par with the undead plague. Of course, solving this problem is also quite straightforward. That is, collect masks. However, Suemo isn't considering that for now. Because it would consume too much killing power. And he's just a penniless beggar. Go, clear out all the monsters in this area, leaving none behind. Suemo issued the order. The ghostly soldiers nodded silently, then transformed into shadowy figures, dispersing swiftly to every corner of the city. Their movements were swift and silent, moving through the ruins like ghosts. Though they couldn't clear monsters as quickly as the Holy Lord, but they excelled in causing less combat damage. You have slain a level 1, grade 8 lone wolf, earning 10 experience points. You have slain a level 2, grade 1 firefox, earning 40 experience points. You have slain a level 2, grade 2 giant snake, earning 50 experience points. Suemo stood in the center of the ruins, feeling the surging power within him. After the previous battle, his level had risen to 2nd tier 4th grade, and his attributes had also significantly improved. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd tier, 4th grade. Strength, 2600. Agility, 2600. Intelligence, 2700. Spirit, 2800. Skill 1, Universal Diagram can discern the key information of all things. Skill 230 Attribute Sharing. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, Tier 2. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Emerald Scale Armor D rank. Kill value, 251. Sumo's improvement was already absurd, but the Holy Lord's improvement could only be described as terrifying. Chapter 19, Conquering the World. Race, Dragon Clan. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 10 talismans. Rank, 3rd tier, 5th grade. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 15,000. Spirit, 15,500. Special ability, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire-type damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 3,000. Special ability, Horse Seal Spell and Tiger Seal Spell Power. The Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes are on par with a 5th tier level despite being only 3rd tier, which is simply absurd. This is the SSS tier racial value, delivering the ultimate numerical stats. With my current strength, plus the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow Battalion, I can easily handle a group of 4th tier monsters. Even ordinary 5th tier monsters of the 1st or 2nd level are not worth our trouble. Sumo stroked his chin. The matter had been settled. Now we can go straight to the heart of the matter. And make sure to loot all their wealth. Before that, we need to establish a detailed battle plan. As a medium-sized city, Carlo City is connected to a large city named Tianfeng City to the east. Although they are connected, a continuous mountain range known as the Barren Mountains lies between them. This mountain range is further divided by the mysterious Mist Gorge, with only a few narrow paths allowing passage. The monsters invading Carlo City primarily originate from 3 monster lairs located on the Barren Mountains. These are the Black Wind Cave, the Icy Valley, and the Poisonous Swamp. These 3 lairs are each inhabited by different types of monsters, which do not interfere with one another. Yet they are arranged in a triangular formation, so that if one side is attacked, the other 2 sides can immediately rush over to provide reinforcements. Where should we start? Sumo looked at the map, searching for his target. Soon, he settled on the Black Wind Cave. The Black Wind Cave was the closest to Carlo City, and in case of an emergency, they could evacuate quickly from there. The most important point is that it is the only area within the 3 regions that does not have any special debuffs. Ice Cold Valley and Poisonous Mist Swamp. A place perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with biting cold that can cause frostbite or even death even for seasoned adventurers who linger too long. The other is shrouded in toxic mist, with the air filled with deadly toxins. A single misstep could result in poisoning and death. Most importantly, the swamp terrain severely restricts movement. In contrast, while the Black Wind Cave is home to a large number of monsters. However, the environment is relatively normal, making it suitable for Sumo and the Holy Lord to unleash their full strength. After selecting the first target to attack, Holy Lord, let's set off! Sumo shouted loudly. The Holy Lord growled and dived down from the sky, landing steadily beside Sumo. Master, are we going to conquer the world? The voice of the Holy Master was filled with uncontrollable excitement. As a dragon and a great evil wizard, his dream is to conquer the entire world. Sumo smiled slightly, patted the dragon scales of the Holy Lord, and said, "Conquering the world is still a long way off. But we can start with Black Wind Cave first." The Holy Lord nodded, and his massive form soared into the air, racing toward the Black Wind Cave. Soon, the outline of the Black Wind Cave came into view. It was a massive cave, its entrance pitch black, resembling a gigantic mouth ready to devour everything in its path. Around the entrance, faint outlines of monsters could be seen lurking in the shadows. It was clear that there were quite a few monsters here. Holy Lord, circle in the air first and assess the situation. Sumo whispered. Although the Black Wind Cave is now filled with 4th tier monsters, and all 5th tier monsters have entered the secret realm. With the Holy Lord by his side, he possesses nearly unstoppable power. However, caution is still necessary. The Holy Lord understood and slowed down, beginning to circle in the air. Sumo carefully observed the surroundings of the Black Wind Cave and the distribution of the monsters. The Black Wind Cave is primarily inhabited by 3 types of monsters: demon wolves, wolf spiders, and blood bats. Among them, the demon wolves are the most numerous, occupying over 80% of the entire cave. Holy Lord, it's time to act. Yes, Master. The Holy Lord leaped down from the sky. The immense force of the impact directly shattered the ground, creating a deep crater. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire Black Wind Cave. You vermin, tremble! The Holy Lord roared, and his massive dragon tail swept across, collapsing a section of the entrance to the Black Wind Cave, revealing a gap several meters wide. The magic wolves, wolf spiders, and blood bats surrounding the cave entrance were stunned by the sudden impact. By the time they reacted, a long tail lashed out violently. Slap! Put! accompanied by a sharp tearing sound. The first demon wolf to be hit was violently split into two pieces, and bright red blood flowed out. Following closely behind, more monsters were shattered. Roar! Woof woof! The agonizing screams echoed in rapid succession. The entrance to the Black Wind Cave was instantly thrown into chaos. However, the Holy Master did not cease his attack. Its massive dragon body suddenly swayed, like a dragon rolling in the waves. Its massive tail swept across the battlefield, mowing down thousands of soldiers. Boom! A thick vine was shattered into pieces. Ah! A blood-soaked bat let out a piercing scream and was flung violently through the air. Boom! The Holy Lord stomped down with a single claw, crushing the head of a wolf spider flat. Ah! A piercing wail echoed through the air. Each of the Holy Lord's attacks inflicted massive damage. In just a few seconds, the Black Wind Cave suffered heavy losses, with over 500 casualties. Meanwhile, Suemo was also busy on his side. With a flick of his thoughts, the ghostly soldiers swiftly emerged from the shadows. They scattered in all directions. Surround the Black Wind Cave completely and don't let any monsters above level 2 escape. Yes. The ghostly soldiers transformed into countless afterimages and charged off in all directions. In the next instant, they emerged from the monster's shadows, their shadow blades piercing precisely into the monster's vital points. The howls of the demon wolves, the screeches of the wolf spiders, and the shrieks of the blood bats intertwined in a chaotic symphony. The entire entrance to the Black Wind Cave instantly transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Roar! Just as the Holy Lord and the ghostly soldiers were rampaging, two deafening roars suddenly echoed from the depths of the Black Wind Cave. Immediately afterward, two massive figures burst out of the cave, blocking Suemo and the Holy Master's path. A shadow demon wolf, its body covered in black scales and its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. The other is a massive six-eyed wolf spider with 6 eyes. Their sudden appearance instantly made the surrounding air feel oppressive. Humans, how dare you dare to enter the Black Wind Cave and slaughter my people? The shadow demon wolf let out a low growl. Chapter 20, tearing apart a 4th-tier monster with bare hands. Looking for death. The 6 eyes of the six-eyed wolf spider flashed coldly, and its voice was sharp and piercing. Suemo furrowed his brows and immediately activated the 10,000 spirits diagram to carefully analyze the information of these two 4th-tier monsters. Species, Shadow Demon Wolf Advanced Demon Wolf Bloodline. Level, 4th tier, 5th grade. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 5,000. Spirit, 6,500. Ability, Shadow Claws, attacks deal shadow energy damage, tearing through enemies' defenses and causing ongoing damage. Weaknesses, vulnerable to light attribute attacks, cannot resist strong light while in shadow stealth mode. Suemo quickly scanned the information about the Shadow Demon Wolf, silently calculating in his mind. Light attribute attacks are a pity since I don't have any light-based skills, but the Dragon's Breath of the Holy Lord should be able to suppress it to some extent. He then shifted his gaze to the 6-eyed wolf spider and continued his analysis. Species, 6-eyed wolf spider Advanced Wolf Spider Bloodline. Level, 4th tier, 6th rank. Strength, 6,800. Agility, 7,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Venomous Spider Web, shoots out a venomous spider web that binds enemies and inflicts a continuous poison effect. Weakness, its 6 eyes are its weak points. If damaged, its perception abilities will significantly decrease. After reviewing the information on the two monsters, Suemo had already formulated a plan. He whispered to the Holy Master, "Holy Master, the Shadow Demon Wolf is yours. I'll handle the 6-eyed wolf spider. Remember, its weakness is light attribute attacks. Use Dragon Breath to suppress it as much as possible." "Master, I can handle both of them on my own, there's no need for you to intervene." The Holy Master's Dragon Breath came and went unpredictably, and he didn't even bother to glance at the two monsters before him. "I understand. Although the Holy Lord's rank is 1 level lower than the opponent's, its 4 attributes have already reached the 5th level. To say that these two 4th-tier monsters are the Holy Lord's opponents is to overestimate their capabilities. The Holy Lord can easily defeat them." However, Suemo wanted to do it himself. He had been suppressed too harshly during this period. So much so that he's almost driven to madness. Now, he is like a beggar who suddenly came into a fortune. He must indulge in extravagant spending to vent all the pent-up frustration of these years. "A mere 2nd-tier summoner dares to challenge me? You're asking for death." The 6-eyed wolf spider couldn't believe such an insignificant insect dared to challenge it. It erupted in a furious rage, letting out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. "In the past, it was always you monsters invading our human territory, but today I will tell you. The tide of battle can turn." Suemo spoke softly, his voice cold and filled with a strong sense of grim determination. "Over the past decade or so, the human race has been steadily retreating under the monster's relentless attacks, suffering heavy casualties. Countless humans have met untimely deaths, some even becoming food for the monsters. From this day forward, the human race shall rise again. Ha, the human race? Upon hearing Sumo's words, the six-eyed wolf spider seemed to have heard a joke and burst into laughter, tilting its head back. Then, it looked at Sumo with a mocking expression and said teasingly, "Are you overestimating yourself? You're just a lowly second-tier summoner, what do you have to challenge me with? Then I'll kill you first and then invade your city. I'll devour every last one of you humans." Its six eyes glowed with a cold light, fixated on Sumo, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Sumo merely sneered and activated attribute sharing. Strength, 26,007,100. Agility, 26007100. Intelligence, 27007200. Spirit, 28007450. Sumo's attributes surged to the upper middle tier of the fourth rank, matching the six-eyed wolf spider in every aspect. Dragon's Breath. Sumo opened his mouth, and a jet of flame erupted, sweeping toward the six-eyed wolf spider. Whoosh! The scorching dragon flames left long trails of heat in the air. The intense heat scorched the surrounding air, turning it a brilliant red, as if it were about to melt. The six-eyed wolf spider, seeing this, was stunned. Can the summoner breathe fire? This completely overturns my understanding of it. This is not good. The six-eyed wolf spider let out a startled cry. The next moment, it immediately spat out a greenish glowing spider silk. The silk expanded rapidly, forming a sturdy barrier in an instant, blocking the flames in front of it. Sizzle! The flames collided with the spider web, erupting into a series of acrid smells. Soon, the spider web began to slowly dissipate under the intense heat of the flames, eventually burning through and creating a hole. However, the flames had lost 90% of their power, and the remaining force still caused the six-eyed wolf spider intense pain. Damn humans! The six-eyed wolf spider suddenly opened its massive jaws and sprayed a stream of venomous web toward Sumo, enveloping him in its deadly embrace. Sumo flickered out of the way, easily dodging the venomous web's attack. Whoosh! However, more highly toxic spider webs closed in from all directions. No matter how fast Sumo moved, he couldn't dodge them in time. Dragon's Breath. Unable to dodge, Sumo spat out several scorching dragon breaths in succession, countering the poisonous spider webs. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the sky. Sparks flew everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the six-eyed wolf spider fired countless spider silk threads as thin as cow hair from its six compound eyes. Whoosh! They were as dense as rain, almost completely blocking all of Sumo's evasion routes. Suddenly, it moved swiftly, closing in to within 3 meters of Sumo, then six sharp claws lunged viciously toward him. With the summoner's fragile body, how could he possibly withstand its sharpness? With just one strike, I could easily pin this human to the ground and do with him as I please. A series of delightful scenes flashed through the six-eyed wolf spider's mind. Puff! But soon, this beautiful scene came to an abrupt end. Because Sumo quickly grabbed its sharp claws and held them firmly in his hand. How did you do that? The six-eyed wolf spider stared with all six eyes wide open, speaking in utter terror. The force transmitted through Sumo's arm sent shivers down its spine. It is even more powerful than it. But the opponent is just a second-tier summoner, isn't he? Why? The six-eyed wolf spider struggled desperately. Unfortunately, its sharp claws were firmly grasped, and it couldn't break free. Sumo suddenly exerted all his strength, lifting the massive body of the six-eyed wolf spider into the air, holding it high above his head. Then it crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering a large area of trees and grass. A loud howl echoed through the air. The excruciating pain caused the six-eyed wolf spider to let out a piercing scream. Sumo took advantage of its weakened state and went for the kill. Swoosh! He suddenly lunged forward, slamming his palm onto the six-eyed wolf spider's back. Boom! A surging torrent of primal energy converged on his right fist, condensing into a brutal force that erupted from his fist, striking the target with overwhelming force. Bang! A dull sound echoed throughout the room. The six-eyed wolf spider's body suddenly arched, its bones cracking loudly, as if they were about to snap. However, it did not fall. Suddenly, Sumo's fingers curled slightly, and he exerted all his strength, flinging it out with a forceful motion. Crack! The crisp, pleasant sound echoed throughout the entire valley. As Sumo exerted force with a single finger, striking the six compound eyes of the six-eyed wolf spider, the spider's eyeballs were instantly shattered, revealing fresh red blood and the whites of its eyes. Ah! A piercingly sorrowful wail echoed through the air. The six eyes of the six-eyed wolf spider simultaneously began to bleed. Its breath quickly grew weak, its body twitching, and it lost all will to resist. Sumo delivered a final blast of dragon breath, reducing the six-eyed wolf spider to a charred husk. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th tier, 6th level wolf spider. You will receive the following task rewards. Chapter 21, the opening method is incorrect. Damn thing, just die already. Sumo looked at the six-eyed wolf spider reduced to ashes before him, feeling a surge of satisfaction. This was his first time facing a 4th tier monster alone. Though the process was perilous, he ultimately defeated it with his own strength. This sense of accomplishment can only be described with one word. Awesome, so awesome it's out of this world. It seems my strength is now sufficient to handle 4th-tier monsters. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord on the other side had already resolved the battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 4, grade 6 wolf spider and a level 4, grade 5 shadow demon wolf. You will receive the following task rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 4, grade 6 wolf spider and a level 4, grade 5 shadow demon wolf. You will receive the following quest rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5,500 experience points and 160 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 4, grade 6 wolf spider and a level 4, grade 5 shadow demon wolf. You will receive the following quest rewards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following drops, 2 C rank skill scrolls and 2 C rank equipment items. Congratulations! You have obtained the following drop items, 2 C rank skill scrolls and 2 pieces of C rank equipment. This is awesome. Awesome! This battle not only earned him a large amount of experience points and kill points, but also yielded a significant amount of loot. C rank skill scroll, stealth. Effect, the user can move freely through shadows, conceal their form, and remain undetected. Duration, 30 seconds. C rank skill scroll, venomous touch. Effect, the user's attacks deal poison damage, causing continuous damage to enemies. Each second, 100 points of poison damage are dealt, lasting for 10 seconds. C rank equipment, shadow bracers. Effect, increases the user's strength attribute by 10. C rank equipment, poison spider boots. Effect, increases the user's agility attribute by 10. Suemo looked at the loot in his hands and felt a surge of joy. Although these skills and equipment were only C rank, they were already a significant upgrade for me. He didn't hesitate to use the skill scrolls for stealth and poisonous touch, instantly mastering these 2 new skills. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, then equipped the shadow bracers and poison spider boots. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd tier, 7th grade. Strength, 3,800,570. Agility, 380,0570. Intelligence, 4,000. Spirit, 4,300. Skill 1, Universal Diagram God tier. Skill 2, 30 Attribute Sharing God tier. Skill 3, Stealth C rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 3rd tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 900. Special Abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. Equipment, Emerald Scale Armor D rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Venomous Spider Boot C rank. Kill count, 562. Next, it's time to clear out the remaining monsters in the Black Wind Cave. Suemo looked into the depths of the Black Wind Cave. Holy Lord, keep moving forward, leave none behind. Yes, Master. The Holy Dragon's breath clears the way, charging forward unimpeded. Suemo followed closely behind, while the ghost soldiers spread out around them, ensuring that no monsters could escape. Inside the Black Wind Cave, the remaining monsters had already been terrified out of their wits by the previous battle. They scattered in all directions, desperately trying to evade the relentless pursuit of the Holy Master and Suemo. However, under the Holy Lord's dragon breath and the attacks of the ghost soldiers, these monsters had nowhere to escape. You have slain a level 2-3 magic wolf, gaining 30 experience points. You have slain a level 2, grade 1 wolf spider, earning 50 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 2, grade 7 blood bat, earning 70 experience points and 1 kill point. The system S. Soon, all the monsters in the Black Wind Cave were cleared out, leaving the entire cave silent and still. Only the scattered corpses and the overwhelming stench of blood lingering in the air continued to assault the nostrils. They were all killed so quickly. The Holy Lord licked his sharp claws, revealing an expression of unsatisfied desire. Next, it was time to explore the treasures of the Black Wind Cave. Suemo felt a little excited. As one of the 3 major monster lairs in the Barren Mountains, the Black Wind Cave must be hiding plenty of valuable treasures inside. Perhaps there are even treasures that could greatly enhance his combat power. Soon, they discovered a massive treasure chest in a spacious cave. This is. Indeed, there was an unexpected surprise. Suemo smiled as he walked up to the treasure chest. Item, Black Wind Cave Treasure. Status, intact. Special purpose, contains a large quantity of valuable items. Engraved with a sealing magic array inside, requiring special methods to unlock. Note, this seal is extremely dangerous. If broken, the terrifying energy contained within will destroy the entire treasure vault. Proceed with caution. Opening method, arrange the symbols in order from left to right and press the 5 symbols on the treasure chest to unlock it. This treasure chest actually has anti-theft measures. Suemo was startled. He secretly thanked himself for possessing the illustrated guide to all spirits, otherwise, he would have been able to see it but not touch it. It could drive someone to despair. Suemo followed the instructions and pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in the specified order. As the final rune was pressed, the magical seal on the treasure chest slowly dissipated, emitting a faint humming sound. Success! Suemo let a hint of joy show on her face. Let me take a look at what treasures the Black Wind Cave has to offer. When Suemo opened the treasure chest with great anticipation, his expression froze instantly. No, huh? A treasure chest as big as a house, and all it contains is this junk? Item, rusted iron sword. Material, common iron. Condition, rust-stained. Special purpose, none. A rusty iron sword? Suemo frowned and picked up another item. Item, damaged leather armor. Material, common leather. Condition, multiple tears and damages. Special purpose, none. Sumo's expression grew increasingly grim as he continued to search through the items inside the treasure chest. As each item was pulled out, Sumo's expectations gradually turned to disappointment. By the time he had gone through everything, the best item he had found was a C-grade piece of equipment. However, that equipment was incompatible with his profession and was currently useless to him. What the hell is going on? Is this all the treasure in Black Wind Cave? Suemo couldn't help but let out a curse, feeling utterly speechless. He had originally thought that as one of the 3 major monster lairs in the Barren Mountains, the Black Wind Cave must be filled with valuable treasures, but all he found were these worthless trinkets. This shouldn't be happening. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Suemo frowned. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Icy Valley. The Black Wind Cave is a lair guarded by several 5th-rank cultivators. How could there be only a few pieces of scrap metal here? Suemo opened the 10,000 spirits diagram, going over it again and again, not even skipping the fragments. He was determined to uncover the hidden treasure. However, no matter how thoroughly he searched, the chest contained nothing but these broken toys. Suemo looked at the broken trinkets inside the treasure chest, and his lips twitched involuntarily. These worthless trinkets were stored in such a large treasure chest and protected by a self-destructing magical array? Damn it! This piece of junk thrown on the street probably wouldn't even be picked up by a beggar. Forget it. Since we can't find anything good, let's just leave. Suemo sighed. He quickly gathered all the items inside that were E rank or higher and took them all with him. Though, to be honest, most of these things are useless to him. But selling it to other job changers could bring in a little extra cash. Master, where should we go next to destroy? The Holy Master asked. The ice-cold valley and the poisonous swamp are similar. However, before that, I need to eat something and rest for a while. After a day of battle, even Suemo, as a class changer, was feeling a bit worn out. He found a relatively safe spot and prepared to rest for a while. The treasure in Black Wind Cave had left him deeply disappointed, but the gains from today's battle were still decent. At least his level had risen significantly, and he had accumulated a considerable amount of kill points. He's also gotten closer to obtaining the next talisman. While Suemo was resting, the defensive lines of Carlo City were finally repaired to about 70 or 80% thanks to the efforts of Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, and others. Fortunately, during this period, the monsters did not take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, otherwise, Carlo City might have been overrun. The repair work was progressing smoothly, causing Wang Gang, Li Mu, and the others to briefly show a hint of relief on their faces. However, Zhang Ming's expression remained solemn. He was well aware that the monster wouldn't give them much time and could launch its next attack at any moment. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Those monsters aren't pushovers. Zhang Ming stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd below, his tone serious. They might be planning something bigger, and the next attack could be even more intense. Wang Gang nodded in agreement and added, "That's right, we can't let our guard down. The monsters are cunning, they might already be planning their next attack." Zhang Ming furrowed his brows, suddenly remembering something, and turned to ask, "By the way, have you found Suemo yet? That coward? He's probably been eaten by monsters by now." Wang Gang shook his head, his tone tinged with disdain. Upon hearing this, Su Ming let out a sigh of melancholy. If he really died, how could he explain it to Lin Ji? Before Lin Ji left, he had specifically asked him to take good care of him. Now that he's gone without a trace, it's hard to account for him. Captain, he ran away on his own. Even if he dies, Lin the steward won't be able to say much. Wang Gang said indifferently. If he really gets eaten by the monster, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Su Ming shrugged and didn't say anything else. He continued to direct everyone in reinforcing the defenses, preparing for the next wave of monster attacks that might come at any moment. However, they were unaware of this. Suemo had already eradicated one of the 3 major monster lairs, the Black Wind Cave, and was preparing for his next move. Holy Master, it's time for us to depart. After eating and drinking their fill, Suemo stood up. The Holy Lord emerged from the shadows, his enormous dragon eyes gleaming with excitement. Master, where shall we go next? Our next destination is Ice Cold Valley. Although the environment of the icy cold valley is harsh, for the Holy Lord of the Fire Demons, that bit of cold is nothing. Meanwhile, Suemo also gained greater confidence in his own abilities. Especially after the recent battle, where he had single-handedly slain a 4th-tier monster. This gave him a new understanding of his own combat prowess. Let's go. We can pull off one more job before it gets dark. Suemo leaped onto the back of the Holy Lord and raced toward the direction of the icy valley. The Holy Lord moved at an incredible speed. The closer they got to the ice-cold valley, the colder it became, with bone-chilling cold winds swirling through the air. Moments later, Suemo arrived at the icy valley, and the scene before him was somewhat unexpected. Inside the ice-cold valley, only a few low-level monsters were wandering about. The strongest among them are no more than second-tier, first-level creatures. This is completely different from the situation in the Black Wind Cave. As one of the 3 major monster lairs in the Barren Mountains, Ice-Cold Valley should, by all accounts, be home to numerous powerful monsters. Strange, where have all the monsters of Ice-Cold Valley gone? Suemo furrowed his brows, a hint of suspicion and caution rising in his heart. Could they be hiding, planning to ambush me? He looked around warily, suspecting that the monsters might be lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack on him. To ensure safety, Suemo decided to send the ghost soldiers ahead to scout the area first. Ghost soldiers spread out and search every corner of the icy valley thoroughly to see if there are any ambushes. Suemo ordered in a low voice. The ghostly soldiers nodded silently, swiftly transforming into shadowy figures and vanishing in all directions across the icy valley. Holy Lord, unleash the dragon's breath indiscriminate bombardment. The Holy Lord has received your order. Breathing fire and ice, bombarding the icy valley like a bomber. The Holy Lord's dragon breath erupted downward, and the ice-cold valley was instantly engulfed in flames. The ice layers melted under the intense heat, revealing the rocks and soil beneath. However, after a series of explosions, no powerful monsters appeared in the icy valley. Not even the slightest sign of an ambush was detected. Sumo's brows furrowed even more deeply. Could it be that all the monsters in the ice-cold valley have truly vanished? Just then, the ghostly soldiers returned one after another, reporting their findings to him. Master, no powerful monsters were found within the ice-cold valley, nor were there any signs of an ambush. The voices of the ghostly soldiers were cold and mechanical. Why is this? Where did they all go? Suemo nodded, feeling both puzzled and relieved. Since there were no ambushes, the next step was to explore the treasures of the icy valley. He led the Holy Lord and the ghost shadow soldiers deep into the heart of the ice-cold valley. The biting cold was overwhelming, and they soon found a massive treasure chest. This treasure chest was almost identical in appearance to the one in the Black Wind Cave, except that it was entirely crafted from ice. Just a glance gives one an overwhelmingly icy sensation. The same sealing magic array is engraved on the surface. I hope there's something good this time. Suemo silently prayed to himself. Following the instructions in the illustrated guide to all spirits, he pressed the 5 runes on the treasure chest in order, breaking the seal. The treasure chest slowly opened, and Suemo peered inside with anticipation. However, what greeted his eyes was once again a sight that left him disappointed. The treasure chest was filled with old weapons and armor, and there were even some rotten food and herbs. There was nothing of value to be found. He had originally thought that the treasures of the ice-cold valley would be better than those of the Black Wind Cave, but in the end, they were just these worthless trinkets. Decades of accumulation, and this is all there is? Suemo couldn't help but vent his frustration, feeling speechless inside. Why are all these monsters so poor? That doesn't make sense. Although they may be far inferior to humans in terms of blacksmithing and alchemy. But over the past few decades of plundering, they must have accumulated at least some resources. Now it seems like nonsense. Oh well. Suemo sighed and was about to leave. Suddenly, a ghostly soldier rushed over. Master, we discovered a hidden cave in the rear of the icy valley, where there are powerful energy fluctuations. The ghostly soldiers reported in low voices. Chapter 23, The Formation of the Icy Valley. Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up with a flash of surprise. A hidden cave? Powerful energy fluctuations? Sumo's heart stirred, and he immediately thought of something. Could it be that all the treasures of the ice-cold valley are there? He immediately ordered, "Lead the way. Let's go take a look." The ghostly soldiers obeyed and swiftly led the way ahead. They crossed the icy valley. A narrow, deep tunnel covered in shattered ice and frost appeared before Sumo's eyes. There was a rock wall covered in ice and snow, with a hidden opening in it, sealed shut by a thick layer of ice. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice it. It's hidden so well, there might actually be treasure. He had the Holy Lord use his dragon's breath to melt the ice at the entrance, revealing a pitch-black cave. Let's go in and take a look. Suemo whispered, leading the Holy Lord and the ghost soldiers into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, an icy cold breeze swept over them. The freezing temperatures plummeted, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. It's so cold. It's even colder than the North Pole here. No wonder it's a gathering place for ice-attributed monsters. Sumo couldn't help but rub his hands together. Fortunately, he possessed the fire attribute power of the Holy Ruler at level 30. If it were a fragile second-tier summoner here, they wouldn't be able to withstand the extreme cold. They followed the narrow, pitch-black cave deeper inside, and the further they went, the more spacious the area became. Finally, Sumo came to a halt at the entrance of a massive ice chamber. The entrance to the ice chamber was small, but the interior was unusually spacious. Inside, countless precious and rare crystals are piled up, shimmering with dazzling blue light. A dense energy emanates from these crystals. Item: Ice Crystal Stone. Grade: C. Condition: Good. Special use: contains a large amount of cold ice energy, which can be used to forge cold ice attributed equipment or enhance the power of cold ice related skills. Ice Crystal. A flash of surprise crossed Sumo's eyes. These ice crystals are valuable items. Not only can they be used to forge equipment with ice attributes, but they also enhance the power of ice-based skills. Although Sumo himself has no use for them, these items are highly sought after in the market. A single ice crystal stone is worth 100,000 gold coins. There are at least several dozen here. In an instant, I'd become a millionaire. It seems that all the treasures of the Ice Valley are hidden here. Sumo felt a surge of excitement and immediately ordered the Ghost Shadow soldiers to carry all the ice crystals away. Soon, all the ice crystals were completely gathered up. Keep searching to see if there are any other treasures left. Sumo gave the order. The ghostly soldiers immediately scattered once more, searching for other treasures. Shortly thereafter, the ghostly soldiers sent a message. They had found another hidden underground cave. This cave was deeper than the ice chamber, and the icy energy emanating from it was even more intense and pure. Sumo followed the ghostly soldiers' guidance and arrived at the depths of the cave. The sight before him left him breathless. In the center of the cave, a massive ice pillar pierced the ceiling, emanating intense cold energy. Around the ice pillar, countless tiny ice crystals float in the air, shimmering like stars. The entire cave seemed like a world frozen in ice, breathtakingly beautiful. This is an ice vein. A flash of shock crossed Sumo's eyes. Ice veins were one of the rarest types of earth veins, containing terrifying energy. It can condense into various peculiar crystal cores. Some crystal cores can be used for forging equipment and enhancing combat power, while others are used for alchemy and enhancing bloodline ranks. In summary, the effects of the ice vein are diverse and truly. No wonder the ice-cold valley formed. It's because of the ice veins here. His eyes lit up with excitement. The presence of ice veins meant that there was likely an ice vein heart nearby. A highly precious treasure containing the core energy of the ice veins. It is the ultimate treasure sought after by ice elementalists. The ice vein heart is truly priceless. Sumo's gaze swept around the ice pillars, and he quickly located the ice vein heart. At the base of the ice pillar, a fist-sized ice blue crystal floated in mid-air, emitting a soft glow. The crystal is completely transparent, with what appears to be liquid flowing inside, emitting a chilling icy energy that sends shivers down the spine. It is indeed the ice vein core. Sumo's heart leaped with joy, and he was about to step forward to take the ice vein heart when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, something's wrong. He keenly sensed that there seemed to be an invisible energy barrier surrounding the ice vein heart, protecting it within. Is this a magical array? Sumo activated the 10,000 spirits diagram and carefully analyzed the energy fluctuations around the ice vein heart. Item: Ice Vein Core. Grade: S rank. Condition: Excellent. Special use: contains the core energy of an ice vein, suitable for forging top-tier ice attribute equipment or enhancing the power of ice-related skills. Birth conditions: the ice vein core is formed through the condensation of ice vein energy over hundreds or even thousands of years. It can only be born in extremely frigid regions where ice vein energy is exceptionally concentrated. Warning: the ice vein core is surrounded by a powerful protective magic array. Forcing its destruction will trigger a runaway of ice vein energy, potentially causing the entire ice-cold valley to collapse. The ice vein core has actually reached S rank. Sumo's smile was so wide his lips split. The value of the ice vein heart far exceeded his expectations. It was actually an S rank treasure. A treasure of this caliber would drive even high-tier class changers mad with desire. If used properly, the probability of advancing from the 5th to the 6th stage will increase by at least 70%. A rank ice-type class changers can even achieve a 95% probability of advancing to the 6th stage. Such an enticement is fatal to any faction. Sumo was filled with excitement, but he also knew that the protective magic array surrounding the ice vein heart was not so easy to break. Forcing the array open would not only trigger a runaway of ice vein energy, it may also cause the entire ice-cold valley to collapse, potentially affecting Carlo City. We must not act rashly. We must find a way to break the magical array. Magic array type: Ice Guardian Array. Rank: A class. Effect: protects the heart of the ice vein, preventing outsiders from forcibly seizing it. If the magical array is destroyed, the ice vein's energy will run amok, triggering a massive ice explosion. Countermeasure, the energy flow within the magical array exhibits periodic fluctuations, creating a brief 0.001 second window of vulnerability. During the weak period, the magic array's defensive power will significantly decrease, allowing you to safely retrieve the Ice Vein Heart. A brief fluctuation of 0.001 seconds? This is simply impossible. Although the universal diagram provides a solution. However, a 0.001 second fluctuation is an almost impossible time window to capture. Given his current reaction speed and abilities, it was simply impossible for him to achieve. Chapter 24, the mission is urgent and time is tight, I must act faster. Holy Master, can you precisely traverse the magic array within 0.001 seconds and successfully obtain the Ice Vein Heart? If my super speed ability returns, I could do it with ease. The Holy Lord's implied meaning was clear. If even a 5th rank Holy Master cannot obtain the Ice Vein Heart, then things are going to get a bit tricky. Sumo was feeling pretty down. Damn it! After finally getting a chance at an S-rank opportunity, I can only stand here and watch? This feeling is like a beggar who hasn't eaten in 3 days seeing a table full of delicious food. But then you realize you're locked out and can only stare helplessly. Ding, host has detected an S-rank item for the first time. Task assigned. Obtain the S-rank item within 48 hours to receive a large amount of kill points as a reward. The system's alert sound rang out at that moment. Sumo perked up immediately. Whether it was for the S-rank material or the massive reward in kill points. This Ice Vein Heart, he must have it at all costs. Holy Lord, let's go to the poisonous mist swamp. Sumo issued the order decisively. Only by relying on the rabbit symbol's extreme speed could they break through the magic array within the brief 0.001 second fluctuation period and retrieve the Ice Vein Heart. However, obtaining the rabbit symbol requires a large amount of slaughter points, and he currently lacks the necessary slaughter points. The poisonous mist swamp is located southwest of the Barren Mountains, not too far from the Icy Valley. The Holy Lord's speed is extremely fast. And in less than half an hour, Sumo could already see the outline of the poisonous mist swamp. From a distance, the poisonous mist swamp was shrouded in a thick layer of green toxic fog, and the air was filled with a pungent, foul odor. The swamp is littered with rotting vegetation in muddy pools, and occasionally, the shadowy figures of monsters can be seen flickering in and out of the toxic mist. The toxic mist here is deadly to ordinary adventurers, but for me, it's no big deal. He possesses the attribute sharing of the Holy Lord at level 30, and the horse symbol spell removes all external influences, making him capable of withstanding the poisonous mist's assault. I hope this toxic swamp isn't like the Icy Valley devoid of monsters. Sumo's greatest concern now isn't the sheer number or strength of the monsters in the poisonous swamp, he's no match for them. He is worried that there are no monsters here. And if there weren't any, he'd really be cursing. Holy Lord, descend. We'll start clearing from the outer perimeter. The Holy Lord slowly descended to the edge of the toxic swamp. Sumo jumped off the dragon's back and summoned the ghost soldiers. Ghost soldiers, spread out and hunt down every monster you encounter, leave none alive. As Sumo's orders were given, the ghost soldiers swiftly vanished into the surrounding darkness, diving deep into the toxic swamp. The monsters in the toxic swamp were primarily poison-based, with venomous snakes, scorpions, and spiders lurking everywhere. Most of these monsters are between 1st and 2nd tier, though 3rd tier monsters may occasionally appear. You have slain a level 1, grade 5 venomous snake, earning 5 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 1, grade 1 poisonous scorpion, earning 1 experience point. Ding! You have slain a level 2, grade 7 poison spider elite, earning 50 experience points and 7 kill points. The system has kept ringing in Sumo's ears, and his experience points and kill points were rapidly increasing. As Sumo and the Holy Lord advanced, the monsters in the poisonous swamp began to flee in panic. However, under the Holy Lord's dragon breath and the relentless pursuit of the ghostly soldiers, these monsters had nowhere to escape. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the poisonous swamp. Sumo furrowed his brows and immediately activated the 10,000 spirits diagram, gazing in the direction the sound had come from. Species, Poisonous Swamp Python Elite. Race, Poisonous Swamp Python Elite. Level, 3rd stage, 9th grade. Strength, 6,200. Agility, 6,200. Intelligence, 6,000. Spirit, 6,000. Ability, Poisonous Spray, sprays a toxic liquid that inflicts a continuous poison effect on enemies. Weakness, the head is its vulnerable point. If severely damaged, its combat effectiveness will significantly decrease. A 3rd stage, 9th level elite monster? A flash of excitement crossed Sumo's eyes. A monster of this caliber would definitely yield a huge reward for its kill. The poisonous swamp python slowly emerged from the swamp, its massive body twisting and churning up a foul-smelling muddy water. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Sumo and the Holy Master. Human, how dare you dare to intrude into my territory? The venomous swamp python opened its blood-red maw and let out a furious roar. Your territory? Sumo sneered. From today onward, this place is my hunting ground. Arrogant. The venomous swamp python let out a furious roar, then violently swung its massive tail, lashing out at Sumo with deadly force. However, the Holy Lord merely extended his hand lightly and firmly grasped the venomous swamp giant python's tail. The immense force left the venomous swamp giant serpent unable to break free. A trace of contempt flashed in the Holy Lord's dragon eyes. With such meager skills, you dare to attack me? The Holy Lord growled lowly, suddenly exerting his strength, and directly flung the poisonous swamp python's tail away. Boom! The massive body of the venomous swamp python crashed heavily onto the swampy ground, sending a spray of mud and water flying everywhere. The foul stench grew even more intense, and it seemed as though something was lurking within the swamp, bubbling up in a series of dark, slimy bubbles. You! The venomous swamp python was filled with terror, twisting its massive body as it tried to crawl away. However, its neck was firmly grasped by the Holy Lord, leaving it completely immobilized. With a single exertion of force, the Holy Ruler actually tore off a section of the venomous swamp python's neck. Snap! Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding area. The dragon's claws suddenly struck down, pinning its head to the ground. Roar! The venomous swamp python let out an agonizing roar, struggling wildly, but the Holy Lord's power far exceeded its imagination, and it couldn't break free. It was over. A cold gleam flashed in Sumo's eyes. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared at the head of the poisonous swamp python. Poisonous touch. Sumo's palm suddenly slammed down on the head of the poisonous swamp python, injecting the toxic energy into its body in an instant. The venomous swamp giant serpent's body stiffened abruptly, then began convulsing violently, its massive form crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 3, grade 9 poison swamp giant python elite. You have obtained 2,000 experience points and 50 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a drop item, 1 piece of B-grade equipment. An elite level monster with such a high drop rate? Looking at the dropped items, a look of delight flashed across Sumo's face. Not only had he gained kill points equivalent to 2 levels higher, but he had also obtained a B-rank equipment item that even a 4th tier monster couldn't drop. He quickly checked the information on the dropped items. B-rank equipment, venomous python armor. Effect, increases the user's strength by 20 and grants immunity to most poison damage. Not bad, perfect for use in the toxic swamp. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. He removed the emerald scale armor and immediately equipped the venomous python armor. Chapter 25, I'll kill mine, you run yours. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 2nd tier, 9th grade. Strength, 400012000. Agility, 4000800. Intelligence, 4300. Spirit, 4500. Skill 1, Universal Diagram God tier. Skill 2, 30 Attribute Sharing God tier. Skill 3, Stealth C rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 3rd tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 900. Special Abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Poisonous Spider Boots C rank. Kill count, 632. Only 368 more kill points needed to redeem the Rabbit Amulet. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. This time's gains were quite substantial, and his strength had grown significantly once again. Keep moving forward. You have slain a level 2, grade 5 venomous snake, earning 50 experience points. You have slain a 3rd tier, 2nd level poisonous scorpion, gaining 300 experience points and 25 kill points. The core area of the poisonous mist swamp is shrouded in thick toxic fog that has almost solidified into a tangible substance. The air is filled with a suffocating stench. This is the most dangerous part of the toxic swamp, and it is also the habitat of monsters of the 4th tier and above. At this moment, the poisonous bee queen was suspended mid-air, her wings fluttering gently. Her crimson compound eyes glinted with a cold, icy light. The other 2 4th tier monsters, the corrupted poisonous crocodile and the poison vine demon, stood on either side of her, engaged in a heated discussion. Your Majesty, we have just received word that someone has invaded our lair. Just then, a poisonous bee rushed over to report the news. Invasion? Humans? Are you sure? A hint of contempt flashed in the eyes of the poisonous bee queen. They've already been beaten into hiding in the city, unable to even protect their own homes. How dare they come onto our territory? Yes, Your Majesty. The corrupt poisonous giant crocodile beside her sneered coldly. They know that next time, we will definitely break through their city walls. Are they just giving up and going all out now? The poison ivy demon swayed several vines in the swamp and chimed in. That bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle us on their own turf, yet they dare to come to our territory and act so brazenly. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate them once and for all and complete the mission entrusted to us by our superiors. How many of them? The venomous bee queen's voice was as cold as ice, and a hint of impatience flashed in her crimson compound eyes. Only one person, your majesty. The poisonous bee trembled as it replied. One person? The poisonous bee queen's wings suddenly froze, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? A single person dares to venture into the core area of the poisonous mist swamp? I think he was ostracized by his own tribe and came here on purpose to die. The poison ivy demon swayed its branches. Are you here to disturb us alone? Are you looking for trouble? The corrupt poisonous giant crocodile stared at the poisonous bee, its eyes filled with a savage, bloodthirsty glow. It lifted its foot and took a step forward, its sharp claws emitting a cold, eerie glow, as if it were about to tear the poisonous bee to pieces. Master, I didn't see wrong. That was indeed a person. The poisonous bee trembled all over in fear and said. The human seemed to be accompanied by a dragon clan member. The brothers were no match for him, and many were killed or wounded. We couldn't hold them back, so we had no choice but to retreat. The dragon clan? The poisonous bee queen's eyes widened to their limits, her shock evident on her face. Even the vibration frequency of her wings suddenly accelerated, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Are you sure it's a dragon? The corrupt poisonous giant crocodile hurriedly asked. Its sharp claws clenched unconsciously, causing the swampy ground to tremble slightly under its strength. Yes, sir. The poisonous bee trembled as it replied. The dragon is enormous, and with a single breath of its fiery breath, our brothers were reduced to ashes. How could the dragon clan ever ally themselves with the human clan? The voice of the poison vine demon carried a hint of unease, and its vines twisted restlessly in the swamp. This can't be. The dragon clan has always been proud. How could they possibly stoop to associating with the human clan? Moreover, in this region, aside from the Black King, there should be no other dragon creatures. Could it be that dragon knight? The voice of the corrupted poisonous crocodile was low and trembling. Upon hearing this, whether it was the poisonous bee queen or the poisonous vine demon, their pupils contracted sharply. They recalled the dragon's roar from the battlefield. It was because of that dragon's roar that they were forced to temporarily withdraw from their offensive against Carlos City to assess the situation. Has that dragon knight really come here? And he's invaded our territory? The poisonous bee queen and the poison ivy demon were both flustered. After all, that dragon knight was a being even their Black King feared. Damn it! What should we do? What should we do? If that dragon knight suddenly attacks, the corrupted poisonous crocodile and the poison vine demon would be plunged into deep panic. Especially the massive body of the corrupt poisonous giant crocodile, which trembled uncontrollably. Retreat! Withdraw immediately! The poisonous bee queen reacted swiftly and made her decision without hesitation. If that dragon knight were to come looking for her, she would certainly be annihilated, leaving no trace of her behind. As for revenge? You're joking. That's a legendary level powerhouse. Even if they give it their all, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. That person, everyone, doesn't seem to be a dragon knight, he's a summoner. At that moment, the poisonous bee finally gathered its courage and whispered softly. What? Not a dragon knight, but a summoner? A fleeting look of surprise flashed across the poisonous bee queen's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Are you sure you're a summoner? Not a dragon knight? The voice of the corrupted giant crocodile carried a hint of doubt. Its previously tense body slowly relaxed, and the tremors in the swamp ground gradually subsided. Yes, sir. The poisonous bee trembled as it replied, that human is indeed the summoner. His level is no higher than 4th rank, likely around 3rd rank, 7th or 8th grade. A summoner at the 7th or 8th level of the 3rd rank? The poisonous vines of the vine demon twisted slowly in the swamp, their sounds carrying a hint of confusion. When did Carlos City get a dragon-type summoner? We've never heard of it before. A fleeting look of contemplation flashed across the eyes of the poisonous bee queen as her wings gently fluttered. Could it be someone from the neighboring Tianfeng City? Their activity in the Barren Mountains has indeed increased recently. Tianfeng City? Those guys are a bit stronger than those in Carlos City, but they shouldn't have dragon summoners, right? Dragons are the most arrogant beings in existence. How could they possibly enter into a summoning contract with humans so easily? Moreover, they passed through the Mist Canyon, there's no way we wouldn't have heard anything. Regardless of who he is, since he is not the Dragon Knight, we need not worry too much. The voice of the poisonous bee queen carried a hint of coldness. A 3rd-tier summoner of the 7th or 8th rank, even with dragon allies, couldn't cause much trouble. However, that dragon's strength seems to be no joke. The poisonous bee spoke cautiously. Our brothers are no match for it, many have been killed or wounded. The dragon clan is better. Since he dares to come, let him come and never return. Kill it and devour its bloodline, we will definitely gain unimaginable benefits. The poisonous bee queen's face betrayed a look of intense greed. You mean? The voice of the corrupt poisonous giant crocodile carried a hint of excitement. Gather all the people and prepare for battle. The voice of the poisonous bee queen was cold and piercing. I'll see just how skilled this so-called dragon summoner really is. daring to cause trouble in our territory. Alright. The corrupt poisonous crocodile and the poison vine demon responded in unison, then swiftly sprang into action. The poisonous bee queen hovered in midair, her crimson compound eyes flickering with a cold glow. Her wings fluttered gently, emitting a low humming sound, as if conveying some sort of command. The 6th-ranked dragon knights stood there meekly. The 3rd-tier summoners struck with all their might. Chapter 26, Swallow That Dragon Whole. Soon, the core area of the toxic swamp began to stir. Countless poisonous bees swarmed in from all directions, while venomous snakes, scorpions, and spiders crawled out of the depths of the swamp. They gathered densely around the poisonous bee queen. Humans, since you dare to come here, don't even think about leaving alive. The voice of the poisonous bee queen carried a hint of cruelty. I will make you pay for daring to enter the poisonous mist swamp. Meanwhile, Suemo had already led the Holy Lord and the Ghost Shadow soldiers to the core area of the toxic mist swamp. The core area was just ahead. A hint of caution flashed in Sumo's eyes. He could sense that the toxic mist ahead was growing thicker, and the air was filled with an oppressive, heart-pounding pressure. Holy Master, be careful. There might be something big here, Suemo warned. Master, rest assured. No matter what kind of monster it is, I will tear it to pieces. The holy dragon's eyes flashed with battle intent. Suemo nodded and continued to advance forward. Buzz. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound came from the toxic mist ahead. Immediately afterward, countless poisonous bees emerged from the toxic mist and chargedly toward Suemo and the Holy Lord. Here they come. A cold gleam flashed in Sumo's eyes. Ghost soldiers, prepare for battle. The ghost soldiers nodded silently, swiftly transforming into shadowy figures and charging toward the poisonous bees. Dragon's breath. The holy dragon let out a blazing breath of dragon's breath, instantly reducing a swarm of poisonous bees to ashes. You have slain a level 1 poisonous bee and gained 1 experience point. Ding! You have slain a level 1, grade 3 poisonous bee, earning 3 experience points. Ding! You have slain a level 2, grade 1 poisonous bee, earning 10 experience points. However, there were simply too many poisonous bees. They seemed to come from all directions, as if there were no end to them. Before Suemo, a black tide of insects formed. Kill! Suemo roared furiously, his body engulfed in towering flames. Fire elements swirled around him, reducing the poisonous bees that dared to approach to ashes. A swarm of stink bugs dares to run rampant before me. The holy ruler frowned in disgust, suddenly releasing a massive aura of power. Boom! The earth shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived, and the terrifying might of the dragon engulfed the entire swamp. Under the majestic aura of the holy ruler, all the poisonous bees trembled in fear, crawling on the ground, dared not lift their heads. What kind of dragon's might is this? Oh my goodness! You scared the life out of me. Run away! Countless poisonous bees screeched and turned to flee in all directions. Humph! The holy lord's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes brimming with contempt. A mere group of ants dares to challenge my authority? How utterly presumptuous! These poisonous bees are just cannon fodder. The real big shots haven't shown up yet. Watching all this from the shadows, the eyes of the poisonous bee queen, the corrupted poisonous crocodile, and the poisonous vine demon flashed with a look of gravity. This dragon's might is truly terrifying. A mere 3rd-tier dragon clan actually possesses combat power rivaling that of a 4th-tier dragon clan. Truly extraordinary. But the more this is the case, the more they want to devour the Holy Lord's flesh and blood. The Holy Lord's body contains an overwhelmingly powerful bloodline force. Once the Holy Sovereign is consumed, they will undoubtedly undergo a complete transformation and ascend to a higher level of existence. The three of us can take it down together, but it will likely come at a significant cost. A hint of caution flashed in the eyes of the corrupted poisonous crocodile. When dealing with this dragon, we can't rely on brute force, we need to outsmart it. Although that dragon is powerful, it was summoned by that summoner after all. As long as we eliminate the summoner, our chances of victory will be much higher. A faint green glow emanated from the poisonous bee queen's body, and her eyes were filled with savagery. As long as we kill that summoner, the dragon clan will no longer be a threat. The corrupted poisonous crocodile nodded, its voice deep and ominous. I'll hold the dragon in front, poison bee queen, you distract it from the side, and poison vine demon, you sneak up on the summoner. Let's work together and finish this quickly. Great! The poisonous bee queen and the poison ivy demon replied in unison. The battle plan was formulated in an instant. The poisonous bee queen and the corrupted giant crocodile no longer hid their movements, bursting out of the swamp. Splash! The splashing mud gave off a strong fishy odor. Here they come! Suemo immediately stopped advancing and watched cautiously. Species, Poison Bee Queen, Poison Bee Clan. Level, 4th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 7,500. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,500. Ability, Poisonous Spine Piercing. The poisonous spines on the tail can instantly pierce an enemy's defenses and inject a lethal toxin, causing continuous damage. Weakness, the wings are her vulnerable points. If damaged, her flight ability will significantly decrease. Another piece of information also appeared under the universal diagram. Race, Corrupted Poisonous Giant Crocodile Clan. Level, 4th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 8,500. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 7,000. Spirit, 7,000. Ability, Corrosive Bite. The giant crocodile's bite is incredibly powerful, and its teeth are coated with corrosive toxins that can tear through an enemy's defenses and deal continuous damage. Weakness, the abdomen is its vulnerable point, with lower defensive capabilities. 2 4th tier, 9th level monsters. It seems they are the two most powerful monsters currently in this toxic swamp. Though they are facing 2 4th tier, 9th grade monsters. Suemo remained vigilant but showed no fear. With the Holy Lord now having reached the 5th tier of attributes, while he couldn't exactly crush the opponent, he still held a significant advantage. Holy Lord, be careful. These two monsters are no ordinary foes. Suemo warned the Holy Lord to be cautious and revealed the enemy's weaknesses and abilities. Master, rest assured. Two mere ants are no threat to me. The Holy Lord's dragon-like eyes flashed with a warlike intent. The dragon's might erupted once more, causing the air around him to seem to freeze solid. The poisonous bee queen and the corrupted poisonous crocodile sensed the dragon's might of the Holy Lord. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. Kill! The poisonous bee queen let out a furious roar, her wings suddenly flapping violently, instantly transforming into a black shadow as she charged toward the Holy Lord. Her venomous stinger at the tip of her tail glinted coldly, aiming straight for the Holy Master's head. Get out of the way, you filthy insect! The Holy One spat out a dragon's breath, sweeping toward the poisonous bee queen. The poisonous bee queen flapped her wings, her body tracing an eerie arc through the air, narrowly avoiding the Holy Master's dragon breath. The scorching dragon's breath brushed against her wings, leaving a charred trail in its wake. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Whoosh! Then, a thick poisonous stinger shot out from the poisonous bee queen's arm. The poisonous needle emitted a cold glow, heading straight for the Holy Lord's face. The Holy Lord swung his dragon claws to intercept, colliding with the poisonous needles in an instant. Clang! The Holy Lord crushed the poisonous needle into pieces with a single claw. Chapter 27, The Summoner is Alone. Clatter. Just as the Holy Lord was engaged in battle with the poisonous bee queen, the corrupted poisonous crocodile burst forth from the depths of the swamp. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and its huge claws, coated in corrosive venom, struck violently at the Holy Lord's abdomen. Get out of the way! The Holy Lord swiftly rose into the air, evading the attack of the corrupted poisonous giant crocodile. Why can third-tier dragons fly? The corrupt poisonous giant crocodile's pupils contracted slightly. Instantly stunned. Their black king, after breaking through to the 5th stage, obtained a dragon source fruit, evolved his bloodline to a rank, and only then gained the ability to fly. The dragon before them could fly at the 3rd stage. Doesn't that clearly indicate that its lineage is of a rank from the very start? A dragon with such a high bloodline rank is extremely rare even among dragons. If I could consume its bloodline essence, I might have a chance to evolve into a dragon clan member. The eyes of the corrupted poisonous crocodile flashed with a piercing light. This was the first time it had ever encountered a dragon. Therefore, an endless longing began to grow in its heart. As long as I devour this dragon clan, I will have the opportunity to evolve into an A-class bloodline. However, before it could think too much, the holy figure in midair opened its mouth and unleashed a blazing dragon's breath, aiming straight for its neck. The poisonous giant crocodile sucked in a cold breath and hurriedly dodged. SSSHHHH. Its scales were scorched, leaving a charred mark. It quickly dived into the swamp, temporarily evading the Holy Lord's attack. Whoosh! A loud gasp echoed out, and Thea's eyes were filled with terror. It had nearly been roasted to a crisp by the Holy Lord's dragon breath. What a chance! The poisonous bee queen saw that the Holy Lord had been distracted by the corrupted poisonous crocodile and felt that the opportunity had arrived. Buzz! The 7 wings on her back flapped wildly, transforming into a streak of blue light as she rushed toward the Holy Lord. Die! The poisonous queen bee's tail stinger suddenly darts out. However, the Holy Lord's reaction speed far exceeded her imagination. Just as the poisonous sting was about to strike, the Holy Lord's dragon claws suddenly swept out, sending the poisonous bee queen flying through the air. Bang! The poisonous bee queen's body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending a spray of mud and water flying everywhere. Her wings were torn apart by the Holy Lord's dragon claws, blood flowing freely, and the excruciating pain caused her to let out a piercing scream. You insignificant insect, dare to ambush me? The Holy Lord coldly gazed at the poisonous bee queen lying on the ground, his dragon-like eyes brimming with contempt. Extending his massive dragon claw, he directly stepped on the poisonous bee queen's head, looking down on her from above. The poisonous bee queen's body was firmly restrained by the Holy Lord, unable to move an inch. A mouthful of scorching dragon flame rapidly brews within the Holy Lord's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the dragon flame could descend, incinerating the entire body of the poisonous bee queen. "Don't kill me!" The poisonous bee queen's eyes were wide with fear. She struggled, knowing she could not escape. Desperately, she gave it her all, suddenly thrusting the poisonous stinger at the abdomen of the Holy Master. Put! The poisonous thorn pierced the Holy Lord's scales, and the venom instantly injected into his body. Success! The poisonous bee queen was startled, then burst into wild joy. "Ha! You've fallen under my spell. Even if you're a dragon, you're doomed." However, the Holy Lord merely stared at her coldly, his dragon eyes showing no sign of panic. "Do you think that mere poison can harm me?" The Holy Lord's voice was as cold as ice. The Queen of Poison Bees' laughter abruptly ceased, and a flash of fear crossed her eyes. She realized that the Holy Lord's body showed no signs of poisoning at all, and his dragon breath grew even more intense. "This is impossible!" the Poison Bee Queen exclaimed in disbelief. "Poof! Lowly monsters are just lowly monsters." The Holy Lord sneered coldly, suddenly opening his mouth, and a blazing dragon's breath erupted forth. "No!" The screams of the poisonous bee queen had not yet subsided when they were completely engulfed by the dragon's breath. Her body instantly turned to ash in the intense heat, leaving not even a single trace behind. Is she really dead? The poisonous bee queen is just like that? The corrupt poisonous crocodile and the poison vine demon, who had been lurking in the shadows, were completely stunned by the scene. How is this possible? The voice of the corrupt poisonous giant crocodile trembled slightly. The venom of the poisonous bee queen was actually ineffective against it? The queen of poisonous bees' venom, even against a fifth-tier being, was ineffective. Even if they survive, they will be severely injured, resulting in a significant decline in their strength. Why? Why are the dragons before me showing no signs of trouble? Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th-tier 9th-grade poisonous bee queen. You have obtained 5,000 experience points and 75 slaughter points. That was a smooth takedown. Suemo looked at the poisonous bee queen before him, now reduced to ashes. Next, he needed to deal with the remaining 2 monsters. Suemo turned his gaze toward the corrupted poisonous crocodile. That single glance caused the corrupt poisonous giant crocodile to tremble. This dragon is too powerful. We're no match for it. Run! Run for your lives! The corrupt poisonous giant crocodile isn't stupid, it naturally knows that the Holy Lord's power far surpasses its own. Having originally planned to devour the Holy Lord's bloodline, it immediately abandoned its struggle and dived into the swamp. However, how could the Holy Lord give it the chance to escape? A ball of flame erupted from its body, propelling it skyward as it gave chase to the corrupted poisonous crocodile. Boom! The swamp churned, and toxic mist rose into the air. The Holy Lord closely followed constantly closing in on it. The poisonous giant crocodile was terrified out of its wits, frantically fleeing without daring to stop. However, the Holy Lord's speed was even faster, covering 100 zhang in an instant and appearing behind it. Seeing this, the poisonous giant crocodile went berserk and swam deeper into the swamp. Humph! Desperate struggles. The holy dragon let out a roar and accelerated once more. A loud howl echoed through the air. A terrifying dragon's might enveloped the swamp, causing it to tremble and send waves 10,000 meters high crashing across the landscape. Boom! The Holy Lord's dragon-like form soared across the sky, resembling a furious dragon, roaring as it charged toward the corrupted giant crocodile. Another one? Just as the Holy Lord was pursuing the corrupt poisonous crocodile, Suemo discovered the poison vine demon hiding in the shadows through the 10,000 spirits diagram. Species, Poison Vine Demon Plant Tribe. Rank, 4th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 8,000. Ability, Poison Vine Wrap, can manipulate poison vines to bind enemies and inject toxins, causing continuous damage. Weakness, Fear of Fire. High temperatures weaken its poison vines. Great, it's a 4th tier monster. Suemo couldn't help but let a smile slip onto his face. Killing only 2 4th tier, 9th grade monsters wouldn't even reach 1,000 kill points. If I were to kill one more 4th tier, 9th grade monster, it should be enough. This guy wants to run? Holy Lord, kill that poisonous giant crocodile slowly. Suemo gave a brief instruction and leaped down from the body of the Holy Lord. Is that human summoner alone? This is a great opportunity. The poison vine demon, who had originally planned to slip away quietly, saw Suemo leap down from the Holy Lord's body. An idea to ambush him suddenly arose in its mind. Chapter 28, The Beauty of Mutual Pursuit. A mere summoner dares to act alone? That's suicide. Kill him, and that dragon will no longer be a threat. The poison vine demon sneered coldly, its vines writhing silently in the swamp, preparing to launch a fatal attack on Suemo. After landing, Suemo scanned his surroundings with a cold gaze, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had already detected the presence of the poison vine demon through the 10,000 spirits diagram. At this moment, he was merely intentionally revealing a weakness to lure it into the trap. Both sides were quietly moving toward each other, creating a beautiful moment of mutual attraction. It's happening right now. Poison ivy. Seeing that Suemo seemed completely unprepared, the poison vine demon rejoiced inwardly. Suddenly bursting out of the swamp, countless poisonous vines surged toward Suemo like giant serpents. Ha, finally couldn't hold back anymore, could you? Suemo sneered. C rank skill, stealth activated. Just as the poisonous vines were about to touch Suemo, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. What? The poison ivy demon was startled, and its vines flailed wildly in the air, but they missed their target. Are you looking for me? Sumo's voice came from behind the poison vine demon, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. The poison vine demon suddenly turned around and saw Suemo standing behind it. How did you manage to dodge my attack, you brat? The poison vine demon was astonished. Does the summoner have the ability to teleport? However, though surprised, he wasn't worried. After all, he was just a lowly summoner, a mere ant in his hands. Suemo moved swiftly and charged toward the poison vine demon. You summoner, you want to fight me in close combat? Who do you think you are? The poison vine demon sneered, and its vines whipped wildly. Who didn't know that a summoner without summon creatures was nothing but a powerless piece of trash? However, Sumo's figure darted through the vines like a ghost, and the poison vine demon's attacks couldn't even touch him. How is this possible? The poisonous vine demon's voice betrayed a hint of panic. You're just a summoner, how could you possibly move that fast? Summoner? Sumo's lips curled slightly upward. Who told you I can't fight up close? With his current 4 attributes, plus the 30 attribute points shared by the Holy Lord, he has reached the threshold of the 5th rank. Compared to ordinary melee combatants, he is not much inferior. Before he could finish speaking, Sumo's figure suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing at the core of the poisonous vine demon. Before he could finish speaking, Sumo's figure suddenly accelerated, appearing instantly at the core of the poison vine demon. The poison vine demon was taken aback and quickly wove its vines into a hard shield in front of itself, attempting to block Suemo. Whoosh! Suemo opened his mouth and spat out a breath of dragon flame, which burned on the shield. Bang! The poison ivy demon's vines were instantly melted away. The poison vine demon grunted and stumbled backward several steps. His eyes grew increasingly horrified. No! Do summoners breathe fire? Is this correct? What the heck are you? The voice of the poison vine demon trembled slightly as its vines wildly flailed through the air, attempting to create distance between itself and Suemo. It had never seen a summoner capable of spewing dragon flames, let alone one with such terrifying speed and close combat abilities. A monster? Suemo sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Compared to you monsters who have invaded the human race, I feel more like a human being myself. Before he could finish speaking, Sumo's figure accelerated once more, closing in on the poison vine demon in an instant. With the dragon's breath enhancing his power, the poison vine demon was completely subdued, unable to put up any resistance. Bang! The loud crash echoed through the sky. The poison vine demon was retreating steadily, completely overwhelmed and on the defensive. You bastard, you've gone too far. The poison vine demon roared, and its vine whips lashed wildly like snakes. However, its main body fled deep into the swamp, clearly intending to escape. Ghost soldiers, stop it! Suemo said in a low voice. Whoosh! Dozens of figures appeared out of thin air, blocking the poisonous vine demon's path. What is this thing? Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, the poison vine demon was utterly shocked. It sensed danger, and its vines contracted rapidly, lunging toward one of the figures. However, the moment its tendrils made contact with the figure, they mysteriously disintegrated. What's going on? The poison vine demon froze in shock. Die! Suemo took the opportunity to approach the poisonous vine demon and struck it hard with his palm. Put! The poisonous touch activated instantly, injecting the toxin rapidly into the poison vine demon's body. Ah! The poison vine demon let out a piercing scream as the vines twisted wildly, attempting to break free from Sumo's attack. However, the poison had already spread rapidly. Its body gradually stiffened, and the vines drooped lifelessly. You actually have poison-type skills? The poison vine demon was filled with terror and endless regret. This summoner is undoubtedly the most bizarre and terrifying summoner he has ever encountered. He regretted not fleeing at the beginning and instead choosing to attack. Unfortunately, regret was now useless. Taking advantage of the time while the poison vine demon was paralyzed by the toxins, a series of dragon breath attacks were unleashed, striking the core of the poison vine demon one after another. Bang! 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 Amidst the deafening roar, the poison vine demon's health bar plummeted wildly. Ah! It gave its last ounce of strength and let out a painful cry. Finally, it was reduced to a cloud of dust by the dragon's breath. Just as the poisonous vine demon met its end, the Holy Lord, who had already beaten thee into a half-dead state, seized the opportunity. Smashed the head of the corrupt poison giant crocodile with a single claw strike. Blood and brain matter spattered everywhere, and the massive body crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th tier 9th grade poison vine demon. You have obtained 5,000 experience points and 75 slaughter points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 4 grade 9 corrupted poisonous giant crocodile. You have obtained 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a level 4 grade 9 poisonous vine demon, earning 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has successfully been upgraded to 3rd stage, 3rd rank. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated a level 4 grade 9 corrupted poisonous giant crocodile, earning 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated a level 4 grade 9 corrupted poisonous giant crocodile, earning 5,000 experience points and 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a drop item, 1B rank skill scroll. Suemo looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but smile slightly. B rank magic scroll, Battle Rage. Effect: the user can activate Battle Rage during combat, significantly enhancing their combat willpower and reaction speed for 10 minutes. During this period, the user's 4 primary attributes are increased by 50. Side effect: after use, the user will enter a 1-day weakness period. Summoned creatures can also use this effect. This skill is really powerful. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Sumo's eyes. Although this skill had certain side effects, however, it could significantly boost his output in critical moments, making it a life-saving skill. Most importantly, summoned creatures can also benefit from the attribute boost of this skill, which would be incredibly powerful. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 12 talismans. Rank, 3rd tier, 9th grade. Strength, 17,000. Agility, 17,000. Intelligence, 17,000. Spirit, 18,000. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 3,000. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell and Tiger Symbol Spell Power. With the Holy Ruler's current 4-dimensional attributes of 17,000, plus 50 battle intent boiling, his stats can surge directly to around 25,000. What does that even mean? Sumo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Learn! Chapter 29, Surpassing the Holy Master. Suemo used the skill scroll without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have mastered the B rank skill, Battle Rage. As the system has sounded, Sumo's skill bar gained another powerful ability. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 3rd tier, 3rd grade. Strength, 50001500. Agility, 50001000. Intelligence, 5500. Spirit, 5700. Skill 1, Universal Diagram God tier. Skill 2, 40 Attribute Sharing God tier. Skill 3, Stealth C rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Rage B rank. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, tier 3. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 1,200. Special abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Poisonous Spider Boots C rank. Kill count, 942. My current 4 stat attributes seem to be stronger than the Saints. Suemo looked at his attribute panel and couldn't help but feel a little excited. As his level increased, attribute sharing also reached level 40. 2 Holy Sovereigns achieve attribute sharing at level 80. Strength, 6500136600. Agility, 600-013600. Intelligence, 5500136600. Spirit, 5700144400. My 4-dimensional attributes are heading straight for 20,000. Breaking through 20,000 in 4-dimensional attributes is already at the level of 5th tier 5th grade. Among all the class-changing adventurers of the entire human race, they can still be considered among the strongest. In some smaller cities, even the city lord might not possess such strength. In Carlo City, there are no more than a handful of people with higher 4-dimensional attributes than him. And he went from an ordinary person to this point in just 2 days or so. It is truly a miracle. If word gets out, it's sure to cause a huge stir. Ding! Ding! There are 32 hours remaining until the task ends. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Got it, got it. Faced with the system's prompt, Suemo also felt a bit helpless. His brows furrowed slightly, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Though he had slain 3 4th tier, 9th grade monsters and obtained over 200 kill points. However, he still needed 58 more points to reach 1000 kill points. It doesn't seem like much, but it's actually very difficult to obtain. He is currently at the 3rd level of the 3rd stage. And only by killing enemies of the same level or higher can he obtain kill points. And the monsters in this toxic swamp have already been killed by him to the tune of nearly 7 or 8 out of 10. There's no way he could gather that many 3rd tier monsters. Leveling up this quickly isn't necessarily a good thing. How annoying. Where did all the monsters from the Icy Valley go? Otherwise, it would have been enough. Suemo sighed gloomily. It seemed that now he could only turn his attention to the Mist Canyon. The closest location to the poisonous swamp, with a large number of monsters nearby, and the only place where we can quickly accumulate kill points is the Mist Canyon. However, the Mist Canyon is extremely dangerous. There are numerous 5th tier monsters, and even some 6th tier monsters. Of course, if that were all there was to it, it would be bearable. It is said that the Mist Canyon is a magical region that suddenly descended from the heavens. It is rumored to be a cursed land abandoned by the gods. However, legends are just legends, and to this day, no one has ever proven them to be true. Let's go to the Mist Canyon. Suemo leaped onto the back of the Holy Dragon. Immediately, the Holy Emperor's body shot into the sky, carrying Suemo toward the direction of the Mist Canyon at breakneck speed. The Mist Canyon was approximately 100 miles away from the poisonous mist swamp. The area is shrouded in thick fog year-round, with extremely low visibility. Even at noon, when the sun is at its strongest, the canyon remains as dark as night. Holy Lord, be careful. The monsters here are no match for those in the poisonous mist swamp. Suemo reminded him. And then entered the Mist Canyon alongside the Holy Ruler. As soon as they entered, Suemo felt a cold chill wash over him. It felt as though countless icy needles were desperately trying to pierce his body. Visibility in the Mist Canyon was extremely low. Even the dragon eyes of the Holy Lord can only see a few dozen meters ahead. The surroundings were deathly quiet, broken only by the occasional rustling of the wind and the distant growls of monsters, sending a chill down one's spine. The mist here was somewhat peculiar. Suemo furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense that these misty vapors were not ordinary mist. It seems to contain some kind of special power that can interfere with perception and mental energy. Staying here for an extended period of time could potentially cause irreversible damage to one's mental state. No wonder no one can survive in the Mist Canyon for an extended period of time. Not to mention the powerful monsters in the Mist Canyon, the mist that permeates the canyon is enough to be terrifying. It can silently and effortlessly obliterate anyone within its reach. However, this mist has no effect on Suemo and the Holy Lord, who possess the horse symbol spell. If we're ever chased by powerful enemies in the future, this place could be a good hiding spot. Suemo smiled jokingly. Roar! At that moment, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the mist. Immediately afterward, a massive black shadow burst out of the mist, charging straight toward Suemo and the Holy Master. It was a 3rd tier, 2nd grade monster, the Stone Tiger. Sumo's pupils contracted, and he immediately recognized the attacking monster through the 10,000 spirits diagram. Species, Stone Tiger. Level, 3rd tier, 2nd grade. Rank, 3rd tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 3,800. Agility, 3,700. Intelligence, 3,500. Spirit, 3,500. Ability, Petrification Claws. The Stone Tiger's claws can release petrifying power, which has a certain chance to petrify enemies upon impact, lasting for 3 seconds. Weakness, the crystal core on its forehead is its fatal weakness. Once the crystal core is shattered, the Stone Tiger will instantly lose its combat ability. Upon entering, we immediately encountered a 3rd tier monster. The Mist Canyon truly lives up to its reputation. Upon seeing the Stone Tiger, Suemo narrowed his eyes, a hint of excitement flickering in them. Following this trend, it doesn't seem too difficult to accumulate 1000 kill points within the specified time frame. Suemo felt excited but remained calm. He quickly relayed the information about Shirhu's weaknesses to the Holy Master. Bang! Shirhu was upon them in an instant, raising his claws with a petrifying glow and striking out. The Holy Lord's sharp dragon eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. However, he did not directly confront Shirhu's petrifying power. The dragon's tail swept out, creating a strong gust of wind that blew Shirhu off balance. The claws, which had been aimed with deadly precision, veered off course and scraped past the scales of the Holy Lord. Die, insect! Chapter 30, I'll kill you if I have to. Why all the nonsense? Shirhu had just stabilized his stance and had not yet recovered from the powerful blow delivered by the Holy Lord's dragon tail. Suddenly, the Holy Lord was already within arm's reach. It stared in terror, its eyes wide, trying to swing its claws to defend itself, but its earlier imbalance caused it to be a split second too slow. The Holy Lord raised his front claws high, the sharp dragon claws glinting with a cold light, directly aiming for the crystal core on the stone tiger's forehead. With a loud thud, the dragon claws sank deeply into the stone tiger's forehead. Bang! The crystal core shattered instantly, turning into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Sherhu's body trembled violently, and the fierce aura he had been emanating vanished in an instant. His massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. One strike. The Holy Lord instantly defeated the third-tier stone tiger. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying a third-tier, second-grade stone tiger. You have obtained 500 experience points. Excellent. Reaching 1000 kill points within the specified time was a piece of cake. Let's go, Holy Master, let's keep pushing forward. Suemo patted the Holy Lord's dragon neck and said confidently. However, what followed left him deeply disappointed. As they continued deeper into the Mist Canyon, the monsters they encountered grew weaker and weaker. Roar! A second-tier venomous snake darted out from the grass, but before it could get close to the Holy Lord, it was incinerated into ashes by the dragon's breath. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a second-tier, third-level venomous snake. You have gained 200 experience points. Another second-tier one. Suemo frowned. Since slaying that third-tier, second-grade stone tiger, they had continued to advance deeper into the area. The monsters they encountered were mostly first- and second-tier minions. Occasionally, there were a few third-tier monsters, but they were far from enough to meet his requirement for kill points. What's going on? Isn't Mist Canyon supposed to be teeming with high-tier monsters? Suemo stood on the back of the Holy Lord, his brows furrowed. A sense of foreboding was spreading. Something's not right. Why are there so few monsters in the Mist Canyon? And why are they so low level? He had thought that once he entered the Mist Canyon, he would be able to easily find a large number of monsters of level 3 or higher and quickly gather the remaining kill points. Ding! There are 28 hours remaining until the task ends. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The system's alert sounded, making Suemo even more irritable. Holy Master, go deeper. I don't believe that in such a vast misty canyon, there aren't even a few monsters of the third rank or higher. The Holy Lord continued flying deeper into the canyon with Suemo. However, as they delved deeper, the mist grew thicker and thicker. The danger level was rising, yet the monsters they encountered grew increasingly scarce. Time ticked away, and the system's alert sounds rang out continuously. Ding! There are only 24 hours remaining until the task ends. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Ding! There are 20 hours remaining until the task ends. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Could the rumors about the Mist Canyon be false? Or are they just unlucky, always encountering these weak creatures? A man and a dragon raced through the misty canyon, the fog growing thicker around them, making the air feel sticky and heavy. Sumo's mood grows increasingly heavy. Time ticked away, but they still hadn't encountered a monster strong enough to challenge them. If this continues, the mission is bound to end in failure. There is a problem ahead. The Holy Lord suddenly stopped in his tracks, a hint of caution flashing in his dragon-like eyes. Suemo followed the Holy Ruler's gaze and saw a massive black shadow emerging faintly from the mist ahead. The shadow seemed to be a massive monster, curled up on the ground, motionless. What was that? Suemo narrowed his eyes, trying to make out the true form of the dark shadow. However, the mist was too thick, and he could only see a vague outline. Holy Master, be careful. Let's go take a look. Suemo patted the dragon's back, signaling it to continue forward. The Holy Lord nodded and took heavy steps, slowly approaching the dark figure. As the distance closed, Suemo finally saw the true form of the dark figure, a massive monster. Its body was covered in thick scales, and its back was covered in sharp bone spines, resembling a giant lizard. However, at that moment, the monster was curled up on the ground. Its body was covered in gruesome wounds, with blood continuously flowing from the injuries, staining the surrounding ground red. Race, Earth Dragon. Rank, 5th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 48,000. Agility, 46,000. Intelligence, 45,000. Spirit, 47,000. Status, critically injured, near death. Ability, Earth Dragon's Wrath. When in an enraged state, the Earth Dragon's strength, agility, and spirit attributes are increased by 30 for 10 minutes. Ability, Earthquake Tremor. The Earth Dragon can trigger a powerful earthquake by stomping the ground, causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. Ability, Scaled Defense. The Earth Dragon's scales possess extremely high defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most physical attacks. Weakness, the nearly torn abdomen sustaining severe injuries almost guarantees certain death. Ability, Scaled Armor Defense. The Earth Dragon's scales possess extremely high defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most physical attacks. 5th tier, 9th grade? Sumo's pupils contracted, and his heart sank instantly. He never expected to encounter a 5th tier, 9th grade Earth Dragon here. Earth Dragons are extremely powerful monsters, reaching at least 5th tier upon maturity, and some even break through to 6th tier. Their defensive capabilities are utterly terrifying, rendering them nearly immune to most physical attacks. However, the Earth Dragon before them was severely wounded, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. How could this happen? A 5th tier, 9th grade Earth Dragon could sustain such severe injuries? Suemo was filled with confusion, but he quickly realized that this was an excellent opportunity. A 5th tier, 9th grade monster slay it. His kill count is enough. However, Suemo did not act rashly. Holy Master, be careful. Let's approach slowly. The Holy Lord nodded and slowly approached the Earth Dragon. As the distance closed, Suemo could clearly see the wounds on the Earth Dragon's body. The wounds were deep enough to expose the bones, clearly inflicted by some powerful force. The wound on the abdomen was so severe that it nearly severed the Earth Dragon at the waist. Holy Lord, prepare to attack its abdomen. Dragon's breath swirled in the Holy Lord's mouth, ready to erupt at any moment. However, just as the Holy Lord was about to launch his attack, the Earth Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Those were eyes filled with pain and anger, staring intently at Suemo and the Holy Lord. A mere 3rd tier summoner dares to kill me. The Earth Dragon's voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless anger and pain. Though its body was severely wounded and near death, the overwhelming pressure emanating from a 5th tier, 9th grade monster still sent shivers down the spine. You want to try? Could it be that humans were the ones who injured the Earth Dragon to this extent? Upon hearing this, Suemo was slightly surprised. To injure a 5th tier, 9th grade Earth Dragon to this extent, the opponent must be at least 5th tier, 9th grade as a minimum. If I'm going to kill you, I'll kill you, no need for all this nonsense. Chapter 31, S-rank skill? No, I'll upgrade it to God tier. Delay leads to change. Suemo didn't want to get too involved with it. Holy Lord, act. Roar. The Holy Lord let out a low roar, and a torrent of dragon breath erupted, sending searing flames straight toward the nearly torn wound on the Earth Dragon's abdomen. The Earth Dragon sensed the deadly threat and violently twisted its massive body. The dragon's breath, which had been aimed at its abdomen, narrowly missed its side. One side of its scales was scorched black, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh. You think you can kill me? You're dreaming. Though he was severely injured, he was still a 5th rank, 9th level powerhouse. How dare a mere 3rd tier cultivator dare to act so brazenly in his presence? The earth trembled violently. The Earth Dragon's front claws slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently within a radius of 100 meters. Huge cracks radiated out from the center in a spiderweb pattern, spreadingly in all directions. The Earth Dragon, master of the Earth's power, could still unleash such terrifying tremors even in its severely wounded state. The ground beneath the Holy Tribe's feet undulated like waves. And standing on it would result in horrific injuries. By consuming the essence of this dragon before me, my injuries might just heal to a significant extent. At that point, those people would never be able to kill me. In the twin pupils of the Earth Dragon, a gleam of excitement burst forth. Heaven has not abandoned me. Fly to the heavens. Unfortunately, the Earth Dragon miscalculated a bit. The Holy Lord possesses the power of flight. At the very moment when this earth-shaking power was about to penetrate, the divine form of the Holy Sovereign directly carried Suemo skyward. In the blink of an eye, they had ascended to a height of dozens of meters, effortlessly avoiding the massive earthquake triggered by the Earth Dragon. No, how is that possible? The Earth Dragon looked up, and the excitement in his eyes instantly turned to shock. Even as a 5th-tier dragon, he lacked the ability to fly. Why can this 3rd-tier dragon in front of him fly? Could it be that this dragon is of pure dragon bloodline? The Earth Dragon's massive body trembled violently on the ground in anger, and its already severely injured body seemed on the verge of being shattered by the force of its emotions. Blood flowed uncontrollably from its wounds. Fortunately, the Holy Lord can fly. Suemo sat on the Holy Lord's back, looking down at the furious Earth Dragon below, secretly feeling relieved. Although the Earth Dragon was severely injured, its 5th-tier, 9th grade strength was still no joke. Had it not been for the Holy Lord's ability to fly, this battle would likely have unfolded far less smoothly. Holy Lord, while it's in disarray, let's launch our attack. The Holy Lord circled in the air, adjusted his angle, and locked onto the nearly torn wound on the Earth Dragon's abdomen. The Holy Lord suddenly dove down. As he neared the Earth Dragon, he opened his blood-red maw, and searing dragon breath erupted like a torrent of flames, surging toward the Earth Dragon's abdomen. The Earth Dragon sensed the danger and attempted to evade it. However, its severely injured body made it move slowly, and it couldn't react in time to avoid the attack. Even the Earth Dragon's wrath and scale defense were unable to be activated. They could only endure the blow head-on. Puff! Puff! The dragon's breath instantly struck its abdomen, and the already gruesome wound was instantly ignited by the intense heat. The flesh sizzled, emitting a nauseating smell of burning flesh. Ah! Piercing screams erupted continuously from the Earth Dragon's mouth, and its massive body trembled violently. Suemo seized this opportunity and launched an even more intense attack. Bright red blood blossomed continuously from the Earth Dragon's body. The already extremely weak aura grew even fainter under this terrifying attack, almost imperceptible. The Earth Dragon's body trembled violently, each convulsion sending forth large clouds of flesh and bone fragments. Its struggles gradually transformed from to feeble convulsions. This creature truly lives up to its reputation as a 5th tier, 9th grade being its vitality is truly remarkable. Sumo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. With attacks as powerful as his and the Holy Lord's, most ordinary monsters wouldn't stand a chance. Despite being severely wounded, the Earth Dragon relied on its tenacious vitality to withstand over a dozen dragon breath attacks. However, that's all there is to it. When the final breath of the dragon falls, the Earth Dragon will have no chance of survival. Even if I die, I'll take you all with me. The nearly closed eyes of the Earth Dragon reflected the figures of Sumo and the Holy Lord, filled with hatred. With its last ounce of strength, it raised its head and let out a deafening dragon's roar. Though the dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, it carried no destructive force. Ha! Is this the dirge you're playing for yourself before you die? The Holy Lord looked down on him with disdain. He had thought that the other party's last-ditch effort before death was something else. It was merely the roar of a dragon. What possible damage could it do? However, Sumo's expression suddenly changed in an instant. This is bad. This guy is playing a dangerous game. Those who reduced the Earth Dragon to this state would never let it escape with such severe injuries. They would certainly pursue it relentlessly. The Earth Dragon's roar was undoubtedly sending its coordinates to the enemy. By the time the enemy arrived, they saw the corpse of the Earth Dragon. His situation with the Holy Lord would undoubtedly become extremely dire. This guy is pretty smart. Sumo had to admit that the Earth Dragon was very quick on its feet. Knowing he couldn't turn the tables, he resorted to using others to deal with him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a 5th tier 9th grade Earth Dragon, earning 12,000 experience points and a super reward of 100 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5th tier 9th grade Earth Dragon. You have gained 12,000 experience points and a super reward of 100 slaying points. Congratulations, host. Your level has been upgraded to 3rd tier, 7th rank. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating a level 5, grade 9 Earth Dragon, earning 12,000 experience points, and receiving a super reward of 100 slaughter points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 S rank skill scroll and 1 A rank item, Earth Dragon's Heart. Congratulations! You have obtained an S rank skill scroll and an A rank item, Earth Dragon's Heart. A rank item, Earth Dragon's Heart. Effect, a heart containing the essence of the Earth Dragon. Consuming it significantly enhances all 4 primary attributes and grants a chance to obtain some of the Earth Dragon's abilities. Note, if the user possesses Dragon Bloodline, there is a 100% chance to obtain some of the Earth Dragon's abilities. S-rank skill scrolls and A-rank items. This is a real jackpot. Sumo couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. Activate the S-rank skill scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the S-rank skill scroll. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Summoner's exclusive skill, Damage Transfer. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the S-rank skill scroll. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Summoner's exclusive skill, Damage Transfer. Damage Transfer, a Summoner's exclusive skill that allows the Summoner to transfer part or all of the damage they receive to their summoned creatures. Note, when the Summoner's damage transfer reaches 50 or more, the damage taken by summoned creatures will increase proportionally. If the Summoner transfers 100% of the damage, the summoned creature will take 250 damage. Please use this skill judiciously. Damage Transfer? With this skill, my survival ability is maxed out. Sumo's lips curled upward, unable to contain his excitement. As a summoner, the biggest problem was that his own body was too fragile. Although he possesses the shared attributes of the Holy Sovereign, which have already perfectly compensated for this deficiency. However, he will still be vulnerable and face risks. But now, with the damage transfer technique, everything is different. He can now defeat monsters without taking a single hit. Even when facing powerful opponents, he can trade blows and fight until the end. This skill isn't just an S-rank skill for me, it's a god-tier skill. Sumo was thrilled. As for summoned creatures, the damage they take will be increased by a percentage. This may be a limitation for other summoners. But for him? No way. The Holy Lord is a summoned being, but the ghost soldiers aren't? Chapter 32, 1,000 miles in an instant, the super fast rabbit. The ghost soldiers are numerous and can be replenished at any time. Even if they take 250 damage, it's well within MY. More importantly, the death of the ghost soldiers will not affect me in any way. As long as the Holy Lord remains alive, they can be summoned endlessly. Additionally, as your level increases, the number of ghost soldiers you can summon at once will grow. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The damage he had suffered was enough to take down a ghost soldier. To kill him, you must kill all his ghost soldiers. He has tens of thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives, and even hundreds of thousands of lives. Next, it's time to deal with the Earth Dragon's heart. Sumo turned his gaze to the grade A item, Earth Dragon's heart in his hand. Since the Holy Lord possesses dragon blood, administering the Earth Dragon's heart to him should yield even better results. Sumo did not hesitate and immediately handed the Earth Dragon's heart to the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, eat it. The Holy Lord lowered his head to sniff the Earth Dragon's heart, a fleeting look of desire flashing in his eyes. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed the Earth Dragon's heart in one gulp. Boom! The moment the Earth Dragon's heart entered his body, the Holy Lord's body trembled violently, and a powerful energy erupted from within him. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 12 talismans. Rank, 4th tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 200, 002500 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Agility, 200, 002500 Earth Dragon's Heart. Intelligence, 200, 002000 Heart of the Earth Dragon. Spirit, 210002000 Earth Dragon's Heart. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 6,000 units that can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell and Tiger Symbol Spell Power. Special ability, Earth Power, can control Earth Power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. Earth Power. The Holy Lord has indeed inherited part of the Earth Dragon's abilities. I wonder if the Holy Lord, after obtaining the demonic energy of the Earth Demon, will be able to control the Earth's power across the entire world and become the master of the Earth. Sumo smiled. As he watched the Holy Lord summon the Ghost Shadow Battalion soldiers, their numbers reaching 6,000, he smiled even more broadly. The Holy Lord's, plus his own. The number of ghostly soldiers he could summon could easily reach tens of thousands. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd tier, 7th grade. Strength, 700021000. Agility, 7001400. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Skill 1, Universal Diagram God tier. Skill 2, 40 Attribute Sharing God tier. Skill 3, Stealth C rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Rage B rank. Skill 6, Damage Transfer S. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, tier 3. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current maximum summonable quantity, 2,400. Special abilities, Horse Seal Spell, Tiger Seal Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Poisonous Spider Boots C rank. Kill count, 1042. Sumo looked at his attribute panel. Ding! There are 19 hours remaining until the host completes the task. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Got it. Sumo opened the killing shop and selected the rabbit symbol curse as his target. Would the host like to exchange for a rabbit symbol? Yes. Sumo pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. A heavy rabbit talisman appeared in Sumo's palm. Rabbit amulet, extreme speed. The Holy Lord stared at the rabbit talisman in Sumo's hand, his heart racing and his hands trembling. Desperately wanting to pounce forward and merge it into his own body. But he restrained his body's instincts. Because Sumo was his master. If his master does not give it to him, he cannot take it. Sumo looked at the Holy Lord's eager gaze, smiled slightly, and handed over the rabbit talisman in his hand. Holy Master, merge. The Holy Lord growled softly, a flash of gratitude and excitement flickering in his eyes. Thank you, Master. Boom! The moment the rabbit symbol entered his body, the Holy Lord's body suddenly shook, and a powerful energy erupted from within him. The dragon's might surged forth, sending shivers down the spine. I sense an extremely terrifying dragon's might. In the Mist Canyon, several figures that had been tracking the dragon's roar from the base suddenly stopped in their tracks. Dongfang Yao, who was leading the group, came to an abrupt halt. His expression fluctuated unpredictably. How can the power of this earth dragon be stronger than before it was injured? Could it be that he not only healed his injuries but also improved his cultivation? That's impossible. Perhaps it's another dragon? Shield Warrior Zhang Sandao. That's even more impossible. Dongfang Yao shook his head. Monsters with dragon bloodlines are extremely rare. To find this earth dragon, they spent so much time and made such a great sacrifice. Now tell them they just happened to come across another one, and it's even stronger. It would really make them question their existence. Could it be that the earth dragon found some rare treasure or encountered some extraordinary opportunity? Regardless, this dragon's might is far stronger than before. We must proceed with caution. The young lady is still waiting for us. Meanwhile, Suemo and the Holy Master were feeling the powerful force brought by the rabbit talisman. Summoned creature, Holy Master. Race, Dragon Clan. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 9 talismans. Rank, 4th tier, 2nd grade. Status, incomplete, 9 seals missing. Strength, 22,500,400 rabbit symbol spell power. Agility, 225,001,000 rabbit symbol spell power. Intelligence, 22,000,400 rabbit symbol spell power. Spirit, 23,400,000 power of the rabbit symbol spell. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 7,000 units. Special ability, the power of the Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, and Rabbit Seal. Special ability, Earth Power, can control earth power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. Holy Lord, how does it feel? Suemo patted the Holy Lord's dragon back and asked with a smile. Master, my speed has returned. The Holy Master's voice betrayed his uncontrollable excitement. Now, I can even traverse 1,000 meters in an instant. Chapter 33, Someone is following me. A look of surprise flashed across Sumo's eyes. So fast? Yes, Master. The Holy Master nodded, then his body suddenly moved, instantly turning into a blur and disappearing from the spot. Boom! The next moment, the figure of the Holy Lord appeared hundreds of meters away. The rabbit symbol spell was indeed powerful, granting the Holy Master such terrifying speed. Suemo watched as the Holy Lord vanished almost instantly, his heart racing with astonishment. In the setting, the rabbit symbol spell had been pushed to its limits, capable of breaking through the constraints of time. Thinking of this, Sumo's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The power of time that was a realm even the gods themselves could scarcely touch. Suemo took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement within him. However, at the Holy Master's current level, he was still far from reaching that realm. Ding! There are 17 hours remaining until the task is completed. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Holy Master, come back. Suemo waved his hand, and the Holy Lord immediately turned into a fleeting shadow, returning to his side in an instant. Let's go back to the Icy Valley. Suemo and the Holy Lord had just left. Dongfang Yao and his group quickly located the site where the Earth Dragon's corpse lay. The scene before them instantly shattered the last shred of hope they had clung to. The massive body of the Earth Dragon lay sprawled on the ground, its blood staining the surrounding area red. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and the acrid odor of burning flesh. The Earth Dragon's abdomen was nearly torn apart, with the wound still emitting the lingering heat of its fiery breath. Is the Earth Dragon dead? Dongfang Yao stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the horrific scene before him. The Earth Dragon was actually dead. The target they had worked so hard to find had died before they even arrived. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? Li Hong gritted his teeth and growled, his forehead veins bulging. Dongfang Yao temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, stepped forward, and gently touched the wound on the ground dragon before frowning and saying, "This wound is very fresh. The time of death cannot exceed 2 hours. Who could have done this? Who has the capability to do such a thing?" Li Hong heard this, clenched his fists tightly, and dug his fingernails deeply into the palms of his hands. The young lady is counting on this Earth Dragon to save her life. Now that the Earth Dragon is dead, what are we going to use to fulfill our promise? Who did this? No matter who it was, I'll kill them. Anger was rising in everyone's hearts. Besides this boundless anger, there was also panic and sorrow. They have exhausted their ingenuity and risked their lives. Ventured deep into the misty canyon, tracked it for a month, and finally found and severely wounded the Earth Dragon. Rescue seemed within reach. But now, hope is shattering right before their eyes. No one could accept such an outcome. Captain, let me take a look. A woman in a purple robe stepped forward slowly. She was Mo Qingxue, the support member of the team, skilled in detecting traces using residual energy. Mo Qingxue formed hand seals, and a wisp of purple soul energy drifted from her fingertips, gently covering the corpse of the Earth Dragon. Mo Qingxue's expression suddenly changed. It's Long Yen. The Earth Dragon perished from another powerful dragon flame attack. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yao, who had been in a low mood, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Long Yen, what do you mean? Yes, the one who killed the Earth Dragon was another dragon, and it might be even stronger. Mo Qingxue nodded, a faint smile also appearing on her charming face. Ha, there's always a way out. Li Hong was overjoyed. What are we waiting for? Let's go arrest that dragon right away. Find it, and the young lady will be saved. Please remain calm. Mo Qingxue raised her hand to signal everyone to calm down. I need to investigate further. She closed her eyes, and her unique support skill activated. Purple soul energy danced through the air like threads, gradually spreading out. The soul power enveloped every inch of land surrounding the earth dragon's corpse, searching for any lingering traces or remnants. Suddenly, Mo Qingxue furrowed her brows. Strange. What's wrong? Dongfang Yao asked, moving closer. Besides the aura of the dragon clan, there's also the scent of humans. Mo Qingxue opened her eyes, her gaze flickering with confusion. Humans? Li Hong was taken aback. What is the relationship between humans and the dragon clan? Are they enemies or allies? Everyone's hearts tightened instantly. If they were enemies, then the dragon clan won't be killed by the humans, right? Mo Qingxue shook her head and continued to sense the lingering traces of energy. It didn't seem like an adversarial relationship. If they were hostile, there should be traces of intense combat here. However, the scene only shows signs of a battle between an earth dragon and another dragon, with no evidence of human involvement in the fight. You mean Dongfang Yao is deep in thought? It's very likely a partnership, Mo Qingxue said with certainty. They left together, and there were no signs of any attack. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed. Thank goodness it's not an adversarial relationship. As long as the dragon clan is still alive, they still have hope. As for why a dragon clan would ally itself with humans, that is not something they need to concern themselves with at the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we capture that dragon, the young lady will be saved. Can we track them? Dongfang Yao asked. Mo Qingxue nodded and carefully took out a purple crystal stone from her bosom. The crystal stone was shaped like a water droplet, completely transparent, with a faint glow flickering within. It was clearly no ordinary object. This is a tracking stone. As long as there is enough residual energy, it can track down the target. Mo Qingxue explained briefly, then said no more, slowly infusing the crystal with her inner energy. The tracking stone, nourished by the spiritual energy, immediately emitted a soft humming sound. The originally soft purple glow grew brilliant, resembling a tiny purple sun. Li Hong stared in awe, unable to tear his eyes away. He swallowed hard. Goodness, this treasure is worth a fortune. Mo Mei, you really outdid yourself. You truly live up to your reputation as the richest woman in our team. Mo Qingxue shot him a disdainful glance and said irritably, stop teasing. This tracking stone is my prized possession, something I rarely show to others. If it weren't for the young lady, I wouldn't have brought it out. Tracking stone, grade A item. She gave a sharp command, go, and tossed the tracking stone lightly. The tracking stone seemed to have a mind of its own, spinning in midair and absorbing the lingering energy around it. After a moment, it trembled slightly, emitting a faint glow. Finally, the light gathered into a thin beam, pointing straight toward the east. There's a reaction. Over there. Mo Qingxue pointed in the direction of the beam, her voice tinged with excitement. What are you waiting for? Go after it. Li Hong rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. This time, he was determined to catch that dragon. Meanwhile, Master, someone is tracking us. One of them has mastered some kind of tracking technique and is following our scent trail. They must be here for the Earth Dragon. Suemo did not find this surprising at all. Should we turn back and kill them? The Holy Lord asked. Suemo shook his head, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. No need. Completing the task is the priority. Chapter 34, Mission accomplished. This was a huge win. Suemo now has only 2 hours left to complete the mission. At this moment, engaging in a direct confrontation with those people would not be worth the risk. Moreover, the fact that the opponent could injure a 5th-tier, 9th-grade Earth Dragon to such an extent, a direct confrontation would not necessarily end in their favor. If a battle were to occur, it must absolutely not take place in a dangerous location like the Mist Canyon. Holy Lord, speed up and shake them off. The Holy Lord immediately activated the power of the rabbit symbol, instantly accelerating to his maximum speed. The Holy Ruler's dragon-like form turned into a blur, crossing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The surrounding scenery rushed backward at an incredible speed, as if time itself had been stretched in that moment. The rabbit symbol spell is truly powerful. Suemo secretly rejoiced that he had exchanged for the rabbit amulet. Without this talisman, they would likely have already been caught by those pursuers. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao and his group were following the guidance of the tracking stone, rushing toward Suemo and the Holy Master. Strange, how did their speed suddenly become so fast? Mo Qingxue furrowed her brows as the tracking stone in her hand flickered with an unstable glow, clearly indicating that the target they were tracking was moving away from them at an extremely fast pace. Have they discovered our tracking? Li Hong frowned. Impossible. The tracking stones are silent and undetectable. Unless the other party has special counter-tracking measures, they wouldn't be able to detect us. Mo Qingxue shook her head. Then how did their speed suddenly increase so much? Dongfang Yao asked in a low voice. Unless they possess some kind of ability or item that can drastically increase their speed. Mo Qingxue speculated. Regardless, we must not give up. The young lady's life is in our hands. No matter what, we must capture that dragon. But at their current speed, we can't possibly catch up. Li Hong said helplessly. Their speed slowed down. Mo Qingshui exclaimed in delight. It seems that their prop is a consumable item. I guess I've used up all my energy now. A glimmer of hope flashed in Dongfang Yao's eyes. This is our chance. Let's move forward at full speed. At his command, the six immediately quickened their pace and raced off in the direction indicated by the tracking stone. At the same time, Su Mo and the Holy Master had already halted their advance. They had returned to the icy valley. Ding! Only 1 hour remains until the mission ends. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Su Mo stood at the entrance of the icy valley, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. The biting wind howled, and the valley, covered in ice and snow, was shrouded in a bone-chilling cold. He took a deep breath, fully aware that time was running out. Holy Master, prepare for action. Su Mo whispered. He then raised his hand and waved it, instantly summoning thousands of ghostly soldiers. These shadowy warriors appeared silently around him, swiftly spreading out to form a tight defensive line. Go, keep watch in all directions. Report immediately if you spot anyone. The ghostly soldiers blended into the surrounding shadows, as if they had merged with the darkness. Su Mo turned to the Holy Lord. Now, let's go retrieve the Ice Vein Heart. Soon, Su Mo and the Holy Master returned to the location of the Ice Vein Heart. The cold was bone-chilling. Under the diagram of all spirits, the icy magic array guarding the heart of the ice veins clearly revealed its operational trajectory within Sumo's pupils. Weakness: the magic array experiences an energy fluctuation every 0.01 seconds, during which its defensive power temporarily weakens. If this moment is seized, the magic array's blockade can be breached. 0.01 second window. Suemo furrowed his brows slightly, silently calculating the time in his mind. 0.01 seconds was an extremely brief moment. The slightest misstep would result in failure. However, he had no other choice. Time was running out. Holy Lord, prepare for action. Suemo focused intently on the magical array before him. Now was the moment. At the very moment the magical array's energy fluctuated, the Holy Lord moved instantly. Whoosh! The Holy Lord's speed reached its peak under the rabbit symbol spell, like a bolt of lightning. Or rather, not even lightning could match its swiftness. It pierced through the momentary gap in the magical array's energy fluctuations. The Holy Lord's dragon claws precisely seized the ice vein heart suspended at the center of the magic array, then swiftly drew it into his palm. The ice vein core shone with a crystal clear blue hue, emitting a faint, icy glow, resembling a gemstone crystallized from the essence of 10,000 years of frozen ice. It trembled slightly in the Holy Lord's claws, releasing waves of icy coldness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ice vein heart. Task progress, 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and will receive the following rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 kill points and a 5-spin reward on the kill wheel. Awesome! Suemo almost couldn't help but let out a loud shout of joy, as intense happiness overwhelmed him. 500 kill points. This is a huge win. The next spell is right there, within easy reach. Not to mention the free 5 consecutive draws, worth 50 kill points, and 50 monsters of the same level and class. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Suemo rubbed his hands together. But that wasn't the end of it. The Ding exchange system is now available. Detected that the host has obtained a B-grade material, Ice Vein Heart, valued at 1,000 kill points. Should the host initiate the exchange? Suemo was startled, then overjoyed. This Ice Vein core is actually worth 1,000 slaughter points? 1,000 kill points can be directly exchanged for an SS rank talisman. This is like manna from heaven. No, it's like gold bricks falling from the sky. Exchanging S-grade materials for SS-grade items, where else could you find such a good deal? Trade. Must trade. Not changing is just being foolish. Suemo didn't hesitate to choose to exchange it, fearing the system might change its mind. He seemed to see a brand new SS-rank talisman beckoning to him. Ding! Congratulations, host, the exchange was successful. Host's current kill count, 1542. 1,542 points of kill value. I've never been this wealthy before. Suemo smiled happily. System, do I still have some ice crystals left to exchange? This system only exchanges items of S rank or higher. This system only exchanges items of S rank or higher. Hey, you're pretty picky. With 1,542 kill points, I can now redeem another talisman. What kind of talisman should I exchange it for? Currently, the Holy Lord possesses 3 talismans, the Horse Talisman, the Tiger Talisman, and the Rabbit Talisman. These 3 talismans are all of an auxiliary nature, lacking talismans with truly powerful destructive capabilities. In that case, let's exchange them for dragon charms. Suemo made his decision quickly. Should the host use 1,000 points to exchange for the dragon seal? Yes. Chapter 35, Rank Up to SSS. Suemo pressed the confirmation button without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The dragon seal, one of the 12 most powerful attack seals, possesses unparalleled destructive power. It symbolizes fire and destruction. Not only does it significantly enhance the power of dragon breath, but it also releases explosive energy, obliterating everything in its path. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed the dragon symbol amulet. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed the dragon symbol spell. As the system's prompt sounded, a crimson-red talisman appeared in Sumo's palm. Engraved on the surface of the talisman was a vividly lifelike fire dragon, as if it were about to soar out of the talisman at any moment, unleashing a power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Holy Master, fuse it. Suemo handed the dragon symbol to the Holy Lord. The Holy Master did not hesitate for a moment, took the dragon symbol amulet, and pressed it directly against his chest. Boom! The moment the dragon symbol spell entered his body, the Holy Lord's massive body shook violently. Like a volcanic eruption, a surge of intense energy erupted from within him. Scarlet flames, like molten lava, raced wildly through the gaps between his scales, then twisted and coiled around his body like countless tiny fire dragons, vying to outpace one another. In the dragon's eyes, crimson light flashed wildly, as if two flames were burning. His entire body was enveloped in flames, and a terrifying aura spread outward like a tangible force. Crack! The bones within Saint's body emitted a series of loud cracks, and his body swelled even more, becoming even more majestic and imposing. The already hideous dragon's head now looked even more ferocious, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Suemo watched the changes in the Holy Lord and couldn't help but nod in admiration. The power of this dragon talisman was even more formidable than he had imagined. Ha! The Holy Lord suddenly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a blazing dragon's breath. This breath was at least 10 times more powerful than before. Wherever it passed, the air sizzled and crackled, and the ground was instantly reduced to a charred wasteland. Awesome! This power! The Holy Lord felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but let out a loud cry to the heavens. His voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon Clan. Rank, SSS class upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 8 talismans. Rank, 4th tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 265,001,0000 Dragon Seal Spell Power. Agility, 32,500,400 Dragon Seal Spell Power. Intelligence, 26,400,000 Power of the Dragon Seal. Spirit, 27,400,000 Power of the Dragon Seal Spell. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 8,000 units that can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Rabbit Seal, and Dragon Seal powers. Special ability, Earth Power, can control Earth Power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. The rank of the Holy Lord has been upgraded. Seeing the Holy Ruler's rank reach SSS class, Suemo could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Just 4 talismans. The Holy Lord's rank is now just one step away from godhood. Once the 12 talismans are gathered, the Holy Ruler's rank reaching God tier is a foregone conclusion. Click, click. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing clicks echoed through the air. What's going on? Sumo's expression changed. Before he could finish speaking, the ice beneath their feet began to melt rapidly. The 1,000-year-old ice, once as hard as steel, was now melting into streams of water at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the ice vein's core removed, the frozen valley lost its balance. We must leave this place. Suemo leaped to his feet, and the Holy Master swiftly caught him. The two flew toward the cave entrance, but unexpected events followed one after another. Snap! The ice layer above their heads began to crack, and countless ice chunks fell from the sky. The Holy Lord dived down, narrowly avoiding a huge ice spike. The entire icy valley shook violently, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The once pristine white ice melted away, revealing the pitch-black rock layers beneath. Something's wrong. Suemo stared intently at the scene below, his brows furrowed. As the ice melted, cracks began to appear deep within the earth, and faint shadows could be seen writhing within them. These shadowy figures were oddly shaped, numerous, and densely packed, resembling a vast black ocean. Holy Master, what is that below? The Holy Lord's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at the black shadows. I don't know. I've never seen such creatures before. Sumo's heart raced with alarm. Those shadowy figures gave him an overwhelming sense of unease, as if they were a primal fear from the depths of time. He maneuvered the Holy Lord to descend lower, hoping to get a clearer view. Just as he was about to make out the shapes of those dark figures, a strange blue light suddenly flashed from deep within the earth, and the black shadows vanished without a trace. What the hell was that? Suemo rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen correctly. The Holy Master said solemnly, Master, I saw it too, but they have indeed disappeared. The cave continued to collapse, leaving no time to delve deeper into this mystery. Let's get out of here. The Holy Lord carried Suemo, skillfully maneuvering through the collapsing ice cave. Thanks to the agility boost from the rabbit talisman, they narrowly escaped one peril after another. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed, and the entire cave entrance collapsed. The Holy Lord led Suemo through the narrow crack and narrowly escaped the icy valley. Looking back, the once majestic and awe-inspiring ice-cold valley had been reduced to a pile of ruins. Countless ice blocks and rocks piled up together, forming a massive crater. The ice vein core is the heart of the ice-cold valley. After it was removed, the entire terrain changed. Suemo muttered to himself. Master, those black shadows. I know, they are likely some kind of sealed entity. Suemo nodded. But we can't confirm anything yet, so we'll have to leave for now. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao and his group had already caught up to the entrance of the ice-cold valley. They're inside. Mo Qingxue pointed ahead. After tracking them all the way here, it was finally worth the effort. We've finally found them. Li Hong rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager to get started. Dongfang Yao, however, furrowed his brows. He looked around, feeling that something was off. Wait, is this Ice-Cold Valley? Isn't Ice-Cold Valley within the boundaries of Carlo City? Could that dragon be connected to Carlo City? Captain, you're overthinking it. Li Hong interrupted Dongfang Yao's train of thought with a dismissive wave. In a small city like Carlo, how could a profession related to the Dragon Clan possibly emerge? They were merely fleeing from us and ended up here by chance. Li Hong analyzed confidently, believing that the dragon was nothing more than a cornered dog driven to desperation by their relentless pursuit. Whoever it is, our top priority now is to capture it. Li Hong couldn't wait to get started. He didn't want to waste any more time. With that, Li Hong prepared to venture deeper into the icy valley. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 36, just charge in and fight your way through. Click, click. Just then, a faint yet intense sound echoed from the depths of the icy valley. It sounded like ice shattering, or like some creature gnawing on something. What's that sound? Li Hong stopped in his tracks and listened intently. Dongfang Yao also sensed something unusual. Though faint, the sound was unusually clear in the silent, icy valley. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the icy valley. Mo Qingxue also heard it. She pointed at the entrance to the icy cold valley, her expression growing solemn. Let's go in and take a look. Li Hongyi, bold and daring, took the first step and walked into the icy valley. Dongfang Yao and Mo Qingxue exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. The rest of the team followed closely behind. They were determined to see what secrets this icy valley held. As soon as they entered the icy valley, a chill swept over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. This place is freezing. Li Hong rubbed his hands together and exhaled a puff of white vapor. Be careful, there might be danger here. Dongfang Yao warned. He always felt that the ice-cold valley was permeated with an eerie aura. What's there to be afraid of? I'm here. Li Hong patted his chest, looking fearless. Suddenly, the sound of a crack echoed again, this time clearer and louder than before. Over there. Mo Qingxue pointed in a direction, deep within the icy valley. The group followed the sound, and as they went deeper, the cold grew more intense, and the cracking sounds grew more frequent. The sound seemed to be ice cracking? Dongfang Yao finally heard the source of the sound clearly. Ice cracking? Li Hong was startled. Isn't the ice in this icy valley supposed to be eternal? How could it crack? I don't know, but something must have happened. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the depths of the icy valley, sending countless ice shards flying. Dongfang Yao and the others were forced to stop in their tracks, looking around warily. This wasn't a natural phenomenon. Dongfang Yao narrowed his eyes, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. Who's there? Come out! Li Hong shouted, his voice echoing through the ice cave. In response, the sound of ice cracking grew even louder. Mo Qingxue suddenly pointed ahead. There's movement over there. Several dark figures flashed by, moving so quickly that they were hard to catch. Dongfang Yao, relying on his years of experience, immediately determined that this was not the movement pattern of an ordinary creature. Be careful, there's an ambush. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dozen soldiers clad in black armor emerged from all directions. They hovered in the air, their forms as ethereal as smoke or mist, with a faint blue glow emanating from their eye sockets. What kind of monsters are these? I've never seen anything like them before. Mo Qingxue's delicate face turned slightly pale. In her knowledge, there seemed to be no memory of such a monster. Li Hong sneered disdainfully. In his eyes, these black shadows were nothing more than minor foes. Who cares what these monsters are? A bunch of third-rate trash dare to block my path? Li Hong flexed his wrists. The bloodlust of a B-rank berserker surged through his veins, and his battle intent surged forth like a tidal wave. The shadowy soldiers slowly raised their weapons, the eerie blue glow standing out starkly in the cold air. Here comes the move. Li Hong let out a loud shout, and the battle blade in his hand instantly glowed a crimson red. A violent aura erupted from his body. Dongfang Yao tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Li Hong charged toward the group of shadow warriors like a cannonball. Frenzy 6 style sky-splitting slash. The battle blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing screech. Li Hong's figure darted across the battlefield like lightning, each strike carrying the force of a raging storm. 3 shadowy warriors were instantly reduced to wisps of smoke under his attacks, but no blood spattered, only wisps of black mist dissipated into the air. Interesting. This isn't an ordinary creature. Li Hong swung his battle blade, a look of excitement on his face. Mo Qingxue stood by his side, her magic staff glowing blue, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Be careful, these shadows might be more troublesome than you think. Dongfang Yao warned, sensing an ancient and powerful aura emanating from the shadowy warriors. Li Hong, however, dismissed the warning and continued to swing his battle blade toward the remaining shadowy warriors. Frenzy 6, earth-shattering strike. Li Hong stomped his foot on the ground, causing the entire ice-cold valley to tremble. Several cracks spread out from beneath his feet, and the ice layer was torn apart by the immense force. The black-clad warriors, however, showed no fear, floating in the air like ghostly figures and dodging the attack. HM? Li Hong furrowed his brows slightly. These black shadows could completely ignore gravity. Just then, a black-clad warrior launched a surprise attack from behind, thrusting a deep blue spear straight at Li Hong's back. Watch out! Mo Qingxue shouted, quickly casting a protective shield. The shield shattered instantly under the spear's attack, but it bought Li Hong enough time to turn around. You're asking for death! Li Hong roared, swinging his battle blade horizontally and cutting the black-clad warrior in half at the waist. The black-clad warrior dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the air without a drop of blood or a sound of agony. Only the faint blue glow flickered briefly before fading away. Li Hong sheathed his sword and stood there, a smug smile on his face. Is that all? I thought you were something special. Dongfang Yao, however, furrowed his brows. Though these shadow warriors had been easily defeated, they still gave him an uneasy feeling. Don't let your guard down. These things are too strange. Dongfang Yao looked around. The cold air in the ice valley seemed even more intense. Mo Qingxue put away her magic staff and whispered softly. These black shadow warriors seem like some kind of ancient puppets. They have no signs of life, yet they can move on their own. Who cares what kind of puppets they are? In front of me, Li Hong, they're all just one blow away. Li Hong patted his chest, looking down on him. The pursuers were approaching. Suemo stood on the back of the holy dragon, his brows slightly furrowed. He could clearly sense that the ghost soldiers he had sent out were rapidly perishing. This speed was unusually fast. The massive form of the Holy Lord shifted slightly, and his deep voice echoed through the valley. Master, should we go back and slaughter those bastards? Suemo waved his hand, no need to rush. They were able to injure a 5th-tier earth dragon like that. Their strength isn't low. He paused for a moment before continuing. Let those ghost soldiers go ahead and scout the area first. Find out what they're capable of. Let's also discuss carefully and figure out how to prepare a proper gift for them. The Holy Lord exhaled 2 streams of scorching hot air from his nostrils, seemingly unimpressed by Sumo's caution. Master, with just them? They're just a bunch of ants. Do we really need to be so careful? I'll breathe fire on them, and I guarantee there won't be a single trace left. Suemo gently patted the scales of the Holy Lord. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it gives it its all. A flash of sharpness crossed Sumo's eyes. He didn't want to stumble just as he was gaining some strength. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. And these are the ones who can severely injure a 5th-tier earth dragon. Chapter 37, you want me to take on 6 5th-tier opponents alone? What's going on? At that moment, a strange vibration emanated from the depths of the ice-cold valley, causing the ice layers to tremble violently. Li Hong steadied himself and looked warily in the direction of the tremor. Dongfang Yao's expression suddenly changed. This is bad. A large group of enemies is approaching. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless black shadows suddenly emerged from all directions in the icy valley. They were hundreds of ghostly soldiers identical to the ones before, their blue eyes flickering with a cold glow in the darkness. How is this possible? Li Hong's smile froze on his face, and the earlier smugness vanished without a trace. Mo Qingxue gasped in shock. Oh my goodness, how could there be so many? Dongfang Yao swiftly drew his weapon. The situation was dire. Hundreds of ghostly soldiers hovered in the air, forming a dark cloud that enveloped the group. They did not attack immediately but formed a massive encirclement, slowly tightening their grip. How could there be so many, such strange 3rd-tier monsters in a mere B-class battle zone like Carlo City? The mage Zhang Zetian in the group was puzzled. So many 3rd-tier trash mages, they're just outnumbered. Li Hong quickly regained his composure, spinning the battle blade lightly in his hand as crimson light flickered like flames. Dongfang Yao furrowed his brows. His instincts told him that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Better to be cautious, these monsters act strangely, and there must be more to it. A chill crept up my spine, not from the frigid temperatures of the ice valley, but from the hundreds of blue eyes staring at me. Maintain formation. Dongfang Yao whispered his orders. Imo Qingxue gripped her magic staff tightly, blue magic gathering at the tip. What were they waiting for? Why weren't they attacking? They might be testing our strength, Dongfang Yao cautiously observed his surroundings, or waiting for some kind of signal. Zhang Zetian remained at the rear of the group, her eyes tightly closed. The sacred text in her hands slowly unfolded, and golden runes shimmered like stars, swirling around her. It seems I'll have to show my true abilities now. Zhang Zetian opened his eyes, and golden light flickered in his pupils. His voice was calm, yet it held immense power. The laws of the universe are being rewritten, and stars are falling from the sky. Golden runes suddenly burst forth with blinding light, like countless meteors slicing through the night sky. The entire icy valley was bathed in golden light, as bright as day. The black-clad warriors emitted silent screams under the golden light, their bodies beginning to disintegrate and collapse. One after another, they vanished into thin air like mist exposed to sunlight. Old Zhang, there's no need to use an A-rank skill against some third-tier monsters, is there? Li Hong watched Zhang Zetian unleash his A-rank skill and couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Although Zhang Zetian's skill did eliminate a large number of ghost soldiers, in his opinion, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Zhang Zetian put away the spellbook and glanced at Li Hong indifferently. These monsters may only be third tier, but their numbers are overwhelming, and their movements are unpredictable. If we don't deal with them quickly, we might find ourselves in a tough battle. Our target is the Dragon Clan. We cannot afford to waste any more time here. Dongfang Yao nodded in agreement with Zhang Zetian's approach. Old Zhang is right. We don't have much time to waste. Let's deal with them quickly and then continue tracking that dragon. Imo Qingxue agreed, that's right. The appearance of these monsters is no coincidence. We must be cautious and not let our guard down. Dongfang Yao looked around. The icy cold air in the valley remained thick and oppressive. The ice layers around him had already developed numerous cracks from the previous battle, as if they might collapse at any moment. He said in a low voice, we need to leave here quickly. The terrain of the ice-cold valley is starting to become unstable. If we stay here any longer, we might end up buried under this ice layer. He had actually wiped out hundreds of ghostly soldiers in one fell swoop. These guys are pretty powerful. Suemo received the message transmitted back by the ghost soldiers and was momentarily speechless. Hundreds of third-tier ghost soldiers could easily capture a small fortress. Even a fifth-tier entity would avoid confronting them directly. Yet, in the hands of those who were tracking them, they were annihilated in an instant. It seems the enemy is quite powerful. Ghost soldiers strike again. Soon. The ghost soldiers brought the latest news. Suemo furrowed his brows, pondering the intelligence he had just received. The opposing group consisted of 6 people, 4 of whom were at least 5th tier 9th rank, with the remaining 2 also being 5th tier powerhouses. Such a force was more than enough to sweep through an average-sized city. If it weren't for the fact that the city lord of Carlo City had recently broken through to the 6th rank, the entire city of Carlo City combined might not even be a match for this small squad. What a terrifying squad. I wonder which faction they belong to. Are they from Tianfeng City? Suemo shook his head. But his mind was filled with even more thoughts. 6 5th rank experts had only managed to severely wound that earth dragon. Interesting. He muttered to himself, it seems there's something I don't know about this. Perhaps it has something to do with the Dragon Clan. Suemo quickly weighed the pros and cons. The Holy Ruler's current 4-dimensional attributes were already equivalent to the level of a 5th tier 7th or 8th grade cultivator. With the power of the 4 talismans, dealing with a 5th tier 9th grade opponent should pose no significant challenge. However, the enemy isn't just one 5th rank, 9th level opponent, there are at least 4 of them. Furthermore, there are at least 2 others who are also at least 5th rank. Even with him, the odds of defeating this team in a direct confrontation are not in our favor. Retreating is the wise choice. He made a decisive decision to find a safe place to lie low and develop his strength. The only problem was that the other party's tracking was a bit troublesome. Got it. I can use the shadow soldiers to hold them back, then use the rabbit seal's speed to shake them off. Suemo was just about to execute his retreat plan when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. New mission assigned. Task details: defend against enemy attacks for 1 hour to earn 100 kill points. The longer you withstand the attacks, the higher the kill points you earn, with a maximum of 1000 kill points. If you can withstand the enemy for an entire day, you will receive an additional 10 consecutive draw opportunities. Do you accept the mission? Sounds interesting. A gleam flashed in Sumo's eyes. Is the system not allowing me to evacuate? He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Since the system had issued the task, it must be possible to complete it. Suemo stroked his chin. Perhaps there was no need to confront them head-on as long as he could stall them, that would suffice. The temptation of 1000 kill points and a chance at 10 consecutive draws is simply too great. Although the enemy is powerful, I now have the Holy Lord and Ghost Soldiers on my side. Additionally, with the newly acquired Dragon Seal, they may not be without a fighting chance. Moreover, he doesn't need to defeat the opponent, he only needs to engage them in a prolonged battle. Accept the mission. Sumo accepted without hesitation. Ding! Task accepted, timer started. As soon as the system's prompt sounded, Sumo immediately adjusted his plan. Ghost soldiers, all units, move out. Thousands of black shadows surged forth from the ground, spreading out like a tidal wave toward the horizon. This time, Sumo did not allow them to attack directly but instead dispersed them to form a vast intelligence network. Holy Master, are you ready? Sumo turned to the Holy Master beside him. The Holy Master nodded, his eyes flashing with a calm light. We are ready at any time. Very well. We will not engage them in direct combat but instead wear down their patience and stamina. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's play a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 38, at least an S rank, 5th tier, 9th grade summoner. Within the icy valley, Dongfang Yao and his group were advancing cautiously. Strange, those black-clad soldiers have suddenly vanished. Li Hong looked around warily. Zhang Zetian closed the grimoire, his brows furrowed. They haven't left, they're observing us. An ambush? Imo Qingxue gripped her magic staff tightly, blue magic flickering at the tip. Dongfang Yao shook his head. It doesn't look like an ambush, it's more like... Before he could finish speaking, the distant ice wall suddenly collapsed, and massive ice blocks rolled down like an avalanche. Watch out! Dongfang Yao shouted, and everyone quickly scattered. Just as they dodged the ice avalanche, dozens of black shadows rushed in from all directions. However, they did not attack directly, but instead moved around them, sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating. These guys are stalling for time. Li Hong roared angrily, swinging his sword at the nearest shadow. Li Hong's sword blade sliced through the shadow, which instantly turned into black smoke and dissipated. However, more black shadows surged in from all directions, seemingly endless. The sheer number of them left Dongfang Yao and his companions speechless. This is impossible! Zhang Zetian exclaimed, flipping through the codex in her hands at an increasingly rapid pace. Blue magical light traced elegant arcs through the air, freezing several ghostly soldiers in place. But his expression grew increasingly somber. How could there be so many? And their movements and attack patterns are completely identical, as if they were being controlled by the same consciousness. Dongfang Yao swung his sword to block the attacks of the ghostly soldiers while calmly analyzing the situation. Ordinary monster hordes could never achieve this. 1,000 third-tier monsters would undoubtedly form an utterly terrifying beast tide. Moreover, their behavior, combat abilities, and techniques are all identical. No other monster species could achieve such uniformity. Even the queen of the insect race cannot produce 1,000 third-stage insects with identical combat abilities. Unless they are summoned. Summoner? Li Hong was startled for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder they move so in sync and their combat techniques are almost identical. Zhang Zetian nodded, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Moreover, it was an extremely rare large-scale summoning. Ordinary summoners could only control a dozen or so summoned creatures at most, but this exceeded 1,000. Dongfang Yao furrowed his brows. It seems that the person we've been tracking has discovered us, and their strength far exceeds our expectations. Judging by the number and strength of the summoned creatures currently present, the opponent is at least an S-rank summoner. Their level is at least at the peak of the 5th 9 tier, and they are just a hair's breadth away from reaching the 6th tier. Everyone's faces turned grim. Though, they were all 5th rank 9th grade beings. However, apart from Dongfang Yao, the others are still some distance away from reaching the peak of the 5th rank, 9th level. If the person lurking in the shadows is indeed a 5th rank 9th grade summoner of S rank, their situation would become extremely dire. We might have bitten off more than we can chew this time. Dongfang Yao's expression also turned grim. Whether he's a summoner or whatever, in front of me, Li Hong, he's just trash. Although Li Hong refused to admit defeat with his words, his actions became even more cautious. Don't let your guard down. Dongfang Yao said in a low voice, these black-clad soldiers are only 3rd tier, but they are numerous and move in an unusual manner. We must find a way to break through their encirclement quickly, otherwise, we'll be worn down and killed here. Old Zhang, do you have any ideas? Dongfang Yao looked at Zhang Zetian. As the team's mage, Zhang Zetian possesses the most powerful offensive capabilities in the entire team. I can also unleash a large-scale starfall, temporarily clearing these shadow soldiers. However, this attack will consume a significant amount of energy, and I may not be able to use this skill again for an entire day afterward. Alright, it's up to you. Dongfang Yao said without hesitation. Zhang Zetian nodded and closed his eyes. The ancient text in her hands slowly unfolded, and golden runes once again swirled around her. The laws are being restructured, and the stars are falling. Golden runes erupted with blinding light, and countless meteor-like energies descended from the heavens. In their wake, all the shadowy soldiers vanished into nothingness. Watching the black-clad soldiers falling to the ground behind him, Zhang Zetian took a deep breath and pushed his magical power to its limit. Golden runes swirled in the palm of his hand, eventually coalescing into an endless sphere of stellar energy, dazzling and brilliant. Go! Zhang Zetian gently pushed out her right palm, and the star energy ball immediately flew out, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the sky grew dark and the earth grew dim. Blinding white light filled the entire ice cave. Dongfang Yao and the others widened their eyes in awe, gazing at the magnificent sight before them. The once densely packed Black Shadow army quickly thinned out, and even the ground trembled slightly. With a single strike, thousands of ghostly soldiers were annihilated. Old Zhang did a great job. Li Hong gave him a thumbs up. Who? Break through now while you can. Zhang Zetian gasped heavily. That move had drained him of both mental and physical energy. Let's go! Dongfang Yao shouted loudly, and everyone quickly rushed toward the gap created by Zhang Zetian's attack. And this entire scene was clearly observed by Suemo. What a terrifying skill. Mages truly are the most powerful class in terms of damage output. Suemo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If such a powerful attack had hit him directly, it would have been truly unthinkable. However, such a powerful skill must inevitably be impossible to use continuously. The danger posed by the mage will decrease sharply. Suemo stroked his chin. He could currently summon roughly 6,000 ghost soldiers. These soldiers, of course, cannot all be deployed into battle at once. Some will have to serve as his substitutes. 2,000 soldiers stood by my side, while the rest of the ghost soldiers were divided into groups to gradually wear down their physical and mental strength. Suemo waved his hand lightly, and a black mist spread out, dividing the ghostly soldiers into several formations. They surged toward the direction where Dongfang Yao and the others were breaking out. Suemo gently waved his hand, and black mist spread out. Countless ghostly soldiers divided into several formations and surged toward the direction where Dongfang Yao and the others were breaking out. Dongfang Yao led his squad through the icy cavern at breakneck speed. Zhang Zetian's face was pale. After using that move, Starfall, his magical power was nearly depleted. Old Zhang, can you hold on any longer? Li Hong asked, his eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, he won't die. Zhang Zetian forced a smile, but the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his weakened state. Just then, black cracks suddenly appeared on the ice wall ahead. Countless ghostly soldiers emerged from the cracks, once again forming an encircling formation. Damn it! There are so many of them. Li Hong's expression changed drastically. Spread out! Dongfang Yao shouted, and the six quickly spread out. They protected Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and the archer Lu Tongyuan in the center, forming a defensive circle. Mo Qingxue swung her magic staff, and an ice wall rose from the ground, temporarily blocking part of the ghostly soldiers' attack. However, more ghostly soldiers emerged from the ground. They no longer merely roamed and harassed but began to attack in an organized manner. Some of the ghostly soldiers charged directly at the crowd, while others roamed in the distance, ready to provide support at any moment. Chapter 39, The Real Battle Begins. This is nothing short of a beastly onslaught. No, it's even more terrifying than a beast tide. We need to find the summoner. Once we defeat him, these summoned creatures will disappear. Mo Qingxue gripped her staff tightly as magic began to gather rapidly within her body. The blue gem at the tip of the staff emitted a dazzling glow. I'll find the summoner's location. Mo Qingxue whispered, then closed her eyes and began to cast a detection spell. Protect her. Dongfang Yao shouted loudly and quickly stood beside Mo Qingxue. The long sword in his hand swung, unleashing a series of sword beams that repelled the approaching ghostly soldiers. Li Hong also stood firmly on the other side of Mo Qingxue without hesitation. Master, they seem to be trying to locate your position. Should I go after them? Suemo smiled slightly and let them search. It wasn't time for him to make an appearance yet. Just then, the system's alert sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully withstood 1 hour and earned 100 killing points as a reward. A hint of joy flashed in Sumo's eyes. It seems the mission is progressing smoothly. He glanced at the system panel. The task progress had reached 10. If he could hold on for another 11 hours, he would obtain 1,000 kill points and a 10-draw opportunity. Spatial magic tracking technique. Mo Qingxue traced an odd rune across her chest with both hands, and a faint blue glow emanated from her slender fingers. She closed her eyes, sensing the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space. Found it! About 300 meters to the northeast, there was a strong fluctuation of dragon energy. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her staff rang out sharply. Alright, Li Hong and I will take care of that summoner. Old Zhang, you're responsible for protecting Qingxue, Lao Lu, and Lao Zhang's safety. Qingxue and Lao Lu are responsible for providing remote support for us. Dongfang Yao made an immediate decision and issued the order. Understood. Li Hong grinned. Finally, I can meet this elusive fellow. Immediately, he drew his furious battle axe. With a single swing, the frenzied force instantly cleared the ghostly soldiers in front of him. Let's go! Dongfang Yao shouted loudly, and everyone quickly rushed toward the direction where Suemo was located. Master, they've spotted us. Su Mo nodded. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered, and it was within his expectations. After all, the other party was able to track him down to this point. And pinpoint their location is perfectly normal. Master, how should we fight? I feel like those people are different from the bugs we encountered earlier. They seem a bit stronger. The Holy Lord spoke. Therefore, we must formulate a solid plan if we are to confront those people head-on. Skill, Universal Diagram Activation. The diagram displays detailed information about Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, including their strength, skills, combat styles, and weaknesses. Name, Dongfang Yao. Rank, 5th grade, 9th level. Class, Light Sword Warrior. Rank, A class. Power, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Intelligence, 58,000. Spirit, 58,000. Skill 1, Sword Heart Clarity A rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao enters a highly concentrated combat state, enabling him to predict enemy attack trajectories, increase evasion rate, and enhance counterattack speed. Skill 2, Judgment of Light S rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao channels light attributed sword energy, dealing massive damage to enemies within a fan-shaped area in front of him and applying a brief blind effect. Skill 3, /B rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao swiftly swings his long sword, dealing moderate physical damage to enemies within a straight line in front of him, and applying a slight knockback effect. Skill 4, Light's Protection B rank skill. Effect, Dongfang Yao summons a light barrier, granting temporary defensive bonuses to himself or allies, reducing incoming damage by 20 for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Weakness, Dongfang Yao's high agility and high attack frequency consume a significant amount of stamina, leading to a rapid decline in his condition during prolonged battles. Additionally, his combat effectiveness decreases by 5 during nighttime battles. This guy's 4 attributes are almost maxed out. It looks like he's about to enter the 6th stage. Could it be that he's chasing the Earth Dragon in order to use its dragon bloodline to advance to the 6th stage? Su Mo furrowed his brows. He felt that this was highly likely. Soon, he turned his attention to another person. Name, Li Hong. Rank, 5th grade, 9th level. Class, Berserker. Rank, A class. Strength, 55,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 50,000. Spirit, 52,000. Skill 1, Raging Fury A rank skill. Effect, Li Hong enters a berserk state, increasing his attack power and attack speed. After the berserk state ends, Li Hong enters a weakened state, with all attributes decreased. Skill 2, Earth-Splitting / rank skill. Effect, Li Hong swings his battle axe, dealing high physical damage to enemies in a straight line in front of him. Skill 3, Berserker 6 Styles B rank skill. Effect, Li Hong unleashes his inner strength, unleashing 6 different attack forms. Skill 4, Brute Force Charge B rank skill. Effect, Li Hong charges toward the target at an extremely fast speed, dealing moderate physical damage to enemies along the path and applying a brief stun effect. Weakness 1, Vulnerable period after entering Berserk mode. Weakness 2, Limited attack range. Description, Li Hong's skills are primarily melee attacks, lacking long-range attack capabilities, making him vulnerable to being kite by ranged classes or agile enemies. This guy isn't weak either. After reviewing the detailed information and weaknesses of the two, Su Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Both sides were among the top tier at the 5th rank, plus the remaining 4 individuals. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, Su Mo would definitely not have the upper hand. If it weren't for the fact that he had disposed of that mage at the beginning, the situation would have been even more dire. They may even be subjected to brutal treatment. Next, the real battle will finally begin. Su Mo took a deep breath, his expression solemn. On the other side, Dongfang Yao and Li Hong joined forces and quickly closed in on Su Mo. The ghostly soldiers charging toward them from all sides were easily dispelled by their attacks, allowing them to steadily advance toward Su Mo's position. Bang! Li Hong swung his axe, sending a ghostly soldier flying. His gaze fixed on Su Mo and the Holy Lord atop the ice peak, the corners of his mouth curled into a savage grin. Ha! Captain, I saw that dragon. Li Hong laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement. Dongfang Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand, which held the weapon, tightened slightly. Be careful. That dragon is clearly no ordinary foe. Don't let your guard down. Li Hong grinned. Don't worry, Captain. This time, I won't let a single dragon slip through my fingers. As he spoke, he planted his toes into the ground and launched himself into the air like a cannonball, raising his massive axe high above his head. You scum, get out of my way. Chapter 40, Demons Don't Follow the Rules of Combat. Li Hong's massive axe, wielded with the force of thunder, cleaved the ghostly soldiers before him into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into nothingness. A path leading straight to Su Mo was forcibly cleaved open, shattering the ice crystals along the way into fragments. HM? Li Hong and Dongfang Yao rushed forward, their gazes landing on the Holy Master. The first thing they sensed was the Holy Master's rank. This dragon is only at the 4th rank? Li Hong's voice sounded surprised, as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. Dongfang Yao furrowed his brows slightly but remained silent, shifting his gaze toward Sumo. When they sensed Sumo's rank, the expressions on both their faces grew even more peculiar. A third-tier summoner? How is this possible? The Holy Lord and Sumo's ranks were completely different from what they had imagined. They were surprisingly weak. It's not even the half-step 6th rank they had anticipated. But they didn't even reach the 5th rank, and the summoner is only at the 3rd rank? Something's not right. It's not right at all. How can a 3rd-tier summoner summon a 4th-tier dragon that surpasses their own level? That's not the issue. Summoning thousands of 3rd-tier monsters is even more impossible. A 3rd-tier summoner simply doesn't possess the immense magical power required to sustain the summoning of so many creatures. But what they don't know is, Sumo summoned the ghost soldiers without expending any magic power at all. Could it be that the opponent possesses an item capable of altering their own level? Dongfang Yao murmured, his eyes deep and intense. In that instant, Sumo's presence became shrouded in mystery. It must be so. The other party's true cultivation level must be hidden, otherwise, there's no way to explain how they summoned so many 3rd-tier monsters. Just as Dongfang Yao was analyzing Sumo and the Holy Lord, Li Hong was already raising his massive axe and closing in on the Holy Lord, a wide grin spreading across his lips. I thought you were all 5th tier, and I thought it would take some effort, but you're not as strong as I expected. Li Hong walked over arrogantly. Now it seems that I can easily take care of all of you by myself. He even whistled defiantly at the Holy Master. Hold on. When Li Hong was about to act, Dongfang Yao spoke up to stop him. Li Hong stopped in confusion and turned to look at Dongfang Yao. Captain, what are you doing? Under Li Hong's puzzled gaze, Dongfang Yao bowed slightly towards Sumo and the Holy Master, his tone surprisingly polite. Would you be willing to part with this dragon and grant it to us? We are willing to pay a hefty price for it. Li Hong? He wondered if he had heard correctly. What was the captain doing? Shouldn't we just take it directly? Sumo and the Holy Lord, who were preparing for battle, were also filled with questions. What's going on here? Bang! In response to Dongfang Yao, the Holy Emperor's dragon breath erupted. Damn it, how dare he treat him, a mighty demon, like a commodity to be bargained over? The Holy Lord was furious. Dragon flames roared past. Dongfang Yao hurriedly dodged. The dragon flame landed on the ice and snow behind him, exploding into a brilliant ice blue flame. You dare to attack first? Li Hong cursed loudly, raised his axe, and advanced toward him. This time, Dongfang Yao did not intervene again. Since the other party had already made their move, there was no point in wasting words. Regardless of the cost, they must capture this dragon today. Captain, I'll handle this dragon clan. Li Hong smiled confidently. Holding a massive axe, charging straight toward the Holy Ruler. The Holy Lord's golden dragon eyes blazed with anger, and his dragon claws struck the ground violently, causing the entire ice peak to tremble. You lowly humans dare to insult me so! Dragon blast! A blinding blue light erupted from the saint's body, like a miniature sun exploding atop an ice peak. Terrifying energy ripples spread out from the Holy Master, causing the ice and snow to vaporize instantly under the force. What? Li Hong's smile froze on his face as he sensed an energy fluctuation far surpassing that of a 4th-tier creature surging toward him. At that moment, he wanted to hide, but it was already too late. Split the earth slash! Li Hong desperately summoned all the elemental energy within his body and channeled it into the great axe in his hands, then brought it down with a mighty swing. Boom! The collision between the two produced a loud noise. The surrounding glaciers trembled, and countless snowflakes flew through the air like rain. A cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision. All that could be heard was Li Hong's muffled groan. Li Hong stumbled back 3 meters, his chest caved in. The spot where his battle armor had been was now torn open by a deep gash, and fresh blood trickled down the wound. Li Hong looked up, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at the Holy Master. Your rank! Li Hong was terrified. He clearly felt that the Holy Master was only at the 4th rank. How could the power he suddenly unleashed be so much stronger than his own? This is an illusion. Dongfang Yao's eyes narrowed, and he quickly moved to Li Hong's side. Are you okay? Captain, this guy is no ordinary opponent. We've all been fooled by him. Li Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The contempt in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by solemnity and vigilance. Dongfang Yao nodded. He had already anticipated this. As expected, he's hiding his strength. This is at least a 5th-tier peak-level dragon clan. Sumo looked at Li Hong's slightly damaged armor and shook his head slightly. What a pity. This guy actually wore armor, otherwise, that strike would have been enough to completely incapacitate him. However, this also left Li Hong with significant injuries, and his strength has undoubtedly been weakened. If the Holy Ruler were to engage him in single combat, he would undoubtedly be able to hold him off for a considerable amount of time. Sumo narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Li Hong ahead. He was carefully considering his next move. Though the Holy Lord's 4 attributes currently only amount to over 30,000. But it is still approximately 20,000 points lower than Li Hong's. However, the opponent had already expended a significant amount of physical strength and had been severely injured. The Holy Lord, armed with 4 SS-ranked talismans, was more than capable of bridging the gap in their respective ranks. The more pressing issue now is the Eastern Yao before us. His 4-dimensional attributes are even higher than Li Hao's, almost reaching the maximum level. If he were to join the battlefield, the Holy Lord would definitely be unable to withstand him. Even if he summons 2 Holy Emperors, they wouldn't stand a chance against Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Not to mention that there were 4 others lurking nearby, ready to pounce at any moment. He wanted to defeat the other party, but that was almost impossible. The system's task wasn't for him to defeat the opponent, all it required was a day of direct confrontation. This gives him a lot of room to maneuver. After some thought, Suemo had already formulated an incredibly detailed plan in his mind. Now, all he needed to do was wait and see how things unfolded. Turn your attention to the battlefield where Li Hong and the Holy Lord are fighting. Dragon flames roar, and ice and frost rage. Li Hong swung his massive axe at the Holy Lord, but the Holy Lord, aware of his opponent's weakness, used his agile movements to constantly evade the attack. He did not give him the opportunity to engage in close combat. Furthermore, continuously using dragon flame to suppress them. Damn it, you stinking bug, all you can do is hide? Are you even a dragon? Seeing that your attacks are unable to inflict fatal damage on the dragon in front of you, Li Hong flew into a rage, shouting repeatedly. After all, he was a 5th-tier powerhouse. Yet at this moment, he was being toyed with like a monkey. The Holy Lord snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. He was a demon, after all, and demons were known for their lack of honor in battle. As long as you win, everything is fine. Chapter 41, What About Me? You're in for big trouble. Ding! Host has successfully repelled the enemy's attack for 2 hours. Congratulations, Host, you have earned 200 kill points. Sumo's eyes lit up slightly, and he felt extremely delighted. Following the Holy Master's strategy, delaying for another day was no problem at all. Of course, that's impossible. Suemo glanced at Dongfang Yao. And sure enough, he noticed a hint of restlessness on the other's face. Dongfang Yao stood at a distance, his brows furrowed. He never expected Li Hong to be completely helpless against this dragon before him. If this continued, who knew how much more time would be wasted? We can't wait any longer. Dongfang Yao murmured softly, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand. Suemo saw this and immediately grew alert. He had already anticipated that Dongfang Yao would make his move, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. This guy must be really desperate. Slashing strike. Dongfang Yao raised his arm and twisted his wrist. A sharp sword chi sliced through the air, its speed astonishingly fast. Damn bug. Rabbit charm, activate immediately. The figure of the Holy Lord blurred instantly, sidestepping 3 meters at an unimaginable speed. Dongfang Yao's fatal strike had missed its mark. What? Dongfang Yao's pupils suddenly contracted. This sword strike contained the predictive ability of sword heart clarity, and by all logic, it should have been impossible to dodge. What shocked him even more was that as the Holy Master moved, 7 afterimages trailed behind him. This guy is terrifyingly fast. Dongfang Yao's expression grew solemn. He had never seen such an eerie speed before. Even he himself did not possess such terrifying speed. This dragon clan must have mastered an S-class speed skill. To capture it alive, you must neutralize its speed. Dongfang Yao immediately shouted at Zhang Zetian and Mo Qingshu. Cast a spell on them and restrict the dragon clan's ability to move. Yes, Captain. Mo Qingshu and Zhang Zetian immediately sprang into action upon hearing this. One held a magic staff in one hand and a magical text in the other. As the spell was cast, suddenly, winds swirled and clouds gathered. Magical confinement. Frost descends. Mo Qingshu and Zhang Zetian attacked together. Suddenly, the space around the Holy Ruler began to warp, as if bound by invisible chains. At the same time, the temperature plummeted, and a biting cold swept over the area, quickly forming a thick layer of frost on the ground. Spreading toward the Holy Lord, it seemed intent on freezing him into an ice sculpture. This is our chance. Li Hong's eyes flashed with determination as he seized the opportunity. He charged forward with brute force. Every muscle in his body bulged, veins standing out prominently. Li Hong roared as he charged toward the Holy Master. This move was his most prideful attack technique. Any enemy who dares to approach him will be instantly overwhelmed. And Dongfang Yao seized this opportunity to unleash another slash. 2 attacks simultaneously struck toward the Holy Lord, their might terrifying. This time, he had no chance of escaping. Li Hong grinned maliciously. Dongfang Yao also nodded. Even though this dragon was powerful enough to withstand the attack of one of them, it would definitely be unable to withstand the attack of another. The Holy Lord's golden dragon eyes suddenly contracted. Sumo's expression also changed slightly. It's 1 against 2, right? Suemo thought for a moment and directly ordered the Holy Emperor to activate the power of the Tiger Seal. Tiger Seal spell, Yin Yang Clone. Under the shocked gazes of Dongfang Yao and Li Hong, the Holy Lord's body suddenly split into two. What the hell is that? Li Hong rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Dongfang Yao also looked utterly disbelieving. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such an eerie ability before. A clone? No, that can't be right. Both of these individuals have the same powerful aura as before. Dongfang Yao quickly regained his composure. He realized that the aura of these two holy sovereigns had not weakened despite being split into two. On the contrary, both were incredibly powerful. Could it be that the summoner has summoned a new dragon clan again? But can a single person summon two identical dragons? Li Hong's face twitched. Dongfang Yao couldn't help but glance at the ghostly soldiers. Who said you can't summon identical creatures? These ghost ninjas are the perfect example. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. If the opponent could summon not just one or two dragons, but dozens or even hundreds of them, they wouldn't even be able to capture a single dragon alive today, let alone whether they could even survive the return journey. The two great saints of good and evil each blocked the attacks of Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Dare to lay a finger on me? Today, I will devour you alive. The evil Holy Lord's rage boiled over, and a violent, murderous aura spread out in all directions. He opened his mouth and unleashed a dragon blast, sweeping toward Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. The two burly men, seeing this, were both startled. They quickly dodged out of the way. The dragon's explosion boomed, shattering into countless fragments that flew in all directions. I'll see where you can run now. The evil tyrant roared and gave chase once more. Seeing this, the benevolent saintly ruler also unleashed his attacks without mercy. Although the holy sovereign had split into good and evil factions, he still cannot be a match for Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. Not to mention that the other side also has two mages assisting them. Suemo silently calculated in his mind. Though, the two great saints of good and evil had temporarily suppressed Li Hong and Dongfang Yao. However, they are still no match for their opponents. By the time the other party reacts, the outcome will remain unchanged. The key to breaking the deadlock lies with the other four. Suemo looked at Mo Qingxue and the other three, who were still being surrounded and attacked by the Ghost Shadow Battalion. It seems that to buy enough time, we must eliminate this support and mage. While the support class may not possess the same combat prowess as other main combat classes, but it often serves as the core and soul of a team. It plays a decisive role in the battle. Suemo knew clearly that as long as he could control Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, he could significantly weaken Dongfang Yao's combat strength. However, they were being protected by a shield warrior, and taking them down would definitely not be an easy task. My profession provides excellent cover. A summoner who can't even lift a finger, who would have thought he was a terrifying close combat fighter? After making up his mind, Suemo headed toward the battlefield where Mo Qingxue and the others were fighting. Captain, is that guy trying to escape? Li Hong shouted while dealing with the Holy Master. He's just a summoner, he can't cause much trouble. Let him go. Dongfang Yao snorted coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on the Holy Lord. Our target is the Dragon Clan. Ignore him. Of course, there's another reason. He doesn't want to get into a major conflict with this summoner. Ignoring me? Then you're in for a world of trouble. Suemo chuckled to himself, but his footsteps grew faster. Chapter 42, Summoner? Dragon Knight? What the heck are you? Sumo's figure moved swiftly across the battlefield, closing in on Mo Qingxue and the others in just a few seconds. This was still with Suemo deliberately controlling his speed. Otherwise, with his current speed attribute of 37,600 and the power of the rabbit symbol spell, he could have closed the distance in just a few blinks. In the blink of an eye, he could charge right up to the four of them. At that moment, Zhang Zetian and the other three were in the midst of the battlefield. Zhang San, the shield warrior, stood at the front, like an iron tower, firmly blocking the onslaught of the ghost soldiers. Mo Qingxue and Zhang Zetian, the two mages, cast spells continuously from the rear. Of course, since Zhang Zetian had expended too much energy, the main damage was dealt by the archer Lu Tongyuan. The Ghost Shadow Battalion continued to fiercely besiege them, but Mo Qingxue and her three companions worked together seamlessly, managing to stabilize their position for the time being. What is that kid up to? Zhang Zetian caught a glimpse of Sumo's movements out of the corner of her eye and furrowed her brows. Isn't he trying to escape? Mo Qingxue also felt a bit puzzled. No, he's coming toward us. Lu Tongyuan shot and killed a ghost soldier with an arrow. A summoner is charging toward us? Zhang San paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. This kid must have lost his mind, right? In their eyes, Sumo's behavior was nothing short of suicide. A fragile summoner, not staying safely in the back. Instead, he wants to engage in close combat with the two mages, an archer, and a shield warrior. You must be out of your mind. Who cares? If he wants to die, let him have his way. Zhang San let out a savage laugh and thrust his shield forward with all his might. Shield bash. A massive shield, accompanied by a whistling wind, slammed into Sumo with tremendous force. If that blow had connected, even a warrior of the same rank would have suffered severe injuries. Let alone a fragile summoner. They'd be either dead or crippled. Zhang San's shield, enveloped in a torrent of force, crashed down toward Sumo. Zhang San's shield, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, slammed toward Sumo with great force. The impact was so powerful that it seemed to shatter the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. It's over. No one thought the fragile summoner could dodge that blow. However, rabbit symbol spell, ultra fast. Whoosh. Swoosh. Sumo's figure vanished instantly from where he had been standing. His speed was so fast it was almost like teleportation. So fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to catch. Zhang San's shield strike landed solidly on the ground, emitting a dull thud. It directly created a small crater. Where are the people? The smile on his face froze instantly, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Where did it go? Am I seeing things? He rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting he was hallucinating. It wasn't just him, even Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingshu, and Lu Tongyuan, who were behind him, were all stunned. How could a person suddenly disappear like that? They don't disappear. It's just moving so fast that it's numbing our eyes. Lu Tongyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. As an archer, his dynamic vision far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he was further enhanced by the eagle eye technique. Even so, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Sumo's movement. This speed is definitely not something a third-tier summoner could possess, or rather, it's not a speed that a summoner should possess. Before he could finish speaking, Sumo had already darted past the shield warrior Zhang San like a ghost, appearing before Mo Qingshu, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan. Watch out! Zhang San finally reacted and shouted urgently. But it was already too late. He never would have dreamed that a summoner could unleash such terrifying speed. This completely shattered his understanding. But what can a summoner do up close? As a punching bag? Dragon Blast. Sumo wouldn't give them any chance, firing a Dragon Blast directly. A fiery ball, filled with destructive energy, rapidly in his mouth. The blazing light warped the surrounding air. Quick, defend yourselves! Zhang Zetian desperately squeezed out the last remnants of magic power from her body and cast a defensive spell just a second before her strength was completely depleted. Magic Shield. Mo Qingshu also reacted, and the tip of her staff glowed with light. Healing Light. White light fell on Zhang Zetian, and his magic, which was almost depleted, visibly recovered a little. Boom! The dragon's explosive blast slammed into Zhang Zetian's hastily erected magical shield. The searing flames erupted instantly, resembling blooming fire lotuses, enveloping the entire shield within. The surrounding icy rocks, exposed to the intense heat, began to melt. The droplets of water hadn't even hit the ground before they evaporated into white mist. Click, click. The magical shield trembled violently, emitting sounds of strain, as cracks spread at a visible speed. Zhang Zetian's face turned deathly pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. The faint magic she had just regained quickly flowed into the shield, desperately maintaining its stability. Damn it! How can this guy's attack be so powerful? Zhang Zetian was utterly horrified. He had thought that even if a summoner got close, how much of a threat could they possibly pose? But now, Sumo's Dragon Blast was so powerful it was on par with a 5th-tier, 9th-grade mage's full power attack. This completely surpasses his understanding. How could a summoner with such a frail physique possess such formidable individual combat capabilities? Were all the summoners they encountered before fake? This guy in front of them isn't a summoner at all, he's a Dragon Knight. But why would a Dragon Knight use a summoner's techniques? A series of questions swirled in Zhang Zetian's mind. He felt like his entire worldview was about to collapse. It wasn't just him, Mo Qingshu and Lu Tongyuan were equally stunned. They had never seen such a powerful summoner before. This completely overturned their understanding of summoners. Snap! The magical shield finally couldn't withstand the impact of the dragon's explosion and shattered like glass. The remaining flames swept through, burning several charred holes in Zhang Zetian's robe. Lu Tongyuan's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper. I have no magic left. Zhang Zetian's lips trembled as he struggled to utter those words. The overtaxed magic circuits sent searing pain through his body, causing his vision to darken in waves. Just as the shield shattered, a silver light streaked through the air. Exploding arrow. Lu Tongyuan's bowstring trembled as the specially crafted demon-piercing arrow whistled sharply toward Sumo's throat. The arrowhead was wrapped in spiraling air currents. This was the fatal arrow capable of piercing through 5th-tier defenses. Whether you're a Dragon Knight or a summoner, you'll fall to this arrow. Die! Lu Tongyuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Die! A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Tongyuan's eyes. As the team's chief marksman, this move had once claimed the lives of countless powerful enemies. Even if the opponent is a Dragon Knight hiding their true strength, once hit, they would at least be severely injured and lose their ability to fight. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Will it hit the target? It should definitely hit the target. At such a close distance, even if the opponent is fast, they can't possibly outrun an arrow. Chapter 43, tie him up, it'll make things easier. Ha! Facing this arrow, Suemo didn't even attempt to dodge. He exploited the allure of his identity as a summoner to ambush the three of them unexpectedly. Time was short, and the opportunity to strike was only a few seconds long. If you choose to dodge, by the time the shield warrior arrives, it will be trouble. Suemo let the arrow, imbued with the power to dispel magic, strike him precisely. And in the instant the arrow's power erupted, Suemo activated his skill to transfer the damage. Put! The sound of arrows piercing flesh was clearly audible, and even the sight of arrowheads protruding from their backs was visible to everyone. Success! He's dead. No wonder he's called Lu Gu. Mo Qingshui and Zhang Zetian cheered almost simultaneously, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Zhang San also sighed in relief. Though the process had been thrilling, it had all worked out in the end. It was me who did it. Lu Tongyuan was feeling quite pleased with himself. Even if this arrow hits a 5th-tier opponent, they won't escape serious injury. Him? Lu Tongyuan shook his head. The meaning was clear. But soon, his expression froze. Because he saw. Suemo was not dead. Not even a single drop of blood was spilled. Damage transfer. The wound piercing Sumo's chest suddenly emitted an eerie red glow. The explosive energy attached to the arrow suddenly transferred through some invisible connection, instantly spreading to the surrounding ghostly soldiers. Boom! 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and the bodies of the nearest few ghostly soldiers suddenly swelled and exploded, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Meanwhile, the on Sumo's chest healed at a visible speed, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. Even the holes in his clothes mysteriously repaired themselves. What kind of skill is this? Mo Qingshui stared in horror, her voice trembling. Zhang Zetian was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes, doubting that he was hallucinating. I must have overexerted my magic and my eyes are playing tricks on me. Lu Tongyuan was struck as if by lightning, his entire body stiffening. His pride and joy, the demon-slaying arrow, his surefire killing blow, had it failed? This is the arrow that could even severely wound a 5th-tier powerhouse. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief and self-doubt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that the arrow I just shot hit only the opponent's clone? He suddenly looked up and stared intently at the completely healed wound on Sumo's chest. Even his clothes were intact, as if everything that had just happened was nothing more than a mirage. Dragon's breath. Suemo wouldn't give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Strike while the iron is hot. A scorching breath erupted from Sumo's mouth, carrying the destructive energy of utter madness, surging toward Lu Tongyuan and the 3 others. What of being a 5th-rank 9th-grade cultivator? Their profession has doomed them to a nightmare in close combat. Suemo was confident, as long as nothing unexpected happened. The 3 of them were completely helpless under his attack. Boom! Dragon flames erupted like a burst dam, instantly engulfing the 3 of them. The scorching heat waves baked the surrounding ground until it turned black and cracked. The 3 of them were completely helpless. As the flames dissipated, the 3 were left in a pitiful state. Mo Qingshui's skirt was burned to a few ragged strips, and Zhang Zetian was now dressed like a beggar. Lu Tongyuan was even worse off, his entire body charred black. His once flowing long hair had turned into a messy, frizzy mess, with wisps of smoke still rising from it. You. Lu Tongyuan struggled to lift his head. He couldn't fathom how a 3rd-tier summoner could possess such terrifying speed, block explosive arrows without a scratch, and now even breathe dragon fire? This wasn't just surprising, it was terrifying. This completely overturned his understanding of the professional system over the past 2 decades. It's even more absurd than a sow climbing a tree. Suemo knelt down and patted Lu Tongyuan's charred cheek, surprised? This is just the beginning. Ghost Shadow Battalion, take them down. Suemo gave the order. Dozens of ghost shadow soldiers emerged from the shadows like ghosts, moving swiftly and eerily. Black ropes wrapped precisely around the limbs and necks of the 3 people. They were tightly bound, unable to move an inch, like dumplings. Let me go! You filthy undead creatures! Mo Qingshui screamed and struggled, but she couldn't break free from the ghostly soldier's grip. Zhang Zetian wasn't faring much better. He struggled while trying to chant a spell. But every time he managed to utter a few syllables, he was struck in the stomach by a ghostly soldier. He forced the spell back down, choking until his face turned purple. Only Lu Tongyuan remained relatively composed, staring intently at Suemo as if he intended to devour him whole. He simply couldn't fathom how he had been defeated by a 3rd-tier summoner. Damn it! Let them go, or I'll make you pay. At that moment, Zhang San finally broke free from the ghostly soldier's grasp and charged forward. Seeing Mo Qingshui and the others bound like dumplings by the ghostly soldiers, he was overcome with rage. His eyes bulged, and the veins on his forehead stood out prominently. If you don't, I'll beat you into a pulp. Suemo smiled slightly, completely unafraid. Do you think you'll turn me into minced meat first, or will I kill them first? Suemo waved his hand, and the ghostly soldiers immediately understood, tightening the black ropes in their hands with a sudden jerk. Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan all let out muffled groans of pain, their faces turning as red as liver. Especially Mo Qingxue, who was already barely covered by a few ragged pieces of cloth. Now she was being choked so tightly she could barely breathe, her chest heaving wildly, as if it might burst open at any moment. Zhang San's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He hesitated, unwilling to take the risk. He dared not gamble. "You're despicable." Zhang San was so angry that he trembled all over, but there was nothing he could do. Ignoring Zhang San, Suemo stroked his chin and circled around the three of them. Without these three, the upcoming battle would be much easier. I wonder if using their lives as leverage would make the other side hesitate to act. In that case, forcing them to complete the system's tasks for another day would be quite straightforward. Thinking this, Suemo turned his gaze toward Dongfang Yao and the others on the battlefield with the Holy Lord. No wonder they were two 5th rank 9th grade beings, they had suppressed the Holy Lord so easily. On the battlefield, the two great saints of good and evil were being held down by Dongfang Yao and Li Hong. However, even so, the sovereign still had reason to be proud. After all, the Holy Lord is currently only at the 4th rank, 2nd level, and there is an insurmountable gap between him and the 5th rank, 9th level. Facing two opponents, he has managed to hold on for this long without being defeated. If it were any other 4th tier being, no, even a 5th tier one, they would have been blown to smithereens by Dongfang Yao and Li Hong working together, leaving not even a trace of ashes behind. "Captain, it looks like we'll be able to take down these two dragons in no time." Li Hong grinned, his eyes and eyebrows brimming with joy. Originally, their goal was to capture a dragon and bring it back to the young lady. But they never expected to get one for free. What a great deal. Dongfang Yao nodded, a look of excitement flashing across his face. Just as the two were feeling triumphant, Sumo's somewhat out-of-place voice rang out at that moment. "You two, why don't you turn around and take a look?" Chapter 44, Mission Reward, Grey Wolf. From Sumo's first move to capturing Zhang Zetian and the others, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, Dongfang Yao and Li Hong didn't even have time to react. As Sumo's voice rang out, Li Hong glanced back. That glance was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. Li Hong's smile froze instantly, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Dongfang Yao noticed Li Hong's unusual behavior, felt a chill run down his spine, and abruptly turned his head away. What he saw caused his pupils to contract sharply. Suemo stood there, harmless as a lamb. And at his feet, Mo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan stood like three fat lambs awaiting slaughter. They were bound tightly with thick black ropes, lying haphazardly on the ground. Beside him, Zhang San held a massive shield but stood frozen in place. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and he glared intently at Suemo, yet dared not take a single step forward. Where were Lao Lu, Lao Shang, and Qingxue? The two were completely dumbfounded. Just as they were fully focused on suppressing the Holy Lord, believing victory was within their grasp, and even beginning to plan how to claim credit once they captured the Dragon Clan, trouble erupted unexpectedly? "No, this isn't a fire, it's like someone has stolen their home. How is this possible?" Li Hong exclaimed, his voice changing pitch. He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen correctly. Those were 4 5th rank 9th level powerhouses. Even if he teamed up with the captain, they wouldn't stand a chance. How could he be tied up like a dumpling by a 3rd tier summoner? Moreover, judging by Zhang San's hesitant expression, it's clear that the three of them have been taken hostage. When did this happen? They were clearly still engaged in a fierce battle with the Holy Lord just moments ago. No more than a dozen seconds had passed. In just a few seconds, they managed to take down and bind 3 5th rank 9th grade powerhouses? And you did it while being protected by a 5th tier, 9th rank shield warrior? Are you kidding me? Dongfang Yao's expression also turned extremely ugly. He had thought deeper than Li Hong. The techniques this man was displaying, was he really just a 3rd tier summoner? Just as he had suspected. The other party's profession was not a 3rd tier summoner at all. He's been pretending to be weak the whole time. 6th rank. This guy is definitely a 6th tier being, or even higher. While Dongfang Yao was filled with excitement, there was also a hint of anticipation in his heart. He had originally thought that, even if the summoner before him had used an item to alter his rank, he would be no more than half a step away from 6th rank at most. It now appears that he has severely underestimated the opponent's level. "Please spare my teammates' lives." Dongfang Yao immediately stopped and bowed to Suemo. "Damn it!" Li Hong muttered under his breath, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. Glancing at the Holy Lord, though he felt reluctant, he had no choice but to stop for the sake of Mo Qingxue and the others' lives. Seeing this, Sumo's smile grew even brighter. "Excellent. Everything is under control." Seeing that Dongfang Yao and Li Hong had indeed stopped attacking the Holy Lord, Suemo felt a weight lift off his chest. As expected, just as I had anticipated, these people still care about the lives of their teammates. He glanced down at Imo Qingxue, Zhang Zetian, and Lu Tongyuan, who were bound like three giant silkworms at his feet. These three were now his most powerful talismans. As long as I keep these three under my control, they won't dare to make a move, let alone delay things for a day or even 3 or 5 days. By then, the system task will be a piece of cake. Just as Suemo was lost in endless fantasies, planning how to use the hostages to maximize the delay. The next move by Dongfang Yao completely shattered Sumo's plans. Dongfang Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions surging within him, and bowed slightly toward Suemo, adopting a very humble posture. Your strength is beyond our comprehension, we concede defeat. We are willing to cease hostilities immediately and will never again lay a finger on you or these two dragon friends. We humbly request that you, as a man of great generosity, spare my teammates. If you have any grievances, I, Dongfang Yao, will take full responsibility. Upon hearing this, Li Hong's expression changed instantly. Captain! Li Hong blurted out involuntarily. How could this be? That dragon! He abruptly stopped speaking and looked anxiously at Dongfang Yao. Let the dragon clan go? If we let these two dragons go this time, they will be unable to find new dragons in a short period of time. Time is running out, we have less than 2 weeks left. That young lady is surely doomed. If the mission fails, he can accept the punishment, but the young lady's life. Dongfang Yao did not look at Li Hong, his gaze remained fixed on Suemo, but his lips moved slightly, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Can't you tell? Li Hong was stunned. Dongfang Yao's voice was unusually serious, the opponent is at least a 6th rank. Those 7 words struck Li Hong's mind like a thunderclap from the heavens. 6th rank? Li Hong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind went blank, buzzing with noise. He instinctively turned his head and stared intently at the young-looking, harmless-looking summoner not far away. This guy, who had effortlessly bound 3 5th-tier 9th rank experts like a bundle of rice dumplings, forcing Zhang San to dare not move an inch, was only 6th tier? No wonder he could accomplish all this silently right under their noses. They actually thought they could capture the enemy alive? That's like a man on his birthday hanging himself because he wants to live longer. Zhang Zetian and others were also frantically shaking their bodies in protest. They could die, but the young lady must be saved. Surrender? Suemo heard this and almost couldn't keep the smile off his face. Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? He worked so hard to set this trap, feigning weakness to lure the enemy, then striking at the crucial moment to capture the hostage. What was his motive? Isn't it just to buy time? If Dongfang Yao and the others just pack up and leave now, his mission would be declared a failure on the spot. No. We absolutely cannot let them leave like this. Upon hearing Dongfang Yao admit defeat, Suemo also grew anxious. He just wanted to stall for time, he didn't want to win. Think of a way. Just as Suemo was about to try to salvage the situation, the system voice sounded. Ding! Host successfully intimidated opponent into surrender, delaying the mission by 1 day. Objective exceeded. Congratulations! Congratulations to the host for demonstrating extraordinary wisdom and strength. The task completion rate is now determined as perfect. The host has successfully deterred the opponent, causing them to concede defeat. The task has been completed with a delay of 1 day, exceeding the target. Rewards are being processed. Settling rewards. Congratulations, host, you have won a mystery grand prize. Suemo. No, wait a minute. Exceeded the task? His eyes lit up instantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, we could have exceeded the target. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have directly obtained 1,200 points of slaughter value reward, and your lottery draw attempts have increased from 10 to 15. Obtained 1 fragment of the divine tier summoning creature Grey Wolf. Congratulations, host, you have directly obtained 1,200 points of kill value reward, and your lottery chances have increased from 10 to 15. Obtained the divine tier summoning item Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Chapter 45, 20 consecutive draws. What on earth is this? Sumo's eyes widened slightly. Awesome! This is so awesome! Kill value increased by 200 points, and the number of lottery draws increased by 5. This is the reward for exceeding the task requirements. It's indeed generous. However, the surprises aren't over yet. Obtained the legendary summoning creature Grey Wolf Fragment 1. What the heck is this? Suemo paused for a moment. Then, Grey Wolf fragments, here they come? This single fragment is worth as much as SSS grade material, and its killing value is as high as 10,000. He had no idea how long he would have to toil like a beast of burden or how many monsters he would have to slay to gather enough. Now, hey, I've got it. System. I love you so much. Detected that the host has 20 lottery chances. Would you like to use them now? Let's just go with a quick 5 in a row for now. Ding, 5 lottery chances have been used. Let's start the lottery. Ding, you have consumed 5 lottery chances. The lottery has begun. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained AB rank material, Moonstone X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a D rank skill book, Ice Spike Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained D rank equipment, Leather Leg Guards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E rank equipment item, Rusted Dagger. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E rank skill book, Basic Archery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the E rank equipment, Rusted Dagger. This luck is just about acceptable. After 5 consecutive draws, he managed to get a B rank material as the minimum guarantee, which Sumo considered pretty decent. Though, he wouldn't have any use for this B grade material. However, it can be added to the system for exchange, and at the very least, it will yield several dozen kill points. Not a bad deal. He rubbed his hands together. System, give me another 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Consume 10 draw chances, starting the draw. Ding. 10 draw opportunities consumed. Starting draw. As a dazzling flash of light appeared, the lottery results began to appear one by one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 units of D-grade potion basic antidote. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained D-rank material Cold Iron Oregon. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a D-rank material Cold Iron Oregon. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained E-grade material Tough Vine. Another B-grade material, but still no A-grade or higher items. I wonder if this lottery has a guaranteed minimum prize. Sumo thought to himself and used up the remaining 5 draws all at once. Ding. Consumed 5 lottery chances, starting the draw. Ding. 5 lottery chances consumed. Starting the lottery. Ding. Eased 5 lottery chances. Starting lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pieces of low-quality beast hide E-grade material. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a D-grade potion, miniature healing potion. Sure enough, just some worthless junk. Just as Sumo had this thought, the final notification tone made him perk up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special item Ruins Coordinate Map. Ha! Sumo paused for a moment. Special item? Ruins Coordinates Map? He suddenly widened his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. Was that last one the big one? Ruins Coordinates Map? Sumo muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly burning with intensity. Could it be a treasure map? He hurriedly checked the information on the ancient site coordinates map. Mysterious item, Ruins Coordinate Map. Type, Consumable Special. Effect, records the precise coordinates of a lost ruin. This ruin may contain unknown treasures, powerful forces, or deadly dangers. Note, this map information appears incomplete, with certain key areas obscured by an unknown force. Access to these regions requires the holder to explore them independently or meet specific conditions to unlock them. The currently marked coordinates point to the outskirts of the Forgotten Trial Grounds. The Forgotten Trial Grounds. Sumo chewed on the name, his eyes glowing brighter. Ruins. This is the real deal. It represents opportunity and the unknown possibilities that lie ahead. It may hold lost secrets, powerful weapons, or rare materials. It may even be directly connected to some of the core secrets of this world. Although the notes mention danger and state that the map is incomplete. But this only piqued Sumo's interest even more. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. However, I must at least wait until I have elevated the Holy Lord's rank to the 6th tier and advanced his grade to the divine level before making any further plans. Sumo was excited but also understood. With his current abilities, attempting to explore the ruins would almost certainly end in a gruesome death. Everything must wait until his strength is sufficient. System, exchange the B-grade materials I obtained. System, exchange the B-grade materials I obtained. Ding. Host successfully exchanged the excess B-grade materials. Host's current available kill points, 1805. 1805 kill points. I can redeem another talisman. Which talisman should I choose this time? Just as Sumo was considering which talisman to exchange next, a slightly hoarse voice, clearly tinged with impatience, interrupted his thoughts. Your Excellency. Dongfang Yao's voice echoed, as if he had taken a step forward but hesitated, seemingly mindful of something. If you still refuse to release my teammates, I am willing to trade an S-rank item for their freedom. Please spare them. Dongfang Yao saw that Sumo had not responded for a long time and assumed that the other party was very dissatisfied with this matter. No wonder. His teammates are in the hands of the opposing team. What right does he have to negotiate on equal terms with the other side? He can only make concessions at a tremendous cost. S-class item? Sumo finally raised his eyelids and fixed his gaze on Dongfang Yao. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. He certainly didn't intend to extort money from the other party just now. No, that doesn't even count as extortion. It's the other party's way of compensating themselves mentally. If you can trade an S-class item for their lives, I would be more than happy to do so. Sumo spoke up. As for what kind of S-class item it was, Sumo didn't care. Anyway, it would all be converted into kill points in the end. Seeing Sumo give in, Dongfang Yao took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He flipped his palm, and in a flash of light, a jade pendant emitting a soft white glow appeared in his palm. The jade pendant was smooth and warm to the touch, oval in shape, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, faintly forming the outline of a sword. It exudes a sharp, piercing aura. Captain, you. When you see this S-rank item being taken out by Dongfang Yao, Li Hong immediately panicked, wanting to speak, but ultimately kept his mouth shut. This is an S-class offensive item, the Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Dongfang Yao's voice trembled slightly, clearly reluctant to part with this item. It can unleash a single strike equivalent to the full power of a 6th tier peak level expert, and can be used 3 times. This Sword Heart Jade Pendant is one of Dongfang Yao's ultimate trump cards. It is priceless, and would never be brought out unless absolutely necessary. An S-class attack item? Sumo's eyes lit up slightly. This thing is really good. Although it's a consumable item, it can save your life in a pinch. Moreover, the value of this item is more than enough to trade for the lives of those few already half-crippled men. Dongfang Yao has really gone all out. Originally, Sumo had planned to exchange it for slaughter points. But now there's no rush. You can keep it for now. Sure. Sumo's voice betrayed no emotion as he reached out his hand. Chapter 46, Senior, please don't toy with us. Dongfang Yao, seeing this, reluctantly handed over the Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Sumo took the jade pendant, feeling a slight chill as he held it, clearly sensing the immense energy contained within. This is good. You may go now. Sumo casually waved his hand, and the ropes binding Zhang Zetian and the others instantly vanished. Dongfang Yao hurried forward, frantically checking the condition of his team members. Fortunately, although everyone was injured and looked exhausted, their lives were not in danger. Captain, we're useless. We let you down. Before Lu Tongyuan could finish speaking, he began coughing due to the pain from his wound, his face filled with shame. To save them, the captain had actually sacrificed that S-rank life-saving trump card. Zhang San slammed the ground heavily, shattering the hard ice layer with his impact. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't been so careless. Don't say another word. Dongfang Yao interrupted him, his voice a bit hoarse, and patted his shoulder. Just stay alive. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Sumo glanced at them, leaped onto the back of the holy dragon, and prepared to leave. Now that the mission was complete and he had gained so many benefits, staying here any longer was not a wise choice. But just as he was about to leave, Dongfang Yao suddenly darted forward and blocked Sumo's path. What? Sumo's voice was flat and emotionless, betraying no hint of joy or anger. The items were handed over, and the person was released. Now, are you trying to back out? His tone was calm, but his gaze grew sharper, and he unconsciously rubbed the jade pendant on his sword hilt. The Holy Lord also sensed his master's emotions, and dragon flames gathered in his mouth, ready to fight at any moment. A dull thud echoed through the air. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Dongfang Yao bent his knees and fell heavily to the cold ground. He bowed his head, his forehead nearly touching the ice. Team, Captain? What are you doing, Captain? Mo Qingshuet, Zhang Zetian, and the others exclaimed in shock, ignoring their injuries as they struggled to rush forward and help Dongfang Yao to his feet. They had never seen their captain in such a state before. In their hearts, Dongfang Yao had always been a symbol of pride, strength, and unwavering resolve. Even in the face of the most dire circumstances, he always stood tall and unbowed. But now, he is actually performing this great gesture toward enemies who were just moments ago fighting for their lives. They couldn't understand why. Just as Li Hong was about to rush over, he suddenly thought of something. He slowed his pace and came to a stop. The captain did this for the young lady. Sumo was also stunned. He had imagined all sorts of scenarios after Dongfang Yao handed over the S-class item. But he hadn't considered this one. Kneel before him. What's this guy up to? I know this request might be a bit abrupt, even a bit presumptuous. However, I earnestly request your assistance. Save my young mistress. Dongfang Yao suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Sure enough. Li Hong knew that after the captain discovered that the opponent's cultivation level had reached the 6th rank, they would inevitably act this way. For the young lady, the captain would do anything. Looking at Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingshu, and the others beside him, who were still looking completely bewildered, and even a bit indignant, Li Hong's lips twitched, but he only managed to utter a few words. That guy is a 6th rank. What? This time, the exclamations were in perfect unison. Zhang Zetian, Mo Qingshu, Lu Tongyuan, and Zhang San all froze in place. The anger and confusion on their faces were instantly replaced by sheer shock and horror. 6th rank? Were they just fighting a 6th rank powerhouse? No, but he's only a 3rd tier expert, isn't he? I guess he's using props to hide his true profession and cultivation level. Zhang Zetian realized what was happening. A 3rd tier summoner could beat 6 5th tier 9th grade warriors like that? Who would believe it? And at that moment, they finally understood their captain's true intentions. Not only did they not stop him, but they all knelt down in unison before Sumo. Thud, thud. A series of muffled thuds echoed across the ice. On the ice plain, the cold wind howled. Only Sumo and the dragon remained, looking down from above at the eastern squad kneeling on the ground. Sumo. He watched the dramatic scene unfold before him, his lips twitching imperceptibly. No. What's going on here? What's the matter? You can stand up and speak. Soon, Dongfang Yao explained the entire situation to Sumo. Dongfang Yao and his team were the strongest squad in Tianfeng City. Their team accompanied Lady Fingwu of Tianfeng City into the secret realm for training, but suddenly encountered an unexpected crisis. Fengwu sacrificed herself to protect them, sustaining severe injuries and damaging her core essence. Now she is on her last legs, with little time left. To rescue the other party, at least 2 6th-tier experts with dragon-related abilities are required for treatment. Alternatively, 3 monsters with dragon bloodline must be sacrificed. I see. Sumo suddenly understood. Understood why the 5th-tier Earth Dragon had managed to escape from the opponent's grasp and why the opponent had been relentlessly pursuing the Holy Lord all along. However, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The Holy Lord is my summoned being, and I will never sacrifice him. Sumo's tone was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. The Holy Lord was his greatest reliance at present. Don't even mention a stranger like Fengwu. Even if the Heavenly King himself were to come, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on the Holy Lord. No, you have misunderstood my meaning. With your 6th-tier cultivation, there is no need to sacrifice a partner. Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. We have found a 6th-ranked Dragon Knight. Now we only need your final contribution. If you are willing to lend a hand, we will provide whatever you require. Whether it be martial arts techniques, secret treasures, or resources, the entire city of Tianfeng will spare no effort and give everything we have, no questions asked. 6th tier? Sumo's eye twitched imperceptibly. After all that fighting, these people actually think they're 6th-tier masters hiding their true strength? I'm so powerful now. Sumo felt a bit amused, yet also a bit helpless. If he were truly a 6th-rank cultivator, he might consider helping out. After all, that Earth Dragon had saved someone's life. I also want to lend a helping hand, but unfortunately, as you can see, I'm only at the 3rd rank. Please don't joke around, sir. Dongfang Yao gave a wry smile, but the earnestness on his face remained unchanged. A 3rd-tier summoner had defeated 6 5th-tier 9th-rank opponents without giving them a chance to fight back and nearly killed 3 of their teammates? Who would believe that? Look at us, do we look like cute little kids? Zhang Zetian beside him couldn't help but join in. Although he was still kneeling, his neck was stiff and straight. If this is a 3rd-tier practitioner, then what are these 5th-tier, 9th-grade practitioners who have been training for years? Are they just a bunch of second-rate amateurs? Dongfang Yao took up the conversation. Earlier, we were blind and offended the senior. However, now that the young lady's life is at stake, we humbly request the senior's assistance. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear enough. Don't play games. Let's just get this out in the open. We all know what's going on. Sumo. He looked at Dongfang Yao's face, which seemed to say, I understand, senior. There's no need to say more. Modesty is the way of the great. He glanced at the other team members beside him, who all had the same expression, their eyes conveying the message, we all understand. He felt the veins on his temples twitch slightly. Do you think I need to lie to you? I truly. Senior. Dongfang Yao suddenly interrupted him. If you are unwilling to help, just say so. Tianfeng City will not force you. But please, do not use the excuse of being a 3rd-tier cultivator to toy with us any longer. Chapter 47, My name is Sumo from Carlo City. Do these people have an overactive imagination? Since it couldn't be explained, Sumo didn't bother to continue explaining. Though I am not a 6th-rank cultivator, if you still haven't found a way to treat your young miss within half a month, you may come find me. Of course, let me make this clear up front, if I help, the reward must be substantial. The Tianfeng City family is wealthy and powerful, I'm sure they won't be stingy. Though he felt a slight pang of guilt for stealing the Earth Dragon, he wasn't about to give up the benefits. If the senior is truly as you say, you are only at the 3rd level. Even if they find you later, what can they do? Chapter 13, The Dragon's Den. Zhang Zetian couldn't help but speak up. The others also fell silent. Sumo was absolutely unwilling to hand over his summoned creature. The only other option was for the other party to reach the 6th rank within half a month. Is that even possible? It's absolutely impossible. No one can advance from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank in just half a month. Not even someone with god-tier talent could do it. Sumo smiled and didn't respond. Advancing from the 3rd to the 6th rank in half a month was not impossible. After all, who would have imagined that just 3 days ago, he was still an ordinary person with no strength to lift a chicken? Some things are so unbelievable that even if you told them, they wouldn't believe you. It's better to let the facts speak for themselves. Dongfang Yao composed himself. Regardless, this was currently the only hope, albeit a faint and intangible one. Regardless, please leave your name and contact information. Half a month later, if we are still at a loss, we will come to seek your help. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he must not give up. Sumo glanced at him and paused for a moment. Sumo. He stated his name. Half a month later, if you still need help, you can go to Carlo City to find me. Sumo? Carlo City. You. Dongfang Yao suddenly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply, muttering incessantly. It wasn't just him. Zhang Zetian and the other team members, every single one of them, were all stunned. Carlo City, Sumo. These two words combined are all too familiar to those who have changed professions. So familiar it borders on shame. Ka. Suwa Mo from Ka. Ka City? The one from 3 years ago? What was that? That one who, under the gaze of the masses, awakened a god-tier profession. Yet, at the final moment of choosing a profession, he abandoned the powerful divine vocation that countless others had longed for, and instead chose the lowly D-rank summoner. What a fool! That person became the laughingstock of all the other class changers. It is said that after choosing his profession, due to his cowardice, he completely retreated to Carlo City, not daring to step foot outside the city for 3 entire years, let alone venture into the perilous wilderness or battlefields. A true coward? The air seemed to freeze. In everyone's mind, the memory of that sensational incident that shook the world 3 years ago inevitably surfaced. Countless people sighed with regret, countless others mocked and cursed. The name Sumo has almost become synonymous with self-destruction and wasting one's talent. But they looked at the young man before them, who seemed as calm as a cloud in the sky yet possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Then they recalled the legendary D-rank summoner who had given up on himself and was once unknown. Is this the same person? My worldview is shattered. Logic fed to the dogs. Senior, you're not lying, are you? Are you really that Sumo? Several people fixed their gaze intently on Sumo's face, trying to discern even the slightest hint of a joke from his calm, expressionless face. Sumo couldn't help but laugh in exasperation and said, "Am I the kind of person who enjoys deceiving others? Do you not believe a single word I say? Senior, that's not what we meant. It's just that this is really..." Seeing signs of anger on Sumo's face, Dongfang Yao hurriedly explained. He didn't say the rest of what he was thinking. It was simply beyond belief. Sumo didn't really get angry. He knew that anyone in his position would need some time to process it. Putting himself in someone else's shoes, if someone had told him, the student who consistently ranks last in the class is actually a Nobel Prize winner, he wouldn't believe it either. Dongfang Yao and the others looked at Sumo's young yet profound face, and suddenly felt an even more ethereal sensation welling up in their hearts. If this man is truly that Sumo, the one who should have soared to greatness 3 years ago but instead fell back to earth, then what has he gone through in the past 3 years? Why would he voluntarily give up his priesthood, something even a little cutie couldn't bring himself to do? Is Sumo a cute little thing? Definitely not. He made such a shocking choice. There must be a reason behind it. A ridiculous thought popped into my head uncontrollably. Could he really be playing the fool to catch the wise, biding his time for 3 years? What could he possibly be after? Dongfang Yao couldn't figure it out and couldn't imagine it either. A man who could abandon his priesthood, how great must his ambitions be? However, this has nothing to do with him. He might think about it, but he won't ask. At the same time, he, who had once felt utterly hopeless, and who had previously doubted and looked down upon Sumo's words, suddenly felt a strange sense of trust. If Sumo could make such a shocking decision 3 years ago, perhaps he could truly create a miracle within half a month? That said, he still didn't believe the other party could advance from the 3rd to the 6th rank in just half a month. However, given his ability to overpower their entire squad at the 3rd stage, the other party might indeed possess some special techniques. Senior Dongfang Yao took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Whether you choose to assist us or not, we will never forget what has happened today. Sumo nodded and said no more. He patted the dragon scales of the Holy Lord, who spread his wings and soared into the sky, his massive wings stirring up a fierce wind that swept away the snow and ice. Let's go. The Holy Lord let out a low growl, carrying Sumo into the sky, quickly disappearing into the vast snowstorm. On the ice plain, only Dongfang Yao and his group remained. Captain Li Hong stepped forward, his voice low and solemn. That senior is indeed from Carlo City, Sumo? Mo Qingxue and the others were no exception. Even now, they had yet to recover from the impact of Sumo's words. It felt like a dream. Dongfang Yao stared at the direction where Sumo had disappeared, his expression complex. He slowly stood up, brushed the ice shards off his knees, and spoke in a deep voice. Whether he is that Sumo or not, the man he is now deserves our respect. Zhang Zetian struggled to get up, clutching his arm burned by the dragon's breath, and smiled bitterly. Captain, if he really is that Sumo, what has he gone through in the past 3 years? Shut up. Dongfang Yao suddenly snapped. His affairs are not something we can speculate about. Remember, Sumo's strength must be kept hidden. Do not reveal it to anyone. Dongfang Yao reminded him. Though, he didn't understand why Su Mo had been hiding his cultivation for the past 3 years. But he understood that the other party definitely did not want to reveal it. They had to keep this secret for the other party. Otherwise, Captain, we know. Meanwhile, high above, Su Mo stood on the back of the Holy Lord, feeling the howling cold wind. Master, where do we go next? The Holy Lord asked in a deep voice. Let's return to Carlo City first. If everything goes as planned, the secret realm should have reopened by now. Su Mo said. With his current strength, which was on par with the 5th rank, he was more than capable of venturing into the secret realm to see how Lin Shi was faring. It's time to enhance my strength. Su Mo opened the system panel, looked at the 1,805 kill points, and glanced at the remaining few talismans. He ultimately chose to exchange for the snake symbol spell. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points of slaughter value, successfully exchanged for the SS rank spell charm snake symbol. Snake Seal SS rank grants the user the ability to become invisible, allowing them to conceal their form and presence, and even briefly pass through solid obstacles. Chapter 48. The secret realm opens once more. As the system alert sounded, a faint green light gathered in Sumo's palm. He turned to look at the Holy Master, a smile curving his lips. Holy Master, come try out my new ability. Sumo slowly pressed the snake talisman onto the Holy Lord's forehead, and the talisman seeped into the dragon scales like mercury. Summoned being, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS class upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 7 talismans. Rank, 4th tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 36,500,600 snake symbol spell power. Agility, 36,500,800 snake symbol curse power. Intelligence, 300,006,000 snake symbol spell power. Spirit, 31,600,000 snake symbol curse power. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 10,000 units that can be summoned. Special ability, the power of the Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Rabbit Seal, Dragon Seal, and Snake Seal. Special ability, Earth Power, can control earth power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. Not yet at the God tier level. It seems I'll need to gather more talismans. Su Mo wasn't in a hurry. He still had 805 points of killing value remaining, and only 195 points away from obtaining the next spell. With a bit of luck, you might obtain it quickly in the secret realm. Now that I have the power of the snake talisman, I no longer need the stealth ability. This frees up a skill slot. Host, Su Mo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd tier, 7th grade. Strength, 700021000. Agility, 700014000. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Skill 1, Universal Diagram God tier. Skill 2, 40 Attribute Sharing God tier. Skill 3, Damage Transfer S rank. Skill 4, Poisonous Touch C rank. Skill 5, Battle Rage B rank. Summon Creature, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 4th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current summonable quantity, 4,000. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Poisonous Spider Boots C rank. Kill count, 805. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant. Carlo City, City Walls. The traces of the thrilling defensive battle 3 days ago are still clearly visible. At the base of the city walls. It's been 3 days. Those bastards, those monsters, haven't made a sound? Li Hao kept glancing toward the distance. What, are you still hoping they'll come? My bones are about to fall apart. I could use a rest. Wang Gang leaned against the city wall, chewing on his food. Of course, he didn't want them to come. Li Hao also leaned over. He just felt uneasy. Given their previous reckless behavior, after suffering such a significant loss, shouldn't they have waited longer before making another move? It's been 3 days now, and not even a single scout has shown up. Something's fishy. It is indeed a bit unusual. Zhang Ming, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. According to intelligence analysis, the scale of this beast tide is unprecedented, and the command structure is more tightly organized than ever before. They will not abandon their efforts completely after a single setback, unless... Unless what? Zhang Ming shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps their commander had made a mistake? Or were they brewing a larger conspiracy? Who cares about any conspiracy? Wang Gang bit into a piece of fatty meat, grease dripping from the corners of his mouth. When the enemy comes, we defend. When water comes, we block it. If they don't come, we'll use the time to rest, repair the fortifications, and replenish our ammunition. When they come again, I'll be the first to cut off their vanguard. Li Hao sighed, pulled a crumpled, low-quality cigarette from his pocket, and put it in his mouth without lighting it. That's what I say, but there's always a stone hanging in my heart. Unfortunately, the summoner has left. Otherwise, we could have sent some of our experienced members out to investigate. Mentioning that figure, the expressions of the few present grew somewhat complicated. Awe and curiosity. A single dragon's roar was enough to drive back the beastly horde. Truly fierce. I really want to know who that summoner is. Wang Gang spoke up. Perhaps it was a passing sage. Stop guessing. Anyway, it's good that the monster didn't come. Every extra day we can buy means our defenses will be stronger, and our chances of survival will be greater. The captain is right. But Sumo, haven't you found it yet? Mentioning Sumo, the atmosphere froze again. That good for nothing who would want to go find him? It's a complete waste of time. Jiang Ming's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. Captain. Here they come. Here they come. What's coming? Monsters are attacking the city? Wang Gang jumped to his feet and grabbed the battle knife beside him. Li Hao and Jiang Ming also tensed up instantly, gazing toward the distance. No. It's not a monster. The soldier waved his hands repeatedly, finally catching his breath. It's the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. Upon hearing this, the three immediately lit up with joy. All right. The city lord and the others have been inside for so long, and finally we have news. I wonder how the secret realm exploration went. Maybe they'll bring back some treasures, which could significantly boost our city's strength. Let's go check it out. The three of them quickly rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. When they arrived, the entrance to the secret realm was already crowded with people. Captain. Upon seeing Jiang Ming and the others arrive, everyone bowed and made way. Jiang Ming nodded and made his way to the entrance of the vortex leading to the secret realm. He didn't know how long it would take for the city lord and the others to emerge. After waiting for a moment. Suddenly, the vortex of light grew intense, and a figure stumbled out, swaying unsteadily. Someone's out. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, the cheers quickly turned into gasps. The figure fell heavily to the ground, covered in blood, barely breathing. It's Elder Wang. Jiang Ming, with his sharp eyes, was the first to recognize the man's identity. The three rushed forward and saw that Elder Wang Tianfang had a gruesome wound on his chest. Even more bizarrely, a dark, black substance was constantly writhing around the wound. It was devouring the blood around the wound. What happened to Uncle? Wang Gang asked urgently while carefully helping Wang Tianfang to his feet. Wang Tianfang struggled to open his eyes, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something. But all that came out was a mouthful of blood, and he fainted immediately. Chapter 49, Want to save someone? Just burn them with fire. Hurry! Call Li Mu. Zhang Mingqiao shouted to those around him while quickly checking Wang Tianfang's injuries. The injuries are too severe, immediate medical attention is required. Soon, Li Mu arrived. Make way. Everyone, make way. Mr. Li Mu, come and see Elder Wang. Zhang Ming, move aside. Li Mu knelt down, took a quick glance, and his expression immediately turned extremely grave. He did not cast a spell immediately but instead carefully observed the writhing dark black substance. The thing seemed to have a life of its own, clinging tightly to the edges of the wound and slowly eroding the flesh. What is this thing? Li Mu had lived half his life and treated countless injuries, yet he had never seen such a bizarre thing. Never mind what it is, can it be saved? Wang Gang couldn't help but urge him on, watching Wang Tianfang's breath grow weaker and weaker, his heart racing with anxiety. Li Mu no longer hesitated, extending both hands, with a gentle milky white glow emanating from his palms. Wherever the light touched, the gruesome wounds began to heal at a visible speed, with torn flesh regrowing and reconnecting. The onlooker's eyes flickered with a brief glimmer of hope, only to freeze solid in an instant. Under the glow of the healing spell, the dark substance began to. Not only did it not dissipate, but it seemed to be stimulated, writhed. It even showed signs of spreading outward. What's even more terrifying is that the freshly healed flesh begins to react upon contact with the edge of this dark substance. It quickly turned black, began to rot, and emitted a faint putrid odor. This is not acceptable. Li Mu shook his head, his voice hoarse. My healing technique can only restore injuries, but it cannot dispel this strange dark substance. It is constantly destroying and eroding Elder Wang's life force. Even if I can keep repairing his physical body, it's merely a temporary fix. His life force is still fading away at an alarming rate. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them dropped to freezing point. Everyone's heart sank. Even Li Mu, the strongest healer in Carlo City, was helpless. How could Elder Wang possibly? Damn it! Wang Gang punched the stone wall next to him with all his might, causing to fall down with a rustling sound. What the hell is this thing? What on earth is happening in this secret realm? Zhang Ming quickly pulled out a thick copy of the Complete Guide to Monsters from his chest and flipped through the pages rapidly. His fingers darted through the dense text and illustrations, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. How could there not be? Zhang Ming's voice grew lower and lower. None of the dark-type monsters recorded in the books have this type of attack. The air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at each other, a sense of foreboding spreading through their hearts. A monster that even the Complete Guide to Monsters couldn't identify. What did that mean? Could it be a new mutant species? Li Hao whispered. Put. Just then, Wang Tianfang suddenly began to convulse violently, and black blood kept gushing out of his mouth. The dark substance spread like a living creature across his wounds, already spreading to his chest. This is bad. Li Mu hurriedly increased the intensity of his treatment, but the green light was instantly devoured by the black substance as soon as it made contact. It's accelerating its spread. We must find a way to stop it. Zhang Ming slammed the book shut. First, stabilize Elder Zhang's injuries. Zhang Ming slammed the book shut. First, we need to stabilize Elder Wang's injuries. Mr. Li, is there any way to temporarily suppress the spread of these black substances? Li Mu clenched his teeth and took out a bottle of silver glittering potion from the medicine box. This is C-grade life water. It can significantly enhance vitality. We'll have to give it a try. He carefully dripped the potion onto the edge of the wound. As the silver liquid came into contact with the black substance, it emitted a hissing sound of corrosion, and the spread of the black substance seemed to slow down slightly. It's working! Wang Gang exclaimed in delight. But Li Mu's expression didn't improve. It's only temporary. The effects of this potion will last no more than 2 hours. If we can't find a solution within 2 hours. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Just as everyone was at a loss and the atmosphere had reached its peak of tension, a voice that sounded somewhat ordinary suddenly rang out. Removing this dark substance is simple, just burn it away with fire. The sound was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a still pond, instantly creating ripples that spread out in all directions. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Suemo walking toward the crowd with steady steps from the outskirts of the crowd. It's Suemo! After a moment of shock, an indescribable rage ignited in the hearts of some people. Suemo? You coward, you're still alive? Wang Gang blurted out angrily, his voice tinged with surprise. Zhang Ming also looked puzzled. Over the past 3 days, they hadn't seen Suemo anywhere and had assumed he had been devoured by the monsters. Where the hell did you go? You cowardly bastard! When there are monsters, you hide, but when they're gone, you come out and talk trash? Use fire to burn them? Why the hell don't you burn yourself instead? Wang Gang grew increasingly agitated, spitting saliva nearly onto Sumo's face. Get out! You're not welcome here. Although the people around him weren't as agitated as Wang Gang, the looks they gave Suemo were mostly filled with confusion, contempt, and even hostility. Facing Wang Gang's roar and the hostile glances from those around him, Sumo's expression remained unchanged, not even lifting an eyelid. He simply shifted his body to avoid the spit flying toward him, keeping his gaze fixed on Wang Tianfang's wound. Using the universal diagram, he easily identified this special substance. He also analyzed Wang Tianfang's current physical condition. The life-restoring potion was completely ineffective. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Elder Wang would undoubtedly meet his end. Who do you think you are? You have no right to give orders here. Do you even know how dangerous Class C agents are? Puff. Wang Tianfeng spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, interrupting Wang Gang's words. His already pale face turned ashen, and his body convulsed violently, as if he were about to die at any moment. Elder Wang! Li Mu exclaimed, placing his fingers on Wang Tianfeng's pulse, his face turning pale in an instant. His breath was rapidly fading. The water of life is useless. What? Everyone was startled, and the crowd began to stir. Uncle! Ha! Suemo swiftly released a dragon flame, which landed on the constantly writhing black substance on Wang Tianfeng's chest. Sizzle! A piercing, burning sound rang out, accompanied by a strong, acrid smell that filled the air. Suemo! What are you doing? Are you trying to burn my uncle to death? Wang Gang was the first to react, his eyes widening in shock, almost immediately rushing forward to stop Suemo. The crowd around them erupted into chaos, with shouts of surprise and angry curses echoing through the air. Stop! Madman! Stop! In their eyes, Sumo's actions were no different from murder. Wang Tianfang was already severely injured and on the brink of death. Being burned by this flame would only hasten his demise. Chapter 50, The Bloodstained Secret Realm. Wang Gang. Zhang Ming stopped Wang Gang, who was about to attack Suemo. He also deeply doubted Sumo's words. But given the current situation, there was no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. The golden flames seemed to have a life of their own. They merely covered the black substance, not harming Wang Tianfeng's skin or flesh in the slightest. And those once fierce, spreading black substances, which even C-class life water couldn't completely suppress. Under the scorching golden flames, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. They quickly curled up and dissipated, turning into wisps of black smoke, revealing the flesh beneath, which had been eroded into a blur. It works! It really works! Li Hao, standing beside Wang Gang, couldn't help but exclaim in delight. The onlooker's eyes also lit up with renewed hope. Does it really work? I was wrong about him. At that moment, Wang Gang, seeing that his uncle's injuries were improving, couldn't help but smile. Just as everyone thought the dark matter was about to be completely eradicated, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black substance, which had previously shrunk, suddenly began to violently churn. In an instant, it expanded more than twice its original size, twisting and contorting wildly like a living creature. Wang Tianfang suddenly arched his body and spat out a large mouthful of bright red blood. His entire body's vitality weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle! Wang Gang's eyes widened in anger as he suddenly turned his head and glared at Suemo. You worthless piece of trash! You killed my uncle! How could this happen? Didn't you say it was effective? This fire is useless. It's actually making the injury worse. The crowd erupted into chaos. Zhang Mingyi also frowned. Was Suemo just talking nonsense? Suemo! What have you done? No, you did this on purpose. I knew you were up to no good, you coward. You want to kill Elder Wang. A flood of vulgar insults and malicious accusations poured toward Suemo like a tidal wave. Earlier, Wang Gang's angry outburst had been the emotional outburst of just a few individuals, but now, almost everyone had turned their attention toward him. Wang Gang's eyes were bloodshot at that moment. I'll kill you, you bastard. With a roar, Wang Gang, a fourth-tier warrior, unleashed his frenzied aura, his right fist wrapped in a fierce gust of wind, aiming straight for Sumo's face. If that punch landed cleanly, an ordinary third-tier professional would likely be killed on the spot. The crowd around them instinctively took a step back. There was both fear of Wang Gang's rage and anticipation of the potential conflict that might follow. Many eyes sparkled with a look of satisfaction, as if they couldn't wait to see Suemo get a good thrashing. However, in the face of this powerful punch, Sumo's reaction was so calm it made one's heart race. He didn't even glance at Wang Gang. His gaze remained fixed on the strange black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest, as if all the commotion around him didn't matter. A last-ditch counterattack, is that it? Suemo sneered disdainfully. If it were ordinary flames, that might be acceptable, but this was dragon flame. At that moment, Wang Gang's fist had already arrived. However, the scene everyone had anticipated, Suemo being knocked to the ground with a single punch, did not materialize. Just as Wang Gang's fist was about to make contact, Sumo's body merely shifted slightly, dodging the furious blow at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the impact. Wang Gang's punch missed its mark, and the anger on his face intensified, mixed with a hint of surprise he hadn't expected Suemo to dodge it. Stop! Zhang Ming suddenly shouted loudly to stop Wang Gang, who was about to strike again in shame and anger. Look! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black substance on Wang Tianfang's chest melting at an astonishing speed. Finally, it could no longer hold on and completely turned into ashes. Even more shocking was that Wang Tianfang's breathing gradually stabilized, and the pallor of his face, which had been as white as paper, began to fade, revealing a faint flush of color. How is this possible? Li Mu trembled as he checked Wang Tianfang's condition. The black substance has been completely removed. Vital signs are stabilizing. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Suemo with disbelief. This so-called good-for-nothing had actually accomplished something even Li Mu couldn't handle? Wang Gang's fist was still frozen mid-air, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Suemo brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and said indifferently, "This massive substance is a curse. Before it completely dissipates, it will make one final counterattack. This is a normal phenomenon. It seems it's not dead." In the silence, Sumo's voice was not loud, but it was clear to everyone's ears. These words felt like an invisible slap across the faces of the crowd, who had moments ago been filled with rage and demanding Sumo's life. The sting was searing. How did you find out? This bizarre substance isn't even recorded in the complete guide to monsters, yet you were able to identify it at a glance? Facing Zhang Ming's question, Suemo smiled and pointed to the monster encyclopedia in his arms, saying, "You've read too many of these so-called useless books, so you know. Reading is useless? It is useful, extremely useful. It seems that we were indeed short-sighted before." Zhang Ming gave a self-deprecating smile. The others also began to see Suemo in a slightly different light for the first time. This guy, when it really matters, still has a tiny bit of use. Wang Gang stood there, his face alternating between pale and red. He looked at his uncle, whose breathing was gradually stabilizing, then at Suemo, who had nearly been killed by his own punch. His chest rose and fell violently, as if a huge rock were lodged there. He took several deep breaths and moved slowly toward Suemo. "Thank you for saving my uncle. I apologize for attacking you earlier. However, I still despise your previous actions. Let's keep our grievances separate." He thanked Suemo for saving his uncle, but that didn't mean he agreed with Suemo as a person. That coward who hid in the back while they were fighting tooth and nail, he still despised him. Whatever. Suemo shrugged indifferently. Cough. A sudden cough broke the awkward silence. Wang Tian, who was unconscious, fluttered his eyelids a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Uncle! Wang Gang was both surprised and delighted, forgetting his earlier awkwardness with Suemo, and hurried over. Elder Wang. Old Wang, you're awake. Zhang Ming and Li Mu also gathered around. And Suemo also cast a curious glance their way. He too was eager to find out what had happened in the secret realm. Elder Wang, what happened in the secret realm? What about the city lord and the others? Wang Tianfang struggled to sit up, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Li Mu hurriedly held him down. Don't rush, take your time. The shadow dragon of the 7th rank of the shadow dragons. Wang Tianfang's voice trembled, and a flash of fear crossed his eyes. Something even more terrifying was awakening. The city lord and the others were trapped deep within the secret realm. Chapter 51, Lin Shi is still inside. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. A 7th tier shadow demon dragon? That's a terrifying existence capable of destroying the entire city of Carlo. Even more terrifying is the thing that is awakening mentioned by Wang Tianfang. An entity capable of reducing a 7th tier demon dragon to a mere supporting role. How terrifying must it be? What about Lin Shi? How is she? Suemo was getting anxious. I don't know, I really don't know. Wang Tianfang closed his eyes in agony. We've been ambushed. As soon as we entered the core area of the secret realm, we were surrounded by a horde of monsters led by the shadow dragon. The city lord and several elders fought desperately to cover our retreat, allowing me to escape and seek help. The city lord and several elders fought valiantly to hold them off, allowing me to escape and seek reinforcements. At this point, tears welled up in the eyes of this iron-blooded warrior. They won't last much longer. The scene was deathly quiet. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden tragic news that they couldn't utter a word. A 7th tier demon dragon, the city lord trapped, and the most elite forces of Carlo City were in dire peril. Any news could send the city into chaos. We must organize a rescue immediately. Zhang Ming suddenly stood up, his voice hoarse. But Li Hao looked troubled. Even the city lord couldn't handle those enemies. What can we do? He didn't finish his sentence. The meaning was already clear. They're just going to get themselves killed. Suemo, what are you doing? Come back. At that moment, Zhang Ming noticed that Suemo had suddenly rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm, his expression turning pale. Shouting harshly, he took several quick steps forward, intending to grab Suemo. Any one of them could have impulsively entered the secret realm. Except for Suemo. He's just an ordinary person. Going in there would be a sure death sentence. You're out of your mind. Wang Gang also widened his eyes, almost thinking he had seen wrong. This cowardly coward, who values his life above all else, actually dared to be the first to charge into the lion's den where even his own uncle nearly lost his life. However, Suemo wouldn't listen to him at all. Lin Shi was still inside. His voice remained calm, devoid of excitement or passion, yet it carried a resolute tone. I must go save her. The reason was so simple that everyone was stunned. You. Zhang Ming was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. What do you have to save him with? Those worthless books of yours? Maybe. Everyone. Is this a time for jokes? Wang Gang found it even more absurd. He stepped forward, blocking Suemo, and spoke in a rough voice. Kid, I admit I underestimated you before. You saved my uncle. You've got some skills. But this place isn't somewhere you can just walk into after reading a few books. Stay put and don't cause any trouble. Suemo glanced at the arm blocking his path, then looked at the entrance to the secret realm. Move aside. I won't move. If you're going, we're going too. Before Wang Gang could finish speaking, he felt a sudden surge of strength, his arm went numb, and he was involuntarily pushed aside. He was startled. Where did this kid get such strength? And that technique? In the blink of an eye, Suemo had already passed him and stepped into the twisted play of light and shadow. Hey! Suemo! Zhang Ming and Li Hao shouted in unison, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. Sumo's figure didn't pause for a moment, instantly swallowed by the entrance to the secret realm and disappearing from everyone's sight. The light at the entrance flickered briefly before returning to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. The scene fell silent once more. Everyone stared blankly at the empty entrance, their minds momentarily unable to process what had just happened. The man they had always regarded as a failure and a coward had just walked in? To challenge a 7th tier dragon? Face the unknown horrors? Wang Gang stared blankly at his hands, then looked at the entrance to the secret realm. His expression was extremely complex, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Hao stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence for half a day. Zhang Ming's face turned ashen, and his fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. He wasn't angry at Suemo for not listening to his advice, but at himself for failing to stop him. This kid is just causing trouble. Captain, what should we do now? Should we go in? Li Hao swallowed hard. Zhang Ming was utterly conflicted. Should he go in? What about that good-for-nothing Sumo? He promised Lin Shi he'd take care of him, and now he just barged right in. More importantly, the city lord and the elders are still inside, and their lives are in danger. Go in? Inside is a desolate wasteland where even the city lord has fallen, home to a 7th-tier demon dragon and unknown horrors. Moreover, they are currently the strongest mobile force in Carlo City. If they get caught up in the fight, who will defend the city if the beast horde attacks again? The lives of millions of people. This decision is too heavy to bear. You stay here and defend the city. I'll go find that kid Sumo. He paused for a moment and added. Let's see if we can find the city lord and the others. Captain, I'll go too. Before he could finish speaking, a burly figure had already stood beside Zhang Ming. It was Wang Gang. Zhang Ming frowned. You stay behind to assist with the defense. My uncle was saved by that kid. My uncle was saved by that kid. Wang Gang interrupted directly. Although I don't like that kid, I'll just consider it even. Zhang Ming no longer hesitated and exchanged a glance with Wang Gang. The next moment, they followed one after the other, plunging into the secret realm. The moment Sumo stepped into the secret realm, the scene before his eyes suddenly twisted. Is this the space within the secret realm? Sumo stared at his surroundings. This was his first time entering the secret realm. Surrounding him was a dense forest, with majestic mountains rising in the distance. Tall trees blocked out the sunlight. Damn it, such a large area I can't pinpoint Lin Shi's location at all. Sumo was frantic with worry. According to Wang Tianfeng's description, Lin Shi and the others should have been attacked in the core area of the secret realm. Facing the terrifying 7th-tier demon dragon, the situation is undoubtedly dire. Every second of delay increases the danger to Lin Shi by 1 point. But now, looking around, there was nothing but endless primeval forest in every direction, making it impossible to tell which way to go. Ghost Army, come out! As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow at his feet and the shadows cast by the surrounding trees seemed to come to life. Thousands of ghostly soldiers appeared, kneeling on one knee, their movements precise and synchronized. Form a circle around me and spread out, searching as you advance. Sumo issued the order swiftly. Carefully investigate any signs of battle, abnormal energy fluctuations, especially any traces left by Lin Shi or the city lord. If you discover anything, report it to me immediately. Yes, sir. Thousands of ghostly soldiers, upon receiving the order, quickly dispersed. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 52, A Step Away. Thousands of shadowy figures silently blended into the dense jungle shadows, spreading out in all directions. Sumo stood motionless, his brows furrowed, his mental energy intensely focused. He sensed every faint signal transmitted back by the ghostly figures. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and the wind breaking the silence. Time passed slowly, second by second. Lin Shi, please don't let anything happen to you. Just as Sumo's thoughts flashed through his mind, a faint yet intense killing intent suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind him. Almost instinctively, Sumo darted to the side. SSSHHHH. A dark shadow claw nearly sliced past his shoulder. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he finally got a clear look at the attacker's appearance. It was a creature resembling an adult cheetah, covered head to toe in dark, dull scales, with blood-red eyes. Species, Shadow Leopard Elite. Level, 4th tier, 8th grade. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Spirit, 7,700. Abilities, Shadow Blade Claw Strike. Both claws inflict shadow corrosion effect. Swift Assault increases speed by 50% for a short duration. Shadow Clone can create 3 clones with 30 strength. Weaknesses, vulnerable to light-based abilities, weak point on the left shoulder, critical weak points on the neck and abdomen. Note, this is an elite monster that is difficult to handle. Proceed with caution. Sumo's pupils contracted slightly. 4th tier, 8th grade, elite monster. No wonder it's so fast and its aura is so elusive. If it weren't for his mental strength far surpassing that of ordinary people and his keen senses, that sneak attack just now would have either killed him or left him severely injured. A cold gleam flashed in Sumo's eyes. I didn't expect you, a summoner, to react so quickly. Unfortunately, without your summoned creatures, you're doomed. The Shadow Panther, seeing its first strike miss, flashed a hint of surprise in its crimson eyes before erupting with even more ferocious intent. There was also a hint of cunning. Its form flickered, leaving trails of afterimages, as it lunged toward Sumo once more. Swift and sudden attack. Shadow Clone. The speed was a few notches faster than before. At the same time, 3 identical shadow clones appeared out of thin air, attacking Sumo from different angles. It was impossible to tell the real from the fake. This guy mistook those ghostly soldiers for my summoned creatures. Now that they've left, they're coming to ambush me. Sumo snorted coldly. This shadow leopard had planned well. Unfortunately, it's useless. Suemo didn't even have the intention of the Holy Emperor. Dragon Blast. Suemo unleashed the power of the dragon symbol spell. A powerful burst of explosive energy erupted from Sumo's mouth, sweeping precisely toward the 3 shadow clones charging toward him. Boom! The terrifying force struck the 3 clones of the shadow leopard directly. Puff! At the moment of contact with the energy surge, the 3 Shadow Panther clones didn't even have time to utter a single scream before they turned into 3 insignificant wisps of black smoke and completely dissipated into the air. The entire process was so swift it didn't even take a second. The torrent of energy continued unabated. It continued to surge forward for dozens of meters, obliterating and igniting the shrubs and trees along the way, leaving behind a fan-shaped trail of charred destruction. How could this be? The Shadow Panther that had launched the surprise attack revealed a look of astonishment in its crimson eyes for the first time. Its forward charge suddenly halted, clearly not expecting its signature move to be so easily and brutally countered in an instant. And it was broken by a summoner, no less. This terrifying destructive power, how could it belong to a fragile summoner who had lost their summoned creature? This is even more terrifying than the most powerful mages. Are you surprised? Sumo's tone was calm. Who told you that summoners have to hide behind their summoned creatures? Suemo didn't even give the shadow leopard time to react. He directly activated the snake symbol spell, and his figure vanished in an instant. Where is everyone? When Ingbao came to his senses and looked back at the direction where Suemo had been standing earlier, he was stunned to discover that the person was gone. Just as it was distracted searching for Sumo's whereabouts, a sudden chill swept in from the left rear, accompanied by a piercing pain. Ah! A piercing scream erupted uncontrollably from the shadow leopard's mouth. It suddenly lowered its head and saw that its left shoulder had, at some point, developed a deep, bone-exposing wound. How could you possibly? Ingbao endured the excruciating pain, his bloodshot eyes filled with fear and confusion. Invisibility skill? Summoners can have this skill too? Dragon Blast. This time, Suemo aimed for the neck and abdomen of the shadow leopard. Terrifying explosive energy gathered in his mouth. This is bad. Ingbao sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations that could completely destroy it. It wanted to flee. But the excruciating pain in its left shoulder slowed its movements by more than a fraction of a second. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the shadow leopard's body was completely engulfed by the energy surge of the dragon blast. Its scales peeled off one by one in the intense heat, and its flesh carbonized instantly under the extreme temperatures. When the smoke and dust cleared, all that remained was a 3-meter-wide charred crater and several pieces of still burning debris. Suemo slowly exhaled a cloud of stale air, and the invisibility effect of the snake symbol charm dissipated. Ding! Successfully killed a level 8 elite shadow leopard, earning 40 kill points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadow Assault Boots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shadow Assault Boots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shadow Strike Boots. Shadow Strike Boots. Quality, Grade A. Attributes, Shadow Step active, consumes a small amount of mental energy to temporarily increase movement speed by 50% for a short duration, while leaving a blurred afterimage during movement. Effect lasts for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Note, crafted from the core materials of an elite Shadow Panther, it contains a portion of shadow power. Sumo's eyes lit up. Grade A equipment. Plus, these boots boost agility and speed, and the accompanying Shadow Step skill is extremely practical. Whether you're chasing or escaping, they can play a crucial role. The items dropped by this elite Shadow Leopard are indeed impressive. He equipped the Shadow Strike boots without hesitation. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 3rd tier, 9th grade. Strength, 8,200,246. Agility, 80001,600. Intelligence, 8,500. Spirit, 9,000. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 40 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Poisonous Touch C tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon Creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 4th tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Troops, current maximum summonable quantity, 4,000. Special Abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlets C rank, Shadow Strike Boots A rank. Kill count, 845. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Only one more level to reach the 4th tier. Suemo felt the lightness brought by the new equipment and glanced at the attribute panel. He was just one step away from reaching the 4th tier. Once he breaks through to the 4th rank, his strength will undergo a qualitative leap. At that point, whether it be the summoned beings or himself, both will become even more powerful. However, the most important task at hand is to locate that dragon. He closed his eyes and established a connection with the ghostly soldiers scattered throughout the secret realm. Countless fragmented images and sensory information flooded his mind. Deep in the forest, in a broken valley, an abandoned altar. Chapter 53, We're going to die here. The ghostly soldiers moved like the most loyal scouts, tirelessly exploring every inch of land. However, there was still no trace of the dragon's whereabouts. This secret realm is too vast. Relying solely on the ghostly soldiers to search every corner of the entire area is virtually impossible. We must find a way to pinpoint the location of Lin Shi and his group. Otherwise, we won't even know where to start looking. Just as Sumo was about to expand the search area, a series of urgent and chaotic messages suddenly flooded his consciousness through the connection with the ghost soldiers. Just as Sumo was about to expand the search area, a sudden and chaotic message burst into his consciousness through the connection with the ghost soldiers. Captain, there are so many monsters. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. Intermittent distress signals are coming from the direction of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. Sumo's expression suddenly changed. They're in trouble. They're not far from me. I'll go help them first. Without pausing to continue searching for the dragon, Sumo immediately locked onto the direction of the signal. Rabbit symbol spell, maximum speed. The figure vanished again from its original spot, leaving behind only a faint, barely perceptible spatial fluctuation. At the same time, on the path Sumo had come from. Roar! Kill! The deafening roar of beasts intertwined with the furious shouts of humans. Zhang Ming was covered in blood, his ally battle knife was already blunted, his palms were split open, and blood kept dripping down the handle. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a searing pain. Beside him, Wang Gang's condition was equally dire. His towering frame was covered in claw marks and bite wounds, and his heavy shield was pitted with dents, with several distinct cracks beginning to form. The two stood back to back, surrounded by dozens of monstrous creatures with hideous forms. These creatures resembled hyenas but were much larger, with dark green skin covered in pus-filled sores and emitting a nauseating, foul odor. Most importantly, they are also of a very high rank. There are over a dozen third-tier ones, and among them, 5 have even reached the 4th tier. Damn it, how can we never kill these damn things? Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse as he shouted. He had just used his shield to block a monster's charge, and the immense impact left his arms numb and his internal organs trembling. It's a corrupted poisonous hyena. Zhang Ming's expression grew solemn. Be careful of their venom, it's highly corrosive. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several corrosive poison hyenas suddenly opened their blood-stained jaws and sprayed out a thick, dark green liquid. SSSHH. The liquid hit the ground and immediately corroded it, forming small pits that emitted white smoke and a pungent, sour odor. Wang Gang quickly raised his shield to block it, but the surface of the shield was instantly corroded, emitting a sizzling sound and billowing green smoke. This won't work. We're losing too much stamina. Zhang Ming slashed open a hyena that had lunged at him, speaking urgently. Facing such a large number of monsters attacking them, their energy and stamina were rapidly depleting. Worse still. These venomous hyenas are fearless, and even if they are wounded, as long as they are not hit in a vital area, they will still charge madly forward. Damn it, this secret realm is so dangerous. I hope I don't die as soon as I step inside. Wang Gang cursed angrily. He had been to secret realms before, but never to one as terrifying as this. He had only just entered when he encountered a life-threatening crisis. Zhang Fan didn't say a word, but the worry between his eyebrows grew deeper. Zhang Fan remained silent, his brows furrowed with worry. Wang Gang, follow my orders, break through toward the 3 o'clock direction. Bewinding. Wang Gang roared. He thrust his shield forward with all his might, knocking away a charging hyena and creating a small opening for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity, and the remaining energy in his body erupted instantly. The alloy battle knife sliced through the air, creating a flash of light, and forcefully tore open a gap in the dense encirclement. Let's go! The two dared not linger for a moment, charging toward the gap like two mad bulls. The putrid poisonous hyenas were hot on their heels, spraying a foul-smelling venomous liquid in their wake. The two of them scrambled to dodge, their wounds reopening from the intense movement, staining the ground behind them red with blood. After an unknown amount of time, the growls behind them gradually grew fainter. The two finally managed to temporarily shake off the hyena pack's pursuit. They leaned against a massive rock, panting heavily, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Damn, we almost got caught there. Wang Gang wiped the blood from his face with a trembling hand, then casually tossed his shield to the ground, where it landed with a dull thud. Zhang Ming slid down against the rock, his face as pale as paper, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he gripped his knife. After a brief moment of rest, Captain, should we keep looking for that guy? Zhang Ming wiped the blood from his face, a flash of struggle in his eyes. This secret realm was extremely dangerous, even they had nearly perished here. Forget it. Zhang Ming sighed finally, let's head back while the entrance to the secret realm is still open. Sumo is probably already. Wang Gang nodded, his expression complex. You're right. Even we almost lost our lives here. That kid is just an ordinary person. The two of them were at the fourth rank, working together seamlessly, and they nearly died at the hands of those monsters just now. As an ordinary person, Sumo's chances of surviving in this perilous secret realm were extremely slim. Moreover, they hadn't detected any signs of Sumo along the way. In their hearts, they had already sentenced Sumo to death. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Both of their expressions changed drastically as they looked up abruptly. Before them, in the dense forest ahead, a rotten-toothed hyena the size of a rhinoceros was slowly emerging. Its entire body was a dark purple color, and the poison dripping from its fangs directly corroded the ground into deep pits. The pus-filled sores on its body are larger and more densely packed, emitting a foul stench that is almost suffocating. Fifth stage. Zhang Ming's voice tightened, and his hand gripping the knife trembled slightly. Zhang Ming's voice tightened, and his hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Children, gather around. Taste the fresh and delicious human flesh. The fifth-tier corrupt poison hyena raised its head, covered in pus-filled sores, and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, from all directions deep within the forest, a series of fierce, bloodthirsty roars echoed in response. A swarm of putrid, poisonous hyenas surged forward from all directions, their numbers now several times greater than before. Captain! Wang Gang's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. It looks like we're going to meet our end today. Not to mention the fifth-tier corrupt poison hyena, even these hundreds of corrupt poison hyenas alone were enough to give them a run for their money. Zhang Ming clenched his lips and said nothing, his pitch-black, icy eyes fixed intently on the leader of the corrupted poisonous hyenas, that fifth-tier corrupted poisonous hyena. You two won't escape. The leader of the corrupted jackal pack licked his sharp fangs with a crimson tongue, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. It didn't want to waste any time, letting out a low growl before commanding the swarm of corrupted jackals to charge forward. Even if we die, we'll take a few with us. Wang Gang's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared and charged forward with his shield raised. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, raised his ally battle knife, and followed closely behind. There were too many, and the two of them couldn't hold them off. Roar! The screams of the poisonous hyenas grew closer. The two looked at each other wearily and smiled bitterly. We're going to die together. Chapter 54, if there's something to talk about, let's discuss it later. Fresh human flesh. Boom! Just as the two were about to be torn to pieces by the pack of poisonous hyenas, a searing, terrifying blast of energy struck the center of the pack of poisonous hyenas with pinpoint accuracy. The first dozen or so poisonous hyenas were struck before they could even utter a scream. They were torn apart and vaporized by the rampaging energy, turning into a sky filled with blood mist and charred remains. At the epicenter of the explosion, the ground was violently torn open, forming a massive charred ravine, with earth and rocks flying everywhere, and broken timber strewn about. The immense force of the impact even sent the nearby poisonous hyenas flying, shattering countless trees in their wake. The once ferocious pack of hyenas charging forward was instantly cleared from a large area, halting their advance. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, staring in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Who could have launched such a powerful attack? Could there be other human warriors here? They're saved. Smiles blossomed on their faces. The two instinctively looked in the direction of the energy explosion. Amidst the smoke-filled forest edge, a slender figure slowly emerged. The moment they recognized the person, Zhang Ming and Wang Gang both froze, their faces betraying their disbelief. Sumo? Wang Gang shouted, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. This ordinary person, whom they had declared dead in the secret realm, was actually standing before them, alive and well? And was that devastating attack just now really launched by him? How is that possible? Hey, you're not dead? Wang Gang snapped out of it and shouted urgently. Run! While they're focused on us, get out of here quickly. However, Sumo did not heed Wang Gang's advice and flee. Instead, he took a step forward and walked straight toward the center of the cleared battlefield, his steps steady and his expression calm. Hey! Kid! What are you doing? Looking for trouble? Wang Gang shouted anxiously. Captain, look! Wang Gang was about to say something, but Zhang Ming grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Zhang Ming's gaze was fixed on the huge charred crater, his voice trembling. Wang Gang, look closely at that crater. Wang Gang finally noticed the edge of the massive crater that had been blasted out. The rocks had been melted by the intense heat into glass like crystals. Such destructive power is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary professionals. At least he doesn't have that kind of ability. Wang Gang was taken aback and looked at Zhang Ming. Captain, this. In Wang Gang's view, Sumo's survival was already a miracle. As for the attack just now, with his mind, he simply couldn't process it in such a short time. At this moment, after Zhang Ming's reminder, he vaguely began to understand something. Zhang Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Sumo's retreating figure. His eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. A detail he had overlooked suddenly came to mind. The flames that suddenly appeared to heal Elder Wang, and the agile movements that effortlessly dodged Wang Gang's first strike. It all seemed to foretell something. This Sumo is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Let's just wait and see. Sumo ignored the threat of the 5th-tier ferocious beast and paid no heed to the hundreds of hyenas lurking nearby. He walked up to Wang Gang and Zhang Ming and stopped a short distance away. Sumo. Wang Gang was about to speak. Sumo raised his hand to stop him. Only a faint glow of energy could be seen gathering in the palm of his hand. The shadows on the ground seemed to come to life, twisting, writhing, and rising. Dozens of black shadows rose from the shadows on the ground, transforming into fully armed ghostly soldiers. As soon as they appeared, they automatically spread out. They shielded Wang Gang and Zhang Ming in the center, their icy intent to kill locking onto the surrounding. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this? A summoned creature? What really sent their hearts racing was, they could clearly sense the skeletal soldiers emanating the stench of death. Each one emitted energy fluctuations no weaker than those of a 3rd-tier professional. 3rd tier. Dozens of 3rd-tier summoned creatures. This is already on par with the core forces of Carlo City at present. The two of them instantly felt their minds were completely overwhelmed. This was Sumo, whom he had always regarded as an ordinary person and a coward. Not only is he still alive, but he possesses such terrifying strength? Can you summon a dozen 3rd-tier undead creatures at will? Are you kidding me? What the hell are you doing? Wang Gang's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and immense confusion. Zhang Ming was equally stunned, but he remained slightly more composed than Wang Gang. He understood certain things. This Sumo has been hiding his true strength from the very beginning. Or rather, since 3 years ago, this guy has been hiding something. If you have something to say, wait until after the battle. Sumo interrupted him, turning his gaze toward the regrouping hyena pack. Now is not the time for explanations. Zhang Ming held back Wang Gang, who was about to ask more questions. He's right. Let's deal with the immediate crisis first. Wang Gang opened his mouth but eventually swallowed his questions. Yeah, now wasn't the time to ask questions. Staying alive is the most important thing. Are you confident you can handle this 5th-tier corrupted poisonous hyena in front of you? Zhang Ming asked. He was slightly concerned. With the protection of the dozens of ghost soldiers summoned by Sumo, the threat from the surrounding groups of poisonous hyenas has been minimized. However, the greatest threat remained the 5th-tier rot poison hyena leader. Even if there were no other corrupted poisonous hyenas, this single leader alone would be more than enough to take their lives. Skill, Universal Diagram unlocked. Race, Corrupted Poisonous Hyena. Level, 5th tier, 1st rank. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 8,500. Intelligence, 8,700. Spirit, 8,500. Skills, Poisonous Liquid Attack emitted by the tumor, Berserk, and Summon Horde B rank. Weaknesses, tumors connected to the heart, tumors exploding, heart death. Sumo quickly scanned the data, a faint smile curving his lips. Although this corrupted poisonous hyena leader was a 5th-tier creature, the data was nearly identical to that of the 4th-tier shadow leopard from earlier. Don't worry, it's just a 5th-tier puppy. A little dog? Wang Gang almost bit his tongue. That's a 5th tier. Are you out of your mind? Sumo's tone was casual and relaxed, as if he were talking about a real pet dog. Zhang Ming's pupils contracted slightly. He keenly sensed the confidence in Sumo's words. That wasn't arrogance, but the calmness of someone who truly had something to back it up. At that moment, the 5th-tier corrupt poison hyena leader seemed to be completely enraged by Sumo's contempt. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Sumo, and its massive body suddenly arched upward, with muscles bulging beneath its skin covered in repulsive tumors. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the wilderness. The leader of the poisonous hyenas transformed into a dark green afterimage, and a foul-smelling gale swept toward them. Huge claws, accompanied by a piercing screech that tore through the air, lunged straight toward Sumo's face. The speed was astonishing. Watch out! Wang Gang shouted in alarm. Zhang Ming's heart tightened, and he almost instinctively wanted to step forward. However, Sumo's figure left behind a faint afterimage at the original spot. Whoosh! Hurry! Ultimate speed! Like a flash of lightning. Chapter 55, What is the Truth? The claws of the corrupted jackal chief tore through the afterimage but missed their mark. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's eyes widened in shock, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. What speed is this? How could a summoner possibly have a speed that's several times faster than these melee classes? Their understanding was once again shattered. Is this the speed of a summoner? Wang Gang couldn't help but curse. Zhang Ming was equally stunned, his movement doesn't look like ordinary martial arts. At least an A-rank skill. At least an A-rank skill. Hiss. Sigh. Wang Gang sucked in a sharp breath. A class skill. Just as the two were stunned, Sumo's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Invisibility? Zhang Ming sucked in a sharp breath. There's even this god-defying skill? Where's everyone? The leader of the rot poison hyenas, having lost its target, paced furiously in circles, its sharp claws digging deep gullies into the ground. The stealth effect of the snake symbol curse. Combined with the rabbit symbol spell's extreme speed, it's the perfect assassination move. At that moment, Sumo appeared behind the hyena leader like a ghost. Now's the time. Sumo's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right fist. A surge of violent, destructive power gathered in the center of his fist. Dragon Seal Spell. Explosive power. This doesn't just erupt in the form of energy beams, it can also be condensed and unleashed. Boom! Sumo didn't hesitate for a moment. A punch containing terrifying explosive force slammed into the swollen tumor on its body. Dragon Explosion. Blazing golden energy instantly flooded the toxic tumor. With a dull thud, the tumor erupted from within, spewing foul-smelling pus in all directions. A loud howl echoed through the air. A piercingly agonizing scream echoed through the heavens. The massive body convulsed violently. The toxic tumor connected to its heart was completely destroyed, and its life was rapidly fading away. Sumo gracefully stepped back several paces, then swung his left hand, Dragon Flame. A golden pillar of flame erupted from his palm, completely engulfing the dying hyena leader. In the raging flames, the 5th-tier monster quickly turned into a pile of charcoal. Ding! Successfully defeated the 5th-tier corrupted poisonous hyena leader, earning 75 kill points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special equipment item, the corrupted toxin heart ring. Amidst a pile of charcoal, a dark green ring lay quietly. Sumo stepped forward and picked it up. Corrupted heart ring B rank. Attributes: 15 spirit, 10 intelligence. Special effect: attacks deal corrosion damage and trigger the decay effect upon use, reducing the target's movement speed by 10 and defense by 20. Note: crafted from the heart crystal of a 5th-tier corrupted venomous hyena leader, it contains powerful toxicity. B rank ring, decent attributes, and practical special effects. Sumo rubbed the ring. Mental and intellectual attributes were precisely what he needed most at the moment, and the additional corrosion and weakening effects were the icing on the cake. No wonder it's a secret realm, the drop rate is incredibly high. Seeing another B rank drop, and it's even a special equipment piece, Sumo's lips were trembling uncontrollably. He had only been in the secret realm for less than half an hour and had already killed 2 monsters. And then, one after another, an A grade and a B grade piece of equipment dropped. The drop rate is really high. Host: Sumo. Occupation: Summoner D rank. Level: 4th tier, 1st rank. Strength: 90002700. Agility: 95001900. Intelligence: 100 001000. Spirit: 11001650. Skills: Universal Diagram God tier, 50 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Poisonous Touch C tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures: Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 4th tier. Special ability: Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current maximum summonable quantity 5000. Special abilities: Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment: Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Shadow Assault Boots A rank, Corrupted Poison Heart Ring B rank. Kill count: 920. Special items: Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. Finally reached the 4th tier. Sumo mentally scanned the attribute panel. My current base attributes are solid, with only strength and agility slightly below average. Intelligence and spirit have already firmly entered the 5th tier range, including equipment bonuses. Sumo calculated the total attributes. Overall, the 4 basic attributes are now on par with those of an ordinary 5th tier beginner. The threshold for 5th tier is 8,000, and he's already surpassed 10,000. More importantly, my attribute sharing has reached 50. If I summon 2 holy lords, I can fully share their abilities at 100%. Completely inherit the attributes of the Holy Lord? The scene was too beautiful for Sumo to even dare to imagine. I only need 80 more kill points to continue exchanging for the next talisman. At that point, the attributes of the Holy Lord will skyrocket, and so will mine. By then, even those at the 5th rank, 9th level might not be able to match me. The future looks promising. He is now at the early stage of the 4th rank, comparable to the peak of the 5th rank. When Sumo came to his senses, he found that Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were standing motionless, like 2 petrified statues. Instant kill. Another flash sale. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? A summoner just took down a 5th tier monster in close combat? Slap. Wang Gang suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. It really hurts like hell. Wang Gang grimaced, the burning pain on his face confirming that what was happening before his eyes was not a hallucination. He wasn't dreaming. That summoner, who looked harmless and even a bit frail, had just instantly defeated a 5th tier corrupted poisonous hyena leader. The entire battle unfolded seamlessly, lasting no more than 10 seconds from start to finish. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. What kind of speed was that? What kind of stealth capability is that? And that terrifying explosion in flames at the end. Is this really a technique a summoner can possess? Zhang Ming also snapped out of his utter shock, but the horror in his eyes remained unchanged. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Sumo had completely changed. This young man is hiding his true nature too well. Every ability he has demonstrated is more than enough to strike fear into the hearts of any professional of the same rank, or even higher. Especially his elusive speed and stealth abilities, they're a nightmare for all fragile classes. A gentle breeze swept across the ground, stirring up dust and ashes. Sumo clapped his hands, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial task. He even had the leisure to comment. This tumor reeks of rot, and the smell of burning is indeed foul. Wang Gang's lips twitched, and he nearly choked on his breath. Big brother. That's a 5th-tier monster. Instant kill. Are you just worried about whether it's burnt and smells bad? Isn't that a bit too much of a focus? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart, and asked in a low voice. Now, can you tell us the truth? He had to ask this question. Chapter 56, You Are a Hero. Sumo looked calmly at the two of them. As you can see, I am not an ordinary person. Nonsense. Wang Gang jumped up. The strength Sumo demonstrated completely shattered his preconceived notions that Sumo was a good-for-nothing coward. Even the opponent's combat style and abilities have completely redefined his understanding of the summoner profession. How could someone like this be ordinary? This is far from ordinary. Wang Gang pointed at the charcoal on the ground, then at himself, so excited he could barely speak coherently. Which summoner fights like you? Teleportation. Invisibility. And those damn fists and flames. If this were an ordinary summoner, I'd twist off my head and kick it like a ball. Zhang Ming's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixated on Sumo. He said in a deep voice, the skills you just used include at least 3 A-rank skills, and some may even be of a higher rank. Speed, stealth, explosive attacks, and elemental control. These traits should never coexist in a single summoner. This has completely exceeded the scope of the professional system. Sumo faced the two men's inquiring gazes, though he appeared calm on the surface. But inside, he was already overjoyed. What a thrill! So refreshing. 3 years of pent-up frustration. Finally got this by outfit done, feels great. So you've been faking it for the past 3 years? Wang Gang's voice rose. Why? He stepped forward a few paces, his spittle nearly splattering onto Sumo's face. 3 years ago, Sumo had awakened to a god-tier profession. He could have shone brightly, been adored by thousands, and become a prodigy of the human race. The guardian of the dragon nation of Huaxia. The guardian of the dragon kingdom of Huaxia. Wang Gang truly couldn't figure it out, no matter how much he thought about it. Why hide? Why choose a D-class profession? Why let others mock him? Is it just to play the underdog, or do you actually have an interest in that? Zhang Ming wasn't as excited or outwardly emotional as Wang Gang, but his brows were furrowed. His sharp gaze scrutinized Sumo, as if he wanted to see through him from the inside out. Facing the roaring Wang Gang, Sumo furrowed his brows slightly and said, I don't seem to have any obligation to answer your question. If not, the two people before him were fighting to protect Carlo City, granting him 3 years of peace and stability. He would not intervene to save them. And when it comes to his deepest secrets, he naturally won't reveal them. The two of them froze upon hearing this, their expressions growing somewhat peculiar. Yeah. These are other people's secrets. Why should he answer? Damn it. Fine. You're the one who's clever. Wang Gang muttered under his breath, his voice no longer carrying the earlier accusation, but instead tinged with a mix of helplessness and disbelief, tinged with admiration. If you won't say, then don't. I'm just curious. Curious to the point of driving me crazy. Zhang Ming's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly after Sumo's words. He glanced at the charred marks on the ground, then looked back at the young man before him, who seemed unnaturally calm. Sumo was right, that was his own secret. Everyone has a past they don't want others to pry into. Although the desire to probe remained strong. He understood that pursuing the matter further would be pointless and might even provoke the other person's displeasure. Nevertheless, both of them felt deeply satisfied. At least Zhang Fan wasn't a failure, he was still an incredibly powerful class changer. This is a fortunate event for them, for Carlo City, and even for the entire human race. I still have one question I would like to ask you. Despite the slight look of impatience from Sumo, Zhang Ming continued to ask. So, 3 days ago outside the city walls, the summoner who roared like a dragon and drove back the beast horde. It was me, Sumo admitted calmly. There's no need to deny it. There was no need to deny it. This answer had already been suspected in Zhang Ming's heart, especially after witnessing Sumo's inhuman combat prowess earlier. However, when his suspicions were so easily confirmed, the impact was still immense. He looked at Sumo, his expression complex. The shock, confusion, and curiosity he had felt earlier had all transformed into an indescribable sense of understanding and awe. No wonder he was so calm. No wonder he possessed power far surpassing that of the summoner system. A single dragon's roar repelled the beast tide. This display of power, compared to the earlier instant kill of a 5th-tier monster, doesn't seem impossible either. What? It's you? It's you, you brat. Wang Gang was speechless. This news was even more shocking to him than Sumo's earlier swift defeat of the monster. It was hard to believe, but it also made sense. They had previously wondered how such a powerful dragon-type summoner could suddenly appear in Carlo City. Now, considering Sumo's profession, everything made perfect sense. For a moment, Wang Gang suddenly felt deeply ashamed. 3 days earlier, the cheers from the city walls and the excitement of the soldiers who had narrowly escaped death. Everyone was speculating about the mysterious and powerful dragon summoner and wondering who he could be. And what had he said at the time? Wang Gang's face flushed red instantly, all the way down to his neck. When comparing that person to Sumo, his words were filled with admiration for the former and contempt for the latter. Wang Gang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Earlier, he had mocked Sumo as a coward who only knew how to hide behind others. Turned out he wasn't a coward at all, he was the superhero who single-handedly saved countless lives in Carlo City. He looked at Sumo's calm face and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. This kid is hiding his true feelings way too well. He recalled his previous attitudes and evaluations of Sumo, and felt ashamed beyond words. Wang Gang opened his mouth, wanting to say something, like an apology or an explanation, but the words stopped at his lips, and he ended up just blushing, stammering for a while, and finally managed to say, "You're amazing. You're really something." He couldn't find any other words to describe how he felt at that moment. The confusion, anger, and curiosity he had felt earlier had all turned into utter admiration and embarrassment. Zhang Ming composed himself, suppressing the turbulent emotions surging within him. He straightened the collar of his military uniform and adopted a solemn expression. "Mr. Sumo." He used a respectful title. 3 days ago, if it weren't for your intervention, Carlo City would have been in serious trouble. He paused, his tone heavy. The consequences would be unimaginable. That night, if it weren't for your dragon's roar, the city walls would have been breached and the casualties would have been unimaginable. On behalf of the city of Carlo and all the surviving citizens and soldiers, I extend our most sincere gratitude to you. You are a hero. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Ming was about to bow deeply to Sumo. This was not merely an expression of gratitude for saving his life, but also a heartfelt thank you for bringing hope to this city in turmoil. Having such a powerful class changer stationed here is of immense significance to Carlo City. Wang Gang is no exception. Chapter 57, All Are Heroes. As Zhang Ming bent down, Sumo. His body shifted slightly, and a gentle yet irresistible force supported both of them. There was no need for that. Protecting our homes and fighting monsters is what every capable class changer should do. It's no great favor. You and I, along with the countless others fighting to protect our homes, are all heroes. Upon hearing this, both of them were moved to tears. All those who fight for their homeland, regardless of their strength or whether they are professionals or ordinary people, are heroes. After calming down slightly, Zhang Ming asked again. So why did you reveal your true strength now? Lin Shi. Sumo's expression grew solemn. She's trapped deep within the secret realm. I must go rescue her. Zhang Ming was taken aback and said, alright, Lin Shi didn't choose you wrongly. Loyal and honorable. Since that's the case, go ahead. Wang Gang and I will return to Carlo City to reinforce the defenses. Zhang Ming spoke up. This time, entering the secret realm had two main objectives. Bring Sumo back and take a look at what exactly has been happening inside the secret realm. It has now been discovered that Sumo possesses at least 5th-tier combat strength, rendering their assistance unnecessary. And Sumo can also complete the second task. The significance of their staying in this secret realm is far less than returning to Carlo City to reinforce the defenses. After all, in this secret realm, one wrong move could be fatal. In response to this, Sumo simply uttered a single sentence, causing both of them to freeze in place. The entrance to the secret realm had already closed. What? Don't worry, I'm here. I'll do my best to ensure your safety. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Sumo assumed they were worried about encountering danger in the secret realm and spoke up to reassure them. What we're worried about is Carlo City. After we leave, the defensive forces in Carlo City will be weakened once again. If the monster army attacks again, looking at the identical expressions of worry and anxiety on their faces, that sense of responsibility, willing to risk their own safety for the survival of the city, couldn't help but evoke a hint of admiration in Sumo's heart. He remained silent for a moment. Then, in a matter-of-fact tone, dropped another bombshell. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. He faced the two of them with a puzzled look and slowly said, the remaining monster clans around Carlo City were all cleared out before I entered the secret realm. What? Zhang Ming was startled, doubting his own ears. Wang Gang's eyes widened suddenly, his mouth half open, looking as though he had seen a ghost. Cleaned it up? Just like that? He recalled the overwhelming wave of beasts 3 days ago, the countless monsters of varying levels and immense numbers casually. Tens of thousands of monsters were all killed in 3 days. Is this something you can just casually accomplish? Even a 6th-tier powerhouse wouldn't be able to finish them off in 3 days. How did this kid manage to do that? Suemo looked at their stunned expressions and nodded firmly. Yes, kill them all. For the time being, Carlo City should be safe. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang were completely speechless. However, upon reflecting that they had indeed not seen a single monster attack over the past 3 days, they gradually came to accept Sumo's words. Then they couldn't help but give Suemo a thumbs up. You're the one. Now, it's up to you to protect us. Zhang Ming accepted everything calmly. Suemo watched the two nod and said, alright, but the upcoming battles will be even more dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Gang swung his fist boldly. With you, the Great One, here, what do I have to fear? Suemo said no more, summoning the Holy Lord. Let's go, time is of the essence. Before he had finished speaking, he moved his mind slightly. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, an indescribably massive presence suddenly descended. The ground seemed to tremble slightly, and light gathered and dispersed in a certain area. The Holy Ruler appeared before the three of them with the majesty and indifference of one who overlooks all living beings. Holy crap! Wang Gang was so startled by the sudden massive presence that he took a step back, nearly falling to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the dragon before him, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. It was him. The one he had seen that night. However, he's far stronger now than he was back then. Zhang Ming, though not as flustered as Wang Gang, also stiffened noticeably for a moment. He stared intently at the Holy Lord, feeling the overwhelming dragon's aura that was almost suffocating. Master, are these two ants my snacks? The Holy Lord's dragon-like eyes glanced disdainfully at Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. And the words he spoke sent a chill down their spines, causing cold sweat to pour down their faces. Sumo's toes touched the ground, and his body gracefully leaped onto the broad dragon's back, landing steadily. He turned to look at the two still frozen on the ground. You two, come up too. The pressure eased suddenly, and Wang Gang's nerves settled slightly, but looking at the dragon's scales glinting with a cold metallic sheen, his legs still trembled slightly. He swallowed hard, the remaining fear on his face quickly replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief. Holy! A dragon? I never thought I'd get to ride a dragon in my lifetime. As he spoke, he scrambled toward the dragon's body with hands and feet. The Holy Lord seemed extremely reluctant, and the dragon's neck turned slightly. The golden vertical pupils coldly glanced at Wang Gang, who was climbing up, and a low, threatening growl emanated from its throat. Wang Gang froze in fear, nearly slipping and falling down. Go up! Suemo spoke again, his voice still calm. The Holy Lord finally stopped moving, allowing Wang Gang to scramble up onto the dragon's back and find a spot to sit down carefully. He gripped the bone spur beside him tightly, daring not to breathe a single breath, yet unable to resist glancing around nervously. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, steadied himself, and moved much more steadily than Wang Gang before flipping over and leaping onto the dragon's back. Hold on tight, Suemo reminded him without looking back. The Holy Lord sensed his master's thoughts and let out a deep, resonant dragon's roar. A violent wind arose, sand and stones flew through the air, and the massive body rose from the ground. All that remained was Wang Gang's excited yet fearful screams echoing in the air. Oh! Fei Fei is flying. It's too fast. Old Zhang, hold on tight. As the three of them mounted the dragon's back, Zhang Ming suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask. By the way, what level are you at, you little brat? Suemo gazed into the distance and whispered, 3rd rank. Bull. Wang Gang blurted out. 3rd tier can take out 5 tier with one move? Do you think I'm an idiot? Suemo smiled without responding. Zhang Ming looked thoughtfully at his back. This young man might be far more dangerous than they had imagined. Old Zhang. Look, we're flying so high. Much faster than a plane. Zhang Ming remained relatively calm, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. This was the first time in his life he had ever flown through the air. It fulfilled his childhood dream. Holy Lord, with your dragon bloodline, can you sense the location of the demon dragon? The Holy Lord's deep response, tinged with innate arrogance, echoed in the wind. Master, that lowly half-breed mongrel, does he even deserve to be called a dragon? However, if it is nearby, its foul stench will not escape me. Sumo's voice remained flat. Then let's look for it. The ghost soldier's search range was limited, and their efficiency was too low. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming on the dragon's back were also startled. Is Suemo planning to take on a 7th tier demon dragon head-on? Could it be that his true strength has already reached the 7th rank? Amazing! Chapter 58, Carlo City, a really trashy city. The massive form of the Holy Lord darted through the clouds at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Sumo's previously calm expression flickered slightly. Is there someone ahead? Holy Master, turn to the southeast. Suemo spoke softly. I wonder if it's the city lord and his men. It should be. No one from other cities has entered this secret realm either. The Holy Lord instantly changed direction and sped off toward the southeast. The wind howled in his ears, even more fiercely than before. Ha! Why did it suddenly turn? Is anyone there? Zhang Ming guessed what was going on. Su Mo nodded. How did you sense that? I didn't sense anything. Wang Gang asked in confusion. Why are you asking about everything? Zhang Ming hit Wang Gang on the head. Wang Gang, alright, I'll shut up. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in just a moment, the scene below gradually became clear. Amidst the chaotic ruins, there was indeed a battle taking place. Four figures could be seen standing back to back, fending off the relentless assault of dozens of bizarre creatures emanating a menacing aura. Energy beams flickered constantly, and the sounds of roaring and clashing weapons could be heard faintly in the distance. Holy crap! Someone's really fighting! Wang Gang widened his eyes and craned his neck to look down. What kind of monsters are those? They look dangerous. They're not the city lord's men. Zhang Ming's eyes were sharp, and he quickly recognized them. An unfamiliar face. This hidden realm does indeed have other entrances. Have teams from other cities entered? That can't be. Wang Gang was also dumbfounded. Zhang Ming looked at Su Mo and asked, should we go help? Su Mo looked at the battlefield ahead. Let's go help. The three leaped down from the Holy Lord's back and immediately charged into the midst of the battlefield. Someone's coming to help us? The four people engaged in battle also noticed Su Mo and the others rushing toward them. What's going on? Who needs their help? They're just a bunch of nobodies. We can handle this ourselves. Sun Xiaoxiao unleashed a fireball, sending a charging monster flying. Glancing at Su Mo and the three others charging toward him, his tone carried a clear hint of irritation and a touch of arrogance. Her words were not entirely meant to show off. Their four-person team was no pushover. She herself was a 4th-rank 7th-grade cultivator, and the other three were all 5th-rank powerhouses. Although they were surrounded and attacked. But the strength of these monsters was only at the 2nd or 3rd tier, with the strongest being no more than 4th tier. If it weren't for the injuries sustained from previous encounters with powerful enemies, I would have already taken care of it. Xiao. Sun Yaoyao interrupted her with a low shout. Don't get distracted. Watch out for the corrosive worm on the left. Sun Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes but didn't slow down her movements. A blazing wall of fire erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing the corrosive worm that had lunged toward the left wing. The flames raged fiercely, and the worm let out a piercing screech before quickly turning into charred remains. Did you see that? Yao, this is the kind of trash we're dealing with. They're completely. Sun Xiaoxiao hadn't finished speaking, her voice tinged with a touch of pride. However, amidst the charred worm carcasses, an inconspicuous black shadow suddenly darted out. It was a creature no larger than the palm of a hand, entirely black, resembling a miniature version of the worms, moving at an astonishing speed. The black shadow's target was straight at Sun Xiaoxiao's face, who had just finished casting a spell and was slightly off guard. Be careful! Sun Yaoyao screamed in alarm, but it was already too late to rescue him. As a mage, if she were hit, she would at least suffer severe injuries. Whoosh! Just as the pitch-black worm was about to touch Sun Xiaoxiao's nose, a faster black shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. A flash of cold light, precise to the last detail. The worm, no larger than a palm, was severed cleanly. A ghostly soldier appeared beside Sun Xiaoxiao, holding a dagger dripping with poisonous blood. Ugh! Sun Xiaoxiao's smug smile froze completely. A sudden wave of fear crept up her heart. Huff! Sun Yaoyao exhaled deeply, her chest heaving violently, clearly still shaken by the ordeal. She hurried forward, grabbing Sun Xiaoxiao, who was still in a daze, and pulled her behind her to protect her. Her gaze shifted to the ghostly soldiers. Thank you for saving me. However, when her gaze fell clearly on the ghostly soldiers, her words of gratitude came to an abrupt halt. Sun Yaoyao's eyes widened suddenly. A humanoid summoned creature? Yao, what's wrong? Zhao Hu was in the midst of hacking down a clawed monster that had lunged at him with an axe when he heard Sun Yaoyao scream and glanced over briefly. That glance caused his movements to slow by half a beat, nearly getting his arm swept by another monster's claw. Get out of the way. What the hell is that? Am I seeing things? Sure, Xian remained relatively calm, but he couldn't help but glance twice, his brows furrowing tightly. This aura was definitely not that of a living person. A summoned creature? I've never seen a humanoid summoned creature before. At that moment, Su Mo, Zhang Ming, and Wang Gang also joined the battle. The previously stalemated battle began to shift. With the addition of Su Mo and his two companions, the situation quickly turned into a one-sided affair. In just a few minutes, the last monster let out an agonizing scream and collapsed, leaving the battlefield completely silent. This is Sun Yaoyao. Thank you all for your timely assistance. Especially your summoned creature, which just saved Xiaoxiao. Sun Yaoyao looked at Su Mo with a gentle tone. Sun Xiaoxiao walked over, her face still pale. She stared at Su Mo. Hey! That dark shadow just now, did you create it to save me? Before Suemo could answer, Wang Gang had already opened his mouth wide and started shouting loudly. That's right. Impressive, huh? If it hadn't moved so fast, your pretty face would have been cut open. Actually, I could have handled it myself without his help. Ha! Suemo gave Sun Xiaoxiao a casual glance, didn't pick up on her remark, and merely nodded to Sun Yaoyao. Suemo, it was no trouble at all. I am Shi Xian. Shi Xian paused, his gaze casually glancing at the person still standing beside Suemo. The ghostly soldiers, as still as sculptures and emanating a chilling aura, flashed a fleeting look of surprise in their eyes. The others looked unfamiliar, they hadn't encountered them before in the secret realm. I wonder which region they're from. As soon as Shi Xian spoke, Wang Gang and Zhang Ming instinctively looked at Suemo. Sure enough, the secret realm had more than one entrance, connecting to other areas. Suemo understood this as well, it seemed his previous guesses were correct. Carlo City. Suemo spoke without hesitation. Carlo City? Shi Xian, Xiaohu, and Sun Yaoyao exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. I've never heard of this city before. I looked it up. Carlo City, a really trashy little city. Chapter 59, Are your eyes stuck in your pants? As Sun Xiaoxiao's voice echoed out. The air fell silent for a few seconds, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense. What did you say? Wang Gang was the first to lose his temper, his voice immediately rising. Trash? Small town? Are you blind? You would have been dead without us just now. So what? You. Suemo stopped Wang Gang, who was about to act, with a blank expression on his face. Sun Yaoyao felt a bit embarrassed and quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiao. Don't say such things. Mr. Su and his team are highly capable, we've all seen it for ourselves. The situation in Carlo City has nothing to do with their own capabilities. She glared at her younger sister and looked at Suemo with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. My sister is young and doesn't know any better. It's okay. Suemo replied indifferently. I would like to ask, do you know where the dragon is located? Or have you encountered a girl whose profession is a dominator? Which 7th tier shadow dragon are you referring to? Sun Yaoyao's expression grew solemn. Suemo nodded slightly, Oh. Xiaohu snorted derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Suemo and the others without the slightest attempt to hide his contempt. I advise you to abandon this idea. With just the 3 of you at the 4th rank, don't even think about provoking a 7th rank demon dragon. Even a 5th tier dragonkin captain under its command could crush you all with a single flick of its finger, leaving not a single trace behind. Suemo completely ignored the contempt in the others' words, but keenly sensed the message hidden within their words. The Dragon Lord has a 5th rank captain under his command. This indicates that the enemy must be aware of the dragon's whereabouts. Please inform us. Although Xiaohu's words were harsh, but Sun Yaoyao didn't continue, fearing it would discourage Suemo and the others. A 7th tier demon dragon was a being so powerful that even teams from larger regions dared not provoke it lightly. Let alone a place like Carlo City. Please let me know. Suemo spoke again, his tone firm. Whether it was dangerous or not, he knew best. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, he'll go find Linshi. Sun Yaoyao gave Suemo a meaningful look, and he could sense his determination. She sighed softly and no longer hesitated. The shadow dragon lurked in the Dragonbone Mountains. It is one of the most dangerous regions in the entire secret realm, shrouded in shadow energy year-round. As for the dragon descendants under his command, there are indeed some of the 5th rank, and even some of the 6th rank. The Dragon Lord rarely leaves the Dragonbone Mountains, but its dragon offspring regularly emerge to patrol their territory, possessing immense strength and a brutal nature. We once encountered a dragon offspring patrol from a distance. The leader's aura was extremely terrifying, and we dared not approach. We estimate that he was at least a 5th tier, 9th rank dragon. To reach the Dragonbone Mountains, one must pass through. Thank you for letting me know. Suemo thanked him again, his expression still calm. For him, as long as there was a direction, he would go no matter how dangerous it was. What about the ruler? Suemo pressed further. I've never seen him. We've been in the secret realm for quite some time now and have encountered many groups, but we've never seen the person you're talking about. Sun Yaoyao spoke with absolute certainty. Sumo's heart sank slightly. There were no leads to find Linshi. Don't worry, Linshi will be fine. Zhang Ming sensed Sumo's emotional change and offered a slight comfort. Suemo nodded slightly and said nothing more. He turned his gaze to Sun Yaoyao. Thank you for letting us know. This information is very useful to us. In that case, we shall take our leave. After saying that, he gestured to Wang Gang and Zhang Ming and prepared to turn and leave. The Dragonbone Mountains, we must go. Wait. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yaoyao called out to Suemo and the 3 others who were about to leave. We're heading in the same general direction as the Dragonbone Mountains. You can come with us. That way, we can look out for each other. Upon hearing this, not only were Suemo and the other 2 taken aback, but even Sun Yaoyao's own team members were stunned. Yao Yao. Zhao Hu was the first to express his dissatisfaction, his brows knotted into a frown. What are you doing? Bring them along? This isn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Xian, who had been silent all along, reached out and gently pressed his arm. Zhao Hu looked at Xian in confusion. But he saw Xian shake his head imperceptibly, his eyes signaling him to stay calm. We didn't want to bring you to Galtz along, but my sister gave the order, so you'll have to come with us. Sun Xiaoxiao's haughty attitude instantly made Wang Gang's anger flare up, and he glared at Sun Xiaoxiao. Who are you calling a burden? You little brat, watch your mouth. Who cares about being with you guys? It's like we're the ones getting all the benefits. Am I wrong? Sun Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. With your fourth-tier cultivation from such a small place, you don't even have proper equipment. What else are you but dead weight? Come with us, it's your lucky day. Without our protection, forget about the dragon. Even encountering ordinary monsters would be enough to wipe you out completely. Zhao Hu and Xian stood by, arms crossed, watching the show. It was clear that they fully agreed with Sun Xiaoxiao's words. Xiao. Sun Yaoyao's expression darkened, and she quickly pulled her younger sister aside, her tone carrying a hint of sternness. Enough. Don't say another word. She turned her head, her face clearly showing apology and helplessness, and looked at Suemo. I'm really sorry, my sister. Let's go. Suemo gave Wang Gang and Zhang Ming a nod, then turned around first. Target, Longgu Mountain Range. Lin Shi is still waiting for him. Nothing else matters. Oh well. Sun Yaoyao felt uneasy. She instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him. Yao. Xian had come up beside her at some point, extending his arm to gently block her path. His movements were natural, and his tone was calm and unruffled. There's no need to pursue them. Sun Yaoyao stopped in her tracks and looked at Xian in confusion. Xian's gaze fell on the receding figures of Suemo and the others, his voice flat. We have done our utmost. We have invited them. Since they have chosen to go their own way, whether they live or die on their journey is no longer our concern. His words sounded like a statement of fact, but Sun Yaoyao detected a hint of coldness in them. Zhao Hu chimed in from the side, exactly. Don't know your place. Do you really think you're so great? The Dragon Bone Mountains are places they can go? They wouldn't even know how they died. Sis, look, Zhao Hu and Xian think so too. You can't scold me anymore. Sun Yaoyao watched the direction in which the three had disappeared, her brows slightly furrowed. She couldn't shake the feeling that the young man named Suemo was no ordinary person. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Yaoyao finally broke free from Xian's arm and hurried after him. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm is truly wonderful. Hey, wait a minute. Suemo and the other two heard the sound and stopped, turning around to look at Sun Yaoyao, who was catching up. Sun Yaoyao ran up to the three of them, took a bracelet from her storage equipment, and handed it to Suemo. Take this shadow hiding compass. It will help guide you in the right direction. She looked at Suemo with a sincere expression. The Dragon Bone Mountains are perpetually shrouded in shadow energy, limiting visibility, and are home to numerous shadow creatures skilled in stealth. This compass can provide early warning, though its range is limited. However, it might prove life-saving in critical moments. Before Suemo could refuse, she directly placed the compass into his hands. Consider it my way of repaying you for saving my sister's life earlier. Be careful. After speaking, she gave Suemo a meaningful glance before turning and quickly returning to her own group. Xian watched Sun Yaoyao return, then glanced at the compass in Sumo's hand. His eyes flickered, but in the end, he said nothing. Suemo held the compass, still warm in his hand, and watched Sun Yaoyao's retreating figure. This person is actually quite nice. Wang Gang spoke up. Yeah, let's go. The three turned around once more, and their figures quickly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Sis. You just handed them the shadow hiding compass like that? It was just to block an attack for me. What's so great about that? Why bother giving away something so good? As soon as Sun Yaoyao returned to the group, Sun Xiaoxiao felt a bit dissatisfied. That was a special A-grade item, worth as much as several ordinary A-grade items. Zhao Hu chimed in, speaking in a deep, resonant voice, exactly, Yao. With their abilities, giving it to them would be pointless, they might just turn around and lose it. Enough, let's not say another word. Sun Yaoyao spoke up to interrupt. The compass isn't essential for me, but for them, it might actually come in handy in a critical moment. They did save Xiaoxiao before, and that favor should be repaid. Xian spoke softly, the item has already been delivered. Xian spoke indifferently, the items have already been sent out. There's no need to argue about it. The most urgent matter now is to reunite with the captain and the others. As previously arranged, we are almost there. With the compass to guide them, Suemo and the other two suddenly saw the path ahead much more clearly. Moreover, relying on the warning capabilities of the shadow avoiding compass, they managed to avoid numerous dangerous areas in advance. They continued on for quite some time. The scene ahead suddenly opened up, but it was not a good sign. A vast valley, completely shrouded in dense, ink-black shadow energy, stretched out before them. At the entrance to the valley, jagged rocks jutted out, vegetation withered, and even light seemed to be swallowed by the viscous darkness, making it difficult to see into the depths. A chilling breeze sweeps across the face. This must be the dangerous place Sun Yaoyao mentioned, the dark forest. Wang Gang's expression grew solemn. Zhang Ming also furrowed his brows. The energy fluctuations here are highly unstable. It feels like there's something big inside. Su Mo stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as he scanned the dark valley before him. The compass needle trembled violently, almost losing its sense of direction. It was clear that the energy interference within the valley was extremely severe and filled with danger. Two paths lay before them. Choose to take a detour and avoid this obviously extremely dangerous valley. However, given the extent of the valley, it would likely take at least 10 days, or even longer, to bypass it. The situation on Lin Shi's side is unclear, and Su Mo cannot afford to wait. The other option was to cross the edge of this terrifying valley. Doing so would undoubtedly raise the risk to its absolute limit. A 5th-tier monster is almost certain, and even encountering a 6th-tier one is not impossible. In that case, the safety of Zhang Ming and Wang Gang would be difficult to guarantee. For a moment, Su Mo was torn. Let's just go through. Zhang Ming naturally understood Su Mo's concerns. He spoke first. Then what about you guys? What are you afraid of? Let's go together. Wang Gang said casually. All right. Then let's go through the edge. Su Mo made a decision. Time was the one thing he lacked most at that moment. To find Lin Shi as soon as possible, this risk must be taken. If we go through the edge, it will take a little longer than crossing directly, but it's much better than taking a detour. The level of danger will also be significantly reduced. Even if they do encounter danger, they will be able to evacuate in time. Since Su Mo has already determined the route, the three of them cautiously stepped into the outskirts of the dark forest. This forest is damn depressing. Stepping into the forest. The light is extremely distorted here, and visibility is extremely low. The ground beneath our feet is soft and damp, wet and squishy like walking through a muddy swamp, making it extremely uncomfortable. However, there was also, due to the shadow avoiding compass, most of the shadow energy here can be completely isolated, minimizing the impact on them. Hiss hiss. A faint sound came from the shadows. Sumo's eyes narrowed sharply. The needle of the shadow avoiding compass trembled slightly, pointing toward the left front. Be careful. Several pitch-black creatures resembling spiders darted out of the darkness at incredible speeds. These creatures were only about half a person's height, with 8 sharp, spear-like appendages and mouthparts dripping with dark green saliva. Shadow stalkers, 3rd-tier monsters, beware their venom. Weakness, head. The universal diagram quickly analyzed the information about the attacking monsters. Wang Gang roared, swinging his massive axe horizontally, sending the first 2 shadow stalkers charging at him flying with a furious gust of wind. Su Mo spat a mouthful of dragon flame onto the head of the shadow stalker. Several loud explosions echoed through the air. These shadow lurkers were instantly killed. The battle ended quickly. In this outlying area, the monsters are all 3rd tier. This place is indeed dangerous. Luckily, we're walking along the edge. Wang Gang put away his axe and grinned. Su Mo nodded and looked at the compass. Keep moving, stay alert. They followed the edge of the valley, advancing step by step. Along the way, similar incidents kept happening. A variety of bizarre creatures, corrupted by shadow energy, emerged one after another. Most are between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, though occasionally you may encounter a few elite 4th-tier monsters. Relying on the early warning from the shadow avoiding compass and the reconnaissance of the ghost soldiers, Su Mo and his 2 companions avoided danger whenever possible. When avoidance was not possible, relying on their seamless teamwork, these monsters did not pose a significant threat to them. Battle, slaughter, and press forward. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been traversing this perilous borderland for an entire day. And in the battles of that day, the 3 of them also saw a significant increase in their levels. Wang Gang has advanced from the initial 4th tier 6th level to the 4th tier 8th level. Zhang Ming has even reached the 4th stage, 9th rank, just 1 step away from the 5th stage. Sumo's level increase was, of course, the most terrifying. He has leaped to the 4th stage of the 4th rank. The Holy Sovereign's rank has also been elevated to the 4th stage, 9th rank. All attributes have been significantly enhanced. Chapter 61, Screw him. The secret realm really levels up fast. The gains from the past couple of days are more than what I got in half a year in Carlo City. Back when I was defending the city and killing those creatures, even after killing so many, it was just the same. How could it compare to the excitement I feel now? Wang Gang stretched his limbs, feeling the growing strength within him, and felt completely at ease. Yeah, I can feel the energy inside me almost reaching its limit. Zhang Ming also. Feeling the surging magical energy within him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 5th stage. However, it's still unclear how much longer it will take. In the past, in Carlo City, although we have always been fighting monsters, But most of the battles were defensive. And the enemies were mostly first and second tier monsters. Even if you kill 1,000 of them, it wouldn't be as effective as killing a single fourth tier monster. And in just a day or two in this secret realm, they had already killed dozens of third tier monsters and several fourth tier monsters. And even managed to kill a fifth tier monster, earning a large amount of experience. This was something that would have been unimaginable in the past. And all of this is thanks to Sumo. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would have been dead long ago in this secret realm. All of this is thanks to Sumo. Yes, thank you so much. Sumo waved his hand. We're all family, there's no need to be so formal. Suddenly, his expression grew serious. The needle of the shadow avoiding compass suddenly began to spin wildly. At the same time, news of the ghostly soldiers returned. His gaze swept over the two of them, lingering briefly on Zhang Ming. Feeling the magic within Zhang Ming about to overflow, Sumo smiled and said, "It's almost time." He softly uttered 2 words. "HM?" Wang Gang and Zhang Ming were both taken aback, not quite understanding Sumo's meaning. "What's coming soon?" Zhang Ming looked at Sumo with even more confusion. Sumo didn't explain further, but instead turned his gaze toward the deeper parts of the dark forest. The needle of the shadow avoiding compass was now trembling violently at an unprecedented frequency, pointing straight ahead. A chilling aura of terror spreads out from the front like a tidal wave. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air, accompanied by heavy footsteps, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shadows writhed, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a terrifying monster standing 5 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scales, resembling a giant bear but with a pair of blood-red compound eyes. It was shrouded in dense shadow energy, emanating a presence far surpassing any monster encountered before. The 10,000 spirits diagram instantly provided the information. Race, Shadow Tyrant Bear. Rank, 5th rank, 6th level. Abilities, Shadow Roar, Frenzy Tier, Earth Stomp. Weaknesses, Heart, Eyes. What kind of monster is this? What a powerful sense of oppression. Wang Gang's throat felt dry, and his hand gripping the axe handle tightened involuntarily. He quickly adjusted his breathing, his sturdy body sinking slightly as he assumed a defensive yet aggressive stance. This is a 5th tier, 6th grade Shadow Tyrant Bear. Sumo spoke up. 5th rank, 6th level. Zhang Ming's relaxed expression vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of utmost gravity. This was a 5th tier, 6th grade monster far more powerful than the 5th tier, 1st grade corrupted poisonous hyena they had defeated earlier, by more than just a single tier. Sumo, however, remained unusually calm. He glanced at Zhang Ming beside him and said indifferently, "Kill it. The experience should be enough for you to break through." Zhang Ming nodded emphatically. This 5th tier, 6th grade Shadow Tyrant Bear, if it were killed, not only would your rank be elevated to 5th tier, but even a 1 or 2 tier increase from this level would be more than sufficient. Since that's the case, Wang Gang roared, breaking the deadlock first. He suddenly exerted all his strength in his legs. Wang Gang's charge was as swift as a bolt of lightning. The earth-colored energy blades emanating from his massive axe sliced through the darkness, striking directly at the face of the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Earth-splitting slash. Facing this ferocious attack, the Shadow Tyrant Bear's crimson eyes flashed a hint of disdain. It didn't even bother to dodge, merely raising its massive claws covered in pitch-black scales with casual indifference. Clang! A piercing clang of metal rang out. A rust-colored energy blade struck the giant claw. Like striking indestructible steel, it shattered instantly, dissipating into specks of light. Wang Gang felt a tremendous force surge through the axe handle. The shock made his palms go numb, and he involuntarily took 2 steps backward. This guy has some real nerve. Wang Gang quickly calmed his surging blood and muttered under his breath. "Is that all the strength you've got?" The Shadow Tyrant Bear spoke in a low, mocking voice, not even bothering to scratch my itch. Before it could finish speaking, a sharp silver light suddenly flashed. Zhang Ming's figure appeared like a ghostly apparition beside the Shadow Tyrant Bear. The battle knife in his hand had already been drawn from its sheath, its blade shrouded in a layer of sharp wind elemental magic. Wind blade slash. Shoo! The blade flashed swiftly like lightning, striking precisely at the claw of the Shadow Tyrant Bear that had been previously attacked by Wang Gang. However, the scene of shattered scales did not materialize as imagined. The battle blade struck the pitch-black scales, leaving only a faint white mark not even enough to break through the defense. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear, already in pain, was further enraged when its words were interrupted. It suddenly turned its head, its crimson compound eyes locking onto Zhang Ming, and opened its blood-red maw. Thick shadows swirled wildly within its mouth, coalescing into a rapidly spinning black energy sphere. Shadow Roar! Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted instantly, and pitch-black energy spheres, like cannonballs, charged toward Zhang Ming, who was just a few feet away, and Wang Gang, who was slightly farther back, carrying a destructive aura. Wherever the energy spheres passed, the air emitted a piercing screech, unable to withstand the immense force. "Be careful!" Wang Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He had no time to think, and swiftly raised the massive axe in front of him. The earth yellow light flared up again, but this time it didn't condense into an energy blade. Instead, it rapidly expanded and distorted. The massive axe suddenly transformed into a thick, earth yellow energy shield, protecting both him and Zhang Ming behind him. Boom! A pitch-black energy sphere slammed into the earth yellow energy shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The furious energy shockwave swept out like a raging tidal wave, lifting the ground around it into a towering wave. The energy shield trembled violently. Ripples spread across its surface, and the earthen yellow light flickered erratically, as if it might shatter at any moment. Ugh! Wang Gang let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning bright red. The veins on his arm, which was gripping the axe shield, bulged, and the powerful recoil force transmitted through the axe handle. The impact shook his internal organs, and a metallic taste filled his throat. But he clenched his teeth, his feet planted firmly on the ground like nails, not backing down an inch. Chapter 62, Why do you have to eat everything? Earth yellow energy kept surging out from his body. Zhang Ming was shielded behind the shield, though he didn't directly bear the brunt of the impact. The terrifying energy fluctuations still sent shivers down his spine. This guy is incredibly powerful. Zhang Ming gripped his battle knife tightly, his eyes sharp as he watched the Shadow Tyrant Bear, searching for his next opportunity to strike. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's blood-red compound eyes swept over Wang Gang, who was struggling to stay on his feet, and Zhang Ming, who was lurking behind the shield, waiting for his chance. It let out another low growl, filled with contempt and cruelty. The light on the energy shield had dimmed significantly, clearly indicating that Wang Gang had expended a great deal of energy. Blocked? Wang Gang gasped for breath, grinning despite a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. The Shadow Tyrant Bear opened its massive jaws, revealing its sharp, white fangs. However, that was as far as it went. Before the words had even left his mouth, its massive body lunged forward with tremendous force. Its speed was completely at odds with its massive size, creating a whirlwind in its wake. The massive claws, covered in pitch-black scales, rose once more. This time, the claws were shrouded in even denser shadows, emitting a sharp, heart-stopping aura. Furious tear. Hiss. A massive claw sliced through the air with a force that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, fiercely grabbing at the energy shield. If this strike hits, Wang Gang would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even Zhang Ming behind him might end up severely injured or even killed. At the last possible moment. Come forth, Holy Master. Buzz. The air suddenly twisted. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's movements halted abruptly, and a fleeting look of surprise flashed across its crimson eyes. In the next instant, a massive figure materialized out of thin air, appearing between Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, blocking the energy shield and the Shadow Tyrant Bear. It was the Holy Lord summoned by Sumo. As soon as the Holy Sovereign appeared, he didn't even need to make any extra movements. The dragon's aura emanating from his body was enough. This caused the Shadow Tyrant Bear to feel a deep tremor in his blood and a faint, almost imperceptible sense of fear. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out a puzzled growl, halting its attack entirely. The Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils, burning with flames, cast a cold glance at the Shadow Tyrant Bear. It opened its dragon's mouth, filled with sharp teeth. There was no earth-shattering roar, only scorching air gathering in its throat. Huff! The next second, the dragon's flames erupted violently. The target of the dragon flame was none other than the Shadow Tyrant Bear, which was just a hair's breadth away. The intense heat instantly engulfed the entire space, even the air was ignited, emitting a series of crackling explosions. The Shadow Tyrant Bear sensed the deadly threat. It didn't even have time to think, its massive body rolling backward in a most awkward manner to avoid the attack. SSSH. Dragon flames swept across its body, splashing onto the ground and instantly melting the hard rock into deep pits, billowing with black smoke. Several strands of dark red flames touched the Shadow Tyrant Bear's pitch-black scales, immediately emitting a pungent, burning odor. The hard scales began to melt and curl at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The intense pain caused the Shadow Tyrant Bear to let out an agonizing roar. Its once majestic body now bearing several charred, horrific scars, its scales shattered, revealing the charred flesh beneath. The Shadow Tyrant Bear staggered to its feet, its blood-red compound eyes fixed intently on the Holy Lord suspended mid-air, his posture majestic. The previous contempt and cruelty vanished, replaced by a mix of fear, anger, and an indescribable greed and excitement. It felt it. From the massive dragon before it, it sensed an incredibly pure and powerful dragon bloodline aura. It was a power older and more noble than its own bloodline. If only it could devour it. The Shadow Tyrant Bear's breathing grew heavy, and the crimson eyes in its head flashed with a mad light. The true bloodline of the dragon clan. It let out a deep, rumbling roar, its voice filled with an uncontrollable longing. What an amazing prey! Once I devour you, I will surely evolve again. Want to eat me? The Holy Lord let out a contemptuous dragon's roar. You worthless mongrel, dare to think you're worthy? If you were at the 5th rank, I wouldn't dare to think of you. But you are only at the 4th rank now. Even if you are a pure-blooded dragon clan, what difference does that make? The gap in cultivation levels cannot be fully compensated for by bloodline alone. As long as I kill you and devour the essence of your bloodline, I will break through the shackles and advance to the 6th rank. Its body lowered slightly, muscles taut. The pitch-black energy began to circulate once more across its surface, healing the wounds while also gathering strength. Suemo, is the Holy Lord really okay? Wang Gang felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, it was a 5th-tier monster, an entire tier higher than the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord seemed to have heard Wang Gang's mutterings. Those golden vertical pupils, burning with flames, shifted slightly and glanced at him. An indescribable sense of pressure instantly enveloped Wang Gang. He felt his entire body stiffen, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He instinctively swallowed the rest of his words and shook his head vigorously. Yes. Absolutely. Never mind, I won't ask. Don't worry. This tyrant bear will never be a match for the Holy Lord. Suemo was very confident. Although this tyrant bear is one rank higher than the Holy Lord, in reality, its 4-dimensional attributes are no match for the Holy Rulers. Combined with their bloodline and the power of the 12 talismans, this Shadow Tyrant Bear can take on the Holy Lord head-on. Shadow Roar. The Shadow Tyrant Bear roared, and dark energy surged wildly around its body. Be careful, this attack is extremely powerful. Wang Gang spoke up to warn them. He had nearly been severely injured by that strike earlier. Facing this strike, the Holy Lord showed no sign of concern. Rabbit symbol spell, extreme speed. The figure of the Holy Lord suddenly became blurred just as the roar of the Shadow Tyrant Bear echoed through the air. A faint afterimage, almost impossible to discern, lingered in its place. In the next instant, the Holy Lord had already appeared dozens of meters away, effortlessly dodging the surging shadow energy assault. Boom! Shadow energy pillars slammed into the spot where the Holy Lord had been standing, blasting a huge crater into the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. The Shadow Tyrant's crimson compound eyes suddenly contracted. It hadn't even seen how the opponent had moved. That speed was too fast. It's too slow. A hint of disdain flashed through the golden vertical pupils of the Holy Lord. His figure vanished once more. Left. The Shadow Tyrant Bear suddenly turned around and swept its giant claws across. But it only managed to grab a handful of air. Wrong guess. A cold voice echoed from behind, and before the Shadow Tyrant Bear could react, he felt excruciating pain on his back. The Holy Lord's dragon tail lashed down like a steel whip, striking its spine. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Chapter 63, Summoner, the only future royal profession. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out a painful howl as its massive body staggered forward. Impossible! How could you possibly keep up with my speed? Within the pupils of the Shadow Tyrant Bear, a terrifying light erupted. Even though he is not known for his speed, but in a 5-against-4 situation, his speed should still be significantly faster than his opponents. Why? Is this the Holy Lord? He's so strong. Even stronger than when I first met him. Or rather, the first time I saw him, he wasn't even giving it his all. Perhaps he still doesn't. Wang Gang's eyes widened, his face brimming with excitement. With this speed alone, the Holy Lord was already invincible against the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Before the Shadow Tyrant Bear could recover from its shock, the Holy Lord's figure flickered again. This time, it was not merely a swift movement. Snake spell, invisibility. With the boost of extreme speed, the Holy Lord's body seemed to merge with the air, completely vanishing from the Shadow Tyrant Bear's line of sight. Where is everyone? Where did they go? The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out an even more confused and uneasy growl. Its massive body turned warily, trying to catch a glimpse of the vanished enemy. But neither its vision nor its prideful senses could pinpoint the location of the Holy Lord. It felt as though the other party had simply vanished into thin air. Oomph! The sharp sound of a claw tearing through the air suddenly rang out. The Shadow Tyrant Bear felt a searing pain on its back as its hard scales were torn open once more, leaving several deep gashes that exposed the bone beneath. Roar! It turned angrily, its sharp claws wildly swiping behind it, but it only managed to grasp at thin air. The figure of the Holy Lord vanished once more. Good! Well done! Wang Gang couldn't help but shout out in excitement, all his previous worries swept away. This wasn't a fair fight at all, it was clearly one-sided. A 5th-tier Shadow Tyrant Bear, in the presence of the Holy Lord, is nothing more than a clumsy target. Zhang Ming, standing beside Suemo, showed little excitement on his face, instead revealing a deep look of contemplation. His gaze darted back and forth between the Holy Lord, who was moving about the battlefield with supernatural agility, and Suemo, who remained calm and composed. Ultra-fast invisibility. Zhang Ming clearly remembered that not long ago, when Suemo was facing those monsters alone, he had also demonstrated a similar ability. Zhang Ming clearly remembered that not long ago, when Suemo was facing those monsters alone, he had also demonstrated a similar ability. That ghostly speed and the ability to become invisible. But now, as a summoner, Suemo was clearly standing still, yet his summoned creatures were using abilities that should have belonged to Suemo? Generally speaking, the abilities of summoners and their summoned creatures are independent of each other. Summoners can command summoned creatures in battle, but they can never share abilities. This is common sense, an ironclad rule. Unless. A bold thought emerged in Zhang Ming's mind, causing his breathing to suddenly become a bit hurried. This ability originally belonged to the Holy Lord Sumo, had merely borrowed it. Sigh. Sigh. Zhang Ming, who had come to this realization, suddenly felt as though he had opened Pandora's box. It instantly explained all the inconsistencies. Why does Sumo, a summoner, have such absurdly strong close combat abilities? Why does he possess abilities that far exceed the limitations of his class? The root cause lies here. Borrowing the abilities of summoned creatures? What the heck is this god-tier skill? Zhang Ming could feel his scalp tingling. If this skill could be developed, it would completely revolutionize the summoner profession and address its shortcomings. This is no longer a matter of strength, it completely redefines the very concept of the summoner class. What is the greatest weakness of a summoner? Their fragile core makes them extremely dangerous once they are within close range. However, if the summoner can utilize the abilities of the summoned creature. Imagine a summoner with the strength of a dragon, the defense of a demon, the magic of an elf, plus the speed and stealth of a ghost. Would that even be called a summoner? That's practically a humanoid monster. Goodness gracious. Zhang Ming muttered to himself, his gaze toward Sumo completely transformed. This guy, just how many secrets is he still hiding? Wang Gang, standing nearby, was still shouting excitedly. Yes. That's it. Beat it. The Holy Master is awesome. Zhang Ming heard Wang Gang shout and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's not just the Holy Lord who's formidable, what's truly terrifying is Sumo, who can harness the Holy Lord's power. Now he understands why Sumo has always been so calm. With such a trump card up his sleeve, facing a 5th-tier Shadow Tyrant Bear, there really was no need to feel nervous. This isn't just a god-tier skill anymore, it's a game-breaking bug. Zhang Ming's mind was in turmoil. He forced himself to calm down, but his heart continued to race uncontrollably. If this borrowed ability could be replicated, would other professions still have a future? No, even if only Sumo can use it, the summoner profession will be completely redefined in his hands. Undoubtedly the top profession, the Soul Throne. On the battlefield, the Holy Lord has completely subdued the Shadow Tyrant Bear. The rabbit symbol's speed boost made the Holy Lord move like a ghost, while the snake symbol's invisibility ability left the Shadow Tyrant Bear completely defenseless. Bang! 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 Amidst the relentless barrage of blows, the Shadow Tyrant Bear's wounds multiplied, its pitch-black scales shattered beyond recognition, and blood stained the ground red. This can't be happening. The Shadow Tyrant Bear roared hysterically. You're only a 4th-tier being, how can you possess such power? Even if you're a dragon, you shouldn't be able to do that. He wasn't someone who hadn't fought against the Dragon Clan before. Those dragon-type creatures, even though they are very powerful, are stronger than ordinary monsters. However, there was no one who could defeat him at the 4th level and leave him completely helpless. In response to the Shadow Tyrant Bear's doubts and roars, the Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils revealed nothing but icy disdain. Answer? Such ant-like questioning is not worthy of a response. The explosive energy of the dragon seal spelled in the Holy Lord's mouth. The golden dragon's eyes looked down upon the struggling Shadow Tyrant Bear below, its gaze as cold as that of a creature observing a dead insect. The Shadow Tyrant Bear sensed an unprecedented threat to its life, and the remnants of its sanity were completely consumed by fear. No! It let out a desperate howl, summoning every last ounce of shadow energy in its body, ending it into a thick, twisted dark shield before it. This was its final desperate struggle, a desperate defense staking everything it had. However, in the face of absolute power, this struggle seemed so feeble and powerless. Dragon Blast! A golden red dragon's breath erupted suddenly from the mouth of the Holy Lord. The terrifying power of dragon flames and dragon explosions collided with the dark shield in an instant. Crack! With almost no pause, the sturdy dark shield shattered like fragile glass. The explosive energy continued unabated, slamming violently into the massive body of the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Chapter 64, Luck at its Peak. Put! Amidst the deafening explosion, there were terrifying sounds of flesh being torn apart and burned. The massive form of the Shadow Tyrant Bear was hurled through the air like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the ground far below, sending a cloud of dust into the sky. As the dust slowly dissipated, its appearance was horrifying beyond description. All that could be seen was the Shadow Tyrant Bear lying in a massive crater, its once majestic form now pitiful beyond description. Large patches of scales had vanished, revealing charred, twisted flesh. At the chest, there was a terrifying, gaping hole from which black blood flowed steadily, and even the shattered internal organs could be seen inside. Cough! The Shadow Tyrant Bear struggled to get to its feet, but found it had no strength left to even stand. Its breath was weak to the extreme, hanging on by a thread. In its blood-red compound eyes, deep fear finally began to surface. Impossible! Why is there such a huge difference between two fourth-order problems? It cannot be understood. even though it is clearly one entire realm higher than the other. Why? Does it seem like a lamb being led to slaughter in the presence of this colossal dragon? The Holy Lord slowly closed his slightly parted massive jaws, and 2 streams of white smoke carrying the scent of sulfur erupted from his nostrils. His gaze remained as cold and disdainful as ever. The Holy Lord slowly descended before it, clutching its throat with dragon claws and lifting it into the air. Now, do you know who the prey really is? The shadow tyrant bear's pupils contracted violently, and the fear of death made its entire body tremble. Die! Holy Master, wait! Just as the Holy Lord was about to crush the shadow tyrant bear's throat, Suemo spoke up to interrupt. He then turned to Zhang Ming and Wang Gang and said, "Let's team up and take it down. You will also receive enough experience points to level up." The Holy Lord's dragon claws, clutching the shadow tyrant bear's throat, paused slightly. For him, crushing this ant to death, whether a second earlier or a second later, made no difference at all. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang exchanged glances, seeing surprise and gratitude in each other's eyes. They understood Sumo's meaning. This is the experience points of a 5th-tier monster. Although they didn't participate in the main battle, their total experience is still enormous. If they could be allocated a portion of it, it would undoubtedly be a significant boost for them. Especially in this hidden realm, they are even more eager to grow stronger. Thanks! The two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their most powerful attacks. Wind Blade Slash. Zhang Ming's battle knifed brilliant wind elemental energy, and the blade sliced through the air. A crescent-shaped wind blade screeched forth, aiming straight for the neck of the shadow tyrant bear. Earth-splitting slash. Wang Gang's massive axe erupted with a burst of earth and yellow light. He leaped high into the air, swinging the axe blade with all his might toward the chest of the shadow tyrant bear. Already on the brink of death, the shadow tyrant bear couldn't even utter its final cry under the combined assault of the two. Its massive body trembled violently, and its blood-red compound eyes lost all their luster. System notification: teammate Zhang Ming has gained experience points. System notification: teammate Wang Gang has gained experience points. 2 dazzling golden lights of level up appeared almost simultaneously on Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. They've been upgraded. Zhang Ming stood there, a bit dazed. 5th rank. I've actually reached the 5th stage. Zhang Ming looked down at his hands, clenched his fists tightly, and felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength surging through his body. In just a couple of days, he had advanced from the 4th tier 8th grade to the 5th tier. This was something Zhang Ming had never even dared to imagine before. Wang Gang, standing beside him, was also filled with surprise. 4th tier, 9th rank. I've finally reached 4th tier, 9th rank. And I've also obtained a B rank equipment item. The two excitedly exchanged their findings, their excitement evident on their faces. They instinctively glanced at Suemo, who stood nearby with a calm expression. And the colossal dragon overlord, still emanating a terrifying aura and gazing coldly ahead. Gratitude, awe, and a hint of indescribable relief. I wonder how much Suemo has gained. It shouldn't be any worse than ours, right? Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 5th tier monster Shadow Tyrant Bear. You have obtained a large amount of experience points. You have gained 30 kill points. Congratulations on obtaining the S rank item Tyrant's Eye. The Tyrant's Eye, S rank. Attributes: all attributes increased by 30. Special Effect 1, True Sight Passive, can see through most illusions, disguises, and stealth effects. Special Effect 2, Tyrant's Intimidation Active, consumes mental energy to unleash a powerful mental intimidation on a designated target, with a chance to cause the target to fall into fear or confusion. The effect's intensity is determined by the difference in mental energy between the two parties. Note, the eye, which contains a portion of the Shadow Tyrant Bear's primordial power, gazes into the abyss and can pierce the darkness. The system prompt sounded. A dark red eyeball, the size of a fist, covered in blood vessels and emanating an ominous aura, floated motionlessly in mid-air. Intense energy fluctuations emanate from it, attesting to its S-rank item's immense power. I never expected an S-rank item to drop. Suemo raised his eyebrows slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. After all, it was only a 5th-tier monster. He had originally thought it would be at most a grade materials or equipment. What a pleasant surprise! What a pleasant surprise! Moreover, the attributes of this Tyrant's Eye are exceptionally powerful. All attributes are increased by 30%. For him at this stage, this improvement is quite significant. Not to mention those two special effects, which can effectively counteract many bizarre abilities. While the Tyrant's Intimidation is an excellent control mechanism, especially when overwhelming opponents with mental power. S-class items are truly different. Suemo thought to himself. An S-rank equipment item has appeared. Suemo, your luck is truly unbelievable. This thing looks a bit creepy. Upon seeing the Tyrant's Eye, Wang Gang smacked his lips, circled around the eyeball for half a circle, and his face was a mix of envy. He thought that getting a B-rank equipment item was already the height of good luck. But compared to what was in front of him now, that was nothing. Zhang Ming examined the Tyrant's Eye carefully. The attributes are very strong, especially the fear effect, which can save your life in critical moments. Sumo nodded and put away the tyrant's eye. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Level, 4th tier, 6th grade. Strength, 24,000. Agility, 25,400. Intelligence, 26,500. Spirit, 23,550. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 50 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Poisonous Touch C tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon Creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 4th tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current summonable quantity, 5,000. Special Abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Poisonous Python Armor B rank, Shadow Gauntlet C rank, Shadow Strike Boots A rank, Corrupted Poison Heart Ring B rank. Kill count, 985. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoiding Compass A rank, Tyrant's IS rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 1. 4th tier, 6th level. Progressing quickly. Compared to the Holy Lord, you're only 3 levels behind. However, the Holy Lord is already at the peak of the 4th stage, 9th level. However, the Holy Lord is already at the peak of the 4th rank, 9th level. With just a few more monster kills, he could reach the 5th rank. Chapter 65, The Conditions for Advancing to the 6th rank. Summoned Creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS Class Upgradable. Status, Incomplete Missing 7 Talismans. Rank, 4th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 49,000. Agility, 50,000. Intelligence, 47,000. Spirit, 48,500. Special Attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special Ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 10,000 units that can be summoned. Special Ability, the power of the Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Rabbit Seal, Dragon Seal, and Snake Seal. Special Ability, Earth Power, can control Earth Power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. With the current 4-dimensional attributes of the Holy Lord, he has already fully matched the 5th tier 9th grade level. In fact, he is far more powerful than the average 5th rank 9th tier cultivator. Ordinary 5th tier, 9th grade monsters or class changers would be considered at the peak of their abilities if they could match even 1 or 2 of these attributes. The Holy Lord, however, is evenly matched in all areas, with almost no weaknesses. Combined with the power of the 5 great talismans and his own exceptionally high rank. Within the 5th rank, there were no opponents to be found. Within the 5th rank, there are no opponents left. Sumo was almost certain of it. Not only could he handle a one-on-one fight, but even a small team of well-coordinated 5th tier 9th rank class changers would be no match for the Holy Lord. I wonder what would happen if they encountered a 6th tier opponent. The 6th rank, that's an entirely new realm. It's not just a massive gap in attributes, it also comes with transformative abilities and the beginnings of a domain. Can the Holy Ruler challenge a higher tier opponent using their current strength? Sumo stroked his chin. This was indeed hard to say, one would have to see for themselves. Sumo recalled the information about breaking through ranks. The most basic requirement for advancing from the 5th rank to the 6th rank is that all 4 primary attributes must reach over 60,000 points. It seems simple, just a numerical threshold. In reality, it's quite challenging. The difficulty lies in these 2 words. The information Sumo had come across indicated that the vast majority of biological beings and class changers have significant biases and weaknesses in their attribute development. This may not be obvious at first. However, as time goes on, especially after reaching the 5th stage, it becomes increasingly evident. Many monsters and class changers, constrained by their bloodlines and professions, have highly unbalanced development in their 4 core attributes. For example, a strength-type berserker might be able to reach the 60,000 threshold in strength and agility. However, their intelligence and mental attributes may lag significantly behind. Unless one's own profession is exceptionally strong, or one has the rare opportunity to obtain powerful items. Otherwise, it is an irreparable flaw. Those who specialize in magic, on the other hand, often do the opposite. Some monsters are the same. A being as well-rounded as the Holy Lord, yet capable of such rapid growth, is truly an anomaly among anomalies. With the dual blessings of top-tier dragon bloodline and the power of the 12 symbolic charms, he is truly a force to be reckoned with. With his dual blessings, with 4-dimensional attributes reaching 60,000 points, it's no problem at all. As for the other condition for reaching the 6th tier, gaining a preliminary understanding of domain power, it is no longer a simple increase in strength, speed, or energy intensity. but rather involves a superficial interference with the rules of the world, creating a special zone around oneself that is under one's own control. Even in its rudimentary form, it is sufficient to leave fifth-tier beings in the dust. To grasp this thing, talent, lineage, and professional rank all are essential. Ordinary class changers or monsters, even if they somehow manage to boost their 4 attributes to the threshold, are likely to be blocked by this second barrier. Insufficient, impure bloodlines, or depleted occupational potential, any one of these could become an insurmountable barrier. This is also why the number of beings at the 6th tier and above experiences a cliff-like plunge. Looking across the entire world, among 10,000 beings who have worked tirelessly to reach the 5th stage, 9th rank, those who can ultimately take that final step, grasp the rudiments of their domain, and successfully advance to the 6th rank are likely fewer than 1 in 1,000. The probability is so low it's almost hopeless. Countless 5th rank 9th grade cultivators ultimately end their lives in regret at the peak of the 5th rank. However, these challenges are non-existent for the Holy Sovereign. Rules? Restrictions? That's just a roadblock for ordinary people. For beings of SS rank, domain power is almost an innate talent. They do not need to toil over it, they only require the necessary prerequisites. In other words, once all 4 attributes meet the standards, their domain abilities will automatically unlock. It's a natural progression, simple and straightforward. And the current rank of the Holy Ruler is SSS class. Sumo could even imagine the moment when the Holy Sovereign had raised all his attributes to 60,000 points. The power of the domain will likely awaken instantly, without any hesitation. Not to mention, once he has exchanged all 7 talismans. When the power of the 12 talismans converges within him, the Saint's rank will undoubtedly soar once more, firmly entering the legendary divine realm. When the power of the 12 talismans converges within him, the Holy Lord's rank will undoubtedly soar once more, firmly entering the legendary divine realm. At that point, even the 6th rank will be no match for him. Even higher levels would merely be a new starting point for him. The 6th level threshold. 6th tier threshold. Sumo softly uttered these words, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. For the Holy Ruler, it really wasn't much of an obstacle. As long as one follows the routine of defeating monsters, leveling up, and accumulating attribute points, advancing to the 6th rank is virtually guaranteed. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. This was probably the unreasonable advantage that came with being of the highest bloodline in rank. Since the 6th tier threshold is effectively meaningless, then the most important thing at hand becomes very straightforward. That is to quickly raise the Holy Lord's level and stack the 4 attributes up to the 60,000 point threshold. At the same time, we must also hurry to collect the remaining 7 talismans. Only when all 12 talismans are gathered will the true transformation of the Holy Lord begin. A fleeting look of eagerness flashed across Sumo's eyes. He was already growing impatient, eager to see that day arrive. A divine-tiered Holy Sovereign, having gathered the power of the 12 seals, just how powerful could he possibly become? Sumo Guan could only imagine it, and his heart already raced with excitement. That was undoubtedly a level of power far beyond anything currently known. Ha! Sumo took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. The most urgent task now is to find Lin Shi first. After all, there is still a significant gap to bridge before reaching the required 60,000 attribute points. Thinking of this, Sumo turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. This secret realm was vast and boundless, teeming with powerful beings, where opportunities and dangers coexisted. Although the Holy Lord possesses limitless potential, he is still only at the 5th stage at this stage. We must proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Let's go, we'll keep moving forward. As Sumo finished speaking, he thought to himself. The massive dragon's body soared into the air once more, heading toward the direction where Lin Shi might be located. The secret realm was vast and perilous, with dangers lurking at every turn. Meanwhile, in a void approaching the dark forest, 2 battered figures were fleeing for their lives. Chapter 66, Xiaozhan, the city lord of Carlo City. Hurry up and leave. Xiaozhan, the lord of Carlo City, was covered in blood. With a crimson-red long spear in his hand, he swept it horizontally, unleashing a furious burst of fire elemental energy that forced back the 2 5th-tier peak dragon spawn that had been closing in. Beside him, the elder of Tianyuan City, Mo Tianqing, had a pale expression. His right arm had been torn open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, and blood was dripping from his fingertips. He clenched his teeth and performed a hand seal, summoning a sudden green wind wall that blocked the incoming shadow arrows from behind. Xiao City Lord, if this continues, we won't last much longer. Mo Tianqing's voice was hoarse. Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Damn it, these guys have been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights. Behind them, 10 overwhelming auras locked onto them, relentless and unforgiving, like maggots clinging to flesh, refusing to let go. Those were 3 genuine 6th-tier beings. And 7 powerful monsters whose auras had also reached the peak of the 5th-tier 9th rank. The terrifying pressure was as tangible as substance, enveloping the entire sky. Destructive attacks occasionally sliced through the sky, landing behind or beside the two. The exploding energy ripples forced them to dodge left and right, narrowly escaping danger. Humans, you can't escape. The leader of the six-tiered dragon descendants, Xian, spoke in a cold voice, tinged with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. Give up your futile struggle and become our blood offering, you'll suffer less in the end. The crimson vertical pupils of the fiery eyes were filled with cruelty, and the massive dragon wings flapped, sending waves of scorching heat surging forth. Flames erupted continuously in bursts. Another dragon descendant, equally emanating the terrifying pressure of the sixth rank, was completely covered in pitch-black scales, resembling a dark night king. It opened its massive jaws filled with fangs, and emitted a low, malevolent laugh. Xiao Zhan, after years of struggle between us, I never imagined it would end this way. The Black King fixed his gaze on Xiao Zhan, who was fighting fiercely in a pool of blood, exuding the confidence of a victor. Today, I will personally sever your head. After you die, I will personally go to Carlo City and reduce your city to rubble, so that those lowly humans will be reduced to dust along with you. Spit. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fierce as a wolf, not even bothering to acknowledge the Black King's taunts. He knew full well that any verbal altercation at this moment was pointless. Only by fighting his way out through a bloodbath could he have the slightest chance of survival. The crimson-hued spear in his hand erupted with blinding flames, and a sweeping strike forced the pursuing dragon-blooded elite back. Old M.O., prepare to break through. Xiao Zhan growled softly as spiritual energy surged wildly within his body. He was determined to fight to the death and break through at all costs. However, at that very moment, the third sixth-tier dragon descendant, who had remained silent and hovered on the wing, moved. It was a massive dragon, entirely ice-blue in color, with bone-chilling cold air swirling around its body. Its vertical pupils resembled ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, devoid of any emotion. Its name is Frost Descent. Huge dragon wings spread out. The realm is forever frozen. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through the empty space, as chilling as his domain itself. Hum. Silent ripples spread out suddenly, centered on the frost. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color. An extreme chill arose out of nowhere, as if even the soul was freezing. A visible ice-blue light curtain, resembling an inverted giant bowl, instantly enveloped the space within a radius of several kilometers. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing found themselves trapped right at the center of this icy blue domain. Terrifying cold seeped into every pore, eroding their protective energy and freezing their limbs and bones solid. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's faces were covered in frost. Damn it! Let's see where you run this time. The Black King's eyes flashed with murderous intent as his massive form began to close in. The 7 fifth-tier peak dragon descendants took advantage of the situation to surround him, blocking all possible escape routes. At the same time, Suemo, Zhang Ming, and Wang Gang were making their way through the dark forest. Suddenly, an intense coldness spread out without warning, as if it were going to freeze the entire void. What's going on? Why did the temperature drop so suddenly? Wang Gang rubbed his arms, and the white breath he exhaled condensed into frost in the air. This sudden drop in temperature was way too weird. Have we accidentally entered some kind of frigid wasteland? Zhang Ming furrowed his brows and looked around warily. Something was off. The chill came on suddenly, as if caused by some powerful ice-based ability. Suemo said nothing, merely signaling the two to halt their actions for the moment. Immediately, he took out the shadow hiding compass to investigate the surroundings. While simultaneously sensing everything around him, he suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils contracting sharply. I can sense the city lord's presence. What? The city lord? Wang Gang and Zhang Ming exclaimed in unison. We found him. We finally found the city lord. Wang Gang was so excited that his voice changed. What are we waiting for? Hurry up. Zhang Ming also looked at Suemo, ready to leave. They knew why Suemo had come to find Lin Shi. Now that the city lord is ahead, Lin Shi is very likely with him. Suemo raised his hand to stop them, his expression solemn. Wait. It's not just the aura of the city lord. There are also several extremely powerful auras in this area. Wang Gang asked unconsciously, are there any others? Wang Gang asked instinctively, are there any others? Zhang Ming immediately pressed, are you referring to Lin Shi and the others? Suemo shook his head, his expression growing even more serious. No, it's not them. These auras are far stronger than Lin Shi and the others. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts sinking. Stronger than Lin Shi and the others? What does that even mean? Lin Shi is already an extremely powerful existence at the 5th stage. Could it be a 6th rank being? Zhang Ming asked hoarsely. Suemo turned his gaze toward the direction where the coldest chill emanated and nodded slowly. Yes. It's highly likely. And not just one. This realization sent Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's hearts plummeting to the depths of despair. 6th rank. Not just one 6th ranked individual? Are they friends or foes? Wang Gang asked, clinging to his last shred of hope. If it's a companion, there's no problem. If it's an enemy, A cold gleam flashed in Sumo's eyes, and he spoke with unwavering resolve, "Enemy." Those words instantly extinguished the last shred of hope in both their hearts. These powerful auras were filled with brutality and murderous intent. They are currently engaged in battle with the city lord. The two of them turned pale in an instant. Even Sumo's expression turned incredibly grim. A sixth-tier enemy. Even he found them extremely challenging. Then, what should we do? Should we go help the city lord? Wang Gang looked at the two and asked. Chapter 67, Picking on the Weakest Link. Support? Zhang Ming glared at him. Wang Gang, has your brain frozen too? What kind of support? Are you going to scratch someone's itch with your fourth-tier body? Listen carefully. That's sixth tier. Sixth-tier combat. And there's more than one. With our current cultivation, forget about reinforcements. Just getting close enough would mean we'd be crushed to dust by the aftereffects of the battle alone. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This level of combat is beyond their capabilities. Wang Gang's face turned red and white as he was scolded. He opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to respond. Indeed, a fourth-tier cultivator was no different from an ant in the presence of a sixth-tier cultivator. We can't do it, but there's still Sumo, isn't there? Wang Gang shrank his neck and muttered under his breath. Zhang Ming also looked at Sumo. They knew that Sumo would definitely go to help. Because there is news about Lin Shi. The air around them grew colder and colder, as if even their breath carried ice shards that stung their lungs. Sumo remained silent. His senses had already extended outward, carefully discerning the several earth-shaking energy fluctuations in the distance. The voice of the Holy Lord echoed in his mind. 3 6th-rank dragon descendants and 7 5th-rank peak-tier individuals. 2 humans are severely injured and trapped. Dragonborn? Sumo's heart trembled. This place was still a considerable distance from the Dragon Bone Mountains. How could such a high-ranking dragon descendant appear here? And in such large numbers? The city lord must be saved. Not just because he is the pillar of Carlo City. More importantly, we can definitely find out where Lin Shi is from him. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, seeing the same gravity in each other's eyes. They knew what Sumo's decision meant. That's 3 6th-rank dragon descendants. And 7 5th-rank peak-tier warriors. Just thinking about that lineup is enough to send a chill down your spine. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, seeing concern in each other's eyes. But Zhang Ming was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sumo. You stay here. Sumo's tone was calm, but it carried an air of command. He paused, looking at the two of them. Your current strength is meaningless compared to the past. It will only become a burden to me. Though blunt, his words were the truth. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming's faces turned even paler, but they couldn't refute it. Sumo waved his hand, and hundreds of ghostly ninjas emerged from the shadows. The Ghost Shadow Battalion will protect your safety. At the same time, Sumo looked intently at the two of them. I need you to cooperate with the Ghost Shadow Corps to hunt down the nearby monsters. What? Wang Gang's eyes widened. The situation is urgent. Sumo quickly explained. The Holy Master is already at the peak of the 4th stage. With enough experience points, he can break through to the 5th stage. At that point, we'll finally have a chance to hold our own against 6th-tier enemies. Zhang Ming immediately understood Sumo's plan. You want us to help the Ghost Shadow Corps fight monsters and help the Holy Lord gain experience? That's correct. Sumo nodded. The monsters here are all high level, so the efficiency will be very high. But, Wang Gang swallowed hard. You're going to support the city lord alone? Don't worry. Sumo's lips curled into a confident smile. I've got this. Wang Gang clenched his fists tightly and nodded firmly. All right. Sumo, go ahead with confidence. We won't hold you back. Zhang Ming also took a deep breath, his expression complex as he looked at Sumo. You must be extremely careful. Facing several 6th-tier enemies, even Sumo would inevitably face a life-or-death battle. Sumo said no more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. With a flick of his thoughts, the massive form of the Holy Lord materialized out of thin air. Under the enhancement of the rabbit symbol spell, the Holy Ruler, accompanied by Sumo, transformed into a blur and charged toward the battlefield. Their speed was so swift that it seemed to tear through the icy air, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Remember! Sumo's voice echoed from afar. Prioritize killing high-level monsters. Prioritize killing high-level monsters. Not only can you quickly help the Holy Lord break through to the 5th stage. Most importantly, he was just a hair's breadth away from accumulating enough kill points to redeem another talisman. The power of one more talisman is of great significance to the Holy Lord. Combat power will undergo a qualitative leap. He will also have greater confidence in dealing with those dragon descendants. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming stared at the direction where Sumo had disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Perhaps he really could do it. A biting cold wind howled past, sweeping up the ice crystals on the ground. Let's get started too. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze, a hint of battle intent flicking in his eyes. Enhance my strength. I can't let Suemo carry the burden alone. Wang Gang nodded vigorously and gripped his weapon tightly. They had to become stronger. The Holy Lord's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had charged forward several thousand meters. As the distance closed, the chill in the air grew increasingly intense, making even breathing difficult. Finally, Suemo witnessed a scene that left him speechless. In the distant sky, a massive ice-blue domain enveloped the entire area. Within the domain, ice and snow raged wildly, as if time itself had been frozen. Is this the power of the domain? Even though there is still some distance to go before reaching the realm, Suemo could still feel an overwhelming sense of suppression. The flow of energy within his body had slowed considerably. And this is only at the edge of the domain. Sumo's expression darkened. He dared not imagine how much his strength would be suppressed if he were at the center of the domain. No wonder everyone says that the 6th rank is a huge turning point. Once the domain is condensed, a qualitative transformation occurs. The statement that those below the 6th rank are no better than ants is not something to be taken lightly. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of gravity. It seems I'll have to think of another way. Originally, Suemo had planned to use the rabbit symbol's speed and the snake symbol's invisibility to see if he could find the right moment to lead Xiaozhan out of the battlefield. But from what we can see now, the suppression in this field alone has rendered his plan impossible. This is trouble. Suemo furrowed his brows, his mind racing as he tried to find a new breakthrough. How could he achieve the best results with the least possible cost? Ding detected that the host is facing a life-threatening crisis, triggering a special SS level mission. Mission name, Desperate Counterattack. Mission level, SS rank. Mission content, in a desperate situation surrounded by powerful enemies, successfully defeat or kill at least one 6th tier dragon descendant. Task reward, a mysterious grand prize. Task failure punishment, none but the host is highly likely to die on the spot. Sumo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He had just slain a 6th tier dragon descendant. This difficulty is simply off the charts. But the 4 words, mysterious grand prize, seemed to carry a certain magic, causing his previously sinking heart to stir once more. 3 6th tier dragon descendants, they must be picking on the weakest one, right? Let's go for it. Chapter 68, You people in Carlo City are so cunning. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were trapped inside, covered in blood, their breaths weak and labored. Surrounding them, 3 6th tier dragon descendants of varying forms glared menacingly, while 7 5th tier peak dragon descendants sealed off all escape routes. Old Xiao, it looks like we're going to meet our end here today. Mo Tianqing said with a bitter smile. Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and gripped his long spear tightly. I'll die taking a few with me. The Black King grinned savagely as he closed in. You're just struggling in your death throes. A dark energy spheried in the palm of his hand. At that critical moment, Dragon Blast. A blazing dragon flame suddenly descended from the sky, forcing him to retreat. Who are you? The Black King looked around furiously. However, the battlefield was empty except for snow and ice. Invisibility ability? The frost-cold vertical pupils contracted slightly. Trivial skills. He suddenly expanded his domain, and the frigid power swept across a radius of a kilometer. Countless ice crystals crystallized in the air, outlining a vague dragon-like silhouette. I found you. Crimson Flame opened its mouth and spat out a fiery breath. The Holy Lord was forced to reveal his true form, but at the last possible moment, he dodged at an unimaginable speed. The power of the rabbit symbol was pushed to its limits, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The fiery breath of crimson flames missed their target, leaving only a scorched trail in their wake. The figure of the Holy Lord appeared like a ghostly apparition dozens of meters away. The crimson vertical pupils of the fiery red eyes fixed intently on the Holy Master, a hint of surprise and uncertainty flickering in them. His attack had actually been dodged? And the one who came to help the humans was actually a dragon? How is that possible? For the first time, a look of shock appeared on the icy face of the frost-covered dragon. Why would the dragon clan help humans? The Black King seemed to have seen through his doubts and said harshly, this is not a true member of our kind. I can sense the contract power belonging to a human summoner on him. Summoned creatures? Frost's voice suddenly became sharp, filled with extreme anger and humiliation. The noble dragon clan, actually summoned and commanded by humans as if they were mere ants? This is an outright desecration of the entire dragon clan. Unforgivable. The biting cold surrounding Shuangjiang erupted suddenly, causing the icy blue domain to violently tremble. I will tear it apart with my own hands. I will use its dragon blood to wash away this shame. Frost's roar was like solid icicles, piercing the eardrums of every living creature present. The biting cold within the domain grew even more intense, nearly shattering the very fabric of space. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, trapped at the edge of the domain, worrying immense pressure. At that moment, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces betraying their shock. What just happened? A dragon flame descended from the sky, forcing back the Black King who was about to strike the fatal blow. Immediately afterward, a figure moving at an extreme speed dodged the crimson flame's breath. That figure was clearly a dragon. A dragon is currently battling 3 6th tier dragon descendants, attempting to save them. Old Mo, am I dreaming? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, his voice dry. Mo Tianqing also looked utterly bewildered, breathing heavily as he tried to make sense of the utterly unreasonable scene before him. A dragon is saving us? This was even more shocking to them than the fact that they were about to be killed. The dragon clan has always regarded humans as mere ants, hasn't it? And these 3 before us are genuine 6th ranked dragon descendants. Cannibalism among their own kind? Or summoned creatures? When they heard the piercing screech filled with humiliation and anger from Frostfall, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged a startled glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. This powerful dragon, daring to confront 3 6th ranked dragon descendants, was actually a summoned creature of a human summoner? Who exactly possesses such terrifying strength and courage? They racked their brains but couldn't think of any powerful summoners in the Federation who used dragons as their summon creatures. Let alone one who had reached such a high level. But regardless, this sudden turn of events reignited a faint glimmer of hope in their hearts, which had already been reduced to despair. Perhaps today they truly wouldn't have to die after all? Thank you so much for saving me. Xiao Zhan struggled to bow his hands toward the direction of the Holy Lord, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of why the dragon had intervened to save him, the debt of saving his life must be acknowledged. The city lord is too kind. A voice that was slightly cold yet familiar came from the dragon's back. The voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to be heard by everyone present. Xiao Zhan was taken aback. The city lord? Are you calling me? And that sound feels so familiar? Like I've heard it somewhere before? Xiao Zhan forced himself to stay awake, slowly lifting his head to get a better look at the true form of that mysterious dragon clan. However, as his gaze swept past the massive dragon's body and landed on its back, he froze instantly. What met his eyes was a figure that appeared slightly slender yet stood tall and straight like a pine tree. The young man wore a simple black outfit, his figure tall and slender, his features delicate, and his brows carrying a calmness that seemed out of place for his age. At that moment, the young man was looking down at him from above. That face. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Mo? His voice trembled, and he blurted out in disbelief. Xiao Zhan never could have imagined that the summoner who had intervened would be Mo. Mo Tianqing, standing nearby, was filled with confusion. Who could Xiao Zhan have seen to be so excited? When the other person shouted Mo's name, was also deeply shocked. Mo? Which Mo? The Mo from Carlo City. That Mo who awakened a god-tier profession but ultimately chose to become a D-rank summoner? That Mo who was ridiculed across the entire internet and almost became synonymous with cowardice? Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at the figure on the dragon's back, though he couldn't make out the details clearly. But it was clearly a very young figure. He then looked down at the creature beneath him, which was emanating a terrifying aura of power. It had forcefully driven back the Black King, withstood the fiery breath of the crimson flame, and left the frostbite dragon in a state of utter defeat. Then, his mind went blank, with only a few words repeating endlessly. D-class? The summoned creature is a dragon? What the hell is this international joke? He looked at Xiao Zhan and said, Old Xiao. You guys in Carlo City are doing well. You've hidden it so damn well, you've been playing us all like monkeys. God-tier class awakening. Did you intentionally choose a D rank just to hide your true abilities? To prevent others from coveting it? What a clever plan. Truly clever. Mo Tianqing thought about it more and more and felt that this must be the case. Those old schemers in Carlo City must have known all along about Mo's background and deliberately released a smokescreen. They're keeping such a talented genius firmly under their control. No wonder the federal high-ranking officials who tried to contact Mo were all blocked by Carlo City. They were waiting here all along. Bull. Xiao Zhan couldn't catch his breath and almost suffocated himself. He was now even more confused than Mo Tianqing. He feels so wronged, even more so than Doi. Just a few days ago, Mo was just an ordinary person. If I had known he could summon this thing, I would have worshipped him like a god long ago. Why should I be chased around like a dog by these 3 scumbags? Xiao Zhan spat out the words angrily. You say you don't know? Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes, his face clearly saying, I don't believe you for a second. He's one of your people from Carlo City. The awakening ceremony was conducted by you. What did he summon? You wouldn't know? Old Xiao, stop pretending. It's pointless. Everyone's standing there, and you're still acting with me? Xiao Zhan was about to lose his mind. He grabbed Mo Tianqing by the collar. If he hadn't been completely exhausted, he would have lifted the old man up and shaken him awake. Act my ass. My head is a mess too. You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? If I'm lying to you, let the Black King slap me to death right now. Xiao Zhan swore to heaven, his expression fierce yet aggrieved. Mo Tianqing looked at Xiao Zhan's nearly collapsing state, and the doubt in his eyes wavered slightly. Could this old man be telling the truth? Does Carlo City not know either? This is even more ridiculous. In just a few days, an ordinary person summoned such a powerful dragon? Even a god-tier profession can't pull that off. Mo Tianqing rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling his worldview shaken to its core. Sigh. Mo Tianqing sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly thinking of an even more terrifying possibility. Lao Shao, do you think this kid might not even be a D rank? Was there something wrong with the awakening ceremony back then? Or does he have some hidden tactics we're unaware of? Xiao Zhan didn't respond to Mo Tianqing. His mind was in complete disarray. Hidden tactics? Even if they did, it's impossible for them to become this strong in just a few days, right? Moreover, what is the purpose of Su Mo hiding his profession? There's no need for that at all. Never mind, let's not worry about that for now. Mo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, we at least have a chance to catch our breath. He looked at Xiao Zhan, a wry smile appearing on his face. Old Xiao, the two of us owe you a huge favor in Carlo City today. No, we owe that kid Su Mo a huge favor. Xiao Zhan heard this and also looked complicated. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the dragon's back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. All he wanted to do now was grab Su Mo by the collar and demand an explanation what the hell was going on. However, at that very moment, Xuanzhang's furious roar echoed across the sky. All dragon kin, heed my command. Slay the traitorous dragon first. 7 5th tier peak dragon descendants immediately changed direction and charged toward the Holy Lord, closing in on him. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and dragon breath gathered in their mouths. This is bad. Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed. They're going after Su Mo first. Mo Tianqing clenched his teeth and said, we must help. The two of them endured their injuries and were about to come to their aid. Even though the dragons summoned by Su Mo were powerful, but facing such a large number of dragons attacking from all sides, they would definitely not come out on top. Suddenly, the Holy Lord spread his dragon wings, and a terrifying dragon's might erupted suddenly. You worthless creature, you dare to call yourself a dragon? The Holy Lord's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the surrounding space. What a powerful dragon's might! This overwhelming pressure caused Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, who had been about to act, to slow down slightly. Judging solely by the dragon clan's aura, it feels even stronger than the demon dragons. Xiao Zhan nodded. Unfortunately, due to this domain, my perception abilities have plummeted, and I am unable to sense the rank of this dragon clan. If the dragon clan summoned by Su Mo were of the 6th rank, then their lives would be safe today. At the same time, the movements of the 7 5th rank dragon descendants suddenly halted. The suppression stemming from their bloodline instinctively filled them with fear. This is the pure dragon's might. The Black King's eyes widened. How is that possible? Xuanzhang also looked shocked. A mere summoned creature, how could it possess such pure dragon blood? You must know that their bloodline has been purified multiple times, reaching a level that most dragons cannot attain. They have always taken pride in this, viewing it as the foundation of their strength and a symbol of their noble status. But now, a dragon clan has emerged from nowhere, summoned by humans. And it's actually overwhelming them at the bloodline level? This bloodline feels purer than even the demon dragon lords. This thought caused the dragon scales of all the dragon descendants to bristle involuntarily. How is that possible? After the initial shock, a surge of uncontrollable joy welled up from the depths of his heart. They could clearly sense that the bloodline purity of the dragon before them was alarmingly high. However, its own energy level seemed to be relatively low, at most only 4th tier. A traitor with pure dragon blood but only 4th tier strength. That's not a formidable opponent. It's a treasure trove. A treasure trove beyond measure. If only we could devour it. If only I could infuse this pure dragon blood into my own being. Wouldn't they be able to break through the constraints of their bloodline and reach an unprecedented height? Even surpassing the Dragon Lord himself is not impossible. This thought spread like wildfire, instantly clouding their judgment. The fear that had been suppressed by their bloodline was swiftly replaced by an insatiable desire for power. The gaze directed at the Holy Lord was no longer one of pure anger and hostility, but was now filled with raw greed and a thirst for blood. A moving treasure trove of unimaginable power. Kill it. Devour it. This is the moment many dragon descendants, including Crimson Flame, Black King, and Frostfall, are here. In this instant, greed completely overpowered reason and fear. Kill. Shi Yan let out a deafening roar, his massive dragon wings flapping violently, unleashing a torrent of chaotic air as he dived toward the Holy Lord. The flames burning in his eyes were even more intense than the dragon's flames. They were flames of desire. The Black King and Frost followed closely behind, forming a triangle to block all possible retreat routes for the Holy Lord. The three 6th-ranked dragon descendants now shared a single, unwavering goal: to seize that pure dragon clan bloodline. The 7 5th-tier peak dragon descendants also recovered from the brief paralysis caused by the bloodline suppression, with greedy flames burning fiercely in their eyes. They hesitated no longer, unleashing dragon breath as freely as if it were worthless, weaving it into a dense energy net that engulfed the Holy Lord. Ice, flame, and shadow. Various energies surged and raged, instantly engulfing the figure of the Holy Lord. Chapter 69, Sumo must live. Why are these dragons so obsessed with it? The top 10 dragon descendants, 3 at the 6th rank and 7 at the peak of the 5th rank, are actually joining forces to attack it without regard for their own lives. Xiaozhan sucked in a sharp breath. Even though he had just been chasing them, they weren't this crazy. This terrifying convergence of energy would leave even an ordinary 6th-tier powerhouse severely injured, if not dead, if they were caught in it. Emo Tianqing's tone grew solemn. They're likely targeting the bloodline of this dragon, Sumo. Emo Tianqing spoke solemnly. It seems they have set their sights on Sumo's dragon bloodline. Bloodline? Xiao Zhan was startled for a moment before realizing what he meant. They must have sensed it. Such pure bloodlines are of immeasurable value to these dragon descendants who yearn for evolution. If they were able to devour and absorb the bloodline power of this dragon, they might give birth to beings as formidable as a demon dragon. We must not let them succeed. Emo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan's expressions grew grim. But now, even if they rushed over, it would be too late. Since Sumo dared to come, his own strength must have already reached the 6th rank. With the concentration of dragon blood in his veins and his 6th rank cultivation, he might be able to withstand these attacks head-on. It should not result in death. At that time, the three of us working together, if we were determined to escape, the chances of success would still be quite high. At the center of the energy surge, the figure of the Holy Lord was completely engulfed. Colored dragon breath raged wildly, distorting space and emitting agonized groans under the unbearable pressure. The three dragons Red Flame, Black King, and Frostfall glowed with a determined light in their eyes. In their eyes, even if this dragon's bloodline was as pure as could be, it had no chance of surviving such an intense barrage of energy. A 4th-tier summon creature, even with a unique bloodline, could possess how much defensive power? The fact is indeed so. Although the Holy Sovereign possesses an astonishing bloodline, the gap brought about by his rank is simply too great to overcome. Facing 10 opponents, all at least at the peak of the 5th rank, with 3 of them being 6th-ranked dragon descendants, it was simply impossible to fight them all at once. Standing at the center of the dragon's breath, Sumo's expression grew solemn. Hard blocking was indeed ineffective. Sumo's gaze was sharp. But who said we have to block it head-on? He had a sudden thought. And the massive form of the Holy Sovereign suddenly vanished from this space. Immediately afterward, he charged straight toward the dragon's breathstorm. Just as he was about to be destroyed by the dragon's breath, Sumo remained calm. Damage transferred. Bang! At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield and in more remote, hidden corners, one after another, ghostly soldiers suddenly exploded. There was no deafening sound. Only faint, shadowy energy dissipated silently, transforming into the purest energy particles and vanishing into the air. And the energy ripples that had once been powerful enough to tear a 6th-tier expert to shreds. When it swept over Sumo, it strangely became much milder. Most of the destructive force dissipated like mud into the sea, leaving no trace behind. The smoke and energy glow slowly dissipated. Sumo's figure reappeared, his robe slightly torn, his hair slightly disheveled, but his breathing steady and unharmed. To withstand this strike, 1,087 ghostly soldiers vanished in an instant. Sumo pursed his lips, feeling a hint of regret. However, surviving was worth the loss of tens of thousands of ghost soldiers. With the current power of the Holy Lord, one can summon 10,000 ghost soldiers at once. 2 Holy Lords would be 20,000, plus the skill sharing. That's 3,000. That's 30,000. With 30,000 ghost soldiers, losing over 1,000 doesn't seem like much. More than enough for him to use in this battle. The residual energy waves completely dissipated, revealing the scene in the sky. Sumo stood where he was, looking up at the 10 dragon-like creatures in the sky, their eyes wide with shock. A hint of mockery even lingered on his face? The 10 dragon spawn were all frozen in place. From their massive dragon eyes, a hint of astonishment could be seen. In the center of the dust cloud, a tiny human figure stood motionless. Apart from a slight tear at the hem of his robe and a few disheveled strands of hair, there was not a single trace of injury, not even the slightest disturbance in his breathing. And their target, which they were determined to obtain. The dragon clan with the purest bloodline, however, had vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Where is the dragon? The dragon disappeared? What's going on? It was just there a moment ago. Could it be that we blew it to smithereens? Shi Yan proposed a theory, but immediately dismissed it himself. Impossible. An attack of that magnitude should have left something behind, even if he died. Bones? Scales? Even a single drop of blood. Where's the blood? Where's the body? Where did it go? The continuous roar of the dragon echoed through the air. Their massive bodies stirred slightly. They couldn't understand why the other party could slip away right under their noses. What shocked them even more was that human. He's not dead. How could he not be dead? The crimson flame dragon's eyes narrowed, fixated on Suemo below. The Black King's voice was low. Not only is he not dead, he's not even scratched. He was right at the center of that energy surge just now. The frosty breath of the dragon swirled in his nostrils, his tone cold. Something's off. The disappearance of that dragon must be related to him. They're not cute little creatures. The dragons are gone, yet humans remain unharmed. The answer seems almost obvious, yet it defies comprehension. How could a fourth-tier human summoner survive such an attack? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in the distance also looked stunned. Suemo was still alive, but where had the dragon gone? Mo Tianqing's voice carried a hint of shock. Could it be that the dragon sacrificed itself to save Suemo? Xiao Zhan spoke up. Apart from this possibility, he simply couldn't find any reason why Suemo could emerge unscathed from such an attack. That's it, we're done for. Originally, with the power of the opponent's 6th-tier dragon-type summon creature, plus the two of us, we still had a good chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Now, Mo Tianqing was startled for a moment, then his expression grew even more grim. Almost instantly, he figured out the crux of the matter, and his heart sank to the bottom. In their current state, not only would they die, but there was a high chance that Sumo's life would be at stake as well. No matter what, catch this human first. There will be plenty of ways to make him confess willingly later. Qi Yin roared, and the dragon's might rolled like a tidal wave. No matter what tactics the dragon employs, capture this human first. The Black King's voice was icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Capture him, and everything will become clear. Frostfall echoed, and the icy dragon's breath began to condense once more. As the 3 6th-tier dragon descendants issued their commands, the remaining 7 5th-tier peak dragon descendants began to surge with energy, their intent to kill overflowing. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were far away, saw this and their expressions suddenly changed. The two exchanged glances and saw the same resolve in each other's eyes. Lao Mo, it seems like today is our last day. Xiao Zhan smiled bitterly. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath, his eyes growing unwavering. If we must die, then let us die. But Suemo must live on. Chapter 70, Suemo reaches the 7th rank. Xiao Zhan nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. That's right. Our talents have reached their limit. Reaching the 6th rank is already a stroke of luck. But he is different. His future is bound for greatness. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will fight my way through for him. Mo Tianqing's aura surged suddenly, and the overwhelming pressure of a 6th-tier powerhouse was unleashed without restraint. Attack! The two no longer hesitated, transforming into 2 streaks of light, and charged toward the Dragonkin group on their own initiative. Their objective was not to break through, but to draw as much fire as possible and create an opportunity for Suemo. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance. You're asking for death. The crimson flames roared, and the dragon claws swung, about to strike the 2 reckless streaks of light. Leave it to me. I'll crush Xiao Zhan. The black dragon's breath erupted. However, just as all the dragon descendants' attention was drawn to Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, on the ground, Suemo, whom they had always regarded as their prize, curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile. How naive. He whispered to himself. You were too careless. 7 5th-tier peak dragon descendants, their energy surging and their killing intent boiling, were about to strike simultaneously to completely crush this human. But in the very next moment, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The figure of the Holy Lord appeared without warning behind the 6th-tier dragon descendant Frostfall. Roar! The sacred dragon opened its ferocious jaws without hesitation, and the dragon flame, which had been condensed to its utmost destructive energy, erupted instantly. Dragon explosion! Just a stone's throw away. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused all the scales on Frost's body to stand on end in an instant. A deadly sense of danger enveloped his heart. What? Frost's enormous dragon eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. When did this happen? This dragon clan, how did it end up behind me? He didn't have time to think. His body's instincts kicked in, causing him to twist frantically, trying to dodge the deadly blow. However, it was too late. The Holy Lord's ambush was too sudden, and the distance was too close. Even though Frostfall gave it his all to dodge, the devastating explosive energy still slammed into the side of his massive body. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the sky. A pitch-black energy erupted instantly, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept across the area. Dragon flames collided with the surrounding ice. Instantly, a massive ball of ice and fire energy explodes. As the ice and fire energy exploded, the blinding light and swirling mist caused the battlefield to momentarily freeze in place. The crimson flames that had been unleashed as dragon claws froze mid-air, and the ferocious gaze turned toward the core of the energy explosion, filled with astonishment. The Black King's icy intent to kill also faltered momentarily, his dragon eyes fixed intently on the chaotic area, unable to believe what he was seeing. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were about to charge forward at the cost of their lives, suddenly halted in their tracks. The two stood frozen in place, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. What on earth was that? Long Sumo's dragon? Didn't it disappear? How could it suddenly appear behind the frost? Moreover, judging from the power of that previous strike, it doesn't seem weakened at all? The final strike before death? What on earth is going on? Not only them, but even the 7 5th-tier peak dragon descendants who were preparing to surround and kill Sumo had all stopped their actions. The murderous intent in their eyes was replaced by astonishment and suspicion as they warily gazed toward the area shrouded in ice and fire mist. A dragon's might deeper than frost was emanating from that area, causing them to instinctively feel fear. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence due to this sudden turn of events. All eyes, whether human or dragonkin, were fixed on the site of the explosion. The previously inevitable fatal blow against Sumo seemed to be completely disrupted in that moment. A sense of immense doubt and uncertainty shrouded the hearts of every living being present. The mist, a tangled web of ice and fire energy, slowly began to dissipate under the gaze of all present. I'll see what's going on. The crimson flame dragon's eyes locked onto him. The others also looked in the same direction without any prior coordination. The first thing that caught their eyes was the still-standing, pitch-black dragon's silhouette. The massive form of the Holy Lord floats silently in mid-air. The ferocious dragon's head, with its icy vertical pupils, scanned everything around it. As the mist completely dissipated, the complete scene unfolded before all who were present. Every living being watching this scene, whether human or dragonkin, felt their pupils contract violently in an instant. Stunned. Complete and utter stupor. The massive dragon's mouth of crimson flame opened slightly, and the shock in its eyes was almost overflowing. The others, whether it was Xiao Zhan, Mo Tianqing, or the Black King, along with the other dragon flames, were all frozen in place. Because the Holy Lord, not a hair out of place. Yes, not a hair on his head. Not only is it not seriously injured, but even the deep scales on its body show not a single scratch. Not even the slightest sign of energy disruption. It was as though the terrifying explosion that had just occurred, one powerful enough to severely injure a 6th-tier dragon descendant, had been nothing more than a trivial fireworks display. How is this possible? Exclamations erupted almost simultaneously from everyone's mouths. How terrifying was the combined power of those 10 dragon breath attacks. Even if they were both at the 6th rank, taking such a blow head-on would never have left them unscathed. Why? Why is this happening? What kind of monster is this dragon clan summoned by humans? A deeper sense of fear and confusion enveloped the hearts of all the dragon descendants. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged glances, seeing utter bewilderment in each other's eyes. They had believed that Sumo had already exhausted all his trump cards. Even by sacrificing their own summoned creatures, they managed to cling to life. But the scene before them completely shattered their understanding. They were wrong. And they are completely wrong. Does Sumo need to rely on sacrificing summoned creatures to survive? No. How did Sumo manage to block this attack without a scratch and teleport behind Xuanzang in an instant? Xiao Zhan was utterly baffled, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down. Teleportation? Mo Tianqing shook his head. The scene before them was too confusing for them to make sense of at the moment. Perhaps we were wrong. Suddenly, Mo Tianqing spoke up. Had underestimated Sumo from the very beginning, or rather, underestimated the true strength of this summoned creature. Xiao Zhan's heart stirred, and he suddenly looked at Mo Tianqing. What do you mean? 6th grade? A fleeting, almost absurd gleam flashed in Mo Tianqing's eyes. Perhaps we should consider the possibility of the 7th stage. 7th stage. Is that possible? Is it impossible? Such a performer. Besides being at the 7th level, what other explanation could there be? If this dragon is really a 7th-tier dragon, what about Sumo? Sumo, who can summon and perfectly control a 7th-tier dragon, what rank must he be? The two of them couldn't help but look at Sumo. What else is this guy hiding? Chapter 71, the battle plan consists of just one word, wait. If this guy is really a 7th-tier opponent, perhaps we should consider turning the tables and counterattacking. Xiao Zhan suddenly became excited, clenching his fists tightly, his expression filled with anticipation. 7th rank. Surpassing the 6th level. With Sumo's power as a pure-blooded dragon, he could easily crush a 6th-tier dragon of the same race. However, just as Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were caught up in the excitement of speculating about a 7th-tier opponent. As the instigator of all this, Sumo's expression remained unusually calm. His gaze did not linger on the unharmed Holy Lord for long. Instead, it pierced through the gradually thinning energy mist and looked toward another direction. There, where the frost had previously been. The plan was well executed. Just before the explosion completely engulfed everything, he recalled the Holy Lord and used damage transfer to withstand the fatal blow. All of this happened so quickly that it even escaped the perception of all existing beings. This is what created the illusion that the Holy Lord could withstand attacks without suffering a single scratch. What Suemo truly cared about was the surprise attack the Holy Ruler had just executed. That was the most crucial part of his plan. The close-range dragon flame, imbued with the explosive power of a dragon, struck the unsuspecting Frostfall with full force. With the strength of a 4th-rank Holy Master, he launched a surprise attack on the 6th-rank Frost Descent, surpassing 2 ranks. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly calculated his options in his mind. Plus the explosive power of the Dragon Blast in that instant. I wonder how much damage it can inflict on that 6th-tier dragon offspring. That was the question that concerned him most at the moment. What was the outcome of the Holy Lord's attack just now? The residual energy waves and high-temperature steam gradually dissipated, revealing the area where the frost had previously settled. A shaky figure slowly emerged from the swirling white mist. It was Frost. The scales on his back were clearly charred and damaged, with wisps of smoke still rising from the edges. He raised his head, his crimson dragon eyes fixed intently on the Holy Lord not far away. His gaze was complex, filled with rage from being ambushed, a hint of disbelief, but mostly a sickening excitement and greed. Kid, you've made me angry. But you've made me even more excited. To survive under our breath and appear behind me in an instant. I really want to know how you managed to do all of this within my domain. A 4th-tier dragon clan member can teleport within his domain without him even noticing. This ability is precisely what proves the extraordinary nature of its lineage, truly worthy of the pure-blooded dragon clan. Very well, I shall gladly accept your bloodline and your strength. Frost's dragon wings suddenly flapped, stirring up a fierce wind. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were startled upon seeing Frost's sudden appearance. However, upon seeing that he did not appear to have suffered any life-threatening injuries and instead seemed even more arrogant, they exchanged glances. He shouldn't have survived without a fatal wound. A 7th-tier pure-blooded dragon clan ambushed a 6th-tier mixed-blood dragon descendant. Even if they were unprepared. By common sense, even if Frost's descent didn't kill him, he should be in a half-dead state, having lost most of his combat strength. But why does Frost seem to have only suffered minor injuries? Mo Tianqing furrowed his brows and scanned the wound on Shuangjian's back with a sharp gaze. The charred marks were indeed there, with scales cracked, but the area was small, and the depth seemed limited. It is far from the severe, lacerating injuries we had anticipated. This is absolutely not the kind of effect a 7th-tier powerhouse should have caused by ambushing a 6th-tier opponent. Something's wrong. Mo Tianqing said solemnly. The injury is too minor. Xiao Zhan's excitement faded like a receding tide. Was Xiao Zhan's voice growing softer because the dragon wasn't even a 7th-tier creature? If it wasn't a 7th-tier dragon, how did it manage to withstand the combined dragon breath without a scratch? And how did it teleport within the Frostfall domain? But if it's not a 7th-tier cultivator, Frost's current state seems to make sense again? Mo Tianqing's expression also grew complex. Don't rush, take another look. It seems that even in a surprise attack, a 6th-tier dragon descendant isn't so easy to take down. However, although it didn't inflict serious injuries, it was enough to make him suffer. A 4th tier against a 6th tier, achieving this level of combat demonstrates that the Holy Lord's abilities truly have their unique merits. Unlike Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, Suemo was quite satisfied with the damage caused by this strike. It also gave him a rough idea of the strength of the 6th-tier dragon clan. If the Holy Lord's power was sufficient to injure the opponent, that would be enough. The only thing to fear is, even if the Holy Emperor gives it his all, he won't be able to break through the enemy's defenses. Then there would truly be no choice but to wait for death. I'll tear you to pieces with my own hands and take everything you have. In the Crimson Dragon's eyes, greed was almost overflowing. He suddenly flapped his dragon wings, his massive body transforming into a blur, sweeping up a whirlwind of snow and snowflakes, charging straight toward the Holy Lord. That speed far exceeded anything seen before. He had clearly been thoroughly enraged and was now using his true power. Its claws tore through the air, producing a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for the Holy Master's head. Suemo remained calm. The battle plan had already been firmly established. His thoughts were already connected to the Holy Master. Speed. Hidden. Almost the moment the frost descended, the figure of the Holy Lord suddenly became blurred. An extreme speed beyond the bounds of reason erupted forth. Not teleportation, yet surpassing it. Just as the frost-covered dragon claws were about to touch its scales, the figure of the Holy Lord shifted sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! The frost's claws missed their mark, crashing heavily into the ground, sending flying and leaving several deep claw marks. What? Frost's strike missed its mark, and a hint of surprise flashed through the Crimson Dragon eyes. How fast was his attack speed, especially within his own domain? How could the opponent have dodged it in such a manner? This is definitely not a speed that a 4th-tier practitioner could possess. Is it a natural talent? I want it. Before he could react, a faint sense of danger emanated from behind him. Snake symbol spell. The figure of the Holy Lord vanished completely as he moved at high speed, blending into the air without a sound. Trying to ambush me? Frosty laughed sneered coldly, and the dragon's wings trembled violently. Centered on him, a violent energy shockwave instantly spread out in all directions. A indiscriminate area attack. He didn't believe that this wouldn't force that slippery little thing out. The energy surge swept through, but didn't touch anything solid. The Holy Lord moved like a ghost, using speed and invisibility to navigate the chaotic energy currents, maintaining a delicate distance from Frostfall at all times. He does not rush to attack, merely maneuvering and testing the waters. Sumo's orders were clear: use the power of the talismans to wear down the enemy and find their weaknesses. Delay until the Holy Lord advances to the 5th rank. Delayed until he once again obtained the power of a talisman. Speed and stealth. Frost lowered his voice, his greed growing ever more intense. This mysterious and unpredictable ability only strengthened his resolve to seize the other's bloodline and power. Chapter 72, Kill them, in the most painful way possible. The figure of the Holy Lord transformed into a series of elusive afterimages within the frost-covered domain. The extreme swiftness provided by the speed spell combined with the perfect concealment granted by the snake spell. Let it move like a ghost in the snow, toy with the enraged 6th-tier dragonkin. Frost's repeated attacks missed their mark, and the furious dragon breath and energy blasts tore through the air in ice in vain, unable to even touch the scales of the Holy Lord. Each narrow escape only fueled Frost's rage and greed even more. But he could never lock onto that slippery opponent. Time slipped away quietly in this seemingly one-sided chase and evasion. Another battlefield. In the dim corner, a faint smell of blood mingled with the lingering scent of energy dissipating into the air. A massive, frost-covered spider-like monster of the 5th rank, 1st level, lay motionless on the ground, its body charred and frozen in multiple places, clearly devoid of life. Zhang Ming panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The ghostly soldiers beside him reorganized into ranks, standing solemnly. Wang Gang sheathed his weapon, gazing at the lifeless monster corpses on the ground. His face bore a hint of fatigue, but more so a look of deep concern. Finally got rid of one. Wang Gang looked toward the direction where the energy fluctuations were most intense. That was the battlefield between the Holy Lord and Frostfall. I wonder how the City Lord and Sumo are faring over there. Zhang Ming followed his gaze and furrowed his brows slightly. We've done what we had to do. His voice was steady, tinged with a hint of resignation. The rest is up to them. On the distant mountain peak, Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan's expressions grew increasingly somber as time passed. Something seemed amiss. Why is the dragon constantly dodging? Xiao Zhan frowned. Mo Tianqing was equally puzzled. If it truly possesses 7th-tier strength, it wouldn't need to engage in such a prolonged battle. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. A 7th-tier pure-blooded dragon clan could easily overwhelm the other party. Even if their guess is wrong and the dragon hasn't reached the 7th stage yet. Even a 6th-tier pure-blooded dragon, when facing a dragon descendant of the same tier, wouldn't be so passive, especially if the opponent holds the advantage of territory, to the point of not even mounting a proper counterattack, right? Xiao Zhan's eyes were also filled with confusion. This pure evasion and maneuvering seemed more like a sign of insufficient strength. This speculation caused both of them to feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Could it be that their assessment of the Holy Lord's strength had been wrong from the very beginning? If the Holy Lord is not even at the 6th rank, or has never even truly crossed the threshold of the 6th rank? However, is this possible? It's completely impossible. If the Holy Lord isn't even at the 6th rank, then its previous performance is even more baffling. How could a dragon of less than 6th rank possibly emerge unscathed from a joint attack by 10 dragon spawn? How could it possibly move freely within the domain of a 6th-tier dragon descendant? With such terrifying speed and stealth capabilities. That doesn't make sense. Mo Tianqing shook his head. Unless what? Xiao Zhan pressed. Mo Tianqing looked at Sumo. This guy has bigger plans. It's not just about hunting down Frostbite. Ha! This kid is so cunning? What is he up to? Xiao Zhan followed his line of thinking, and a bold idea, almost absurd, burst uncontrollably into his mind. He startled himself, his eyes widening in shock, and blurted out. Damn it, this kid isn't planning to slaughter the entire litter of dragon cubs, is he? As soon as the words left his mouth, even he realized how crazy the idea was. He couldn't help but grin, wanting to laugh but unable to. Killing a 6th-tier dragon descendant was already shocking enough. Did he really want to take out the remaining 9 as well? What kind of monster is this Sumo, the holy ruler? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, feeling his throat go dry. If that were the case, then the Holy Lord's current display of weakness would make perfect sense. It's not that it can't win, but that it's putting on a show. It's numbing the frost, wearing down the frost, and waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the moment when we can eliminate all dragon descendants in one fell swoop. The two locked eyes once more, seeing nothing but disbelief and horror in each other's gaze. This plot was too elaborate. Within the realm of ice and snow. After prolonged attacks, Frost's patience had been exhausted, and the rage in his chest was nearly consuming his reason. He was, after all, a noble 6th-tier dragon descendant. He was actually toyed with by a 4th tier for so long. Hey! Frost! A voice with a clear mocking tone echoed from afar. It was another dragonborn, Crimson Flame. Can you even do this? You've been dawdling for so long and can't even catch a 4th-tier opponent? Xian's voice was filled with impatience and contempt. If you can't do it, let me try. I'll grab him and kindly share some of his flesh with you. Those words were like a red-hot branding iron, searing into the frost-bitten pride of his self-respect. Shut up! Being mocked like that by his peers, especially when he was clearly in a dominant position. This is utterly humiliating. It withdrew its gaze and once again fixed it firmly on the flickering afterimages. The rage in its eyes was almost tangible, ready to erupt at any moment. Humiliation, greed, and the anger of being toyed with. All these emotions intertwined, causing Frost to completely lose her patience. It wanted to crush the slippery little bug. With the most ferocious force. Domain lockdown. Frost Descent let out a deafening roar, no longer attempting to capture the Holy Lord with a single attack. It summoned the full might of the entire Frost domain. In an instant, the wind and snow howled wildly. Endless cold air gathered from all directions, and the air seemed to freeze solid. Icy blue runes flicker wildly along the boundaries of the domain, causing the pressure throughout the entire space to surge suddenly. He must summon all the power within the domain to transform this space into a prison, completely restricting the damned speed and stealth. He would make that slippery rat have nowhere to escape. Almost simultaneously with the outbreak of the frost, the Holy Lord, who had been moving at high speed while remaining hidden, paused slightly. Prey? A 4th-tier little thing? Catch it? Share a little flesh and blood? A surge of furious rage erupted from the depths of the Holy Lord's soul, instantly engulfing his consciousness. It's the great Holy Ruler, Master of Flames, an ancient and noble dragon, a powerful dark wizard who wields the power of the 12 symbols. How dare these lowly half-dragon scum treat him like prey to be toyed with and torn apart at will? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. If it weren't for the fact that my strength is not yet complete, these damn bugs wouldn't even have the nerve to speak in his presence. These lowly half-breeds deserve to die. They must die. In the crimson vertical pupils of the Holy Lord, a cold and brutal flame ignited. He must kill them all. In the most painful way possible. Chapter 73, One Strike, Slay the Dragon. Chapter 73, A Single Strike, Slaying the Dragon. Suemo sensed the Holy Lord's emotions and felt a surge of violence within himself. However, he remained calm. He had to wait now. Until the Holy Lord advances to the 5th rank. Until the slaughter value is sufficient to exchange for another talisman. The icy blue light grew increasingly intense, nearly dyeing the entire sky a brilliant blue. The temperature within the area plummeted to a terrifying level. Snap! Snap! Even the rocks froze and cracked. The frost-covered dragon's eyes reflected as it sought to freeze this entire space solid, turning it into an inescapable prison of ice. What an intense chill! Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shiver. Even from such a great distance, he could clearly feel the bone-chilling coldness that seemed to freeze his very soul. Damn, this guy is serious. That force is pure and ferocious. With the will to seal everything off and freeze everything in its path. It was clearly Frost's desperate attempt to activate the core power of the domain. Mo Tianqing also stared intently, his gaze fixed on the area where the wind and snow raged. Mobilizing all the power of his domain to seal off the area, it seemed he had been driven to desperation. However, let's see how he handles this. With such overwhelming pressure in this field, can Suemo really keep up? They're not afraid of Frost Descent going berserk, they're afraid Frost Descent isn't strong enough. They are eager to discover what astonishing secrets the dragon-type summon creature and the mysterious Suemo behind it are hiding. This full-power 6th-tier domain should at least be able to probe out something, right? Both of their eyes were filled with anticipation. At the same time, the two were also quickly recovering their strength to contribute to Sumo's plans. Suemo sensed the icy power and his expression grew even more solemn. This force far surpassed any previous attack. Pure freezing power. Frost Descent is completely disregarding the cost, aiming to achieve everything in one decisive battle. The icy blue light spread like a tidal wave, freezing the air and covering the ground in frost wherever it passed. Domain sealed. This is not merely an enhancement of power, but a suppression at the level of rules. Speed and stealth are severely weakened in this completely controlled and frozen space. Suemo took a deep breath, the icy air piercing his lungs, causing a sharp pain. But his gaze remained sharp, showing no sign of retreat. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it is to remain calm. The Holy Lord's figure, which had been flickering at high speed, was also clearly affected. His speed slowed down. Although he was still dodging, his maneuvering space was severely restricted, as if he had become stuck in thick mud. Roar! Frost's triumphant roar echoed, his dragon eyes brimming with cruelty and satisfaction. He could feel it, the little insect's struggles were growing increasingly desperate. Die. Endless icy power surged toward the last possible location of the Holy Lord like a tidal wave, intent on turning that space into an icy sculpture. Sumo's heart leaped into his throat. This was the true power of a 6th-tier realm unleashed to its fullest. Seal off. Freeze. Crush. Seal off. Freeze. Crush. Under the sheer force of suppression, there was almost no room for trickery. Is it time to make a move? Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, a hint of tension in his eyes. Mo Tianqing furrowed his brows, staring intently at the icy blue world. Worried and hopeful. The icy blue light finally converged into a single point. That was the area where the Holy Lord had made his final evasive maneuver. Clang! Space completely froze, as if it had turned into a single piece of giant blue glass. In the massive dragon's eyes, the completely frozen region was reflected, filled with a ruthless determination to conquer. A mere 4th-tier cultivator. Even if you can dodge or be as elusive as possible, facing my domain lockdown, which I'm willing to activate at any cost, you'll end up frozen into an ice sculpture. It wasn't just him who thought that Crimson Flame, Black King, and the other dragon descendants all shared the same belief. The 6th-tier domain was completely sealed off, and the rules themselves were overwhelming. Not only would a mere 4th-tier being be unable to escape, but even someone of the same tier would struggle to break free if caught off guard. Even if the opponent is a pure-blooded dragon clan. Under such a significant disparity in strength, the outcome of a full power attack was never in doubt. Being instantly frozen was the only possible outcome. This damn eel has finally been frozen into a specimen. Frost's heart swelled with satisfaction. Next, it's time to devour the opponent's bloodline and strengthen oneself. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Sumo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated a level 5, grade 1 monster and obtained a large amount of experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up to 4th tier, 8th level. They did it! Zhang Ming and the others succeeded. And they even managed to slay a 5th tier monster. Sumo was certain in his heart. Finally, this moment had arrived. Summoned Being Sovereign has successfully reached level 5, rank 1. Summoned Creature Sovereign has successfully broken through to level 5, rank 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 25 points of slaughter value, bringing your total slaughter value to 1005 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 25 points of kill points, with a total of 1005 points. The Holy Lord has finally reached the threshold of the 5th rank. Though it is only the 1st level, it signifies a qualitative leap forward. Additionally, his kill count has reached 1005 points. Sumo's lips curled upward ever so slightly. Enough! Exchange the long-prepared talisman. The slaughter count is finally high enough. System, spend 1000 killing points to exchange for the ox talisman. Ding, 1000 slaughter points have been deducted from the host. The cow talisman has been successfully exchanged. Ding, 1000 killing points deducted from the host, successfully exchanged for the ox symbol amulet. Ding, 1000 kill points deducted from the host, successfully exchanged for the ox symbol. Holy Lord, use the ox symbol spell. Ding, 1000 kill points have been deducted from the host. The cow symbol amulet has been successfully exchanged. Sumo integrated the ox symbol spell into the Holy Lord's body. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, dragon. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Rank, 5th tier, 1st grade. Strength, 63,000. Agility, 61,000. Intelligence, 60,000. Spirit, 60,500. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 14,000 units that can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Special ability, Earth Power, can control earth power to a certain extent, triggering earthquakes, manipulating earth and rocks, and causing disorientation and damage to enemies within the area. Finally, the Holy Lord's 4-dimensional attributes have reached the 6th tier level. Looking at the attribute panel that had skyrocketed, Sumo's face, which had been stiffened by the cold, finally broke into a smile. The timing was perfect. The solemn expression in his eyes faded away, replaced by a cold and sharp gleam. Gazing at the vast expanse of icy blue glass at the edge of his vision, Sumo touched the tyrant's eye, his eyes even betraying a hint of pity? Perhaps, for this foolish dragon about to meet its tragic end. Next, one strike to decide the outcome. Dragon Slayer. Chapter 74, 4th tier? The Holy Lord is only 4th tier? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing saw the completely frozen ice blue crystal, and their hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. Shock. Confusion. Is that dragon really completely frozen? That was a full power burst of energy from the 6th tier realm, at any cost. Xiao Zhan instinctively looked towards Suemo in the distance. Suemo, why aren't you counterattacking? Are you just letting the frost domain fully erupt? Even if he's confident in the strength of his summoned creatures, facing such a powerful domain, he should intervene, shouldn't he? Allowing the domain power to fully erupt and take shape. Even if the Holy Lord is as powerful as he is, being completely hit by the domain of a 6th tier expert and completely sealed off would be extremely painful. Even if the Holy Sovereign is as powerful as ever, being completely hit and utterly sealed off by the domain of a 6th rank powerhouse at any cost would be absolutely unbearable. Hardly a single hair on their bodies would remain untouched. To withstand such an attack head-on, even if one survives, the cost would be devastating. What exactly is Suemo waiting for? Xiao Zhan couldn't make heads or tails of Sumo's moves anymore. What was he scheming? Never mind. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and forced down the surging blood in his body. His injuries had healed somewhat under the effects of the medicine, though far from fully recovered. At least he had regained the strength to fight again. He gripped the long spear tightly in his hands and spoke in a deep voice. We can't wait any longer. We must provide support. Mo Tianqing nodded as well, and a faint starlight once again enveloped his body. His expression grew solemn. Let's probe the ice layer and see what's going on. Regardless of what Suemo plans to do, they cannot stand by and watch the Holy Lord remain frozen there. We must investigate further. Even if it means taking a risk, we must find out what Suemo is relying on. Or rather, confirm whether the Holy Lord has truly. The two of them were brimming with energy, ready to charge toward the icy blue crystal shard without hesitation. However, just as Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were about to move, two figures appeared before them like ghosts, blocking their path. The crimson flames in his vertical pupils flickered with a mocking light as he sneered. Why are you in such a hurry? You are our opponents. The Black King cast a glance at the vast expanse of icy blue crystal in the distance, his tone brimming with greed and disdain. Once we have absorbed the bloodline of that pure-blooded 4th-tier dragon clan, we will naturally come to take your lives. Wait patiently for your doom. The words of Crimson Flame and the Black King struck like two thunderbolts, crashing down on Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts. 4th-tier dragon clan? Xiao Zhan gasped in shock, almost believing he had heard wrong. Mo Tianqing's pupils also contracted sharply, and he blurted out in protest, impossible. How could that dragon only be at the 4th stage? The two exchanged glances, seeing nothing but shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The entity sealed within the icy blue crystal, the entity that had clashed head-on with a 6th-tier domain and forced Frostfall to unleash its full power at any cost. How could it possibly be merely 4th tier? This is utterly ridiculous. However, the confident tone of Qi Yan and He Wang, along with the unhidden greed and malice on their faces, did not seem like they were lying. Could it be that? Xiao Zhan subconsciously gathered his senses once more to probe the true condition of the Holy Lord. Mo Tianqing did the same. Earlier, due to the full eruption of Frost's domain, the terrifying icy laws of Frost had engulfed the entire battlefield, severely disrupting their perception. They could only vaguely sense the aura of the Holy Lord but were unable to accurately determine his exact rank. However, now, in order to completely suppress the Holy Master trapped within the ice layers, Frost Descent had concentrated the vast majority of his domain power onto that ice blue crystal. The domain suppression scattered outward has actually weakened somewhat. This time, their perception finally penetrated the layers of obstacles. Then, the intensity of that breath. The level of that power. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's bodies suddenly froze. Their pupils contracted to their absolute limit in an instant. The blood drained from his face in an instant, leaving it completely pale. Really? Only 4 levels? This reconnaissance result was like the coldest chill, instantly sweeping through their limbs and making their hearts feel as though they had been frozen. Unbelievable. I can't comprehend it. I even felt a hint of absurdity and horror deep within my soul. The massive dragon's body, frozen within the crystal, emanated a powerful life force and energy fluctuations. Is truly only 4 levels. Indeed, it is the aura of a 4th tier, 9th grade peak cultivator. The voice of Xiao Zhan, a 4th rank martial artist, was dry and hoarse, as if he were muttering in his sleep. How could this happen? In an instant, both of them felt their worldview shaken to its core, their minds going completely blank. They refused to believe it, and dared not even entertain the thought. This was completely different from what they had imagined. They had considered the 6th, 5th, and even 7th ranks of the Holy Sovereign. But they dared not even consider the 4th rank. Because that's simply too unbelievable. How could a 4th-tier dragon clan member possibly withstand the combined assault of 10 dragon descendants, each at least 5th-tier 9th grade? How could it toy with a 6th-tier Frostfall like a monkey? Even forcing him to resort to using his domain power at all costs to suppress him? This is completely against common sense. This is simply a fairy tale. What kind of otherworldly being is this dragon that Suemo summoned? Is it a summoned creature of divine rank? After the initial disbelief and astonishment, a deep sigh followed. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged glances, seeing bitterness in each other's eyes. It turned out that from the very beginning, they had completely misjudged the situation. All the previous inconsistencies now strangely came together. Why has that dragon been avoiding direct confrontation with Frost's attacks? Why is Su Mo hesitating to intervene and allowing Frost's domain to take shape? It turns out he wasn't planning some earth-shattering move. Nor was it out of absolute confidence in the overwhelming superiority of his summoned creatures. It's just that they really can't beat them. Facing a 6th tier domain master's all-out attack while only at the 4th tier, this is an impossible gamble from the start. The seemingly effortless maneuvering and evasion of the opponent's attacks earlier were merely a facade. It wasn't a game at all, it was a desperate struggle, a desperate attempt to buy time. Su Mo isn't plotting some grand counterattack, he's probably just holding on by a thread. Bitterness and helplessness flooded the hearts of Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing in an instant. Is Su Mo that strong? Yes, he is. Are the dragons he summoned strong? Incredibly strong. So powerful that even these battle-hardened warriors made such absurd mistakes in judgment. But no matter how strong they are, the gap in their ranks is like an insurmountable chasm. Mo Tianqing of the 4th rank muttered to himself. Having cultivated to this point, he had encountered his fair share of prodigies, but he had never encountered such an absurd existence. He had also encountered peerless prodigies of the divine rank. But none have ever been able to fight a 6th tier opponent while only being at the 4th tier. This is no longer a matter of genius, it is simply demonic, a monster. Sigh. Xiao Zhan sighed deeply and gripped his long spear tightly. The shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a resolute determination to fight to the death. It seems that today, we must fight to the end. Chapter 75, A single breath of dragon flame will kill you. Mo Tianqing couldn't help but smile wryly as the starlight around him flared up once more. He had thought Su Mo had some earth-shattering trump card up his sleeve. Now it seems that the greatest trump card is the dragon's own extraordinary potential, as well as Su Mo's calm exterior hiding madness and courage. But now, the trump card seems poised to be overturned. They can no longer rely on Su Mo to turn the tide. The only one they can rely on is themselves. Let's give it our all. Xiao Zhan roared, the tip of his gun humming, his battle intent boiling. Mo Tianqing was bathed in a dazzling starlight, his aura reaching its peak as he prepared to face a life or death battle. Shi Yan and He Wang exchanged a glance, both wearing mocking expressions. Like a cat toying with a mouse, they showed no hurry to act, seemingly relishing the desperate struggles of their opponent before his inevitable defeat. Xiao Zhan, don't panic. Today, I will climb to the top by stepping over your corpse. The Black King laughed coldly. At that tense moment, when the battle was about to erupt, a terrifying dragon's might, far surpassing anything before, erupted like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, violently bursting forth from the massive ice-blue crystal. Boom! An invisible pressure swept through the entire space like a tidal wave. Ha! The sneer on Cheyenne's face froze abruptly. The Black King's deep laughter also came to an abrupt halt. Both of their gazes turned toward the ice sculpture in horror, and a flash of shock crossed their crimson and deep pupils. What was going on? Just as Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were about to act, their bodies suddenly froze, their movements stiffening in place. This aura was far stronger than before. Within the ice, has that dragon advanced in rank? That's right. This oppressive aura has clearly reached the 5th level. 5th tier. Breakthrough at the last moment? Mo Tianqing's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. Trapped and frozen by the domain power of a 6th tier powerhouse, not only did he survive, but he actually broke through his rank in such an impossible situation? What an utterly terrifying talent and resilience. Did he actually break through? The Black King's eyes were dark and fierce as he stared intently at the ice sculpture. Even if you break through to the 5th stage, so what? He forced down the tremor in his heart and coldly snorted. 4th tier and 5th tier against a 6th tier domain, the outcome won't change a thing. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts, which had just ignited a glimmer of hope, sank instantly. Yes, 5th tier. Even if this dragon is as powerful as can be, breaking through from the peak of 4th tier 9th grade to 5th tier, what difference does it make? Between 5th and 6th tiers lies an insurmountable chasm known as the domain. The fundamental gap cannot be bridged by mere increases in power alone. The domain power of Frost's realm still enveloped that space, and the freezing power had not weakened in the slightest. The recent breakthrough seems unable to alter the ultimate outcome. However, what happened next left them utterly stunned. They sensed the sudden surge in the Holy Lord's aura. Frost's pupils contracted slightly, fleetingly revealing a hint of surprise. Had he broken through? Did you really break through in such a desperate situation? But so what? After the initial surprise, there is only deeper indifference and disdain. It's just a desperate struggle. Frosty snorted coldly, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. Within my domain, even if you break through to the 5th rank, you will still be nothing more than an ice sculpture. The outcome will remain unchanged. His words seemed to carry some kind of spell. As he had said, the fifth-tier aura that had just surged into the sky vanished as quickly as it had appeared. After a brief burst, it rapidly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed as though the breakthrough had exhausted its last ounce of strength. Within the ice sculpture, the faint flame of life seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. The ice layers remain solid, and the power of the domain remains unshaken. Ha! Have you finally reached your limit? Seeing this, Chayan's eyes flashed with greed, and he licked his lips. It seemed like it was time to enjoy this feast. The remaining Dragonborn also revealed bloodthirsty grins. Devouring the blood of a fourth-tier no, a fifth-tier pure-blooded dragon clan. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Despair. Complete and utter despair. The last trace of color faded from Xiao Zhan and Emo Tianqing's faces, their hearts as cold as ashes. After all, the fifth-tier realm was still unable to bridge the chasm between realms. Everything is over. That dragon of unparalleled brilliance has finally met its end here. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was inevitable, and just as Frost was about to completely extinguish the last vestige of life within the ice sculpture, no one noticed. Su Mo, who had been standing motionless all along, watched Xuanjiang's smug expression, but the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. That curve carried a hint of mockery, a hint of coldness. Laugh now, you won't be laughing soon. The next moment, his figure vanished silently, like a droplet of water merging into the air, leaving no trace behind. Xuanjiang did not notice Su Mo's unusual movements. His entire focus was on the massive ice sculpture. What could a pure-blooded dragon clan achieve by breaking through to the fifth stage? Under the absolute suppression of higher ranks and the overwhelming power of their domains, all struggles are in vain. Gazing at the Holy Lord, now reduced to a piece of fish on a chopping block within the ice sculpture, Frostfall could no longer suppress the excitement surging from the deepest recesses of his bloodline. Take its dragon blood, seize its dragon soul. This unparalleled existence is destined to become the fuel for his further advancement in the Frost descent. Once he seizes the dragon blood containing endless potential, he has the opportunity to become the Dragon Lord and perhaps even surpass the Dragon Lord himself, becoming an even more powerful being. He slowly raised his hand, and icy blue cold air gathered at the tips of his fingers. However, just as his power was about to touch the frozen core, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Snap! A faint yet crystal clear cracking sound suddenly rang out. The sound was coming from inside the ice sculpture. Frost's movement suddenly halted, and his brows furrowed instantly. Something's wrong. The faint life force within the ice sculpture, which had been so weak as to be almost imperceptible, was now surging upward at an unimaginable speed. Crack! 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 More cracks spread across the ice sculpture's surface like a spider's web. An indescribable force of terror, like a dormant volcano, was rapidly awakening beneath the ice. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar, filled with unparalleled anger and power, erupted suddenly from within the ice sculpture. Boom! The indestructible ice domain creation explodes in an instant. Countless ice shards shoot out in all directions, like the sharpest blades, slicing through the air and emitting piercing screams. A blazing dark golden light shot skyward. The dragon claws, which had been frozen in ice, shimmered with a dark golden glow and suddenly lunged forward at a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to their size. Frost's pupils contracted sharply, and warning bells rang wildly in his mind. Alas, it was too late. Chapter 76, I'll pee on you. Or rather, the dragon claw imbued with the power of the ox talisman surpassed Frost's predictions in both strength and speed. Boom! Boom! The ice crystal shield formed by the power of the domain was torn apart as easily as paper by the dark golden dragon claws. The ice crystals shattered into countless shards, scattering in all directions. In the next instant, the icy dragon claws had already clamped down on his arm with deadly force. You? Xuanjian was both shocked and enraged, feeling an overwhelming force of terror grip his arms and body. Even with his 6th-tier attributes, he couldn't break free immediately. This is bad. A strong sense of crisis instantly engulfed Xuanjiang's heart. He wanted to struggle, to pull away. But the Holy Lord didn't give him any chance. From the wide-open dragon's mouth, an intense crimson light gathered wildly. Dragon flames erupted forth. The power of the dragon symbol was perfectly infused into the dragon flame. An ultimate, ferocious, and utterly devastating explosive energy capable of obliterating everything in its path. Boom! Zero distance. Close up. The dragon flame, imbued with the explosive divine might of the dragon symbol spell, struck Frost's face with full force. Reversal. Another earth-shattering twist. What the hell is going on here? Just a moment ago, I thought the Holy Lord was doomed, but in the blink of an eye, the situation has taken a stunning turn. That's a 6th-rank powerhouse. How could he be so brutally knocked out by a dragon that had just broken through to the 5th rank, right in front of his face? On the other side, the Black King's skull-like face, which had remained unchanged for centuries, also. His 2 hollow eye sockets stared intently at the center of the battlefield. Calculation? This is another scheme. From start to finish, Su Mo and that dragon have been putting on a show. He glanced at Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were beside him, so excited they were about to jump out of their skins, and coldly poured a bucket of cold water on them. Even if you manage to ambush them, what then? A 5th-tier cultivator is a 5th-tier cultivator. Even if their power is bizarre, could they really seriously injure a 6th-tier domain expert? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's excitement froze instantly. Yes, the Black King was right. They recalled the ambush attack on Frostfall when the Holy Lord was still at the peak of the 4th rank. Although it caused some trouble, it was unable to shake Frost's foundation. Now, even if the Holy Ruler breaks through to the 5th stage, can the vast gap between the 6th and 5th ranks really be bridged so easily? The two of them felt their hearts race once more, their eyes fixed intently on the center of the energy storm. Could it really be just a fleeting moment? And at this very moment, at the eye of the storm. At the same time, at the center of the battlefield. Ah! A piercing scream, so inhuman it didn't sound like a human voice, erupted suddenly from the furious golden dragon flames, which contained the explosive might of a divine being. The light faded away. The scene that was revealed caused everyone who witnessed it, including the Black King who had just been pouring cold water on the situation, to have their pupils contract violently. Frostfall, who was being held tightly by the Holy Dragon's claws, no longer had any trace of the composure and majesty of a 6th-rank powerhouse. His body was charred black, his once magnificent ice-blue armor shattered into pieces, revealing flesh that was a mess of blood and bone, with even the white bones visible. Especially his face. The dragon flame, enhanced by the dragon symbol spell, struck him head-on, nearly vaporizing half of his face. His eye sockets were hollow, and blood mixed with charred flesh trickled down, resembling a fierce demon. A thick, acrid stench filled the air, making one want to vomit. Intense pain and an unprecedented sense of humiliation caused Xuanzang to let out a howl like that of a wounded beast. Threads of golden flames, like maggots feasting on bones, continued to burn on his wounds, steadily extinguishing his vitality and energy. The icy energy within Frost's body surged wildly, attempting to extinguish those damned golden flames and heal his wounds. However, the explosive power contained within the flames was too overwhelming. It continuously shattered the energy he had gathered, making his recovery extremely difficult. The vitality of a 6th-tier powerhouse is indeed resilient. However, after enduring such a powerful strike imbued with the divine might of a talisman at such close range, he must be in terrible shape. The injuries were far more severe than they appeared. The battlefield was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the center, on that pitiful figure. Frost Lord's face. Half of his head is gone. Are you kidding me? The Black King muttered under his breath, almost to himself. Is that really the damage a 5th-tier fighter can inflict? He had previously claimed that the Holy Lord was nothing but a dying dog, clinging to life. But the scene before him was like a brutal slap in the face, delivered in the most ruthless manner possible. That dragon flame feels stronger than mine. It seems to contain a power I can't comprehend. Shi Yan let out a gurgling sound. As a 6th-tier dragon descendant, his domain power was related to fire. Yet even so, he still sensed a terrifying energy emanating from the Holy Lord's dragon flames. He had no doubt that, if the Holy Lord were to ascend to the 6th rank, even if the rules he controls have no connection to fire, the power of the opponent's flames is absolutely no weaker than his, and may even be stronger. Is this the innate advantage of the pure-blooded dragon clan? Envy, greed. Roar. The howls of the frost-covered ground echoed with endless pain and rage. What a disgrace! He, a mighty 6th-rank powerhouse, was actually injured so severely by a mere 5th rank using a sneak attack. This is worse than killing him. I'll tear you to pieces. His eyes were bloodshot, and the remaining half of his face was twisted beyond recognition, his murderous intent almost tangible. However, the only response he received was the Holy Lord's voice, tinged with mockery and coldness. Oh? Is that so? The Holy Lord's tone was filled with disdain. Weren't you being so arrogant just now? A 6th-rank powerhouse? TSK, what a pitiful sight. The great dragon head of the Holy Lord lowered slightly. As he drew closer to Xuanzang's charred, twisted face, the dragon's whiskers even brushed against his tattered armor. If you are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy like a dog, I might consider sparing your life. Not only that, the Holy Master continued, his tone growing increasingly playful. Perhaps I might even show mercy and grant you a taste of my divine dragon's saliva as a token of my favor. Who knows? With my dragon's saliva, your weak, mixed blood might undergo some unexpected evolution. What do you think? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why not give it a try? Every word was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into Xuanzang's already battered self-esteem. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. You're asking for it. Frost Descent was completely enraged, and the remaining ice-based energy erupted recklessly, even if it meant worsening his injuries. He was determined to kill that damned dragon. Right now. Right away. Seeing this, the dragon eyes of the Holy Sovereign flashed a hint of cunning. All right. I lost my mind and fell for it. Now is the time. Chapter 77, Slaying a 6th tier enemy with a single strike. Just as the frost was completely detonated, desperately channeling the remnants of his strength, attempting to break free from the dragon's claws and launch a counterattack. In the depths of the Holy Lord's enormous dragon eyes, a faint glint of light flashed by. He's hooked. A figure almost indistinguishable from the shadows appeared silently behind Xuanzang. It was Sumo, who had used the snake symbol curse to reduce his presence and aura to the absolute minimum. At this moment, Frost Descent had already lost his mind in anger, his attention entirely focused on the Holy Lord before him, completely unaware of what was happening. In Sumo's hand, a smooth jade pendant emitted a subtle yet sharp aura. The Sword Heart Jade Pendant. The killing move that had been prepared for so long finally found its perfect moment to be unleashed. Now is the time. Sumo saw nothing else but the back of Xuanzang, which was violently heaving from anger and the surge of power. His fingertips twitched slightly as energy flowed silently into her body. Hum. A faint, almost inaudible chirp sounded, and the jade pendant at the center of the sword suddenly lit up. It was not a blinding glow, but a pure sword intent light, refined to its utmost, as if it could cut through the soul. Die. Sumo murmured silently in his heart. The intent to kill was upon him. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul suddenly erupted. Danger. Extreme danger. The instinctive shudder of danger sends a chill down your spine. Years of life and death combat experience are now sounding the alarm wildly. It made him instinctively twist his body to dodge, even if it meant deviating just an inch from the vital areas. The Holy Lord feigned death to lure the enemy. Dragon Flame severely wounded the opponent and then provoked him with words, creating an opportunity for him to attack. Sumo had been biding his time and plotting meticulously for this strike. How could he possibly fail? The Holy Lord's dragon claws restrained him like red-hot iron bands, not moving an inch. The terrifying force locked down Frost's body, rendering even the slightest struggle futile. Moreover, once the Sword Heart Jade Pendant was activated, it had already sealed his vital energy, leaving him with no escape. Put! The dull thud of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was clearly audible. That condensed sword light was so fast it surpassed the speed of vision, so precise it missed not even an inch, and it struck fiercely and deeply into the back of Xuanzang's heart. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sharpness that seemed to obliterate everything in its path. The point where the sword light vanished was precisely where the heart lies, slightly to the left after the frost. The energy core and the vital source of life, the dragon's heart, had already been marked on the diagram of 10,000 spirits. Put! This sword light, comparable to the strike of a 6th-rank powerhouse, pierced through the already shattered fragments of Xuanzang's armor without any resistance, deeply embedding itself into his back. Ugh! The momentum of the charge before the frost suddenly stalled, and all the strength in his body began to dissipate instantly, like a balloon that had been punctured. His body stiffened abruptly, his icy blue eyes widened in disbelief, and they were filled with bloodshot veins. He lowered his head. He looked down at his chest with difficulty and stiffness. There, a sword beam, trailing blood and shattered internal organs, burst out from his chest. The heart was completely pierced. The energy carried by the sword intent erupted within him like the most violent volcano. Ha! Frostbite caused a sound like a broken bellows to emanate from his throat, and blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed continuously from his mouth and nose. He could clearly feel that the energy core within his body was being violently torn apart and obliterated by that overwhelmingly powerful force. Life force was flowing away as swiftly as a flood breaking through a dam. The wounds that had already been scorched by dragon flames now burned like dry kindling set ablaze, golden flames raging from the inside out, devouring everything in their path. The excruciating pain was beyond words, unable to describe his current state of agony. It was more like a cold, despairing sensation, as if his very soul had been torn apart. You all! As the frost descended, a hoarse sound emanated from his throat, and blood mixed with fragments of internal organs continuously gushed from his mouth. He finally understood. From the very beginning, this was a complete and utter trap. A distraction to catch his attention, a sneak attack? But why would a summoner be able to approach him silently and unleash such a terrifying attack? Anger, humiliation, resentment, regret. All these emotions surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming his consciousness on the brink of collapse. You! He tried to speak, but only more blood foam came out. The Holy Lord's face twisted into a cruel and satisfied grin. The claws even stirred slightly inside Xuanzang's body, intensifying his pain. A 6th-tier powerhouse, and yet he's no match for me. The Holy Lord's voice was hoarse and malicious, filled with the satisfaction of victory. In the cold golden vertical pupils, there was not a trace of mercy, only indifference. I told you, you would pay the price. The Holy Master's voice was calm and unruffled, as if merely stating a fact. Impossible. The remnants of consciousness from the frosty descent uttered their final mutterings, and the light in their eyes quickly faded. Put! The Holy Lord suddenly withdrew his dragon claws. A torrent of scalding blood, mingled with golden flames, gushed forth. Frost's body went limp and collapsed, still held midair by the Holy Lord's dragon claws. The charred blackness on his body spread rapidly, golden flames like maggots feasting on bones, completely consuming the last remnants of his life. A 6th-tier powerhouse of his generation, the bearer of the Frost Dragon's bloodline Frostfall. Fallen. Die with your eyes open. In the heavens and earth, there seemed to be a moment of silence. The Holy Lord released his dragon claws, allowing the charred, twisted body to plummet from mid-air. A dull thud echoed as it struck the ground, sending a few embers flying. The air was thick with the pungent smell of burning, the stench of blood, and the lingering heat of dragon flame. Only now did the taut strings of his heart finally relax. Sumo's figure trembled imperceptibly. An indescribable sense of exhaustion surged through his limbs like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing his entire body. It was not merely the exhaustion caused by activating the jade pendant, but also the mental exhaustion resulting from maintaining intense concentration and meticulous planning. He exhaled a long, silent breath. Finally, he had slain this 6th-tier dragon spawn. The voice was not loud, with a faint, barely perceptible hoarseness. Using the power of the 4th rank to outwit a 6th-rank descendant of the Ice Dragon bloodline, the danger in such a maneuver was as perilous as walking a tightrope, with every step a potential fatal misstep. From the Holy Lord feigning death to lure the enemy, to the Dragon Flame's devastating blow, then disrupting the enemy's mind with words, and finally launching the decisive fatal strike. If any one of these steps had gone slightly wrong, it would likely be him and the Holy Master lying on the ground right now. The endless abyss is no empty threat. Fortunately, we won the bet. He spread his palm, his gaze fixed on the sword-shaped jade pendant at the center of his palm. The lustrous sheen on the surface of the jade pendant had dimmed considerably. On the once pure jade, a clear crack now stands out, resembling a gruesome scar. This object was incredibly powerful, but its cost was equally immense. It can only be activated 3 times in total, and each use reduces the remaining count. Without this item, even if all previous plans were executed perfectly, how to truly deliver a fatal blow to a powerhouse like Xuanjiang, he had no absolute certainty. The vitality of a 6th-rank powerhouse far surpasses that of lower-ranked opponents. Chapter 78, Reward, Earth Demon Chi, The Power of Rules. Chapter 78, Reward Earth Demon Chi, Rules of Power. Hoof. The Holy Master had arrived beside him at some point. The massive dragon's head hung low, gazing at the frost-covered corpses on the ground, emitting a sound of unknown meaning. Its injuries were also severe, with several scales peeling back and oozing golden blood, and its breath was irregular. However, the reward was immense. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the 6th-tier dragon descendant Frostfall. You have obtained a large amount of experience points. Congratulations on advancing to 5th-tier level 1. A warm current suddenly appeared out of nowhere, instantly surging through Sumo's entire body. The energy that had nearly been depleted from activating the jade pendant was swiftly replenished and nourished. 5th rank. Sumo clenched his fist, feeling the completely different sense of power within him. Finally, he had crossed this threshold. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 5th tier, 1st grade. Strength, 32,000. Agility, 30,000. Intelligence, 31,500. Spirit, 29,550. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Immediately afterward, another prompt appeared. The Holy Lord's rank has been upgraded to level 5, tier 3. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 6th-tier dragon descendant and doubling the slaughter value. The host has obtained a total of 120 slaughter points. 120 points. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. The rewards for defeating an opponent of a higher rank were indeed generous. However, the real surprise was yet to come. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item reward, the Divine Dragon Set. Divine Dragon Set, S rank upgradable. Includes Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Sumo's breath halted for an instant. The Dragon Set? Sumo's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. This wasn't just any ordinary S-class equipment, it was an entire set. From armor to weapons, and even accessories, it covers all the major parts of the body. At this stage, forget about an S-rank set, even a single piece of S-rank gear is enough to cause a stir. The value of a set is never simply the sum of its parts. The synergistic attributes between components and the potential set bonuses elevate its overall value far beyond that of randomly assembled pieces of the same level. This S-rank Shenlong set, in terms of practical utility and strategic value, has already surpassed certain single SS rank equipment. In specific situations, its effectiveness can even rival that of typical SSS grade items. After all, comprehensive enhancements and powerful set effects are often more practical than the extreme stacking of a single attribute. What really got him excited was the phrase, "can be upgraded," at the end. What did that mean? This means that the potential of this equipment does not stop at S-class. It has room for growth and may even reach a higher tier in the future. Switch it out. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank 5th tier, 1st grade. Strength 57,500. Agility 56,000. Intelligence 56,500. Spirit 56,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. The 4 attributes have doubled. Sumo's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. He was only at the first level of the 5th rank, yet his 4 attributes were already approaching the 6th rank. This is merely the foundational enhancement of his 4-dimensional attributes. What's even more astonishing is that each piece of this set has both an active skill and a passive skill. The Dragon set, S-rank upgradable, truly lives up to its reputation. This is a huge win. Not only did my level skyrocket, but I also upgraded my gear, resulting in a complete transformation in my strength. With this new gear, facing a 6th tier enemy might just be manageable. We won't have to be so cautious. Even an ordinary harvest is already so incredible. I wonder what reward the system will give me after completing the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. The task reward is now being distributed. Here it comes. Sumo perked up. The big boss was here. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 points of slaughter value as a reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 500 points of kill value. 500 points. Sumo's eyes lit up. The previous kill had granted 120 points, and now the mission reward added another 500 points, bringing the total to a whopping 620 kill points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 30 consecutive spins reward from the kill wheel. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 30 consecutive spins reward from the kill wheel. 30 consecutive draws? Sumo raised an eyebrow. That killing wheel thing is all about luck. If you're lucky, you might get a legendary item, but if you're unlucky, you'll just get a bunch of thank you for your business messages along with a few useless scraps. With only 30 chances, you've got to be able to get something good, right? It's just a pity that it can't be reversed. If he could convert the opportunities into kill points, he would have an extra 300 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Grey Wolf fragment. Alright. Here comes another one. One step closer to summoning Grey Wolf. He was eagerly anticipating the scene that would unfold once he summoned the concept god. Congratulations, host, you have won a mysterious grand prize, Earth Demon Chi. Earth Demon Chi, the power of the Earth Demon, one of the 8 great demons, manifested in its essence. Earth Demon Chi, the power of the Earth Demon, one of the 8 great demons. After being absorbed by the Holy Ruler, one can control the power of the Earth's rules. Earth Demon Chi? The power that governs the rules of the Earth? Sumo's breath suddenly caught in his throat. The power of the rules. He almost instantly understood what this meant. What is the mark of a 6th tier powerhouse? It is the domain. And at the core of the field lies the initial application and mastery of a certain rule-based force. Now, the system has actually rewarded a piece of Earth Sovereign Demon Chi that can directly grant the Holy Sovereign control over the rules of the Earth. Once the Holy Sovereign absorbs it, doesn't that mean he would be able to possess the domain abilities of the 6th rank with only the cultivation of the 5th rank? Furthermore, stronger than the typical 6th tier domain ability? Typical 6th tier powerhouses. When first entering this realm, the application of the power of rules is still rudimentary, and the domain formed is more of an influence and interference. However, the description of the Earth Demon's demonic energy is about control. Direct control over the rules of the Earth. The gap between them is beyond comparison. The Holy Ruler has absorbed the demonic energy of the Earth Demon. The Holy Lord's gaze immediately locked onto the Earth Demon Chi. Even he couldn't help but flash a fleeting glimpse of desire and solemnity in his eyes. This power, though of the same origin, was filled with temptation. It was part of the authority of the 8 great demons. Hurry up and absorb it, let's see the results. He urged. His thoughts guided the demonic energy of Di Kuei toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord opened his ferocious dragon mouth, and the earth-yellow demonic energy, as if summoned, slowly sank into his body. In an instant. Roar! The Holy Lord suddenly let out a deafening roar, causing his entire dragon body to tremble violently. Sumo could clearly feel the ground beneath his feet beginning to tremble unnaturally. The air around him grew thick and heavy, and earth elemental energy surged toward the Holy Lord with unprecedented intensity. As if summoned by an all-powerful sovereign, they rushed forward to pay homage. Ding! The Holy Ruler has successfully fused with the Earth Demon Chi, gaining control over the rules of the Earth. Chapter 79, A Tribute Overlay, 7th rank. The system prompt sounded. The roar of the Holy Lord gradually subsided. However, the heavy, overwhelming aura emanating from his body not only failed to diminish but grew even more intense, becoming even more solid. A warm, earthy glow shimmered between his scales, as if he had become one with the earth itself. In the depths of his crimson dragon eyes, a solemn majesty as steady as mountains had emerged. With the Holy Ruler at the center, the ground within 100 meters sank silently by an inch. Immediately afterward, countless fine grains of sand and pebbles, as if endowed with life, slowly rose into the air, swirling and dancing around the holy ruler. This was not caused by a strong wind, but rather a pure mastery of force. Suemo even felt that the gravitational pull beneath his feet seemed to be subtly disrupted, causing his body to grow slightly heavier against his will. This was the power of the Earth's rules. It's not just simple manipulation, but mastering the rules. Impressive. How does it feel? Suemo looked at the Holy Lord. The Holy Sovereign slowly gathered the sand and stones swirling around him, and his suspended dragon form returned to the ground with a dull thud. His crimson dragon eyes fixed on Suemo, his deep voice carrying a hint of unmasked excitement and authority. This power is very strong. The earth is all under my control. He raised one dragon claw slightly. Boom! The ground in the distance suddenly began to violently churn, with the earth writhing like a living creature. In an instant, it rose from the ground, forming a thick earthen wall over 10 meters tall. Moments later, the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a cloud of dust that eventually settled silently back into the earth, as if it had never been there at all. With effortless precision, control at will. Suemo couldn't help but feel envious. This is the power of the rules. It is fundamentally different from simple elemental manipulation. Elemental manipulation involves borrowing the power of the elements in the universe. Rule mastery, however, is the ability to establish the rules that govern this world. Within this domain, the Holy Sovereign is the ruler of the earth. With the rules of the earth bestowed by the Earth Demon Chi, how strong are you now? Suemo pressed further. The Holy Lord paused for a moment, a hint of arrogance flashing through his crimson dragon eyes. That mongrel mud eel earlier? I could have smashed it to pieces with a single slap. Suemo nodded. He then pulled up the Holy Lord's attribute template. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon Clan. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Rank, 5th tier, 3rd grade. Strength, 88,000. Agility, 85,000. Intelligence, 83,500. Spirit, 86,400. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 20,000 units. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Great Earth Rule Power. With over 80,000 attribute points, it is more than enough to rival a 6th tier, 7th grade existence. Suemo nodded. The Earth Demon Chi greatly enhanced the Holy Lord's power. Of course, with his shared attributes, is also able to perfectly control the demonic energy of the Earth Lord. Moreover, stronger than the Holy Emperor. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 5th tier, 1st grade. Strength, 57,500. Agility, 56,000. Intelligence, 56,500. Spirit, 56,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 65 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Poisonous Touch C tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 5th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current summonable quantity 13,000. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, S rank upgradable Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill count, 625. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoiding Compass A rank, Tyrant's IS rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. With my current strength, even early 7th tier opponents are no match for me. Even when facing 7th tier 3rd or 4th grade opponents, I can still hold my own. Even if I can't defeat them, by using the rabbit symbol and snake symbol to hide myself, I should be able to escape without much trouble. The attribute values between 6th and 7th tiers range from 600,000 to 150,000. Utilizing the power of the Tiger Seal, combined with 65 attribute sharing. That's 135 shared attributes of the Holy Lord's 4 dimensions. Combined with Sumo's own 4-dimensional attributes, it once reached as high as 160,000. This was already at the top tier of the first level of the 7th rank. Combined with various talismans and divine level skills, it can truly go head-to-head with some of the top-tier beings in the 7th tier first level rank. Suemo couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This battle had yielded gains that couldn't be described as nearly abundant. It was a truly leapfrog-like, massive improvement. The greatest gain is the Earth Demon Chi. which instantly granted them abilities akin to a domain. Feeling the surging power within him, Sumo's lips curled into a confident smile. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, landing on the figures in the distance that had once left him and the Holy Lord in a sorry state. The Black King, Red Flame, and the 7th rank, 9th grade dragon descendants with formidable auras. Not long ago, faced with this force, he and the Holy Lord could only flee in panic, like stray dogs. But now, Sumo's expression turned amused. What goes around comes around, times change. The hunter has now become the hunted. And he, Sumo, along with his Holy Lord, are the true masters of this battlefield. The Holy Lord seemed to sense Sumo's intentions, and his massive dragon form shifted slightly. The crimson dragon eyes fixed their murderous intent unabashedly on the Black King and the others. The power of the Earth's laws swirled faintly around it, and an intangible aura of oppression spread out. The frustration and anger from being chased earlier had now completely transformed into a cold, ruthless intent to kill. These mongrel scum get ready to face his unbridled fury. At that moment, whether it was Xiao Zhan, Mo Tianqing, or He Wang and Shi Yan, they all stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Their gazes were fixed intently on the lifeless corpse before them. Their minds were blank. Thoughts, as if completely stagnant. My mind was completely overwhelmed. Every face was etched with disbelief and horror. It was Frost's descent. The bearer of the Ice Dragon's bloodline. A genuine 6th rank powerhouse. Just like that? Chapter 80, I won't give you another chance. That was too fast. That's too harsh. From the Holy Lord being suppressed, to using Dragon Flame to launch a surprise attack and inflict severe injuries, and finally delivering the fatal blow from behind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Why? Did Frost just die like that? A dragon's roar erupted from the mouth of the Crimson Flame. Everyone was speechless. Frost really had been killed. Even before that, when the Holy Lord used Dragon Flame to severely wound Frost's descent, they didn't think he would die. Because there is an insurmountable chasm between the 5th and 6th stages. Theoretically, even if you stand still and let a 5th-tier opponent attack you, it is extremely difficult to be truly killed. Let alone being attacked by a summoner widely recognized as lacking close combat skills? Though, they could tell that it wasn't the summoner's ability that caused the Frost to kill them. That sword light was a special item. What truly puzzled them, however, was, how did that summoner manage to evade everyone, including Frost's own perception? Appearing at that decisive moment without anyone noticing? When did he get there? Why didn't they notice anything? Summoner chuckles. What the hell is this? It's an assassin, right? The Black King's heavy breathing broke the silence. His copper bell-like dragon eyes stared intently at the charred corpse below, and a low growl emerged from his throat. On the other side, after the initial moment of mental paralysis, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing felt their hearts begin to race uncontrollably. They exchanged glances and saw uncontrollable joy and excitement in each other's eyes. They were doomed. That 6th-tier powerhouse who had been putting immense pressure on them, Frostfall. He was actually killed. Damn him. Xiao Zhan looked utterly baffled, utterly stunned. How on earth did this kid manage to do that? Mo Tianqing's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly as if in a dream. Sumo, he really did it. Impressive. Damn impressive. Although they couldn't understand either. How Sumo managed to deceive everyone, especially Xuanjiang herself. Appearing at that fatal position and delivering that deadly blow. But does it matter? It doesn't matter. What matters is that Frost has died. The greatest threat has been eliminated. The once precarious situation has undergone a stunning reversal in an instant. They saw the dawn of victory. This guy is really good at hiding his true abilities. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but sigh, glancing at Sumo's figure with a complex expression. Was that still a summoner? He's even more terrifying than the most elite assassins. Most importantly, that terrifying ability to calculate is absolutely mind-blowing. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing almost simultaneously took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in their hearts, but their eyes grew incredibly sharp. Though the process was shocking and hard to comprehend, the outcome was opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without the domain suppression of Frost's descent. Plus, their strength has recovered slightly. Even when facing the Black King and Crimson Flame, 2 6th-rank beings, along with 7 5th-rank 9th grade dragon descendants in pursuit. They no longer seemed as passive as before. They can even try to fight back. The Black King and Crimson Flame's mood plummeted instantly. The rapid changes in the situation before them were so swift that they could barely react. A summoner they had once regarded as insignificant, someone they could crush with a single finger, had unexpectedly become the key to turning the tide of battle. Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. 3 mighty 6th-rank warriors, accompanied by 7 elite 5th-rank 9th grade warriors, were actually defeated by a 5th-rank summoner and his dragon pet, who killed one of their comrades right before their eyes. This is an utter disgrace. The two sixth-tier dragons locked eyes, seeing uncontrollable rage and murderous intent in each other's dragon eyes. The promising situation was completely ruined because of that damn summoner. What's even more alarming is that with Frost's death, the all-encompassing domain suppression vanished instantly. The aura emanating from Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing began to rise noticeably. Although they hadn't yet returned to their peak condition, they were no longer in the state where they could be easily manipulated by their opponents. Kill! The Black King's crimson dragon eyes gleamed with savage intent. He and the Crimson Flame instantly reached an understanding. There was no time to waste. We must act while Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing are still not fully recovered and eliminate them completely. Otherwise, if we let them escape. The moment this thought crossed their minds, it was immediately quashed by the Black King and Crimson Flame. The thought of the consequences of failing to complete the task entrusted to him by the Demon Dragon Lord sent a chill down his spine. My soul is torn apart, and my consciousness sinks into eternal agony. The taste of it just thinking about it. It made their massive dragon bodies tense involuntarily, and a chill ran down their spines straight to their foreheads. The two dragons moved simultaneously, charging toward Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. As for that mysterious summoner and his equally mysterious dragon pet, you 7. Kill him. Kill that summoner and his dragon. At any cost. The order was concise and direct. 7 5th-tier, 9th-grade dragon descendants, who had also been in a state of shock, suddenly snapped out of it. Upon receiving the order, they wasted no time, their massive bodies emanating a destructive aura. Like 7 shooting stars, they sliced through the sky, plunging toward Sumo and the Holy Lord below. The intent to kill was palpable. Yes, that summoner is very strange and terrifying. But he's only a 5th-tier summoner after all. His dragon pet is also only a 5th rank. And they have a full 7 5th-tier peak-level dragons. Frost Descent paid the price for his arrogance. But they won't. Under their assault, the enemy will be torn to shreds. Ground into dust. Watch out, kid. Xiao Zhan's heart tightened, and he shouted harshly. The long spear in his hand hummed, and the tip of the spear emitted a blinding cold light. Imbued with the momentum to break through the enemy lines, he was about to force his way out of the battle circle to come to Sumo's aid. But how could the Black King allow him to succeed? Its massive dragon claws, like dark clouds overhead, struck down with brutal force, blocking the spear precisely in its path. Clang! The piercing sound of clashing metal echoed, causing Xiao Zhan's arms to go numb and his blood to surge. The Black King's icy dragon eyes locked onto him, his tone dripping with unhidden mockery. Your opponent is me. Want to save him? Dream on. The overwhelming force pressed down like a mountain, leaving Xiao Zhan no chance to focus. On the other side, Mo Tianqing was also being fiercely attacked by the Crimson Flames. The two exchanged a brief glance, both seeing the gravity in the depths of the other's eyes. Sumo's recent defeat of Shuangjiang was indeed shocking, utterly unimaginable, a miracle among miracles. However, they knew deep down that it was built on countless calculations, a surprise attack, and Frost's extreme overconfidence, coupled with the mysterious artifact's contribution. Now, the situation is completely different. 7 5th-tier 9th-grade dragon descendants. And with the bloody precedent of Frostfall to learn from. Everyone is now on high alert. 7 peak-level experts, clearly intent on concentrating all their strength to crush Sumo completely with overwhelming force. They will not give Sumo any room to breathe or resort to his old tricks. Chapter 81, The Tables Have Turned. Chapter 81, The offensive and defensive roles have changed. No matter how extraordinary that young man is, or how many hidden cards he has up his sleeve. Facing such an overwhelming force that defies reason, what can one possibly do? Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, asking himself the same question. If these 7 men had targeted him instead, he would probably be trembling with fear. It would be more than enough to give him a run for his money. The 7 dragon descendants' eyes flashed with a murderous intent that was almost tangible. The shock of Frost's death had not yet fully subsided, and now it had completely transformed into extreme fear and a burning desire to kill Sumo. Their massive bodies shifted slightly in the air. They gradually formed a loose yet impenetrable encircling formation, sealing off all possible escape routes for Sumo. Dragon Stranglehold. 7 attacks powerful enough to tear mountains and rivers apart were nearly formed at the same time. They surged forward, aiming straight for Sumo. They were absolutely certain that this time, there was no way they could fail. That damn summoner will be reduced to ashes. However, at this critical moment, amidst the suffocating pressure, the tiny figure below, dwarfed by the 7 massive silhouettes. However, it did not show the panic they had anticipated, not even a hint of fear. Sumo merely raised his head slightly, calmly observing the 7 figures plummeting toward the ground with the destructive force of meteors. Ha ha! A soft chuckle escaped Sumo's lips. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's hearts skipped a beat, and a sense of absurdity welled up within them. This kid! At a time like this, he still has the nerve to laugh? Does he really have something up his sleeve? The golden vertical pupils of the holy ruler revealed a contempt and disdain that seemed almost tangible. Scum, dare to lay a hand on your ancestors? The cold and arrogant voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every powerful individual present. Almost the very moment the words fell. Buzz. Space seemed to twist slightly. The figure of the Holy Lord suddenly became blurred, swaying like a reflection in water. The power of the rabbit symbol. Ultimate speed. The next moment, one of the flame dragons charging at the forefront suddenly contracted its pupils. A blur so fast it defied perception broke through the sound barrier. It even surpassed the limits of its dynamic vision, appearing instantly before it. Too fast. So fast that even my mind can't keep up. Yanlong could only manage to form a fleeting thought of how is that possible. What greeted it was a brutal, ruthless force of terror. The ox symbol spell. The power to move mountains and overturn seas. Those dragon claws didn't seem particularly thick. At this moment, they seemed to contain enough power to shatter stars, ignoring the fiercely burning protective dragon flames on the flame dragon's body, and ruthlessly imprinted themselves on its chest. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. But this was only the beginning. Almost at the exact moment the power of the ox talisman erupted. Boom! A surge of even more violent, more intense, and more destructive energy. From the point where the Holy Lord's dragon claws touched the chest of the flame dragon, it exploded with a thunderous roar. Dragon Seal spell. Explosive power. Golden red flames of destruction instantly engulfed the massive body of the flame dragon. There were no screams, no struggles. Under the overwhelming force and explosive power, the powerful dragon descendant of the 5th rank, 9th grade, was shattered like a fragile porcelain vase struck by an iron hammer. Boom! A deafening explosion. The fiery dragon's body, along with its dragon flames capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, was instantly reduced to a cloud of flying ash. Not even a single larger bone fragment remained. Complete annihilation. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Truly the Holy Master. With his current 4-dimensional attributes, even without resorting to the power of the rules. Simply relying on the power of the talismans alone is sufficient to inflict devastating blows on these dragon descendants. Suemo witnessed this scene but did not show much surprise. This was the immense power that the current Holy Lord should possess. If a single strike cannot instantly defeat the opponent, he would find that strange. But others didn't think that way at all. The attacks of the other 6 dragon descendants came to an abrupt halt, their massive bodies stiffening mid-air, their eyes filled with utter horror and disbelief. How could this be? Yanlong was defeated in an instant? They were at the peak of the 5th rank, 9th level, while the opponent had only just entered the 5th rank. Even as pure-blooded dragons, they could only narrow the gap between them to a certain extent. They still couldn't defeat a flame dragon of the same rank in a single strike. Their pride lies in their strength, their unbreakable defense. In the face of that earth-shattering blow just now, they seemed so laughable, so fragile. Fear swept over them like a tidal wave, instantly drowning their reason. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, the sound echoing clearly in the silent battlefield. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing, along with the Black King and Crimson Flame who were engaged in fierce combat with them, all paused in their movements. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the explosion had just occurred, now nothing but a lingering aftereffect of scattered energy. One strike. Just one strike. A peak-level 5th rank 9th grade dragon descendant was defeated so easily? Both body and soul annihilated. How is this possible? That's a 5th rank, 9th level. Not just any old cat or dog. How could his strength have increased so much? This is completely illogical. After the Black King spoke, the Crimson Flame followed suit. Even Frostfall fell only after being outmaneuvered and ambushed by that young upstart. But what about now? Positive. Head on. One strike, instant kill. The Black King furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. Even if he killed Shuangjiang and gained benefits, his strength shouldn't have surged to this extent. Shi Yan took a deep breath. Could it be that this guy had been hiding his true strength all along? Was his scheme against Frostfall just a diversion? How else can we explain how he suddenly became so strong? They began to suspect that Su Mo had been hiding his true strength all along, and that his previous displays of weakness and calculations were all just to deceive them. After all, even they, when utilizing the power of the rules, were unable to achieve such swift and decisive victory over a 5th-tier, 9th-grade dragon descendant. Yet the Holy Sovereign managed to do so. This terrifying power left them no choice but to doubt. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing exchanged glances, seeing the storm raging in each other's eyes. They had anticipated that Su Mo might have a trump card up his sleeve and could hold on for a moment longer. But they never dreamed it would be such a shocking and unprecedented scene. A single strike to defeat a peer at the peak of their power? It's not just an ordinary 5th tier. Su Mo and his dragon pet are all freaking perverts. Deadly silence was shattered by a sudden, maniacal laugh. Ha! Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing exchanged glances, seeing the uncontrollable joy and shock in each other's eyes. Suppression. It's so depressing. From the moment the battle began, they were relentlessly pursued by their enemies. They could only barely hold on, with a surge of indescribable anger building up inside them. Sumo's dominance, Sumo's madness, had completely ignited the hope in their hearts. That earth-shattering strike not only instantly killed a peak-level 5th grade, 9th-ranked dragon descendant. It also greatly boosted their morale. The two of them suddenly turned their heads, their eyes flashing like lightning, fixating on the Black King, whose breathing was clearly unstable, with a battle-ready grin spreading across their lips. Black King. Red Flame. The two spoke in unison, their voices booming like thunder, echoing throughout the sky that had just been devastated by a catastrophic explosion. Now, the offensive and defensive roles have switched. Chapter 82, 5th tier? The Power of Rules. On the other side, the Holy Lord who had slain the Flame Dragon was at the height of his might. Who else is there? He glanced contemptuously at the remaining Dragonborn. These guys all have to die. The Holy Lord's provocation filled the dragon descendants with unbearable anger and fear. They wanted to charge forward and tear him to pieces, but dared not act rashly. After all, they had witnessed the fate of the flaming dragon with their own eyes. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie stalemate. If you don't make a move, I'll have to act first. Before the Holy Master could finish speaking, his figure had already vanished from the spot like a ghost. In the next instant, he appeared before a dragonkin creature covered head to toe in thick, heavy rock armor. The pitch-black dragon claws tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing screech, aiming straight for its head. Roar! That rock-armored dragon descendant is named Pan Shan. Upon seeing this, his pupils contracted sharply, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. He let out a roar, and the earthen yellow glow on his body surged outward in an instant. A thicker layer of rock armor quickly formed, while his arms crossed in front of him for protection. Rock Mountain Barrier. This is his strongest defensive tactic. Snap! The crisp sound of shattering echoed clearly in Pan Shan's ears. Those pitch-black dragon claws, though seemingly casual, harbored an unimaginable terrifying power. The moment they made contact with the massive rock shield, the indestructible surface was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. No! Pan Shan let out a desperate roar, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. His strongest defense couldn't even stop the opponent for an instant. Put! The dragon claws pierced through the shattered rock shield without any resistance. It then tore through the arms he had crossed in front of his body and finally pressed down on his skull with pinpoint accuracy. Pan Shan's face froze in terror and despair. The next second. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting open. The head of Mount Pan, along with the rock armor he took pride in, exploded into a shower of debris. Another one. Another 5th order, 9th level dragon descendant. Fallen. And, once again, it's an instant kill. If the death of the flame dragon could be attributed to an ambush, then the death of Pan Shan was a complete and utter demonstration of absolute power-crushing defense. Pan Shan's defensive capabilities were among the best among all dragon descendants, renowned for their unbreakable strength. Even he was crushed to death with a single claw. What about them? The remaining few dragon descendants felt a chill run up their spines from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, leaving them shivering uncontrollably, even their souls trembling. Charged together. The remaining 5 dragon descendants finally snapped out of their shock. The brutal deaths of the flame dragon and Mount Pan made them realize that facing this terrifying entity alone meant certain death. The land was frozen for miles around. The frost dragon's offspring is named Winter's Bite. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a torrent of extreme cold, freezing everything in its path. The target was directly aimed at the Holy Lord's trajectory, attempting to slow him down. Thunderous Wrath. On the other side, a thunder dragonling named Thunderbolt was completely enveloped in purple lightning arcs. Its wings beat violently, unleashing countless thick bolts of lightning that intertwined like raging serpents, forming a net that crashed down upon the Holy Lord. Wind blades split the sky. The blue storm dragon, named Swiftwind. As its wings flapped, countless razor-sharp wind blades materialized out of thin air. Like a dense rain of blades, they sealed off all possible evasion routes for the Holy Lord. A blurry shadow appeared silently behind the Holy Lord. It was the Shadow Dragon, a master of stealth and assassination, known as the Shadow. The dragon's claws transformed into a pitch-black dagger, silently piercing toward the sacred lord's vital spot on his back. The poisonous swamp descends. The last of the venomous dragon spawn, shrouded in a murky green miasma, was named Corrupted Swamp. It opened its mouth and spat out a vast expanse of toxic swamp, emitting a nauseating stench. It contaminated the space around the Holy Lord, restricting his movements and inflicting poison. 5 5th tier 9th level peak dragon descendants facing the threat of death. Finally abandoning all hesitation and fear, they unleashed their greatest power. Ice, thunder, wind, darkness, and poison. 5 distinct dragon-born powers intertwine, forming a devastating energy storm that instantly engulfed the figure of the Holy Lord. Suemo looked up at this terrifying combined attack. Wow, what a spectacle! This combined attack is really powerful. Even a typical 6th tier opponent would be unable to withstand it head-on. Even a typical 6th tier opponent couldn't withstand it head-on. Although Sumo's eyebrows and eyes showed a hint of surprise, he did not seem overly concerned. With the power of the Holy Lord, such a trivial attack dares to harm him. It's a joke. Not to mention the Holy Lord, who is blessed with the horse seal. Poison can be completely ignored. This is indeed the case. Standing at the center of the storm, the Holy Lord's face remained as calm as ever, even carrying a hint of a playful expression. As if the world-shattering attack before him was nothing more than a child's plaything. Impressive strength. Unfortunately, the Holy Lord gently raised his hand. It is useless against me. The words fell silent. A deep, heavy sound, as if coming from the depths of the earth. Carrying the vast, life-giving energy that sustains all existence, it suddenly erupts from the sacred being's body, spreading out in all directions. The demonic energy of the Earth Sovereign. A faint earthen glow flickered in the depths of the Holy Lord's eyes. The ground beneath his feet seemed to resonate with him in that moment, emitting a low, rumbling hum. Hum. No earth-shattering commotion. No need for complicated movements. The Holy Master merely raised his hand casually. Within the palm, a golden yellow light rapidly. It emanated a rule-like power that seemed to control the earth and command the mountains and rivers. Hum. The earth seemed to come alive at that moment. With the holy ruler at the center, the ground trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a thick, earth-colored light barrier, resembling the shadowy outline of a divine mountain rising from the depths of the underworld, instantly coalesced before him. Though seemingly ordinary, the earthen yellow light barrier emanated an indomitable, unbreakable aura. It seems not like energy condensed, but the very will of the earth manifesting itself here. The next instant. Boom! A freezing cold front stretching for miles, a thunderous grid of lightning, a storm of wind blades slicing through the air, deadly thrusts from shadowy figures, and a corrosive mist descending from a toxic swamp. 5 furious forces, like 5 different colored streams of destruction, crashed violently into the earthen yellow light barrier. In the instant of impact, there was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. Nor was there the intense annihilation caused by the collision of energies. All attacks. The combined destructive attack launched by the 5 dragon descendants, powerful enough to send even ordinary 6th-tier powerhouses into a panic. And yet, it was effortlessly blocked by a seemingly ordinary earth-colored light barrier. It felt as though the impact wasn't hitting an energy shield, but rather crashing directly into the vast, endless earth itself. All the force was absorbed by the thick, steady, and all-encompassing power of the earth. Mercilessly absorbed, dissolved, and crushed. How could this be? Ling Dong gasped in disbelief, his ice-blue dragon eyes filled with shock. Our combined strike actually disrupted the thunderous arc of electricity surging through his body, his voice trembling. The whirlwind, the shadow, and the swamp were all engulfed in the same overwhelming shock. Their most powerful strike, their desperate final blow. They couldn't even scratch the surface of the opponent's defense? This is no longer a matter of strength or weakness. It's an outright domination. It's an absolute disparity in terms of strength. Is this the power of the rules? Chapter 83, An Anomaly Emerges. Ling Dong's words were like a spark that ignited the fuse, instantly unleashing the despair within the hearts of the other dragon descendants. This is definitely the power of the rules. The thunderous sound carried an uncontrollable tremor. He sensed the essence of power contained within the earthen yellow light barrier, far surpassing ordinary energy. It was a power belonging to a higher realm of power that only 6th-tier experts could begin to touch and control. The blood drained from Jifeng's face, leaving only pallor. The shadowy figure could barely maintain its stability, flickering slightly in the shadows, revealing the immense shock within. The green pupils contracted violently, causing the miasma surrounding its body to grow thinner by several degrees. The power of the rules. These 4 words felt like 3 heavy mountains crushing down on their hearts. Though they were at the peak of the 5th rank, 9th level, just a step away from the 6th rank, that single step was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The greatest difference between the 5th and 6th ranks lies in their understanding and application of the rules. It is a qualitative leap, a transcendence of life itself. Yet now, another being of the same 5th-tier rank has casually invoked the power of the rules. And with such purity and depth. How is this possible? This completely overturned their understanding. Not just them. The Black King and Crimson Flame, engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, were equally stunned, their faces filled with horror. The power of the Earth's rules. He actually mastered the power of the Earth's rules? The Black King let out a low, hoarse roar. The dark aura surrounding him began to fluctuate unsteadily. Shi Yan also wore a solemn expression, staring intently at the figure at the center of the battlefield, his voice dry. Moreover, judging by the refinement of the rule power, this is far from the level of a novice. As 6th-tier practitioners, they are naturally no strangers to the power of rules. In fact, one could say that their lifelong pursuit has been to gain a deeper understanding and control over the rules. It is precisely because they understand that they fully grasp the true horror of it all. Judging from how skillfully the other party wields this rule-based power. That sense of harmony, that depth, and that innate sense of control. The Black King's voice sounded a bit tense. His understanding of the rules of the earth is probably already. He did not continue, but his meaning was clear. That was a realm far beyond the reach of a mere 6th-tier cultivator. Even they have absolutely not reached that level. A 5th-rank cultivator wielding such mastery of the rules power. The Black King muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and apprehension. How did he do it? Did he hide his true strength? Or is he not even the kind of being we can comprehend? This speculation cast a shadow over the hearts of the two 6th-rank powerhouses. The unknown is always the most terrifying. The feeling this divine ruler gave them. Like a bottomless abyss shrouded in thick fog, its true nature is completely obscured. Time and again, shattering their perceptions. On the other side, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged glances, seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. A 5th-rank cultivator actually used the power of the rules? Xiao Zhan felt his worldview shattered. This statement was less a question than a confirmation of whether he had lost his mind. He had lived for so many years and had seen countless geniuses and prodigies. But the scene before him completely overturned his understanding of the power structure. 5th tier that was still in existence at the level of energy manipulation. Rules? That's the exclusive domain of those at the 6th tier and above. Mo Tianqing's eyes twitched slightly as his gaze fixed intently on the calm, almost eerie figure at the center of the battlefield. The earth-colored light barrier remained steadfast, as if it had existed since time immemorial. This dragon. His voice was deep, tinged with an indescribable complexity of emotions. This might not be the 5th stage we know. This is nonsense. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He paused for a moment, his tone tinged with self-mockery, fighting opponents of a higher rank? We've seen it before, and we've even done it ourselves. But mastering the rules of a higher tier to this extent, especially the rules of the earth, is another matter entirely. Old Mo, tell me, isn't it time to update the basic knowledge of cultivation in our world? Mo Tianqing fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting, as if struggling to process this shocking revelation. Perhaps. He slowly uttered 2 words, his voice heavy with uncertainty. What we had always taken for granted was completely irrelevant in his presence. This is no longer something that can be explained by genius. Genius is achieving the utmost within the rules. But the person before us has already mastered the rules themselves, manipulating them at will. Monster. Xiao Zhan muttered, the word slipping out of his mouth, yet he still felt it was insufficient to describe the impact the other had caused. No, it was a demon. A complete and utter demon. Mo Tianqing didn't argue, but his expression grew even more solemn. It seems that this battle has been different from what we anticipated from the very beginning. This Sumo is hiding his true abilities too well. I now seriously doubt his professional level. D class? Huh, do you believe that? I certainly don't. A creature summoned by a D-rank summoner is a dragon that can control the rules and comprehend the domain at the 5th stage? Whoever believes that is an idiot. They were all deceived by Sumo. Are you saying he's actually a god-tier character? Xiao Zhan was startled. He didn't know. Mo Tianqing shook his head, but added, have you ever seen a god-level being capable of doing this? Perhaps we have truly encountered an existence beyond the realm of the ordinary. An anomaly that defies our current understanding. Deep and unfathomable. This is the most heart-pounding part. The odd one out. Xiao Zhan murmured these 2 words repeatedly, a complex gleam flashing in his eyes. It was a mix of shock, confusion, and a faint sense of excitement. Because this anomaly was one of their own kind. And it comes from his city, Carlo. The battle continues. The Holy Lord slowly lowered his hand. The earthen yellow light screen also dissipated. He swept his gaze over the remaining 5 dragon descendants, his eyes brimming with the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. I told you. Your strength is useless to me. Despair. A despair deeper than that felt by Pan Shan at the moment of his death instantly gripped the hearts of the 5 dragon descendants. Even the courage to resist was crushed into oblivion by this overwhelming disparity in power. Even the courage to resist was crushed into oblivion by the overwhelming disparity in power. The Holy Lord's lips curled into a cruel smile. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. He didn't even bother to use any fancy moves. His figure suddenly blurred. The rabbit talisman spell took effect. In the next instant, he had already appeared dozens of meters away, closing in on the nearest dragonborn winter. Chapter 84, One Strike, One Dragonborn. Ling Dong's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips. So fast. This isn't just speed anymore, it's like teleportation. The icy power coursing through Ling Dong's entire body erupted in an instant, forming a thick ice crystal shield that blocked the attack in front of him. He knew he couldn't stop it. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for his doom. Even if there's just a sliver of a chance, he must fight for it. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all struggles seem futile. The figure of the Holy Lord appeared before the ice shield. The golden red dragon flames erupting from his mouth collided with the icy crystal shield of the biting winter. Crack! The extreme cold and extreme heat collided, producing a piercing cracking sound. The icy shield of the harsh winter, in the face of that terrifying dragon flame, was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It lasted less than half a second. The ice shield shattered with a loud boom. Countless ice crystals vaporized instantly in the intense heat. The destructive dragon flames, unimpeded, directly engulfed the figure of the harsh winter. Ah! A piercing scream, so shrill it didn't sound human, echoed across the battlefield. But it lasted only an instant. It came to an abrupt halt. The dragon's flames dissipated. At the original spot, only a charred black trace remained, along with a few wisps of smoke that had not yet completely dissipated. Ling Dong, the 5th rank, 9th grade ice dragon descendant, left not even a single speck of ash behind. Completely annihilated. The remaining 4 dragon descendants were utterly devastated. Run! That was the only thought in their minds. What orders, what dignity, what revenge in the face of death, all become worthless. Jinglei's body erupted with flashes of lightning, transforming into a blinding bolt of thunder that shot toward the distant horizon at an unimaginable speed. A whirlwind of air swirled around him, blurring his form as he darted away in another direction like a ghostly apparition. The putrid swamp erupted with a burst of pitch-black miasma, transforming into a thick toxic cloud that engulfed the surrounding area, attempting to obstruct vision. Meanwhile, its true form sank into the shadows of the ground, attempting to escape using Earth-based teleportation. The figure of the shadow was the most bizarre, as if it had merged with the surrounding light and shadow. Its presence vanished in an instant, retreating silently backward. 4 peak 5th tier experts simultaneously chose 4 different directions and activated their most powerful life-saving techniques. However, the Holy Lord remained indifferently standing in place. His gaze first locked onto the fastest bolt of lightning. The Rabbit Talisman spell was activated once more. The figure of the Holy Lord vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the path where the thunderbolt was fleeing, blocking its way. Jinglei's soul surged forth, and without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his thunderous power into his claws, transforming them into a furious thunder dragon that lunged toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord remained expressionless, simply raising his hand and waving it casually. He did not invoke the power of the rules. It was merely pure physical strength, enveloped in a faint golden red energy. Boom! The thunder dragon let out a mournful cry and shattered into pieces. The Holy Lord's fist, as swift as a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, struck directly against the thunderbolt's chest. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. Jinglei's body flew backward like and the life in his eyes quickly faded away. At the same time, the figure of the Holy Lord once again became blurred. He didn't even glance at the corpse of the thunderbolt. Target! The speed of the swift wind was indeed fast, but his speed was still no match for the Holy Lord, who possessed the rabbit seal. He appeared behind the swift wind like a ghost. Hand raised, claws struck. Put! The head of the whirlwind shot into the sky, still bearing traces of fear and disbelief on its face. The headless body, driven by inertia, flew hundreds of meters before finally plummeting to the ground, lifeless. After dealing with the whirlwind, the Holy Lord's gaze turned toward the spreading toxic cloud. He took a deep breath. Dragon symbol spell. The scorching dragon's breath erupted once more, but this time it did not charge straight ahead. Instead, it transformed into a sea of flames, instantly igniting the toxic cloud. Sizzle! The toxic cloud burned violently in the high temperature, emitting a piercing sound. The corrosive toxins within were utterly ineffective against the Holy Lord, who was protected by the horse talisman. Beneath the ground, a blurry figure suddenly darted out. It was the corrupt swamp attempting to escape via earth-based techniques. His miasma shield was countered by the dragon's breath, and his earth escape technique was forced out by the intense heat. What greeted him was a massive dragon claw covered in dense scales. Boom! The swamp was smashed into the ground by a single claw, leaving a deep dragon-shaped crater. Dark green blood and flesh scattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the 3 powerful dragon descendants fell. The Holy Lord's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally coming to rest on an empty space. He furrowed his brows slightly. That shadowy figure, skilled in concealment, had vanished without a trace. It wasn't because he was too fast to escape his perception. Rather, it was like a droplet of water merging into the ocean, completely vanishing without a trace of its form or presence. The Holy Lord closed his eyes, trying to sense it. Nothing. I can't find it. That guy's concealment skills are truly unique. Did one get away? That's interesting. The Holy Lord shook the bloodstains from his claws, as if he had casually crushed a few annoying insects. As for the Shadow Holy Lord, he did not pursue further. Because his master, Sumo, had taken action. Yaoling saw that the Holy Lord had halted his pursuit, and those icy eyes were not fixed on him. Instead, they turned elsewhere. Seizing this opportunity, he frantically channeled his extraordinary abilities, his form blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding light and shadow. Leaving no trace in the air, he fled for his life. Panshan, Lingdong, Jinglei, Jifeng, Fuzhou. 5 companions, 5 powerful 5th tier peak dragon descendants. In the face of that terrifying entity, they were slaughtered as easily as chickens and dogs. Their strength, their speed in the face of that overwhelming power, they seemed so laughable, so utterly helpless. Yet he, relying solely on his unparalleled stealth techniques, managed to escape from that certain death. The shadowy figure had already fled to an extreme distance, its form completely blending into the gaps between light and shadow, its presence concealed to the utmost, as if it had never existed at all. He could even sense that the terrifying perception of the Holy Lord no longer lingered upon him. Safe, temporarily safe. A fleeting sense of relief after narrowly escaping danger caused his tense nerves to relax slightly. Sure enough, in critical moments, it's always the ability to survive that matters most. What honor? What dignity? In the face of survival, none of that matters. Finally, I've gotten rid of that monster. He fled another few dozen miles before confirming that the terrifying sense of oppression had completely vanished. The shadowy figure dared to slow down slightly, its taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. He couldn't resist glancing back, but the battlefield had already vanished beyond the horizon. But the horrific scenes continued to replay endlessly in his mind. Fortunately, my specialty isn't direct combat, but this stealthy escape technique that keeps me alive. However, just as he began to regain his composure, a strange, extremely subtle sense of being watched crept up on him, like maggots gnawing at his bones, silently and without warning. It did not originate from the direction of the Holy Sovereign behind them. But it is everywhere. Chapter 85, Sorry, invisibility doesn't work on me. It felt as though countless pairs of eyes were coldly watching him from a higher, more distant dimension. The shadow's moment of triumph froze, and a chill ran down his spine to the top of his head. What's going on? You think you got away? Suddenly, a calm voice rang out before him, causing Yao Ying's hair to stand on end. There was no one in front of him. Where is the sound coming from? Who? The shadowy figure shouted harshly. He forced himself to suppress the urge to turn and run, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction from which the voice had come. Come out! The air rippled slightly, and a figure materialized from thin air, slowly appearing not far ahead of him. The one who had arrived was none other than Sumo. Yao Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could he be here? How could he have found me? How could you possibly find my location? The voice of the shadow was filled with astonishment and confusion. His powerful ability to remain hidden. Even the terrifying existence of the Holy Emperor had abandoned the pursuit. Why is this seemingly ordinary summoner able to pinpoint my location with such precision? This defies logic. This is impossible. Sumo looked at him. He raised his hand, holding a peculiar eyeball-shaped ornament in the palm of his hand. It was dark purple all over, with a swirling vortex at its center, emitting a mysterious glow. Nothing is impossible. Sumo's voice remained calm. I was right here watching you perform your disappearing act. He waved the accessory in his hand. Meet the Tyrant's Eye. One of the effects of the Tyrant's Eye. True sight can see through most illusions, disguises, and stealth effects. Therefore, the stealth technique that the Shadow Clan prides itself on and relies on for survival. Before Sumo, it was as good as non-existent. A sense of absurdity and immense fear that defied description caused the shadow to instinctively take a half step back. How could this be possible? Even that powerful dragon couldn't completely lock him down and eventually gave up. But this summoner standing before him, what gives him the right? Is he more terrifying than that monster? No. That's not right. The problem lies in that strange eyeball. A prop. Just a single prop was enough to ruin his greatest talent. The very thing he relied on to survive, the thing that had saved him countless times. This is the ultimate mockery of him. In fear, the shadowy figure suddenly shuddered and forced down the waves of terror surging in his heart. He was no reckless fool after a momentary lapse of composure. The instinct to survive made him immediately scan his surroundings with caution while heightening his senses to the limit. Nothing. I can't feel it. No. The Holy Lord did not come with us. There is only this summoner before us. Alone. This discovery immediately caused the fear in Yu Ying's heart to dissipate as quickly as the receding tide. In its place came a wild joy at having survived, along with a murderous intent. The dragon was gone. Only this summoner remains. Even if a summoner possesses a treasure that can pierce through concealment, what good would it do? The true power of a summoner lies in their summoned creatures. Without the protection of powerful summoned creatures, summoners themselves are often fragile and easily defeated. The deaths of Pan Shan and Lingdong were indeed tragic and terrifying. But that was against a monster like the Holy Lord. And the one before us is just the summoner himself. If you can't defeat that dragon, how can you not kill a summoner who has lost his claws and fangs? A thought, like a venomous snake, coiled itself around the shadow's heart. What if I could kill this summoner right here? The shadow's breathing suddenly grew heavy, and his heart pounded wildly. It wasn't fear, but a twisted excitement. Just kill you. Just kill you, the summoner's true form. According to the summoning rules, wouldn't that terrifying dragon disappear on its own once it loses its summoning source? Or be forcibly returned? The moment that thought crossed his mind, it spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing his entire body. At that point, not only would the crisis be averted, 6 5th-tier peak-level companions had fallen, yet he, the Shadow, had managed to kill the summoner who was the mastermind behind it all. What an incredible feat! At this thought, the nerves that had been taut with fear in the Shadow's body finally relaxed completely. In its place came an overwhelming sense of confidence, tinged with a hint of cruel satisfaction. He slowly straightened his body, his head slightly raised. The gaze he cast toward Suemo was filled with unhidden murderous intent and a condescending scrutiny, as if appraising a prey that had already fallen into a trap. The shadowy figure let out a low, enigmatic chuckle, its voice tinged with hoarseness and a chill. "Young man, I must say, you're truly lucky to possess such a unique treasure." His tone carried a hint of amusement, as if he were teasing a mouse. "To see through my concealment is indeed surprising. But that's as far as it goes. Do you know what the worst thing you've ever done is?" Suemo looked at the other person with great interest. He could sense the other person's intent to kill him. In an instant, he figured out the other person's intentions. "Do you think you're weaker than other summoners and can be easily bullied?" "Interesting." Suemo smiled slightly. The massive dragon-like form of the Shadow approached Suemo, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Your mistake was facing me alone. Your big dog isn't here. Without that dog to bully people. You think, with you just a summoner hiding in the back, you dare to give me orders?" The Shadow licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes flashing with malice. "I can't beat that dragon. I give up. But I'll kill you, the summoner, take your treasures, and watch that dragon disappear because it's lost its master." That would be quite satisfying." He moved his body, and his joints cracked loudly. A cold and sharp aura locked onto Suemo. "You're asking for it, kid. Don't come crying to me when you get what's coming to you. Now, die." The shadowy figure left only a faint afterimage behind, its true form having transformed into a black line too swift for the naked eye to follow, charging straight toward Suemo. Speed. This is the pride of being a dragon-blooded assassin. Even without stealth, his unmatched speed alone is enough to tear apart most of his peers. He could already envision it. In the next instant, the fragile summoner's chest was pierced, and blood spurted out. The damned smile on his face froze into an expression of horror and agony. He was going to crush the summoner's heart with his own hands. Countless thoughts flashed through the Shadow's mind in an instant, and his excitement reached its peak. Too slow. A calm voice, as if piercing through the howling wind, clearly reached the ears of the shadowy figure. Slow? Who's slow? The thought flashed through Yao Ying's mind, but it was too absurd to linger. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Suemo didn't even step back, and the expression of interest on his face remained unchanged. Only his pitch-black eyes seemed to flicker with a faint trace of mockery. Put! A faint yet incredibly clear sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the air. It wasn't Sumo's head exploding. It was the chest of the Shadow. Chapter 86, Suemo, this kid is really awesome. Yao Ying's movements came to an abrupt halt, and his massive dragon body froze mid-air. The momentum of his charge caused him to stumble. He looked down in disbelief. In the exact center of his chest, where his heart should have been, a massive hole had appeared out of nowhere. The edges of the bowl-shaped hole were a mess of blood and flesh, with shattered scales mixed with scalding dragon blood. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it gushed out, instantly staining the ground before him red. His heart was shattered on impact? The power, like a punctured balloon, rapidly drained from his body. Intense pain came on slowly, but what followed was a bone-chilling coldness and a sense of utter confusion. How could this be? Ying's mind seemed to freeze. He saw Suemo. The other person was still standing in the same spot, not even changing his posture. Only the tips of his fingers were enveloped in a faint, almost imperceptible, yet utterly pure energy fluctuation. What just happened? What did he do? One finger? Just one finger? Why? How could a summoner possibly be him? Did he do it? How did he do it? No magical fluctuations, no summoned creatures appeared, and not even a proper movement could be seen. It was just a casual flick of the wrist. A bone-chilling coldness, more intense than death itself, instantly engulfed the entire body of the shadowy figure. The speed he had always prided himself on was truly too slow in the face of that person? Enormous power surged out of his body like a tidal wave, and the essence of life was rapidly fading away. The excruciating pain began to numb, and vision grew blurry as darkness descended like a curtain. Why? A hoarse, whistling sound emanated from the Shadow's throat as dragon blood continued to gush from its mouth. He struggled to lift his head, using every last ounce of strength. He looked at the summoner standing there, his expression indifferent. You, a summoner, can. Before he could finish, the light in his eyes faded completely. The massive dragon's body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Those lifeless, vertical pupils, still wide open, retained the utmost shock, confusion, and a touch of absurd humor. Unable to defeat that dragon, not even the summoner himself could defeat it? Suemo gently shook his fingers, as if they were covered in some invisible dust. He looked down at the still warm dragon corpse on the ground, a faint smile curving his lips. Who said summoners have to hide in the back? There are always some idiots who like to use their own ignorance to measure other people's worlds. The air was thick with the smell of blood, yet the surroundings were eerily quiet. Only Suemo remained, standing beside the massive dragon corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5th rank 9th grade dragon spawn shadow. You have obtained a large amount of experience points as a reward. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 18 points of slaughter value and 2 chances to spin the roulette wheel. Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to level 5, grade 7. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. 5th stage, 7th level already? Suemo felt the surging power within his body and nodded in satisfaction. This steady sense of growing stronger was always a pleasant feeling. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 5th tier, 7th grade. Strength, 73,500. Agility, 72,000. Intelligence, 71,500. Spirit, 71,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 65 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon Creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 5th tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Core, current maximum summonable quantity, 13,000. Special Abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, S-Rank Upgradable Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill count, 751. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoiding Compass A rank, Tyrant's IS rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. In addition to being upgraded to level 5, grade 7. Suemo also gained 126 points of slaughter value and 10 chances to spin the slaughter wheel. Combined with the previous 30 chances, Suemo now has a total of 40 chances to enter the lottery. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord's level has successfully been upgraded to the 5th rank, 9th grade, and is now just one step away from the 6th rank. Summoned Creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Rank, 5th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 115,000. Agility, 110,000. Intelligence, 105,500. Spirit, 110,500. Special Attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special Ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 20,000 units. Special Ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Great Earth Rule Power. By defeating the Crimson Flame and the Black King, the Holy Ruler will surely advance to the 6th rank. Sumo's gaze fell upon Qi Yan and He Wang, who were engaged in fierce combat with Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan. On the other side, the battle between the 4 top-tier powerhouses shook the heavens and the earth. Although Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were incredibly powerful, they had been through a series of relentless pursuits and were still injured. Gradually, they began to feel overwhelmed, focusing more on defense than offense. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, the Black King and Crimson Flame's bodies trembled simultaneously, their hearts skipped a beat, and their movements involuntarily halted. They suddenly sensed the presence of the 7 dragon descendants sent to deal with the summoner. In an incredibly short amount of time, one after another, they completely vanished. How is that possible? All 7 dragon descendants have been wiped out? Were they defeated by that human summoner and his dragon pet? Qi Yan and He Wang both flashed an expression of disbelief and horror in their eyes. Dead? Did they all die so quickly in the harsh winter? Even if the opponent is a freak who mastered the power of the rule domain at the 5th rank, it's impossible to do that in such a short time. Slaughter all 7 5th tier, 9th grade dragon descendants in such a short time, right? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing also swiftly detected their opponent's momentary lapse in concentration and the sudden disappearance of several powerful auras from the battlefield. They exchanged glances, first in shock, then their faces simultaneously erupted with wild joy. That kid, Suemo, is really something. In such a short time, he actually killed all 7 5th rank 9th grade dragon descendants. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Chapter 87, Stop messing around, hurry up and run. Chapter 87, Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and run. Ha! Cough cough. Xiao Zhan forced himself to suppress the pain in his injured body caused by his laughter. The gun barrel pointed at the Black King, whose face was ashen and clearly in a state of shock, as he erupted into a deafening laugh. What's wrong? Did you sense it? Your 7 worthless subordinates seem to have been wiped out in one fell swoop. They sure died quickly. Mo Tianqing flickered out of the way, dodging Qi Yan's instinctive counterattack, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems your reinforcements are of no use. Now it's your turn to hit the road. Facing the mockery of Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan, the Black Dragon King's nostrils expelled 2 streams of scorching white smoke. It forced down the surging waves of fear and the ominous premonition in its heart and roared angrily. Even if they're dead. Do you really think that with your 2 severely injured bodies, you can possibly stand against us? Ha! Xiao Zhan laughed even more heartily, with a hint of satisfaction. You've been chasing me all the way here. In the end, your own men were all killed. Black King, you're really weak. You. The Black King's massive dragon head suddenly turned toward Xiao Zhan, and the scorching hot air streaming from its nostrils nearly ignited the air. Just as it was about to launch an all-out attack, the massive wings of the crimson flames silently blocked the attack, and its gaze swept sharply across the distant figure emanating pure dragon might. He lowered his voice and spoke in dragon language, audible only to the 2 of them. Stay calm, Black King. Let's go. The Black King suddenly turned his head and glared at Crimson Flame. Go? Why should we go? What about the task the demon dragon entrusted to us? Are we just going to let them go like this? At the thought of the punishment he might face for failing the mission, a fleeting glimpse of fear flashed in the Black King's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. Mission? Qi Yan snorted coldly. Although Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were severely injured, they were still fighting like cornered beasts, and a desperate counterattack would not be an easy task. Even if we manage to win, how much time will it take? Haven't you seen that guy over there? Qi Yan nodded toward the direction of the Holy Master, his tone unusually solemn. He was able to silently eliminate the 7 5th-tier, 9th-grade dragon descendants of Lingdong in such a short time. Do you think the 2 of us, even if we join forces, could guarantee victory? Don't forget, the summoner himself isn't exactly a pushover either. If he can make that dragon pet attack, wouldn't he have a backup plan? Earlier, that human summoner was mysteriously close to the frost, and then used an item to kill him. Who can guarantee that? This guy doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve? Black King followed Crimson Flame's gesture and looked over, only to meet the Holy Lord's indifferent golden vertical pupils, causing his heart to skip a beat. That gaze seemed to be looking at 2 corpses. He forced down the chill and remained unwilling. Damn it! Is that all there is to it? What's the point of not giving up? Qi Yan retorted. Keep fighting. Even if we manage to kill these 2 humans in the end, we'll likely pay a heavy price. Moreover, there's a pure-blooded dragon of unknown strength lurking nearby, watching us intently. Qi Yan changed the subject abruptly, his voice tinged with a hint of temptation. And think about it, we'll be bringing back news of the existence of a pure-blooded dragon clan. This achievement, doesn't it outweigh the mistake of failing the mission? If the Dragon Lord finds out, not only will he not punish us, but he might even reward us generously. The Black King heaved heavily, the rage in his dragon eyes gradually suppressed by solemnity and a hint of greed he couldn't hide. The bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon clan was an irresistible temptation for any dragon. The weight of this news is indeed sufficient to offset the risks of mission failure, and may even bring immense benefits. He glanced at Mo Tianqing, who was still smirking, and Xiao Zhan, who was standing with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly, and the frustration in his heart was about to explode. But reason told him that Qi Yan was right. If they continued fighting, there were too many variables, and they might even end up losing here themselves. He forced himself to suppress the urge to tear these 2 humans and the summoner to pieces, managing to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth. All right. Having made the decision to retreat, the Black King's dragon eyes, blazing with anger, fixed intently on Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing. Finally, they settled on Su Mo and the Holy Lord in the distance with an extremely sinister expression. The unhidden intent to kill was almost tangible, as if it were etching their images into the depths of their souls. Today, I will spare you for now. The Black King's voice rolled like a distant thunderclap. But we've taken note of this debt. Wait and see, you'll all die soon. Before he could finish speaking, the Black King's massive dragon wings suddenly flapped, stirring up a whirlwind, and his enormous body turned direction without hesitation, speeding toward the distant horizon. Qi Yan cast a deep glance at the Holy Lord, his expression complex and enigmatic, betraying both caution and a faint, barely perceptible hint of excitement. He then spread his dragon wings and followed closely behind the Black King, transforming into a crimson streak as he soared toward the horizon. Hey! You're just running away? Xiao Zhan paused for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter, the sound causing his wounds to throb painfully once more. Ha! Coward! You were so arrogant just now. I thought you were all brave. He was leaning on a long spear. If you're so skilled, don't run away. Come back and fight 300 more rounds. Grandpa hasn't had enough yet. Of course, that's just me talking. In his current condition, forget about 300 rounds, even 30 rounds would likely cost him his life. But who is Xiao Zhan? He may lose the battle, but he won't lose the war. Cough, cough. Another fit of coughing nearly caused Xiao Zhan to lose his balance. Mo Tianqing leaned against a charred rock, watching Xiao Zhan's stubborn expression. He couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, wanting to laugh but fearing it would aggravate his injuries, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, save your strength. If you really call them back, you'll be the first one to fall. He let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing. I never would have thought it, but we actually managed to survive those two guys. He looked down at the deep wounds on his body, where the bones were visible, and smiled bitterly. I was lucky. I almost died here. It all started when I was chased by the Black King and Crimson Flame, along with a large group of dragon descendants. They had already prepared for the worst, even ready to burn their life essence in a desperate final battle. Who could have imagined that the situation would take such a dramatic turn? Not only did they survive, but their enemies fled in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Xiao Zhan snorted, his gaze shifting toward the direction where Su Mo and the Holy Lord had been, his tone growing serious. All of this depends on that young man, Su Mo. Chapter 88, If you can't escape, then fight. Mo Tianqing nodded in agreement. If it weren't for his timely arrival, and that dragon, the two of us would have been doomed today. That guy is kind of interesting. Xiao Zhan grinned, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration. You've hidden it well enough, you've been keeping this up your sleeve all along. If we had known he was this powerful, we wouldn't have bothered running. Exactly. He dared to deceive me for 3 years. I must confront him and settle this properly. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan's gaze swept around the area once more, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Ha! Where's Su Mo? Xiao Zhan looked around. The summoner and his dragon pet who had been standing there just now were gone. Now, they were nowhere to be seen. The empty battlefield was left with nothing but scattered debris and the lingering stench of blood. Even the pure dragon's might that had once sent shivers down the spine had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Mo Tianqing was also stunned. The two exchanged glances, seeing only gravity and confusion in each other's eyes. What's this kid up to now? There he goes, chasing after the direction where Crimson Flame and Black King left. Mo Tianqing pointed toward the horizon, and Xiao Zhan followed his gaze in the direction he indicated. That kid. High above, between the clouds. The wind howls fiercely, sweeping across a man and a dragon. Su Mo stood atop the broad back of the Holy Lord, his robes fluttering in the wind. He charged forward toward the two rapidly shrinking black dots on the horizon. Escape? Su Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. You're thinking too highly of yourself. The Holy Lord is currently at the peak of the 5th rank, just a step away from the legendary 6th rank. This final step requires a vast amount of experience. Compared to slowly grinding low-level monsters to accumulate experience. How much faster is it to directly slay 2 6th-tier Dragon Clan members? Not to mention. Su Mo's gaze narrowed slightly, fleetingly revealing a hint of coldness. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains or letting an enemy return to its lair had never been his style. Now that a mortal enmity has been forged, how could we possibly allow these two immense threats to depart unharmed, only to return and strike again in the future? The Black King's venomous glare and unhidden intent to kill as he departed were clear as day to him. Those words, "You will all die," were no empty threat. With the pride of the Dragon Clan and our relentless nature, we will not rest until we have avenged our kin. The shame they have suffered today, they will surely repay 1,000-fold. Next time, they will bring it upon themselves. It might not just be the Dragonborn army, it could even be the so-called Dragon Lord himself. At that point, the situation will become even more complicated. The most prudent course of action is to nip the danger in the bud. Master, please rest assured. These two hybrid dragons, I will definitely cut off their heads and kick them like a ball today. The Holy Lord stared at the two figures ahead. Two decrepit old men clinging to life, thinking they could escape? The rabbit talisman takes effect. The speed surged once more, resembling a golden lightning bolt tearing through the sky. The air currents at high altitudes were violently pushed aside, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Su Mo stood on the back of the Holy Lord, his stance as steady as a rock, the gale unable to even rustle the hem of his robe. The Black King and the Crimson Flame had clearly also sensed the pursuing troops behind them. Red Flame glanced back, and a flash of shock crossed his dragon-like eyes. That summoner is actually chasing after us? He's looking for trouble. The Black King roared, his voice shaking the clouds. You insolent creature! How dare you dare to pursue and kill this king? He suddenly stopped, his massive dragon body cutting through the air with a piercing whistle, actually intending to turn and face the enemy. Since he had come to me willingly, I would kill him first. It would be the perfect way to vent my pent-up anger. Calm down. Shi Yan hurriedly stopped him. Go first. Return and report to the Demon Dragon Lord, then we will decide what to do. What are you afraid of? The Black King is furious. He's alone. No matter how powerful the dragon is, it can't handle both of us at the same time, can it? Though his words were tough, Black King couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he watched the golden lightning swiftly closing in. That speed was simply too fast. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Shi Yan didn't hesitate, swiping his dragon tail to forcefully drag the reluctant Black King along, accelerating once more to escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. This grudge must be avenged, but not now. However, it was precisely because of their brief stay. A golden shadow had already torn through the clouds, suddenly appearing before them and blocking their path. The massive form of the Holy Lord hovered in midair. Escape? Where do you two think you're running off to? Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon eyes contracted instantly. When did this happen? Just a moment ago, it was a tiny speck of light at the end of my vision, but now it's right in front of me? How fast is this thing? Is at least twice as fast as theirs? You bastard! You're asking for death. The Black King roared, dragon's breath surging in his throat, the scorching heat causing the surrounding clouds to twist and evaporate. He suddenly took a step forward, adopting an attacking stance. Do you really think this king is afraid of you? Oh? The Holy Lord tilted his massive head slightly, his tone tinged with amusement. Aren't you afraid? Then why did you run just now? Were you warming up? You! The Black King was so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This dragon's mouth is too venomous. You came alone to intercept us, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Shi Yan glared at the Holy Master. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord's massive dragon head swayed slightly, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. What's the matter? To deal with you vermin, this dragon alone is enough to tear you both to pieces, skin you, and hang you in the sky to dry as cured meat. Black King, attack. Black King, attack. At that moment, Shi Yan no longer hesitated and struck first. Given the speed the Holy Lord had demonstrated, continuing to flee would only be a slow death, needlessly draining their strength. Moreover, he noticed that Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing had not yet arrived. In other words, now he and the Black King are in a 2-against-1 situation. Under a sudden attack, there is a high probability of severely wounding or even killing this dragon. Regardless of the situation, their pressure would suddenly decrease. At that point, the decision to stay or leave will be entirely in their own hands. Roar! The Black King was already seething with anger, and the Holy Lord's few words only served to fan the flames of his rage, causing it to erupt like a volcano. At that moment, hearing Crimson Flame's orders was exactly what he wanted. The humiliating escape is finally over. Just what I wanted. Kill this arrogant bastard. The Black King roared, his voice filled with long-suppressed savagery. Before his words had even finished, two completely different yet equally colossal and overwhelming dragon auras erupted with a thunderous crash. Chapter 89, starting with a big move. Upon the Crimson Dragon's body. Every crimson scale suddenly burst into a blinding glow, resembling red-hot branding irons. The surrounding space suddenly warped, and endless crimson instantly engulfed the area for miles around. The Crimson Flame Domain. Burning, fierce, destruction. Within this domain, the Crimson Flames reigned supreme. His eyes blazed with intense flames, and with a flick of his wrist, the energy of the entire domain surged wildly toward him. Flaming heaven. A low roar echoed across the heavens and earth. At the core of the Crimson Flame Domain, a crimson sun as solid as glass yet wildly unrestrained rose slowly into the sky. This is not a real sun, but rather the ultimate strike formed by Crimson Flame using its own rules and domain power. Facing the Holy Lord, he came straight out with his killing move. The Crimson Sun locked onto the Holy Lord below, incinerating everything in its path as it crashed down with a thunderous roar. What terrifying flames! They feel far hotter than the current Holy Lord's dragon flames. Standing atop the Holy Lord's body, Suemo felt the intense heat, as if the blood in his body was about to evaporate. According to his estimation, the Holy Lord's abilities above the flames would be completely suppressed by the other party until he gained control over the primordial source of his fire demon. How dare you show off your skills in front of me? Faced with this earth-shattering blow, the Holy Lord stood atop the scorched earth. His body had fused with the vast expanse of land beneath his feet. Thick soil. Boom! The earth shook violently. Centered around the holy ruler, a yellowish-brown halo rapidly expanded, and the ground writhed and rose like a living creature. In an instant, 1, 2, 3, countless thick, earth-colored walls rose up from the ground. Layers upon layers, resembling blooming petals or a coiled dragon. These barriers are not mere earthen walls, but rather structures formed by the holy ruler manipulating the rules of the earth and drawing upon the boundless power of the earth's veins. They embody the supreme defensive principles capable of supporting all things and standing as firm as a mountain. The next moment, the crimson sun, enveloped in the fiery might of the heavens, collided violently with the layered earthen barriers. Boom! The deafening roar seemed to shatter the eardrums, and terrifying energy shockwaves spread out in a ring, crushing everything in their path. The intense collision and annihilation of crimson and earth yellow light erupted into billions of blinding sparks, making it impossible to look directly at the scene. What a terrifying collision. We'll hurry over there. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing both felt the overwhelming shockwaves generated by the collision of the two forces, and their expressions grew incredibly solemn. They never expected that their first encounter would be a life or death showdown. The crimson flame domain erupted in violent fluctuations, with flames surging and swirling. Meanwhile, the earthen yellow barrier by the Holy Sovereign, though violently trembling, with fine cracks even appearing on the outermost layer. However, it remained steadfastly upright, firmly holding back the overwhelming power of the fiery sky. Endless power surged from the depths of the earth into the barrier, repairing the damage and maintaining the defense. Just as the fiery flames and the power of the Holy Lord collided violently, drawing everyone's attention to this earth-shaking showdown. Without any warning, an extreme, pure darkness, like ink dropped into clear water, spread silently and steadily. This darkness is not merely the absence of light, but a deeper form of deprivation. The figure of the Black King had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at some point, his arms spread wide. The realm of darkness descends into eternal night. In stark contrast to the fiery heat of the Crimson Flame realm, the Black King's realm is one of absolute silence and nothingness. The speed at which the domain spreads is beyond comprehension. Almost the moment it appeared, it enveloped the Holy Lord, who was desperately maintaining the earth barrier. Ha! Sumo's heart sank. He clearly felt that everything around him had vanished. Even his mental perception had been completely blocked. What truly sent a chill down his spine was that he vaguely sensed that the Holy Sovereign's control over the Earth's elemental power had become somewhat stagnant and obscure. The Black King's domain was far more than just a barrier to perception. It is also attempting to sever the sacred ruler's close connection with this vast land. This dark realm is far more bizarre and tyrannical than he ever imagined. Damn it! Sumo's heart sank suddenly. In an instant, he realized the sinister intentions of the two old dragons. What a cunning collaboration! Qi Yan is responsible for the frontal assault, drawing all attention. Meanwhile, the Black King takes advantage of the situation to activate his domain, dragging the Holy Lord into an environment where he can best utilize his abilities. Not only did he deprive the Holy Lord of his senses, but he also severed the source of his power. Once the Holy Lord's control over the earth barrier weakens and he is severed from the earth vein by darkness, the defenses will eventually be completely shattered by the crimson flames burning heaven. At that point, those trapped within this absolute darkness, the Holy Lord, deprived of perception and with their power supply blocked, would be no more than fish on the Black King's chopping block, at his mercy. Ugh, the tactics are so dirty. Sumo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, while his vigilance was raised to the highest level. Being locked in a small dark room, with the constant threat of being attacked, was an absolutely dreadful feeling. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were rushing toward them at breakneck speed, transforming into two streaks of light. This is the dark realm of the Black King. Xiao Zhan's expression turned grim in an instant, and he let out a startled cry. Oh no! The Holy Lord has been dragged inside. Almost the moment the dark realm took shape. In the perceptions of the two, it became blurred and indistinct, as if it might be completely erased at any moment. The two exchanged glances and saw the urgency in each other's eyes. These two dragons worked together with such perfect coordination and ruthlessness, striking with a fatal blow from the very first move. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan held nothing back, pushing their speed to the absolute limit once more. And in the depths of that absolute darkness, because their power was blocked by the darkness, the Holy Lord's defenses were rapidly fading under the intense assault of the crimson flames, and the earth and yellow light was growing dimmer by the second. This can't go on any longer. I have to do something. Sumo's pupils suddenly contracted, and the tyrant's eye in the palm of his hand erupted with an eerie purple glow. Activate true vision. A dark purple halo swirled deep within his pupils, attempting to pierce through the thick, ink-like darkness. However, what sent Han Shen's heart racing was the tyrant's eye was also unable to completely lock onto the Black King's figure within the dark domain. The next second, the Black King's cold voice echoed from all directions. In my domain, I am the master. Now, accept my judgment. Put. A dark claw suddenly appeared behind the Holy Lord and fiercely tore through his dragon scales. Dragon blood gushed forth instantly. Roar! The Holy Lord let out a painful roar, and his massive dragon body shook violently. Even more terrifying was the fact that the wound was now wrapped in a strange black mist, which was steadily corroding the wound. Ha! Do you feel despair yet? In this endless night, I am the only ruler. The Black King's voice echoed uncertainly in the darkness. A sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Previously, he had been severely oppressed by the Holy Emperor. Now it seems that the other party isn't as powerful as we thought. Even if they're a fifth-tier anomaly who's mastered the power of the rules, so what? As long as they haven't reached the 6th rank. Within his dark domain, you will still be mercilessly slaughtered. Chapter 90, I have countless eyes watching you, what good will hiding do? This is the bone-eating claw imbued with the essence of darkness. Even a pure-blooded dragon clan wouldn't stand a chance. Gak! A deep dragon's roar echoed through the air. Before the words had even finished, the Holy Lord suddenly opened his dragon eyes wide, and dazzling golden light burst forth from the gaps between his scales. Is that all you've got? The voice of the Holy Lord, tinged with mockery, echoed through the darkness. The power of the horse talisman surged through his entire body. The once hideous claw marks healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they were as good as new, as if they had never been injured at all. The Black King's laughter abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. In the darkness, those cold, vertical pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Bone-eating claws is his ultimate killing move, condensed from his dark essence. The accompanying dark corrosive power is so potent that even a dragon of the same 6th tier rank would be no match for it. Once struck, there is absolutely no chance of recovering so easily. That dark energy, like maggots feasting on bone, is sufficient to cause the wound to continue deteriorating, constantly eroding the opponent's vitality. But now, that gruesome wound, right under his nose, vanished in the blink of an eye? Not even a single trace remained? You're joking. The momentary sense of triumph vanished instantly, and Black King even felt his dragon face grow slightly warm. This was a swift and unexpected blow. Humph. Playing games. Black King forced down the shock in his heart, and his voice once again turned cold and harsh. I refuse to believe that such regenerative abilities come without a price. Let's see how long you can hold out. Boom. No longer the stealthy ambush of before. This time, the Black King has completely erupted. 1,000 dark assaults. Whoosh! In an instant, countless dim, icy beams of light flashed through the darkness. No longer were they single claw strikes, but hundreds upon hundreds of dark energies condensed to their utmost, transforming into various forms. From all directions, with no blind spots, they surged toward the massive dragon body of the Holy Lord. Humph! The Holy Ruler let out a cold snort. A dull yellow light flared once more, and massive, angular rock shields surrounded his dragon-like body, spinning rapidly. Clang! The intense clashes echoed wildly through the dark realm. Shadowy claws, spikes, and blades collide fiercely against the spinning rock shields, erupting in blinding bursts of energy. Rock and earth shatter, and dark energy erupts in all directions. Rock shields are rapidly depleting, with more being shattered and reduced to dust, dissipating into the darkness. However, at the same time, new rock shields are continuously forming and solidifying under the support of the Holy Lord's power. However, the Black King's attacks were simply too dense and too swift. Additionally, Crimson Flame also increased his power output at the same time. 1 against 2, especially under the constraints of the Dark Realm. The Holy Lord immediately found himself at a loss. From time to time, he was wounded by attacks from both sides. However, thanks to the horse talisman amulet he wore, the injuries he sustained could heal quickly. Useless. The Black King's voice carried a hint of madness. My attacks are endless. No matter how fast you heal, you'll eventually run out of energy. This guy made Sumo's eyelids twitch. The Black King was right. If we keep getting beaten like this, even with the horse talisman, it's too frustrating. With one side gaining strength and the other losing, the situation is indeed unfavorable for the Holy Lord. I must find a way to determine the Black King's location. The only way to break this deadlock is to pinpoint the Black King's location. However, even the tyrants I cannot accurately pinpoint the enemy's location. What should we do? Unless there are countless eyes spread throughout this darkness. A flash of insight struck Sumo's mind like a bolt of lightning. Eyes. He didn't have countless eyes, but he had countless units that could serve as eyes. Got it. Sumo clapped his hands sharply. Ghost soldiers. Hum. Behind Sumo, the space slightly warped, and blurry human-shaped shadows quietly emerged. 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, countless ghostly soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. As soon as these ghostly soldiers appeared, they instinctively spread out into the surrounding darkness. They were born of darkness itself, and in this realm of darkness, they moved with ease and agility. Imagine if the entire dark realm were a pitch-black room. Then each ghost soldier is a miniature probe that Sumo has placed inside the room. A single probe may have limited functionality, but when hundreds or even thousands of probes operate simultaneously, covering every corner of the room, the situation is completely different. Sumo's consciousness seemed to split into countless fragments, establishing a subtle connection with each ghostly soldier. Filter, screen, and locate. What on earth are these things? Did that summoner create them? Playing tricks. A disdainful snort echoed from the darkness. Clearly, he had also sensed the sudden appearance of these things. However, in his eyes, these mere fourth-tier ants were not worth mentioning. He could easily annihilate a large group of them with a single flick of his wrist. He didn't even bother to divert his attention to deal with them, instead focusing all his attention on the Holy Lord. However, what he failed to notice was Sumo's eyes were tightly closed at that moment, his entire mind immersed in the connection with the ghostly soldiers and the coordinated calculations of the tyrant's eye. Puff! 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 Ghostly soldiers were constantly being obliterated by the Black King's indiscriminate attacks or torn apart by the energy turbulence caused by his high-speed movements. But with each ghostly soldier's disappearance, it was as though a warning light flashed in Sumo's mind. At 30 degrees to the left front, energy fluctuations were abnormal, and 3 units vanished instantly. Behind us, near the edge of the area, there are signs of high-speed movement, and 5 units have lost connection along the path. Above, the concentration of dark energy is rapidly increasing, and 10 units have been simultaneously erased. Countless streams of information surge into Sumo's consciousness like a tidal wave. The information provided by a single ghost soldier might be insignificant, or even filled with interference. However, when hundreds or even thousands of such data points converge and are roughly located through the tyrant's eye, a map of the Black King's movement trajectory quickly took shape in Sumo's mind. The range was narrowing. Sumo's breathing grew slightly, his mind highly focused. The Black King seemed to sense something was amiss as well. Those insects were fragile, but they were spread out over too large an area. And they keep emerging endlessly, as if there were no end to them. The feeling of being stared at by these things made him feel inexplicably irritable. Dark Tide! The Black King let out a low growl. Even more ferocious dark energy swept out from him in all directions, attempting to wipe out these annoying insects in one fell swoop. However, this was exactly what Sumo had been waiting for. The larger scale, more intense energy fluctuations revealed even more information. That's the spot. Amidst the intertwining information from the tyrant's eye and countless ghostly soldier feedback, Sumo's mental map froze instantly. All the lines, all the energy flows, all pointed to the same coordinate deep within the darkness. There, a faint outline of a figure flickered briefly within the tyrant's gaze. Though still blurry, its position had been firmly locked onto. It's him! The Black King. Chapter 91, Sumo's Old Silver Coin. Found you. Almost at the same time, Sumo activated the rabbit symbol's ultimate speed power. Almost as fast as 4 teleports, charging straight toward the Black King. How is that possible? How did you get here? The moment he caught sight of Sumo, the Black King's pupils contracted sharply, almost unable to believe his eyes. This human summoner. How did he manage to pinpoint his exact location and appear before him almost instantly? The thought flashed through his mind, and the Black King instantly understood. It was those annoying guys. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by deeper contempt and cruelty. So that's how it was. The Black King's deep laughter echoed in the darkness. You found me using those insects? That's interesting. But what can you do now that you've found me? Are you rushing here to die? Killing you would be much easier than killing that dragon. The Black King let out a savage laugh, his dragon claws wrapped in dense dark energy, lunging toward Sumo, who was mere inches away. His eyes flashed with a cruel light, intent on tearing this arrogant human being into pieces. A fragile summoner with a few tricks up his sleeve, what good is that? Daring to charge at him is nothing short of suicide. However, bang! A dull thud echoed as the Black King's dragon claws were firmly blocked. Sumo single-handedly blocked the dragon claw, which was larger than his entire body, remaining completely motionless. What? The Black King's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A summoner had actually used his bare body to withstand the full force of a 6th-tier dragon's attack? How is that possible? A summoner? Sumo curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Who told you that summoners are always fragile? Before he could finish speaking, his other hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the power of the Ox Talisman surged through his body. Boom! A single punch erupted, shattering the air. The Black King felt an unstoppable force collide with him, shattering the scales on his chest and causing dragon blood to spurt out wildly. Put! The Black King's massive dragon body was sent flying backward by the punch. Cough! He coughed up a mouthful of dragon blood, his chest caved in, dragon scales shattered, and his eyes were filled with horror. How could a summoner possess such terrifying power? This completely defies common sense. Whoosh! The piercing sound of breaking through the air. The Black King, still tumbling through the air and coughing up blood, hadn't even had time to steady himself. Sumo had already closed in once more. He didn't give the Black King a moment to breathe. You're asking for death. The Black King was both shocked and furious. He suppressed the surging blood in his chest and the excruciating pain from his shattered bones. He suddenly raised his head, and a burst of bloodlight erupted from his pitch-black dragon eyes. The dark energy swirling around him erupted and contracted in an instant, resembling a collapsing black hole. Shadow Dragon Devour. In an instant, the dark energy boiling and contracting before the Black King erupted violently. It transformed into a hideous black dragon's shadow, opening its abyssal maw and lunging toward Sumo to devour him. This strike, while not powerful enough to incinerate mountains or boil seas, was more than enough to severely wound any 6th-tier existence. This strike, though not powerful enough to burn mountains or boil seas, was more than enough to severely wound any 6th-tier existence. 5th-tier beings had no chance of surviving this attack. A 5th-ranked being would have no chance of survival against such a strike. Feeling the might of this move, Sumo's eyes showed no fear, but instead revealed a look of madness. The immense power of the ox symbol and the explosive force of the dragon symbol surged wildly within his body, ultimately converging onto his right fist. At the same time, the sword jade in his left palm was activated once more. A dazzlingly sharp sword light erupted in the dark domain, emitting a blinding glow. Immediately, Sumo did not retreat but instead charged straight toward the black dragon's illusory form. Has he lost his mind? The Black King froze, his dragon face filled with confusion. Soon, he burst into laughter. This guy is looking for trouble? Fine, that saves me the trouble. A mere 5th-tier summoner dares to confront his shadow dragon devourer head-on? It's sheer suicide. The gigantic dragon's shadow formed from dark energy was powerful enough to tear him to shreds in an instant. Boom! The hideous black dragon's shadow formed by the shadow dragon's devouring attack collided fiercely with Sumo's figure. The pitch-black energy, as dark as ink, instantly engulfed Sumo's figure completely. Within the domain, deathly silence reigned. The Black King froze, his massive dragon head tilting slightly. In his crimson vertical pupils, a trace of astonishment lingered. Where was the human summoner who had just shattered his scales with a single punch, sending him flying backward in a cough of blood? Is that it? The human summoner who had slain Frostfall and forced him to retreat first, had he really been so easily killed by his shadow dragon's bite? But that's way too fast. Too clean and neat? Not even a decent attempt at resistance? It's like swatting a fly. A surreal, dreamlike sensation arises. It's going too smoothly. So smooth that it made him feel uneasy. He had originally thought that even if the Shadow Dragon Devourer could severely wound the opponent, it would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. He had even considered the possibility that the opponent might have some life-saving trump card up his sleeve, forcing him to go through another round of arduous combat. He even suspected that the opponent might have some last-ditch trump card up their sleeve, forcing him to go through the trouble of dealing with it again. But now, one move? Just one move, and that guy who had him stumped was completely wiped off the face of the earth? The Black King fell silent for a moment, his dragon-like face shifting between shadow and light. Poof! A faint smile emerged from the depths of the Black King's throat. Perhaps he was overthinking things? Maybe that guy's strength was just a temporary burst? Or perhaps it's some kind of special item with an extremely high cost, usable only once? Yes, it must be that way. A summoner is ultimately just a summoner. Even if they master some unconventional techniques, how could they ever truly compare to his noble dragon form? That punch just now might have been his limit. Facing the full force of his Shadow Dragon Devourer, his petty tricks were utterly powerless. He charged forward, not out of bravery, but out of sheer stupidity. It was a true act of suicide. At this thought, the last trace of doubt and unease in the Black King's heart was swiftly replaced by the resurgent arrogance and cruelty within him. Yes. That's it. Ha! The Black King could no longer contain himself, and his deep laughter echoed through the dark realm. At first, it was somewhat restrained, but soon it became unrestrained. Dead. 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 Idiot. Complete idiot. I thought you had some clever tricks up your sleeve, but you're just a fool who doesn't know his place. The Black King laughed wildly, his dragon body trembling, causing the wounds on his chest to flare up, forcing him to cough up several more mouthfuls of dragon blood. However, at that moment, the pain was completely overshadowed by the overwhelming joy surging within him. Without this human summoner, the remaining dragon would be no match for him. Dead? Is Sumo dead? How could that be? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were rushing over, heard the Black King's maniacal laughter and their expressions changed. How could Sumo, with his overwhelming strength, have died? This guy isn't up to something again, is he? Mo Tianqing said. Though he had only interacted with Sumo for a very short time, he had already gained some insight into his manner of conduct. He's definitely a seasoned veteran. Chapter 92, One punch, one sword, and it's over. Whether it's true or not, we should hurry and help them. It's definitely the right thing to do. Just as the Black King was laughing triumphantly, a series of loud explosions suddenly echoed through the dark realm. The ghostly soldiers that had been scattered throughout the domain. Suddenly, one by one, they exploded into black mist and vanished into thin air. The Black King's laughter abruptly ceased, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his dragon-like eyes. But then, his expression grew even more ferocious and excited. Ha, these bugs are disappearing. Sure enough, that summoner is really dead. The Black King was so excited that his scales trembled all over, and his dragon claws clenched tightly. Summoned creatures will dissipate upon the summoner's death. The summoning rules do not deceive dragons. The lingering unease and doubt that had lingered just moments ago were completely shattered in that instant, as he witnessed the ghostly soldiers scattering in disarray. What a load of nonsense about unreality. What a smooth ride. It's all in your head. That human being is a complete fool. After exhausting all his explosive tactics, all he has left is to go to his death. He suddenly turned his massive head and fixed his gaze on the Holy Lord, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the crimson flame in the distance. His expression was complex. If he could, he truly did not want the Holy Lord to disappear. As an extremely rare pure-blooded dragon clan, the purity of the other's bloodline was an irresistible temptation to him. It was the key that would allow him to break through his current limitations and become even stronger. What a pity! Such a perfect bloodline, if it were to disappear completely along with that fool, it would be a complete waste. No! A resolute gleam flashed in the Black King's eyes. We must extract as much of his power as possible before that dragon disappears. Even just a few drops of his essence blood would be more than enough to benefit him greatly. Just as the Black King was about to continue his sneak attack on the Holy Lord, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Humph! A dazzling sword light erupted suddenly. What? The Black King's scales instantly stood on end. A bone-chilling coldness surged from the tailbone straight to the crown of the head. Danger! Extreme danger! His dragon eyes suddenly contracted to the size of needles, reflecting the sword light that was growing closer and brighter. He tried to dodge, but it was far too late to execute any effective evasive maneuvers. Arrogance, underestimation of the enemy, and a brief moment of weakness. At this moment, it became his most fatal flaw. Put! A sharp, bone-chilling sound echoed through the air, as if a blade had pierced flesh. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The Black King slowly lowered his massive head and looked down at his chest. There, where Suemo had previously struck him with a punch, leaving an open wound. At that moment, a light sword was plunged into it. The blade has completely penetrated the Black King's chest. It pierced precisely through the gaps in his scales, even wounding the dragon's heart. Excruciating pain. Indescribable agony swept over the Black King's consciousness like a tidal wave. 10 times, 100 times more intense than when he was struck by Sumo's fist earlier. Ugh! A piercing and agonizing dragon's roar finally broke free from the constraints of its throat, echoing throughout the entire dark realm. How is this possible? Isn't he dead? Aren't all those ghostly soldiers gone? When the summoner dies, the summoned creatures dissipate. It's an ironclad rule. Why? Why is he still here? How can he launch such a fierce attack? Just as the Black King was overcome with horror and his mind plunged into chaos, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The black robe remained unchanged, spotless, and pristine. His expression is calm, his gaze indifferent. It was indeed Suemo. Not only is he alive, but he looks completely unharmed? This scene once again left the Black King speechless with shock. Why are you unharmed? What kind of monster are you? He stared intently at Suemo, his dragon-like eyes narrowing into dangerous vertical slits from pain and shock. His ultimate move was powerful enough to obliterate mountains and vaporize rivers. Even if the opponent has some last-ditch escape card, they couldn't possibly be in such a state now, not even a single thread of their clothing out of place. And he thought back to earlier. The human summoner before him had faced their combined dragon breath. Is also unharmed. Why? What tactics did the other side use? He couldn't figure it out. But he knew that. He had been deceived. He was completely deceived by that despicable human summoner. What kind of foolish charge after exhausting all my strength? What pathetic, ineffective tactics? It's all just a facade. It's all a trap. From the very beginning, the other side had already calculated that he would underestimate them. They calculated that he would have a vulnerable period after using his ultimate move. Even the disappearance of the ghost soldiers might be part of the plan. This bastard. This treacherous, cunning reptile. He thought he had everything under control, treating the other party like a plaything in his hands, but he never expected. From start to finish, he was the one being toyed with like a little darling. The Black King felt a surge of scorching dragon blood rush to his forehead, and his massive dragon body trembled violently from the intense pain and rage. The long sword embedded in his chest caused even more excruciating pain. The entire dark realm was suddenly engulfed in a chilling atmosphere. Suemo swiftly closed in on the Black King, who was writhing in agony, his expression calm and unruffled. On his right arm, the power of the ox and dragon talismans has completely died. Before he could finish speaking, Sumo's figure suddenly surged forward. His right fist clenched tightly. A fist imbued with the combined power of the ox and dragon symbols. With the momentum to tear everything apart. Viciously. A single punch landed squarely on the Black King's already blood-soaked chest wound. Terrifying power erupted instantly. The bull's talisman. Infinite power. Snap. Snap, snap. The dragon scales on the Black King's chest shattered like fragile tiles, flying apart inch by inch. Large chunks of flesh and blood were directly shattered into a mist of blood spraying everywhere. But this was only the beginning. Following closely behind is an even more devastating force of destruction. Dragon Seal Spell. Explosive power. If the power of the ox symbol is like crushing and destroying everything in its path, Then the power of the dragon talisman is like a destructive force that penetrates every pore and explodes from within. The crimson explosive energy rages, surges, and expands wildly within the dragon's heart. No, no! The Black King let out a desperate howl. He could clearly feel that a destructive force was rampaging inside him, violently destroying everything. Dragon scales were shattering. Flesh is being torn apart. Bones are trembling. But what terrified him most was the force that was violently pounding his heart. The dragon heart was the source of the dragon clan's power and the core of their very existence. Once the dragon heart is destroyed, it means certain death. Snap! A crisp cracking sound. That was the sound of the dragon's heart shattering. Puff! The Black King suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and among the blood were even fragments of shattered internal organs. His dragon eyes instantly lost all their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Vitality faded away as swiftly as receding tides. Chapter 93: Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Why is this happening? The Black King used his last ounce of strength to utter a weak murmur. He couldn't understand it, he really couldn't. Why had he been defeated so completely? Why was I manipulated like a puppet by a mere human summoner? He refuses to accept it. He refuses to accept it. He doesn't believe it. As the mighty ruler of the Black Dragon clan, how could he possibly die at the hands of a lowly human being? The Black King's body convulsed violently several times. Then, he completely ceased all movement. The massive dragon's body collapsed like a giant mountain that had lost its support, crashing down with a thunderous roar. It crashed heavily onto the ground, emitting a deafening roar. Dust flew everywhere, and the Black King is dead. Once an arrogant and tyrannical Black Dragon King, he met his end in the very darkness he had created. With the fall of the Black King, the Dark Realm began to tremble violently and twist. The entire Dark Realm is collapsing. Suemo stood quietly beside the Black King's corpse, feeling the surrounding dark forces dissipate. Huff! Suemo exhaled a long breath of stale air. The tension in his nerves finally eased slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the 6th-tier dragon-blooded Black King. You have obtained a large amount of experience points and 25 points of slaughter value as a reward. Congratulations, host, you have successfully defeated the 6th-ranked dragon-blooded Black King, earning a large amount of experience rewards and 25 points of slaying value. Congratulations! Your level has been upgraded to 5th tier 9th grade, and the Summon Entity Sate Lord level has been upgraded to 6th tier 1st grade. As the system's prompt sounded, Suemo felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. His bones cracked loudly, and every inch of his skin radiated astonishing vitality. 5th rank, 9th level. What surprised him even more was that the Holy Lord had finally broken through that crucial barrier. 6th rank. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS class upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Rank, 6th tier, 1st grade. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 145,000. Intelligence, 140,500. Spirit, 145,500. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside the user. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 30,000. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Earth Rule Power. The Holy Lord's attributes skyrocketed, and the number of Ghost Shadow troops surged to an astonishing 30,000. At the same time, the Dark Realm has completely collapsed. Light from the outside world once again bathed the scene, illuminating Sumo's towering figure and the massive black dragon corpse lying on the ground. The Black King is dead? In the distance, Crimson Flame, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Holy Lord, sensed the disappearance of his comrade's presence. A look of disbelief and horror flashed across his dragon-like eyes. He suddenly turned his head and saw the Dark Realm dissipate, revealing Suemo standing safely beside the Black King's corpse. How is that possible? Shi Yan's voice changed. That's the Black King. The cream of the Dragonborn, the master of the Dark Realm. He just died like that? Such a sudden death. So silently. Shi Yan's mind went blank. How did he die? What exactly happened? Just a moment ago, the Black King had joined forces with him to suppress the dragon before them, and he could hear the confident roar of his opponent. How could everything change so quickly? That domineering companion, the Dark Overlord, has turned into a cold, lifeless corpse? And the humans he once regarded as mere ants stand there unharmed? Unless a more terrifying thought, beyond his control, popped into his head. Could this human have killed the Black King? This doesn't make sense. This is absolutely impossible. Shi Yan stared intently at Sumo's figure, as if trying to see through him. He couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. The power of the Black King was something he knew all too well. Even if this human before him has some powerful trump card. But the essence of being a summoner remains unchanged. The Black King resides within his own realm of darkness. Even if he was no match for his opponent, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. He wanted to leave, but the other party couldn't stop him. What on earth was going on? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing stood at a distance, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Xiao Zhan's mouth dropped open, and his jaw nearly hit the ground. The Black King is dead? His voice trembled, filled with a sense of absurd unreality. Mo Tianqing rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Am I seeing things? That old black dragon is just gone like that? The two exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Ha! Xiao Zhan erupted into a thunderous, earth-shaking laugh without any warning. The laughter carried a madness that had been suppressed for a long time and was now completely unleashed. Well done. Well done indeed. That damn bastard finally got what he deserved. Heaven has eyes. He laughed wildly while unable to control himself, slapping his thighs repeatedly. Smack! Smack! The crisp sound was accompanied by his pained cries as he gritted his teeth. Ouch, that hurts like hell. The intense pain from the wound caused his body to convulse, and cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead. Yet the smile on his face grew even more intense. But damn, that felt so good. So damn good. Mo Tianqing looked at Xiao Zhan, who was acting like a madman, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. He understood Xiao Zhan's current state of mind all too well. Over the years, the Black King had led countless monster hordes in attacks on Carlo City. Each attack has meant the sacrifice of countless warriors and the destruction of countless families. As the Lord of Carlo City, Xiao Zhan bears the responsibility for the safety of the entire city and the lives of its citizens. He has already lost count of how many people have fallen before him. Now, this major threat, the source of endless fear and disaster, has finally been reduced to a cold, lifeless body. How could Xiao Zhan not be overjoyed? How could he not lose his composure? The pressure and hatred that had been building up for so long were finally released in this moment. However, after the brief moment of relief, Mo Tianqing's brows suddenly furrowed tightly. But soon, Mo Tianqing frowned again. Wait, who killed him? Xiao Zhan's laughter abruptly stopped. Yeah. The Black King is dead. But how did he die? Who killed him? The two of them, without exchanging a word, slowly turned their gaze toward the distance. Toward the massive black dragon corpse lying there. Toward the young man Sumo, who stood silently, his silhouette stretching long in the sunlight. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Could it be that? Impossible, right? A human summoner? Alone? In the dark realm of the Black King? Killed the 6th-tier Black Dragon King? That sounds like a fairy tale. And Shi Yan also voiced his inner question. Humans! What have you done? Chapter 94, Sorry, I'm not the type to leave loose ends. Sumo slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Nothing. Just sent him where he needed to go. These words struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. It was really murder? Xiao Zhan sucked in a sharp breath. How many more tricks does this kid have up his sleeve? Mo Tianqing looked at Sumo with a complicated expression. Did we underestimate him earlier? Sumozen kept surprising them time and time again. Shi Yan's scale stood on end, and for the first time, genuine fear flickered in his dragon eyes. He stared intently at Sumo, his voice trembling. What the hell are you? Are you human? A human capable of effortlessly eliminating a 6th-ranked Dragon King? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The long-held beliefs in Qian's mind were crumbling. No. The entity before him was definitely not a mere human being. Beneath those calm eyes lies something darker than the abyss. No, it is more like a demon. It is a god. An indescribable, terrifying entity walking among humans. Sumo did not respond, merely lifting his hand gently. The Holy Lord immediately understood and slowly moved his massive dragon body, forming a pincer movement with Sumo. Now it's your turn. The deep voice of the Holy Lord echoed, interrupting the shock of the crimson flame. Shi Yan suddenly turned around, only to see the Holy Lord emanating an even more terrifying aura than before, with icy light flickering in his golden vertical pupils. You've broken through? Shi Yan sucked in a sharp breath, the muscles beneath his dragon scales tensing involuntarily. He could clearly feel. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Holy Master had surpassed the boundaries of the 5th rank, firmly entering a completely new realm. 6th tier. This dragon actually broke through during battle. Even at the peak of the 5th rank, the Holy Lord already found it challenging and had to give it his all. He didn't even have absolute confidence in his ability to defeat him. Now, the opponent had reached the 6th rank. Now, the opponent has reached the 6th stage. A pure-blooded dragon of the 6th tier is vastly superior to one of the 5th tier in terms of strength. Run! Shi Yan didn't hesitate for a moment and turned to flee. There was no time to think. The instinct for survival overpowered everything. Are you kidding me? A mysterious summoner capable of taking down the Black King single-handedly. A pure-blooded Dragon Clan member who has just broken through to the 6th rank, with vastly increased power. With these two forces joining forces, staying here means certain death. The Black King's fate serves as a cautionary tale. Want to leave? The Holy Lord's icy voice rang out with unmasked mockery. The power of the rabbit seal spell activated instantly. Get out of here! Shi Yan roared furiously, sweeping his dragon tail horizontally in an attempt to force the Holy Lord back. However, facing this blow powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, the Holy Lord neither dodged nor retreated. The power of the ox symbol seal was activated. The dragon's claws directly grabbed the tail of the crimson flame. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Shi Yan's massive body trembled violently, and an uncontrollable scream of pain erupted from the depths of his throat. Flaming heaven! Shi Yan endured the excruciating pain and once again unleashed his most powerful killing move. The air twisted violently as terrifying heat gathered. A crimson sun, as if it were about to burn through the sky, swiftly took shape in the void before him. The energy fluctuations emanating from the crimson sun caused Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianxing, who were far away, to feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Shi Yan channeled all his remaining strength into this strike, unleashing it with all his might toward the Holy Lord, who was mere inches away. This was his final counterattack and his only hope. A mere trick. The golden vertical pupils of the Holy Ruler revealed nothing but deep contempt. The power of the dragon seal spell erupted violently within him. Boom! A even larger, hotter, and more violent golden dragon's breath erupted from the Holy Lord's massive mouth. Its might completely overwhelmed the crimson sun formed by the gathered flames. The golden dragon's breath collided with the crimson sun in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the devastating annihilation of everything in its path. The fiery flames, having expended all their strength, unleashed their devastating flaming heaven technique. Was unable to resist even for an instant against the golden dragon's breath, and was completely overwhelmed and devoured. Vanishing into nothingness. The golden dragon's breath continues to surge forward with unabated momentum. Seeing this, Suemo smiled. After the Holy Sovereign broke through to the 6th stage, his strength underwent a complete transformation. However, he has not yet fully mastered and condensed the domain power of his own fire demon essence. However, the power of his dragon flames alone, amplified by the dragon symbol spell, has already made a qualitative leap forward. However, the sheer power of his dragon flames, amplified by the dragon symbol spell, has already undergone a qualitative leap. This power, in terms of pure flame destructive force, is now fully on par with the Crimson Flame's fire domain. The lingering dragon's breath struck the Crimson Flame's chest directly, sending him flying backward. Boom! A dull, thunderous explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning. Puff! Shi Yan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At his chest, the once indestructible crimson dragon scales had been completely shattered, revealing the charred, twisted flesh beneath, with even the bleached bones visible. The destructive force nearly pierced his chest completely. In the dragon's eyes, the former ferocity and arrogance were gone, leaving only the most primal, purest fear. He looked at the Holy Lord, as if he had seen the Grim Reaper descending. Don't kill me! Shi Yan struggled to get to his feet. I can submit to you. I know many secrets of the Dragon Clan. Very important secrets. I can help you deal with the Dragon Lord. Oh? Suemo walked over slowly, looking at Shi Yan with a faint smile. The Demon Dragon Lord? Is he the one behind you? Yes, that's right. Shi Yan hurriedly nodded, as if he had grasped the last straw. The Demon Dragon Lord is a 7th-tier peak-level powerhouse, ruling over the entire Dragon Clan. I can take you to him. I know his weaknesses. I can act as an inside man. To save his own life, he betrayed his master without hesitation. 7th-tier peak? Suemo raised an eyebrow, gently rubbing his chin with his fingertips. This level of strength was far beyond his current capabilities. Even a saint ruler who has broken through to the 6th rank would likely have little chance of victory against a 7th rank peak existence. That sounds reasonable. Suemo nodded. Finding the dragon was similar to the purpose of his journey. However, now that he has found Xiao Zhan and the others, Lin Shi's whereabouts are also known. Upon hearing this, a flash of joy crossed Qian's eyes. However, the next second. Unfortunately, I don't need it. Sumo's voice was cold and ruthless. What? Shi Yan was taken aback. Just as he was stunned and lost in thought, the Holy Lord's icy golden vertical pupils locked onto it. Huge dragon claws shot out like lightning. Why? Shi Yan struggled to lower his head, staring at the dragon's claw that had pierced through his chest and crushed the core of his life. His eyes widened in disbelief, refusing to close even in death. Sorry, I'm not the type to leave loose ends. Suemo said indifferently. Shi Yan's enormous pupils completely lost their luster, and his massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash, leaving no sound behind. Chapter 95, You're lucky we're useless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the 6th tier dragon descendant Crimson Flame. You have obtained a large amount of experience rewards and 25 points of slaughter value rewards. Congratulations, host. The summon entity's Saint Lord rank has been upgraded to 6th tier, level 2. Congratulations, host, your summon creature's Saint Lord rank has been upgraded to 6th tier level 2. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special Dragon Clan item, Dragon Source Crystal S rank. The system's notification sound echoed in Sumo's mind. A diamond-shaped crystal emitting brilliant golden light appeared out of thin air in his hand. Within the crystal, it seemed as though a flickering dragon soul was sealed, emitting energy fluctuations that made one's heart race. This is... Sumo carefully sensed the power contained within the crystal, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Dragon Source Crystal S rank, formed from the remains of dragons of 6th rank or higher after their death, it contains the essence of their entire life. Upon use, permanently enhances all attributes of dragon-type summoned creatures by 10. Great stuff! Sumo's eyes lit up. A special S-class item. If he were to follow his usual practice and directly exchange it with the system for killing points, he would undoubtedly obtain an astonishingly large number. Hundreds of points? No, it could even be thousands of points of kill value. This amount of kill points is enough for him to immediately exchange them for a new talisman, further enhancing his strength. But Sumo's thoughts lingered in his mind for only an instant. Exchanging this item for killing points through the system would be a loss. He immediately dismissed the idea. What a loss! It's just a stupid waste. While kill count is important, and the spells are indeed powerful, but there are always ways to obtain them. However, treasures that can permanently enhance all attributes of dragon-type summon creatures are rare. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come along. And it's a full 10-point boost across all attributes. This means that the Holy Lord's strength, speed, defense, dragon flame power, and more will all be significantly enhanced. This enhancement is permanent. In comparison, exchanging this S-class crystal for kill points seems rather unworthy. Next, Han Chen threw the Dragon Source crystal toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord opened his massive mouth without hesitation. He swallowed it whole. The Long Yuan crystal melted in his mouth, transforming into a torrent of pure energy. In an instant, the dragon bloodline within the saint's body seemed to be completely ignited. Golden light burst forth from the gaps between its scales. The golden light grows increasingly intense. It resembled a fiery sun slowly rising in the sky. Its massive form flickers in the light, as if a deity were descending from the heavens. Suemo narrowed his eyes, feeling the powerful fluctuations of energy. He could clearly sense that the Holy Lord was undergoing a profound transformation. This was not merely a matter of rank. It is an evolution of the very essence of life. The Holy Lord let out a high-pitched dragon's roar. Ding! The Holy Ruler successfully absorbed the Dragon Soul Crystal, increasing all attributes by 10. Summoned creature, Holy Ruler. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS tier upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Rank, 6th tier, 2nd grade. Strength, 1,570,000. Agility, 1520-001-5200. Intelligence, 1465-001-4650. Spirit, 1515-001-5150. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 33,000 units that can be summoned. Special ability, Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Rabbit Seal, Dragon Seal, Snake Seal, and Ox Seal powers. Rule power, Earth Sovereign's Earth Rule power. Thank you, Master. The Holy Lord lowered his gaze toward Suemo. With utmost reverence. That's right. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. This unexpected gain had elevated the Holy Lord's strength to a new level. Ding, detected that the host's summoned creature has mastered the rules of the earth, and the host meets the criteria for advancement. Congratulations, host's level has successfully advanced to level 6, grade 1, and shared skill attributes have been upgraded to 80. Congratulations! The host's level has successfully been upgraded to 6th rank, 1st tier, and shared skill attributes have been enhanced to 80. Another series of system notification sounds rang out. Suemo felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. 6th rank. This threshold that countless class changers have longed for, he has finally crossed it. Host, Suemo. Class, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 1st grade. Strength, 125,500. Agility, 120,000. Intelligence, 117,000. Spirit, 115,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Skills: Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon Creature: Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 6th tier. Special Ability: Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Army, current summonable quantity, 26,400. Special Abilities: Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Snake Seal, Rabbit Seal, Ox Seal, and Dragon Seal powers. Equipment: Divine Dragon Set, S rank upgradable Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill count: 851. Special items: Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant, Shadow Avoiding Compass A rank, Tyrant's IS rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, feeling the explosive power coursing through his fingertips. Even the basic attributes alone have reached an astonishing level. At the very least, it is at the level of a 6th tier, 6th or 7th grade individual. Not to mention the terrifying 80 attribute shared bonus from the Holy Ruler. Now, facing a 6th tier 9th rank opponent, he wouldn't just crush them, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Sumo. In the distance, Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing finally arrived. The two looked down at the two massive dragon corpses on the ground. Shock. Unparalleled awe. Did you kill them all? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, his voice sounding dry. The reality before him was too shocking. Those were two 6th tier dragon spawn. They were even preparing to come to their aid. But they never expected Sumo to take care of the enemy so quickly on his own. Sumo nodded and didn't say much else. You little rascal. Mo Tianqing's facial muscles twitched slightly. It eventually turned into a complex, bitter smile. He shook his head. We were rushing over here earlier, afraid that something might have happened to you. But here you are, alone, silently taking out two 6th tier dragon descendants. You make it sound so easy. But the horror and disbelief behind it are known only to them. It was just luck. Sumo smiled slightly, showing a touch of humility. Luck? Xiao Zhan looked as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He pointed at the dragon's corpse on the ground, then gestured towards Sumo. If this is luck, then what are we? Are we just worthless losers who can't even get lucky? Chapter 96, What a Grand Scheme. Xiao Zhan scrutinized Sumo from head to toe, examining him closely. His gaze was as though he were looking at a prehistoric beast clad in human skin. You better come clean. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Even a 6th rank dragon descendant is as easy to kill as slicing through vegetables? This isn't even a question of strength anymore. This is simply absurd. Mo Tianqing walked over to the corpse of Qi Yan with a complex expression on his face. He knelt down and gently touched the cold scales. A flash of fear crossed his eyes, followed by deep relief. This time, I really owe it all to you. If you hadn't shown up in time with such terrifying strength, the two of us old guys would have been finished today. Recalling the chaos and despair of being chased by Crimson Flame, Black King, and the others. Now look at the incredible results before me. Mo Tianqing felt a mix of emotions. They were being pursued by 10 dragon descendants. Among them were even 3 6th tier individuals. Even when Sumo appeared, a glimmer of hope flickered in their hearts. But they had never dared to hope that they could turn the tables and defeat him. And I dare not even imagine that these 10 powerful dragon descendants would ultimately all perish. Moreover, they would die at the hands of Sumo, a summoner who had only recently reached the 4th rank. And to be killed by Sumo, a summoner who was only at the 4th rank just a short time ago. This is simply unbelievable. It's a miracle that could completely overturn their understanding. Wait. Mo Tianqing suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharply fixed on Sumo. His senses were incredibly sharp. Finally, he detected a completely different aura fluctuation from before. It was a qualitative transformation. It is a leap in the level of life. Your aura, you've broken through to the 6th stage? A gasp escaped his lips. With a sense of utter disbelief. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan also felt a chill run down his spine. He stared wide-eyed at Sumo as if he had seen a ghost. Upon careful sensing, he indeed discovered that the aura surrounding Sumo had firmly entered the realm of the 6th stage. Moreover, the aura was powerful and his foundation was solid, far from the unstable state of a recent breakthrough. Moreover, the aura was powerful and the foundation was solid, clearly not the unstable state of someone who had just broken through. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but let out a curse. It's only been a few hours? From the 4th rank to the 6th rank in one go? This rocket-like speed of improvement. They haven't even heard of it, let alone seen it. It's absolutely shocking. You should know. Back in the day, they were all the pride of their families. Yet it took them years, or even longer, to advance from the 4th rank to the 6th rank. During this time, he endured countless hardships, faced numerous trials, and struggled through countless bottlenecks. Even countless class changers spent their entire lives stuck at the peak of the 5th tier, unable to glimpse the mysteries of the 6th tier. They are unable to move forward. But Suemo was here. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that it was not entirely incomprehensible. Suemo, acting alone, had slain 7 5th-tier, 9th-grade dragon descendants. He then faced 3 more 6th-tier dragon descendants alone and defeated them all. Such an impressive feat would yield an astronomical amount of experience points. Forcing him to advance from the 4th tier to the 6th tier seemed somewhat justifiable. What truly baffled them, even to the point of jealousy, was Suemo had broken through to the 6th stage, yet it seemed as though he hadn't encountered any bottlenecks at all. That rule-defying power. The mark of the 6th rank. Others spend their entire lives, exhausting countless efforts, just to grasp a mere glimpse of the domain's rules. For him, it seems as easy as eating and drinking. He mastered it in an instant. Take a look at the faint fluctuations of the Earth's rules emanating from the Holy Ruler's body. Feel the solid 6th-tier aura emanating from Suemo himself. The two exchanged glances, seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. Comparing people to each other is enough to drive one mad. You little brat. Xiaozhan pointed at Suemo and couldn't speak for half a day. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. You really kept us in the dark. Mo Tianqing also looked at Suemo and asked in confusion. You clearly possess the power of a god-tier profession. Why did you choose to hide it for the past 3 years? Allowing those rumors to be heaped upon you? Judging from the shocking battle Suemo had just concluded. The strength of the summoned creatures he displayed, his combat techniques, and his astonishingly rapid advancement. All of this far surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary professional. All of this far surpasses the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. It has fully achieved the legendary god-tier level. Even in Mo Tianqing's understanding, even true god-tier professionals might not be able to achieve such an absurd level as Suemo. Even in Mo Tianqing's understanding, even a true god-tier professional might not be able to achieve such an absurd level as Suemo. Such an abnormal feat. He simply couldn't understand it. Since Suemo possessed such terrifying power capable of sweeping away everything in its path, why, over the past 3 years, has he willingly borne the shameful labels of coward and deserter? Why endure countless scornful glances and mockery, rather than reveal even the slightest hint? This is unreasonable. Isn't this pure masochism? Upon hearing this, Suemo looked helpless. Damn it. Do you think I wanted to be pointed at and cursed by people all over the world for 3 whole years? If it weren't for this profession and its stringent awakening requirements, would he really have to endure this humiliation for 3 years? Of course, Suemo couldn't possibly tell Xiaozhan and Mo Tianqing these things. He could only shrug his shoulders, his expression appearing particularly innocent. I must say, I really didn't mean to hide it. It was only a few days ago that I finally realized the true capabilities of my profession. This can't be possible. Xiaozhan nearly shouted it out. His reaction was even more intense than Mo Tianqing's. His eyes bulged like copper bells. How many days? From an ordinary transferee with almost no combat ability, directly rising to a powerhouse capable of instantly defeating a 6th-tier dragon descendant? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Forget about a god-tier profession. Even if a true deity descended and personally bestowed their blessings, it would still be absolutely impossible to achieve such a feat. You brat! Xiaozhan's words were cut off mid-sentence. The sound abruptly ceased. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly remembered. Just a few hours ago, Suemo, in front of them, his aura was still only at the 4th stage. But what about now? After slaying 7 peak 5th-tier warriors and 3 6th-tier dragon descendants, Sumo's aura had firmly entered the 6th rank. And his foundation is so solid it's terrifying. It doesn't look like someone who has just entered the 6th stage at all. From the 4th stage to the 6th stage, it only took a few hours. This fact is even more absurd than the realization that came just a few days ago. It completely overturns one's understanding. But it's happening right before our eyes. This guy. Xiaozhan's expression changed. From initial skepticism, it turned into deep shock, mixed with disbelief and confusion. Are you really telling me that's true? You really just did it a few days ago? The words that followed were almost impossible to utter. Because this possibility was simply too crazy. The two exchanged glances, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. This was beyond the realm of genius. It was a monster that completely overturned the entire job-changing system. Cough cough, Suemo felt a bit uneasy under their stares. Sumo's expression turned serious. Senior, have you seen Lin Shi? The primary purpose of his journey was to find Lin Shi. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianqing and Xiaozhan's expressions immediately grew solemn. Lin Shi is likely trapped in the ruins of the remnant god. The ruins of the fallen god? What is that? Suemo was startled. And immediately Xiaozhan and Mo Tianqing gave Suemo a brief overview of their recent expedition into the secret realm. After listening, Suemo fell into a deep silence. He never expected that this journey into the secret realm would have such a grand plan. Chapter 97, The Remnants of the Mysterious Realm. This time, the opening of the secret realm was far from ordinary. Its scope is vast beyond imagination. It encompasses numerous areas, at least dozens in number. The number of cities involved is likely to be in the hundreds. The cities involved are likely to number in the hundreds. Xiao Zhan added from the side, his tone equally solemn. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of what we currently know. There are rumors that even the legendary 9th-ranked being has turned its attention to this matter and may have already become involved. The 9th tier. These two words felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on Sumo's heart. That was already the pinnacle that mortals could only look up to. Mo Tianqing continued, and the area we are currently in, to be honest, can only be considered a remote region on the outskirts of the entire secret realm. The power levels here are relatively low. Based on the situations we encountered, the most powerful beings are likely around the 7th tier. That means the dragon has reached around the 8th or 9th level of the 7th tier. Sumo furrowed his brows, his mind filled with doubts. If the outskirts were already so dangerous, what must the core area be like? More importantly, what kind of mysterious realm could possibly attract so many powerful beings, even causing a 9th tier existence to take notice? What is the true origin of this secret realm? Sumo asked in a low voice. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged glances, their expressions complex. This secret realm was of great importance. Mo Tianqing slowly uttered 4 words. It is called the Remains of the Broken God. Remains of the Fallen God. The name exudes an air of antiquity and desolation, even tinged with a hint of foreboding. It is said that. Xiao Zhan took over the conversation, lowering his voice slightly, his words hinting at the secret of becoming a god. The secret to becoming a god. Even Sumo, with his steady temperament, couldn't help but narrow his pupil slightly upon hearing those 4 words. No wonder. No wonder it caused such a stir. Becoming a god is the ultimate dream of all professionals and monsters alike. It is a legend that is tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. Any hint of a clue related to it is enough to drive countless powerful beings mad. We had previously clashed with that shadow demon dragon in a fierce battle to seize a secret treasure that had been stolen from this place. Mo Tianqing explained the cause of the conflict. That artifact seems to be connected to the depths of the ruins. Although we joined forces to wound the demon dragon, several 7th tier beings fell in the process. The remaining survivors were relentlessly pursued by it, narrowly escaping death. A look of fear flashed across Xiao Zhan's face. It was clear that the chase had been extremely brutal. In the end, Mo Tianqing's voice trailed off, and his gaze toward Sumo carried a hint of an indescribable emotion. It was Lin Shi. She gave it her all and finally secured the treasure. However, he changed the subject, his voice filled with deep concern. To escape the dragon's final pursuit and protect the sacred artifact, she chose to enter the ruins of the fallen god. Sumo's heart sank suddenly. The air around him seemed to freeze solid. He listened to the entire account, and every word felt like a hammer striking his heart. Lin Shi had entered that unknown perilous land, a place coveted even by 9th tier beings, said to harbor the secret to becoming a god, yet known as the ruins of the broken god. Sumo fell into complete silence. After a long while, he raised his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion, leaving only an unwavering determination. I'm going in. His voice was not loud, but it was firm and decisive. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing showed no surprise at Sumo's decision. They exchanged a glance, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. Given the astonishing power Sumo had just demonstrated, and his obvious concern for Lin Shi, making this choice was only natural. We'll accompany you back. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's voices rang out simultaneously. They were not reckless individuals and would not necessarily rush headlong into the perilous and unpredictable ruins of the remnant god. However, this vast and mysterious realm itself is brimming with opportunities. These resources might just be the key breakthrough they need to advance their cultivation, which has stagnated for years. Deep down, they sense an uneasy. Or perhaps it was more of an anticipation. Sumo's journey this time is highly likely to bring him face to face with that terrifying 7th tier peak demon dragon. Witness the fall of that demon dragon with your own eyes. For them, it was a great comfort. Sumo nodded slightly and accepted their invitation to join them. His gaze swept over the two of them, his voice steady. However, we need to wait a moment. Wait for Zhang Ming and Wang Gang. As soon as he said this, Xiao Zhan's face, which had just taken on a solemn expression, was instantly replaced by astonishment. Zhang Ming? Wang Gang? He almost thought he had heard wrong. Those 2 kids followed too? They're the backbone of his forces stationed in Carlo City. He is one of the 2 most elite warriors in the city today. A wave of anxiety instantly gripped Xiao Zhan's heart. They're here too? What about the situation in Nakao City? Don't worry, City Lord. Sumo spoke up. Before setting off, I have already cleared out all the large monster nests around Carlo City. In the short term, there will be no major threats to Carlo City. It's still up to you, kid. Xiao Zhan listened, paused for a moment, then his face flushed with disbelief and excitement. He even instinctively raised his thumb in a thumbs-up gesture towards Sumo. It's a problem I've spent over a decade trying to resolve completely. You managed to resolve it all by yourself? Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of bitterness, yet also a genuine sense of admiration. From the lowly minions to the Black King, all of them were defeated by Sumo alone. Truly, the younger generation is surpassing the older one. He shook his head with a touch of self-mockery. I feel ashamed of myself. This is not my achievement alone. Sumo shook his head gently, interrupting Xiao Zhan's musings. It was the result of decades of unwavering dedication and sacrifice by every resident of Carlo City. I merely took the final step. On the other side, Zhang Ming and Wang Gang were leading a large group of ghostly soldiers, moving quickly towards Sumo's direction. A cold and powerful aura permeated the air around them. These energies originated from the ghostly soldiers surrounding them. A look of horror remained fixed on both their faces. Because they clearly perceived that the energy fluctuations emanating from these ghostly soldiers were rising at a terrifying speed. At first, it was only the aura of a third-tier being. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the barrier and reached the 4th level. But this is far from over. Almost immediately afterward, that energy fluctuation surged again, suddenly rising sharply. 5th rank. The aura of all the ghost soldiers surged simultaneously to the 5th stage. Chapter 98, You're the Real Deal. 5th tier. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang exchanged glances, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Hundreds of 5th-tier powerhouses were silently surrounding them. This force was more than enough to sweep away numerous medium-sized settlements. They have lived for so long. They have endured countless life and death battles. Yet the scene before him was something he dared not even imagine in his wildest dreams. Hundreds of 5th-tier powerhouses appeared all at once. Moreover, these powerful beings are summoned creatures. What exactly did Sumo do? How did the levels of these summoned creatures suddenly rise so much? Wang Gang's voice sounded a bit hoarse. He struggled to make sense of what was happening before him, but found his understanding utterly inadequate. His tone betrayed not only shock but also a hint of envy he couldn't quite hide. There was also a deep sense of helplessness. After all, Wang Gang has worked hard his entire life, yet he is still stuck at the 4th rank, 9th level. He is just one step away from reaching the 5th rank. But now, any one of Sumo's summoned creatures had already reached the 5th rank. Wang Gang instinctively glanced at the ghostly soldiers beside him, whose auras were stable at the 5th rank. A sense of utter helplessness, both absurd and utterly real, welled up within him. He sadly discovered a fact. In the past, he had thought Sumo was formidable, but with some effort, he might still catch a glimpse of his back. Later, he realized that Sumo's divine master was truly formidable, and he might not even stand a chance against Sumo's summoned creatures. Now, he looked at the expressionless ghostly soldiers emanating the aura of 5th-rank powerhouses, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all this, not only might he not be able to defeat Sumo himself, but he couldn't even defeat the minions he had summoned? Where the hell am I supposed to go to complain about this? Comparing people to each other is enough to drive you crazy. No, this isn't human anymore, it's a monster. A super monster among monsters. I don't know. Zhang Ming shook his head. His expression was equally shocked. However, compared to Wang Gang's shock and envy, his eyes were filled with contemplation. From this astonishing transformation, he inferred the situation on Sumo's side. But I feel that with Sumo's current strength, he should have already saved the city lord and escaped the monster's pursuit. His voice carried a barely perceptible hint of relief. Soon, the two sides met. Zhang Ming saw that Xiao Zhan was indeed unharmed, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had suspected. See the city lord. See the city lord. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over the two of them, immediately noticing something different. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Wang Gang, your aura is almost reaching the threshold of the 5th stage? His gaze immediately shifted to Zhang Ming, and the astonishment in his eyes turned to shock. Ha! Zhang Ming, you've already broken through to the 5th stage? Hee, thank you for the compliment, city lord. Wang Gang grinned, looking a bit naive, and scratched his head. All thanks to the help of the Sumo brothers. He turned to look at Sumo, bowed his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke with sincere gratitude and admiration. You're really something else. We were worried when we came over, but we never expected you to actually manage to escape from those monsters with the city lord and the others. These words fell into Xiao Zhan's ears. He was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. Run away? What are you running away from? He reached out and slapped Sumo's shoulder hard. Sumo, all by himself, killed all 10 of the dragon descendants who were chasing us. Wang Gang's smile froze instantly. Zhang Ming, who was usually calm and composed, now had pupils as small as needles. Xiao Zhan's final 3 words. Each one felt like a bombshell, exploding in Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's minds. The air froze. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang, two people, four eyes, stared intently at Su Mo, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Apart from these two words, their minds were completely blank, and they had completely lost the ability to think. 10 dragon descendants. They had only sensed the terrifying pressure from afar, yet they were already trembling with fear, nearly unable to breathe. Xiao Zhenqing, the city lord, and Mo Tianqing, the senior expert, two renowned 6th-rank powerhouses, were both chased to the brink of death, narrowly escaping with their lives. The result? Did Su Mo kill them all by himself? What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? Wang Gang's mouth opened and closed involuntarily a few times. He recalled his earlier concerns that Su Mo might not be able to escape with the city lord and the others. Escape? Damn it, do we really need to run? They just turned the tables and killed the pursuers. And it was a total wipeout. Dragonborn. And there are 10 of them. The lowest cultivation level is already at the 5th rank, 9th level. This is no longer a simple challenge against a higher ranked opponent, it's outright mythical. So the reason he had them kill those powerful monsters earlier was to fight, not to run away? Go! Go! Wang Gang swallowed hard and looked at Su Mo with a completely different expression. Admiration and gratitude were intertwined with deep reverence, and even a hint of fear. Zhang Ming was slightly more composed than Wang Gang, but the shock within him was no less intense. He repeated the words 10 dragon descendants under his breath, then looked at Su Mo. No wonder these ghostly soldiers have been upgraded to 5th tier. He instantly figured out the key to it. Su Mo killed the 10 powerful dragon descendants, gaining a large amount of experience points and quickly leveling up. The ghost soldiers summoned by Su Mo naturally also leveled up alongside Su Mo's own level increase. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's gaze toward Su Mo was filled with complexity. He had always believed he was good at judging people and considered himself exceptionally talented. However, Su Mo's appearance repeatedly challenged his understanding and overturned his conventional wisdom. The speed at which this young man was growing had completely surpassed the bounds of logic and understanding. Ahem. Xiao Zhen looked at the two of them, who seemed completely lost in thought, cleared his throat, and broke the silence. Alright, stop looking like you've seen a ghost. Xiao Zhen waved his hand. Though he had the same expression just now. Now, the more he looked at Su Mo, the more he liked him. He's truly the prodigy of Carlo City. No, he's the savior of the entire Blue Star and the human race. Su Mo brothers, Wang Gang spoke up, I never expected you. He wanted to say it more bluntly, but felt the word was too shallow to describe Su Mo's perversion. Su Mo, what level are you at now? Zhang Ming asked. Su Mo replied, 6th rank. 6. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang's words were choked off in their throats. Within a few hours, they advanced from the 4th to the 6th rank. You're the real deal. Chapter 99, enough, stop arguing. Lord City Master, Senior Mo, what should we do next? Zhang Ming composed himself and refocused his attention on the matter at hand. To the ruins of the remnant god, Su Mo replied succinctly. Upon hearing the words ruins of the remnant god, the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, suddenly grew tense once more. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang didn't know the full story, but anything related to the word god was enough to send shivers down their spines. They are definitely not ordinary people. Is Lin Xian there? Zhang Ming looked at Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, piecing together the information from before, and guessed roughly what had happened. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing nodded with complex expressions. Let's return to the previous area first, Xiao Zhan said. That area is relatively safer and rich in resources, making it an ideal place to rest and allow you to acclimate to the environment here. He looked at Zhang Ming and Wang Gang, you've just arrived and aren't familiar with the area yet. This is a good opportunity to enhance your abilities. Wang Gang, aim to push through and break into the 5th tier in one go. Yes, City Lord. Wang Gang responded immediately, his eyes once again igniting with determination. Although he had been severely struck by Su Mo, Wang Gang was not one to give up easily. He must reach the 5th rank as soon as possible. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. He had just broken through to the 5th stage, and his cultivation base was still unstable. He indeed needed time to consolidate and adapt. Su Mo did not object. Because it was on the way. Okay, let's go with that. Xiao Zhan made the decision. Let's go. The group wasted no time and, led by Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, headed back in the direction of the Shadow Dragon. Zhang Ming and Wang Gang walked in the middle of the group, sensing the aura of the powerful figures around them. They felt as though they weren't here to explore a secret realm. But rather, they were tagging along with a group of big shots for a sightseeing trip and to do odd jobs? This world is getting harder and harder to understand. On the other side, Sun Yaoyao and the others from Tianyuan City had also successfully reunited with their squad leader in a relatively secluded stone forest. Captain! Sun Yaoyao spotted Lu Zhou Yuan's figure and hurried over to greet him. He was not in a good state at that moment. The sleeve of his arm had been torn by some sharp object. Dark red bloodstains stained a large area of the fabric. Captain, are you injured? She asked anxiously. Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wu, and Shi Xian also gathered around, their eyes fixed on Lu Zhouyuan. With concern. No problem. Lu Zhouyuan spoke softly. He gestured for everyone to calm down. What's the situation? What about the deputy city lord and elder Mo? Sun Yaoyao pressed further, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Lu Zhouyuan's expression darkened abruptly. His lips twitched, and his voice was low and hoarse. Deputy city lord. He paused, seeming unable to speak. He fell in battle against the dragon. These words struck everyone like a heavy hammer. Mo the elder was also being chased by other dragon clan members, forcing him to split up and break through the encirclement. Now! A flash of pain crossed Lu Zhouyuan's eyes. It was highly likely that he would face certain death. What? Sun Yaoyao's body swayed slightly, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wu, and Shi Xian were all struck speechless, standing frozen in place. Unbelievable. The deputy city lord has actually fallen? Even Elder Mo. Zhao Wu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his voice trembling slightly. Is that demon dragon really that powerful? How could it have caused the deputy city lord, a 7th-tier powerhouse, to fall? Lu Zhouyuan nodded heavily, recalling the terrifying battle scene, still trembling with fear. Very strong. His voice carried an unmistakable hint of fear. That shadow dragon was almost unmatched even among the 7th-tier beings. If not for that, the deputy city lord wouldn't have. He didn't say anything else, but his meaning was clear. Fortunately, you were able to retreat in time. Lu Zhouyuan looked at them, a fleeting look of fear flashing in his eyes. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The four fell silent. If they hadn't retreated in advance, they would have been doomed for sure. Meanwhile, Sun Yaoyao couldn't help but picture Su Mo and the others in her mind. Even the deputy city lord and elder Mo, such powerful figures, had fallen. With their 4th-tier cultivation, Su Mo and the other 3 insist on heading to the Dragon Bone Mountains. Aren't they asking for certain death? Shi Xian, standing nearby, seemed to have guessed what Sun Yaoyao was thinking. He curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile and coldly said, Yao Yao, don't even think about it. Those people are definitely going to die. At just the 4th rank, they dared to venture into the Dragon Bone Mountains? They're simply courting death. He added another sentence, his tone clearly dismissive. Giving them that shadow-evading compass was truly a waste of a precious item. What a waste of a precious artifact. Zhao Hu, standing nearby, immediately chimed in with a rough voice. I told you so. Those guys are completely out of their league. With only 4th-tier cultivation, they dared to cause trouble in such a place. They must be dead and gone by now, right? You deserve it. All right. Sun Yaoyao furrowed her delicate brows, her cold gaze sweeping over the two of them. You two should at least try to be a little more considerate. After all. She didn't finish her sentence, but her intention to defend him was clear. Shi Xian and Zhao, who exchanged a glance, rolled their eyes, and didn't continue the conversation. What are you talking about? Lu Zhouyuan noticed the unusual atmosphere here and turned his gaze over, looking inquiringly. Sun Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. Captain, it's like this. We encountered 3 overconfident individuals earlier. She briefly recounted how she would encounter Su Mo and his 3 companions, how they insisted on going to the Dragon Bone Mountains, and how Sun Yaoyao eventually handed over the shadow hiding compass to them. Lu Zhouyuan listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed. Soon, he had a general understanding of the situation from Sun Xiaoxiao's account. When he heard that the other party was from Carlo City, his eyes flickered slightly. Carlo City. He repeated the name softly, as if recalling something. The name sounded familiar. A moment later, a flash of understanding crossed Lu Zhouyuan's eyes. I remember now. His tone was a bit urgent. At the last moment, when Elder Mo fought desperately to break out of the encirclement, it seemed as though he had escaped alongside the city lord of Carlo City. Even a trashy little town like Carlo City has 6th-rank powerhouses? Sun Xiaoxiao spoke with obvious disdain. Xiao. Sun Yaoyao furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with seriousness. Don't speak in that tone. Never underestimate anyone or anything, anywhere, at any time. The cost of underestimating your enemy is often severe, and we have just learned this lesson the hard way. Shi Xian snorted coldly and interjected. Yao, I think Xiao was right this time. He glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao with a look of agreement. In a small place with scarce resources and narrow horizons, what kind of truly remarkable person could emerge? Lu Zhouyuan furrowed his brows and interrupted their argument sharply. Enough. Now is not the time to discuss these trivial matters. This is not a place to linger. Lu Zhouyuan's voice was low and hoarse. This place isn't safe. We must leave immediately. Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled slightly. It felt as though something incredibly heavy was awakening deep beneath the earth or rapidly approaching. Chapter 100, The Figure Descending from the Sky. Oh no! Lu Zhouyuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his pupils contracted sharply. He abruptly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the direction where the tremor originated, the deeper shadows of the stone forest. His senses were extremely sharp, and he immediately assessed the strength of the approaching figure. It's a 5th-tier monster. At least 8th level. What? Those two words rang out like thunder in Sun Yaoyao and the others' ears. 5th rank. Still only level 8. Such a terrifying existence at this level was an utterly overwhelming nightmare for them, who had lost the protection of the deputy city lord and elder Mo. It was an absolute power capable of tearing all of them to pieces with ease. Run! Lu Zhouyuan nearly roared the word out. His reaction was lightning fast. Disperse and break through. This is the only way out. However, it was already too late. Just as his voice faded away, a deafening roar, as if it could tear the soul apart, erupted suddenly from the depths of the stone forest. Boom! Accompanied by a roar. A colossal, suffocating black shadow, with unmatched ferocity, smashed through countless stone pillars blocking its path and burst forth from the shadows. Its speed was beyond imagination, and its massive form closed in on them in an instant. It's the shadow giant lizard. Sun Xiaoxiao's voice trembled uncontrollably. It not only possessed overwhelming physical strength but could also manipulate shadows at will. In this rugged, shadow-filled stone forest, it is virtually invincible. Form of formation. Lu Zhouyuan clenched his teeth tightly and suddenly drew the long sword from his waist. A powerful aura erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. 5th rank, 4th level. This is the limit he can currently reach. He was well aware that, facing a monster of this caliber and with such unique characteristics, escape was nothing but a pipe dream. The shadow lizard's speed, especially in the shadows, far exceeded theirs. The only option left was to fight to the death. Before the words had even left his mouth, the shadow lizard had already pounced forward like a ghost. Its massive tail swept toward them. So fast that it leaves only a blurry afterimage. Several massive stone pillars blocking the way crumbled like rotten wood under the force of the strike. Crack! The stone pillar snapped in two, sending fragments flying in all directions. Bang! A loud, muffled explosion. Lu Zhouyuan blocked with his sword, and at the moment the sword blade collided with the massive tail, an overwhelming force surged forth. He felt his arms tremble violently, and the palms of his hands split open instantly. His entire body flew backward like a kite whose string had been cut, violently thrown into the air. His body traced an awkward arc through the air before crashing heavily into a stone pillar, finally coming to a halt. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood couldn't be suppressed and overflowed from the corner of his mouth, staining his collar red. His face turned as pale as paper in an instant. Captain! Sun Yaoyao's anxious voice rang out. The gap is too big. Sun Yaoyao's heart sank to the bottom. 5th tier, 4th grade, facing a 5th tier, 8th grade opponent, this was an insurmountable chasm. There is simply no chance of victory. Damn it! Shi Xian roared, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Hu, and they charged forward simultaneously from both sides. Shi Xian's long spear darted like a dragon, striking at the giant lizard side. Zhao Hu, meanwhile, swung his massive axe with all his might, aiming for the giant lizard's legs. Their attacks were launched with all their might, accompanied by the sound of the wind being torn apart. However, ding! Ding! Two crisp sounds like metal striking metal. The tip of Shi Xian's long spear merely scraped a trail of sparks across the pitch-black scales, leaving not even a single white mark behind. Zhao Wu's massive axe was deflected by an invisible shadow force, crashing into the air with a thunderous clang, causing his arm to go numb. Not even a single scale could be pierced. The expressions on both their faces turned grim in an instant. Roar! It seemed as though he had been completely enraged by this ant-like provocation. The shadow giant lizard let out a deafening roar. It suddenly opened its blood-stained maw, filled with sharp fangs. A dark, viscous energy, as black as ink and as thick as liquid, added an astonishing speed within its mouth. The light around it was sucked in, forming a sphere of absolute darkness. It's shadow breath. Lu Zhouyuan's pupils contracted to their limits as he shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse. Quick, get out of the way! His voice was distorted with fear and urgency. But it was all too late. The dark energy that had been gathering had reached its critical point. There was no warning. A thick, pure column of dark energy suddenly erupted from the giant lizard's mouth. Silent and without a sound. Yet it carried the terrifying might to obliterate everything in its path. Black energy waves swept out. Everything in its path, whether hard rock or sturdy stone pillars, was instantly obliterated by an invisible force. Silently transforming into the finest dust, it dissipates into the air. That destructive force is surging toward all of them. It's over. Sun Yaoyao stared at the darkness that was devouring everything, and the last glimmer of light in her eyes faded completely. Despair, like a cold tide, instantly engulfed her consciousness. She instinctively closed her eyes. At that critical moment, a golden barrier suddenly appeared. Boom! The shadow breath collided with the golden barrier, sending dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, everyone stood frozen in place. There stood a man shrouded in golden light, standing quietly with one hand extended forward, effortlessly blocking the fatal blow. Sumo? Sun Yaoyao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, trembling with disbelief. She even doubted whether she was hallucinating due to the fear of impending death. What? How could it be him? Shen froze in place, his fingers clenching the long spear so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Sun Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with intense horror. The indestructible golden barrier that had just appeared, and the figure bathed in golden light, who had effortlessly blocked the shadow lizard's devastating attack like a divine being. Was that Sumo? The fourth-tier summoner they thought was dead. How is this possible? How could a fourth-tier summoner possibly block the full-force attack of a fifth-tier, eighth-grade shadow lizard? This completely overturned their understanding. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Everyone's minds went blank. It was incomprehensible. Unacceptable. Then they noticed Sumo standing behind him, surrounded by a group of people. None other than Mo Tianqing and his group. Elder Mo, is it really you? Lu Zhouyuan was so excited that his voice was trembling. You're still alive. He had thought Mo Tianqing had already been killed by the dragon's minions. But to his surprise, Mo Tianqing reappeared and saved their lives. Mo Tianqing's gaze remained calm as he nodded slightly toward Lu Zhouyuan. They had originally been heading toward the Dragon Bone Mountains. Sumo, utilizing his perception of the Earth's rules, constantly monitored all fluctuations within the vast surrounding area. It was precisely this powerful perception that detected the battle taking place here. The direction Sun Yaoyao and the others were heading in, though slightly off from the route taken by Sumo, Mo Tianqing, and the others, was generally the same. All were searching for and preparing to assist anyone who might emerge from the Dragon Bone Mountains. The distance isn't too far. Sumo sensed a powerful energy collision and also sensed the life-threatening crisis that Sun Yaoyao and the others had fallen into. After confirming the situation, he didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately adjusted his direction, and rushed over at full speed with Mo Tianqing and the others. This is how the previous life-saving rescue operation came to be. With Mo Tianqing's sudden appearance and Lu Zhouyuan's excited confirmation, Shen, Zhao Wu, and Sun Xiaoxiao also snapped out of their shock. They looked at Mo Tianqing standing behind Sumo, and their faces instantly lit up with a look of sudden realization. It was Elder Mo who saved us. Chapter 101, a mere 5th-rank cultivator. Shen loosened his grip on the long spear, his tone tinged with relief after narrowly escaping death. And a hint of barely perceptible contempt flashed across his eyes as he glanced at Sumo ahead. I knew it. A mere 4th-tier summoner couldn't possibly withstand the shadow breath of a 5th-tier, 8th-grade shadow lizard. Zhao Wu spoke in a deep, booming voice, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at Sumo. The way he acted just now, he really played the part convincingly. Sun Xiaoxiao gently patted her chest, still feeling a bit shaken. It was clearly Elder Mo who had saved him, yet he stood at the forefront, bathed in golden light, as if he were the one who had single-handedly turned the tide. Does he really expect us to be grateful to him? Shen snorted coldly. Pah! How shameless! Zhao Wu spat out a mouthful. A 4th-tier summoner? Block the full power attack of a 5th-tier, 8th-grade powerhouse? They were indeed overestimating themselves. Everything was because Elder Mo arrived just in time. And Sumo was also lucky. He happened to meet Elder Mo. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been devoured by the monsters on the road long ago. When you think about it that way, the other party should be thanking them. Sun Yaoyao, however, furrowed her brows. She clearly remembered that when the golden barrier appeared, Elder Mo was still standing several meters away. Moreover, the fluctuations in the barrier's power were completely different from the magical attributes Elder Mo usually used. But before she could ask, roar! The shadow lizard suddenly let out a painful roar. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn back to the battlefield. The rest of the battle is now in your capable hands, Elder Mo. Lu Zhouyuan exhaled deeply, his tense nerves finally relaxing. With Elder Mo, a genuine 6th-rank powerhouse, stationed here. The 5th-rank, 8th-grade shadow giant lizard that had previously left them feeling utterly hopeless now seemed no longer so terrifying. The scales of victory had already begun to tilt in their favor. Mo Tianqing's face betrayed a faint, composed smile. He shook his head gently. Just leave it to Sumo. What? Him? Lu Zhouyuan suddenly froze, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the figure bathed in the golden afterglow ahead. Sumo? He remembered clearly that Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had mentioned it before. This guy is just a 4th-tier summoner. A mere 4th-rank summoner. Senior Mo actually sent him to face a terrifying 5th-tier, 8th-grade monster alone? Are you kidding me? What's the difference between this and sending him to his death? It's like trying to crack an egg with a rock. The gap between them is too great to even describe. Lu Zhouyuan's mind went blank. Countless questions flooded his mind in an instant. Why would Elder Mo make such an arrangement? Could it be that? Could that golden light barrier really have been released by Sumo? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively dismissed it. It was absolutely impossible. A fourth-tier summoner could never possess such immense power. But despite his doubts, Lu Jiuyuan forced himself to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He dared not question Mo Tianqing's decision. Mo Tianqing held absolute authority in his heart. But Sun Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, had no such reservations. She had always been straightforward and spoke her mind, unable to keep anything to herself. Almost without thinking, she blurted it out. Elder, that guy is only a fourth-tier summoner. Sending him to fight the Shadow Lizard is like sending him to his death. Sun Xiaoxiao's voice echoed harshly through the stone forest. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian both frowned. However, it wasn't out of concern, but rather a hint of sarcasm. Sending a fourth-tier summoner to face a fifth-tier, eighth-grade monster. Is Elder Mo trying to get him killed? Well, so be it. I'm dead. The A-grade item Sun Yaoyao had given to the other party earlier, the shadow-avoiding compass, could now be retrieved. Mo Tianqing furrowed his brows slightly, about to speak up to explain. Roar! The shadow giant lizard suddenly lunged forward in an attack. It seemed to sense the human's contempt for it, roaring furiously as its massive body leaped forward, charging toward Sumo. Watch out! Sun Yaoyao instinctively shouted in alarm. However, what happened next left everyone wide-eyed. There, at the very center of the attack, Sumo didn't even bother to turn his head. He merely raised his right hand casually. Bang! A muffled sound. The massive body of the shadow giant lizard, weighing several tons, suddenly came to an eerie halt less than half a meter in front of Sumo. It seemed as though it had collided with an impenetrable yet completely transparent wall. The immense forward momentum caused its muscles to twist violently, and its bones groaned under the unbearable strain. But it simply couldn't move forward another inch. How is this possible? Shi Xian was stunned. Zhao Hu blinked hard. Lu Jiuyuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind went blank. What had he seen? That was a fifth-tier, eighth-grade shadow giant lizard attacking with all its might. And it was blocked so effortlessly? Not even a single thread of her robe fluttered in the breeze? In the midst of the silent shock of the crowd, Sumo slowly turned around. His movements were still slow, exuding a calm composure. His indifferent gaze fell calmly upon the hideous head of the giant lizard, which was mere inches away. In those eyes, there was no fear, no gravity, not even a ripple of emotion. Only a profound calmness remained. As if watching an insignificant insect. Then, he spoke. His voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. But in the silent stone forest, it was clearly heard by everyone. A mere fifth tier. A mere fifth rank? Sun Xiaoxiao, Shi Xian, Zhao Hu, Lu Jiuyuan, and even Sun Yaoyao's expressions ranged from shock to disbelief, and finally to a sense of absurdity that was hard to believe. That fourth-tier summoner, whom they had deemed a lucky, opportunistic, and pretentious individual. To use such a casual tone to describe a terrifying fifth-tier, eighth-grade demon beast capable of annihilating their entire group? Holy Lord! Roar! The thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, an indescribable sense of terror and overwhelming pressure descended suddenly, as if the heavens were collapsing. Sixth tier. This is the terrifying pressure unique to sixth-rank powerhouses. Even more violent, more pure, and more heart-stopping than the deliberately restrained aura of Elder Mo Tianqing. Under this overwhelming pressure, the fifth-grade, eighth-level shadow giant lizard, which had previously been rampaging with unmatched ferocity, suddenly collapsed to the ground, its massive body limp as if all its bones had been shattered. Its massive head was pressed firmly against the ground, its muscles trembling violently beneath its scales, and its golden vertical pupils were filled with the most primal fear. Trembling uncontrollably. Not even a single thought of resistance dared to surface. This was the most primal suppression deep within their bloodline. Chapter 102, Playing the Fool to Outsmart the Wise is quite satisfying, isn't it? This is. The people of Tianyuan City looked up at the suddenly appearing colossal creature, all of them frozen in shock. In their line of sight, a massive creature slowly descended, blocking out the remaining sunlight and casting a huge shadow. It was a true dragon. Simply hovering there, the dragon's aura was enough to freeze the air. Why does this dragon feel more noble to me than that demon dragon? Lu Jiuyuan swallowed hard. The Dragon Clan? Sun Xiaoxiao's legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees on the ground. What truly left them speechless and nearly halted their ability to think was the scene that unfolded next. That terrifying dragon, exuding an aura of destruction, carried a hint of respect? Yes, reverence. It slowly landed beside the young man. Beside the fourth-rank summoner they had always looked down upon. Master, should we kill him? The Holy Master's deep voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Master? This sixth-tier dragon actually referred to Sumo as master? A fourth-tier summoner can summon a sixth-tier dragon clan? Lu Zhouyuan felt his worldview crumbling. Sun Yaoyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Suemo. Suemo, the young man she had believed needed her protection and even gifted an A-grade item to save his life. His summoned creature was actually a 6th-tier Dragon Clan member? How is this possible? This completely overturns their understanding of the summoner system. It has overturned their understanding of power rankings. Facing the Holy Lord's inquiry, Suemo merely nodded slightly. In his golden vertical pupils, a cold intent to kill was evident. In the next instant, dragon flames erupted. The 5th-tier, 8th-grade giant lizard that had driven the Tianyuan City squad into a desperate situation didn't even have time to utter a scream before it was reduced to ashes. Silence. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. In the stone forest, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the broken stones could be heard, along with the heavy yet deliberately suppressed breathing of the crowd. Sun Yaoyao, Lu Zhouyuan, Sun Xiaoxiao, Shi Xian, Zhao Hu, and everyone from Tianyuan City stood frozen in place, as if they had been cast under a spell. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others gaped in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Their minds went blank. Thoughts completely stagnated. That 4th-tier rookie who had been looked down upon, mocked, and even secretly wished dead by them all along. The summoner they believed was merely lucky, riding on the coattails of Elder Mo. With a single wave of his hand, he instantly killed a 5th-tier, 8th-grade shadow lizard that could have wiped out their entire group. This is even more absurd than a fairy tale. Is this guy the 4th-tier individual they were talking about? No, this guy is definitely a 6th-tier summoner. Lu Zhouyuan instantly understood everything. He had been swayed by Sun Xiaoxiao and the others' account of events. This guy is a genuine 6th-tier summoner. And an extremely terrifying 6th-ranked dragon-type summoner. Among summoners, he is undoubtedly among the top tier. Therefore, it is only natural that he can easily defeat a 5th-tier, 8th-grade monster. Sun Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. She had earlier loudly questioned Elder Mo's arrangement, believing that sending Suemo to confront the giant lizard was a suicide mission. Now it seems that it wasn't Suemo who was sent to his death, but the poor giant lizard. No, it wasn't even worth dying for. It was a one-sided massacre, a slaughter. Everyone realized that Suemo wasn't a 4th-tier summoner, he was a 6th-tier summoner. Everyone realized that Suemo wasn't a 4th-tier summoner, he was a 6th-tier summoner. Shi Xian and Zhao Hu's faces had long since lost their color, leaving only pallor. The mockery and schadenfreude they had felt earlier now seemed like the antics of two clowns entertaining themselves. Especially when one thinks that they were still coveting the A-grade prop that Sun Yaoyao had given to Suemo. A chill ran up my spine from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. What kind of being were they mocking just now? Sun Yaoyao stared at Sumo's back, her expression incredibly complex. Shock, disbelief, and a hint of an emotion she couldn't quite put into words. It turned out he never needed her to worry about him at all. It turned out that he had been hiding such terrifying strength all along. That golden light barrier, could it be the manifestation of the opponent's rule power? Is this really the one saving me? Only Mo Tianxing still wore that faint smile on his face. The look he cast at Suemo carried a hint of admiration that was almost imperceptible. Hey, if you're already at the 6th rank, why did you lie to us and say you were only at the 4th rank earlier? Sun Xiaoxiao stormed forward, her voice filled with anger. This question also echoed the thoughts of Zhao Hu and Shi Xian. The two stood motionless, but the look in their eyes as they gazed at Suemo was filled with awe, and a hint of complex dissatisfaction was clearly visible. Yes, why? If they had known that Suemo was a 6th-tier powerhouse with such a terrifying dragon summoning creature, how dare they mock him like that? The humiliation from the stark contrast left their faces burning with shame. Why would a prestigious 6th-tier powerhouse disguise themselves as an inconspicuous 4th-tier individual? Is it just to watch them perform like clowns? Is it just to enjoy the charade of pretending to be weak and then revealing their true identities at the last moment, watching them stunned and disoriented? Zhao Hu and Shi Xian grew increasingly grim as they thought about it, their growing dissatisfaction quickly boiling over. What's the big deal? Do we have to tell you our rank? You're just looking down on us. Seeing this, Wang Gang quickly took the opportunity to mock him back. Earlier, these people learned that they were from a small city. When they found out that they only had 4th-tier strength. That arrogant, sharp, and harsh attitude. Wang Gang remembers it all too well. It seems like the people from Tianyuan City are naturally superior to others. Now the tables have turned. Finally, they can hold their heads high. All the mockery and disdain I endured before. Paid back with interest. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Wang Gang felt a surge of satisfaction. He couldn't help but want to let out a loud cry to the heavens. To express the exhilaration of this moment. Zhang Ming's lips also curled upward. Though, he didn't show it on the surface. However, the actions of Sun Xiaoxiao and the others earlier had already left him extremely annoyed. You. Sun Xiaoxiao was so flustered by Wang Gang's words that she felt a tightness in her chest. Her pretty face turned bright red. She was filled with shame and anger. She wanted to argue back, but she found she couldn't find any words to counter them. The facts are right there. They really did look down on people. The embarrassment of being exposed in front of everyone. It made her want to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian were both as pale as death. Every word Wang Gang spoke felt like a sharp slap across the face. It stings them deeply. The burning pain was intense. Mo Tianqing keenly sensed the tense atmosphere between the two. His gaze fell on Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Hu, and Shi Xian, whose faces were grim. They also swept over Wang Gang, who looked utterly satisfied and made no effort to hide his mockery. His brows furrowed slightly. The air seemed to grow heavier. He frowned. His tone carried an air of unquestionable authority. He scolded. "What's going on? Explain clearly what happened." Chapter 103, It's perfectly normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Mo Tianqing's voice was not loud. Yet it carried an intangible sense of pressure. Sun Xiaoxiao, who had been about to argue further, immediately shut her mouth. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian bowed their heads even lower. They dared not meet his gaze. Under Mo Tianqing's relentless questioning, Wang Gang added bluntly. The entire sequence of events quickly became clear to Mo Tianqing. After hearing the entire story, Mo Tianqing's expression darkened completely. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He swept his gaze over Sun Xiaoxiao, Zhao Hu, and Shi Xian. Anger was almost impossible to contain. He never expected this from the members of his own city. The elite of Tianyuan City. How could they possibly engage in such superficial, narrow-minded, and rude behavior? This disgrace is not just on them. It is the reputation of the entire Tianyuan City that is at stake. Especially after witnessing Su Mo's unimaginable strength. Such behavior was utterly foolish. Nonsense! Mo Tianqing shouted angrily. The sound echoed through the silent stone forest. It made several hearts tremble. Judging by appearances, narrow-minded. Is this what we teach you in Tianyuan City? Now, immediately, right away. He pointed at Su Mo, Wang Gang, and Zhang Ming. His tone was firm and decisive. With an unquestionable command. Go apologize to Su Xiaoyu and the others. Sun Yaoyao was the first to react. She walked up to Su Mo and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, Senior Su, for saving my life. I apologize for any previous offenses. Shi Xian and Zhao Hu stood where they were, their expressions shifting constantly. Extremely reluctant. But under Mo Tianqing's stern gaze, they reluctantly bowed their hands towards Su Mo. Their movements were stiff and half-hearted, but it counted as a formal greeting. Except for Sun Xiaoxiao. She crossed her arms and turned her head away in a huff. She looked away. Her little face was filled with defiance, stubbornly refusing to bow her head. Su Mo's gaze. He didn't even linger for a moment on Shi Xian or Zhao Hu, let alone glance at Sun Xiaoxiao, who was seething with resentment. His gaze. It was fixed solely on Sun Yaoyao in front of him. He reached out his hand and gently helped Sun Yaoyao, who was deeply bowing, to her feet. The movement was natural. Not the slightest deviation from the norm. Sun Yaoyao's pretty face flushed slightly. She shyly averted her gaze from Su Mo. Immediately afterward, Su Mo flipped his wrist. The exquisite shadow-evading compass appeared in the palm of his hand. He handed it to Sun Yaoyao. Thank you, Miss Sun, for the prop. I no longer need them now. Return it to its owner. Sun Yaoyao looked at the compass, her expression complex. She hesitated for a moment. Finally, she extended her slender fingers and gently took the compass. This scene fell into the eyes of Mo Tianqing, who was not far away. He couldn't help but curve his lips slightly upward. His gaze shifted between Su Mo and Sun Yaoyao. A thought began to stir in his mind. If only Yao Yao could be with this incredibly talented Su Mo. Then the future of Tianyuan City would be. What are you thinking about? An untimely voice rang out. Xiao Zhan had approached unnoticed. He saw right through Mo Tianqing's little scheme at a glance. He sneered and ruthlessly shattered Mo Tianqing's illusions. Let me tell you something. This matter. That's impossible. Xiao Zhan emphasized with a stronger tone. Su Mo is one of us from Carlo City. He's Lin Shi's guy. Don't even think about it. Pa! Mo Tianqing spat angrily. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Su Mo is a hero of the human race. What about you people from Carlo City? He raised his eyebrows. His tone was tinged with a hint of teasing and a touch of matter-of-factness. Besides, men are capable. Isn't having 3 wives and 4 concubines quite normal? Didn't you do the same thing back in the day? Shoo! Mo Tianqing hadn't finished speaking. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. He quickly took a step forward and reached out to cover Mo Tianqing's mouth. Old Mo, shut your mouth. Why bring up old matters? Xiao Zhan lowered his voice, his tone tinged with panic. Mo Tianqing's mouth was covered, and he could only make muffled sounds. His eyes, however, were fixed on Xiaozhan, a smug smile playing on his lips. This scene left everyone speechless. What on earth were these two big shots doing? Ahem. Mo Tianqing broke free from Xiaozhan's grip, coughed twice, and quickly regained his usual air of authority. At that moment, Mo Tianqing turned to Lu Zhouyuan and the others and said, "We're heading to the Dragon Lord's lair next. Will you choose to accompany us, or do you plan to stay here and explore the secret realm on your own?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhouyuan's expression changed as he said, "Elder, with our strength, we cannot go to the lair of the demon dragon. Is likely to be extremely dangerous." What he had originally intended to say was certain death. But when the words reached his lips, he softened them slightly. Uncontrollably, the horrific scene from before flashed through his mind. Those powerful 7th-tier elders. How did they manage to survive under the claws of that terrifying demon dragon? Torn apart so easily. That scene, like a nightmare, was deeply etched into his heart. Mo Tianqing seemed to have seen through his fear. He instinctively glanced at Su Mo out of the corner of his eye. "Don't worry. We have found someone who can match that dragon." "What? Have you found someone who can match the dragon?" Lu Zhouyuan suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Match a dragon? That's an existence that even several 7th-tier powerhouses teaming up couldn't defeat. How is that possible? Who is it? Could it be? His gaze involuntarily followed Mo Tianqing's line of sight, landing on the young man Su Mo, who remained calm and composed the entire time. Was it him? As soon as the thought arose, Lu Zhouyuan subconsciously suppressed it. It's impossible. How could a 6th-tier dragon be a match for a 7th-tier peak-level demon dragon? Could it be that a top-tier powerhouse from another major region has arrived? Just as Lu Zhouyuan's mind was shaken and filled with doubts, Sun Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, I want to go. I've never seen it before. What does the dragon look like? Is it really as powerful as the legends say?" She chattered away. Her eyes sparkled. As if it weren't a perilous place where 1 in 9 might die. But rather, it was a new and exciting playground. Watching Sun Xiaoxiao's naive and carefree expression, Sun Yaoyao, standing beside her, could only shake her head helplessly. She sighed softly. Her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Her younger sister's temperament was still as lively as ever. She has no sense of respect whatsoever. Sooner or later, they will suffer greatly. Shi Shen and Zhao Hu, who were standing nearby, also spoke up. "Captain, let's go take a look too. The dragon's lair must be filled with countless treasures. Fortune favors the bold." Their thinking is straightforward. While danger is certainly frightening, opportunities are equally tempting. The lair guarded by the dragon is undoubtedly of immense value. If one could secure a share of its riches, it would be an opportunity of a lifetime. Chapter 104, You Can't Even Defeat the Ghost Soldiers. For a moment, except for Lu Zhouyuan, who was still trembling with fear, most of the people in the group were filled with anticipation. Lu Zhouyuan felt the intense stares of his teammates. He was torn inside. Reason told him. The lair of the dragon is extremely dangerous. The previous crushing defeat serves as a grim reminder. The person whom Elder Mo Tianqing claimed could match a demon dragon. He still harbored deep doubts. After all, those few fallen 7th-rank powerhouses, which one of them wasn't a renowned expert with years of experience? Which one of them didn't go to challenge them with full confidence? What was the result? It ended up with them dying and their cause being destroyed. But he glanced at the team members around him. Even if he refused, they would probably go anyway. If he leaves alone, in this perilous and mysterious realm, where can one possibly go to be safe? Following the main group is the only option available at the moment. Lu Zhouyuan took a deep breath. He bowed respectfully toward Mo Tianqing, Xiaozhan, and Su Mo. Since that's the case, then we shall trouble the elder, the city lord, and brother Su for their kindness. We are willing to accompany you. After a long and arduous journey, Su Mo and his group finally reached the deepest part of the Dragon Bone Mountains. The sight before them left everyone breathless. A towering black mountain peak stood before them. The entire mountain peak taking on the eerie outline of a dragon, as if a sleeping colossal dragon were coiled across the earth. The mountain's surface is covered in pitch black, scale-like rocks that shimmer with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Is this the legendary lair of the demon dragon? Sun Xiaoxiao instinctively opened her mouth wide and tilted her little face upward. Her eyes reflected the majestic dragon-shaped mountain peak, filled with an indescribable sense of awe. Mo Tianqing nodded solemnly. According to the information we have obtained, this dragon bone peak itself is the transformed form of a true ancient dragon that fell from the heavens during the primordial era. That shadow demon dragon shows this place as its lair, likely to absorb the remnants of the dragon clan's essence still lingering within the mountain. His voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of caution. As the crowd approached, an oppressive aura emanated from the depths of the mountain, suffocating those around them. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, and occasional low, rumbling sounds echoed from the depths of the mountain's core. Something was wrong. Mo Tianqing suddenly furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings with a serious expression. According to reason, the aura of the demon dragon should be enveloping the entire mountain range. Why can't I sense its presence now? Xiao Zhan's towering figure tensed instantly. He too sensed the strange anomaly. He said in a low voice, could it be that it has already left the nest? Has it entered the ruins of the fallen god? Mo Tianqing took up the conversation, his expression turning extremely grim. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to stir. Meanwhile, Sumo's expression changed slightly. If the demon dragon had truly entered the ruins, Lin Shi's situation would become even more perilous. But he remained unusually calm at that moment, no panic. He raised his right hand, palm facing down, and whispered, Ghost Shadow Battalion. In an instant, countless black shadows surged forth from the shadows beneath his feet, transforming into hundreds of fully armed ghost shadow soldiers. Go, search the entire lair. Leave no corner unexplored. Su Mo ordered. The ghostly soldiers saluted silently. They then transformed into shadowy figures, dispersing at an astonishing speed and vanishing into every corner of the cave in the blink of an eye. Can these things detect the information inside? Don't get wiped out by the enemy before you even get close. Sun Xiaoxiao's tone was clearly distrustful, even tinged with a hint of contempt. She looked down on these ghostly soldiers with great disdain. Even if you die, these ghostly soldiers won't die. Wang Gang mocked mercilessly. You're full of it. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately flew into a rage, her almond-shaped eyes widening in anger. I'm about to reach the 5th rank, how can these things compare to me? Humph. A sneer escaped Wang Gang's lips. He even imitated Sun Xiaoxiao's tone from earlier, dragging out the pitch. I'm about to reach the 5th level. Immediately, the mockery on his face vanished, and he fixed his sharp gaze on Sun Xiaoxiao, speaking slowly and deliberately. Do you know that these ghost soldiers you look down on? Each and every one of them has already firmly reached the 5th rank. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately jumped up to refute him. Her fingers trembled as she pointed at Wang Gang. It wasn't just her. Zhao Hu, Shi Shen, and even Sun Yaoyao and Lu Zhouyuan were all stunned by the news. Is reaching the 5th rank really that easy? If those ghostly soldiers are all 5th tier, doesn't that mean that Su Mo could summon an army of hundreds of 5th tier warriors with just a wave of his hand? What does that even mean? A chill rose from the depths of everyone's hearts. Even in a typical medium-sized region, how many 5th rank powerhouses could they muster even if they gave it their all? At most, you might manage a few dozen, and even at the very top, perhaps 100 or so. But now, Su Mo merely waved his hand casually. The ghostly soldiers he summoned seemed insignificant at first glance. Each and every one of them stood firmly at the 5th tier level. This completely shattered their understanding. Doesn't this mean that Su Mo is alone? It was as if he had a terrifying army capable of sweeping through an ordinary medium-sized region. Just how powerful is this guy? Hey, is this guy telling the truth? Sun Xiaoxiao pointed at Su Mo and asked him in a questioning tone. Su Mo did not respond, but closed his eyes and focused his mind, sensing the information being transmitted by the ghostly soldiers through the mental link. You. Sun Xiaoxiao saw that Su Mo completely ignored her, and her pretty face turned bright red in an instant. A surge of humiliation and anger rushed to her head. Are you still pretending? Seeing that Su Mo didn't respond, Sun Xiaoxiao rushed toward him quickly. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed ready to act at the slightest provocation. However, the next second, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. It appeared before Sun Xiaoxiao without any warning. It was a ghostly soldier. His face was hidden in the shadows, revealing only a pair of cold, ruthless eyes. The ghostly soldier made no sound and did not make any unnecessary movements. He simply raised his arm. He waved his fist tightly clenched in his palm. He charged straight toward Sun Xiaoxiao, who was just a few feet away, delivering a powerful blow. At the same time, a powerful yet subtle aura emanated from him. Like a volcanic eruption, it suddenly erupted from the bodies of the ghostly soldiers. That aura belonged to a 5th tier powerhouse. 5th rank? They're actually 5th rank. Sun Xiaoxiao's face, which had been filled with anger, froze instantly. In its place was a look of shock and horror. She stared wide-eyed. She stared in disbelief at the ghostly soldiers just inches away. Feeling the genuine 5th tier aura. All previous doubts and contempt vanished instantly. In their place came deep shock and fear. Lu Zhouyuan and the others were completely speechless at that moment. Hundreds of 5th tier powerhouses. Hundreds of 5th tier powerhouses. What an utterly terrifying force. Su Mo actually possesses such a terrifying trump card. The look in their eyes as they looked at Su Mo. There was nothing but shock. There was also a hint of awe and apprehension. This man. Far more enigmatic than they could ever imagine. Chapter 105, All-Out Attack. At that moment, The ghost soldier's attacks were about to strike Sun Xiaoxiao. The wind from his fists whistled through the air, straight at Sun Xiaoxiao's face. The icy intent to kill mixed with pure power caused her blood to nearly freeze. Help! Sun Xiaoxiao was panicking, her body trembling. As a mage, if she were hit by that strike, she would definitely be seriously injured. Wang Gang was right, she couldn't even defeat one of Sumo's summoned creatures. Sun Yaoyao, Lu Zhouyuan, and the others couldn't even come to her rescue in time. Mo Tianqing, who had the ability to rescue them, chose to stand by and do nothing. In his view, Sun Xiaoxiao had been spoiled and indulged all her life, suffering a bit and learning a lesson was for her own good. In the end, the ghost soldier's fist did not land on Sun Xiaoxiao. At the last moment, the ghostly soldier suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished without a sound. The lingering gust of wind brushed against Sun Xiaoxiao's stiff cheeks. She remained frozen in a posture of terror and retreat, gasping for breath as cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Her legs were weak, and she could barely stand. Su Mo opened his eyes, glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao, who was in a state of panic, and then spoke. I used shadow soldiers to almost completely scout the entire dragon's lair. The dragon is definitely not there. It's not there after all. It seems he has truly entered the ruins of the remnant god. Mo Tianqing nodded. What should we do now? Enter the ruins of the fallen god? Xiao Zhan looked at Su Mo and asked. Since the demon dragon wasn't here, there was no need for them to linger any longer. Wait, something's happening. What's going on? Mo Tianqing asked. Su Mo frowned. The demon dragon is indeed not here, but there is still a 6th-tier dragon descendant guarding the depths of the lair. It just killed a ghost soldier I sent to investigate the deeper regions. A 6th-tier dragon descendant. This term caused Lu Zhouyuan and the others' expressions to change slightly. However, upon glancing at Mo Tianqing, Xiao Zhan, and Su Mo, they immediately relaxed. What's so special about a 6th-tier dragon descendant? They have 3 6th-tier powerhouses. Don't be afraid. And a hint of confusion flashed across Sumo's eyes. I vaguely sensed that beneath the aura of that 6th-tier dragon descendant, there seemed to be another even more subtle and elusive presence lurking beneath. That aura was faint and ephemeral, as if it might vanish at any moment, yet it was undeniably present. Before anyone could ask further questions. Just then, roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the entrance of the dark and deep dragon's lair ahead. The roar was filled with brutality and anger, like rolling thunder, instantly echoing throughout the entire valley. Immediately afterward, a furious voice echoed, brimming with unhidden intent to kill. Who dares to covet the land of my master? You're asking for death. In an instant, the ground throughout the entire valley began to violently tremble. Immediately afterward, shadowy figures surged forth like a tidal wave from the depths of the cave. Those are monsters. Countless monsters. As far as the eye can see, nothing but hideous creatures. At a glance, there must be thousands upon thousands of them. This sudden terrifying sight caused Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others, who had only just begun to recover from the shock of the ghostly soldiers, to pale slightly. My goodness! Zhao Hu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. This number is way too high, isn't it? With so many monsters, even if we just stand there and let them attack, we'll be fighting until our hands are numb. Let alone. Many of them were powerful, and at first glance, they were not opponents they could handle. Sun Yaoyao and Lu Zhouyuan also wore solemn expressions, unconsciously moving closer to Mo Tianqing and Su Mo. A monster army of this scale was far beyond their usual capabilities. Sun Xiaoxiao was so terrified that she turned pale with fear. Having just been intimidated by the 5th-tier aura of the ghostly soldiers, she now faced such a terrifying horde of monsters. She instinctively hid behind her older sister Sun Yaoyao, daring only to peek out half her head, staring fearfully ahead, not daring to breathe a single breath. All traces of her previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. You were so confident just now. Now you're scared? But then again. He looked ahead at the surging tide of monsters, his expression equally grim. Compared to the tension and fear of the others, Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan appeared much more composed. As 6th-tier powerhouses, such a grand scene was still insufficient to move them. As for Su Mo, there was no need to mention him. Just then, a massive and agile figure finally stepped out of the shadows of the deep cave entrance, revealing itself to everyone's view. Was it a dragon-like creature resembling a human? It stood over 10 meters tall, walked upright, and was covered in dark golden scales. Its head retains the fierce dragon-like features, with 2 thick, curved horns pointing straight into the sky. A pair of vertical pupils glowing with the fiery red of molten lava, with a long tail trailing behind, covered in bone spines. The most striking feature, however, is it holds a massive, menacing war spear in its hand, seemingly carved from black obsidian, with faint black mist swirling around the blade. 6th tier. This is definitely the aura of a 6th-tier cultivator. Moreover, compared to ordinary 6th-tier energy, it seems even more ferocious and aggressive. Race, Dragon Clan Subspecies, Berserker Dragon Descendant. Rank, 6th tier, 9th grade. Level, 6th rank, 9th grade. Domain, Berserker, all attributes enhanced, pain perception weakened, recovery enhanced. Weakness, mental attacks. Suemo instantly read all the data of this dragonborn through the 10,000 spirits diagram. V's crimson vertical pupils slowly swept over the crowd below. Its gaze briefly resting on Zhao Hu, Shixian, and the others, filled with unhidden contempt. Finally, they came to rest on Mo Tianxing, Xiaozhan, and Suemo. The low, rumbling voice of the lowly human dragon echoed like a distant thunderclap. It pointed its war spear at the crowd. Dare to trespass into the domain of the demon dragon lord? Today, I shall quench my rage with your flesh and blood. It suddenly raised the black obsidian war spear in its hand, pointing it menacingly at the crowd. A cold, murderous intent swept over them like a freezing wind. Die. The final word die fell, like a fuse igniting a barrel of explosives. Roar. Kill. Tens of thousands of dragonkin monsters roared in unison, their deafening cries nearly shaking the entire valley to its foundations. In the next instant, the black tide began to move. Charging toward the location where Suemo and the others were, it launched a devastating assault. The earth groaned, and the air burned. Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, Zhao Hu, Sun Yaoyao, Lu Zhouyuan, and others all mobilized their own strength. Get ready for battle. Even Sun Xiaoxiao was no exception. At that moment, Suemo suddenly raised his right hand. Ghost Shadow Core, attack. As he spoke, dark cracks suddenly appeared out of thin air, densely packed and spreading across the entire valley. Within the cracks, a dense shadow energy surged, as if connecting to another world. Chapter 106, The Ghost Army's Crushing Assault. In the next instant, countless ghostly soldiers poured out of the cracks in a steady stream. They were clad in black armor and wielded various shadow weapons. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, revealing only a pair of cold, ruthless crimson eyes. Each emanated the aura of a fifth-tier powerhouse, forming a tight battle formation to confront the monster horde. Hundreds? No. This time, the number of ghostly soldiers that appeared far exceeded previous encounters. They were so numerous that they stretched as far as the eye could see. They march in silence, in perfect formation. If the ghostly soldiers that appeared earlier were merely a stream, then now, they were a vast ocean. This. Lu Zhouyuan stared wide-eyed. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Thousands, no, far more than 5-tiered beings. He swallowed hard, his voice dry and hoarse. Before him were countless 5th-tier ghostly soldiers. A cold intent to kill permeates the air, and the battle formation is grim and menacing. He stared at the scene that nearly filled his entire field of vision, his mind going blank. Shixian, Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, and the others were equally pale, their breathing halted. Their bodies were rigid. A legion composed of thousands of 5th-tier powerhouses. What an utterly terrifying force. Even Sun Xiaoxiao, who had been trembling in fear moments ago, now looked at Suemo with a completely different expression. Fear still lingered, but it had been replaced by awe. She opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she only silently lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of the seemingly ordinary young man. This kid always manages to surprise me with the commotion he causes. Mo Tianxing stared at the endless army of ghostly shadows, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. Even he, upon witnessing such a massive 5th-rank legion, could not remain calm. Xiaozhan stood beside him and nodded slowly. He swept his gaze over the soldiers, who resembled a black torrent of steel. His tone carried a hint of indescribable emotion, even a touch of self-mockery. Indeed. With these ghostly soldiers, it feels like we're just here to make up the numbers. That kid Suemo alone could probably sweep through most of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Before the others could fully recover from their shock, Suemo had already swung his raised right hand down. Kill. Cold, grim, devoid of emotion. Roar. A deafening roar erupted like a tsunami. Thousands of ghostly soldiers, their crimson eyes glowing simultaneously. The next second, a black torrent. No hesitation, no fancy tactics, just a direct frontal assault. Thousands of 5th-tier powerhouses charging simultaneously. What does that even mean? The earth trembles. The very ground trembles. The dull footsteps gathered into a thunderous roar, like 1,000 horses galloping, shaking the very core of one's being. On the other side, the monster army was vast and overwhelming in number, but their momentum was unmatched. However, their combat strength was far inferior to that of the Ghost Shadow Legion. The outcome was already decided before the clash even began. Boom! 2 black torrents collided violently with each other. Ghostly soldiers, as sharp as the keenest blades, instantly tore through the monster army's defenses. The dull thud of blades piercing flesh, the cracking of bones, and the monster's agonized screams intertwined into a bloody symphony. Blood spatters everywhere, and severed limbs fly through the air. In just a moment's contact, the monster horde was crushed like meat through a grinder, collapsing in a massive heap in an instant. How is this possible? The ferocious face of the berserker dragon descendant froze in an instant. Its lava-like vertical pupils contracted violently, fixated on the battlefield. Its eyes bulged out of their sockets. What did it see? The monster army it had once boasted about was now as fragile as paper in the face of the enemy's black soldiers, utterly helpless. Though these monsters were of low rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they fought with reckless abandon, fearing neither death nor danger. In the past, they had swept everything before them, unstoppable in their path. But now, they've encountered their true nemesis. They weren't afraid of death, but the shadow creatures they faced were even less afraid. Just a single encounter, and they were slaughtered to the last man? Impossible. The frenzy war dragon couldn't accept the reality before its eyes. It let out a furious roar, swinging its massive obsidian war spear violently, pointing it toward the Ghost Shadow Legion. Kill them! Kill them all! However, the response was an even more devastating defeat. The Ghost Shadow Battalion's strength far exceeded its expectations. Not only do they hold an absolute advantage in terms of level, they are also fearless and unaware of pain. They are truly a battle-hardened force. They are like precision war machines, efficient, ruthless, and merciless. The monster army's attacks struck them like a drop in the ocean, unable to shake their battle formation in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ghostly soldiers' counterattack was like scythes, each swing reaping the lives of a vast swath of monsters. The battlefield was a complete one-sided slaughter. Wherever the Ghost Shadow Battalion passed, monsters felt like wheat being harvested, their blood staining the ground red, and the air thick with the pungent smell of blood. Run for your lives. Run fast. We're no match for them. The once menacing horde of monsters now resembled ants doused in water, collapsing instantly and scattering in all directions. However, the Ghost Shadow Battalion didn't give them a chance to escape. The battle formations followed like shadows, relentlessly pursuing the monsters, clinging to them like maggots on a bone, relentlessly biting into the monster army and continuously expanding their gains. My goodness! Exclamations of surprise kept coming from Shi Xian and the others. This wasn't a tough battle at all. This is clearly a one-sided rout. At the center of the battlefield, the face of the Berserker Dragonborn had turned an ugly shade of red. It never imagined it would encounter such a formidable foe. The enemy had actually summoned such a terrifying army. This is a nightmare. Damn humans! The Berserker Dragonkin let out a furious roar, swinging its obsidian war spear violently towards Suemo. I will kill you. It no longer cared about anything else and suddenly charged towards Suemo. Only by eliminating this summoner could they secure victory. Roar! Just as the Berserker Dragon descendant charged towards Suemo, enveloped in a destructive aura. A more majestic, more vast dragon's roar, like thunder from the heavens, suddenly erupted. The sound waves rolled like waves, shaking the heavens. The sky seemed to dim for a moment. The Holy Ruler's colossal form, as vast as a mountain, descended from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The first to be struck by the onslaught, their forward momentum suddenly halted. The Berserker Dragonborn suddenly raised its head. His lava-red eyes, which had been filled with brutality and murderous intent, suddenly contracted sharply, becoming as sharp as needles. Deep within the pupils, the majestic and sacred form of the Holy Lord's colossal dragon body was clearly reflected. The air seemed to freeze. Its gaze was fixed firmly on the Holy Lord, scanning every inch of him from head to toe. Pure-blooded dragon clan? The voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Chapter 107, One man forms an army, slaughtering 10,000 tribes. The next moment, the shock quickly faded. In its place came an almost maddening heat. The color of greed, like a wildfire, instantly ignited its eyes. Such pure dragon bloodline. All it takes is to devour you. I can break through to the 7th rank. Ecstasy and greed intertwined. He has now reached the 6th rank, 9th level, just one step away from the 7th rank. Yet this final step has kept him firmly locked out, unable to make any progress for decades. Holy Sovereign, you are like a powerful elixir, even monsters would seek to devour your bloodline. Suemo joked. Then kill them all. The Holy Lord heard his master's teasing voice and turned his dragon eyes toward the mad dragon, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. Their gazes collided in mid-air. An invisible pressure suddenly spreads out. The air seemed to grow thick and sticky. The standoff between the two colossal beings made the surrounding space seem to freeze. In the distance, Shi Xian and the others dared not even breathe. Mo Elder, Shao City Lord. Sun Yaoyao's voice carried a noticeable tone of worry. Her gaze was fixed on Suemo, then shifted uneasily to the two giant dragons facing off against each other. Can Senior Su handle that dragon spawn alone? Should we go help? That dragon is a 6th tier, 9th grade dragon, while the Holy Lord is only a 6th tier, 2nd grade dragon. The gap between them was simply too great. Ha, you little girl, you're worrying too much. Mo Tianqing's hearty laughter broke the tension. He stroked his beard, his eyes filled with absolute trust. Don't even mention a mere 6th tier, 9th grade hybrid dragon descendant. Even if a few more of the same level were to appear, Suemo, my young friend, would be able to handle them with ease. Xiao Zhan also chimed in from the side. Earlier, we were being chased. Suemo, that guy, single-handedly killed 10 dragon descendants and saved us. Among them were 3 6th-tier dragon descendants. This statement struck the people of Tianyuan City like a heavy hammer, leaving them speechless. The air fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Slaughter 10 dragon descendants? Alone and unarmed? 3 6th rankers? Every word felt so unfamiliar to them. It was Su Mo who saved Elder Mo. Lu Zhouyuan was far more shocked than Shi Xian and the others. He had previously believed that it was Elder Mo and Lord Xiao who had fought tooth and nail, risking their lives to carve out a path to survival. He never could have imagined it. The hero who saved lives was actually that seemingly calm young man. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through Lu Zhouyuan's mind like lightning. The mysterious powerful being mentioned earlier by Elder Mo, capable of withstanding the demon dragon. Could it be? He is Su Mo? Once that thought popped into his head, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. But isn't he only at the 6th rank? Lu Zhouyuan's heart skipped a beat. How could someone at the 6th cultivation level possibly be a match for that world-destroying demon dragon? That's an existence that even the deputy city lord couldn't defeat. Unless... A more daring, even absurd, guess uncontrollably floated into his mind. Could it be that he has been hiding his true strength all along? This thought made Lu Zhouyuan's breathing falter. Had his true cultivation level already broken through that barrier? Has he already become a 7th-tier powerhouse? Lu Zhouyuan looked at Su Mo. Though he knew his idea was absurd. But given Su Mo's personality and previous behavior, it was highly likely that he was indeed hiding something. This guy is so cunning. Just as Lu Zhouyuan was lost in thought, the situation on the battlefield had already begun to change. You lowly half-breeds dare to covet the power of the pure-blooded dragon clan? The voice of the Holy Lord rolled like thunder, and the golden light in his dragon eyes shone brightly. Today, I will show you what true dragon clan majesty truly is. The across from him, faced with this pure dragon might, not only showed no fear but became even more excited. Its lava-like vertical pupils burned with a mix of greed and madness. Enough talk. Your bloodline is mine. Open the realm of the mad warrior. Boom. Centered around the berserker dragon descendant, a circle of dark red ripples suddenly spread out. It was neither light nor mist. It is more like a materialized madness of will. The air was dyed an ominous dark red, becoming thick and scorching hot, and inhaling it felt like sharp blades slicing through the lungs. Within its own chaotic battlefield, the mad dragon's aura surged suddenly. The dark red ripples surrounding its body became even more solid, resembling boiling blood. All of its attributes received a terrifying boost in an instant. With the domain's enhancement, this guy is probably close to reaching the 7th rank. Xiao Zhan's expression grew solemn, his voice low and grave. He could clearly sense the leap in that force, a sense of impending qualitative change. It was no longer merely the 6th rank, 9th level. He had truly touched the threshold of a higher realm. At that moment, even Mo Tianqing, the seasoned veteran powerhouse, furrowed his brows tightly. He too sensed that heart-stopping pressure, far surpassing that of ordinary 6th and 9th tier cultivators. Even the two of them were affected to such an extent. Let alone Lu Zhouyuan and the others, who are far inferior in strength. They felt an overwhelming pressure as heavy as a mountain bearing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. It felt as though they were trapped in a blazing furnace, their very souls trembling in the intense heat. As for Sun Xiaoxiao, the weakest among them, her face had already turned as pale as paper. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, almost causing her to collapse to the ground. Sis, she trembled as she grabbed Sun Yaoyao's sleeve, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Sun Yaoyao hurriedly supported her sister, but her own face was equally pale. She looked up at the center of the battlefield, her eyes filled with worry. Is Senior Su really okay? At the center of the battlefield, Su Mo faced Thee, whose momentum was surging, yet he remained absolutely calm. Even though this had activated his domain, his four-dimensional attributes still couldn't match those of the Holy Lord. This battle holds no suspense. Su Mo was utterly confident. However, his brows remained furrowed, showing no signs of relaxation. He always felt that there was a very subtle force within the dragon's lair. This force was at least as powerful as the raging dragon before him. On the battlefield, facing this terrifying momentum, the Holy Lord merely dismissed it with a disdainful flick of his dragon tail. Is that all? Just two simple words, like lighting a fuse on a powder keg. The fierce war dragon descendant erupted in rage instantly. Looking for death. It suddenly swung its giant claw, now completely blackened like obsidian. The claw was enormous, obscuring half the sky. The tips of the claws flickered with a destructive black glow. The target was directly aimed at the Holy Lord's head. The Holy Lord did not evade the attack. The ox symbol spell unleashed its mountain-moving might. Chapter 108, The True Dragon's Reversed Scales. Boom! Two massive claws collided with a thunderous crash in midair. A deafening roar erupted. The golden light of the ox talisman and the black light of the obsidian intertwined. A visible energy storm rages wildly in all directions. Crackle! A shocking scene unfolded. The black obsidian claw of the frenzy war dragon, which was said to be indestructible, suddenly showed fine cracks upon impact. Impossible. The frenzy war dragon descendant widened his eyes. Intense pain and disbelief surged through his mind simultaneously. It had sensed the other's presence clearly only a 6th tier, second-rank opponent. And itself, under the enhancement of the Berserker realm, its strength, speed, and defense had all been amplified to their absolute limits, already infinitely approaching the 7th rank. The gap between us is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. How is that possible? How could we possibly be weaker than them in terms of strength? You're only a 6th tier second-grade practitioner, why are you so strong? The Holy Lord sneered. The golden light on the dragon claws suddenly surged. A mere hybrid dare to compare strength with the pure-blooded dragon clan? Bang! Another swift and powerful blow landed squarely on the cracked giant claw of the Berserker dragon. The black obsidian claw of the Berserker dragon descendant shattered into pieces at the impact. Black fragments mixed with dark red flesh flew in all directions. Ah! It let out a painful howl. Its body staggered and retreated backward. Losing a claw caused its once ferocious momentum to plummet by more than half. The Holy Lord did not pause for even a moment, pressing on while victorious. His body trembled. The massive body closed in instantly. Rabbit charm. The figure of the Holy Lord suddenly became blurry. At that moment, his speed reached an unimaginable extreme. Only a faint golden afterimage remained in the air. Hurry! Too fast. So fast that even the perception of the, enhanced by the domain, couldn't fully detect it. Almost simultaneously. Dragon's symbol spell. Intense, violent energy filled with the scent of destruction began to rapidly gather in the Holy Lord's mouth. This is bad. The frenzy war dragon descendant hurriedly tried to defend himself. But he discovered that he couldn't even pinpoint the exact location of the Holy Lord. We could only watch helplessly as that golden bolt of lightning instantly broke through the spatial barriers and appeared before us. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar, like the beating of a drum. The golden dragon fist of the Holy Ruler, imbued with the immense power of the ox symbol spell, struck the abdomen of thee with no unnecessary flair, delivering a brutal blow. There, too, was a layer of hard, thick obsidian scales. Yet, in the face of absolute power, this layer of defense is as fragile as paper. The scales instantly dented, cracked, and shattered. The golden dragon fist, as swift as a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground, pierced directly through its abdomen. Blood and internal organs mixed with the force of the impact erupted from its back. Put! The frenzy war dragon suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Its massive body trembled violently, its eyes wide and round. The lava-like vertical pupils had long since shed their previous madness and greed, leaving only an overwhelming fear and despair that seemed impossible to dispel. Power crushed. Speed crushed. Defense crushed. Total collapse. It finally realized the terrifying existence it was facing. This wasn't just a 6th tier, second-rank being. This is definitely a terrifying power that transcends the 6th rank. Impossible. How could you? How could you be so strong? Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, who were watching the battle, watched the astonishingly fast-paced battle with solemn expressions. Is this mad dragon about to be killed? Both of them knew that, with the Holy Lord's strength, slaying this was no difficult task. However, the scene before them far exceeded their wildest imaginings. It was too fast. This isn't a battle, it's a massacre. One glance. Just a glance. And yet, she had already fallen into such a pitiful state. They couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. Completely crushed. On the brink of death. Dragon blast. The Holy Lord did not give it a chance to speak. The dragon's breath, filled with explosive energy, aimed at its head and erupted with a thunderous roar. The shadow of death, as heavy as solid matter, pressed down on it, nearly suffocating it. At that critical moment, the berserker's eyes erupted with a final burst of madness. It let out a piercing scream, its voice tearing through the air. Dragon blood scales. The roar had not yet faded. Only its thick neck, near the heart, was visible. A scale that was completely different from the surrounding obsidian-like scales suddenly glowed brightly. It was a dark golden scale. They were covered with mysterious, ancient patterns. Not formed later in life, but innate, containing a faint yet pure trace of true dragon bloodline power. At that moment, he suddenly burst open. It did not shatter. Rather, it transformed into the most dazzling golden radiance. The radianceed in an instant. A circular barrier, impenetrable and unbreakable, formed in front of its head. Above the barrier, a vast, boundless, and utterly pure dragon clan aura erupted and spread out with tremendous force. This aura was so powerful that even the distant holy sovereign felt a faint, almost imperceptible stir in his bloodline. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the Holy Lord's breath of destruction collided violently with the golden barrier. The deafening explosion was more terrifying than any previous collision. It felt as though two stars had collided and obliterated each other in that very spot. A blinding light erupts outward. The scorching energy of the dragon's breath collided violently with the ancient dragon power of the barrier, obliterating both. Energy turbulence sweeps outward like a tsunami. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing never expected that this, even on the brink of death, could still unleash such astonishing defensive power. A surge of energy erupted from their bodies, forming a protective shield that enveloped Zhang Ming, Sun Xiaoxiao, and the others. Otherwise, such an impact would have been enough to severely injure them. Su Mo suddenly tensed up. He clearly sensed the pure dragon energy emanating from the barrier. There was no mistake. The scales of a true dragon? Sumo's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible surprise. This dragon descendant actually had such a life-saving item hidden away. The true dragon's scales are the hallmark of a pure-blooded dragon. Over the course of their long lives, these scales, which contain the primordial power of the dragon clan, are formed at the vital point of the heart. They are of immeasurable value and possess defensive power that defies belief. The bloodline of these is chaotic and diverse. Being able to condense even a single scale is already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, alas, it still won't be a match for the Holy Lord. The golden barrier flickered with light, ultimately blocking the deadly dragon's breath. The barrier dissipated. The figure of the frenzy war dragon descendant reappeared. The cost was heavy. Its entire body, once shimmering with the metallic luster of obsidian scales, now lay dull and lifeless, resembling dust-covered stones. Its aura was utterly depleted, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The wounds from the severed claws in the abdomen were all oozing dark red blood. From the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, all 7 orifices, dark red blood was slowly flowing out. Clearly, activating this true dragoness had placed an enormous strain on it. Cough. The fierce war dragon descendant began to cough violently. With each cough, large mouthfuls of blood and fragments of internal organs were expelled. It struggled to lift its head. Those lava-like vertical pupils now held nothing but searing hatred and lingering fear. They stared intently at the Holy Lord. I never expected this. That you would force me to play my last card. This bill. I've noted it down. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with endless hatred. Before he could finish speaking, it suddenly summoned the last ounce of strength remaining in its body. It quickly fled the scene. Chapter 109, One Move to Take Them Down. The speed of the Berserker Dragon descendant reached its peak by burning his life force. However, all of this, in the eyes of the Holy Lord, was nothing more than a futile struggle in the face of death. Can you escape? Earth prison. The Holy Lord casually raised a palm and clenched it in the void. In an instant, the power of the Earth's rules was completely unleashed. Boom! The ground beneath the rampaging dragon and the space ahead of its escape route suddenly shook violently. Dirt rolled and churned. Rocks are cracking. Countless massive rocks, shimmering with a yellowish-brown glow, erupted from the depths of the earth, accompanied by thick clouds of dust. They rapidly converge, pile up, and merge. All in the blink of an eye. A colossal earthen and stone prison rose up from the ground, trapping the furious dragon descendants firmly at its center. There was not a single gap left, no matter where you looked. No! The face of the Berserker Dragon descendant turned pale. Upon this earthen and stone prison, the terrifying power of the Earth's laws that it contained, once completely sealed off. What awaits it? It must be the even more ferocious assault of the Holy Lord. By then, it will be completely doomed. The power of life's very essence surged wildly into the still intact front paw. With all its might, it slammed violently into the thick earthen wall before it. Boom! The deafening roar caused the entire earthen prison to tremble violently. The seemingly impregnable earthen walls crumbled into pieces in an instant. The figure of the fierce war dragon descendant reappears once more. Its massive form. It bursts out of the shattered earthen cage. Before they could even celebrate, a far more terrifying aura had already descended. The furious dragon suddenly reared its head. What met his eyes was a long brewing dragon explosion. It's over. The dragon's explosion, carrying the energy to destroy everything, struck the head of the berserk dragon descendant with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying explosive energy erupted like a concentrated sun, exploding violently on the head of the berserker dragonling. The blinding golden light engulfed its massive, hideous visage in an instant. The destructive force tore apart the hard scales, obliterated the bones, and vaporized the flesh. No! A piercing, despairing scream, cut short abruptly, became the last trace it left behind in this world. The sound ceased. The golden light receded like a tide. All that remained at the original spot was the massive, headless corpse of a dragon. Boom! Without the support of life, the massive body crashed down like a collapsed mountain range, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground. The ground shook violently. It kicked up a cloud of dust, mixed with the smell of blood, which spread out in all directions. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the headless dragon corpse, still emitting heat. Their minds went blank. My heart seemed to stop beating. That was a 6th rank 9th grade who even possessed the divine defying trump card of a true dragon's scales. In the blink of an eye, its skull was shattered so cleanly and decisively. Not a single bone remained. This. Is it over? Sun Xiaoxiao stammered, her voice trembling. That's a 6th tier, 9th grade dragon descendant with the scales of a true dragon. In their eyes, it was almost an invincible existence. They were actually defeated in an instant. Not even a decent attempt at resistance. Sun Yaoyao's pupils contracted sharply, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Senior Su. She swallowed hard, her voice dry. Just how powerful is this person? Sure enough, this Su Mo is definitely a 7th tier powerhouse. A flash of sharp light flickered in the depths of Lu Zhouyuan's eyes. Only the 7th rank. Only then can one so easily eliminate a 6th tier, 9th grade with the scales of a true dragon. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 6th tier 9th grade dragon descendant, earning a large amount of experience. Congratulations to the host for advancing to 6th tier 3rd grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a 6th rank 9th grade dragon descendant, earning a large amount of experience. Congratulations to the host for advancing to 6th rank 3rd grade. You have obtained 18 points of slaughter value. Obtained 18 points of slaughter value. The system interface expands accordingly. Host, Su Mo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 3rd grade. Strength, 145,000. Agility, 140,000. Intelligence, 137,000. Spirit, 135,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Number of prizes, 40. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon Creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 6th tier. Special Ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, current maximum summonable quantity, 26,400. Special Abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, S-Rank Upgradable Divine Dragon Armor, Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill count, 867. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant 1 use, Tyrant's IS Rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. At the same time, the attribute panel of the Holy Lord has been updated again. Summoned Creature, Holy Lord. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS Class Upgradable. Status, Incomplete Missing 6 Talismans. Rank, 6th grade, 4th level. Strength, 185,000. Agility, 183,000. Intelligence, 182,700. Spirit, 183,200. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Army, can summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Army to fight alongside them. The number of Ghost Shadow Army units is determined by the user's level, with a current maximum of 33,000 units that can be summoned. Special abilities, Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Rabbit Seal, Dragon Seal, Snake Seal, and Ox Seal powers. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Earth Rule Power. Close the system interface. Han Shen's gaze fell on the massive headless dragon corpse in the distance. He took a step forward. Amidst the blur of flesh and broken bones, the true dragoness lay quietly there. Su Mo bent down and reached out his hand. The tips of her fingers touched the cold, slippery surface, mingled with a faint trace of residual energy. He picked up the scale from the filth and cradled it in the palm of his hand. The scale had lost its previous intimidating luster, with only a faint golden pattern remaining along the edges. The energy fluctuations on the surface had almost completely vanished. However, a deeper, more ancient aura that did not belong to the Berserker Dragon Clan began to seep out, lingering in the air. This patch of. Su Mo murmured. This touch, this scent, were completely at odds with that dragon descendant. It's definitely not its. Chapter 110, a group of people waiting to be fed. Just then, the massive dragon's shadow approached silently. The Holy Lord lowered his equally ferocious yet now respectful head and drew near the scale in Su Mo's hand. The dark golden vertical pupils contracted slightly. The nostrils flared, carefully sniffing the lingering scent on the scales. Master, the scent on this is very ancient. Su Mo nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this dragon's lair is even more mysterious than we imagined. Whether it's the true dragoness or the faint, elusive aura we sensed earlier. They were all warning him. System, can you integrate this piece of the true dragoness into the divine dragon set to enhance its quality? Su Mo silently asked in his mind. Ding! Ding! Special material detected, True Dragon's reverse scale broken. This material contains a trace of true dragon essence and immortal properties, and can be used to enhance designated dragon attribute equipment. Host detected, equipped with equipment, Divine Dragon set S rank, compatibility, extremely high. Host detected with equipped item, Divine Dragon set S rank, compatibility, extremely high. The host is equipped with the Divine Dragon set S rank. Compatibility, extremely high. It works. Han Chen smiled. He had been struggling to find suitable materials for an upgrade, but unexpectedly, help came just when he needed it most. Using the scales of the True Dragon to upgrade the Divine Dragon set is a perfect match. System notice, this True Dragon scales is incomplete and can only be used to upgrade one piece of equipment. Can only upgrade one item? Han Chen glanced at his equipment list. The final decision was to upgrade the Shenlong armor first. Should we consume the Dragon Scale broken to upgrade the Divine Dragon armor S rank to SS rank? Note, this upgrade requires 10 points of slaughter value as auxiliary energy. Yes. Confirm consumption of True Dragon Scales broken 1, killing value 10. Confirm consumption of True Dragon Scales broken 1, killing value 10. Divine Dragon armor enhancement begins. As the system prompt sounded, the dark golden scales in Sumo's hand suddenly burst forth with a brilliance far surpassing anything seen before. As if a sleeping dragon had awakened, a colossal and overwhelming dragon's might erupted from the center of the, spreading out with a thunderous roar. This is merely a faint remnant of the pressure from the shattered. If it were the complete of a true dragon, how terrifying would it be? They floated slowly upward in Sumo's palm, emitting an unstable golden glow. The dragon patterns on its surface seemed to come to life, winding and moving about. Immediately afterward, a set of majestic golden armor materialized in the air before Sumo's chest. It was the Divine Dragon armor. As soon as the armor appeared, it resonated mysteriously with the floating scales. The reverse scales transformed into a streak of light, passing through without any resistance, directly merging into the chest area of the Divine Dragon armor. Boom! An even more dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping Sumo entirely. The already magnificent and majestic Divine Dragon armor now seemed as though it had been infused with a soul. Numerous miniature golden dragons coiled around it, lifelike in every detail. The position of the dragon's head aligns precisely with the heart at the chest, overlapping the location where the reverse scales merge. A more powerful, more subdued, yet faintly immortal aura emanated from the brand new Divine Dragon armor. Ding! Enhancement successful. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host. The quality of the Divine Dragon armor has been upgraded to SS rank. Divine Dragon armor. Type, armor. Quality, SS. Effect 1, significantly enhances physical defense and energy defense. Effect 2, Dragon Might, grants a certain degree of suppression against dragon and dragon-like creatures, and grants immunity to some effects of Dragon Might. Effect 3, Scaled Guardian passive, the core area of the chest is protected by the True Dragon's Scaled Guardian power, significantly enhancing defense against fatal attacks. Can block one fatal attack per day excluding attacks exceeding the defense limit. Feature, upgradable. The next upgrade requires higher tier dragon-type materials. Note, this armor, infused with the powerful scales of the True Dragon, will be your most formidable defense. The golden light fades away. A brand new Divine Dragon armor quietly envelops Sumo's body. SSSS. What kind of trick is this? Can equipment really be upgraded on site like this? Sumo ignored the complex expressions on everyone's faces and patted the armor on his chest with satisfaction. The SS-ranked Divine Dragon armor, just the passive effect of the alone, was a divine level skill. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 3rd grade. Strength, 155,000. Agility, 145,000. Intelligence, 140,000. Spirit, 142,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Number of prizes, 40. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, SSS rank, 6th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Army, current summonable quantity, 26,400. Special abilities, Horse Seal, Tiger Seal, Snake Seal, Rabbit Seal, Ox Seal, and Dragon Seal powers. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, SS rank, Divine Dragon Armor, S rank. Upgradable Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 857. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant 1 use, Tyrant's IS rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. Alright, stop standing there. Sumo retracted his external armor and scanned the battlefield with his gaze. As far as the eye could see, the sound of battle filled the air. The Demon Dragon army was never a match for his Ghost Shadow Legion. And now that the commander-in-chief has fallen, this is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the morale of the remaining dragon army. Flee quickly. The leader is dead. We can't defeat these monstrous creatures. Run away. The remnants of the demon dragon army completely collapsed, scattering in all directions like headless flies. The ghostly soldiers, however, moved like the most precise killing machines, methodically mowing down the fleeing enemies. Now is the perfect time to kill monsters and level up. Wang Gang, aren't you just one level away from reaching the 5th tier? Why aren't you taking action? Are you planning to wait until when? The question came like a thunderclap, snapping Wang Gang and the others back to their senses. That's right. I'm just one step away from reaching the 5th rank. If you don't take advantage of these scattered monster hordes to gain experience and strengthen your abilities now, when will you ever get the chance? Wang Gang's eyes suddenly blazed with intense fire, and the shock and stupor from before vanished completely. Here I come. A battle cry filled with intent rang out. Wang Gang, wielding a massive axe wider than his own body, charged straight into the fray. And me. Sun Xiaoxiao's crisp voice followed closely behind. Her eyes also sparkled with excitement. She was just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the next level. And so are we. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian exchanged glances and immediately rushed out as well. Although they had already reached the 5th rank, the hordes of fleeing monsters were like experience points handed to them on a silver platter. Such an excellent opportunity for advancement must not be missed. Lu Zhouyuan and Zhang Ming did not hesitate either. Lu Zhouyuan and Zhang Ming also did not hesitate. Their thoughts were identical to those of Zhao Hashixuan. The 5th stage is not the end. In this perilous world, every bit of strength gained is invaluable. The defeated monster army before them is the very fuel that will drive their continued growth. The two followed closely behind Zhao Hashixuan, each choosing a direction and charging into the enemy ranks. Chapter 111, The Decaying Dragon's Nest. On the battlefield, cries of agony and roars gradually grew sparse. The fleeing horde of monsters, relentlessly pursued by the Ghost Legion's merciless and efficient assault, saw their numbers dwindle at a rate visible to the naked eye. Kill! 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 Wang Gang looked like a madman, wielding his massive battle axe, each swing sending a storm of blood and gore into the air. He could clearly feel the barrier within him, the barrier of advancement, trembling violently, on the verge of being shattered at any moment. Break through! With a deafening roar, Wang Gang swung his battle axe horizontally, unleashing a torrent of brutal force that severed the three monsters attempting to flee right in half. At that very moment, a force far more powerful than before erupted violently from Wang Gang's body. Ha! 5th tier! I've finally reached the 5th tier. Wang Gang felt the surging power coursing through his body and the comprehensive transformation brought about by the level up, unable to contain his excitement. He let out a loud roar, his voice filled with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He had also broken through to the 4th tier. Congratulations! Zhang Ming was also happy for Wang Gang. On the other side, Sun Xiaoxiao also shone with the light of advancement. Wow, I'm finally at the 5th stage too. Sun Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, a joyful smile spreading across her face. At this point, every member of their small team had reached the 5th rank. Su Mo stood in place, not directly participating in the battle. Holy Lord! Su Mo called out in his heart. Master, what are your orders? The Holy Lord's voice, tinged with authority, echoed in Su Mo's mind. Can you sense it? Deep within this lair, there seems to be something. Su Mo asked. The appearance of the true dragoness earlier, along with that faint, ancient aura, had already put him on guard. The holy ruler fell silent for a moment, as if carefully sensing something. Master, there is indeed a very subtle yet extremely powerful aura deep within. It shares the same origin as me, but it seems older and more chaotic. The voice of the holy sovereign carried a hint of solemnity, and I could sense it will intertwine with decay and unwillingness. Decay and resentment? Su Mo furrowed his brows. This description was rather peculiar. Yes, it was like a dying dragon, emitting a silent roar in its final moments. The holy master explained. This will was filled with violent and destructive desires, but at its core, there remained a trace of the arrogance belonging to a true dragon. Su Mo nodded. It seemed that the core area of this dragon's lair was far more complex than he had imagined. That so-called 7th-tier demon dragon might not even be the deepest secret of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Perhaps it is connected to the origin of those true dragon scales? Time passed slowly. The cries of battle on the battlefield finally fell completely silent. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and shattered bones. The entire battlefield resembled a hellish battlefield. The ghost army stood silently in formation. Wang Gang's face still bore traces of excitement, and he patted his chest, chuckling. Awesome! That was awesome! 5th stage. I feel like I'm bursting with energy. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, Lu Zhouyuan, Zhang Ming, and Sun Yaodiao also advanced 1 or 2 levels. Everyone wore satisfied smiles on their faces. This experience was equivalent to at least several years of monster-slaying training for them. The flush on Sun Xiaoxiao's face from her recent level up had not yet completely faded. Her smile remained as bright as ever. She looked at Su Mo, hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Su Mo. She stood still, her smile fading, her expression growing unusually serious. She bowed slightly. I'm sorry. The voice was clear and sincere. It was my fault for being so reckless and irresponsible. Zhao Hu and Shi Xian exchanged a glance. No words were needed, they both understood each other's thoughts. The two immediately stepped forward and approached Su Mo. Their expressions were noticeably more reverent than when they first met him. Su Mo brothers, we were disrespectful in our previous words. Zhao Hu spoke first, his tone steady. Please forgive me. Shi Xian quickly added, also bowing with clasped fists. Su Mo's gaze swept over them, finally settling on Xiao Zhan beside him. Xiao Zhan looked at the young people, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. Ha ha! His loud laughter broke the slightly serious atmosphere. Young people should have a bit of spirit. He reached out and slapped Zhao Hu's arm, not lightly. If you don't act recklessly in your youth, you've wasted your youth. Changing the subject, Xiao Zhan's gaze grew deeper. However, after enduring hardships, one must learn to respect and fear. Remember, no matter where you are or how strong you are, always keep a humble heart. Mo Tianqing also spoke up, saying, I know I was wrong, I will change in the future. Wang Gang, standing nearby, pretended to scold them, considering your sincere apology, I won't hold it against you. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Put. Su Mo nodded, glancing at everyone. Everyone, adjust your state. We're about to enter the true lair of the magic dragon. Upon hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces faded slightly, and their expressions grew serious. Although the previous battle had been intense, it had been more like a skirmish. Though it is highly likely that the demon dragon has already entered the ruins of the fallen god. However, as their lair, it must be extremely dangerous inside. Su Mo, could there be even more powerful enemies inside? Wang Gang couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. Su Mo's gaze turned toward the dark entrance deep within the nest. He recalled the Holy Master's description. Decay and resentment, the roar of a dying dragon. What secrets lie hidden in the depths of this lair? Everyone, stay alert. Xiao Zhan said in a low voice. The situation inside is unclear, proceed with caution. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Su Mo said no more, waving his hand. Ghost Shadow Corps, clear the way ahead. At his command, the ghost soldiers sprang into action, forming a tight formation. They slipped silently into the entrance of the deep, dark lair. Su Mo and Wang Gang followed closely behind, stepping into this unknown territory. As soon as they stepped into the cave entrance, a cold, damp air mixed with the strong smell of sulfur and rottenness hit them, causing them to involuntarily wrinkle their brows. The passageway wound its way downward, twisting and turning. The rock walls are covered with claw marks and traces of some kind of viscous liquid that has dried up. System alert, you have entered the corrupted dragon's lair. Warning, this area is filled with chaotic dragon-kind resentment. Prolonged exposure may result in mental corruption. Warning, this area is home to powerful unknown creatures. Proceed with caution. The system's warning confirmed his suspicions. The corrupted dragon's nest heart and the chaotic dragon clan's resentment. Su Mo silently repeated these keywords in his mind. It seemed that something unknown had happened here. Chapter 112, Blood Pool. The passage was dark and cramped, with a nauseating stench filling the air. This place is no place for humans. Be careful, don't let your guard down. The ghost army is clearing the way ahead, with extremely high efficiency. Some scattered low-level monsters appeared, but they posed no threat at all and were instantly torn to shreds. I thought the lair of the dragon would have something powerful, but this is it? Zhao Hu kicked aside the corpse of a monster, his tone tinged with disdain. Exactly. I thought we were in for a tough fight. Shi Xian agreed. Even Sun Xiaoxiao's face showed a relaxed smile. It seems that the 7th-tier demon dragon is indeed not here. Without the big guy around to keep things in check, these little minions won't be able to cause much trouble. Xiao Xiao, have you already forgotten what Xiao Changju just said? Be humble and cautious. Sun Yaoyao shook her head. Her younger sister had changed a bit. But the core of her character still needs to be corrected gradually. Su Mo walked in the middle of the group, his brows furrowed the entire time. Although the monsters encountered in the passage were not particularly powerful. However, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in his heart. Holy Master, have you discovered anything? Su Mo asked in his mind. Master, deep within this lair, it seems as though something is calling to me. A feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. Calling you? Su Mo froze. Yes, Master. The feeling is faint, but it is real. The Holy Master replied, and the deeper you go, the stronger this feeling becomes. Could it be the call of a true dragon? Su Mo stopped in his tracks and looked around. The passageway continued to wind and twist, seemingly without end. Everyone be careful. Su Mo said in a low voice. I have a feeling that things here are probably not as simple as we imagine. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces vanished instantly. Su Mo, did you discover something? Xiao Zhan asked. I can't put my finger on it, just a feeling. Sumo shook his head. In any case, it's always better to be cautious. The group continued on their way. As they delved deeper, the passageway grew wider, and the smell of sulfur in the air became increasingly pungent. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. Something's wrong. Wang Gang immediately raised his battle axe and assumed a combat stance. The Ghost Shadow Battalion quickly assembled and formed a defensive formation. Sumo narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. At the end of the passage, a massive cave came into view. In the center of the cave was a massive pool of blood. Bubbling and gurgling, it emitted a pungent odor. Around the blood pool, a group of oddly shaped monsters were lurking. These monsters are different from ordinary monsters. They look extremely fierce and terrifying. It appears as though it has undergone an unpredictable mutation. What on earth is this? Wang Gang couldn't help but let out a curse. The aura of these monsters is much stronger than the ones we encountered earlier. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Sumo carefully observed these monsters and noticed that their eyes were filled with madness and savagery. These monsters seemed to have been influenced by some kind of force, becoming abnormally violent. Sumo said. What should we do now? Zhao Hu asked. Kill. Sumo said without hesitation, leaving not a single one behind. At Sumo's command, the Ghost Shadow Corps immediately launched their charge. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Monsters, here I come again. Wang Gang swung his battle axe and charged into the crowd of monsters. Wherever the axe struck, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Zhao Hu and Shixian followed closely behind, each unleashing their own skills as they engaged the monsters in fierce combat. Sun Xiaoxiao remained at the rear, continuously casting spells to support her teammates. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were responsible for protecting everyone's safety and preventing monsters from ambushing them. Sumo did not directly participate in the battle but stood aside, observing the situation. Although these monsters were powerful, their movements were surprisingly slow. It feels as though they are somehow restricted. Holy Master, do you know what's going on? Master, these monsters are controlled by the power of the blood pool. The Holy Lord replied. The blood pool contains the powerful resentment of the Dragon Clan, which can control the consciousness of these monsters, making them violent and bloodthirsty. Dragon Clan resentment? Sumo furrowed his brows. Could it be that this blood contains the so-called resentment of the true dragon? I think so. The Holy Master continued, Master, the power in this blood pool is very appealing to me. If I could absorb this power, my strength might be enhanced. However, the power within this blood pool is filled with chaos and brutality. If I forcefully absorb it, it might have some adverse effects on me. What kind of effects? Sumo asked. It might make me more bloodthirsty and brutal. The Holy Lord said. However, Master, there is no need to worry. I will do my best to control my consciousness and not be influenced by these forces. Sumo remained silent for a moment before saying, Alright, go ahead and do your best. I'll help you suppress those negative emotions. As a dragon of the Dragon Clan, the Holy Lord absorbs the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan, which must undoubtedly enhance his strength. Thank you, Master. The Holy Lord said gratefully. With Sumo's permission, the Holy Lord immediately began to absorb the power from the blood pool. The blood in the pool began to violently churn, forming a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex, a black void appeared, continuously sucking the blood into it. As the blood continued to diminish, the monster's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Eventually, they all collapsed to the ground, their life force extinguished. Meanwhile, the aura of the Holy Ruler grew increasingly powerful. Sumo stood by, closely monitoring the Holy Master's condition. Although the Holy Master's aura had grown stronger, his eyes now held a hint of blood red. Is this the chaos and brutality the Holy Ruler spoke of? Holy Lord, how are you? Sumo asked. Master, I'm fine, the Holy Lord replied. However, the power within this blood pool is far stronger than I imagined. I need more time to fully absorb it. Take your time. Sumo did not rush him. Don't rush. Focus on controlling your consciousness. I understand, Master. The voice of the Holy Master carried a hint of pain, clearly engaged in a fierce struggle against the violent will within the blood pool. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the bottom of the blood pool. What's going on? The blood in the blood pool suddenly erupted violently. The foul stench intensified several-fold, nearly suffocating those present. A twisted black shadow was struggling to break free from the bonds at the bottom of the pool, slowly rising upward. Chapter 113, The Twisted Monster. Back off. Sumo's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted harshly. Clatter! The viscous blood was churned by a tremendous force. Something was breaking through the surface of the water. Water splashes everywhere. A figure was completely exposed to everyone's view, causing an indescribable visual impact. The figure could vaguely be recognized as human. However, its body was covered in countless pus-filled sores of varying sizes, resembling countless eyes writhing and moving. Some of the pus-filled blisters had already burst, oozing out a foul-smelling yellowish-green pus mixed with dark red blood, dripping onto the ground. Even more repulsive is the fact that many parts of its body have undergone bizarre mutations that defy all logic. One arm has twisted into a bizarre spiral shape, with sharp, protruding bone spines at the end, glowing with a faint, eerie light. On the other side of the shoulder, it seemed as though an additional small head covered in fangs had grown, its mouth filled with mucus opening and closing unconsciously. Scattered patches of bluish-gray armor plates covered its torso. This thing is a nightmare creation, as if countless creatures' ugliest and most twisted parts had been forcibly sewn together. Ugh! The moment I saw this monster, an overpowering stench and an overwhelming visual impact hit me, instantly turning Sun Xiaoxiao and Sun Yaoyao's fair faces pale. Unable to hold back any longer, she bent over and vomited violently. Zhao Hu, Lu Zhouyuan, and the others also turned pale in an instant. Even Su Mo felt a sudden wave of intense physical discomfort, his stomach churning violently, almost causing him to vomit everything he had eaten earlier. What kind of monster was this? What was even more shocking to Su Mo was that he sensed an extremely powerful aura emanating from this monster. This thing is at least a 7th tier creature. The 10,000 spirits diagram is activated. Race, human hosts combined with various monsters, born from the of the Dragon Clan and their bloodline. Rank, 7th tier, 3rd grade. Level, 7th rank, 3rd grade. Features, severely distorted physique, incorporating multiple biological characteristics, possessing extremely strong regenerative abilities and highly contagious properties. Indeed, it is a 7th tier being. And it's a monster fused with the of the Dragon Clan. Just as Su Mo quickly analyzed the information, the monster suddenly raised the part that could barely be recognized as its head. Its pus-covered face split open in an irregular fissure, emitting a piercing, shrill roar. Jie! The monster let out a shrill scream unlike any human sound, as piercing his nails scraping against glass. Watch out! It's about to attack. Mo Tianqing shouted loudly to warn everyone. Almost as soon as the shout rang out, Mo Tianqing had already moved. Without hesitation, he swung his large hand forward with great force. A surge of magical energy erupted instantly. A brilliant blue magical shield materialized out of thin air, blocking the path before everyone. The shield had just taken shape. Only the monster's twisted arms, resembling twisted ropes, suddenly stretched out defying the laws of physics, at an astonishing speed. The sharp bone spines at the ends of the arms violently shot toward the group protected by the shield. Boom! A loud, muffled explosion rang out. The sharp tip of the bone spike collided violently with the center of the azure blue magical shield. Visible shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact, spreading wildly. The hybrid monster's attack was forcefully blocked. However, the surface of the azure blue shield was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The shield shattered upon impact, turning into countless tiny blue sparks that dissipated into the air. The scattered energy fluctuations swept through the area like a fierce wind, causing everyone's robes to flutter in the breeze. This guy is way too strong. Mo Tianqing's arms tingled slightly as he forced himself to steady his stance. He could clearly feel the terrifying explosive power contained in that strike. Just a probing strike had effortlessly shattered his defenses. I sense that it is at least a 6th tier 8th grade entity, possibly even a 9th grade one. Mo Tianqing stared at the twisted monster, his expression more serious than ever before. No. A calm yet clear voice rang out. It's a 7th tier, 3rd grade monster. What? Mo Tianqing suddenly turned his head to look at Su Mo, his eyes filled with disbelief. The others, their solemn expressions instantly replaced by shock and fear. They were unafraid of 6th tier, 8th to 9th grade opponents. But 7th rank? That's an entirely different level of existence. It's an absolute power capable of overwhelming all of them. Is this monster really that strong? Su Mo, you didn't see that wrong, did you? Sun Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. Although Sun Yaoyao didn't speak, her equally pale face and rapid breathing betrayed the fear in her heart. Good girl, 7th tier. Wang Gang's Adam's apple bobbed violently. How could such a powerful monster appear in this godforsaken place? Lu Zhouyuan's brows furrowed into a shape, and the blood drained from his face, leaving it pale and lifeless. He stared intently at the writhing nightmare creature. Elder, didn't the dragon confirm it had left? Why is there still a 7th tier monster lurking inside this lair? Mo Tianqing's face was so dark it could have dripped water. His gaze was fixed intently on the monster. In our last battle, we confirmed that within this dragon's lair, the dragon was the only 7th tier being. As for this 7th tier monster, Mo Tianqing shook his head slowly. I don't know where it came from either. He recalled the scene of the last battle. They had nearly turned this dragon's lair upside down. Every corner, every inch of land, had been swept by powerful energy. Not even a slightly stronger monster could escape their detection, let alone such a colossal entity. How could a 7th tier creature just appear out of thin air? This is completely unreasonable. It's very strange. A low voice broke the silence. It was Xiao Zhan. He had been silently observing the monster, and at this moment, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. All his attention was focused on that deformed outline. From this chaotic monster, I sensed a familiar aura. Like someone we know. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianqing suddenly froze. He instinctively examined the monster once more. Reminded by Xiao Zhan, the faint sense of unease in his heart seemed to have found its source. If you put it that way. Mo Tianqing's brows furrowed even deeper. I think I also. He searched his memory, trying to capture that faint sense of familiarity. Who was it? Whose shadow lingers on this monster? Before everyone could fully recover from the shock of the 7th-tier monster, the fused monster had already launched another attack. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound rang out again, even more intense than the bone spurs before. Only to see the repulsive yellow-green pus-filled sores on its body explode open. The foul-smelling pus sprayed in all directions. Suddenly, it transformed into a series of poisonous arrows shimmering with a faint green glow. Their numbers were so vast that they nearly formed a dense, pitch-green rain of death. Chapter 114, Swallowing the Golden Dragon in One Gulp. Here it comes again. Mo Tianqing roared, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand again, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming magical power as if it were worthless. A shield of a deeper, more intense blue than before, thicker and more luminous, once again coalesced. This time, the shield formed even faster, almost instantly. However, just as the shield stabilized, the dense arrows have already landed on the shield. There was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, there was a bone-chilling sound of corrosion. The moment the poison arrows made contact with the shield, they dissolved into pools of highly corrosive yellow-green liquid, firmly adhering to the azure-blue light barrier. The azure glow on the shield's surface faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The areas covered in venom began to emit wispy white smoke, releasing an extremely pungent odor. How terrifyingly corrosive! Mo Tianqing's expression suddenly changed. He could clearly feel the energy of the shield being rapidly depleted and corrupted. The corrosive power of this toxin far exceeded his imagination. Snap! Cracks suddenly spread across the protective shield. In the next instant, the entire shield exploded with a deafening boom. Countless brilliant blue sparks scattered in all directions, only to vanish into thin air. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly became sharp and piercing. Once the shield was broken, there was nothing to stop them. The dark green rain of death, formed from poisonous liquid, lost its final barrier and poured down upon the terrified crowd. This is bad. Mo Tianqing's pupils suddenly contracted. The others felt a chill run through their hearts. If these poisonous rain arrows were to strike them, even if they only grazed them slightly, the terrifying corrosive poison would undoubtedly instantly corrode their flesh and blood. The consequences would be unimaginable. At that critical moment, "Ghost soldiers, stop!" A low shout rang out. Suemo waved his hand. Shadows writhed, and dozens of ghostly soldiers materialized out of thin air, blocking the crowd's path. The poisonous arrows rained down on the ghostly soldiers. At the moment of contact, the intense sound of corrosion echoed throughout the area. Their bodies twisted and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a hissing sound, they quickly dissolved. It transformed into several strands of barely perceptible black smoke, drifting away and vanishing into nothingness. Not even a single trace remained. Gulp! A clear sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed through the crowd. Watching the ghostly soldiers being instantly corroded, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. These ghostly soldiers were genuine 5th-tier beings. They are also 5th-tier beings. This poisonous arrow rain can actually corrode a 5th-tier energy body in an instant. In other words, if they were to confront it head-on, they would meet the same fate as those ghostly soldiers. This torrent of dark green arrows is more than enough to instantly corrode most of them into a pool of pus. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines, from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, leaving them shivering uncontrollably. Fortunately, Senior Su stepped in to block the brunt of it for us. Sun Yaoyao was still shaken. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's figure moved. Before anyone could react, he struck ruthlessly. He took a step forward. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. The dark, heavy spear in his hand no longer remained silent. The gun body emitted a low hum. A sharp, piercing aura shot skyward. The long spear suddenly erupted with a blinding golden glow. That light was as sharp as a sword, as if it were about to tear everything in sight apart. The dragon battles in the wild. Xiao Zhan charged toward the mixed monsters, thrusting his arms forward with great force. The long spear seemed to come to life. A golden spear beam, condensed to its purest form, shot out from the tip of the spear. In an instant, it transformed into a mighty and domineering golden dragon's shadow. The dragon's shadow roared. The scales are clearly visible, shimmering with golden light. Charging toward the massive, hideous hybrid monster before it with a furious bite. What a powerful attack! Xiao Qingzhu's attack might actually be able to. Lu Jiuyuan, Zhao Wu, and Shi Xian were also filled with excitement. They stared intently at the golden dragon, holding their breath. Only Suemo furrowed his brows, showing no sign of relaxation. His gaze was not entirely focused on the dazzling golden dragon spear tip. Instead, it was firmly locked onto the fusion monster itself. Sigh. SSS. Just as the golden dragon's shadow was about to collide with the main body of the fused monster, a sudden change occurred. On the shoulder of that hybrid monster, there was a relatively small, ugly head with its eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and split its mouth open. It was more like a sudden, bottomless fissure than a mouth. An indescribable suction force erupted wildly from the fissure. Then, the massive, solid golden dragon form was pulled out of control, changing direction. Its massive body twisted in mid-air. The entire golden dragon, formed by the strongest attack of Xiao Zhan, was swallowed whole by the crack opened by that inconspicuous little head. It was swallowed whole. The entire process was incredibly fast. Apart from the faint energy fluctuations that momentarily surged, there was nothing else. What? A cry of disbelief broke the silence. It was Lu Jiuyuan. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and others watched as the small head, which had devoured the golden dragon, slowly closed its mouth and returned to its low-hanging posture. It seemed as though everything that had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. Even Sumo's brows furrowed even more tightly at that moment. He stared intently at the little head that had closed its eyes once more, his gaze filled with caution. Xiao Zhan maintained his stance with the long spear thrust forward, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. A dragon battles in the wild. It's his top-secret A-class combat technique. It was his most powerful strike, unleashed with all his might, channeling every ounce of his sharpness and strength. This single shot was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. It can instantly kill an opponent of the same rank. He had originally thought that even if he couldn't severely injure this fusion monster, he could at least inflict some damage on it, to create an opening for the subsequent encirclement and annihilation. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. His most powerful attack, surprisingly, was actually struck by an inconspicuous little head on that monster's body. So casually. Swallowed it whole? The gap between the 6th and 7th ranks is truly insurmountable. After a moment of disbelief and fear, everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Suemo. Among those present, the only one capable of standing up to a 7th-tier being was Suemo. Although they did not know Sumo's exact rank, the various techniques he had demonstrated earlier, especially his incredibly powerful summoned creatures, which could easily suppress even 6th-tier peak-level demons. Perhaps he could even fight the 7th-tier monster head-on? Chapter 115, The Holy Ruler of Good and Evil. Suemo felt the weight of these intense gazes. He didn't say anything, but his eyebrows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. 7th rank, 3rd level, that was indeed beyond his expectations. The aura of this monster was far more powerful and malevolent than any enemy he had encountered before. Roar! The sound came from the center of the blood pool vortex, from the Holy Lord who was fully absorbing the power of the blood pool. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. All they could see was the blood pool swirling even more violently. The massive form of the Holy Lord flickered in and out of view within the blood-red vortex, his scales shimmering with an unstable glow, alternately blood-red and dim. His massive dragon head rose painfully, emitting a low, suppressed roar. Those once majestic dragon eyes were now bloodshot, filled with chaos and struggle. Clearly, the Holy Lord was in the midst of a crucial transformation and had no time to spare. This harsh reality came crashing down on everyone like a bucket of ice water, drenching them from head to toe. It's over. Zhao Wu's facial muscles twitched, and a wave of despair washed over him. Suemo, the Holy Lord. Before Zhao Hu could finish speaking, everyone understood. Suemo was a summoner, and his greatest combat power came from his summoned creatures. But now, his strongest summoned creature, the Holy Lord, is undergoing a critical transformation and is struggling to survive. Let alone come out to deal with this terrifying 7th-tier monster before him. Then they'd just have to wait to die, wouldn't they? The atmosphere instantly turned icy. Jie! Just as everyone's hearts trembled and they fell into despair, the twisted humanoid monster let out another piercing screech. It seemed to sense the fear of its prey. The pus-filled facial cracks widened further, as if emitting a silent mockery. Then, an even more repulsive transformation occurred. From the cracks in the monster's grayish-green carapace, a thick, dark green liquid began to seep out, emitting an even more intense foul odor. At the same time, some of the writhing pus-filled sores on its body began to swell rapidly. Then, with a loud pop, they burst open. From the bursting abscess, what sprayed out wasn't pus, but fist-sized chunks of flesh, resembling eyeballs. These chunks were covered in fine blood vessels, with a constantly contracting black pupil at their centers. As soon as they detached from the monster's body, they seemed to come alive, trailing long, sticky threads of mucus as they shot toward the crowd with incredible speed. They moved at incredible speeds and in vast numbers, swarming the sky. Be careful. It's a pollution attack. Sumo's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately shouted a warning. The 10,000 spirits diagram displayed. These eyeball chunks are highly contaminated, and once contaminated, not only will they cause physical harm, but they will also corrode the target's mind, triggering chaos and madness. It can even lead to assimilation. Sumo instantly realized that these strange creatures might have been normal creatures before. Mo Tianqing reacted extremely quickly. He swung his magic staff again. Ice barrier. A thicker ice wall, emanating a bone-chilling cold, instantly materialized before everyone's eyes. Puff! A series of intense impacts echoed. The eyeball fragments struck the icy barrier like raindrops, emitting a dull, teeth-chattering sound. With each impact, a foul-smelling yellowish-green viscous substance exploded on the surface of the ice wall, leaving behind a shallow crater. The ice wall trembled violently, with ice crystals constantly peeling off its surface, clearly immense pressure. No! There's too much. We can't hold it back for much longer. Mo Tianqing clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Maintaining such an intense defensive spell was extremely taxing for him. Moreover, the contamination from those eyeball-like flesh chunks was extremely potent. Moreover, those eyeball flesh fragments are highly contaminated. With each impact, a faint black-green aura attempts to seep through the ice wall, and the runic glow on its surface is fading at a visible pace. Damn it! Let's fight it to the end. Wang Gang's eyes turned bloodshot as he raised his weapon, ready to charge out and fight to the death. Don't be impulsive. Lu Zhou grabbed him by the arm. If we charge in, we're just going to get ourselves killed. Even the attacks of a 6th-tier powerhouse like Xiao Zhan could be easily deflected. Their attacks couldn't even come close to him. Their attacks couldn't even come close to the opponent. Step back, leave it to me. For simple words, yet they seem to carry a strange, almost magical power. The originally chaotic crowd instinctively fell silent, their gaze once again fixated on Sumo. Good. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan didn't know what tricks Sumo had up his sleeve. However, they trusted Sumo completely. They trust him more than they trust themselves. Sister. Now that Senior Su has lost the Holy Master, can he still summon even more powerful summoned beings? Sun Yaoyao furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed firmly on Sumo, not moving an inch. Unclear. Her voice was very low. Several more cracks appeared on the ice wall, and the cold air weakened noticeably. In theory, a summoner dedicates their entire life's work to a primary summoned creature. That is the norm. Losing your summoned creature significantly reduces your combat power and may even cause you to drop in rank. But Sumo. Sun Yaoyao's expression grew complex, a mix of surprise, worry, and a faint glimmer of hope that seemed almost too fragile to exist. This man could never be judged by ordinary standards. Take now, for instance, even though the Holy Emperor is unable to fight, he still stepped forward, and his calm demeanor does not seem feigned. This in itself is the greatest defiance of reason. The Tiger Seal spell, separating yin and yang. Sumo let out a low shout, and immediately activated the power of the Tiger Seal within the holy body. Roar! The Holy Lord in the blood pool let out a deafening roar, causing his massive dragon body to tremble violently. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the body of the holy ruler gradually separated in a glow of black and white light, ultimately transforming into two massive dragons. Two holy sovereigns? What's going on here? No one can answer. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two majestic dragons, one black and one white, their minds in chaos. What shocked them even more was Sumo's tactics. This is Su's true strength? There's another holy lord. It seems we're saved. Originally, they believed that Sumo had lost the Holy Lord, and his combat strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. But to their surprise, Sumo was still able to summon a Holy Master, causing everyone's hearts to race wildly. The gaze directed at Sumo had shifted from the previous trust to a near-blind adoration and reverence. How many more hidden cards does this man have up his sleeve? Where exactly does his limit lie? No one knows the answer. But everyone is well aware that the situation may be about to turn around. The Holy Lord. Tear it apart. The command was concise and cold. The Black Dragon, the avatar of the Holy Lord embodying pure malevolence, let out a low, sinister dragon's roar upon hearing the words. The dragon's head tilted slightly downward, its crimson vertical pupils fixated on Sumo. A bloodthirsty frenzy raged within. Amidst it all, there was a hint of eerie submission. As you command, my master. I will make it experience the most extreme pain. Every inch of its flesh, every nerve in its body, will scream and shatter under my claws. In the dragon eyes of the evil Holy Lord, that bone-chilling evil essence was nearly solidifying, overflowing with intensity. A terrifying aura, indescribable in its intensity, erupted suddenly from the center of the evil Holy Lord. This aura was cold and ominous. Cruel. Filled with a desire to destroy everything. This pure evil intent even overshadowed the foul stench emanating from the eyeball flesh. Why does the Holy Lord summoned by Sumo this time feel so evil? Chapter 116, The Attack was transformed. the aura emanating from the evil saint's body. It was different from the pure power pressure emitted by the previous holy master. It is also different from the chaotic and filthy pollution emanating from the hybrid monsters before them. This is pure malice. The oppressive feeling emanating from this aura was even more intense than when he had faced that terrifying eyeball-like mass earlier. It was a fear rooted in the very essence of life itself. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others had no doubt about it. If Suemo weren't standing here, this black dragon emanating an endless aura of evil would have turned around without hesitation, tearing them into the most primitive fragments. Not even a chance to cry out in agony. As the words fell, the massive black dragon body of the evil Saint Lord began to move. Unlike the previous Holy Lord, he did not exude the same majestic and imposing aura. Its movements were silent and stealthy, yet swift to an extreme degree. One moment it was whispering before Sumo's face. The next second, dragon flames erupted from his mouth. Sizzle. Z. The areas swept by the dragon's flames, whether it be the eyeballs or the flesh, were disintegrating and vanishing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed at all. In the crimson vertical pupils of the evil Saint Lord, there was only more intense cruelty and enjoyment. What a delightful scream. The evil saint's low voice carried a sick sense of satisfaction. Sigh. So strong. The sound of sucking in cold air echoed behind the ice wall. It was merely a single breath of the dragon. And it was enough to defeat the monster that had left both Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing, two 6th-rank warriors, helpless. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, seeing the shock and a hint of chill in each other's eyes. Old Mo, how does Suemo usually discipline this guy? Xiao Zhan's voice sounded a bit dry. The power of this black dragon is beyond belief. But what's even more unsettling is the pure malevolence emanating from its body. It seems as though it was born solely for destruction and cruelty. This man has once again redefined their understanding of power. Lost his summoned creature? His combat power has been severely weakened? No. He just brought out a more brutal one. Mo Tianqing's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his voice. How should I know? They were thrilled by the terrifying power the evil saint had displayed. On the other hand, the evil aura emanating from the black dragon instinctively filled them with fear and unease. Is this really an ally? Has Su Ta created a guardian deity, or unleashed an even more terrifying demon? Suemo remained calmly standing in place, indifferently watching the battlefield. He was well aware of the distinct characteristics of the good and evil aspects separated by the tiger symbol. The evil Holy Lord inherited all the negative emotions and power of the Holy Lord, and its essence is pure evil. When faced with this chaotic and corrupt entity, the evil Holy Ruler is undoubtedly the better choice. And the benevolent Holy Ruler is the most suitable candidate to absorb the bloodline power from the blood pool. After disposing of the eyeball flesh, the evil Saint Lord appeared before the hybrid monster in an instant. Cut me in two. The pitch-black dragon's tail, as hard as a steel whip, carried the immense power of the ox talisman and swept out with overwhelming force. This strike was as swift as lightning. This strike was as powerful as thunder. Faced with this sudden attack from the hybrid monster, they couldn't react in time. The dull, thunderous impact echoed through the air. The pitch-black dragon's tail struck the mixed monster's midsection with tremendous force. The creature's flesh caved in like fragile tofu. Even the equipment was shattered. Some limbs that had been hastily pieced together were directly blown away. Victory? Sun Xiaoxiao watched the monster's afterimage being knocked away and couldn't help but scream in shock. A 7th-tier monster isn't that easy to deal with. Mo Tianqing growled. His expression was solemn. He stared intently at the center of the battlefield, not daring to relax for a moment. Sure enough, only then did the monster that had been blown away quickly stand back up. It seemed as though the powerful blow from the Holy Lord had not caused it any harm at all. Jia! The hybrid monster emitted a spine-chilling laugh. Boom! Its spiral-shaped arm suddenly swelled to several times its original size, with bone spines at the tip flickering with a green toxic glow, piercing directly toward the evil Saint Dragon's eyes at an eerie angle. The evil Holy Dragon's eyes narrowed, and it swiftly turned its head to dodge, but the bone spines still sliced through its scales, leaving a trail of black sparks in their wake. The scales that had been cut began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a pungent, foul odor. The Holy Lord has been contaminated. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's heart sank as the rotting scales emitted a nauseating stench. Even such a powerful evil Saint Lord could be corrupted by the monster's attack. Don't panic. Sumo's voice was as calm as water. Only the dark dragon-like body of the evil Holy Lord could be seen, with an invisible force rippling across it. That was the healing power of the Mafu charm. The rapidly decaying dragon scales suddenly stopped spreading. Fresh, smooth dragon scales reappeared. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The deadly contamination that had just been present had vanished without a trace. The pungent, fishy odor in the air has also faded significantly. This. Xiao Zhan's Adam's apple bobbed once. What terrifying regenerative abilities. Mo Tianqing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. This had transcended mere recovery, it was nearly immortal. You're asking for death. The evil Holy Lord was completely enraged. Being injured by these ant-like monsters and contaminated by their bizarre abilities was an intolerable humiliation for it. Its crimson vertical pupils blazed with flames of destruction. The dragon's mouth suddenly opened wide. The air seemed to be sucked out and compressed in that instant. A black flame breath condensed to its absolute limit no longer swept across the area but instead coalesced into a beam of destruction, shooting straight forward. The hybrid monster faced this devastating attack yet showed no intention of dodging. On its massive body, near the shoulder area, a small, inconspicuous head suddenly began to swell. Put! A dull, nauseating explosion. The head exploded. A torrent of blood sprayed into the air, filling the air with a foul stench and instantly engulfing the space in front of the monster. The blood mist was thick and almost completely obscured the view. Something strange happened at that very moment. That black dragon's breath, powerful enough to obliterate everything, plunged headfirst into the blood mist. Sizzle! Like pouring boiling oil into cold water. It is more like a pure substance being thrown into a filthy swamp. The moment the black flame dragon's breath came into contact with the blood mist, its pure black color began to be tainted. A faint, eerie emerald green began to spread through the black flames. In the blink of an eye, the color of the entire dragon's breath transformed completely from the pure black of destruction into the ominous green of poison. The nature of the flames seemed to have been completely twisted and corrupted. Immediately afterward, even more terrifying changes occurred. The contaminated green dragon breath suddenly changed direction. It surged back toward the evil saint who had released it, striking back with vengeance. What? After the ice wall, the cries of surprise could no longer be suppressed. Attacks being reflected? No, this is more like being completely seized and transformed by the enemy. Chapter 117, The Insect. Rabbit symbol spell, extreme speed. The evil Holy Lord clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events either. At the critical moment, the power of the rabbit symbol spell erupted. Its figure blurred instantly, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Green, venomous dragon breath nearly grazed its afterimage, crashing into the ground in the distance. It left behind a steaming, poisonous crater. The evil Holy Lord had just stabilized his stance in the distance and had not yet had time to counterattack again. Suddenly, a bone-chilling tearing sound erupted from the body of the hybrid monster. Snap! 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 Its massive, bloated body suddenly split open into dozens of huge gashes without any warning. Each gash was deep enough to expose the bone, with repulsive flesh and blood tissue hanging from the edges. Even more terrifying is? From each crack, slimy tentacles covered in sharp teeth suddenly darted out. These tentacles wildly flailed about. And at the tip of each tentacle, there were tiny, twisted dragon heads. They all opened their small mouths filled with fangs. They emitted a piercing screech so shrill it seemed capable of tearing the soul apart. Whoosh! The next moment, hundreds of foul-smelling, viscous blood jets erupted from the miniature dragon heads like a torrential downpour. Their target was the evil saint in midair. As these blood arrows flew through the air at high speed, they underwent another transformation. Each blood arrow suddenly exploded, splitting into hundreds or even thousands of even finer blood needles. In an instant, countless blood needles filled the air, too numerous to count. They covered the sky, obscuring the heavens, forming an immense crimson storm emanating a thick, deathly aura. It completely sealed off all the space the evil Saint Lord had dodged into. The power of the earth. In a moment of crisis, the evil Saint Emperor unleashed his domain. The power of the earth was summoned by him. And the evil Holy Lord showed no intention of defending himself. And the entire blood-stained area trembled violently. Countless pitch-black, grotesque spikes erupted from the ground like a forest of death. Each spike is enveloped in dense, destructive black flames, emitting an intense heat capable of burning souls. They charge toward the blood-red needle storm that obscures the sky, tearing through the atmosphere with a force that seems to shatter the very air. Head-on collision. Squeak! The piercing sound was so intense it made your scalp tingle, echoing throughout the entire space in an instant. The air was filled with a foul, fishy stench, which was intensified by the black flames, emitting an even more pungent, acrid odor. Blood needles danced through the air, exploding upon contact with the ground spikes, bursting into clouds of thick, foul-smelling blood mist. Black flames intertwined with the blood mist, destruction colliding with filth, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. At the same moment, the earth spikes and blood needles collided violently. The earthly power surging around the evil Saint Lord once again erupted with overwhelming force. Earthly power, summon the stones. Above the head of the hybrid monster, space twisted without warning. Immediately afterward, a shadow so vast it was almost unimaginable materialized out of thin air. It was a massive rock over 100 zhang in diameter, with a rough surface covered in jagged edges. It crashed down toward the hybrid monsters with a thunderous roar. The wind howled, and the air was completely pushed aside, emitting a dull roar. The boulders plummeted at an astonishing speed, leaving the hybrid monsters almost no time to react. The wounds on the hybrid monster's body, which had just finished spewing blood needles, began to writhe once more. Several massive, slimy hands of various shapes suddenly emerged from the cracks. Some of these hands resembled the segmented limbs of insects, others the tentacles of an octopus, while others were covered in rough scales. They extend upward in a manner that defies the laws of physics, forming a lifting posture. They attempt to confront the massive, destructive boulder descending from the sky. However, the evil saint's attack was far from over. The ground collapsed. A cold, ruthless voice rang out. Just as the hybrid monster extended its monstrous hands, preparing to block the boulder head-on, the blood-red ground beneath its feet suddenly collapsed downward. Without any warning, the collapse was massive. A bottomless abyss suddenly appeared. The massive, bloated bodies of the hybrid monsters, having lost their support, immediately plummeted downward. The monstrous hands that had been supporting it from below also lost their grip due to this sudden change. The boulders continued to fall at high speed. The hybrid monster's body is plummeting at an incredible speed. Fusion. The voice of the evil Holy Lord rang out once more, cold and indifferent, as if he controlled everything. Just as the massive body of the hybrid monster had half of itself trapped in the suddenly appearing giant pit, the evil saint once again unleashed the colossal power of the earth. The edges of the collapsed crater suddenly began to collapse inward. At an unimaginable speed. Hard rock and soil are instantly compressed and fused together with irresistible force. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of shattered bones faintly echoed in the air. The lower half of the hybrid monster, along with the strange hands that had just emerged, were firmly embedded and sealed within the reclusing earth. Immobile. It seemed as though it had grown out of the earth itself from the very beginning. Boom! A deafening roar erupted suddenly. 100-foot-tall boulder finally crashed down with tremendous force. It struck true, hitting the massive, swollen upper body of the hybrid monster, which was now unable to move. The terrifying power poured down through the giant rock, unleashing its full fury. Crack! Snap! The sound of teeth shattering echoed throughout the room. That was the sound of rocks colliding with the monster's armor and bones. The twisted limbs and slimy tentacles of the monster's upper body were instantly deformed and shattered under this unmatched force. The foul-smelling blood erupted like a fountain. Shreds of flesh and debris flew everywhere. The earth itself could not withstand the impact, emitting a heavy groan. The ground where the hybrid monster stood suddenly sank downward, with the impact point at its center, forming an even more shocking and massive crater. The entire blood-red area began to tremble violently and wildly. The earth roared. Space is shaking. Smoke and dust fill the air, and debris flies everywhere. What a powerful attack! It feels like an earthquake. Sun Yaoyao, watching from a distance, paled slightly and looked at the scene of destruction with lingering fear. She could clearly feel the ground trembling beneath her feet, as if the entire world were shaking under the terrifying blow. The massive boulder remained firmly pressed against the upper half of the hybrid monster. Roar! The evil sovereign's crimson vertical pupils were filled with savage fury, reaching its peak. The power of the dragon seal was fully unleashed. It's over, insect. The dragon flame, imbued with the explosive power of the dragon symbol spell, erupted forth. It violently crashes into the massive rock, suppressing the hybrid monsters. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed across the heavens and earth. Even more violent than the previous rock impact. Even more deafening. Golden red flames instantly engulfed the 100-foot-tall rock. The terrifying heat scorched the rock's surface until it glowed bright red. They even began to melt. Gravel flew everywhere. Countless burning stones shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. They smashed the ground, leaving behind small craters billowing with black smoke. The explosive shockwave swept out, raising a cloud of dust into the sky, forming a visible shockwave. The figure of the evil saint remained motionless within the airwave, his crimson eyes piercing through the smoke and dust, fixated on the center of destruction. This time, he's finally met his end. Chapter 118, Give him a quick death. Sun Xiaoxiao stared intently at the area completely engulfed by the dragon's flames. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and burnt flesh. Mo Tianqing remained silent. His intuition told him that things might not be as simple as they seemed. The evil saint's attack was indeed earth-shattering. Any other opponent would have been reduced to ashes. However, that hybrid monster was, after all, a powerful 7th-tier opponent. At that moment, at the center of the battlefield, the lingering might of the golden red dragon flames continued to rage. The intense heat distorts the light. The 100-foot-tall boulder that had once suppressed the monster has now completely collapsed. Dust and smoke swirled everywhere. Everyone's heart was in their throats. The smoke and dust gradually thinned out. As the smoke and dust completely dissipate, in an instant, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized everyone's hearts. Xiaozhen suddenly widened his eyes. Mo Tianqing's pupils contracted sharply, and his tense expression finally collapsed completely, giving way to sheer terror. Impossible. That's impossible. More people saw clearly. Then, there was a deathly silence. Immediately afterward, there was an outburst of shouts and commotion, like a tidal wave. Deputy City Lord? A piercing scream shattered the still air. In the depths of the pit, where the giant rock had once crushed and the dragon's flames had burned, the disgusting substances that had been clinging to the bodies of the hybrid monsters began to peel away, revealing their true forms. It was none other than Zhao Yuanji, the Deputy City Lord of Tianyuan City. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone in Tianyuan City. Their Deputy City Lord, that middle-aged man who had always been relatively kind and powerful. Could it be that this terrifying monster is his true form? Or perhaps it has been devoured and assimilated by this monster? A sense of immense absurdity and fear swept over everyone in an instant. Why? Why the Deputy City Lord? Lu Zhouyuan, Sun Xiaoxiao, Sun Yaoyao, Zhao Hu, Shi Shen, and others couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan. Their minds went blank. Isn't it said that the Deputy City Lord fell in battle against the demon dragon? Why is he here? And in such a bizarre form? This realization was like a bolt from the blue, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan both stumbled slightly. The shock they felt was far greater than that of Lu Zhouyuan and the others. After all, they had witnessed Zhao Yuanji's downfall with their own eyes. On that day, Zhao Yuanji selflessly chose to sacrifice himself to cover their retreat. The dragon's flames engulfed his body. But now, how could this scene before his eyes be explained? At that moment, they finally understood where that lingering sense of familiarity had come from. It was the presence of Zhao Yuanji. Despite the fact that the appearance of the hybrid monster had been completely altered. But the faint soul fluctuation belonging to Zhao Yuanji has always remained. But they simply dared not believe it. The Deputy City Lord who was always so kind and approachable. Could he really have become like this? Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, who were standing nearby, had never met Zhao Yuanji before, but they could tell something was amiss from the expressions on everyone's faces. This monster is actually the Deputy City Lord of Tianyuan City? How did he end up looking like this, neither human nor demon? Wang Gang turned his head to look at Zhang Ming beside him, seeking an answer. Zhang Ming gave him a look that said, "You're asking me? How would I know?" He wasn't familiar with the people of Tianyuan City. It was actually the Deputy City Lord of Tianyuan City. Sumo's tone carried a hint of confirmation, with only a faint trace of surprise. For him, it wasn't exactly earth-shattering news. After all, he had known all along that the core of this hybrid monster was a human. He just never expected it to be the Deputy City Lord of Tianyuan City. His calm gaze swept over the still twitching body of the monster, then flickered over the disoriented residents of Tianyuan City in the distance. The sequence of events was already clear in his mind. After Zhao Yuanji was killed by the demon dragon, his body was thrown into the blood pool. Utilizing the trace of true dragon bloodline power contained within the blood pool. Then fuse it with the chaotic powers of various monsters. Finally, using the lingering resentment of the true dragon after its death as a binding agent and driving core. It forcibly transformed a corpse into its current form. Sumo's explanation was calm to the point of cruelty. After hearing Sumo's explanation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Crimson bloodshot veins instantly spread across their eyes. A surge of uncontrollable rage and grief erupted like a volcano, exploding violently within his chest. That damned dragon! Not even the corpse. Spared! This is not just killing. It is desecration. Devil! The crowd erupted in a cacophony of angry shouts and cries. They recalled Zhao Yuanji's gentle smile from his daily life. Even in death, they couldn't find peace. His body was transformed by his enemies into a monstrous creature that slaughtered its own kind in such an evil and filthy manner. A profound sense of grief and helplessness weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, almost suffocating them. I must slay the dragon and avenge the Deputy City Lord. Sun Xiaoxiao clenched her fist so tightly that her knuckles turned white and hot tears streamed down her face. Yes, that's right. Kill him. We must kill him. Avenge the Deputy City Lord. Sun Xiaoxiao's words were like a flame, igniting the pent-up grief and anger that had been simmering in everyone's hearts. It was not merely about the death of Zhao Yuanji. It is even more so for the inhumane desecration he endured after his death. The respect and closeness they once felt for him have now turned into the deepest, most violent hatred toward the dragon. Sumo remained calm. His gaze swept over the people filled with grief and anger, finally settling back on the deep pit. The monster's convulsions seemed to grow weaker. However, the face belonging to Zhao Yuanji still bore traces of pain and distortion. The matter was far from over. Mo Tianqing's gaze was fixed intently on the twisted figure in the deep pit. The once gentle smile had been replaced by endless pain and savagery. He took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and looked at Sumo, who remained calm. His eyes were filled with an indescribable sorrow. Please, Su Xiaoyu. Give Zhao Xiong a clear answer. This statement is less a request than a form of liberation. For the once beloved deputy city lord, and for those who witnessed the horrors and whose hearts are torn apart. The area fell suddenly silent. The previous cries and curses had mysteriously ceased at that moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Suemo. Suemo remained as calm as a still pond. He did not look at Mo Tianxing, his gaze merely glancing faintly at the faint twitching in the deep pit. As if to confirm something. Then, almost imperceptibly, he nodded slightly. Holy Lord, grant him a swift death. Chapter 119, Escorting Lord Zhao Chang. The evil Holy Lord slowly descended to the edge of the deep pit, gazing down at the battered and broken body. The pitch-black dragon claws slowly raised, and the explosive energy of the dragon talisman spell gathered at the tips of the claws. Farewell. The dragon's claw gently descended, touching Zhao Yuanji's forehead. In an instant, a silent yet terrifying explosive force erupted from the tiny point of contact, spreading out violently. Zhao Yuanji's massive and battered body began to collapse first, starting with the distorted and mutated parts that had been forcibly fused onto it from various other monsters. Claws, bone spurs, and scales dissolved into the purest black light particles and vanished. Next came the filthy flesh and blood, contaminated by the blood pool and saturated with evil forces. They too began to disintegrate and dissipate, as if they had never existed at all. Layer by layer, they peel away. Stripping away everything that did not belong to Zhao Yuanji. Stripped away all pain and distortion. Stripped of all the guilt and profanity that had been forced upon it. Finally, at the center of that destructive force, a relatively intact human form briefly emerged. That face was no longer grotesque, no longer in agony, no longer distorted. It was Zhao Yuanji's true form. Peaceful. Calm. The corners of his lips even curled into an extremely faint smile, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden, carrying a sense of liberation and relief. Thank you. A faint, almost inaudible breath, so light it seemed like a hallucination, yet as though it were the final sigh from the depths of the soul, echoed softly in the deathly silent abyss before fading away. Immediately, the serene face that had briefly appeared dissolved into soft, white light. The last speck of light, like a fading star, flickered reluctantly for a moment before finally vanishing completely into the cold air. At the bottom of the deep pit, there was nothing but emptiness. Only faint energy ripples lingered, along with a shallow imprint on the ground, bearing witness to what had just transpired. Zhao Yuanji, the once highly respected deputy city lord of Tianyuan City, met his long-awaited and final peace in this manner. A solemn atmosphere spread throughout the crowd. Mo Tianxing's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. A single tear silently trickled down the corner of this iron-blooded tough guy's eye. Old Zhao's hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against something. You're finally free. Farewell, Lord Zhao. Lu Zhou Yuan knelt on one knee and performed the most solemn farewell ritual. Behind him, Sun Yaoyao and the others followed suit. Farewell, Lord Zhao. The echoes of the voices reverberated through the vast cavern, lingering for a long time. Wang Gang and Zhang Ming, though strangers, stood solemnly in silent mourning. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of sorrow. Snap! A crisp crackling sound suddenly broke the solemn silence. This sound did not come from the battlefield, but from the pool of blood. Everyone suddenly turned their heads, their gazes fixated on the churning sea of blood. The blood pool vortex, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly slowed to a crawl. Even more astonishing was the benevolent Holy Lord at the center of the blood pool, who had been quietly absorbing power all along. Its body was covered with a thin layer of crystalline substance resembling white jade. The crisp sound just now was caused by a crack forming in the jade-like outer shell. Hum. As if in response to some signal, the energy surging within the blood pool suddenly accelerated with the appearance of the first crack. No longer was it the slow absorption of before, but rather like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, it transformed into streams of blood-red energy visible to the naked eye, rushing madly toward the benevolent Holy Lord. The jade-like outer shell covering the benevolent Holy Lord's body cracked rapidly, emitting a series of dense cracking sounds. Through the cracks, one could see the intense light within brewing and expanding. That light was pure and warm, completely different from the cold and evil aura of the evil Saint Lord. Is this the final stage of transformation? Xiao Zhan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Zhao Hu, Shi Xian, and the others held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. Even the cold-faced evil Saint Lord, who had remained expressionless, now slightly turned his dragon-like head, his crimson vertical pupils fixed on the direction of the blood pool, seemingly intrigued by the fluctuations of this power that originated from the same source. Only Suemo remained calm. He knew that the benevolent sage had absorbed the remnants of the true dragon's bloodline essence from the blood pool, along with the energy of countless lives. This was the crucial moment when he would break free from his cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. Boom! The blood pool trembled violently. The last remnants of the blood-colored energy were swallowed whole by the benevolent Holy Lord and absorbed into his body. The entire blood pool cleared at a visible speed, revealing the pitted, bone-strewn bottom beneath. At the center of the pool, the benevolent Sage Lord's jade-like outer shell was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The light within is blazing to an extreme intensity, as if a miniature sun is about to be born within it. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the cave. As the dragon's roar echoed, the jade-like shell surrounding the benevolent sage's body suddenly shattered with a loud explosion. Fragments scattered in all directions, but in mid-air, they transformed into specks of pure light, blending into the air. A blinding light erupted suddenly. Everyone instinctively squinted their eyes. At the center of the light, the silhouette of a brand new dragon slowly emerged. Its size is even larger than that of the previous Holy Lord, and its scales seem to be formed from the purest crystallized energy. Its horns are more rugged, with smooth and elegant lines, and a faint golden halo seems to swirl at the tips. The most striking feature is its eyes. No longer the blood-red vertical pupils of the evil overlord, but a pair of golden dragon eyes as clear as sapphires, brimming with endless wisdom and majesty. Sumo's heart stirred slightly. Before her eyes, a faint blue light screen silently appeared, clearly displaying the detailed data of the newly born Holy Lord. Summoned being, Holy Sovereign. Race, Dragon. Rank, SSS class upgradable. Status, incomplete, missing 6 talismans. Level, 6th rank, 4th grade. Strength, 205,000. Agility, 203,000. Intelligence, 202,700. Spirit, 203,200. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can exhale high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Dragon's Wrath, unleashes the true power of the dragon, doubling combat power instantly. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside you. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by your current level, with a maximum of 33,000 currently available. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Great Earth Rule Power. Sumo's gaze swept over the rows of data, causing a slight ripple in his heart. This transformation had yielded far greater gains for the Holy Lord than anyone had anticipated. By absorbing a thread of the true dragon's bloodline power, all 4 attributes surged by 20,000 points. And also gained a special ability, Dragon's Wrath. His combat power instantly doubled. Simple and brutal, yet incredibly practical. This is definitely a trump card level move. Just as the aura of the benevolent sage reached its peak. Roar! A roar even more ferocious and savage erupted suddenly. This sound came from the evil Saint Lord. Chapter 120, Staying too long will drive one mad. The once indifferent evil Saint Lord, who had been coldly observing everything, suddenly began to tremble violently. A chillier, more brutal, and more destructive aura erupted from the evil saint's body like a volcanic eruption. What's happening? Shi Xian cried out in shock. Everyone's gaze shifted in horror from the benevolent Holy Lord to the evil Holy Lord, whose aura had suddenly surged. The evil Holy Master's crimson vertical pupils were now so red they seemed as though they might bleed. Endless power is surging and expanding within him. Is its power growing stronger? How is this possible? The benevolent Holy Ruler has completed his transformation and enhanced his power. Why has the evil Holy Ruler also risen in power along with him? Sumo's expression remained unchanged. This was exactly what he had expected. The benevolent and the wicked, the sage and the tyrant, 2 sides of the same coin. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. 2 completely different yet equally powerful energy fluctuations collided and intertwined violently within the cave. One was a warm, vast, and vibrant pure white light. One is a cold, brutal, all-consuming pitch-black darkness. They originate from the same body, yet now they form the most stark contrast. Wow, this is too much. Wang Gang's mouth dropped open, and he couldn't close it for a while. He glanced at the massive black dragon beside him, exuding an aura of menace, then looked at the white dragon before him, radiating holy light, and felt his mind spinning. Indeed, they were extraordinary. Mo Tianqing nodded as well, casting a complex glance at Sumo. One thought leads to demonhood, another to sainthood? No, Sumo's methods are simply summoning both demons and saints directly. Come back. The enemy has been eliminated, and the evil overlord no longer has any reason to exist. Sumo waved his hand, and the evil saint master vanished. With the evil Holy Lord's disappearance, the suffocating aura of evil dissipated as well. The crowd finally felt their tense nerves relax, and many collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The pressure they had faced earlier when confronting the evil Holy Master was simply terrifying. Su Xiaoyu, your summoned creature is also too. Mo Tianqing couldn't find the right words to describe it. Wow. Xiao Zhan was concise and to the point. Ha ha. Sumo smiled. His expression turned serious. Zhao Yuanji's tragedy had come to an end. The transformation of the benevolent and virtuous ruler has also been completed. Now it is time to track down the mastermind behind all this and settle the score. Let's go. This isn't over yet. Sumo's voice was not loud. Yet it was heard clearly by everyone present. Ha? Not finished yet? What do you mean? Sumo's words. This left everyone stunned. Everyone had assumed that with Zhao Yuanji's death, with the successful transformation of the benevolent holy ruler, everything should finally come to a close. But now it seems that this is not the case. Wang Gang scratched his head, looking puzzled. No way, Mo, it's not over yet? Shi Xian also furrowed his brows, looking at Su Mo with a questioning expression. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan remained silent, but their eyes also betrayed their confusion. They didn't understand. Su Mo's words were endless. What exactly was he referring to? Could it be that? Except for Zhao Yuanji, are there any other enemies? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If that were the case, then the enemy lurking in the shadows, how powerful must they be? Seeing everyone's confusion, Su Mo explained. This blood pool is merely the core of the demon dragon's lair, not the core of the entire Dragon Bone Mountains. As soon as he said that, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. What the heck is that? Wang Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Shi Xian furrowed his brows. Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan also looked puzzled. Wang Gang rubbed his temples vigorously. He felt his head buzzing. No, Mo Gu. What are you saying? Are making me more and more confused? He pointed at the pool of blood. He gestured around the surroundings. The very heart of the Dragon Bone Mountains, could this not be the lair of the demon dragon? And within this lair, isn't the most crucial element the blood pool right before our eyes? How did another true core emerge here? Wang Gang was truly baffled. Su Mo, can you explain it more clearly? My brain is about to explode. Su Mo looked at the confused expressions on everyone's faces and didn't explain further. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Just follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive figure of the holy ruler, as vast as a mountain, began to move. Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of the crowd, the holy ruler slowly extended a massive dragon claw toward the bottom of the blood pool. Immediately afterward, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A surge of indescribable, surging blood energy erupted suddenly from the depths of the blood pool, shooting skyward with tremendous force. The light was not purely blood red but carried an ancient, vast aura, so dense it seemed almost tangible. This blood-red light instantly enveloped the dragon claws that the Holy Lord had plunged into the pool. Then it spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the massive body of the Holy Lord. The light shimmered and danced. The bloodline power of the true dragon, hidden within the saint's body, seemed to be strongly stirred at this moment. It began to boil violently. A resonance originating from the deepest part of their bloodline was established between the Holy Lord and this ancient blood pool. The energy fluctuations in the air suddenly became violent. The next second, boom! The entire bottom of the blood pool suddenly erupted violently without any warning. At the center of the surging blood waves, the once solid ground at the bottom of the pool was now shattered into pieces. A deep, dark passageway entrance, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The interior of the passageway was pitch black, emanating an aura even older and more unsettling than that of a blood pool. Another passageway? There's actually another path hidden down here? Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan exchanged a glance. They had always believed that this blood pool was the deepest secret of the Dragon Bone Mountains. Who could have imagined that beneath the pool's depths lay another world? Senior Su, how did you know there was another passageway here? Sun Yaoyao's crisp voice rang out, filled with curiosity. The others immediately turned their attention to Su Mo, waiting for his response. After the Holy Sovereign absorbed the true dragon bloodline from the blood pool, the information he obtained was. Su Mo calmly explained. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the dark entrance to the passageway. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Upon entering the passageway, everyone felt an invisible mental pressure, with chaotic and violent images flashing through their minds from time to time. The resentment here was countless times stronger than outside. This place is so awful, I'll go crazy if I stay here too long. The passageway was deep and winding, seemingly endless. Wang Gang shook his head, trying to dispel the uneasy feeling. Though he said it jokingly, his words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Only the Holy Lord at the forefront seemed completely immune to this mental assault. His steps were steady, and his dragon-like eyes flickered with a faint glow as he discerned the direction and sensed something. Chapter 121, The Dragon's Treasure Vault. The here stems from the countless beings that fell here, including many powerful dragons. Their lingering spirits have merged with the remnants of true dragons, forming this unique spiritual realm. Hold fast to your true heart. His words were few, but they were like a soothing balm, calming everyone down slightly. As they ventured deeper into the passageway, the surroundings underwent a noticeable transformation. The rock walls on both sides gradually became smoother, even taking on a strange, crystal-clear texture. Through the semi-transparent wall, one could faintly make out various objects sealed inside. Weapons. Armor. Mysterious ore. Ancient scrolls. Jewelry that glimmers with a faint light. They were so numerous that they almost completely covered both walls of the passageway. My goodness! Look on both sides. This is. We found it! We found the dragon's treasure vault! A suppressed cry of astonishment burst from Sun Xiaoxiao's mouth. Her eyes widened in shock, pressing tightly against the crystal wall as she strained to see more clearly. The startled cry was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. It's happening! It's happening! This time it's really happened! Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, and surprise flashed in both their eyes. Lu Zhou also stopped in his tracks, his gaze drawn to the objects behind the crystal walls. Shadow Dragon. That's a genuine 7th-tier powerhouse. The value of his treasure vault is simply beyond estimation. Everyone's thoughts were racing. If I could obtain 1 or 2 powerful pieces of equipment suitable for myself, or some rare natural treasures here, that would undoubtedly boost one's strength to an unimaginable extent. Even if they are not needed, take these items with you. It is undoubtedly a fortune that would make any power-hungry faction envious and eager to obtain it. For a moment, the passageway was filled with the sound of hurried breathing and intense stares. Everyone's footsteps unconsciously quickened. But when they approached with eager anticipation and examined the treasures behind the crystal walls, the scene that unfolded before their eyes was like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. Their faces quickly froze in disbelief, then turned to shock, and finally dissolved into deep disappointment. Is this the Dawn Blade? Xiao Zhan stopped in front of a massive dragon crystal. His brows furrowed tightly as his gaze locked onto the intricately designed long sword sealed within the crystal. The sword's broad blade faintly revealed intricate golden patterns, emitting a faint glow. However, no, that's not right. Xiao Zhan's voice carried a hint of doubt. The tip of the sword was completely gone. Only this half of the sword remains, with an irregular break. That once legendary weapon is now nothing more than a defective item. On the other side, Mo Tianqing was carefully inspecting a set of dark golden armor sealed within the crystal wall. The armor had an ancient and majestic design, exuding a powerful aura, with fierce beast heads carved on the shoulder plates. The Holy Knight's honorary battle armor. He recognized the origin of the armor, his tone tinged with regret. What a pity! The chest plate had been completely corroded and penetrated by some force, leaving a huge hole. Other components also show varying degrees of damage, and the energy core is dim and lifeless. This once powerful suit of armor that allowed paladins to dominate the battlefield has now lost its former glory. Sun Xiaoxiao had been holding a white jade box that looked extremely delicate with great excitement. The box was intricately carved with lifelike patterns of spiritual herbs. She carefully tried to sense the energy inside through the crystal wall. After a moment, she let go of her hands in disappointment, her face falling. The spiritual herbs inside had completely withered away. There is no trace of their medicinal properties, they are likely nothing more than worthless herbal residue. Wang Gang was even more direct. He walked over to several weapons that looked well crafted, kicked the corresponding spots through the crystal wall, and kicked them again. He walked over to several weapons that looked well designed, and kicked the corresponding spots through the crystal wall. What the hell is this? These weapons either lack sharp blades or have broken handles. The blade of this battle axe is all curled up. The gem at the top of this staff is also missing. After searching for ages, I couldn't find a single complete item. His tone was filled with frustration. Shixian also shifted his attention away from a dark red gem the size of a human head on a rock wall. He shook his head. A grade B flame crystal core. The quality is quite good. Unfortunately, most of the energy has already dissipated, and cracks have appeared in the internal structure, rendering it virtually worthless. Everyone continued onward. The further they went, the colder their hearts grew. The crystal walls on both sides of the passageway were indeed filled with piles of items. Every kind of equipment, material, and scroll imaginable was present. But without exception, either they are in a state of disrepair, or their core components are missing. Or they suffer from severe energy loss, completely devoid of spiritual vitality. Or it could be that the quality itself is low, just some low-grade stuff. This was a world apart from the Dragon Clan's treasure trove they had imagined, filled with divine weapons, rare treasures, and exotic artifacts. The atmosphere, which had been intense and heated, quickly cooled down. That's so strange. Sun Yaoyao furrowed her delicate brows, her voice filled with confusion and bewilderment. There were so many things in this passageway, but why were they all junk? What is the Shadow Dragon collecting these defective items for? Does he have some peculiar hobby? Her question was also on everyone's mind. These must all be the spoils of that demonic dragon. Su Mo picked up a shattered crystal stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and spoke calmly. He raised his hand and pointed toward the deeper, darker depths of the passageway. There seemed to be a faint glow coming from there. The real treasure, I think, must be further inside. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up slightly. Perhaps this was just a trophy room, and the real treasures were yet to come. The group no longer lingered by the crystal walls on either side, hastening their steps as they made their way deeper into the passageway. Sure enough, we proceeded forward for another several hundred meters. The passage suddenly opened up, revealing a fairly spacious circular cave at the end. The scale of this cave was larger than any place they had passed through before. The ground in the center of the cave was not empty. Instead, there were dozens of treasure chests of various sizes and shapes piled up. Most of their surfaces were engraved with intricate magical runes, emitting a faint glow, giving them an extraordinary appearance. Upon seeing these treasure chests, the crowd's hearts, which had just begun to cool, once again grew fiery. Treasure chests! So many treasure chests! This time it must be real. However, as they approached with their last shred of hope, eager to inspect the treasure chests, reality dealt them another harsh blow. In the center of the cave, dozens of exquisitely crafted treasure chests were piled up, most of which had already been opened. Inside the chests, however, there was nothing but emptiness. Not even a speck of dust remained. How could it be empty? Did someone beat me to it? Chapter 122, The Remains of the True Dragon, the Divine. Mo Tianqing remained silent. He walked over to the largest dark purple wooden box, knelt down, and carefully examined the lid. After a moment, he stood up and shook his head. No. It must have been the dragon itself that took the items inside. Mo nodded, confirming Mo Tianqing's assessment. His gaze swept over the empty treasure chests, and he spoke calmly. I estimate. It was the shadow dragon that sensed something before entering the remnant mystic realm. Therefore, it had already taken all the treasures it deemed valuable or useful from this treasure-filled cave. What remained were only these empty boxes and the spoils it deemed worthless in the outer passageways. Wang Gang wasn't giving up. He walked up to a black bone box with the lid half open and reached out to fully lift the lid. Sure enough, it was empty. Zhao Hu looked around at the mess of empty boxes on the ground, his tone tinged with a mix of frustration and self-deprecating humor. So after all that effort, what we found was actually a dragon's abandoned dumping ground? What the heck is going on here? Sun Xiaoxiao stomped her feet angrily, her hands on her hips. You ruined my excitement. What dragon clan treasure? I think it's just a pile of junk. The huge expectations were dashed, and this feeling is truly depressing. Master, that feeling is right ahead. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Master echoed, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. Let's go. Walk several hundred meters. Another enormous cave appeared. Within the cavern, a massive altar stood towering, constructed from countless enormous dragon bones. The altar takes on an eerie spiral shape, layered upon one another, stretching upward into the darkness above. Countless thick chains, glowing with a faint red light, extended from the rock walls in all directions, tightly wrapped around the dragon bone altar. The chains were covered in even more complex and incomprehensible runes. These runes emit a powerful sealing force. However, even so, one could still sense an utterly terrifying aura seeping out from the depths of the altar. That aura was exactly what the Holy Lord had described earlier. Ancient, chaotic, and decaying, yet tinged with a hint of reluctance and pride. The aura was far more powerful than anything he had sensed before, sending a chill down his spine. My goodness! Wang Gang couldn't help but gasp in shock, his eyes wide like copper bells. What on earth is this thing? Everyone else was also stunned into silence by the scene before them. This wasn't a dragon's lair at all, it was clearly a massive sealed site. Master! The voice of the Holy Lord rang urgently in Sumo's mind. This is the place. The source of that power lies beneath that bone altar. It's incredibly powerful and chaotic, and it seems to have come back to life. Buzz! As if in response to the Holy Lord's words, the entire massive dragon bone altar suddenly shook violently. The dark red chains coiling around it instantly tightened, emitting groans of strain, while the runes on their surfaces flickered wildly, their light flickering on and off. A terrifying pressure, indescribable in intensity, erupted from the depths of the altar like a tangible tidal wave, sweeping across the entire cavern. Plop! 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 Except for Suemo and Xiao Zhan, only a few others were present. The weaker members of the team, such as Zhang Ming and Sun Yaoyao. Under this overwhelming pressure, their legs gave way, and they collapsed to their knees on the ground. His face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with sheer terror. This overwhelming pressure was definitely beyond the 7th rank. It might even be higher. Roar! A roar filled with endless pain, anger, resentment, and madness. It seemed to echo through the ages, emanating from the deepest recesses of the dragon bone altar. The entire cave trembled violently, and countless bone fragments were sent flying into the air. That wasn't the roar of a demon dragon. It was the mournful cry of a true dragon. The final roar of an ancient true dragon, imprisoned, corrupted, on the brink of death, yet unwilling to succumb to its fate. Suemo, what on earth is that? Xiao Zhen gripped his long spear tightly, his voice trembling slightly. As a 6th-tier powerhouse, he should have remained calm and composed. But the inhuman roar he had just heard sent a chill down his spine, evoking a primal fear that made him feel small and insignificant. Suemo did not respond immediately, but instead stared intently at the trembling dragon bone altar. Through the 10,000 spirits diagram, he saw a shocking piece of information. Remains of the corrupted ancient true dragon. Level, pre-death god. Status, corrupted by the power of the abyss, soul on the verge of dissipation. The level is actually god tier? Upon seeing those words, Sumo's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips. God? The thing sealed beneath this altar was actually a god of legendary status in its lifetime? How is this even possible? God tier. Sumo's voice was very soft. Yet it sounded like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears. Mo Tianqing suddenly turned his head, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Su Xiaoyu, what did you say? His voice trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. Sealed beneath this altar lies the remains of a divine-level true dragon. Suemo repeated each word slowly and deliberately. His voice was heavy as iron, leaving no room for doubt. The entire cave fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath. Divine level? Sun Xiaoxiao's voice trembled so much it was barely audible. Isn't that the legendary realm? Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she had seen something unimaginable. Lu Zhou Yuan stared intently at the trembling altar. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's impossible. How could there still be divine beings in this world? They should have been long gone. Legendary gods? How could they appear here? Wang Gang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Are you kidding me? We're actually standing on the grave of a god? His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were vacant. If what is sealed beneath us is truly that legendary being, then we are in serious trouble now. His voice trembled, and he couldn't continue. But everyone understood what he meant. They were a group of explorers, none of whom had reached beyond the 6th or 7th rank, who had dared to enter a place sealed off by a god-tier being. This was no longer a matter of sheer audacity. It's like performing a death-defying stunt in front of the Grim Reaper. Xiao Zhan, the iron-blooded city lord, was now as pale as a sheet of paper. God. He repeated it, his tone harsh. No wonder that roar earlier made me feel so insignificant. As a peak 6th tier powerhouse, he had faced countless powerful enemies. He has even faced off against a 7th tier peak level powerhouse. But none of them could compare to the soul-shaking tremor caused by that earlier mournful cry. It was a sense of distance akin to that of an ant gazing up at the stars. Mo Tianqing remained silent and asked. Su Xiaoyu, are you certain you didn't misperceive it? Chapter 123, If you become wealthy, do not forget your roots. The news was too shocking. God, a word that exists only in the oldest legends and forbidden texts. It represents the supreme power that mortals cannot comprehend or touch. Suemo spoke with unwavering certainty. My abilities will not fail me. I'll make it happen. Wang Gang let out a startled cry and instinctively took a half step back, nearly colliding with Xiao Hu behind him. Is this real? We can't mess with a living god, but we can mess with the remains of a god who's been dead for who knows how long? His face turned pale, and his lips trembled. If this thing burps, will we just vanish into thin air? Don't say that. Sun Xiaoxiao spoke with a trembling voice, her voice shaking with tears. Let's go quickly. This place is too scary. Zhao Hu let out a bitter laugh. He pointed in the direction they had come from, then pointed at the dragon bone altar emanating a terrifying aura. Should we go now? Where should we go? Do you think the things down there will let us leave so easily? We're stuck. This is the most desperate situation. This world is about to undergo great changes. A heavy sigh escaped Xiao Zhan's lips. After the initial panic subsided, he slowly regained his composure. His gaze swept over the dragon bone altar, which was still trembling slightly. Thinking of the recent major events, he felt a pang of emotion. At the time, I felt as though a storm was brewing, with winds filling the tower, as if something significant was about to happen. But who could have imagined that today, they would actually be facing the remains of a divine being? The remnants of a god. True god. All of this is by no means a coincidence. There seems to be an invisible thread connecting these shocking events. This is a sign. A terrifying omen signaling the end of an old era and the imminent arrival of a new one. Great changes are coming to this world. This whisper, however, was like a massive rock thrown into a still, deep pool, sending shockwaves rippling through the hearts of everyone present. Divine beings have already emerged, and even their remnants are enough to shatter all their previous beliefs. This world is truly about to undergo a major transformation. Mo Tianqing nodded slowly and took over from Xiao Zhan. Xiao Qingzhu's words were spot on. Now, perhaps, is the greatest period of change since ancient times. Legendary beings are emerging one after another, and the old order and balance are likely to be completely shattered. This may be the most glorious era, where some can even become gods. Become a god. These two words seem to carry infinite magic, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In its place was an indescribable burning sensation. The heart pounded in the chest like a drum. Become a god. Completely shed your mortal form. Achieve the legendary immortality. Achieve the legendary supreme existence. This thought is too crazy. Yet, at this very moment, it seems so tempting. Silence. After a deathly silence, there was heavy breathing. Immediately. Swish. 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 One by one, the gazes intense, complex, filled with awe and anticipation all fell on Sumo at the same time. They knew exactly what they were made of. Even if they spend their entire lives striving, they might just barely touch the threshold of the 8th rank that would already be a blessing beyond their wildest dreams. God? That was a height they dared not even dream of. They couldn't even imagine it. But Sumo was different. Since his appearance, he has repeatedly shattered their perceptions. He might just have what it takes. Sumo faced the gazes of the crowd, his expression calm. He, of course, understood the meaning behind those gazes. Becoming a god. Becoming a god. The weight of these two words is heavier than that dragon bone altar. How many in this world can truly become gods? But there must be a place for Sumo. Cough. Wang Gang coughed once. Rubbed his hands together, forced a smile that looked worse than crying, and took a half step forward. That's Sumo, no, Suyi. If there's really a chance to become a god, once you're successful, you've got to pull your brother up, okay? Zhang Ming slapped Wang Gang on the back of the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Is this the time to be thinking about that? We're not even sure if we'll make it out of here alive. Wang Gang covered his head and said in a pitiful voice, I was just making an early investment. What if Suyi really becomes that thing? Oh my god. Wouldn't we be among the earliest believers? Believe you? Zhang Ming glared at him angrily. But deep in his eyes, there was a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of emotion. Sun Xiaoxiao sniffed, speaking softly with a heavy nasal tone. Su Ge, let's figure out a way to get out of here first. I'm scared. Her fear was real and direct. Becoming a god was something too distant and too ethereal. The crisis before them, the unknown terror lurking beneath the altar, was the sword hanging over their heads. Mo Tianqing took a deep breath, shifted his gaze away from Sumo, and fixed it once more on the altar emanating an ominous aura. Xiao Xiao was right. The path to becoming a god is vague and elusive. Even with the changes of the times, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. At present, our greatest crisis lies in how to deal with this divine remains and the entity it protects or suppresses. His voice was steady, pulling everyone back from their illusory aspirations to the harsh reality. Stay where you are. Sumo spoke up. And the Holy Lord, one in front and one behind, walked toward the dragon bone altar that emitted an ominous aura. As they drew nearer, the mental pressure grew stronger. That chaotic state of mind made Sumo feel as though his head was about to split open. Mo Tianqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others held their breath, standing motionless, not daring to breathe a single breath. Just as Sumo and the Holy Lord were less than 10 zhang away from the altar, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! It's that altar. That stark white altar, constructed from countless bones, began to tremble at a visible frequency. Blinding light erupted from the gaps between the countless bones. Especially the largest dragon skull at the top of the altar. Within its two hollow eye sockets, 2 points of crimson light suddenly flashed. Like two blood-red lanterns, they suddenly lit up. That light was filled with brutality, hatred, and endless majesty. It was as though a malevolent entity that had slumbered for eons had awakened in that very moment. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the altar. Accompanied by that soul-shaking roar, a shadowy figure, both ethereal and colossal, suddenly shot up into the sky from the center of the altar. It was a dragon. A dragon's shadow so huge it was hard to imagine. Its entire body was a translucent grayish-white, as if woven from moonlight and the scent of death, shrouded in ominous black mist. The dragon's body twists and coils, nearly touching the dome of this underground space. Though merely a shadowy form, it exudes an unparalleled aura of majesty and savagery. The dragon's head was held high, its pair of crimson eyes sweeping over the area below, as if a deity were looking down upon ants. A terrifying dragon's aura, indescribable in intensity, swept through the entire space in an instant. Chapter 124, Not Human. Snap. Snap. Under the immense pressure, the surrounding rock walls began to develop fine cracks. Wang Gang and Sun Xiaoxiao, who were slightly weaker, groaned softly, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their faces as pale as paper. Even Mo Tianqing and Xiao Zhan felt a surge of blood in their chests and had to muster all their strength to resist the terrifying sonic shockwave. If they were in the outside world, they would be more than capable of dominating a region. Yet in the presence of this dragon's shadow, they are like a small boat in a raging storm. In this almost frozen atmosphere, Sumo and the Holy Master, who were closest to the altar, remained unusually calm. It wasn't that they were unaffected. The terrifying dragons might also wait upon them, like a burden of countless tons. The holy light surrounding the Holy Lord had noticeably dimmed. Meanwhile, Sumo stood motionless in his original spot. His robes fluttered in the invisible pressure, and his black hair danced wildly. This is interesting. In an instant, the pressure exerted on Sumo intensified several times over. Crack! The ground beneath Sumo's feet couldn't withstand the pressure and began to crack inch by inch. But he remained standing straight, like a long spear piercing the sky. After slumbering for countless ages, even the remnants of his will dared to defy my master? The Holy Lord roared. And a dragon flame erupted from his mouth, shooting toward the dragon's shadow with blinding speed. This scene came out of nowhere. Not only were Mo Tianqing and the others so startled that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, but even the massive dragon's shadow seemed to pause for a moment. Has the Holy Lord taken action directly? He's gone mad. He must be mad. That's a godlike existence. Even if it's just a faint remnant of willpower that's been lingering for countless ages. The overwhelming pressure it emanated was already pushing them to the brink of life and death. The Holy Lord has actually initiated an attack? This is no longer something that can be described as audacious. It is a declaration of war against a slumbering ancient deity. The blazing dragon flames struck the grayish-white illusory dragon body with pinpoint accuracy. Yet it passed through the dragon's shadow without a sound, vanishing into the void behind it. As if the colossal dragon's shadow had never existed in this dimension at all. Or perhaps the Holy Lord's attack was completely ineffective against it. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Mo Tianqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others had not yet recovered from their shock when it was replaced by an even deeper sense of bewilderment. How could this be possible? The overwhelming might of the Holy Lord's full-force strike was something they had experienced firsthand. It was undoubtedly a destructive force. Yet, in the face of that dragon's shadow, they couldn't even make it flicker? Doesn't that mean they have no means whatsoever to stop this dragon's shadow? At this moment, the massive head of the dragon's shadow lowered slightly. There was no anger. No violent response to being offended. Immediately following, a deep, ancient laugh echoed from the dragon's mouth, reverberating throughout the entire underground chamber. The laughter was not loud, yet it carried a weighty quality that seemed to pierce through the ages, bearing the marks of time and hardship. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! The laughter grew louder and louder, shaking the entire space with a buzzing sound, more penetrating than the previous roar, reaching deep into the soul. But this time, the oppressive aura carried less of the raw brutality and more of a complex, enigmatic emotion. Ha! You truly are a pure-blooded descendant of the dragon clan. Indeed, you have the courage. Facing the remnants of the original's will, not only were they not intimidated, but they dared to strike first. Good. Very good. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Zhan and his group completely baffled. Wait, you're actually happy that someone attacked you first? This unusual behavior left Sumo slightly taken aback. He took a step forward and asked, Sir, you summoned us here. May I ask what you wish to discuss? Sumo had already roughly pieced together the outline of the situation in his mind. From the very beginning, the dragon's shadow had targeted the Holy Lord. Those intermittent, tempting calls were no accident. There must be an ulterior motive. Upon hearing Sumo's question, the massive head of the dragon's shadow shifted slightly. The crimson eyes, like two enormous blood-red lanterns, slowly moved. The crimson gaze swept past the Holy Lord and landed on Sumo behind him. The dragon's voice grew strange, tinged with a hint of inquiry. A human being. On your body. There is an aura so faint yet so ominous that even the remnants of the original beings will feel a hint of apprehension. In the depths of those crimson eyes, countless runes seemed to swirl, as if trying to pierce through Sumo's true nature. But in the end, it remained shrouded in mystery. Interesting. Really interesting. Sumo paid no heed to the other's inquiry. He remained standing there, his expression unchanged. Please tell me your purpose, senior. His tone remained calm. He did not bow down or grovel because of the other person's status. Nor did he show the slightest sign of unease in response to the other's inquiries. It was as though they were facing not an ancient dragon soul's will that could change the heavens and earth with a single wave of its hand, but merely an entity in need of communication. Equality. Natural. This attitude, however, left Mo Tianqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others far away with their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. Good heavens! What is Mr. Su doing? Talking to an ancient god like that? Do you want to die? Even if the other person doesn't seem so violent right now, who knows what they'll do next? That's an existence that even the Holy Lord's attacks are ineffective against. They held their breath, not daring to breathe a single breath, for fear of disturbing the terrifying dragon's shadow. The dragon's shadow seemed unconcerned by Sumo's attitude. Or rather, it was more concerned with Sumo himself. And the peculiar aura emanating from him that even it found strange. After a moment of silence, the ancient voice of the dragon echoed once more. Nothing important. Its voice carried a sense of indifference, as if looking down on the masses. The dragon's gaze swept over the Holy Lord, carrying a hint of an elder's scrutiny. I merely wish to bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. It paused for a moment before adding. A copy. Enough to make you become gods. The final 4 words echoed like thunder, reverberating deep within everyone's soul. The opportunity to become a god. Gudong. Xiao Zhan and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. A god? What does that mean? A legendary existence? Overlooking all beings and controlling the laws of the universe? They were just talking about it a moment ago. If Suemo becomes a god, he must not forget them. I thought it was just a joke, but now it's about to come true. However, Suemo remained the calmest person in the entire room. So calm it was almost eerie. He merely lowered his eyelids slightly, as if deep in thought. My dear Mr. Su. This is like becoming a god. How can you act so calm? This mindset is simply inhuman. Chapter 125, Granting a Divine Title. Xiao Zhan and the others were amazed. Little did they know that Sumo's heart was far from calm. His focus had never been on how tempting the opportunity itself was, but rather on the logic and cost behind it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Especially not a pie as big as becoming a god. The dragon's shadow went to great lengths to lure them here. It certainly wasn't out of charity. The dragon's shadow seemed intrigued by Sumo's reaction. Its massive head nodded slightly, as if approving his composure. Moments later, Suemo raised his eyes. His gaze was clear as water, devoid of any greed or fervor. He looked once more at the colossal dragon's shadow. He spoke calmly. What is the price of becoming a god? The voice is not loud. Yet it was clear to everyone present, including the massive dragon's shadow suspended in mid-air. The price? Xiao Zhan and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. That's right. Become a god. Such an incredible opportunity. How could there be no price to pay? They were still reeling from the immense shock of being called gods, leaving them dazed and disoriented. They had almost overlooked this most basic and most critical question. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Let alone the ultimate temptation of becoming a god, which could completely overturn one's understanding of reality. The hidden cost behind it is likely to be equally earth-shattering. In an instant, the restless heart that had been stirred by the opportunity to become a god quickly calmed down. The gaze directed at the dragon's shadow now carried an added layer of caution and vigilance. Suemo asked the question that had risen in their minds but had not yet been voiced. Becoming a god was such a great opportunity, but it inevitably came with unimaginable risks. Or, to put it another way, it requires sacrifices that ordinary people cannot bear. Sumo's composure once again left Xiao Zhan and the others in awe, even feeling a touch of shame. In the face of such temptation, he remained true to himself and went straight to the heart of the matter. This level of resolve far surpasses theirs. Suemo did not pause. His gaze was sharp, as if he could pierce through the void and see straight to the essence. He slowly shifted his gaze. Finally, Sumo's gaze fell upon the ancient, mysterious altar, which emanated an aura of immortality. That altar was the very core where the dragon's shadow coiled. It is also the source of all power. It is also the root of all constraints. The price. Sumo's voice carried a hint of understanding. Are you helping me break the seal on this altar? Will you? Completely unleashed? All eyes were fixed on the massive dragon's shadow, waiting for its response. Ha ha. The price? Unseal the seal? Release me? Young man, your thoughts are intriguing. However, there is no cost. No cost? Xiao Zhan nearly choked on his breath, almost passing out from the shock. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing, then looked at Suemo, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Mo Tianqing and the others were equally baffled. This isn't following the script. What happened to the earth-shattering conspiracy? What about the terrifying consequences? Where did they go? Just giving it away for free? Becoming a god, can that really be given away for free? This isn't a piece of cake falling from the sky, it's a goldmine. And it's the kind with a purity of 99.9%. For a moment, everyone was completely baffled. Could this ancient god really be a helpful living saint? Or has its mind been sealed away for too long, making it a bit off its rocker? However, Sumo's expression showed no sign of relaxation. He remained standing there calmly. No price to pay? This made him even more wary than if there had been a price to pay. Something unusual must have happened. Suemo slowly raised his head, his gaze once again falling on the dragon's shadow, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Does no cost mean we don't have to give up anything at all? His tone remained calm, but those who knew him well could detect a subtle hint of gravity. That's right. The voice of the dragon confirmed Sumo's doubts. Why? What's in it for you to give us this opportunity? He didn't believe in pure, selfless gifts in this world, especially when it came to matters involving the divine. This dragon's shadow was no benevolent creature. Its previous actions all pointed to a meticulously planned scheme. Now, suddenly offering to give away a grand gift for free is a change that is far too abrupt and highly suspicious. Longing heard this and seemed to smile again. The laughter echoed through the empty space, carrying an indescribable ancient resonance. Benefits? The dragon's eyes, resembling molten lava, narrowed slightly, as if recalling some distant memory. If one were to put it bluntly, Xiao Zhan and the others felt their hearts sink once again. Here it comes. Sure enough, there are conditions. It's a form of self-redemption, I suppose. Longing spoke slowly. Redemption? Suemo looked utterly stunned. The others looked at each other in confusion, completely baffled. Even if you offered them the greatest benefits in the world, the result is that the ancient god is atoning for his own sins? This logic doesn't make any sense at all. Sumo's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. What kind of past does this ancient dragon's shadow carry? Just as everyone's thoughts were diverging, the massive head of the dragon's shadow shifted slightly. Its lava-like gaze swept past Suemo and landed on the Holy Lord. I cannot allow the legacy of our clan to end with me. Legacy? End? Sumo's eyes flickered. He looked at the Holy Lord, then at the massive dragon's shadow, as if he had caught something. You desire the Holy Sovereign to bestow the power of your divine dragon clan upon you, to ultimately attain divine status? Sumo's voice rang out clearly, breaking the brief silence. He tried to make sense of the logic behind it. However, to everyone's surprise, the dragon's shadow shook its head. It denied Sumo's speculation. No. He doesn't need to achieve godhood. Long Ying's response once again shattered everyone's preconceptions. No need for achievements? What does that mean? Can a divine position be given away directly? I can bestow the supreme honor of our dragon clan. The voice of the dragon's shadow carried an indescribable aura of majesty and antiquity. That unique one, the divine seat of the dragon god, directly inherited from him. He only needs to. Dragon Shadow's gaze once again focused on the Holy Lord. His power had reached that threshold. It's only natural. You can ascend to the divine realm and wield the power of the dragon god. Reach the heavens in a single step. Directly inherit the divine position? How is that even possible? Upon hearing this, Mo Tianqing and the others felt as though their minds had been blown apart. Though they had never experienced the path to godhood. Even reaching the 9th rank requires traversing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. One must endure endless trials and tribulations. The path to becoming a god will only grow more arduous. Now, this dragon's shadow actually claims that it can grant an existing divine position directly to the Holy Lord? Is it out of envy? Is it jealousy? Or some other emotion? How will Suemo choose? Chapter 126, I will create my own divine throne. Suemo will agree, right? The divine position. Who can stand up to this? Not to mention them, even those ancient monsters who have lived countless ages and whose resolve is as firm as rock would likely be unable to resist such temptation. That is an existence that stands above all living beings, wielding the power over heaven and earth, nearly immortal. It is the ultimate goal that countless beings, having exhausted countless ages and traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, may still never attain. And now, a complete, supreme dragon god throne lies before Suemo, within his grasp. In an instant, all eyes, dragon shadows, and dragon eyes, all focused on Suemo. Everyone's heart was in their throats, waiting for Sumo's decision. Though, in their eyes, there was no need for a decision at all. Agree. I must agree. Little cutie. No way. Everyone was so excited that their faces turned red. They couldn't help but want to shout that word out for Suemo. In their eyes, this was an easy question. As long as Suemo nods his head, the Holy Lord will obtain the dragon god's inheritance, and his future ascension to godhood is as certain as anything. As the Holy Lord's companions, they would naturally rise alongside him, reaping endless benefits. This is truly a case of one person's success benefiting all. It's a collective ascent for all brothers. The dragon's shadow floated silently, its massive dragon eyes calmly fixed on Suemo, showing no hurry to urge him on. It was certain that no one could refuse such a gift. In its long life, it has never seen a living being capable of resisting the temptation of becoming a god, let alone the shortcut of directly inheriting the divine throne. However, to everyone's surprise, including the ancient dragon's shadow, he did not immediately agree, nor did he show the slightest hint of excitement or joy. His expression remained calm to the point of being unsettling. He could sense that the dragon's words were true. But not entirely. He was definitely hiding something. As for what he's hiding, it might be important. Xiao Zhan and the others were so tense that their palms began to sweat. They couldn't understand why Suemo was still hesitating. Is there even a need to consider this? Agree. Agree quickly. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Finally, just when everyone was about to burst, Suemo slowly raised his head. His gaze once again met those lava-like dragon eyes. There was no excitement, no wild joy, only the same calm and caution as always. It does sound quite appealing. Suemo spoke up, his voice soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. Everyone perked up. Here it comes. Are they going to agree? Their faces already betrayed their ecstatic expressions. However, Sumo's next words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads, instantly dousing their enthusiasm. But Sumo's tone paused, and his gaze grew even sharper, as if he were piercing through the massive form of the dragon's shadow, staring directly into its soul. I don't need it. Just 4 simple words. Yet they thundered like a clap of lightning, echoing once more in everyone's ears. What? Not necessary? The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly, and they all froze in disbelief, staring at Sumo. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? What's there to be unwilling about? The ancient gods have already spoken so clearly. A divine position being offered for free. This is simply unbelievable. Young people. The voice of the dragon echoed, tinged with a hint of surprise? Or perhaps confusion. For the first time, a hint of emotion flickered in its ancient eyes. Could it be that someone had actually refused the temptation of divinity? Are you questioning my sincerity? Sincerity? Sumo repeated softly, a faint smile curving his lips. Perhaps. He didn't answer directly, but instead changed the subject, his gaze once again falling on the ancient and mysterious altar. You said it was for atonement. It is to prevent the dragon clan's lineage from being cut off. It sounds noble and heartfelt. Sumo's voice was calm, yet it carried a power that seemed to pierce the heart. Perhaps every word you speak is true. Perhaps the holy ruler truly ascended to this divine throne without any additional cost or hidden risks. Even so, I will still choose to refuse. Decisively. No hesitation whatsoever. Why? The confusion in Long Ying's voice grew even stronger. It was a sense of bewilderment stemming from the complete upheaval of ancient knowledge. Yes, why? Xiaozhan, Tianqing, and the others also stared intently at Sumo, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. They couldn't figure it out. I just can't figure it out. No cost at all, a free divine position. Do you really need a reason? Refusal itself is the most irrational thing. Sumo slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze once again meeting those molten lava-like eyes. This time, his gaze was no longer merely calm and cautious. Within them, a light burned that had never been seen before. A will named ambition, named confidence, named the determination to look down upon the world. Because I want to create my own deity. Sumo spoke softly, but his words betrayed an unprecedented confidence and boldness. Upon hearing this, it was like a thunderclap. Everyone was stunned. What had they heard? Sumo wants to create a divine position for himself? This isn't just arrogance anymore. This is madness. Inheriting an existing, complete, and supreme dragon god throne is already the ultimate dream that billions of beings dare not even imagine. Yet Sumo is willing to abandon this path to the heavens and instead embark on a path that no one has ever walked before, a path that may not even exist at all? They felt their worldview shattered in an instant, torn apart, and then reshaped by Sumo. What a bold statement. Young man, do you know what you're saying? The voice of the dragon grew low. The divine seed is the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth, the crystallization of the great cosmic order, and cannot be created by human hands. Throughout the ages, countless prodigiously talented individuals have devoted their entire lives to walking the path of the divine, striving to glimpse the slightest hint of the supreme realm. To inherit the divine throne is already an act of defying heaven, an unattainable destination for countless beings. And yet you dare to claim you can create your own? The voice of the dragon's shadow resounded like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the entire space with a humming sound and striking the heart of everyone present. Yes. Xiao Zhan and the others suddenly snapped back to their senses. Right. Sumo, snap out of it. Even the ancient gods have said that this isn't something you can just create on a whim. It's the rules of heaven and earth, the order of the great way. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than heaven and earth, more powerful than the great way? Sumo. Xiao Zhan could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward urgently and said, "This is the divine seat of the dragon god. An existence of supreme authority, whoever inherits it will surely ascend to the pinnacle of power in the future, overlooking all worlds. Why bother? Why bother taking a path that doesn't even exist?" He didn't dare to say the rest, but his meaning was already clear. Chapter 127, Following My Master. Yes, Su Xiong. Tianqing hurriedly agreed. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a rare occurrence throughout the ages. If we miss it, we might. You'll regret it so much you'll wish you could turn back time. Sumo raised his hand and gently pressed down, signaling them to stay calm. His gaze once again fell upon the massive dragon's shadow, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. I know it's hard. Sumo's voice was calm yet firm, and to everyone else, it seemed impossible. But impossible doesn't mean it can't be done. Just because previous generations couldn't achieve it doesn't mean future generations can't reach it either. Aren't rules meant to be broken? He paused, his eyes growing sharp, as if flames were burning within them. Following in the footsteps of others, even if the path is smooth and clear, one will ultimately be constrained by those who came before. The power inherited from others, no matter how strong, may not necessarily align perfectly with one's own abilities, and may not be able to unleash 100% of its potential, let alone surpass it. What I seek is uniqueness and absolute control. What I want is my own path, my own divine throne. These words were spoken with such force and conviction that they rang out clearly and powerfully. That air of confidence that seemed to look down on the world and the unwavering determination to press forward left Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing speechless, their open mouths slowly closing once more. They looked at Sumo, at the unquestionable light in his eyes, and suddenly felt that perhaps they truly could not comprehend Sumo's realm and aspirations. Have they lost their minds? Maybe. But in Sumo, this madness seemed to carry an inexplicable, compelling force. They recalled all the extraordinary things Sumo had done along the way. Every single one of them had broken the mold and created miracles. Perhaps this time, he could. The moment this thought arose, they quickly dismissed it. No, that's too far-fetched. Creating a new deity? That's not even in the same league as the previous miracles, is it? Everyone's minds were in turmoil, their expressions shifting constantly, creating a fascinating spectacle. The dragon's shadow fell silent. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Its massive dragon eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of time and space, scrutinizing the depths of Sumo's soul. It had witnessed countless living beings, from lowly ants to once mighty rulers who had once ruled the world with an iron fist. They may be brave, wise, or powerful. But in the face of the gods' temptation, without exception, they all chose the most direct and safest path. Like Sumo, faced with the supreme divine position within easy reach, not only did he refuse, but he also declared that he would take a path that no one had ever taken before. This was the first time in its long life that it had encountered such a situation. Is it foolishness? Arrogance? Or a kind of spiritual insight that even it cannot comprehend? A long time. Ha ha. A deep, low laugh echoed from the depths of the dragon's throat, carrying an ancient and weathered resonance that reverberated throughout the space. The sound of the laughter sent a chill down the spines of Xiao Zhan and the others. It's over. The ancient god has been angered into laughter? Is this the prelude to an outburst? However, to their surprise, the voice of the dragon's shadow did not seem to carry much anger. What a rule it's meant to be broken. What a great way to say, my way is my own, and I am my own god. The voice of the dragon echoed once more, this time lacking the previous authority and instead carrying an indescribable, enigmatic undertone. Young man, your ambition surpasses my imagination. Creating your own divine status? Perhaps, in the endless ages before, there were also those as brilliant and extraordinary as you, with the same ideas. But they all failed. This path is not difficult to walk, but it simply does not exist. Long Ying's words were like a bucket of cold water, attempting to extinguish Sumo's unrealistic flames. But Sumo merely smiled. The path is made by walking. Just because something didn't exist before doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. The dragon's shadow fell silent once more. It realized that using common sense and past experience, it seemed impossible to persuade this young man before it. His will was terrifyingly firm. Never mind. The dragon's shadow seemed to give up on persuasion, its massive head drooping slightly. Since you insist on choosing your own path to destruction, I shall not force you further. He turned to the Holy Lord and said, if you are willing, I can help you sever the chains that bind you to others and help you become a god. Upon hearing these words, everyone was shocked. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing's expressions of astonishment instantly turned to horror. They suddenly widened their eyes, their breathing momentarily halting. Break the summoning contract? Help the Holy Lord ascend to godhood? Even Sumo, who had remained calm and composed all along, showed a faint, clearly visible flicker of emotion on his face. The meaning behind the dragon's shadow could not have been clearer. It wants to poach our customers. And it's using the irresistible temptation of becoming a god to turn his most powerful summoned ally against him. To forcibly sever the soul contract between him and the Holy Lord. The connection between a summoner and their summoned creature. Once established, it is almost unbreakable, let alone being forcibly dissolved by external forces. However, the opponent is an ancient god. It is an entity that has survived countless ages and once held sway over the heavens and earth. Perhaps it truly possesses such unimaginable abilities. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Holy Master. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing were so nervous that their palms were sweating. This was a matter of becoming a god. A single step to the heavens, escaping the fate of a summoned being to become an all-powerful entity. Will the Holy Lord grant this request? Faced with such temptation, can it remain true to its pact with Sumo? Hoof. A cold snort broke the dead silence. This cold snort was filled with disdain and arrogance, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The Holy Lord slowly raised his head, gazing directly at the massive dragon's shadow, his eyes as cold as ice. It's just a divine position after all. How dare it make me even consider it? I don't care. These four simple words exude a contempt that comes from deep within. As if the divine status that drives countless beings into a frenzy of pursuit were nothing more than a pebble by the roadside in its eyes. It paused for a moment, then turned its gaze to Sumo beside it. The icy glint in its eyes softened slightly. Since our master has the ambition to forge an unprecedented path and establish his own divine status, How could I possibly be content with merely inheriting a position bestowed by others? I naturally have my own aspirations. Following my master, creating brilliance together, this is my way. Chapter 128, The Breath of the Dragon God. The Holy Lord's response was like a thunderclap from the heavens. Except for Sumo, the strike left everyone present charred on the outside and tender on the inside, their souls flying out of their bodies. They instinctively turned to look at Sumo, their expressions too complex to describe. Monster. These two people know, these two beings are nothing short of a pair of complete monsters. One dares to reject an already established divine position and insists on forging a completely new path. Another, rejecting a divine position that is within easy reach, willingly chooses to follow? What the hell is this? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry and parched. He gently nudged Mo Tianqing beside him and whispered, "Old Mo, am I still asleep?" Mo Tianqing remained expressionless, his eyes vacant. Sumo, on the other hand, appeared calm, even with a faint smile on his lips. He glanced at the Holy Master, his eyes betraying a hint of approval. The dragon's shadow also fell silent. In the enormous dragon's eyes, a fleeting look of confusion seemed to flicker. With its vast experience and knowledge, it had never encountered such an absurd scene before. A single refusal was already enough to astonish it. Now, even the target of the defection attempt has rejected the olive branch it offered in a manner that borders on humiliation. How can this former ancient god bear such a fate? Ha ha. Another low chuckle. Good. 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 Longing repeated the word good 3 times, his voice echoing through the space, causing hearts to tremble. One sought to create a divine position for himself, while the other sought to follow and co-create glory. You're doing great. Those 2 words, that's great, sound like you're gritting your teeth. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing felt a chill run down their spines, thinking to themselves, this isn't good. Has this ancient god been driven mad by anger? In a fit of anger and shame, is it going to take direct action to eliminate them? However, Long Ying's next words once again caught everyone off guard. Since you have all made your choices, I respect your decisions. The divine succession, since you refuse to take it, I cannot force it upon you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhan and the others felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. Xiao Zhan and the others felt a sudden chill in their hearts. It's over. It's completely over. The duck that was already in the bag, no, the dragon that was already in the bag just flew away. Sumo, you're being foolish. They beat their chests and stamped their feet in despair. However, Long Ying's next words sent their emotions on a roller coaster ride, taking them on another 180-degree turn. But Long Ying changed the subject. My existence is to atone for my sins and ensure the continuation of the divine dragon clan. He looked at the Holy Lord. Though you have refused the divine throne, the dragon blood that flows through your veins, I cannot grant you the complete divine status of a dragon god, nor can I assist you in creating your own divine status. That is beyond my capabilities and goes against the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. However, I can offer you some assistance. Help. Xiao Zhan and the others' eyes lit up instantly. Although their divine status was gone, being able to extract some assistance from this ancient dragon soul was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This altar is one of the core hubs of the ancient dragon court, containing a portion of the primordial power of the divine dragon clan. The dragon's shadow spoke slowly, its voice echoing through the space. Among them was a breath of the dragon god. Though it is insufficient to help you solidify your divine status, it can greatly refine your dragon bloodline, strengthen your physique and divine soul, and even allow you to glimpse a hint of the power of a divine being. This may prove beneficial for the path you will walk in the future. Dragon god's breath? Refine bloodlines? Strengthen physique and soul? Experience the power of the divine in advance? Sumo's breathing also grew. Though not as extravagant as directly inheriting the divine throne, the value of this dragon god's breath was undoubtedly an invaluable treasure beyond estimation. Everyone's gaze turned to Sumo once more, filled with anticipation. This time, he must accept it, right? The dragon god's breath sounds incredibly powerful. Sumo stared at the ancient altar, feeling the vast and pure dragon might emanating from it, his eyes flickering slightly. He turned his gaze toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Master nodded at him. He could sense that if he absorbed this breath, the power of the Holy Lord, especially the abilities related to the dragon bloodline, would undergo a qualitative leap. Furthermore, gaining an early glimpse of the divine power will undoubtedly hold significant reference value for his future goal of creating his own divine status. How about it? Longing asked, seemingly certain that Sumo would not refuse this time. Sumo paused for a moment before nodding. All right. One word, crisp and decisive. Seeing that Sumo had finally agreed, Xiao Zhan and the others let out a long sigh of relief, their faces breaking into expressions of relief. Great! It was worth the trip. The dragon's shadow seemed satisfied as well, a hint of satisfaction flickering in its massive dragon eyes. Very good. Then, accept baptism. As the words fell, the ancient altar suddenly burst into a blinding light. In an instant, the entire space was bathed in light as bright as day. On the surface of the altar, countless intricate and ancient runes lit up one after another, like sleeping stars awakened, intertwining into a dazzling constellation. The dragon's might permeating the air reached its peak at that moment. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with awe. In the face of this overwhelming power, they felt as insignificant as dust. Su Mo stared intently at the center of the altar, his soul tightly connected to the Holy Lord, able to clearly sense the gathering of that power. At the center of the light, energy began to twist and compress, eventually coalescing into a golden stream roughly as thick as an arm. This stream of energy is of the purest color imaginable, as if it were cast from the most primordial gold, with intricate, dragon scale-like patterns flowing across its surface. It hovers silently above the altar, without any earth-shattering commotion, yet emitting a terrifying aura capable of altering the very colors of heaven and earth. The breath of the dragon god. Just looking at it evokes an overwhelming desire to worship, as if one were witnessing the supreme majesty of the divine dragon clan. Go! The dragon's shadow spoke in a deep voice, tinged with a hint of relief. That golden breath of the dragon god, as if following an order, transformed into a streak of light, without the slightest hesitation, and shot straight toward the Holy Lord before the altar. Its speed was so great that it left a faint golden afterimage in the air. The Holy Lord had already raised his head in anticipation. Facing this primordial aura imbued with the power of a deity, the cold vertical pupils of its eyes also burned with a rare, intense flame. There was no evasion, no resistance. A golden beam of light pierced precisely into the forehead of the Holy Lord. Roar! A dragon's roar, suppressed to the extreme yet filled with endless agony, erupted violently from the mouth of the Holy Lord. Its massive body trembled violently, and the scales that once seemed impenetrable on its colossal form began to crack and shatter. At that moment, it seemed as though it was being torn apart and melted by an invisible force, emitting a sizzling sound and releasing wisps of blue smoke. Golden light erupted wildly from within it, attempting to tear it apart completely. That was the overwhelming power contained within the dragon god's breath, forging its bloodline and reshaping its body in the most brutal manner. This process is akin to being reborn, and the pain it entails far exceeds what ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 129, The Terrifying Power-Up of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord. Sumo's heart suddenly tightened. Through the soul contract, he could clearly sense the agony the Holy Lord was enduring at that moment. It was an excruciating pain, as if his soul had been crushed and his bones melted. Even he himself felt waves of palpitations and stabbing pains. But he did not intervene rashly. He knew that this was a transformation the Holy Lord must undergo. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing watched in horror. This is way too terrifying to look at. Xiao Zhan's jaw dropped, his facial muscles twitching. This wasn't a baptism, it was torture. Mo Tianqing furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "The power of the divine beings is not something that can be easily endured. Without enduring extreme suffering, how can one obtain ultimate power? This is the price, and also the test." "You make it sound so easy," Xiao Zhan muttered under his breath. "Why don't you try it yourself?" "You make it sound so easy," Xiao Zhan muttered under his breath. "Why don't you try it yourself?" Mo Tianqing glanced at him but didn't respond. Before the altar, the Holy Lord's struggles grew increasingly violent. Its massive body alternately curled up and stretched out, its hard dragon claws carving deep gullies into the ground. Scales continuously cycle between shattering and rebirth. With each rebirth, the newly formed scales become stronger and more resilient, their luster deepening and shimmering with a faint golden glow. Its aura, too, rises steadily in this agonizing ordeal. The dragon bloodline, which had already reached a certain bottleneck, seemed to have been injected with a catalyst, beginning to purify and elevate at an astonishing speed. Sumo could sense that within the Holy One's body, a dormant volcano was beginning to awaken. A more ancient and powerful force was breaking free from its cocoon. Roar! Another dragon's roar echoed through the air, but this time, it was no longer a painful scream, it was a powerful release of energy. The Holy Lord suddenly raised his head, and his body, which had been trembling violently, gradually stabilized. Its form seemed unchanged, but the impression it gave was entirely different. If the previous Holy Lord was a legendary weapon drawn from its scabbard, its sharpness and ferocity fully exposed, then the current one is like an ancient divine mountain with hidden treasures, solemn and majestic. When it remains still, it is as if nothing moves. But when it moves, it shakes the heavens and splits the earth. The most striking feature is its eyes. Those cold vertical pupils, at this moment, seem to have two golden flames burning deep within, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Just a single glance from it was enough to send shivers down one's spine, almost causing one to kneel in submission. That was a glimpse of divine power. Though extremely faint, it had already transcended the boundaries of the mundane world. The Holy Lord exhaled a long breath of dragon's breath tinged with a faint golden glow. The air seemed to ignite, emitting a faint crackling sound. He felt the surging power within his body, the joy emanating from the depths of his bloodline, and the marvelous transcendence at the level of his soul. He slowly turned around and looked at Sumo. It bowed its proud head toward Sumo. Silent, yet more eloquent than 1,000 words. Suemo smiled. He could clearly sense that the Holy Lord's strength had increased by at least 30%. This was merely the surface manifestation. The deeper transformations in his bloodline and his newfound understanding of the divine power were of immeasurable value. Sumo's thoughts flickered. The attribute panel of the Holy Lord was clearly displayed in his consciousness. Summoned creature, Holy Lord. Race, dragon. Rank, God tier beginner. Status, incomplete, missing 6 seals. Divine rank, dragon god rank incomplete. Rank, 6th tier, 7th grade. Strength, 450,000. Agility, 450,000. Intelligence, 450,000. Spirit, 450,000. Special attribute, Dragon Breath, can breathe high-temperature flames, dealing massive fire attribute damage to enemies within range. Damage increases with level. Special ability, Dragon's Wrath, unleashes the true power of the dragon, doubling combat power instantly. Special ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Legion, summon a loyal Ghost Shadow Legion to fight alongside you. The number of Ghost Shadow Legion members is determined by your current level, with a maximum of 70,000 currently available. Special ability, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, and Ox Symbol Spell. Rule Power, Earth Sovereign's Earth Rule Power, Fire Rule Power. I never expected the Holy Lord's enhancement to be so immense. Glancing at the Holy Lord's attribute panel, Suemo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His rank had jumped directly from 6th tier 4th grade to 6th tier 7th grade. Promoted 3 ranks in a row. All 4 attributes doubled, with strength, agility, intelligence, and spirit each reaching an astonishing 450,000 points. The number of summoned ghost soldiers has also skyrocketed from over 30,000 to 70,000. The most critical change lies in their rank. SSS rank is the pinnacle of the mortal realm. SSS rank is already the limit of the ordinary. Now the Holy Sovereign has finally reached the divine rank. Though it is only the initial stage of the divine rank, it signifies that the Holy Sovereign has crossed the abyss. A fundamental leap in life's essence has occurred. Additionally, the core abilities of the Holy Lord as the Fire Demon have been successfully unlocked. Flame Rule Domain. This signifies that the Holy Lord's mastery over flame power has reached an entirely new level. It is no longer merely about breathing dragon's breath, but about being able to initially influence the rules of fire elements in a given area. Combined with the Earth Sovereign's rules of the Earth, the Holy Sovereign is now a dual-domain entity. Sumo's heart was stirred. The benefits of this baptism by the dragon god's breath far exceeded expectations. Not bad. The dragon's shadow, which had remained silent all along, finally spoke again. A hint of satisfaction flickered in its enormous dragon eyes. You have withstood the breath of the dragon god. Though you are still a million miles away from becoming a true deity, you have already touched the edge of that threshold. The path ahead, how far you can go, depends on your own destiny, and on the destiny of your master. Longing turned his gaze toward Suemo, his expression complex. It seemed as though it wanted to say something, but in the end, it only turned into a long, drawn-out sigh. My mission, for now, is complete. The dragon's energy here has been depleted, and the power of the altar will soon be exhausted, leaving this place to fall into complete silence. Take care of yourselves. As the words fell, the massive dragon's shadow began to grow faint, dissipating slowly like wisps of blue smoke. The light on the altar also quickly dimmed, and the ancient runes one by one faded out, leaving the entire space shrouded in darkness once more. Only the faint remnant of dragon might lingering in the air, along with the fresh aura emanating from the Holy Lord's body, served as proof that what had just occurred was not an illusion. Is it over? Xiao Zhan was still in a daze, staring blankly at the empty altar. It's over. Suemo nodded, feeling the surging power within him and the powerful feedback from the Holy Master, his eyes shining brightly. This journey to the dragon's mysterious realm had yielded far greater rewards than expected. Not only did we obtain the dragon god's breath, but it also enabled the Holy Lord to undergo an astonishing transformation. More importantly, it also gave him a deeper understanding and a vague sense of direction regarding the path of creating his own divine status. There's something I don't understand. Since there are traces of the demon dragon here, it's clear that the demon dragon is also aware of this place. Then why didn't the dragon's shadow pass the divine status of the dragon god to the dragon, but instead to the Holy Lord? Sun Xiaoxiao asked with satisfaction and confusion. No sooner had she finished speaking. The Holy Lord, who had been silently sensing the new power within him, suddenly turned his massive dragon head. His icy vertical pupils glanced at Sun Xiaoxiao. That gaze was unabashed. It was pure disdain, like a deity looking down on ants. As if the question itself were an insult to it. Suemo smiled and said, Amir is unworthy of inheriting the divine throne of the dragon god. Where should we go next? Zhao Hu asked. The ruins of the remnant god. Chapter 130, The Holy Lord is coming, make way. The altar fell completely silent, and the last remnants of the dragon's might dissipated into the air. Let's go. Suemo spoke first, breaking the silence. The massive form of the Holy Sovereign shifted slightly, causing the space around him to ripple ever so slightly. It lowered its head, gesturing for Suemo and the others to climb onto its back. Ride the dragon. No howling winds, no turbulent air currents. The sovereign's massive form appeared in the sky above the outside world as if by teleportation, silently and without a sound. Long-awaited sunlight poured down. The thunder rumbled. Just then, a loud noise came from outside. Look, the dragon's lair is collapsing. Sun Xiaoxiao pointed down at the collapsing dragon's lair. With billowing smoke and dust obscuring the sky. Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It is estimated that Suemo has been recognized by the dragon god and has received the dragon god's breath. Without its core support, the ruins lost their reason for existence." His analysis was well-founded and logical. The existence of the dragon's mysterious realm is inherently about preserving and passing on traditions. Xiao Zhan grinned, revealing a smug smile. I wonder what expression the demon dragon will have when it returns and sees its home completely destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but envision a scene in their minds. That arrogant shadow dragon, returning from the ruins of the fallen god. Only to find its lair reduced to ruins. The shock, the anger, the scene of helpless rage. Just thinking about it makes it seem somewhat amusing. Of course, all of this has an important prerequisite. The premise is that the demon dragon can return alive. After all, it is about to face Suemo. The Holy Lord didn't linger for a moment, fixing his gaze on the direction of the remnant god's ruins. He transformed into a streak of light and raced toward the horizon. His speed was more than double what it had been before. The scenery around him rushed by at breakneck speed, blurring into streaks of light. A powerful air current was blocked by an invisible golden light barrier, leaving the few people on the Saint's back feeling no turbulence or wind pressure, as if they were standing on solid ground. My goodness, Xiao Xiao gripped the edge of a slightly protruding scale, her face flushed with excitement and astonishment. That was way too fast. 1 second is equivalent to an hour of our previous travel time. Xiao Zhan was also filled with astonishment. He could sense that the Holy Master was not relying solely on physical strength to fly. Instead, he had tapped into some sort of rule-based power, making flight itself more efficient and swift. Look down there. Zhao Hu suddenly pointed downward. All that could be seen was a vast forest. A gigantic rhino-like magical beast, as large as a small mountain, covered in thick stone armor, and emanating a 5th-tier aura. It was originally bent over, munching on a peculiar plant that emitted a faint glow. When the Holy Lord swept past thousands of meters above its head, the giant rhinoceros seemed to sense something and suddenly raised its head. In the next instant, its once fierce eyes were suddenly filled with endless fear. Its massive body trembled violently, as if it had encountered its natural enemy's natural enemy. It didn't even have the courage to flee, its limbs going limp as it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Its massive head was buried deep in the mud, trembling violently, dared not move a muscle. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Master did not even glance at it once, maintaining his high-speed flight. It was an absolute suppression originating from the very essence of life itself. The divine might of a god, even if only a hint of it were accidentally revealed, would be as overwhelming as the might of the heavens to ordinary beings. Gulp! Sun Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. Was that a 6th-tier demon beast just now? It was scared into paralysis like that? Yeah, it's a Earthstone Rhino, a 5th-tier, 9th-grade magical beast renowned for its defensive capabilities. Xiao Zhan's expression grew solemn. Even a 6th-rank professional would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with it. But in the presence of the Holy Lord. He didn't continue, but his meaning was already clear. The Holy Lord could suppress a 5th-tier monster to the point of suffocation with just his breath alone. The journey ahead was filled with similar scenes. Whether it was the monsters perched on the mountain peaks, emanating a powerful aura, or other human teams, as long as they sensed the boundless aura of the Holy Lord. Without exception, they all chose to keep their distance. This even included several teams with multiple 6th-tier members in command. Elder, what just passed by? That was so fast. I'm not sure, but we absolutely must not provoke it. Now that the remnants of the divine being have appeared, it might be an 8th-tier powerhouse. From start to finish, the Holy Lord never altered his direction or speed. What a spectacle. Lu Zhouyuan stroked his chin. Back in the day, wherever we went, we had to be extra careful, watching out for this and that. Now look at us, people are the ones watching out for us. His tone was tinged with a bit of sarcasm, but there was more of a sense of relief and satisfaction in his voice. Just how powerful is the Holy Lord now? Sun Yaoyao couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Sumo's progress was simply too rapid. At first glance, not as good as them. In just a day or two, the other party had already left them far behind. Suemo smiled, feeling the profound power emanating from the Holy Master, and his mood was also in high spirits. The Holy Master had grown stronger. And this has also brought about a qualitative change in the strength of his own true form. He now felt capable of killing a 6th-tier 9th-grade opponent with a single punch. The Holy Lord seemed to have heard their discussion, slightly tilting his massive head. His vertical pupils, burning with golden flames, glanced at everyone present. There was no trace of disdain in his gaze, only a calm acceptance of what was to come. As if to say, isn't this exactly what should be? The area ahead should be the ruins of the remnant god. As Suemo finished speaking, everyone looked forward. There, on the distant horizon, an extremely bizarre sight appeared. The sky there was shrouded in a grayish hue, as if enveloped by an ever-present, impenetrable veil of gloom. The land had become barren and broken, with huge canyons crisscrossing the landscape, and dry riverbeds resembling scars on the earth. The air was filled with an indescribable scent, a mix of the lingering essence of the divine and the faint whiff of death. These two utterly different, even completely opposing scents strangely intertwined, creating a unique atmosphere. Even from a distance, it evokes a sense of unease and restlessness. Is that the ruins of the remnant god? Yeah. Mo Tianqing nodded, his eyes growing sharp. A place said to be the burial ground of a deity, and possibly the birthplace of new opportunities. Chapter 131, The God of the Underworld. The Holy Lord's speed began to slow down. It seemed to sense the peculiar aura emanating from the area ahead. Even with its current strength, facing this forbidden land of legend, where even gods are said to be buried, it dared not take the slightest risk. As the distance closed, the eerie sight of the remnants of the divine ruins grew increasingly clear. The outer regions of the ruins were not as desolate as imagined. On the contrary, it is teeming with people. There are so many people. A dense crowd of figures spread out across every corner of the barren land. There are makeshift camps with various flags fluttering in the wind. Groups of humans dressed in diverse attire, gathered in small clusters, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Even more menacing were the monsters of various sizes, emanating a fierce aura. Humans, monsters, and various strange creatures have formed an eerie balance on the outskirts of this ruined divine relic. The air is thick with tension, greed, vigilance, and unmasked intent to kill. This place is like a giant powder keg. It only takes a single spark to ignite it all. And the arrival of the Holy Lord is undoubtedly the brightest, most attention-grabbing spark. When the colossal dragon, as vast as a mountain and ablaze with golden divine flames, slowly descended and came into view, the once bustling outskirts of the ruins suddenly fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Countless gazes, some filled with horror, others with greed, some with fear, and others with fervor, all converged on the Holy Lord and the group of people on its back, including Suemo. What on earth is that? A dragon? Is it a pure-blooded dragon? The terrifying aura alone, just being near it, makes my soul tremble. Someone let out a startled cry. Wow, that was quite a commotion. Xiao Zhan's eyes were sharp as he quickly scanned the crowd below. There were many people, and quite a few of them were powerful. I sensed at least 10 6th-tier peak-level auras, and there might even be a 7th-tier presence lurking in the shadows. Mo Tianqing remained calm, his gaze fixed on several specific areas in the distance. Keep an eye on those places. To the south, the group of knights in silver armor are the Radiant Knights, a direct force of the Western Church, known for their strict discipline and formidable strength. At the front of the knightly order, one knight stands out prominently. His armor was not silver, but rather seemed to have been cast from molten gold. The golden hue shone with a sacred glow, and intricate emblems sparkled brilliantly on the breastplate. The one leading them, clad in golden armor, must be a 7th-tier powerhouse. Then, his gaze turned toward the north. There, a group of figures gathered, their appearance starkly contrasting with the noble and upright demeanor of the Radiant Knights. They were all shrouded in wide black robes, their hoods pulled deeply over their heads, concealing their faces. The shadows seemed to be their natural camouflage, emanating a chilling, lifeless aura. People and monsters alike, whether intentionally or not, avoided that area. Those guys in the north, hiding their heads and showing their tails. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the Vampire Clan. An ancient and mysterious race. Among them, there is a high likelihood that a 7th rank count is hiding. Mo Tianqing's voice carried a faint, barely perceptible hint of disgust. Apart from these human factions, did you see that guy standing at the very front of the ruins? His voice carried an unparalleled sense of gravity. Suemo and the others shifted their gaze beyond the human gathering area, focusing on a spot closer to the entrance of the ruins. There were no large groups of people there. Only a solitary figure stands alone at the forefront of the barren land. The figure was extremely tall, far surpassing ordinary humans, with its body covered in dark, scaly armor or horn-like plates. Its form was bizarre, yet it exuded a primal, fierce, and domineering aura that seemed to look down on everything in its path. No living creature dares to approach within 100 meters of him. He simply stood there, as if he were the uncrowned king of this region. If there were no surprises, that guy was a member of the Nether God clan, one of the 3 royal clans of the current monster race. The Nether God clan. These 3 words seemed to carry a certain heavy power. Mo Tianqing continued, his tone betraying deep apprehension. They are one of the 3 royal families of the monster race. They hold a revered status and possess terrifying power. Legend has it that they are the direct descendants of the ancient gods of the underworld. The descendants with the purest bloodline within the clan. Upon reaching adulthood, their strength would directly surpass the 8th rank. 8th rank. A level that would cause the vast majority of living beings to look up in awe and even despair. While the opponent did not need to cultivate, they could possess such terrifying combat power simply by reaching the peak of the 8th rank. And the opponent doesn't need to cultivate, they simply need to reach adulthood to possess such terrifying combat power. This is also why the Nether God clan was able to become royalty. The reason why there are far more monster strongmen among the Demon God clan than among the human race. Why there are far more powerful monsters than humans. They can directly inherit the power within their bloodline, but humans cannot. They must cultivate on their own. Mo Tianqing's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Zhang Ming and the others. Sigh. Zhang Ming and the others all sucked in a cold breath. This race, which they had only ever seen in documents before, was now appearing one after another. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. After all, this is the ruins of a fallen god. And no one, no matter what race they belong to, would ever give it up. At that moment, the royal member of the Underworld clan seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned his gaze toward Su Mo and the others. However, just as he turned around, everyone's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. His gaze remained utterly still, like two bottomless pools of icy water. Even Su Mo, who had remained relatively calm all along. In the instant he made eye contact with that gaze, a faint ripple flashed across the depths of his eyes. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. That person from the Underworld clan is very powerful. At least in 8th rank. This was Su Mo's assessment. Among all the powerful individuals present, only the opponent's sense of oppression was the strongest. A moment later, the powerful member of the Underworld clan withdrew his gaze. Pure-blooded dragon clan? This is getting interesting. I wonder how that guy Liang will react when he sees this. The Holy Lord should just choose an edge position to land. Su Mo chose to land on a relatively open stone ground slightly away from the core area. He temporarily observed the situation. Boom! Su Mo and the others leaped down from the broad back of the Holy Lord, standing on this land filled with unknown dangers. It seems we've been targeted. Su Mo's gaze flickered toward the vampire camp. There, the group of vampires stared at them with an unabashed, serpentine gaze, their eyes fixed firmly on them. Or rather, they were fixated on the Holy Lord behind them. That gaze was filled with naked greed. It is said that vampires can absorb blood to enhance their own strength. Could these creatures be intending to drink the blood of the Holy Lord? Zhang Ming recalled the records about the vampire race. Not just them. The monsters surrounding them also glared at the Holy Lord with extreme hostility. Xiao Zhan said. This ancient site is teeming with beings yearning for power. As a pure-blooded dragon, the Holy Lord, his very existence is like a massive moving treasure trove, emanating a deadly allure. For these monsters struggling on the edge of evolution or yearning to break through their own limits, he holds immeasurable value. Consuming his blood might grant a leap in bloodline and a surge in power. Such temptation is enough to drive many creatures mad with desire. Chapter 132, Clearing Out the Minions. Humph, a bunch of ants. The Holy Lord sneered disdainfully. Those vertical pupils, burning with golden flames, swept across the entire arena with an air of arrogance and authority. Anyone or any creature caught in its gaze was instantly overcome by a sense of dread, instinctively averting their eyes. Some who had been restless, their eyes gleaming with greed and ill intent, instantly abandoned their thoughts, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Su Mo paid little attention to them. These factions? Whether human or monster. Except for that one member of the Nether God clan, the others posed little threat to him. In the depths of the vampire's temporary camp, the shadow seemed thicker than elsewhere. My noble lord, shall we now take action against that dragon? His gaze involuntarily darted toward the massive figure bathed in golden flames in the distance, the Holy Lord. That gaze was unashamedly filled with desire. As if they had seen the most tempting delicacy in the world. No rush. There are a lot of people right now. There are also many different opinions. The blood of the pure-blooded dragon clan is so precious. If we could fully absorb it, it would be enough to elevate our ranks once again. Such a treasure must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others, let alone be exploited by others. Once we enter the secret realm, the environment will become more complex but also more conducive to our actions. We are seeking the optimal timing within this environment to ensure absolute success. The urgency in the subordinate vampire's eyes faded, replaced by a deeper greed and patience. He bowed his head respectfully. Yes, my lord, you are wise. The Earl said no more, merely refocusing his gaze on the Holy Master in the distance. That gaze was like that of a venomous snake fixated on its most succulent prey, brimming with icy patience and unwavering determination. Waiting is for a more perfect hunt. Buzz. It's open. The entrance to the ruins is open. No one knew who shouted first, but the cry instantly ignited the pent-up atmosphere in the room. After a brief moment of silence, there was a complete outburst. Charge! The treasure is mine. Anyone who dares to stop me will die. The several powerful factions closest to the entrance transformed into streaks of light the moment the fissure stabilized, charging in without hesitation. Within the ranks of the Radiant Knights, the 7th-tier powerhouse clad in golden armor roared. The knights immediately formed a disciplined charge formation, their golden armor shimmering like a sharp sword, charging straight toward the enemy. The vampires also moved. They made no sound, gliding silently like ghosts. Yet their speed was no less swift, transforming into shadowy figures that blended into the chaotic crowd. The lone member of the Nether God clan standing at the very front merely cast a casual glance at the frenetic surge. The figures rushing around him, whether human or monster, instinctively avoided his path. He made his way through the chaos, carving out a path that no one dared to approach, and walked calmly toward the crack. We followed him. The spot they had chosen was already relatively remote, so there was no rush to compete with those who had already fallen into a frenzy. However, just as they were about to approach the edge of the crack, a chilling aura crept up from behind them. Sumo, the group of vampires is catching up from behind. Xiao Zhan's voice was low, and he shot a sharp glance behind him. Sun Xiaoxiao and the others looked tense. Are they about to engage in a fierce battle with that group of vampires? Without Xiao Zhan's reminder, Sumo had already sensed it. Those few vampire-like auras clung to them like a festering wound, lingering not far behind. The leading vampire count kept his gaze fixed on the Holy Lord. It seems they can no longer contain themselves. Sumo's lips curled into a cold smile. A bunch of stinky bats, daring to target this dragon. The Holy Lord sensed the unhidden gaze of desire and felt angry and disdainful. The vampire count licked his lips, a flash of bloodthirsty light gleaming in his eyes. In his eyes, this pure-blooded dragon was already his for the taking. Several vampire subordinates were already itching to act, leaning forward slightly, as if ready to pounce at any moment. They were already eager to taste the legendary dragon blood said to contain infinite power. However, for now, they must endure and wait until they reach the ruins before taking action. Other nearby factions have either already rushed into the fissure or noticed the situation here. However, most of them are merely spectators and have not intervened. At the entrance to the ruins of the remnants of the divine beings, any conflict could erupt at any moment. As long as it did not affect them personally, they were more than happy to stand by and watch. Some even secretly hoped that if the dragon and the vampire were both severely weakened, they might be able to take advantage of the situation. In the next instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. There was no warning, no energy fluctuations, not even the slightest hint of killing intent. Sumo, who had been walking forward calmly, suddenly turned around. Immediately afterward, a dazzlingly brilliant and ruthlessly sharp sword beam erupted without warning. Whoosh! The light was so dazzling that many people around them instinctively closed their eyes. The vampires facing the sword beam didn't even have time to react. The sword light sliced through the front ranks of the vampire horde as easily as cutting through tofu. Put! The three vampires at the forefront didn't even have time to utter a scream. Their bodies, along with the black robes they wore, were instantly obliterated by the sword's glow, reduced to the purest particles and dissipating into the air. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. The vampires that followed closely behind were not directly struck by the sword's glow. However, the terrifying aftereffects of the sword intent still struck them like invisible hammers, slamming into their bodies with tremendous force. Bang! Several dull thuds echoed as the vampires flew backward like kites with their strings cut. As they hung in midair, they spat out large mouthfuls of black blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Their bodies convulsed violently, and it was clear they were beyond saving. What's going on? This sudden, ruthless strike instantly silenced the crowd. The once bustling crowd came to a sudden halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. All living beings in the vicinity froze in horror, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. No one had expected that, at a time when everyone was rushing to enter the ruins, someone would dare to act so boldly. And when they did, it was with such overwhelming force, instantly slaying several vampires of considerable strength. Not only were those creatures stunned by the thunderous strike, even those who had been following Sumo closely were completely taken aback. Even Xiao Zhan, Sun Yao, and the others who had been following Sumo closely were completely caught off guard. Sumo's move was so sudden and so decisive. Su the Big Shot, his move was way too. After a long time, he still couldn't find the right words to describe it. Was it decisiveness? Is it ruthlessness? Or is it madness? Chapter 133, Please Save Me. At a time when everyone was rushing to enter the ruins to avoid complications, Sumo went against the grain. With a single sword strike, he cleared away the threats trailing behind him. This style of action was completely unprecedented. The group of vampires that had been maintaining their formation was now completely disorganized. The remaining vampires retreated in horror, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Sumo. Their meticulously planned, patient hunt had not even begun before they were struck down by the enemy in the most direct and brutal manner possible. This was completely unpredictable. From the depths of the shadows, the vampire count suddenly raised his head, his eyes beneath the hood flashing with a mix of anger and fear, glowing a deep crimson. He stared intently at Sumo's back, as if he could pierce right through him. The other party actually attacked first? And so decisively, so ruthlessly. Sumo didn't look back at the gruesome state of the vampires, nor did he care about the various glances being cast his way. He turned around and faced the swirling entrance to the ruins once more, his tone as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened at all. Let's go. Clear out some of the flies, the road will be much quieter. Xiao Zhan and Mo Tianqing exchanged glances, seeing a hint of shock and satisfaction in each other's eyes. Rather than tiptoeing around these treacherous individuals, it's better to strike first and break their momentum. Sumo's approach is always so unexpected yet so direct and to the point. The holy ruler emitted a deep, pleased dragon's roar, seemingly highly satisfied with Sumo's actions. A bunch of lowly vermin dare to covet this dragon? How dare you? Sumo ignored the vampires and led Xiao Zhan, Zhang Ming, and the holy lord toward the vortex emanating an ancient aura. The people and monsters around them instinctively parted to make way. The earth-shattering sword strike from earlier had left an indelible impression on everyone present. This seemingly calm young man is definitely a formidable opponent. My lord, we. The group of vampires watched Sumo and the others, their murderous intent rising. They could no longer hold back and were about to strike. The count's face was so dark it seemed like it could rain, and he stared intently at Sumo's disappearing figure in the vortex. His cold voice echoed in the minds of his remaining subordinates. Advance. The grudge has been settled. Within the ruins, there are plenty of opportunities. Sumo, you just killed those vampires. Once you enter the ruins, a major battle is likely to erupt immediately. Mo Tianqing's voice betrayed a hint of unmistakable tension. After all, those vampires had clearly come prepared, and their strength was not to be underestimated. That count definitely possesses 7th tier strength. However, among them, there were no openly acknowledged 7th rank powerhouses. Sumo's footsteps did not pause for even a moment. No. Mo Tianqing was stunned. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brows slightly. Sun Yaoyao's eyes also flashed with a hint of confusion. Even Zhang Ming, who had remained silent all along, instinctively turned to look at Sumo. Why wouldn't he? The vampire's hatred is very real. This teleportation array is completely random. They may not necessarily be teleported to the same location as us. I see. Everyone felt a little relieved. But new doubts began to surface. Mo Tianqing almost asked instinctively. What? How did you figure that out? The characteristics of this teleportation array aren't something you can discern at a glance. Sumo did not explain further. This was naturally the result of the analysis from the universal diagram. The stars shift and the heavens turn upside down. Pass through that swirling vortex. The sky was a dull purplish red, with countless land fragments of varying sizes floating in the air. Like suspended islands. In the distance, the outlines of enormous, unimaginably vast collapsed structures could be faintly discerned, resembling the dwellings of ancient deities. Now, only ruins remain, silently narrating the once glorious past and the ultimate demise. Is this the ruins of the fallen god? Xiao Zhan surveyed his surroundings, his face betraying his astonishment. The scene before him was completely beyond his imagination. The others gazed at the floating landmasses and the endless void, their eyes filled with both curiosity and fear. Wang Gang whistled in admiration. Wow, this place is really something else. The Holy Lord's massive dragon head rose high, and the golden vertical pupils in its eyes flickered with an odd light, as if sensing something. The same aura as the dragon god. As soon as he said this, even Sumo was slightly moved. Could this ruined divine site truly be inhabited by a deity? We now look to Xiao Zhan and Sumo, awaiting his instructions. Just as Sumo was about to speak, a piercing scream accompanied by intense energy fluctuations suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Boom! A dazzling silver moonbeam sliced through the crimson sky like a streak of lightning, slashing fiercely into a floating landmass. That landmass was as large as a small mountain. Under the moonlight, it was split open like tofu. The fracture was smooth as a mirror, then suddenly exploded, shattering into countless fragments that plummeted downward. Hurry up and get out of here. He's catching up, damn it. Several voices, slightly panicked, echoed through the lingering energy fluctuations. Immediately afterward, 3 streaks of light emerged haphazardly from the explosion's smoke and dust. Moving at an incredible speed, they fled desperately in another direction. Their breathing was irregular, clearly indicating that they had sustained serious injuries. 3 6th rank warriors? What kind of entity is hunting them down? Mo Tianqing keenly detected the fluctuations in the aura emitted by the 3 streaks of light. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. A 6th rank powerhouse. Such beings, in the world beyond the ruins, would be considered absolute powerhouses wherever they went, capable of ruling over an entire region. However, they had only just set foot in this bizarre, desolate divine ruins. I actually witnessed 3 such powerful beings being chased and hunted down like stray dogs, fleeing for their lives. The danger within this ancient site seemed far beyond their initial estimates. Xiao Zhan, standing beside him, remained silent for the moment. His gaze was fixed on the three figures rapidly disappearing into the distance. Unlike Mo Tianqing, who immediately focused on their strength levels, Xiao Zhan sensed an unusually familiar aura emanating from the three figures. It felt as though he knew them. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's entire body trembled slightly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he let out a startled cry. It's old Lin and the others. Then, without hesitation, he bowed to Su Mo and pleaded. Su Mo, I beg you to save them. Chapter 134, let's go, hurry up. Old Lin? Su Mo's gaze flickered as he looked at Xiao Zhan. Mo Tianqing, Sun Yaoyao, and the others also froze, their gazes all converging on him. The fact that Xiao Zhan had lost his composure to such an extent, even going so far as to ask Su Mo for help, clearly indicated that this old Lin was of great importance to him. Xiao Zhan's face grew even more anxious as he explained rapidly. Su Mo, among those three people, I can sense Lin Feng's aura. Lin Feng, the elder of Tianfeng City. Xiao Zhan nodded heavily, his gaze earnest as he looked at Su Mo. The city of Carlo has faced several large-scale beast waves and crises in the past, and each time, Elder Lin led the rescue team, traveling thousands of miles to provide assistance. This kindness, we must never forget. Xiao Zhan did not continue, but his meaning was clear. As for the public, Lin Feng, who represented Tianfeng City, had once been an ally and benefactor of Carlo City. On a personal level, Xiao Zhan clearly has a deep friendship with this Elder Lin. From any angle, watching Lin Feng die right before his eyes is simply unacceptable. Moreover, they had just witnessed the terrifying power of the pursuers. A single moonlight attack was enough to effortlessly shatter floating landmasses as massive as mountains. Lin Feng and the other two sixth-tier experts were powerless to defend themselves against it, and could only flee for their lives. Without external intervention, their fate was all but sealed. After hearing Xiao Zhan's explanation, everyone understood. Mo Tianqing also showed a hint of agreement on his face. Mutual support is one of the fundamental principles that allows humanity to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Since Tianfeng City has done a favor for Carlo City, it would indeed be unthinkable to stand idly by now that its elders are in danger. However, being able to track down and eliminate 3 6th-rank beings, their strength is truly unimaginable. Definitely at the 7th tier level. Everyone's gaze finally landed on Su Mo. Everyone's gaze eventually settled on Su Mo. Should we save him, or not? The decision is in his hands. Let's go. One word, simple and clear. No unnecessary details. He had some understanding of Lin Feng. 3 years ago, during the Blood Moon Beast Tide, if Lin Feng hadn't arrived in time, Carlo City would have been reduced to ruins. Such a person must be saved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's face lit up with joy, and his tense body relaxed considerably. Thank you. The surroundings rapidly receded. Under the purplish-red sky, floating islands, shattered building ruins, an endless void formed a desolate and eerie landscape. But at this moment, no one had the heart to admire the peculiar ruins. They were moving at an incredible speed, pushing themselves to the limit, and the distance between them and the three fleeing figures ahead was rapidly closing. In the distance, the three disheveled figures could already be seen. The energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies were chaotic and disorganized, clearly indicating that they had expended a great deal of energy and were all suffering from significant injuries. One of them was none other than Lin Feng, the person Xiao Zhan had mentioned. His hair and beard were disheveled, his once neat elder's robe was torn in many places, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper. The other two, judging by their attire, were also powerful warriors from Tianfeng City, and their condition was equally dire. Behind them, a figure emanating a cold, arrogant aura was pursuing them at a steady pace. The figure was clad in purple gold soft armor, its design simple and ancient, adorned with engraved patterns of a crescent moon. His features were striking, with skin so fair it seemed almost translucent. His ears were pointed and elongated, and his eyes gleamed with a cold, silver-gray hue. They are surrounded by a faint moonlight. With each wave of their hands, a cold, moonlit blade sliced through the air, its power astonishing. Lin Feng and his two companions were like startled birds, desperately squeezing the last remnants of energy from their bodies, employing every possible tactic to evade or block the attack. However, their resistance seemed utterly futile in the face of the silver moonlight. Each collision was accompanied by an explosion of energy and the three of them growing even more exhausted. Race, Moon God Tribe Branch Line. Rank, 7th grade, 2nd level. Race description, one of the 3 great royal families, said to be descendants of the Moon Goddess, naturally endowed with control over the power of the moon. The Universal Encyclopedia swiftly analyzed the opponent's identity. The opponent belongs to the Moon God clan, one of the 3 great royal clans. Su Mo. What? Everyone was startled again upon hearing this. The 3 royal families of the monsters had already encountered the people of the Underworld clan, and now the people of the Moon clan were also present. Could it be that all 3 royal families have arrived? This is definitely not good news. If that is indeed the case, the dangers ahead may far exceed their wildest imaginings. Elder Lin. Hold on. Xiao Zhan saw this scene from afar, his eyes widening in shock, and couldn't help but shout out loud. Lin Feng and the other two, who were fleeing for their lives, heard the familiar voice and froze in their tracks. They instinctively turned their heads to look back. When they saw Xiao Zhan and Su Mo standing beside him, a look of disbelief flashed across their eyes. Xiao Zhan? What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. As he recognized the person approaching, the disbelief in his eyes quickly gave way to sheer terror. He knew all too well the terror of the pursuer behind him. A seventh-tier existence was simply beyond their league to contend with. Xiao Zhan's strength was on par with his own, both at the peak of the 6th rank. What could he possibly do if he came? It would only mean a few more souls added to the afterlife. The Moon Clan, who were pursuing them, also noticed the arrival of Su Mo and the others. The pursuit paused slightly. Under the hazy moonlight, it seemed as though a pair of icy eyes swept over them. Just a single glance was enough to send Sun Xiaoxiao, Wang Gang, and the others reeling, their blood boiling with a surge of energy. How powerful! Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of these pursuers far surpasses that of ordinary 7th rankers. It seems your reinforcements have arrived. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of ants. These words were filled with absolute confidence. But when his gaze fell upon the Holy Lord, a tremor originating from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, a form of intangible pressure emanating from the very source of life, perceptible only to those of equal or even higher nobility, caused his expression to change drastically. This is a pure-blooded dragon clan? The minds of the Moon God clan's powerful warriors trembled violently, and for the first time, expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. How could this be possible? In this world, aside from the Holy Dragon Clan, how could there possibly be another dragon clan with such pure bloodlines? This is absolutely impossible. The pursuit came to a complete halt at that moment. The cool moonlight swirling around him seemed to freeze for an instant, no longer flowing. This sudden pause allowed Su Mo and the others to successfully reunite with Lin Feng and the 3 others. It's been ages since we last saw old Lin. I didn't expect you to look so disheveled when we met. Xiao Zhan rushed forward in a few steps, his gaze quickly sweeping over Lin Feng's tattered robes and the blood foam at the corner of his mouth. Though his breath was weak, he was still alive. Xiao Zhan sighed in relief, but couldn't help but tease him a little. You. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed to see Xiao Zhan. Glancing at the figure of the Moon God tribe standing quietly in the distance, Lin Feng's face turned pale in an instant. The lingering joy was swallowed up by a deeper fear. Xiao Zhan. You shouldn't have come here. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 135, Su Mo? Which Su Mo? Where are we going? Xiao Zhan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I rushed here to save you, and you look like this? Don't you think I should admire you a little more? You. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his words from Xiao Zhan's heartless attitude. He coughed violently a few times, and fresh blood foam trickled from the corners of his mouth, making his face grow even paler. Don't worry. Xiao Zhan patted him on the shoulder, his smile fading slightly, replaced by a more composed expression. If you dare to come, you must have the courage to back it up. Confidence? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his gaze quickly sweeping over the group of people behind Xiao Zhan. Lin Feng's heart sank little by little. Was this what Xiao Zhan meant by confidence? The strongest is Xiao Zhan, and besides him, there are only 2 others at the 6th rank, while the rest are all at the 5th rank? With such a lineup, forget about facing the 7th-tier Moon God tribe. They probably couldn't even block a few of their casual moonblades. Wait a moment. This person. This face. Su Mo? You're Su Mo? Su Mo met Lin Feng's uncertain gaze and bowed slightly. This one is Su Mo, paying respects to Elder Lin. It really is you. Lin Feng's mind was struck by a thunderclap, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded. How could this be possible? Your level. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse and barely audible. If he remembered correctly, this Su Mo was not an ordinary person by any stretch of the imagination. How could he possibly have risen to become a 6th-tier powerhouse in such a short time? Ha, old Lin, you're scared too, aren't you? A hearty laugh interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Feng's expression, which was as if he had seen a ghost, and couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, when I first met Su Mo, I was also quite startled by his appearance. Xiao Zhan stepped forward and gave Su Mo a firm pat on the shoulder. This guy has been hiding his true cultivation all along. He's cunning and wicked. Su Mo remained calm, neither confirming nor denying it. Xiao Zhan grinned and looked at Lin Feng, his tone carrying an inexplicable certainty. I'll tell you, the only reason I dared to come here is because Su Mo gave me the confidence. Lin Feng's gaze darted back and forth between Su Mo and the motionless Moon Clan warrior standing in the distance. A 6th rank. Even if Su Mo is exceptionally talented, he was able to rise from an ordinary person to the 6th rank in just 3 years. But on the other side, that 7th tier. And it's one of the three great royal clans, far surpassing the Moon God clan of the same rank. Lin Feng felt a chill run up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and the remaining traces of blood drained from his face. You're completely out of your mind. Lin Feng wasn't doubting Xiao Zhan. As lifelong brothers who had faced life and death together, he knew Xiao Zhan wasn't the reckless type. But the harsh reality before him was too brutal, so brutal that he couldn't fathom where Xiao Zhan's confidence came from. Does he really think that sheer numbers can bridge the gap in ranks? In the presence of a 7th-tier powerhouse, even if there are many 6th-tier or lower opponents, their numbers hold little significance. Xiao Zhan. You're confused. Look closely, that's a 7th tier. It's a 7th-rank powerhouse from one of the three great royal clans, the Moon God clan. Not just some random nobody. He pointed at the figure in the distance, his fingers trembling violently. Just now, the three of us teamed up, and we couldn't even last a quarter of an hour against him. He didn't even seem to be taking it seriously. Lin Feng grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his breathing becoming more and more irregular. If we join forces, we might be able to hold on a little longer, but the outcome won't change. Take them with you. His gaze swept over Su Mo and the others once more, his voice choking up. This is sending them to their deaths. He would rather die here himself than see Xiao Zhan and the others lose their lives for him. Xiao Zhan, listen to me. It's not too late to leave now. I'll hold him off. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Hold him back? With your current state, you're as good as dead? Xiao Zhan shot him a disdainful glance and interrupted him impatiently. Enough, old Lin. Save your strength. If you say you've got the confidence, then you've got the confidence. Xiao Zhan turned his gaze toward Su Mo and gave him a meaningful look. Lin Feng simply couldn't connect Su Mo with the strength capable of matching a 7th-tier Moon God tribe warrior. At that moment, the powerful Moon Clan warrior Xueyu remained standing motionless in her original spot. Her silver-gray eyes were fixed intently on the Holy Lord, and her face, which was so handsome it bordered on the demonic, betrayed a mix of shock and uncertainty. The pure-blooded Dragon Clan is not part of the Holy Divine Dragon Clan. His gaze was sharp as a knife, as if he could pierce through the Holy Lord. Who are you, and where do you come from? These words struck Lin Feng and the others like a thunderclap. What? Pure-blooded Dragon Clan? They suddenly turned their gaze toward the Holy Lord. This is Sumo's summoned creature. Xiao Zhan explained beside him. He's just a D-rank summoner, how could he summon a pure-blooded dragon? Even an SS-rank summoner couldn't do that, right? This time, it was another transferee named Yang Kuan standing beside Lin Feng. Pretty shocking, huh? To be honest, when I first heard about it, I reacted just like you and couldn't make sense of it either. But that's just how this guy is. Xiao Zhan shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze toward Su Mo. Some people cannot be judged by common sense. The world is full of miracles. Su Mo is that miracle. But even a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member wouldn't stand a chance against that Moon God Clan warrior, would they? The Holy Lord is indeed of the highest bloodline, but the Moon God Clan is also one of the three great royal clans, and their bloodline power may not be much inferior. What's even more deadly is, his cultivation level is genuinely one major realm higher than that of the Holy Sovereign. Bloodline might bridge some of the gap, but the chasm of an entire realm is an insurmountable barrier. Su Mo smiled. He did not respond immediately. The saint took action. You lowly hybrid, dared to look directly at this dragon? The Holy Lord was growing increasingly irritated by Xueyu's gaze, and flames of anger rose in his golden vertical pupils. It suddenly opened its dragon's mouth, and a blazing golden dragon flame erupted forth. What? Xueyu's pupils contracted sharply, and her body instantly transformed into a silver streak of light to dodge. The dragon's flames grazed the hem of his robe as it swept past, causing the space around him to warp slightly. A floating island in the distance was struck by the aftereffects, vaporizing more than half of it. How terrifying is that dragon flame? Xueyu's heart trembled violently, and cold sweat seeped out from her back. If it weren't for the Moon Clan's innate speed, that strike would have severely injured him. However, before he could steady himself, a deadly sense of danger suddenly descended upon him. Boom! A deafening roar split the air. The colossal dragon form of the Holy Sovereign, so vast it obscured the sky. Surprisingly, he arrived first. Completely ignoring the spatial distance, he appeared before him as if by teleportation. His right claw clenched into a fist, carrying the power to shatter mountains and rivers. Toward his head. Smash it down hard. Chapter 136, One Punch to Shatter You. The fist hadn't even reached him yet. The terrifying gust of wind was already pressing down on him, making his bones rattle. The fist appeared slow, but it was as fast as lightning, carrying the explosive power of the dragon symbol spell, and slammed violently into Xueyu's chest. Boom! That punch seemed slow. But it was as fast as lightning. Above the fist, mysterious golden runes could be faintly seen swirling and flickering. The power of the dragon seal was compressed to its absolute limit, containing unimaginable explosive might. In the next instant, the fist struck Snow Moon's chest with a solid thud. Bang! A deafening roar, so deep and thunderous it felt as though the heavens themselves had been struck by a hammer, erupted into the air. The space trembled violently. Visible shockwaves spread wildly outward from the point of contact. Shueyu's figure, under the terrifying force, completely lost control. He was flung backward. Like a stone being flung away by a tremendous force. It collided with and shattered several massive floating islands in quick succession. Mountains and rocks shattered. Smoke and dust filled the air. Finally, he managed to halt his decline amidst the chaos. Hovering mid-air, he looked down. The purple gold soft armor on his chest, which had once been incredibly durable, was now completely shattered. The fragments scattered in all directions, exposing a shocking fist mark below. Blood and flesh were a mess. The white bones were faintly visible. A streak of piercing silver blood trickled down the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground. This. Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He opened his mouth wide, making a hoarse sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single complete word. Yang Koan and the others standing nearby looked as though they had seen a ghost, their bodies stiff and their minds blank. Everything unfolding before their eyes completely shattered their understanding of reality. That's a 7th tier. A 7th rank powerhouse of the Moon God clan. He was actually knocked flying by the Holy Lord's single punch? And he suffered such severe injuries? How is this possible? Xiao Zhan saw Lin Feng's dazed and disoriented expression and couldn't help but crack a wide smile. He raised his hand and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Did you see that, old Lin? This is the confidence I was talking about. Amidst the deafening explosions, Shueyu's figure flew backward like a. The purple gold soft armor on his chest was completely shattered, revealing the bloody, mangled wounds beneath. A trickle of silver-colored blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This. Lin Feng and the others stood speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing. That was a 7th tier Moon God clan powerhouse. He was actually knocked flying by the Holy Lord with a single punch? Xiao Zhan grinned. Did you see that, old Lin? That's what I meant by confidence. The Holy Lord possesses the absolute power to fight opponents of higher ranks. Let's hope so. Although the Holy Lord had wounded Shueyu with a single strike, Lin Feng and the other two dared not relax for a moment. After all, the opponent was a 7th rank cultivator. Shueyu wiped the silver bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. She looked down at her chest. The wound there was horrifying to behold. The purple gold soft armor had been completely shattered. Flesh and blood were torn apart, revealing the stark white bones beneath. Such injuries would have rendered an ordinary 7th tier powerhouse incapable of continuing the fight. But he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The moonlight in the distance seemed to be responding to some ancient call. It is no longer a gentle glow, but a silver torrent that has taken on a tangible form, madly converging toward his location. A portion of the moonlight directly entered his chest. The gruesome wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Another part rapidly contracted in his hands, coalescing into a silver-colored long spear that shimmered with dazzling moonlight. The spear's streamlined body emanates a cold and extreme sharpness. Moon God's star-shattering spear. Shueyu let out a low, powerful shout from her mouth. His figure shattered like a broken bubble, suddenly vanishing from where he stood. The next instant, he had already appeared directly above the head of the Holy Lord, who was shrouded in a sky-obscuring aura. The silver-colored spear in his hand emanated an unmatched moonlight, like a meteor slicing through the night sky, with the power to shatter everything in its path. Stabbing straight down. The target was the Holy Lord's huge and sturdy head. The Holy Lord sensed the terrifying threat descending suddenly from above. He let out a low, angry roar. The massive golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted. Dragon flames and the power of the dragon seal spell surged rapidly within his body. Lin Feng and the others held their breath in tension. The speed of Shueyu's counterattack after being injured left them speechless. Dragon blast. The Holy Lord roars. Terrifying dragon flames erupted from his mouth, no longer ordinary flames, but condensed to their utmost limit, transforming into a pillar of destruction that surged upward toward the heavens. Incredibly hot. Violent. The next moment. Boom. Golden dragon flames and silver moonlight, two utterly different forms of ultimate power, collided violently above the Holy Lord's head. There was not a single unnecessary flourish. Only the purest, most primal force collides. The energy ripples spread out in a circular pattern, shattering all the floating islands within thousands of kilometers. What power! Lin Feng's face turned pale as he had no choice but to activate his protective barrier to withstand the aftereffects. The protective shield trembled violently. And even the aftershocks were terrifying. This guy. Yang Kuan's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with a hint of lingering fear. He hadn't used his true strength when he was dealing with us earlier. Earlier, when the enemy was pursuing and killing them, they were just enjoying a game of cat and mouse. That's all there is to it. And now, facing the Holy Lord, Shueyu finally revealed the earth-shattering power that truly belonged to a 7th-tier powerhouse. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan exchanged glances, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. And a hint of relief. Relief that what they had faced earlier was not the snow moon giving it their all at this very moment. The Holy Sovereign. Can he stop him? The power of this shot is far stronger than before. That guy is really going all out. Watch and see. Xiao Zhen said. The power of the Holy Lord far exceeds your imagination. You dare to challenge this dragon, you lowly hybrids? With that furious roar, the dragon talisman and ox talisman within the saint's body shone simultaneously. The dragon symbol seal granted it unparalleled destructive power, while the ox symbol seal bestowed upon it the absolute strength to shake the heavens and the earth. Roar! The Holy Lord let out a thunderous dragon's roar, and the dragon's flame pillars suddenly surged upward. Shuiyu's expression changed drastically. He felt the moon god's spear in his hands trembling violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. This can't be. He frantically channeled the moon god's bloodline within his body, causing the crescent moon mark on his forehead to emit a blinding glow. More moonlight energy gathered from the void, attempting to resist the sudden burst of power. However, snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. His prized moon god spear shattered inch by inch, and his purple gold soft armor turned to ash in the dragon's flames. Puff! Shuiyu spat out a large mouthful of silver blood, his entire body flying backward like a. Chapter 137, The Moon Goddess Descends. How is this possible? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his voice trembled slightly. That was a 7th-tier powerhouse from the Moon God clan and he was actually blown away? Are the pure-blooded dragon clan really that powerful? At that moment, he had been deeply worried. Now, I feel a little more relaxed. The three of them turned to look at Xiao Zhen, who was equally shocked and speechless. Lin Feng teased, Hey, Xiao Zhen. Why do you look like that too? Aren't you being a bit too calm about this? I thought you already knew how absurdly powerful the Holy Lord was. Yes, I know the Holy Lord is powerful. But I didn't expect him to be this strong. From start to finish, he was able to suppress a 7th-rank powerhouse of the Moon God clan. But he was stubborn, his neck stiff, forcing himself to remain calm. But he was stubborn, keeping his head high, forcing himself to remain calm. Of course I knew that. Yang Kuan grinned beside him, watching Shuiyu come to a halt after crashing into several floating islands in the distance. He said with lingering fear, Is that guy still alive? The force of the impact was enough to make your hair stand on end just watching it. After all, it's a 7th-tier opponent, it won't be that easy to handle. Suemo spoke up. The Holy Lord's dragon flame explosion was incredibly powerful, enough to instantly kill an ordinary 6th-rank peak cultivator. But the opponent is different. That was a 7th-tier being with the blood of the moon god flowing through its veins. Its vitality is far beyond that of ordinary beings. To kill it with a single blow is almost impossible. In the distance, Shuiyu struggled to climb out of the rubble. He looked utterly disheveled at that moment. His luxurious robes were torn to shreds, his silver hair was disheveled and scattered about, and silver blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Amidst the ruins, fragments of stone continued to slide off his body. Yet surprisingly, there was little anger in his eyes. Instead, he seemed to be filled with an inexplicable excitement. A nearly fanatical glow flickered deep within his silver pupils. Is this the combat power of the pure-blooded dragon clan? Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. With only a 6th-tier cultivation level, he was able to unleash the combat power of a 7th tier. He muttered to himself, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust, fixated on the distant figure still emanating a terrifying dragon's aura. However, I am no ordinary 7th rank. Shuiyu's voice was hoarse, yet tinged with a sickening excitement. The Holy Lord floated in midair, his golden dragon eyes coldly watching him. The power of the ox symbol spell slowly receded inward, but the light of the dragon symbol spell remained intense. He could sense that the opponent's aura had not weakened at all, instead, it had grown even more dangerous. Like a venomous snake lying in wait, it had exposed its most deadly fangs after being wounded. Not over yet? Yang Kuan swallowed hard. Is this guy a monster? Lin Feng also furrowed his brows, his gaze was off, too intense, completely unlike someone who had just suffered a crushing defeat. Xiao Zhen of the Moon God clan spoke solemnly. This race had always been prone to obsession and madness. His bloodline power seemed to have been further unleashed. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly. Be careful, Holy Master. Something's not right about him. The Holy Lord naturally sensed it as well. Ha! Shuiyu suddenly burst into a low laugh, which grew louder and louder until it turned into unrestrained, wild laughter. Excellent. Very good. This is the battle I've been longing for. This is the power I've been pursuing. He spread his arms wide. Beneath his torn robes, a dense network of silver patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin. The crescent-shaped mark on the forehead grew deeper, resembling a genuine crescent moon embedded there, absorbing and emitting the moonlight from the void. Pure-blooded dragon clan, let you witness the true form of the moon god's bloodline. Shuiyu's voice grew sharp and piercing, carrying an otherworldly quality. The moon goddess has arrived. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing anything before erupted from Shueyu's body. The silver moonlight energy swept out like a tsunami, causing ripples to form in the space it passed through. The sky seemed to tear open, and endless moonlight poured down, converging on Shueyu. His body began to transform, his silver hair moving without wind, growing wildly. His skin became as pure as moonlight, yet it carried a metallic, cold, and hard texture. His aura surged once more at that very moment. What kind of secret technique is this? Wang Gang was utterly shocked. It's not a secret technique. Sumo's expression grew solemn. This is a bloodline-based innate ability of the moon god tribe. Yang Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Can the Holy Master stop him? This guy's aura is even more terrifying than before. Facing the surging momentum and changing form of Shueyu, the holy ruler's massive dragon face showed no extra expression. Only his golden dragon eyes burned with an even more intense battle intent. Roar! Another deafening dragon's roar. The colossal form of the holy sovereign moved once more. This time, he did not use the dragon flame explosion, but instead chose a more direct and brutal method. The power of the dragon seal and the ox seal was pushed to its absolute limit. A terrifying sense of power and destructive force are perfectly fused within him. He was like a golden meteor, tearing through the sky, charging headlong toward the snow-covered moon whose aura was surging with power. Simple. Rude. Pure force colliding with flesh. Shueyu watched the golden figure charging toward him like a divine punishment, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. Come on, bring it on. He didn't flinch either, gathering all the moonlight energy in his right fist and unleashing a powerful punch. The silver fist beam, like a cold moon tearing through the night sky, carried a chill that froze everything in its path, colliding head-on with the Holy Lord's assault. Boom! An even more terrifying energy storm erupted instantly. Golden and silver lights wildly intertwine, collide, and vanish. This impact is far more terrifying than the previous clash between the dragon flame explosion and the moon god's spear. In the wake of the shockwave, the remaining floating islands shattered and disintegrated like paper, crumbling into pieces. This is terrifying. Yang Kuan's voice was trembling. Is this the battle of a 7th-tier powerhouse? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with awe. At this level of combat, they had no chance of intervening. Xiao Zhan and Su Mo also kept their eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield, their expressions extremely serious. The light faded away. Two figures appeared. The Holy Lord's massive dragon claws clashed fiercely with Shueyu's fist, covered in silver scales. Terrifying forces clashed violently between them. Snap, crackle, pop. The Holy Lord's dragon eyes remained cold and indifferent, but the power contained within them surged like a volcano. As for Shueyu, the fervor on his face subsided slightly, replaced by a hint of astonishment. The moon god's power, which could freeze mountains and tear apart the earth, had actually been blocked. Moreover, the power emanating from the other's dragon claws was growing stronger by the moment. Like an endless tidal wave of rage. Impossible. Shueyu clenched her teeth, and silver blood once again trickled from the corners of her mouth. He had already tapped into his bloodline, greatly amplifying his strength, yet he still couldn't suppress his opponent? Even the Holy Dragon clan doesn't possess such overwhelming power. Could it be that the bloodline of this dragon is even more powerful than that of the Holy Divine Dragon clan? You insignificant insect, die! The Holy Lord growled, and the light of the ox symbol spell surged once more. Absolute power surged once more. Shueyu felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, shattering the silver scales on his arms in an instant. Her entire arm emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound. Put! Another mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Shueyu was once again violently blasted, flying through the air. Chapter 138, Pride I Cannot Die. How could this be possible? That's a 7th rank member of the Moon God clan. And they used bloodline magic. Can the Pure Blood Dragon clan really be this powerful? Lin Feng stared intently at the Saint Lord's massive dragon form, his eyes still filled with shock, which only grew more intense. He had witnessed the terrifying power emanating from the crescent moon mark on Shueyu's forehead, its aura surging to an utterly despairing extent. Yet even so, he was still blown away by the Holy Lord's single strike, with his arm shattered. This kind of overwhelming power isn't about technique or attribute advantages. It is the purest, most primal, and most ruthless force. He had previously worried about the Holy Lord, but now it seemed how ridiculous his concerns had been. Lin Feng's gaze involuntarily turned to Su Mo beside him. It was this man. 3 years ago, he was mocked by the entire internet as a coward. Rejected by countless people, despised by countless people. He abandoned the legacy of a god-tier necromancer and instead chose to become a mere D-rank summoner. At the time, how many people sighed in regret, how many people were furious at his lack of ambition. But now, was his choice really wrong? Was his seemingly foolish decision really just foolish? Lin Feng's heart began to race. Was his profession really that of a weak, D-rank summoner? No. Absolutely not. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. How could a D-rank summoner summon such a terrifying pure-blooded dragon? A dragon capable of overwhelming a 7th-tier moon god tribe in direct combat, even forcing them to resort to their bloodline divine arts only to be killed in the end. This defies all understanding of the professional hierarchy. How could a D-rank summoner possibly possess such world-shattering power? They've all been deceived. Everyone has been deceived by this guy Sumo. This seemingly ordinary, even timid young man has completely transformed into a terrifying profession that they could never have imagined, let alone heard of before. He had been hiding his true nature too well. So deep that he's fooled the whole world. Lin Fang's gaze toward Sumo grew incredibly complex. You little brat. You've really fooled all of us. Sumo heard this and a look of confusion flashed across his face. This line feels a bit familiar? In the distance, the snow moon, which had been blown away, shattered the last of the larger floating island debris, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Rocks slid down, and he struggled to get to his feet. But his right arm was twisted in an unnatural manner, with bones protruding through the skin and the remaining scales, exposed to the open air. Silver blood dripped continuously, staining the rocks beneath him. Cough. He coughed violently. Each breath tugged at his shattered bones and trembling internal organs, causing excruciating pain. Shuiyu raised her head and looked toward the distant golden mountain-like dragon, her silver eyes holding a hint of stupor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shouted hoarsely. My power of the moon goddess, my bloodline, how could they be suppressed by such pure power? What kind of dragon is this? He doesn't understand. The bloodline of the moon god is so noble and powerful. Even as a collateral branch, it is equivalent to the innate talent of an SS-ranked class changer among the human race. Combined with 7th-tier cultivation, it is more than enough to tower over peers and even challenge higher-tier opponents. Yet in the presence of this colossal dragon, the strength and bloodline he once boasted of felt as fragile as paper. Especially the terrifying physical strength of his opponent, which was utterly brutal and unyielding. The Holy Lord floated in the air, his massive dragon body blocking part of the cascading moonlight. The golden dragon's eyes coldly watched the struggling snow moon, like a deity looking down on an ant. The Moon God clan? Is this the bloodline magic you boast about? It's utterly powerless. 4 words, like 4 invisible sledgehammers, struck Shuiyu's heart with brutal force. In rage, he trembled all over. He had never suffered such a humiliating insult. He was a noble member of the Moon God clan, a 7th-rank powerhouse. Wherever he went, he was revered. The Holy Lord looked at him in this state and mocked him even more. You worthless scum, unable to even withstand a single punch from this dragon, dare to show off your strength in front of me? These words were far more hurtful than the previous direct attacks. Put. Anger overwhelmed him. Shuiyu, already severely injured, could no longer suppress the surging blood in his body, and another mouthful of silver-colored blood spurted out. Her face turned ashen in an instant, and a faint, abnormal greenish hue began to show through. That was the color of extreme anger and humiliation intertwined. The Holy Lord is quite skilled at manipulating emotions. The Holy Ruler's words, though seemingly plain, cut straight to the heart. Compared to physical blows, this kind of mental crushing can sometimes be even more effective. Watching Shuiyu, who was nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood again by the Holy Ruler's few words, Sumo's lips twitched imperceptibly. He was well aware of the personality of his summoned companion. The Holy Lord's personality was not that of a gentle, kind-hearted, honest dragon. Cunning and treacherous are the words that best describe him. Just as Shuiyu's mind was in turmoil, a cunning gleam flashed in the Holy Lord's eyes. Rabbit symbol spell, maximum speed. A golden streak of light flashed by, and the massive dragon form of the Holy Lord suddenly transformed into a fleeting afterimage, charging toward Shuiyu at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Lin Feng cried out in shock. The Holy Lord was aiming for a decisive strike. Everyone held their breath. Is it over? Is this powerful Moon Clan warrior about to be defeated by the Holy Lord? However, at the critical moment, Shuiyu suddenly raised his head. The crescent-shaped mark on her forehead, resembling a bright moon, suddenly erupted with a blinding silver glow. The brilliance was so intense that it even overshadowed the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Moonlight domain, open. With his battered body at the center. The space within 100 meters suddenly became viscous, as if it had solidified. Countless tiny moonlight crystals appeared out of thin air, transforming the area into a silver-colored realm. Bang! A deafening, thunderous explosion erupted. The Holy Lord's claw, driven by an unstoppable force, struck the suddenly appearing moonlight domain with tremendous force. The expected devastating tear did not occur. The Holy Lord's decisive claw struck the moonlight domain with tremendous force, but it seemed to sink into quicksand, its speed suddenly slowing to a crawl. The shockwave spread wildly outward from the point of contact, once again reducing the nearby floating debris to dust. The Holy Lord's surprise attack, powerful enough to instantly kill an opponent of the same rank, had its might neutralized by this domain, reducing it by more than half. What? It can actually fight back? Xiao Zhan and the others' hearts sank once more. They were clearly at the end of their strength, their injuries so severe that they could barely stand. Yet he still had such a trick up his sleeve. The 7th rank truly cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Shueyu's lips were stained with blood, but his face twisted into a savage grin. You think I'd be so easily dealt with? The pride of the Moon God tribe won't allow him to die so pitifully. Chapter 139, The 8 Great Demons. Moonlight Domain, Thousand Blades. Shueyu clenched her fist into a seal, and the moonlight crystals within the moonlight realm suddenly trembled violently, transforming into countless sharp moonblades that rushed toward the Holy Lord to slaughter him. Countless sharp moonblades, shimmering with a cold silver glow, poured down upon the Holy Lord like a sudden downpour. Within the domain, silver light erupted, and the air was filled with a chilling intent to kill. Yet, within the golden dragon eyes of the Holy Ruler, there was not a trace of panic. Trivial skills. Boom! Countless moonblades poured down like a silver rainstorm, but suddenly came to a halt just a few meters away from the Holy Dragon's body. A golden yellow halo appeared beneath the Holy Dragon's feet, and the heavy earth elemental energy formed an impenetrable barrier around him. The sharp moonblades collided with the barrier, emitting a dense clinking sound, yet they could not penetrate even an inch. Is this the law of the earth? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. Shueyu also looked utterly disbelieving. Impossible. You're clearly a fire-type dragon. How could you possibly master the power of earth? A trace of mockery flashed through the golden vertical pupils of the Holy Lord, who told you that this dragon can only play with fire. The rules of the earth. The Holy Ruler actually possesses earth-based powers? Lin Feng muttered to himself in a daze. Yang Kuan beside him was completely dumbfounded, his mouth wide open as if he could fit a fist inside. This doesn't make any sense. Aren't all dragons specialized in one type of power? Could it be that the true domain ability the Holy Lord controls is actually the rules of the earth? The flames we saw earlier were merely a glimpse of its true power? Sumo's lips curled slightly. The Holy Lord is indeed the fire demon. However, he can absorb the demonic energy of the other 7 great demons. Theoretically, the Holy Lord could possess all 8 attributes and 8 domains at the same time. The Holy Sovereign's massive dragon form stood motionless in the moonlight domain, surrounded by an earthen yellow aura that grew increasingly brilliant. It slowly raised its dragon claws, and the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! Countless massive rocks coalesced from the void, transforming into sharp stone spears, each containing terrifying earth energy. These stone spears hovered in the air, their tips all aimed at Shueyu. Go! As the Holy Lord uttered a low command, a torrent of stone spears poured down from the sky like a downpour. The glory of the Moon God tribe shall not be defiled by you, you wicked dragon. Shueyu roared, raising both hands forcefully upward. Within the moonlight domain, silver light blazed brightly. Countless tiny moonlight crystals wildly spun, transforming into a massive silver light shield that stretched across his front. At the same time, more moonblades generated from all over the domain. No longer firing indiscriminately, they converged into silver torrents, striking the stone spears with pinpoint accuracy. Clanging and crashing. The deafening explosion echoed across the sky. Desperate struggle. The Holy Lord's deep voice rolled like thunder, your moonlight cannot block the earth's weight. Before the words had even finished, the Holy Ruler raised one dragon claw once more and clenched it in midair. The laws of the earth were crushed by the force of gravity. Hum. A force that was invisible yet incredibly heavy suddenly descended upon the moonlight realm. Shueyu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain were crushing him, bearing down on both himself and the entire moonlight realm. Crackle, crackle. The massive silver light shield in front of him emitted a cracking sound as it struggled to bear the weight, and cracks spread out like a spider's web. The moonlight crystals forming the domain began to violently tremble, becoming extremely unstable. Shueyu's body shook violently, and her bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Puff! He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with silver sparks, which splattered onto the shattered moonlight battle armor, making the cracks appear even more grotesque. Damn it! Shueyu gritted her teeth and growled. The glory of the moon goddess must not be trampled upon. He clasped his hands together with all his might, no longer attempting to hold up the massive silver shield, which was now covered in cracks and on the verge of shattering. Moonlight flows backward, shattering the stars. Hum! A strange humming sound echoed throughout the domain. Within the entire moonlight domain, all the moonlight crystals on the verge of collapse. Along with the remnants of moonblades that had been immobilized by gravity, they suddenly seemed to be infused with a wild, chaotic life force. Countless silver specks gathered, compressed, and compressed again. Finally, they coalesce into a silver beam so fine it's almost invisible, yet it carries a terrifying aura of destruction. As soon as the beam appeared, it tore through the heavy gravitational field restraining it and pierced straight toward the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted. A long-forgotten stinging sensation, a sense of danger that could threaten its very existence, surged through its mind in an instant. The thick, earth-yellow halo beneath its feet erupted with blinding light. The power of earth elements. However, the silver beam, condensed to its absolute limit, seemed to ignore the spatial barriers entirely, piercing straight through the thick earth element barrier. Put! A dull yet distinct tearing sound echoed through the air. A silver beam pierced with pinpoint accuracy into the scales at the junction of the Holy Lord's right forepaw and forearm. Golden dragon blood spurted out instantly, glowing brilliantly under the silver moonlight. Roar! The Holy Lord let out a roar filled with pain and rage. The massive dragon's body was shaken by the concentrated force and slid back half a step. The terrifying gravitational pressure enveloping the entire domain also faltered for an extremely brief moment due to the Holy Ruler's momentary disturbance of his mind. What? In this state, he was actually able to injure the Holy Lord? Xiao Zhan's expression changed. The others were also horrified, their hearts racing. Despite being at such a disadvantage, Xueyu was actually able to fight back and even draw blood. This is simply unbelievable. Could this battle not have ended as easily as they had imagined? Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. As one of the three great royal clans with a long history, the Moon God clan truly had its unique qualities. He was well aware that even a 7th-tier powerhouse would be no match for the overwhelming might the Holy Lord had just displayed. Would likely not even have the thought to resist, having already been crushed into a pile of flesh by that terrifying gravitational force. To inflict injury on the Holy Lord in such a desperate situation, Xueyu had every reason to be proud. Unfortunately, Suemo shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on Xueyu's figure, which seemed on the verge of collapsing. It was merely the desperate struggle of a trapped beast, a final burst of energy before its inevitable demise. Such a wound is not even a scratch for the Holy Lord, who possesses the horse symbol amulet. What of the pure-blooded dragon clan? They were still wounded by me. Xueyu pointed at the wound on the Holy Lord's forepaw, her voice hoarse yet brimming with triumph. This is the power of the Moon God tribe. Foolish moth, do you think this is over? Chapter 140, Save Me. Suddenly, a brilliant emerald green light flashed from the wound on the Holy Lord's front claw. The horse talisman had healed it. As the Holy Lord's deep voice echoed, the gruesome wound began to heal at a visible speed. The shattered dragon scales regrew, and golden blood flowed back into his body. In the blink of an eye, the wounds vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Xueyu's savage grin froze on her face. Horror spread across his pupils as he stared intently at the Holy Lord's flawless claw. Impossible! Xueyu lost her voice, murmuring softly, her voice trembling from sheer shock. How could this be? My shattered star strike. He had burned the core of the Moonlight domain. He was certain that strike had dealt a devastating blow to his opponent. But now, what is that force? Injuries healed instantly? Can't win. We absolutely can't win. He had exhausted everything, risking his life to inflict those injuries, yet the opponent only needed a single thought to heal instantly. How can this be fought? This gap is no longer something that can be bridged by sheer willpower or secret techniques. Xueyu's face turned pale in an instant. He finally realized that the giant dragon before him was not an opponent he could possibly match. Run! We must escape. This thought flashed wildly through Xueyu's mind. He suddenly turned around and quickly formed hand seals. The silver moonlight energy once again gathered at the tips of his fingers. Both hands fluttered, forming a mysterious and intricate seal. Moon God's escape technique, silver. The syllables of the spell had barely left his lips. The air in front of him suddenly twisted. A massive golden shadow descended as if by teleportation, completely sealing off his only escape route. The moonlight energy condensed by Xueyu suddenly dissipated. Trying to escape? A voice as cold as the icy winds of the underworld pierced his eardrums. Every word carried the crushing weight of a soul-crushing authority. It's too late. Xueyu stiffly raised her head inch by inch. What met her eyes were a pair of vertical pupils as golden as molten metal. Deep within the pupils, a fiery rage burns with tangible intensity. The shadow of death enveloped him with unprecedented clarity. Fear completely shattered his will. He begged incoherently. Don't kill me. I am of the Moon God tribe. If you kill me, the Moon God tribe will never forgive you. He tried to use his identity to save himself. He tried to make this terrifying dragon hesitate to act. The Holy Lord's nostrils expelled scorching breath. You talk too much. The Holy Ruler slightly lowered his massive head. The dragon's mouth slowly opened. Blinding golden light in its throat. Compress. The intense light was so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The next moment, a dazzling golden pillar of fire that defies description, like divine retribution descending from the heavens, suddenly erupting forth. Xueyu's face twisted in fear, along with his desperate gaze, instantly engulfed by the devastating light. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the countryside. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread outward. The ground trembled violently. The already shattered moonlight realm was torn apart even further. When the dazzling golden light finally faded, all that remained was a shocking sight. A massive crater with a diameter of over 100 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. The edges of the crater were charred black, emitting residual heat from high temperatures. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Shuiyu's figure vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. All traces of his life have been completely erased. All that remains is this charred, deep pit. It serves as proof of everything that just happened. The fall of a 7th-tier powerhouse. The battle ended so swiftly and decisively. And so breathtakingly powerful. Gudong. The crowd watching the match all swallowed unconsciously. The outcome of the battle was even more decisive than they had imagined. It could even be described as a crushing defeat. A powerful 7th-tier Moon God clan member was completely erased from existence. Xiao Zhan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this the true power of the Holy Lord who has inherited part of the true dragon's strength? Indeed, it's so powerful it's almost unreasonable. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Yang Kuan, and the others standing nearby had already been so overwhelmed by the scene before them that they were speechless. Their pupils reflected the outline of the massive crater and the enormous dragon-like silhouette suspended in midair. It was breathtaking. They had thought they were certain to die today. But unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better, and they not only survived but also made a miraculous escape. But then, he turned the tables and killed a powerful warrior from the Moon God tribe. Something that was simply unimaginable in the past. Suemo, that guy is amazing. Suemo exhaled softly, it's over. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have defeated a 7th-tier powerhouse, gained a large amount of experience points, and successfully advanced to 6th-tier 5th level. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a 7th-tier powerhouse. You have obtained a large amount of experience points and successfully leveled up to 6th tier, 5th rank. You have received an additional 35 points of kill value as a reward. Current total kill value, 892. You have obtained an additional 35 points of total kill points. Current total kill points, 892. Receive an additional 5 consecutive draws. Current total number of draws, 45. A series of sounds echoed in Han Chen's mind. His gaze swept over the refreshed information on the system panel. 6th tier, 5th level. His experience points had increased significantly, bringing him one step closer to 7th tier. The kill count is also nearing the 900 mark. 45 lottery draws. Suemo silently repeated to himself. After accumulating these battles, the number of draws had become quite substantial. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to use up these chances to see what good items he could obtain. System notice, upon reaching 50 cumulative draw attempts, you will be granted an additional 5 draw opportunities. Among the 50 draws, you are guaranteed to obtain at least one SS rank item or ability. A new prompt appeared in his mind at the right moment. Oh? 50 times with a guaranteed minimum and extra rewards? Suemo raised an eyebrow. Only 5 more draws to trigger this mechanism. It would be a shame to stop now. Let's wait a little longer. He made his decision quickly and put the lottery aside for now. Host, Suemo. Host, Suemo. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 3rd grade. Strength, 178,000. Agility, 180,000. Intelligence, 1,760,000. Spirit, 177,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Number of prizes, 45. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, God tier, 6th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Army, current summonable quantity, 56,000. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, SS Rank, Divine Dragon Armor, S Rank Upgradable Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill count, 892. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant Broken, Tyrant's IS Rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. At that moment, Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng, and the others finally regained their composure from the immense shock and hurriedly gathered around. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan exchanged glances with Suemo, their expressions filled with complex emotions: gratitude, admiration, and above all, disbelief. This young man, who had recently required their protection, had now grown to the point where he could effortlessly eliminate a 7th-tier powerhouse. Thank you, young Master Suemo, for saving our lives. The group bowed deeply in unison, their voices sincere. Chapter 141, The Gift from the Gods. Had it not been for Sumo's timely arrival and the terrifying combat power he unleashed, they would have certainly met their end here today. Suemo accepted their gratitude with a smile. It was no trouble at all. How are your injuries? It's nothing serious, just superficial wounds. We'll be fine with some rest. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and grinned, feeling much more relaxed after narrowly escaping danger. Yang Kuan nodded in agreement. You're right. Compared to losing your life, these injuries are nothing. Looking at everyone's expressions, Su Mo suddenly remembered. The daughter of the city lord of Tianfeng City was still waiting for him to come and save her. There are only 7 days left, and I wonder if they've found a 6th-tier dragon-type class changer yet. Though the immediate crisis had been resolved, everyone remained on edge. A 7th-tier Moon God clan member had perished here, and the Moon God clan would certainly not let this matter rest. However, they are not afraid. The human race and those monsters have always been sworn enemies, destined to fight to the death. Suemo nodded slightly, his gaze calm as he swept over the crowd. Since none of you are seriously injured, that is good. He paused for a moment and asked. By the way, Senior Lin, why did that 7th rank expert from the Moon God clan chase you all the way here? Judging by his demeanor, it seems he was determined to capture you at all costs. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, suddenly tensed up again. Xiao Zhan, Yang Kuan, and the others quickly lost their relaxed expressions, replacing them with solemn expressions. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes filled with lingering fear and a hint of indescribable excitement. He lowered his voice and spoke solemnly. It's a long story, and this matter is of great importance. He looked at Suemo, a flash of determination in his eyes. Suemo, my young friend, your current strength far surpasses ours. There is no harm in telling you about this matter. The deepest part of this ruined divine relic site. He paused for a moment and said, it appears that a divine object has emerged into the world. What? The divine object? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Xiao Zhan, Mo Tianqing, Wang Gang, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Although they had encountered that shadowy figure that might have been the dragon god. But they did not come into contact with the true divine object. Xiao Zhan widened his eyes and urgently asked, Old Lin, are you sure? Mo Tianqing also furrowed his brows. Lin Laoj, this isn't something to joke about. The divine object, something that only exists in ancient texts, has actually appeared? Seeing everyone's excited reactions, Lin Feng sighed wryly, then his expression grew incredibly solemn. We can't be 100% certain, but the anomalies at the center of the ruins are too astonishing, and the energy fluctuations far exceed our understanding. Several 9th-tier experts have all referred to it as a divine artifact, so I suppose that must be the case. Upon hearing this, even Sumo's expression grew solemn. Earlier, they received word that a 9th-rank powerhouse had descended upon the ruins of the remnant god. Now this information has been confirmed. Furthermore, even more shocking, there's not just one 9th-ranked individual. It seems the danger of this secret realm expedition far exceeds everyone's imagination. As he spoke, Lin Feng's expression grew solemn as he carefully pulled an item from his robe. It was a piece of iron roughly the size of a palm. The iron plate was uniformly a dull black color. The edges show obvious irregular damage marks, as if they were fragments peeled off from a larger object. Its surface is covered with blurred, ancient patterns. It resembles some kind of writing, yet also resembles some kind of totem, emitting a faint yet extraordinarily ancient and weathered, peculiar vibration. This is the item we risked our lives to bring out from the outskirts of the core region. Lin Feng held the metal plate in the palm of his hand and showed it to everyone, his tone tinged with pride. At their 6th-tier level, they were able to do this among a group of people, especially with a 9th-tier powerhouse present. Even if they managed to snatch a tiny bit of advantage, it was enough to boast about. Even a small advantage would be enough to boast about. I'm curious, Old Lin, how did you manage to get this with your abilities? Xiao Zhan looked at Lin Feng with a skeptical expression. Given their strength, how could he possibly doubt that they could snatch the fragment from the hands of all those powerful figures? Lin Feng's expression froze. I can let you know. They picked this up from the edge of the battlefield. We had just gotten our hands on it when we were discovered by a powerful member of the Moon God tribe, leading to the desperate chase that followed. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to this ordinary-looking black iron plate, which emanated an air of mystery. Sumo's expression also grew slightly solemn. He could clearly sense the extremely unique energy fluctuations contained within the iron plate. It was completely different from any energy he had ever encountered before. What secrets does this iron fragment from the core of the remnant god's ruins hold? And what exactly is this so-called divine artifact? Lin Feng and Yang Kuan exchanged glances. The three instantly understood each other's thoughts. Lin Feng took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Suemo with a serious expression. Young friend Suemo. This piece of iron, we're afraid we can't protect it. Yang Kuan chimed in from the side, his voice still trembling with fear. That's right. Just for this thing, a 7th-tier Moon God clan member nearly took all our lives. If the 9th-tier overlords deep within the ruins, or even other covetous beings, were to discover that this item is in our possession. He did not continue, but the danger was clear. The principle that possessing something valuable invites trouble was well understood by all the seasoned veterans present. Lin Feng looked at Suemo with a sincere expression. Suemo, you are highly skilled and far surpass us. This iron plate may be connected to what is known as the divine object. Keeping it in our possession would only be a death sentence. It would be best if you were to take it into your custody. He carefully handed the black iron plate, which carried immense risk and unknown secrets, to Suemo. Perhaps only you have the ability to protect it and even uncover the secrets it holds. Lin Feng added, his tone tinged with a hint of anticipation. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Suemo, waiting for his decision. Sumo's gaze swept calmly over Lin Feng and Yang Kuan, discerning the resolve and helplessness in their eyes. His gaze fell on the seemingly ordinary iron plate, which emanated an ancient and weathered aura. That faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation seemed to grow clearer at that moment. This piece of iron not only might represent a tremendous opportunity, but also signified endless trouble and danger. Taking it means taking on the enmity of the 7th-tier Moon God clan, and may even attract the attention of a 9th-tier powerhouse. However, it also holds immense opportunity. Most people wouldn't be willing to give it away. After a moment of silence, Suemo slowly nodded. Thank you all for your generosity. Therefore, I humbly accept your kindness. Chapter 142, Giant Rock Lizard. Suemo extended his hand and steadily caught the black metal plate. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with a heavy texture far surpassing ordinary steel. The fingertips can clearly feel the uneven texture of the faint patterns on the surface of the iron plate, as well as the faint yet uniquely distinct energy fluctuations. Suemo held the iron plate in the palm of his hand and examined it closely. The patterns appeared chaotic and random, yet they seemed to follow some hidden pattern, as if they contained the profound truths of the universe, yet they remained obscure and difficult to understand. He could sense that this was no ordinary object. He carefully put away the metal plate, looked up at Lin Feng, and spoke solemnly. Senior Lin, rest assured. I will keep this item safely. His gaze shifted slightly, as if looking toward the depths of the ruins, his eyes deep and penetrating. However, as Senior Yang said, this object is too complicated. We must proceed with even greater caution and vigilance from here on out. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Suemo, you're right. We really need to stay on our guard here. Since that's the case, let's get moving. Senior Lin, we will trouble you to lead the way from here on. Lin Feng hurriedly waved his hands. Suemo, you're too kind. However, the path ahead will likely be even more perilous. Stay alert. We are currently in a precarious situation. One wrong step could spell disaster. Everyone looked solemn and nodded silently. Suemo carefully tucked the black metal plate close to his body. Let's go. Suemo took the first step. Lin Feng and the others immediately followed, and the group once again set off on their journey into the depths of the ruins. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with massive cracked stone pillars and collapsed temple ruins scattered everywhere. Soon, a surge of energy rippled through the air ahead. Someone's here. Xiao Zhan, who was leading the way at the front of the group, growled softly and quickly made a warning gesture. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, concealed their figures, and fixed their sharp gazes on the front. Two figures darted swiftly past a collapsed stone wall. Their movements were agile, and their aura was powerful, clearly indicating that they were both at the 6th-8th level of cultivation. The two seemed to have also sensed the presence of Suemo and the others. They glanced back warily but did not linger, quickly disappearing into the depths of the labyrinthine ruins. They were the Swift-Wind twin thieves, two lone travelers of considerable strength. I didn't expect them to show up here either. Lin Feng murmured softly, furrowing his brows slightly. Mo Tianqing's expression grew somber. We've only just begun to delve deeper, and already we've encountered a being of the 6th rank, 8th grade. The path ahead will likely become increasingly perilous, with even stronger foes awaiting us. As Mo Tianqing had anticipated, the situation unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. They continued on their way. Along the way, they encountered job changers and monsters of various forms, with their strength levels clearly increasing. Groups of adventurers, 3 or 5 at a time, exuded a fierce aura, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. Monsters with grotesque forms lurk in the shadows of ruined buildings, emitting dangerous vibrations. Most of these beings, whether human or monster, had reached the 6th tier, and occasionally, one could even sense the fleeting presence of a 7th-tier powerhouse, sending shivers down the spine. 5th-tier beings, on the other hand, have become a minority here, mostly relying on powerful groups or cautiously moving about in the outskirts. The atmosphere has become oppressive and tense without anyone noticing. Everyone was like a taut string, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance ahead, followed by the intense clashes of energy and furious shouts. There's a fight ahead. Xiao Zhan perked up, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and looked at Suemo. Lin Feng looked at Suemo, seeking his opinion. Young friend Suemo, should we go around, or? Suemo concentrated his senses to sense the battle fluctuations ahead, then said thoughtfully. There's quite a commotion. It seems like two groups are fighting, and one of them appears to have a 7th-tier aura. 7th tier? Yang Kuan sucked in a sharp breath. A 7th rank powerhouse capable of triggering a conflict in this area couldn't be someone to mess with. It would be best for us to avoid the area to prevent being drawn into the conflict. Suemo nodded slightly. Yes, better safe than sorry. He didn't want to complicate matters, especially after just taking possession of that mysterious iron plate. The group cautiously changed direction, choosing to make their way through the ruins on the side, attempting to avoid the battlefield ahead. Even from a distance, the violent energy blasts and deafening roars were still clearly audible, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Let's go. This isn't a place to linger, Suemo whispered. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan agreed wholeheartedly. Just as they were about to slip away quietly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A chilling, brutal aura surged forth, silently locking onto them like maggots feasting on bone. Something's wrong. Sumo's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he growled under his breath. His eyes sharpened like knives, darting toward a massive shadow lurking behind him. Something's there. Roar. A roar unlike any heard on the battlefield before erupted, suddenly more primal, more savage. The massive shadow began to writhe violently. Immediately afterward, a massive and hideous figure burst forth from within it. It was a creature resembling a lizard, but covered in thick, dark scales. It stood over 3 zhang tall, with thick, powerful limbs and claws that glinted with a cold, eerie light. Its pair of crimson vertical pupils were fixed intently on Suemo and his companions, brimming with a bloodthirsty desire. It's a 6th tier, 9th grade giant rock lizard. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. Damn it! We took a detour and alerted it. The giant rock lizard was incredibly fast. Almost the moment the roar echoed, its massive jaws, dripping with viscous saliva, had already snapped open. An arrow formed from earth elements shot straight toward Xiao Zhan at the front of the group. Be careful! Xiao Zhan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his entire body erupted with fighting energy. He swung his long spear horizontally, attempting to block the attack. Clang! The energy arrow struck the gun barrel, emitting a piercing clang of metal. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of immense force, his palms trembling violently, and he was knocked back repeatedly, his blood surging. Just a single probing attack had already left Xiao Zhan at a disadvantage. Scatter! Suemo reacted swiftly and shouted harshly. Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, Sun Yaoyao, and the other 5th rank cultivators dared not delay. They all dispersed as instructed, each seeking cover. At the same time, they gripped their weapons tightly and kept a watchful eye on the massive monster. You're asking for death. Yang Kuan, with his fiery temper, roared angrily. The battle axe in his hand blazed with intense light, and a sharp axe beam already slashed toward the giant rock lizard. You dare to attack me, even though you're only a 6th rank and 5th rank? The giant rock lizard's eyes swept over Yang Kuan, and its long tail lashed out violently. With a crisp crack, it struck the axe blade with precision, shattering it completely. What incredible strength! Yang Kuan's face paled, and he was filled with horror. The monster's strength was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Chapter 143, Comparing Earth Rules with the Earth Demon. Sumo's expression changed abruptly. He could clearly sense it. The aura of this giant rock lizard was even stronger than that of the 2 wind thieves they had encountered earlier, already approaching the threshold of the 7th rank. This is trouble. He had just warned everyone to be careful and cautious, but now they were already in a tough fight. The giant rock lizard's single strike forced Xiao Zhan back, and its tail strike shattered Yang Kuan's attack. Despite its massive body, it did not pause for even a moment. Its limbs suddenly tensed, propelling it like a small mountain toward Mo Tianqing, who was closest to it. Is this monster that strong? It can actually take on Xiao Changju and his 3 men alone. Zhang Ming, Lu Zhouyuan, and the others who had been hiding saw this, and their expressions changed. They wanted to help, but they were only at the 5th tier level. Intervening would not only be of no help but could very well hinder the effort. As Mo Tianqing was about to be struck directly by that massive figure, his life hung in the balance. Sumo's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward, standing in front of Mo Tianqing. He made no unnecessary movements, simply raising his right hand calmly and gently pressing it against the charging giant rock lizard. Hum! A dull rumbling sound seemed to echo through the air. An invisible, thick barrier suddenly materialized before Suemo. This barrier was not composed of ordinary energy, but had been summoned by the earth's power beneath his feet. A golden yellow aura swirled around, emanating an ancient and indestructible aura. Boom! The massive body of the giant rock lizard collided violently with the invisible barrier, emitting a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Dust and debris filled the air as rocks flew in all directions. The force capable of shattering mountains was somehow halted by this makeshift earthen wall. The giant rock lizard was knocked dizzy, its massive body involuntarily stumbling backward a few steps. After regaining its balance, its pair of blood-red vertical pupils locked onto Suemo, who was standing in front of Mo Tianqing. You can also control earth elements? The giant rock lizard spoke in a hoarse, brutal voice. It could sense the earth elemental energy contained within the earthen wall, earlier pure and concentrated, far surpassing that of ordinary class changers. Mo Tianqing, still shaken, stared at Sumo's back, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just a moment ago, he truly believed he was about to die. Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng, Yang Kuan, and the others also stared at Suemo in shock. They knew Suemo was powerful, but they never expected him to also be skilled in earth elemental magic. And his mastery was so profound that he could effortlessly block the full force charge of a 6th tier, 9th grade magical beast. The giant rock lizard's shock lasted only an instant. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter a fellow creature of the same origin here. The giant rock lizard opened its massive jaws, revealing its sharp, white fangs, and the fierce glint in its eyes grew even more intense. Since that's the case, let me see just how well you control the earth element. Before he could finish speaking, the giant rock lizard's 4 claws slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The earth roared. Boom! With it at the center, the ground within a radius of several dozen feet violently shook. Thick, earth-colored energy streams surged forth like earth dragons turning over. Gushing forth from the ground, intertwining and coiling into countless sharp earthen spikes and rolling earthen waves, surging towards Suemo like a tidal wave. The sheer force of this attack was far more powerful than when it had previously struck Xiao Zhan and Yang Kuan. Compared to? Suemo curled the corners of his lips into a faint sneer. Facing the overwhelming onslaught of earthen spikes and stone cones, he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. All he did was press down with his right hand and give it a gentle squeeze. Calm. A simple word, as powerful as law itself. In an instant, a force of the Earth's laws far more colossal and vast than that of the giant rock lizard erupted, centered on Suemo, and descended suddenly. Crack! 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 Those newly emerged, menacing earth spikes, under the influence of this invisible force of order, shattered into pieces in an instant, turning into dust. Not only that. Moreover, that oppressive pressure, as heavy as a mountain, directly acted upon the massive body of the giant rock lizard. Plop! The giant rock lizard felt an irresistible force of terror squeezing in from all directions. Especially the restraining force emanating from the ground beneath its feet, which instantly froze the very strength it prided itself on. Its massive body could no longer support itself, its limbs went limp, and it was forcefully pressed down onto the ground, unable to move. The ground cracked open around it, forming spider web-like fissures. Roar! The giant rock lizard struggled, letting out a low, unwilling growl. But no matter how it channeled the power within its body, it was like a muddy ox entering the sea, utterly insignificant and powerless in the face of that vast, overwhelming force of rules. Its crimson eyes stared intently at Suemo, growing clearer. It could clearly sense that the other party was also using the power of earth elements. However, the level of that power, the degree of control over the earth's energy, far surpassed its own. It wasn't merely a matter of raw power, it was an absolute suppression at the level of the rules themselves. Why? The giant rock lizard struggled to roar, its voice trembling. My rank is clearly higher than yours. How could your control over earth elements be? It can't understand. As a powerful being that is almost at the 7th level, why was it so easily suppressed by a low-level human using the same power? Rank? Sumo's expression remained indifferent as he slowly withdrew his hand. However, the overwhelming pressure that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth did not weaken in the slightest. In my presence, discussing ranks is utterly meaningless. The words were calm, yet carried an undeniable air of dominance. This is so strong. In the distance, Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng, Yang Kuan, and the others, who had just stabilized their positions, watched as the giant rock lizard was completely subdued by Suemo with a casual gesture. Their faces were filled with shock. Especially Xiao Zhan and Yang Kuan, who had personally experienced the power of the giant rock lizard and knew its true terror. Yet, despite being a powerful beast that was nearly at the 7th rank, it couldn't even put up a fight in front of Suemo. Isn't Suemo a summoner? Why does the power he's displaying now resemble that of a mage? Lin Feng muttered to himself, his gaze filled with awe as he looked at Suemo. Yang Kuan's mouth was wide open, unable to speak for half a moment. Zhang Ming, Lu Zhouyuan, and the others hiding in the distance were even more overwhelmed with emotion. Suemo made his move, it was steady. It's over. Han Chen clenched his fist tightly, and the power of the dragon symbol spell erupted suddenly. Dragon explosion. Boom! A dazzling pillar of light, too brilliant to be described in words, erupted from Sumo's palm, instantly engulfing the massive body of the giant rock lizard. The deafening roar caused Sun Yaoyao and the others to instinctively cover their ears. The light faded away. All that remained at the original spot was a massive crater, its bottom charred black and emitting a pungent sulfur smell and the lingering scent of energy burn. As for the colossal rock lizard that had nearly reached the 7th tier, it had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a single shred of flesh or bone behind. Completely and utterly erased from this world. Chapter 144, I decided to leave. Dead silence. A dead silence so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng, Yang Kuan, or the distant Zhang Ming and Lu Zhouyuan, among others. At that moment, they all seemed to have been cast under a spell, standing motionless in place. They stared at the deep pit billowing with wisps of green smoke, then at the youth slowly withdrawing his hand, his expression indifferent, feeling a chill run up their spines from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. One strike. Just one strike. It obliterated a powerful 6th tier, 9th grade monster, reducing it to nothing but debris. Is this truly the kind of power that humans can possess? Gulp. Yang Kuan swallowed hard, his throat dry. What was that just now? No one could answer him. That attack just now was definitely at least an S-rank magical attack. Its power was at least 7th tier or higher. In other words, Sumo, a D-rank summoner, unleashed a magical attack that was at least S-rank far beyond his professional capabilities? What the heck is this guy's actual class? Sumo seemed oblivious to everyone's shock. He gently clapped his hands. The danger has been averted, we can continue onward. As we moved forward, the air grew thicker with the scent of blood and residual energy. In the following stretch of the journey, they were attacked by several more waves of ruthless beasts. There are shadow panthers as fast as lightning, thick-skinned stone beetle swarms, and even a 6th tier, 9th level phantom butterfly skilled in mental interference. However, without exception, these opponents that Xiao Zhan and his companions would have to fight hard to defeat were no match for Sumo, who couldn't even last a single round against him. The techniques he demonstrated were endless, and they seemed completely unrelated to his identity as a summoner. Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng, Yang Kuan, and the others had gone from initial shock to a state of numbness. They silently followed Sumo. It seemed as though they had completely become passers-by. There was no need to intervene at all. The further they went, the stronger the teams they encountered became, and 5th tier teams were almost nowhere to be seen. And many 7th tier ones appeared, with even a few 8th tier ones making an appearance. The only ones who wouldn't have made it this far are us few 5th tier practitioners, right? Sun Xiaoxiao's voice carried an inexplicable excitement. It's very likely. 5th level. 5th rank. At this level, outside the secret realm, one is undoubtedly a powerful figure, revered by all. But within this ruined divine relic, a 5th rank cultivator is as fragile as a sheet of paper, ready to be torn apart at any moment. They had witnessed the collapse of too many teams along the way. Those who once were mighty and full of vigor may now be unable to even stir a ripple. Swallowed whole by the merciless realities of life. Those who have reached the 5th stage of cultivation and made it this far are likely few and far between. The vast majority have either become food for certain beings in the ruins or, facing the challenge, retreated early and left. This is the depths of the ruins of the fallen gods. The weak have no right to set foot here. We have come this far by sheer luck. Zhang Ming looked at Sun Xiaoxiao with a serious expression. The smell of blood was thick in the air. Something was happening up ahead. The scenes on both sides of the road grew increasingly horrifying. Broken weapons, shattered armor, and an ever-increasing number of corpses. Among the corpses were humans and various monstrous beasts of all shapes and sizes. Without exception, their deaths were extremely gruesome. The air was thick with the smell of blood, almost tangible in its intensity, so strong it made one want to vomit. What on earth had happened here? Lin Feng looked at the mercenary's body, which had been severed at the waist with internal organs scattered everywhere, and his expression changed. Xiao Zhan's expression grew solemn as he knelt down to examine the wound. The cut was clean and smooth, clearly made by an extremely sharp weapon in an instant. Additionally, the body was still warm, indicating that death had occurred recently. The residual energy is chaotic. Yang Kuan senses the surroundings. There must have been a large-scale battle here earlier. Sumo's gaze fell further ahead. His footsteps came to a halt. Everyone followed his gaze and their pupils suddenly contracted. On the open ground not far ahead, several massive corpses lay scattered in a chaotic heap. One of them was a golden giant lion over 20 meters in length. Its mane, which once gleamed like solid gold, now lay dull and lifeless. The massive skull was shattered by some force, with red and white substances splattering everywhere. Another was a massive serpent covered in green scales, its body as thick as a water jar, severed into several segments, with the severed ends a mess of blood and flesh. There was also a monstrous beast resembling a giant ape with bone wings on its back, its chest caved in with a terrifying hole, and its heart long since gone. What terrified Xiao Zhan and the others the most was the lingering aura emanating from the corpses of these massive beasts. Without exception, they had all reached the 7th rank. The corpses of 7th stage ferocious beasts. Yang Kuan's voice trembled, and the blood drained from his face. And there was more than one. They're all dead. 7th rank. Placed anywhere, it is a terrifying force capable of dominating a region and deterring petty criminals. Yet here, it lies abandoned by the roadside like a discarded dog. What kind of being could so easily hunt down a 7th tier ferocious beast? And judging by the number, this is definitely no accident. It's clear that we must be getting close to the core of the remnant god's ruins. Sumo's calm voice broke the silence. It seems like there's a commotion up ahead. His tone was calm, as if he were not facing a terrifying battlefield capable of bringing down a 7th tier powerhouse. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the massive corpses of the ferocious beasts, the shock still lingering in his heart. To kill so many 7th-tier ferocious beasts, the individual or group responsible must possess strength far beyond our imagination. Could it be an 8th tier, or even a 9th tier being? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse. He dared not imagine such power. It's highly likely. Xiao Zhan nodded, his expression more serious than ever before. Then what about Sun Yaoyao? She instinctively moved closer to Su Mo, her voice trembling slightly, barely perceptible. Should we keep going forward? This question left everyone speechless. The danger ahead was obvious. Even 7th-tier beasts are being slaughtered like weeds, and they're only 5th tier. Once caught up in such a battle, they wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Even 6th-tier beasts face the risk of perishing at any moment. In fact, even 6th-tier beings face the constant risk of perishing at any moment. Leave? It seems like the wiser choice. But they had endured so much to get here. Were they really going to give up now? The lingering sense of dissatisfaction and the longing for the unknown began to stir once more. Moments later, Zhang Ming was the first to break the silence. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the corpse ahead, his eyes growing dim. I've decided to withdraw. Chapter 145, Farewell at the End of the World. These words were like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, creating silent ripples. Zhang Ming clenched his fists tightly before slowly releasing them. Even a 7th-tier ferocious beast died here. The dangers ahead are not something I can handle. My cultivation is only at the 5th rank. Continuing onward will not only be of no help but will instead become a burden to everyone. His words were harsh and brutal. But in the depths of this ancient ruin, reality was the sharpest blade. Following Zhang Ming, Wang Gang, who had remained silent all along, spoke in a low voice. His face was equally pale. Zhang Ming is right. This isn't the time to show off. We're still alive and here because of Su Mo. The path ahead is not one we have the right to walk. Lu Zhouyuan nodded, speaking succinctly, I withdraw as well. Facing an unknown terror capable of instantly defeating a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the power of a 5th-tier cultivator indeed seemed insignificant. To retreat in the face of danger and preserve one's life is the wisest choice. Sun Yaoyao's lips twitched slightly. She instinctively took another step towards Su Mo, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at his calm profile. Finally, she bit her lower lip gently. I'm leaving too. Her voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Lu Zhouyuan, Zhang Ming, Sun Yaoyao, and the other 5th-rank cultivators all chose to leave. Mo Tianqing, Xiao Zhan, and the other 6th-tier cultivators remained silent as well. 5th-tier cultivators found it difficult to survive in the core of this mysterious and desolate realm. Could it be that the 6th-tier beings can achieve something here? Mo Tianqing's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He glanced at the cold, lifeless remains of the 7th-tier corpse on the ground. I will escort you away. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. This place had already exceeded his limits. He decided to stop. Yan Koan and the others saw Mo Tianqing's stance and nodded in agreement. The fear in their hearts had not dissipated. I'm leaving too. It's too dangerous to continue. But not everyone chose to retreat. I want to keep moving forward. Xiao Zhan broke the silence. His eyes burned with resentment. He was almost at the threshold of the 7th stage, and despite the danger, he still wanted to continue. What about you, old Lin? He looked over at Lin Feng beside him. I'll keep going too. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Finally, the team that decided to continue further. Only 3 people remain. Su Mo, Xiao Zhan, Lin Feng. Su Mo, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his hand. His movement was casual. The shadows around him suddenly began to stir, and hundreds of ghostly soldiers materialized out of thin air. These ghostly soldiers will escort you safely to safety in the shadows. Sumo's voice was calm, yet it instilled an absolute sense of security. Those who chose to leave felt a great sense of relief. Thank you. Voices of gratitude echoed throughout the room. Everyone, it's time to part ways. Farewell. Someone bowed with clasped fists. Someone nodded. 2 teams. Here, they officially part ways. Watching Mo Tianqing and the others disappear into the shadows of the ruins with their ghostly soldiers, the once bustling area suddenly became desolate and silent. The wind whistled mournfully, stirring up dust and the faint scent of blood from the ground. Only 3 people remained in the group, and the atmosphere felt heavy. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and broke the silence. Let's go. He glanced at the massive remains of the ferocious beast on the ground. Lin Feng nodded, Su Mo said nothing, merely calmly taking steps forward, heading deeper into the ruins. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and immediately followed behind. Once they passed through the ruined temple ahead, they would reach the core of the ruins. Lin Feng pointed to the collapsed ancient buildings ahead and said. Sumo's gaze remained calm as he looked toward the blurry outline of the buildings. The shattered temple, even from a distance, exuded a sense of ancient desolation and decay. Sumo's footsteps were about to step into the area of the shattered temple. An indescribable sensation suddenly gripped his heart, without any warning. This sensation was utterly mysterious. Familiar, yet unfamiliar. In an instant, Sumo recalled the feeling he had when facing the illusory form of the dragon god. His expression suddenly changed, and his forward movement came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng, who were following behind, immediately sensed something was wrong. What's wrong, Sumo? Xiao Zhan stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Lin Feng also furrowed his brows. Had they discovered something? Sumo didn't answer immediately. He carefully sensed the situation. The dragon god's breath within his body began to stir inexplicably. It felt as though, lurking beneath the shadows of the ruined walls, there was some unspeakable horror waiting to be uncovered. This temple. Sumo spoke slowly, his voice a few octaves lower than before. Something was wrong. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng heard this and their expressions immediately grew solemn. He looked at the two of them, his expression serious, and the feeling he gave me was very similar to the dragon god's illusory form we had encountered earlier. Dragon god's illusory form? Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted slightly. After a moment of fear, his face was replaced by intense fervor. The illusory form of the dragon god was the very entity that had bestowed divine status upon Sumo. Though, Sumo chose not to accept it. In other words, there is a high likelihood that traces of ancient gods exist within this temple. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you saying that there's an entity of that caliber inside this temple? I can't be certain it's exactly the same entity. Sumo shook his head and turned his gaze back to the ruins. But the source of that feeling was inside. It was very ancient and very powerful. He spoke solemnly, this shattered temple is definitely problematic. It's probably far more dangerous than we anticipated. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, forcing down the pounding in his heart. Since he had already come this far, there's no reason to return empty-handed. Lin Feng nodded, his voice resolute, that's right. The more dangerous it is, the more complicated the situation inside must be. Fortune favors the bold. Sumo didn't say anything else. The danger had been anticipated, but the source of it was far more unsettling than anyone had imagined. He had an unusual thought in his mind. Perhaps this temple was the key to the core of the ruins. Stay close and be on guard. Sumo whispered. Without hesitation, he slowly took a step forward, entering the ruins of the temple. The pebbles under his feet emitted a faint sound, which echoed clearly in the otherwise silent environment. As soon as they entered the temple area, the sense of dread intensified sharply. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng followed closely behind, moving cautiously and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Although their senses were not as keen as Sumo's, they could still vaguely sense the unusual oppressive atmosphere in this place. The three of them formed a triangle and slowly advanced deeper into the temple. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and breathing echoing through the air. The shattered statue lay on the ground, reduced to a pile of broken fragments. Collapsed stone pillars lay scattered in every direction, their ancient runes long since faded and illegible. Sumo stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed altar. This seemed to be the core area. Chapter 146, It's You Stinking Bats Again. Xiao Zhan stepped forward and examined the remains of the altar closely. Indeed, the architectural standards here were higher. These ruins are so worn that it's impossible to tell what they are. Xiao Zhan stood up and looked around. This place looked like it had been completely destroyed and then eroded by time over countless years. Sumo said nothing, simply closing his eyes and sensing the surroundings once more. That pulsating sensation originating from an ancient existence still lingered, swirling above the ruins, refusing to dissipate. But it is like a thin mist in the air, formless and intangible, impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Look more carefully. Sumo opened his eyes, his voice still calm. He was certain he hadn't made a mistake, the source was definitely nearby. The three immediately spread out, using the altar as their center, and began a thorough search of the core area. Nothing here. The back of this statue is empty. I searched the corner of the wall too, but there's nothing there. Lin Feng was even more thorough, examining the remnants of the wall paintings on the walls. He tapped on the seemingly intact floor, trying to discover hidden compartments or mechanisms. But the level of ruin here was beyond imagination, as if everything of value had been completely erased by some force, leaving only broken walls and rubble. Sumo's search method differed from the other two. He walked slowly through the ruins, trying to sense them with the dragon god's breath. However, time passed slowly. They had almost searched every inch of this core area, from the collapsed palace roof to the shattered floor tiles, from the toppled divine statues to the scattered fragments of ritual vessels. In the end, they found nothing. Nothing but rocks. How could this happen? Xiao Zhan sat down dejectedly on a relatively intact stone stump, wiping the sweat and dust from his forehead. After all that effort, it's just an empty shell? Lin Feng also stopped what he was doing, walked over to Xiao Zhan's side, and looked serious. It is indeed strange. Logically speaking, such an important core of a temple should not have been completely destroyed without leaving a single trace. If it weren't for the absolute trust in Sumo, the two of them would never have wasted their time in this dilapidated temple. Xiaozhan looked at Sumo. Sumo, can you still sense it? Sumo stood at the center of the altar, shook his head slowly, then nodded. This contradictory gesture left Xiaozhan and Linfeng both speechless. It was still there, yet it seemed to have vanished. Sumo's voice carried a hint of confusion, and that feeling lingered in the air, but there was no specific source. It was as if it was an integral part of the ruins themselves, or perhaps the ruins were it. The ruins themselves? Xiaozhan's eyes widened. How could that be? Could it be the spirit of this temple? Unclear. Sumo's gaze swept over the surrounding ruins. But we definitely didn't find anything tangible. Maybe we overlooked something. Linfeng pondered, could it be that specific conditions or methods are required to trigger it? Xiaozhan stood up and paced back and forth impatiently. What conditions? What methods? There's not even a hint here. Just then, a sudden chill swept over the area. Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly turned toward the entrance of the temple ruins. Xiaozhan and Linfeng also felt the same unusual chill at almost the same time. The two immediately stopped talking and pacing, their muscles tensing instantly as they looked warily in the direction the aura was coming from. The light at the entrance to the ruins seemed to be swallowed up, and several figures appeared silently, like ghosts blending into the shadows. It was the vampire from before. Humph. Xiaozhan tensed his body almost instantly. He glared at the leading vampire count, gripping his long spear tightly, and bared his teeth in a cold smile filled with murderous intent. You bat-like creatures, you really are relentless. Linfeng furrowed his brows slightly, turned his head to look at Xiaozhan, and asked in a low voice. Old Xiao, do you know them? He could sense that they meant them no good, especially the leader, whose aura was deep and dangerous, definitely not someone to be trusted. It was highly likely that they were a 7th-tier existence. Not just recognize. Xiaozhan snorted, his gaze sweeping over the vampires with unhidden contempt. A few days ago, these fools had the audacity to target the Holy Lord. What happened to them? They were cut down by a single sword strike from Sumo, and several of them were killed in an instant. Upon hearing the words Holy Lord, a flash of understanding crossed Lin Feng's eyes. The Holy Lord was a pure-blooded dragon, while vampires gain strength by absorbing blood. It's understandable that the enemy has set their sights on the Holy Lord. No wonder Xiaozhan is so hostile. The vampire count's crimson eyes slowly turned toward Sumo, showing no sign of anger despite Xiaozhan's mockery. However, the coldness in his gaze seemed to deepen further, and his voice carried a distinctive hoarseness. Finally, I've found you. I didn't expect you were still alive. That sword light from that day was truly unforgettable. However, today is the day you will pay for your blood debt with your own blood. As the cold, hoarse voice of the vampire count echoed through the air. The vampires surrounding him suddenly saw the red glow in their eyes intensify. Is it coming? They dispersed silently, forming a semicircle and trapping Sumo, Xiaozhan, and Linfeng deep within the ruins. Sumo paid no heed, his expression as indifferent as ever. With just the two of you? These three casual words carried an indescribable sense of contempt. The vampire count's crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. Most of you are already dead, yet you still dare to talk back. The Earl took a half-step forward, and the shadows seemed to twist with his movements. Just in time. Let me thoroughly purify you few who slipped through the net. Use your fresh blood to wash away the shame our clan has endured. These words caused Sumo's eyes to narrow slightly. Xiaozhan and Linfeng beside him also froze, instinctively exchanging glances and seeing the same look of astonishment in each other's eyes. They instantly understood the meaning behind each other's words. These vampires were treating Mo Tianqing and the others, who had already safely evacuated, as if they were the souls of those who had died in battle here. Sumo clearly had no interest in correcting the vampire count's misconception. Explanation? There's no need to explain to a group of enemies who are about to disappear. His attention was still largely focused on the strange ruins themselves. The appearance of these vampires was merely an obstacle that needed to be swiftly eliminated. As the vampires closed in, Sumo had already raised his right hand. There was no warning, no flashy opening move. A terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly around his palm. Dragon Blast. A detached voice rang out. Chapter 147, The Forbidden Power. Boom! A thick beam of energy suddenly erupted from Sumo's palm. The vampires that had just scattered and were attempting to form an encirclement had no time to react and evade the attack. Like the scorching sun melting snow, the figures of the vampires exploded one after another. They turned into black smoke and were completely dispersed by the violent energy surge. The entire process was so fast it was hard to believe. From the moment Sumo raised his hand to the moment the golden light beam swept across the area, it was merely the blink of an eye. From the moment Sumo raised his hand to the golden beam sweeping across the area, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng stood not far behind Sumo, feeling the residual energy wave sweeping toward them. The scorching heat lingering in the air left a stunned expression on their faces. Damn it! Xiao Zhan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, tightening his grip on the long spear in his hand. Damn it! Xiao Zhan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, tightening his grip on the long spear. He knew Sumo was powerful, but every time he saw Sumo in action, especially with such unrestrained area attacks, he still felt his heart race. This power is simply unbelievable. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched. With just a casual strike, he could wipe out a group of 6th-tier opponents? Most importantly, Sumo himself is only a 6th-tier cultivator. An attack of this caliber, even a 7th-tier mage specializing in destructive power, could never achieve such effortless mastery, let alone instant cast. Is this even fair? The residual power of the energy beam gradually dissipated, leaving the air filled with a burning scent and a faint sulfur odor. Where the vampires had once stood, only charred ground and a few wispy wisps of black smoke remained. In the depths of the ruins, a deathly silence reigned. Only the vampire count stood there alone, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Sumo. What had once been a cold gaze was now filled with disbelief, horror, and a raging inferno of anger. The shadows around him seemed to stir restlessly in response to the intense fluctuations of his emotions. You! The vampire count's voice was no longer the hoarse, icy tone of before, but now carried a barely perceptible tremor and the peak of unbridled anger. Aren't you the summoner? Why? Why would you use magic? And this power is far stronger than that of an ordinary magician. Witnessing with their own eyes their subordinates, a group of vampire elite warriors, each at least 5th tier, and some even 6th tier. In the blink of an eye, they were wiped out as easily as trash. The visual impact and psychological shock are unparalleled. That's not something ordinary magic could possibly create. It was more like some kind of forbidden, destructive force. Xiao Zhan curled the corners of his mouth and whispered to Lin Feng beside him, "Hey, did you hear that? Let's mess with that old bat." The count's reaction only served to prove how terrifying Sumo's previous strike had been. Even a 7th-tier vampire count had lost his composure like that. It was clear how powerful it had been. Lin Feng nodded. Who wouldn't be stunned by Sumo's tactics? The Earl, enraged to the point of laughter, his voice once again turning icy cold, filled with intense murderous intent. Excellent. Very good. It seems I underestimated you remnants of humanity. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying aura, far more intense than before, suddenly erupted from the vampire count's body. Boom! The pitch-black energy surged outward like a tangible tidal wave, spreadingly in all directions from him as the center. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and the shattered debris of surrounding buildings was swept up and crushed by an invisible force. The already twisted shadows seemed to come to life, writhing and swelling behind him, gradually forming a grotesque and terrifying apparition. His crimson eyes blazed with murderous intent, nearly boiling over. If that's the case, the Earl's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, each word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Let you witness the true power of a 7th-tier blood clan. I will tear your souls apart, piece by piece, and offer them as a sacrifice to the souls of our fallen kin. A violent aura swept over them, bringing with it an oppressive sense of suffocation. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's expressions instantly grew solemn. They could clearly sense that this power was far beyond what those earlier vampire minions could match. This was the unrestrained might of a 7th-tier powerhouse. The two instinctively gripped their weapons tightly, muscles tensed, ready for battle. At the same time, their gazes involuntarily turned toward Sumo ahead of them. Facing the full-force attack of a 7th rank count, how would Sumo respond? Will he once again unleash that earth-shattering energy blast? Or does he have other means that are even beyond their imagination? A faint glimmer of hope quietly arose in the hearts of the two. However, just as Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng thought Sumo would once again take matters into his own hands and engage in a earth-shaking battle with the Count, Sumo's reaction once again caught them off guard. Facing the vampire Count, whose aura was overwhelming and filled with murderous intent, Sumo's expression didn't even flicker. The vampire Count's mere 7th-tier, 3rd-level strength was completely beneath his notice. The next moment, Sumo slowly raised his left hand. It was not the right hand that had previously unleashed the dragon explosion. His movements remained casual, showing no signs of preparing a spell. The space around him rippled slightly. A faint, dark glow flashed before him and vanished in an instant. Immediately afterward, a tall, imposing figure, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura, silently appeared between Sumo and the vampire Count. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its features indistinguishable. Yet simply standing there, it seemed like an insurmountable mountain peak, emanating an overwhelming aura that made the soul tremble. It was the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord. Sumo's voice remained flat, betraying no emotion. Let's get this over with quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, Sumo no longer paid any attention to the battlefield. His primary focus remained on studying the temple. The vampire Count's boiling anger subsided when he saw the figure of the Holy Lord standing before Sumo. His throat involuntarily emitted the sound of swallowing saliva. A palpitation originating from deep within the bloodstream. An instinctive longing for a higher, purer power surged uncontrollably once again. Is this dragon still alive? The Earl's chest heaved violently as he laughed bitterly in anger, his sharp fangs glinting faintly in the shadows. He had previously assumed that this dragon clan had been easily slain by other powerful beings along the way. But he never expected it to still be alive. A surge of joy instantly dispelled the previous terror. Opportunity. This is a tremendous opportunity. Excellent. That's great. I'll kill your dragon summon first. Suck every last drop of that maddening dragon blood from his body. This power belongs to me. Then, he suddenly turned his head back and stared intently at Suemo again. I will make you suffer in the deepest despair and agony. Crying out in agony, begging for mercy, and then completely annihilated. Drink my blood? The voice of the Holy Lord was pure, cold, and indifferent, as if looking down on ants. And the contempt that ran deep in his bones. You? A lowly bat? Chapter 148, You're still causing trouble? Lowly bats? These 4 words were like the most vicious curse. They pierced deeply into the soul of the vampire count. He, the noble vampire. A noble family of the night with a long-standing legacy. A nobleman of the 7th rank. In the mouth of this mysterious being. It was just a lowly bat? An indescribable sense of humiliation instantly ignited all his rationality. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from the depths of the vampire count's throat, shattering the eardrums. I will make you pay for your arrogance. He suddenly raised his sharp claws, and dense dark energy instantly. Forming a massive claw-shaped shadow, it was about to strike down fiercely toward the Holy Lord. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's hearts leaped into their throats once more, instinctively wanting to retreat, but they found their bodies stiffening under the terrifying energy fluctuations. However, just as the Earl's attack was about to be launched, just as everyone thought an earth-shattering collision was inevitable. A sudden turn of events. The Holy Sovereign stood motionless, his figure shrouded in shadow, merely trembling slightly. The next instant, the dark claws shadowed by the vampire count lost their target. The majestic figure that had brought him endless humiliation and desire vanished from where he stood. HM? The Earl's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't have time to react. An indescribable force of terror had already descended upon him from behind. Too slow. A cold voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in his ears. The Holy Lord, whose rank had reached the divine level, is now utilizing the power of the rabbit symbol spell. It is entirely possible to achieve infinite teleportation within a small area. When will he be able to do it? Before he could finish his thought, the Holy Ruler's fist had already struck his back with tremendous force. Boom! The madness and hatred on the vampire count's face froze instantly, replaced by the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart. His prideful 7th-tier physique, under that single punch, was as fragile as rotten wood. The dark energy shielding his body collapsed and vanished in an instant. The hard bones emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound. He was violently knocked to the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently. Dust and debris shot into the sky, and flew wildly in all directions. Under the horrified gazes of Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng, where the vampire count had once stood, a massive, bottomless pit suddenly appeared. And the count himself had been struck by the Holy Lord's fist, sent crashing into the depths of the earth with no frills or fanfare. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the view. Only the towering, majestic figure of the Holy Ruler remained standing quietly at the edge of the pit. The entire battlefield had fallen into an eerie, deathly silence. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng gaped in shock, almost forgetting to breathe. What just happened? A 7th-tier, 3rd-level vampire count just like that? One punch? They didn't even see how the Holy Master moved. That speed, that power was completely beyond their comprehension. The power of a single punch was truly astonishing. Is that vampire count dead? Just then, a cold, viscous, dark aura, as if soaked in endless blood, suddenly spread out from the deep pit without any warning. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and the temperature dropped sharply. A sickeningly strong, overpowering stench of blood quickly engulfed the entire battlefield. On the ground, tiny pebbles and dust particles were stained with a faint crimson hue by an invisible force. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng simultaneously felt a chill emanating from their very souls, making it difficult to breathe, as if they were submerged in a pool of icy blood. This is... Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, "This is bad." He abruptly turned his gaze toward the deep pit where the energy was surging, his eyes filled with horror and gravity. It's a domain. The bloody domain of the vampire clan. That guy isn't dead, he's activated his domain. The thick, bloody scent grew increasingly intense, as if it had taken on a tangible form. Even faint, ghostly whispers echoed through the air, steadily eroding the mind of anyone nearby. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng couldn't help but summon the rule-based power they had mastered to resist this force. Meanwhile, the Holy Sovereign remained standing motionless at the edge of the pit. His towering, majestic figure, shrouded in shadow, remained utterly motionless. This was enough to send Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng into a cold sweat, as if they were in a blood-soaked realm of hell. To him, there was no threat at all. He tilted his head slightly, as if looking toward the source of the rising blood-soaked aura, the bottomless pit. A detached voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sounded once more. Struggle. Meaningless. Die. A piercing scream echoed, and a blood mist suddenly swirled. A blurry black figure, as swift as a ghost, silently darted out from the shadows of the deep pit side wall. He did not choose to charge head-on, but instead used the cover of the domain to blend into the viscous blood-red mist. Within the blood-soaked domain, his speed and stealth abilities were greatly enhanced. He is the shadow, he is the blood mist, he is an integral part of this domain. He is confident that this surprise attack will definitely make that arrogant fool pay the price. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's hearts tightened once more. Their eyes couldn't track the black figure's movements, but they could feel a deadly sense of danger erupting in an instant. Be careful! Xiao Zhan shouted instinctively. However, the Holy Lord remained standing in the same spot, seemingly unaware of any danger. His head, shrouded in shadow, did not even turn an inch. Just as the claw, imbued with the Count's endless hatred and the power of his domain, was about to touch the back of the Holy Lord, the Holy Lord moved. He stomped his foot down hard on the ground. Thud! The power of the earth was summoned by the Holy Lord. Invisible ripples spread out. The vampire Count, who had been hidden and invisible, suddenly froze in place the moment he came into contact with this wave. As if trapped in an invisible quagmire. His figure, which had blended into the blood mist, was suddenly forced out of the viscous darkness. What? A tidal wave of terror swept through the vampire Count's heart as he sensed an omnipresent presence locking onto him. It wasn't a gaze, nor was it mental energy, it was the very ground beneath his feet. On this land covered and eroded by his blood-soaked domain, every one of his movements was captured with crystal-clear clarity by his opponent. The rules of the earth. This thought flashed through the Earl's mind like lightning. How could he possibly be in my domain, controlling the earth? An ant. Before he could finish speaking, the figure of the holy ruler spun around like a ghostly apparition. It wasn't teleportation, yet it was even more elusive than teleportation. It's as if he has already become one with this space, with this land. The vampire Count felt a flash before his eyes, and the towering, imposing figure had already appeared before him. It was still just an ordinary punch. Nothing but pure, unadulterated power. Chapter 149, Changes at the Temple. Only the purest form of power. The ox symbol spell, dragon symbol spell, and earth's power erupted simultaneously. Bang! Another loud, dull explosion. The vampire Count's sudden attack came to an abrupt halt. His chest was struck squarely by the punch. Crack! The sternum, which had only just managed to recover slightly under the domain's power, once again emitted a bone-chilling cracking sound, even more complete than the last time. It had been pierced through. The ferocious force pierced through his body, instantly dispersing the surging blood energy within him. Put! A large mouthful of foul-smelling blood, filled with dark energy, gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, drawing a piercing arc in the air. Boom! A heavy collision echoed, causing the entire blood-soaked domain to tremble violently. Blood mist swirled, and ghostly figures vanished. The vampire Count crashed to the ground like a pile of rotten mud, landing with a thud on the floor stained crimson. He curled up there, his body twitching unnaturally. The blood-soaked stench that permeated the battlefield seemed to grow thinner in the wake of his master's severe injuries. The Holy Lord withdrew his fist and remained standing in the same spot, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He did not even bother to look down at the vampire Count, who had been thrown far away. With only a basic grasp of the rules of the earth, he effortlessly defused the enemy's prideful domain assault. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng stared in disbelief at the scene, their minds going blank. If it had been the first time, they could have blamed it on the Holy Lord's unexpected speed. But this time, within the enemy's own bloody domain, where they prided themselves on their strategic advantage, and under such a swift and stealthy ambush, the Holy Lord still only needed a single punch. Is the vampire Count's domain ineffective against him? The vampire Count curled up on the ground, his body convulsing in agony. The excruciating pain in his chest felt like a raging fire, and every breath he took carried the metallic taste of blood. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the figure as unyielding as a mountain. Fear. Even within his own domain, he wasn't a match for this dragon. He was absolutely no match for this monster. Even if he gave it his all, there was only one outcome: certain death. Since I can't kill this dragon. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze sweeping past the Holy Lord and fixating on Sumo, who was studying the altar. Kill his master first. A summoner, even if somewhat special, is still essentially a fragile spellcaster. Especially within his bloody domain, the enemy's speed and reaction times are suppressed, while his own speed and stealth abilities are enhanced. This is an opportunity. If he can eliminate this summoner, he might be able to turn the tide. Or at least, he can use it to hold back that terrifying dragon clan. As this thought crossed his mind, the remaining blood energy within the Count's body suddenly surged violently. He bit his tongue until it bled, spitting out a mouthful of blood that transformed into eerie blood-red runes in the air. Blood shadow escape. With a hoarse roar, the Count's body suddenly transformed into dozens of blood shadows, shooting off in all directions. Be careful. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng joined forces, but they could only eliminate 3 blood shadows. The remaining blood shadows, shielded by the blood-soaked domain, darted about like ghostly apparitions, with 7 or 8 of them simultaneously lunging toward Sumo. Those blood shadows suddenly merged into one in mid-air, revealing the Count's hideous visage. His sharp claws were wrapped in dense blood-red energy, aiming straight for Sumo's back. Die! The Count's eyes flashed with a mad gleam. At such close range, let alone a summoner, even a close combat warrior wouldn't have time to react. However, just as the claws were about to touch Sumo, an indescribable burning sensation erupted suddenly, centered on Sumo. You're asking for death. A cold, low growl echoed through the air, not from the Holy Lord, but from Sumo, who had been fixated on the altar the entire time. The flames erupted. Golden flames rise and burn. Whoosh! A piercing, burning sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by a strong, acrid smell. Those claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, were coated in thick, viscous blood energy. Upon contact with the golden flames, they erupted with a violent hissing sound, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The crimson blood energy was forcibly purified and ignited. Ah! A piercing scream, so shrill it didn't sound human, suddenly shattered the silence of the blood-soaked battlefield. The vampire Count could only feel his own claws. No, it was his entire arm, and even his soul, that had been ignited by an irresistible, searing force. This was not an ordinary burn from flames, but a crushing and incinerating force originating from the very fabric of the rules themselves. The blood energy he once took pride in was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of such pure flame rules. Impossible. This can't be happening. The Count let out a scream of sheer terror. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away as the golden flames burned. In mid-air, droplets of burning blood fell like an eerie blood rain. But as soon as they appeared, they were completely vaporized by the relentless golden flames. Bang! The Earl once again fell back to the ground in a heap, this time barely able to curl up. His right hand, from the tips of his fingers to his elbow, had completely vanished. The severed area was charred black, with no blood flowing out, only wispy black smoke rising and an excruciating pain that penetrated to the bone. Golden flames, like maggots feasting on bone, continued to burn at the wound on his severed arm, preventing any blood energy from returning. Ah! The Earl rolled around in agony, frantically slapping his burning right arm with his remaining left hand. But he couldn't extinguish the flames that originated from the rules. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng halted their pursuit, stunned by the scene before them. The power of flame rules? How could Sumo also possess it? And the earth rule power from before, which was already shattered by the dragon explosion, these all seemed to be the abilities of the Holy Lord. The two of them locked eyes in mid-air. A startling thought struck both of them simultaneously, like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng's voice grew even lower, barely audible. Could it be that Sumo was able to share the Holy Lord's abilities? This speculation is too wild. Yet it seems to be the only reasonable explanation for what we see before us. The Holy Lord remained standing in the same spot, staring down at the vampire Count being constantly scorched by flames on the ground, unable to hide the mocking expression on his face. Daring to lay a hand on his master? He must be tired of living. At that moment, Sumo paid no attention to the dying vampire Count lying on the ground. In the instant the flame rules erupted, his attention had already shifted back to the ancient altar before him. The lingering aftereffects of the golden flames were still slowly dissipating in the air, but Sumo's brows furrowed slightly. Something was off about this temple. The energy here is converging toward a single point. This change is extremely subtle and almost imperceptible without the special perception of a divine being. Chapter 150, Here They Come. Why is this happening? Sumo furrowed his brows slightly. Before this, although this energy existed, it had always been in a relatively static and evenly distributed state. Why did it begin to gather only after he activated the flame rules? Could it be that the power of the flame rules triggered some mechanism within the temple? A thought arose in Sumo's mind. Let's give it another try. Buzz. Almost the moment Sumo's thoughts fell, the flame suddenly grew 3 times brighter, and the temperature seemed to rise sharply. At the same time, Sumo keenly sensed that the energy within the temple, which had previously been gathering like a trickle, suddenly accelerated. It seemed as though they were being drawn towards something powerful. Or rather, as if something had activated them. Moving in a clear direction, toward a certain point deep within the temple. The ancient altar is rushing toward it at an accelerated pace. It felt as though invisible threads were being plucked in the air, creating an extremely faint yet undeniably real hum of energy. The silent divine sovereign, whose massive dragon eyes had remained still, suddenly flickered with a fleeting, barely perceptible change in color. His gaze swept casually over the altar, detecting certain changes. Sure enough, Sumo continued to strengthen the power of the flame rules. The golden flames grew increasingly blinding, and the intense heat in the air was almost enough to set one's soul ablaze. That human is abnormal. And that dragon that has been emanating a destructive aura from the very beginning. No! We can't stay here. There's something terrifying here. The instinct to survive overpowered the excruciating pain and dignity. Run! You must run! The only thought in the Earl's mind was this. He propped himself up with his remaining left arm and dragged his body backward in a disheveled state, trying to escape. However, he had barely moved half a meter. A cold, contemptuous voice rang out above his head. You want to leave? Did you get my permission? The colossal form of the Holy Lord leaned forward slightly, his massive dragon head drooping low, his golden vertical pupils gazing coldly down at the vampire count writhing on the ground like a worm. An invisible pressure suddenly descended, like a mountain of solid rock, pinning the count firmly to the ground. The count's body stiffened, and he lacked even the courage to lift his head. He could feel that the deathly aura, more terrifying and profound than the flames, had locked onto him. Don't kill me! He tried to beg for mercy, but his voice was distorted and hoarse from sheer terror. The Holy Lord emitted a disdainful snort from his nostrils, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. Dare to show disrespect to my master and still expect to live? Before he could finish speaking, the Holy Lord raised his massive dragon claw, covered in dark golden scales. There was no earth-shaking energy fluctuation, nor any dazzling light. Just a gentle wave. Dragon blast. Puff. A faint, almost inaudible thud. The vampire count's body, along with his piercing screams, came to an abrupt halt. His body seemed to be crushed into a fine powder by an invisible force, mixing with charred debris and scattering into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 7th tier vampire count. You have obtained a large amount of experience points and advanced to 6th tier, 5th level. Summon Creature Saint Lord has been upgraded to level 6, grade 8. Regarding the complete annihilation of the vampire count, Sumo paid no further attention, not even a single thought. His entire focus remained firmly fixed on the altar before him. As he continuously channeled the flame rules, the energy within the temple gathered at an increasingly rapid pace. The air around the altar began to warp slightly, emitting a low hum. The convergence point of the energy was indeed this altar. This flame-like pattern is like a key, unlocking something long sealed away. Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his mind. He could sense that deep within the altar, something seemed to be awakening. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng, having finished their battle, approached cautiously. They saw the charred ashes scattered all over the ground and the lingering smell of blood in the air. The two exchanged glances, their eyes quickly settling on Sumo. Sumo, that guy is taken care of. Xiao Zhan stepped forward, looking at Sumo, who was still enveloped in golden flames, and couldn't help but ask. How are you still maintaining those flames? Lin Feng nodded as well, his eyes filled with the same confusion. Yeah, the Earl is already reduced to ashes. There's no need to waste energy maintaining this domain anymore, right? In their eyes, the battle was over, and Sumo continuing to maintain such powerful flame rules seemed unnecessary. Sumo's gaze did not leave the altar. He merely tilted his head slightly, his voice calm as he spoke. The battle is over, but the matters here are not yet resolved. Sumo's gaze did not leave the altar. He merely turned his head slightly, and his voice came through calmly. The battle is over, but the matters here are not yet resolved. He raised his finger and pointed toward the altar ahead, which was trembling more violently by the moment. Sumo withdrew his finger and explained, after I activated the flame rules, the energy here began to gather abnormally, with this altar as the target. I suspect that the power of my flame rules inadvertently triggered some ancient restriction of this temple, or rather this altar, like a key. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two. A key? Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng exchanged glances again, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Just then, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz. It didn't come from the altar, but from Sumo's embrace. A warm sensation suddenly washed over him, accompanied by an extremely faint vibration that resonated faintly with the humming sound of the altar. Sumo's expression changed abruptly. He quickly lowered his head and reached into his robe. He pulled out a black fragment the size of a palm, irregular in shape. At that moment, the seemingly ordinary fragment began to emit faint, golden patterns that flickered on and off like breath. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emanating from them are resonating strongly with the energy converging from the altar. Could this temple really have something to do with the gods? Lin Feng was slightly surprised to see that the object he had obtained, which seemed to be divine, resonated with the temple. This caused Sumo's pupils to contract slightly as he stared intently at the fragment in his hand. The golden patterns on the fragment grew increasingly bright, and the vibrations became more pronounced, as if something was desperately trying to break free. At the same time, the humming sound from the altar ahead suddenly grew louder. The converging energy streams suddenly became violent, and the air around the altar twisted even more violently. Sure enough, there's a connection. Sumo's mind cleared instantly. This fragment and this altar are connected in some profound way. Be careful. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng immediately grew alert, channeling their energy within their bodies and preparing to respond to any sudden developments. The Holy Lord once again lowered his massive dragon head, and a hint of gravity flashed through his golden vertical pupils. He fixed his gaze firmly on the altar where the dramatic changes were occurring, and on the mysterious fragment in Sumo's hand. The energy in the air grew thick and scorching, as if it were about to boil over at any moment. Chapter 151, The struggle for the divine weapon. We're not getting involved. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black fragments violently broke free from Sumo's grasp, transforming into a streak of light that fiercely shot toward the very core of the altar where the energy was concentrated. The surging, nearly liquid-like energy torrent was actually drawn in by this tiny fragment. In the blink of an eye, all the energy converging toward the altar. Along with the portion of power accumulated by the altar itself, it was all forcibly seized and compressed by the fragments. Hiss! The energy surge dissipated, replaced by a fist-sized object. A dazzling golden light shone brightly as an extremely unstable energy sphere hovered above the altar. Fragments lie at the core of the light sphere. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the light sphere was beyond imagination, leaving Sumo no time to react. Bang! The golden light collided forcefully with Sumo's chest. There was no impact as imagined the light sphere seemed to possess a life of its own, directly merging into his body. Ugh! Sumo's body trembled violently. As countless chaotic, ancient, and overwhelming streams of information violently washed over his consciousness. Deep within this torrent of information, an image was forcibly imprinted. Endless ruins stretch out beneath a shattered, leaden sky. A colossal bronze cauldron, too massive to comprehend, stands at the center of the earth. Its body is engraved with blurred, ancient totem patterns, emanating an ancient, overpowering aura that seems to suppress the ages. Towering to the heavens and rooted to the earth. However, amidst this overwhelming sensation, Sumo's consciousness penetrated the massive cauldron, sensing the surroundings. Several overwhelmingly powerful auras, so intense they were suffocating, were fiercely clashing around the massive cauldron. The few most central breaths were so powerful they defied estimation, likely having reached the 9th rank. Further out, there were numerous 8th-tier beings, clashing with one another as they vied for the opportunity to approach the gigantic cauldron. Even the weakest among them possessed the power of the 8th rank. This massive and chaotic information overload, along with the fleeting glimpse of the struggle, receded like a tide. Sumo suddenly snapped back to reality, his consciousness returning to his body in an instant. He gasped heavily, his forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. The scene before him cleared once more, revealing the same ancient temple. Sumo braced himself against the ground, his knuckles turning white from the effort. His chest rose and fell violently as he gasped for breath, trying to calm the surging chi and chaotic spiritual energy within him. Sumo! Xiao Zhan stepped forward quickly, his palm hovering above him without making direct contact. Lin Feng followed closely behind, the astonishment on his face quickly replaced by concern. What did you just do? Sumo waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Sumo took a few deep breaths, forcing down the dizziness swirling in his head, and slowly straightened his body. I'm fine, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. His gaze swept over Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's concerned faces. He had just received some information. Information? Lin Feng pressed further, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Sumo's chest, where the golden light had just merged, along with the fragments and the altar. Xiao Zhan remained silent, but the questioning look in his eyes was equally evident. What had just happened was too bizarre. The resonance between the fragments and the altar, as well as the light sphere that had merged into Sumo's body, all carried an extraordinary aura. Sumo raised his hand and pressed it against his chest, which had already returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. But the vivid images that had been forcefully imprinted deep within his consciousness, along with the overwhelming information that accompanied them, remained crystal clear. He sorted through his chaotic thoughts and said solemnly, this ruin, or rather, the divine object this fragment points to, is a tripod. A tripod? Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng exchanged glances once more. Yes, a massive bronze tripod. Sumo recalled that awe-inspiring scene, his tone unconsciously taking on a solemn tone. Standing tall amidst an endless wasteland, towering over the heavens and earth, emanating an aura that seemed to suppress the ages. He paused, looked at the two of them, and his expression grew unusually serious. The crux of the matter is that the cauldron is currently being contested. Many powerful beings are involved. Around that massive cauldron, I sensed several overwhelming auras, clashing fiercely. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. The most crucial few breaths, each one of them likely reached the 9th rank. 9th rank? Xiao Zhan's expression suddenly changed, and he gasped in shock. Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. You said 9th rank? Several of them? 9th rank. That is an existence standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, each possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. They knew that this remnant of the divine had drawn the attention of a 9th-tier being. But they never expected so many 9th-rank powerhouses to descend upon it. Sumo looked at the shocked expressions of the two and continued. Not only that, but in the outer perimeter, there were numerous 8th tier beings engaged in fierce combat, vying for the opportunity to approach the gigantic cauldron. Within the range of my perception just now, the weakest of those vying for the giant cauldron were all 7th tier beings. The entire temple fell into complete silence. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's faces remained frozen in shock for a long time. A clash of 9th tier cultivators, with 8th tier cultivators everywhere. This was a scene beyond their current imagination. Indeed, it is a divine artifact, powerful enough to drive all the strongest beings mad. Silence spread through the ancient temple, and flickering flames cast long shadows of the three figures. Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed once. There were several 9th rank cultivators, and countless 8th and 7th rank cultivators were engaged in fierce combat on the outskirts. Sumo, this is way beyond our league, isn't it? Forget about a 9th tier opponent, even an 8th tier one would be more than we can handle. Though the three of them are no slouches, on a battlefield of that caliber, they'd be as helpless as ants, and the slightest misstep could mean certain death. Xiao Zhan spoke solemnly. Even 7th tier warriors can only fight for the right to approach. The battles in the core area are so intense that we might not even be able to withstand the aftereffects. His gaze finally settled on Sumo, his expression questioning. That ancient cauldron is said to be a divine artifact, but in a conflict of this caliber, He paused, his tone growing solemn. Should we continue in that direction? The temptation of the divine object was immense. It was a treasure capable of altering fate and even reshaping the world order. To witness it firsthand, or even participate in the struggle for it, holds an irresistible allure for any warrior. However, battles of this caliber extinguish such unrealistic fantasies. Sumo met the gazes of the two men. The shock on his face had already faded. No. Sumo's response was firm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng were both taken aback. My primary purpose in coming here is to find Lin Shi. However, among all the scents in that contested area, I did not detect a single one belonging to Lin Shi. Since she wasn't in the core area of the struggle, there was no need for us to get involved in that mess. Facing a battlefield filled with numerous 9th rank, countless 8th rank, and 7th rank powerhouses isn't worth it. Chapter 152, The 9 Provinces Tripod Escaped. Sumo's reasons were both well-founded and straightforward. Finding Lin Shi was his top priority. While the divine cauldron was valuable, it came second to finding Lin Shi. Moreover, the competition for the divine cauldron had already far exceeded their capabilities. If they were to force their way in, he still had a trump card to protect himself, but Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng would certainly meet their end. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. You're right. Our target is Lin Shi, not that ancient vessel. Since she's not there, we really don't need to take such a devastating risk. Once the decision was made, the three of them didn't hesitate, immediately changing direction and beginning to move away from the battle zone. But sometimes, there are things you can't avoid just by not fighting for them. Just as Sumo and the others chose to distance themselves from this troubled place. The battlefield at the center of the endless ruins, surrounded by countless powerful beings, suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. The massive bronze cauldron, which had stood quietly, allowing the surrounding energy to rage around it, seemed as though it had remained unchanged since time immemorial. Its ancient, weathered surface, with its deep, intricate patterns, suddenly began to glow without warning. It was not a dazzling glow, but a deep, heavy light, as if it had carried the weight of countless ages. Immediately following, a deep, resonant hum emanated from within the cauldron, piercing through the roar of energy and clearly reaching the ears of every powerful individual present. The intense clash that had reached its peak suddenly came to a halt for an instant. Ha! A Liang of the Holy Dragon Clan, Shin Ming of the Underworld Clan, Yu Yu of the Moon Clan, and the 9th rank of the Ghost Immortal Clan of the Royal Clan. Along with the 3 9th rank powerhouses from the Human Clan whose auras were as deep as the ocean, they all stopped their actions almost simultaneously. All eyes were drawn to the bronze cauldron that was beginning to awaken. This isn't good. A low, urgent dragon's roar echoed from Liang. This thing is trying to escape. No further communication was needed. These beings, standing at the pinnacle of their respective races, instantly understood the current situation. The divine artifacts possess a spirit. It seems to have grown weary of being fought over, or perhaps sensed something, and is now attempting to depart on its own. How could this be? They fought fiercely here, paying a huge price, and even losing countless powerful warriors, all for this divine cauldron that might hold a shocking secret. Stop it! The god of the underworld let out a hoarse roar, and the power of the underworld transformed into countless black chains. Like living creatures, they Yu formed hand seals, channeling the pure moonlight into a massive silver light shield, attempting to block the gigantic cauldron's path and create a temporary spatial barrier. Liang was even more direct, his dragon claws tearing through the void, and the overwhelming golden divine power transformed into a gigantic net covering the sky, descending toward the massive cauldron. The 9th rank royal clan member and the 3 9th rank human experts also acted without hesitation, each unleashing their most powerful sealing techniques. In an instant, the terrifying power of at least 7 9th rank beings was unleashed. Like surging waves of anger, they rushed toward the bronze cauldron from all directions, attempting to completely seal it off. This force converges, powerful enough to shatter stars and collapse space. However, in the face of this world-shattering joint blockade, the response from the bronze cauldron was simple and brutal. Hum. A sound even more magnificent, more ancient, as if it came from the very beginning of the universe. Visible to the naked eye, an invisible yet indestructible wave rippled out from the center of the gigantic cauldron, spreading out violently. Crack! 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 The crisp cracking sounds rang out one after another. In the face of that terrifying rumble and invisible ripples, the joint blockade of 7 ninth-rank powerhouses was shattered like dried twigs. Even beings as powerful as a Liang and Shin Ming were filled with horror at that moment. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Even just a fraction of its restored power is enough to crush these so-called ninth rankers. Before they could recover from their shock, the massive bronze cauldron, having shattered all its restraints, suddenly trembled violently. The massive bronze cauldron, having shattered all its restraints, suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding space began to violently ripple like the surface of water. Suddenly, a pitch-black, bottomless spatial fissure appeared out of thin air beneath the massive cauldron. The gigantic cauldron hesitated not a moment, slowly sinking into the spatial fissure. No! Don't even think about leaving. Several ninth-rank powerhouses glared furiously and launched another attack, determined to stop them. But it was all too late. The massive bronze cauldron vanished completely into the spatial fissure, which swiftly closed behind it, as if it had never existed at all. All that remained at the original site was a chaotic pile of rubble and 7 ninth-tier experts with expressions as grim as could be. There were also those 8th and 7th rank beings who had stopped fighting, their expressions equally stunned. The divine cauldron had escaped right under their noses. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the center of the desolate ruins. The energy collision that had earlier shattered the heavens and the earth seemed to linger in the air, scorching and violent. The expressions on the faces of the 7 ninth-rank powerhouses grew increasingly grim, each one more grim than the last. Damn it! Liang's golden pupils nearly burst into flames, his deep dragon's roar carrying suppressed rage. He actually ran away. The overwhelming golden divine power surging around him erupted uncontrollably, causing the surrounding space to hum with a deafening roar. The divine being of the Nether God clan, Shin Ming, had a face as dark as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Divine artifacts possess a spirit they either choose a master to serve or depart on their own accord. Yu gently furrowed her brows, her cold eyes flickering with a thoughtful glow. Those spatial fluctuations were not simple random teleportations. I seemed to catch a faint, extremely weak directional signal. The 3 ninth-ranked experts from the human recap exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. This cauldron is no ordinary object. The secrets it holds may hold the key to our future path. We must not allow it to vanish into the unknown. Their conversation was not spoken in hushed tones, and their words clearly reached the ears of the surviving 7th and 8th tier powerhouses nearby. Originally, under the overwhelming pressure of a 9th tier being, these individuals dared not even breathe heavily, let alone dare to covet the divine cauldron. They were well aware that even if the divine cauldron were eventually seized, it would never fall into their hands. But now the situation is different. The divine cauldron has escaped. Even the combined efforts of 7 supreme 9th rank beings couldn't stop it. What does this mean? It means that the divine cauldron is now in a state of no master and has broken free from the control of these strongest beings. In an instant, many people's breathing became rapid. The divine cauldron vanished. It was not obtained by anyone. If only I could find it. Whispering voices began to rise. The ambitions that had been forcibly suppressed by the overwhelming might of the 9th rank earlier now erupted like a raging wildfire, reigniting in the hearts of many powerful individuals. Chase it. It can't have gone far. Let's go. Chapter 153, The Tripod Breaks Through the Void. In an instant, at least dozens of figures shot off in what they believed to be the correct direction based on their own senses. Those who acted first were mostly the elite among the 8th rankers. They are confident in their speed and believe they have a fighting chance. Their actions have inspired more people to follow suit. Even some daring 7th tier individuals, clinging to a sliver of hope, joined in. Some were trying to take advantage of the chaos, choosing their directions and transforming into streaks of light, spreading out toward the ruins beyond. The once chaotic battlefield no longer saw combat, but instead transformed into a massive treasure hunt. Watching the low-tier cultivators scatter in all directions like locusts, Liang furrowed his brows, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, but what dominated his expression was impatience. These lowly scum dare to lay a finger on the divine artifact? He suddenly turned to Yu. Are you sure about the direction you mentioned earlier? Which direction? Yu closed her eyes, and a silver moon mark between her eyebrows glowed faintly. After sensing carefully for a moment, she opened her eyes again, extended her white fingers, and pointed in a direction. Over there. But I can only roughly sense the direction. Zhang Tianfan of the human race immediately said, There's no time to waste. Everyone, the divine cauldron is of utmost importance. Regardless of any grievances we may have, we must prioritize retrieving the divine cauldron at this moment. I propose that we temporarily join forces to track it down. What do you think? Liang scoffed, join forces? What happens after we find them? Black interjected, once we find it, we'll each use our own methods. But if we don't pursue them now, we might not even get the chance to fight for it. Shen Ming said solemnly, alright. Let's find it first. Liang also nodded slightly, I agree. The threat was implicit. Alright. Let's go. 7 ninth-tier powerhouses reached a consensus in an instant. A terrifying aura far surpassing their previous levels erupted from their bodies, transforming into 7 dazzling beams of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, heading toward the direction indicated by Yu Yu. At an unimaginable speed, they broke through the air and vanished into the distance. Their speed far surpassed that of 7th and 8th tier practitioners in the blink of an eye. They vanished into the horizon. On the other side, in a relatively quiet valley far from the chaotic ruins, Suemo, Xiaozhan, and Lin Feng had found a secluded spot to rest and regroup. We're far away from that haunted place now. I wonder who will ultimately end up with that divine cauldron. I only hope it doesn't fall into the hands of those monstrous races. Xiaozhan's fists clenched unconsciously. The human race was already at a disadvantage, constantly oppressed by the alien races. If they were to obtain such divine artifacts again. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Suemo leaned against the cold stone wall, saying nothing. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Xiaozhan and Lin Feng immediately noticed Sumo's unusual behavior and opened their eyes at the same time. Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. That surge of power. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with confusion. I was clearly already far away. Just as he finished speaking, the space around the three of them suddenly twisted violently without any warning. Immediately afterward, a rapidly spinning void vortex materialized before them out of thin air. Xiaozhan and Lin Feng leaped into the air almost instantly, their spiritual energy surging within them. They drew their weapons and assumed defensive stances. They sensed extremely unstable spatial forces and a faint yet incredibly powerful aura emanating from the vortex. Though restrained, the aura felt desolate and terrifying. It made one involuntarily bow in reverence. Suemo also stood up, but he did not immediately enter combat mode like Xiaozhan and Lin Feng. He simply stared at the twisted void vortex, his expression growing more puzzled, and a hint of indescribable shock flickering in his eyes. This fluctuation of power couldn't be wrong. It's the same aura I felt earlier at the center of the ruins, closely connected to that divine cauldron. But why? Why is the aura of that divine cauldron appearing here? Just then, the void vortex suddenly expanded, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from within. Within the golden light, a massive bronze cauldron, ancient and imposing, its surface engraved with intricate patterns, exudes an indescribable sense of antiquity and majesty. It flew directly out of the vortex and hovered before Suemo. It simply hovered there in silence. That powerful and mysterious aura was emanating from this gigantic cauldron. What on earth is this thing? How terrifying. Lin Feng was also stunned. An ancient tripod could actually tear open space and appear out of thin air right before their eyes? Sumo's heart raced wildly. He could clearly feel the resonance between the massive bronze tripod and a certain force within his own body. The sensation was far more intense than anything he had experienced in the ruins of the temple. He stared at the massive bronze cauldron suspended before him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. It spoke slowly. It is that divine artifact. Sumo's expression grew complex. Shock, confusion, and a faint sense of inescapable fate. That divine artifact that had driven countless powerful beings into a frenzy of competition. Surprisingly, it suddenly appeared before them like that. In such a secluded valley. There was no warning. There were no signs. It seemed as though it had come looking for trouble. Xiaozhan and Lin Feng exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. The divine weapon. It is the ultimate treasure coveted by countless people. And yet it had suddenly appeared before Suemo. Moreover, judging by the situation, it seemed to have some kind of connection with Suemo. The divine weapon. Xiaozhan murmured the word repeatedly. His eyes were filled with awe, yet also with caution. This thing is a stroke of luck. But it could also bring endless trouble. For this divine artifact, countless powerful beings have fallen. Blood flows like a river. Several 9th-rank powerhouses have entered the fray to vie for control. Now, this thing actually appeared before them. Lin Feng gripped his weapon tightly. He could feel an invisible pressure enveloping them. This divine artifact. It's like a hot potato. Take it. It might bring about a deadly disaster. Don't take it. How could I possibly accept that? How could I possibly be content? This is a divine artifact, and it came to them on its own. Suemo ignored their reactions. All his attention was focused on the huge bronze cauldron in front of him. The sense of resonance grew stronger and stronger. The fragments that had previously merged into his body were now awakening within him, responding to the call of the great cauldron. He tried to reach out his hand and move closer to the gigantic cauldron. His hand. He hadn't even touched the giant cauldron yet. The giant cauldron trembled slightly. It emitted a low, humming sound. That sound. As if it had traveled through time and space. With an ancient charm. And also a sense of familiarity. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng watched nervously, fearing that something unexpected might happen. This divine artifact. It felt far too powerful to them. So powerful that they couldn't fathom it. Sumo's hand. Finally, he touched the cold surface of the giant cauldron. A strange force surged from the cauldron, instantly flooding into his body. Chapter 154, If you can't take it, don't come looking for it. That power was unlike any form of energy they had ever known. It was ancient. Vast. With a hint of sacredness. Sumo's body uncontrollably trembled once. Not out of fear. It's because of something else. The force within him that resonated with the gigantic cauldron. It has been completely activated. A powerful sensation unlike anything I had ever experienced before. It was growing within him. As if he and this huge cauldron, they were always one. The patterns on the surface of the giant tripod. It seemed to shine for a moment. A soft golden light flowing out from the patterns, enveloping Sumo within. The golden light was not blinding. Yet it gives a warm and solemn feeling. Under the golden glow, the energy within Sumo's body beginning to change. That kind of change. Faint, yet real. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng could sense it. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng could sense it. Sumo's presence becoming more reserved, yet also more profound. It feels as though there is a dormant volcano within, ready to erupt at any moment. The rumbling sound of a giant cauldron. It continued for a while. Then, the golden light gradually faded and the giant cauldron ceased trembling. It remained suspended before Sumo. But the feeling it gave off seems somewhat different. It is no longer that simple strength and majesty. Instead, there is an indescribable connection. Sumo withdrew his hand. The shock in his eyes gradually subsided. Sumo. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but speak up, breaking the silence. What's going on here? Sumo shook his head. I don't know either. But I can feel it. It and me. He paused for a moment. There was some kind of connection between it and me. A very deep connection. Lin Feng stepped forward, curiously examining the massive cauldron. He cautiously reached out his hand, wanting to touch it. His hand was just about to touch it. The massive cauldron emitted another deep, rumbling hum. An invisible force repelled Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was startled. He withdrew his hand. The giant cauldron did not attack him. It merely prevented him from approaching. As if it only allowed Sumo to touch it. Xiao Zhan also tried, but the result was the same. Xiao Zhan tried it too, but the result was the same. The giant cauldron maintained a distant attitude toward them. But toward Sumo, it seemed unusually close. This further confirmed Sumo's suspicions. This divine artifact seems to recognize only Sumo. I'm truly envious. Xiao Zhan's eyes sparkled. A group of 7th tier, 8th tier, and even 9th tier powerhouses were fighting tooth and nail to obtain this divine artifact. Only to have it ultimately fall into the hands of Sumo, who had never desired it in the first place. Where can one go to seek justice? But anyway, the divine artifact falling into Sumo's hands is far better than it falling into the hands of those enemies or strangers. But the subsequent turmoil this may trigger is likely to be even more intense. This is going to be a problem. Xiao Zhan let out a wry smile. This divine artifact brings more than just opportunity. It also brings immense risk. Those powerful beings are undoubtedly searching for its whereabouts. Once they know it's here with Sumo, once they find out it's here with Sumo, they will likely stop at nothing to come and seize it. The three of them, though not weak in strength. However, in the face of a 9th tier powerhouse, they had no chance of putting up a fight. He looked at Sumo. He glanced again at the suspended giant cauldron, his heart filled with worry. Sumo's expression, however, grew calm. He looked at the massive cauldron, his eyes sparkling with light. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, this divine artifact now lies before him. And he has some kind of connection with him. He couldn't just give up like that. He couldn't just hand it over to someone else. He may choose not to take it, but once it is in his hands, there is absolutely no reason to give it away. Put it away first. Sumo said. He tried to communicate with the giant cauldron using his mind. The giant cauldron trembled slightly. Then, under Sumo's mental guidance, it slowly shrank, transforming into a golden light, and vanished into Sumo's brow. Sumo felt a sudden warmth in his brow. Then, the gigantic cauldron appeared in his mind's eye. It hovered above the ocean of his spiritual energy. emitting an ancient and powerful aura. He could feel the power of the gigantic cauldron. It was perfectly fused with his mental energy. It was as if it became a part of his body. Host, Sumo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 5th grade. Strength, 298,000. Agility, 300,000. Intelligence, 350,000. Spirit, 400,000. Note, all percentage increases are added. Divine object, 9 provinces tripod. Lottery quantity, 45. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, God tier, 6th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Army, current maximum summonable quantity, 56,000. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, SS Rank, Divine Dragon Armor, S Rank Upgradable Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 915. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant Broken, Tyrant's IS Rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. The 4-dimensional attributes have surged so much. Sumo stared at the attribute panel, his heart trembling slightly. His strength and agility attributes had both increased by at least 100,000, while his intelligence and spirit had risen by as much as 200,000 to 300,000. With just these 4 attributes, he is undoubtedly among the absolute elite in the 7th tier realm. In fact, one could even say that, based solely on these attributes, they are more than capable of standing head and shoulders above their peers. It has few rivals. Put it away? Put it away? Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng saw the giant cauldron disappear. They both sighed in relief. At least, it won't attract attention for now. Sumo nodded. It entered my mind. I can sense its presence. And it seems to have become one with me. This left Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng speechless once again. Merge into one? This is far more than just acknowledging a master. It represents. Sumo may have truly obtained the inheritance of this divine artifact. Let's go. Sumo made up his mind immediately. They must leave this place as soon as possible. Stay away from that ruin. Stay away from those powerful beings seeking the divine artifact. Chapter 155, The Arrival of the 7 9th Ranked. As soon as Sumo finished speaking, he was about to lead the 2 of them away. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! 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 Several powerful and vast auras, resembling the might of heaven, rolled in from the distant horizon. The force of that energy was so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze space itself, making the air thick and heavy, pressing down on everyone until they could barely breathe. Ugh! Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale in an instant, his body trembling violently beyond his control, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Under this terrifying pressure, he felt as insignificant as an ant, struggling to even stand upright. Xiao Zhan's condition was slightly better, but his expression was equally grim, with a thin sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He forced his internal energy to resist, but he still felt a shiver emanating from the depths of his soul. This was undoubtedly a power that transcended the limits of their understanding. Sumo suddenly looked up, gazing in the direction of the aura, his eyes sharp as knives. His mental strength, having fused with the 9 provinces tripod, had become even more resilient and acute. Although he also felt immense pressure, he did not suffer as severely as Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng. It was them. Sumo's voice was low, tinged with a hint of gravity. They? Could it be the worst possibility Xiao Zhan had feared, almost slipping out of his mouth? The 9-tiered experts pursuing the divine artifact. Sumo confirmed his suspicion, his voice clear as it reached the ears of the 2. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng immediately felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. A 9th-ranked powerhouse. Don't even mention 7. Even if only 1 were to arrive, it would be more than enough to effortlessly eliminate the 3 of them, leaving them no chance to even resist. How could they have arrived so quickly? The same thought crossed both their minds simultaneously, a deep sense of helplessness and despair nearly overwhelming them. In the distant sky, several blurry black dots were rapidly approaching at a speed too fast for the naked eye to discern. That terrifying aura was emanating from them. The oppressive force grew stronger and stronger, like a tangible mountain, crushing down on the hearts and bodies of the 3. Sumo, what should we do? Are we just going to wait to die? Facing 7 9th rank opponents, Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. The enemy was simply too powerful. Even Sumo's expression turned incredibly solemn. The combined pressure from the 7 9th rank powerhouses was like 7 invisible mountains, crushing down with overwhelming force. Even he felt an unprecedented threat to his very existence. This power had surpassed the realm of what could be compensated for by skill or willpower. Pure, unadulterated force. He had clearly already completely sealed the 9 provinces tripod, hiding it deep within his sea of consciousness and severing all traces of its presence. Why? How can they still target themselves so precisely? Sumo's thoughts raced, and his sharp gaze swept across the distant horizon, where 7 figures were growing increasingly clear. Their speed was so fast it tore through the sky, leaving behind 7 energy trails that lingered for a long time. The overwhelming aura surged like a boiling tsunami, wave after wave crashing against his mind. Was it the 9 provinces tripod itself that had left an indelible mark? Or is it that among these 7, there is someone possessing an unimaginable tracking technique? Countless thoughts flashed through Sumo's mind, but he could not find a definitive answer. But now, there was no time to delve into the reasons. 7 devastating auras are already closing in. The terrifying energy fluctuations were so intense that the surrounding space began to warp, forming unstable ripples. There was no escape. There is no way to avoid it. A deadly situation suddenly arose. Sumo took a deep breath, his internal energy surging wildly as he prepared to face the devastating blow. Even if it was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, he would make the other person bleed. At that critical moment. Whoosh! 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 7 streaks of light tore through the sky, carrying with them an aura of destruction. Like 7 falling stars, they swept past the sky above their heads in an instant. A howling wind blew, causing the 3 men's robes to flutter wildly and their hair to dance in the wind. The terrifying pressure, as the streaks of light faded into the distance, diminished rapidly like receding tides. However, they did not linger. Not even a single glance was cast toward the 3 insignificant figures on the ground. Their focus seemed to be on something much farther away. Only Shin Ming's face betrayed a hint of surprise as he muttered to himself. Is it this insignificant creature? What about the pure-blooded dragon clan? Did it die in battle? That's really unfortunate. Silence. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng stood frozen in place, their minds a blank. The stark contrast left them momentarily unable to adapt. Just a moment ago, they were in a desperate situation, but the next moment, the enemy had completely ignored them? The relief of surviving a near-death experience hadn't even had time to sink in before it was replaced by a thick sense of confusion and bewilderment. They Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, unable to comprehend. Didn't they notice us? The thought had barely crossed his mind when he dismissed it. How could that be possible? The perception of a 9th-rank powerhouse is incredibly sharp. Even a mosquito flying by wouldn't escape their detection, let alone 3 living people. Impossible. Lin Feng immediately refuted. Looking nervously in the direction where the 7 streaks of light had vanished, his voice trembled slightly. They must have discovered us, but why didn't they attack? Sumo remained silent. His sharp gaze followed the 7 receding figures closely until they vanished completely into the horizon. His tense body slowly relaxed, but the gravity in his eyes did not fully dissipate. Instead, it was replaced by a hint of enlightenment. Upon hearing the conversation between Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng, he spoke slowly, his voice low and firm. They have indeed discovered us. Why didn't Xiao Zhan understand? Sumo turned his head to look at the 2 of them, his eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. They could sense the last known location of the 9 provinces tripod and the general direction it had departed in. He paused for a moment before continuing, but they cannot pinpoint its exact location. The 9 provinces tripod has entered my spiritual sea and fused with me, completely severing our connection. They can only follow the last remaining traces to track me down, searching in this general direction. In other words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood Sumo's meaning. They knew that the divine weapon had disappeared in this direction, but they didn't know that it was now on your person? Yes. Who would have imagined that? A divine artifact that even a group of 7th and 8th rankers, or even a 9th ranker, couldn't obtain, would be obtained by a 6th ranker? This is pure fantasy. Yes. Sumo nodded. They were merely chasing a vague direction, a region where a divine artifact might exist. We happen to be within this region, but we are not their exact target. This explanation made perfect sense, and finally put Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's hearts at ease. Although the situation remained dangerous, at least they wouldn't have to face the immediate onslaught of 7 9th-rank powerhouses. Chapter 156, Take him out. Hu Xiaozhan let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was terrifying. I thought I was done for this time. Lin Feng also felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs were still trembling slightly. Don't let your guard down. Sumo reminded him. Although they didn't immediately discover the 9 provinces tripod on me, they will certainly search this area thoroughly. We must leave here immediately, the farther, the better. The danger hasn't been averted, it's just been temporarily averted. We ran in the opposite direction they had left. Xiaozhan spoke up. No. Lin Feng immediately rejected his idea. Absolutely not. Behind those 7 9th-ranked individuals, there must be a large number of 7th and 8th-ranked experts looking to take advantage of the situation. If we flee in the opposite direction now, we'll walk right into their encirclement. That's like walking into a trap. Whoosh! 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 As if to confirm Lin Feng's words. His hurried words had barely fallen. Several piercing sounds followed closely behind. Though far less terrifying than the previous 7 streaks of light, they carried a fierce intent to kill, rushing toward them from the direction they had previously deemed safe. Those bastards must be following behind, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Let's run back and catch them off guard. Xiao Zhan angrily slapped his forehead, still shaken by the incident. Suemo closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. There was only one direction where the powerful aura was relatively sparse. Suemo opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light darting from his pupils, pointing toward a seemingly calm, barren expanse to the side. Over there! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng immediately followed. The 3 of them blurred into afterimages, racing across the ground as quickly as possible while keeping their presence as low as possible. The barren wilderness was littered with broken stones, and occasionally, withered trees twisted toward the sky, adding to the desolate atmosphere. The wind whistles in the ears, mingled with the faint sounds of energy fluctuations and the clangor of battle from the distance. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated. The various groups that had followed the 9th ranked stronger had already begun to fight among themselves. Or rather, they are eliminating potential rivals. They are like navigating a minefield, taking each step with utmost caution yet moving with incredible speed. When they encounter 7th or 8th tier opponents, they simply bypass them without wasting any time. Even when encountering 6th tier opponents, they all avoid them directly. This humiliating retreat was extremely frustrating for Xiao Zhan, who was accustomed to facing his enemies head-on, but he also understood that now was not the time to act like a hero. The slightest movement could attract a catastrophe that would wipe them all out. The 3 of them had been running for an unknown amount of time when the sky gradually grew dark. The surroundings had also changed from the previous plain into a hilly area, with the terrain becoming increasingly complex. Suddenly, Suemo, who had been moving swiftly forward, came to an abrupt halt and raised his hand to signal. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng immediately followed suit, stopping and looking ahead warily. What's going on? Lin Feng looked around warily and asked in a low voice. Xiao Zhan also instantly tensed up, thinking they had encountered another powerful enemy. Suemo did not respond immediately. After a moment, Suemo spoke slowly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible chill. There's a presence up ahead. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's hearts immediately began to race. How strong is it? What rank? Xiao Zhan hurriedly asked. 7th tier, 9th rank. Suemo calmly reported the rank. 7th rank, 9th level? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan sighed in relief and immediately said without hesitation, what are we waiting for? Let's continue taking the detour. Although 7th rank 9th grade is also quite powerful. Although 7th tier 9th rank is also quite powerful. However, compared to the potential 9-tiered ambushes and the need to evade 8-tiered powerhouses that one might have faced earlier, this level of existence, as long as you carefully avoid them, should not pose a problem. Entities of this level should pose no problem as long as one avoids them carefully. Survival is the priority, there's no need to complicate matters further. However, this time, Suemo did not nod. He stood where he was, his gaze fixed on a certain direction ahead. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, instead, they flickered with a cold, murderous intent. No, Suemo spoke slowly. This time, we won't go around. What? Xiao Zhan froze, doubting his own ears. Lin Feng also furrowed his brows, looking at Suemo in confusion, not taking the long way around? Suemo, you. Let's charge in. Suemo interrupted Lin Feng's words, his tone firm and decisive. Kill him. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng shouted in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Charge in? Slay a 7th rank 9th grade powerhouse? Did they hear that correctly? Along the way, they hadn't even dared to provoke a 6th rank opponent, and now they were going to actively hunt down a top tier 7th rank 9th grade powerhouse? Are they out of their minds? Lin Feng furrowed his brows, looking at Suemo in confusion. Suemo, why? We don't need to take risks. The most important thing now is to leave this area. Suemo turned his head to look at the 2 of them, his pitch black eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. We must kill this monster. Because that aura belongs to the Shadow Dragon. Lin Feng's brows furrowed even more tightly, his face filled with confusion and worry. Suemo, are you sure? 7th tier, 9th grade, what if the commotion attracts other? Before he could finish, Xiao Zhan beside him suddenly clenched his fist, causing his knuckles to emit a faint cracking sound. A cold, murderous intent identical to Sumo's instantly spread out from his body. No, Suemo was right. Xiao Zhan's voice was low and filled with suppressed anger. This one must die. What? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Suemo, whose face was filled with murderous intent, then at Xiao Zhan, who was equally menacing. What's going on here? What's so special about this monster? Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, calmed his turbulent emotions, and quickly explained the actions of the Shadow Dragon. This included, but was not limited to, chasing him, turning human warriors into monsters, and so on. Xiao Zhan glanced at Suemo and lowered his voice further, adding to Lin Feng, moreover, there is an even more important reason for Suemo. Lin Feng looked at Sumo in confusion. This, Xiao Zhan said slowly, his tone heavy with an indescribable weight. He had once hunted down Lin Shi. Lin Shi? Lin Feng gasped in shock, his eyes filling with astonishment and realization. He finally understood where Sumo's unhidden intent to kill had come from. Lin Shi was the untouchable sore spot in Sumo's heart. Anyone who dares to harm her, or any monster, will meet the same fate. Death. This shadow dragon really does deserve to die. Lin Feng nodded and no longer tried to persuade him. Sumo remained silent, standing there quietly. His gaze was as sharp as the coldest ice blade, fixed on the faint, flickering presence in the distance. The chill emanating from his body was purer and more bone-chilling than even Xiao Zhan's. It's damned. 3 simple words, yet they carry an unwavering resolve and a murderous intent that knows no bounds. Lin Feng no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and his gaze grew sharp. All right. Since that's the case, let's take it down. Escape is important, but some debts must be paid with blood. Chapter 157, Battle Against the Demon Dragon. Chapter 157, Battle Against the Demon Dragon. Xiao Zhan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, but his smile looked somewhat ferocious. It was about time. I've been holding it in all this time, my bones are about to rust. He flexed his wrists, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Sumo nodded slightly, glancing at the two of them. It shouldn't have noticed us yet. Let's get closer and look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Understood. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng replied in unison. The 3 of them lowered their bodies once more, moving like stealthy cheetahs, using the complex hilly terrain as cover, and silently crept toward the 7th tier, 9th grade aura. As night fell, the shadows between the hills grew deeper, as if hiding countless unknown dangers. But at that moment, the 3 of them had only one goal in mind: to slay the shadow dragon. The 3 moved like ghosts, darting through the shadows of the rugged hills. They carefully avoided the loose stones beneath their feet, each breath deliberately suppressed. The night wind carried the chill of the wilderness, sweeping across their tense faces. Sumo led the way, his senses on high alert. The distance between them continued to close. Just as they were about to reach a ridge where they could launch a surprise attack, the massive presence ahead suddenly came to a halt. A cold, malevolent sense of perception swept over their hiding spot like a tidal wave. They couldn't hide anymore. The 3 of them felt a chill run down their spines at the same time. Roar! A deep roar echoed through the hills, shaking the air and causing pebbles to roll down the slopes. In the depths of the shadows, 2 crimson lights suddenly flashed, like lanterns from hell, huge and filled with savagery, fixated on their direction. The shadow dragon had spotted them. Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up straight, no longer hiding, pointing his long spear at the darkness, his voice booming like thunder. Do you still recognize me? Today is the day you die. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. A bone-chilling sound of grinding bones echoed through the darkness, accompanied by a low, contemptuous snicker. Oh? So it's you, the little bugger who managed to survive. A hoarse voice rang out, filled with contempt, as if crushing an ant with utter disregard. Last time I killed you, you fled in disarray. You should have found a proper place to hide. And yet you dare to come here willingly? How foolish of you. The voice paused, its malice growing. 2 more? 3 6th-tier ants dare to challenge me? The crimson gaze, like a tangible spotlight, slowly swept over the 3 of them, finally settling back on Xiao Zhan, filled with mockery and cruelty. Last time I let you escape, it was my oversight. This time, you and your companions will all become part of my collection. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his position, forming a pincer formation with Xiao Zhan. His weapon was firmly locked onto the target, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Sumo remained silent, but the coldness in his pitch-black eyes grew even more intense. Race, Dragon Clan. Title, Shadow Demon Dragon. Rank, 7th tier, 9th grade. Strength, 320,000. Agility, 310,000. Intelligence, 280,000. Spirit, 290,000. Race description, Shadow Dragon, an outcast among the Dragon Clan, naturally wields the power of shadows. Cunning and ruthless, it takes pleasure in toying with its prey. Its scales absorb 90% of physical damage, and its breath is imbued with a shadow toxin that corrodes the soul. Weaknesses, thinner scales on the abdomen, extremely low resistance to light magic, and a reverse scale on the heart that is a fatal weak point. Sumo's gaze quickly swept over the cold data, and he understood everything. 7th tier, 9th grade, weaker than expected. Sumo's gaze lingered on the cold data for a moment. The power of this shadow dragon was even weaker than his own. Needless to say, it pales in comparison to the Holy Lord. This level of strength is indeed insufficient. The moonlight broke free from the clouds and shone down, completely illuminating the massive body of the shadow dragon. The pitch-black scales reflect a cold metallic sheen, and the massive wingspan of over 20 meters slowly flaps, nearly enveloping half the mountain peak. The thick, monstrous dragon tail swayed casually on the ground, and with each slight sweep, it carved out a deep, terrifying gorge in the hard rock surface, sending flying everywhere. Roar! The shadow dragon suddenly opened its blood-red maw, and a breath of dragon's fire, dense and intense, erupted violently. Disperse. The three figures blurred into afterimages almost simultaneously, darting in three completely different directions at breakneck speed. The pitch-black dragon's breath swept past the spot where they had been standing just moments ago. The moment the hard rock came into contact with the dragon's breath, there was no violent explosion. Instead, it melted silently like ice and snow, turning into pools of viscous liquid billowing with black smoke. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid smell, as if it had been forcibly corroded. The Holy Master. Suemo stood still, softly calling out. The space before him suddenly rippled, and a figure stepped out from within. The majestic and awe-inspiring figure of the Holy Lord suddenly descended upon the hills. As the Holy Ruler appeared, he raised his palm, pointing it directly at the massive black figure. Blindingly bright light rapidly gathered in the palm of his hand. A blindingly intense dragon explosion formed in an instant, unleashing a terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything in its path, erupting with a deafening roar. Boom! Golden beams of light collided with the shadow dragon's breath in midair, erupting into a deafening roar. In its wake, solid rocks crumbled into dust, and clouds of smoke and debris rose into the sky. Within 100 meters, the ground was completely leveled. The shadow dragon's massive crimson vertical pupils suddenly contracted, narrowing to the size of needle tips. A look of disbelief and horror flashed across its hideous face. A sixth-tier pure-blooded dragon clan? It let out a startled cry, a burning greed surging through its heart. The Holy Lord remained expressionless, showing no intention of responding. His figure left a faint golden afterimage in his original spot. In the next instant, he appeared like a ghost above the massive head of the shadow dragon. The fist, enveloped in blazing dragon flames, struck the dragon's crown with no unnecessary flair, crashing down with brutal force. Before the fist even reached its target, the scorching heat waves had already warped the air below. Bang! A deep, thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The massive body of the shadow dragon trembled violently. Its enormous head was slammed downward by the overwhelming force, causing it to stumble backward, crushing large chunks of rock beneath its feet. The hard dragon scale sizzled under the scorching dragon flames, releasing wisps of black smoke. The intense pain caused it to let out a suppressed roar. However, its powerful 7th-tier, 9th-grade physique allowed it to quickly regain its balance. It violently swung its thick dragon tail, which was covered in bone spurs and resembled a massive siege hammer, emitting a piercing screech as it swept toward the Holy Lord in midair. You dare to act so boldly in my presence, you mere summoned creature! The shadow dragon roared in anger. Become my nourishment! The shadow energy surrounding it erupted suddenly, surging violently like a living creature. Chapter 158, The Land of Eternal Night. Countless black spikes composed entirely of shadow energy suddenly coalesced from the boiling shadows. Dense and flickering with a cold, eerie glow, they rained down like a torrential storm, hurtling toward the Holy Lord. Facing the shadow spikes that resembled a deadly downpour and the massive tail sweeping toward him, the Holy Lord's figure suspended in midair remained as steady as a rock. He did not even glance at the roaring dragon tail, but calmly raised his other hand, spread his fingers, and gently pressed downward toward the earth below. Thick earth! A deep voice rang out. In an instant, the ground began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, a massive rock shield, thick and heavy, shimmering with a warm yellow glow, materialized out of thin air beneath the Holy Lord, blocking the path of the shadow spikes. At the same time, another slightly smaller but equally solid rock wall rose from the ground, precisely intercepting the sweeping dragon tail. Clang! The dense impact sounds merged into one, like rapid drumbeats. Countless dark shadows pierced the thick earthen shield, yet they could not penetrate even a fraction of it, scattering and disappearing into thin air. The Holy Lord remained expressionless. His fist, enveloped in dragon flames, rose once more, and the golden flames burned even more fiercely. The shadow dragon sensed an unprecedented threat, along with a humiliating sense of being utterly disregarded. It was a 7th-tier, 9th-grade shadow dragon when had it ever been so thoroughly dominated by a mere 6th-tier summoned creature. Excellent! Very good! A cruel grin spread across the shadow dragon's hideous face. Since you wish to witness true power, I shall grant you your wish. The realm unfolds into the land of eternal night, accompanied by its roar. With the massive form of the shadow dragon at its center, darkness engulfed the land. Moonlight is instantly swallowed up, and the surrounding light fades at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground transformed into a swirling shadow swamp, with pitch-black tentacles occasionally emerging from it, swaying silently. Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's expressions changed slightly as they immediately felt a powerful suppressing force surging in from all directions, as if the entire world was rejecting them. Their senses were severely weakened, their vision obstructed, and even the flow of energy within their bodies became sluggish. This is the power of the domain. Within their own domain, spellcasters are absolute rulers. In my realm of eternal night, all light will be devoured, and all life will wither away. The voice of the shadow dragon echoed through the darkness, filled with a sense of triumph and cruelty, as if it held absolute control over everything. Feel despair, you insignificant insects. It suddenly spread its wings, and the shadows within a kilometer radius began to ride like living creatures, transforming into countless black tentacles that wrapped around the three of them. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically as he watched the writhing black tentacles approach. Each one emitted a chilling, bone-chilling aura. "Be careful not to get touched. Just stand next to me." Sumo's voice rang out calmly. Before she could finish speaking, a surge of scorching dragon flames erupted from his body. The golden red flames spread instantly, forming a sturdy light shield that securely protected the three of them within. The pitch-black tentacles that attempted to approach were instantly incinerated and reduced to nothingness upon contact with the dragon flame light barrier. "Sumo, can the Holy Lord defeat the enemy?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. His voice carried a hint of concern. After all, the Shadow Demon Dragon is a powerful being of the 7th rank, 9th level. Moreover, it is also a member of the Dragon Clan. It is currently their strongest enemy in direct combat. "No problem," Sumo answered without hesitation. This confidence eased the tension in Xiao Zhan and Lin Feng's hearts slightly. At the same time, the Shadow Demon Dragon's massive crimson vertical pupils fixedly stared at Sumo. Especially the intense golden flames burning all around Sumo. Why does this human also possess dragon flames? A huge wave of emotion surged within him. Dragon Flame is the signature ability of the pure-blooded Dragon Clan. Although the attributes of Dragon Flame vary among different dragon clans, its essence stems from the profound power within the dragon bloodline. How could a lowly human being unleash such pure flames even more domineering than those of its shadow dragon flames? As the Shadow Demon Dragon pondered, the Holy Lord had already made his move. With each step he takes, the shadow swamp beneath his feet erupts into a golden sea of flames. The writhing tentacles screeched piercingly in the flames before turning to ash. How is this possible? The Shadow Dragon watched the scene in shock. How could someone move so freely within my domain? Its eternal night realm is more than enough to suppress opponents of the same rank. Yet this 6th-tier summoned creature before him was completely unaffected. The golden flames were even more domineering, continuously burning and purifying its domain power. "Your domain?" The voice of the Holy Lord rang out, tinged with a hint of mockery. "It's just a slightly larger shadow prison. How dare you call it eternal night?" As he took a step forward, the golden sea of flames beneath his feet suddenly expanded, igniting an even larger area of the shadow swamp. The Holy Lord raised his hand once more and gently clenched it toward the churning shadow swamp at his feet. Thick earth. The power of the earth's laws surges. The swampy ground, which had been scorched by dragon flames but was essentially composed of shadow energy, began to solidify and coalesce at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pitch-black tentacles that had been reaching out from the swamp were instantly trapped within the solidified rock layers, unable to move. SSSH. Golden flames spread instantly across the solidified ground, following the will of the Holy Lord. The once pitch-black, viscous swamp was instantly transformed into a burning land of molten glass. Shadows and flames, earth and heat, two utterly opposing forces. Under the control of the Holy Lord, they are perfectly fused, releasing a destructive aura. The massive body of the Shadow Demon Dragon suddenly stiffened, its crimson vertical pupils filled with disbelief. Earth rules? Flame rules? Two rule powers. How could you possibly master two rule powers at the same time? At the same time, the burning glass-like ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. Each stone spike was several meters long, shimmering with a earthen yellow glow. At the tips, golden flames dance, emitting a terrifying aura that is both heavy and scorching. These burning stone spikes resembled a massive cage, closing in from all directions and piercing the colossal body of the Shadow Dragon. Roar! The Shadow Dragon sensed the deadly threat and let out a deafening roar. It wildly flapped its dragon wings, unleashing a torrent of shadow energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. It tried to extinguish the burning stone spikes and withstand the dual assault from the earth and flames. However, in the face of an attack that fused the power of two different rules, its resistance seemed utterly futile. As soon as the shadow energy came into contact with the burning stone spikes, it was instantly vaporized and incinerated by the golden dragon flames. The hard dragon scales and sharp claws struck the stone spikes, producing a clanging sound. Yet they could only leave shallow marks, unable to shatter them at all. Instead, the dragon flames clinging to the stone spikes were like maggots clinging to bone. Spreading along the point of contact, it scorched its scales and flesh, causing intense pain. Chapter 159, Slaying the Demon Dragon. Ah! The Shadow Dragon let out a painful roar, its massive body struggling desperately to break free from the encircling burning stone spikes, but to no avail. In the distance, Lin Feng and Xiao Zhan, protected by the dragon's flame shield, watched in disbelief, their hearts pounding wildly. Lin Feng swallowed hard. Is this the true power of the Holy Lord? A 7th rank, 9th grade Shadow Demon Dragon, in its own domain, was actually suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back? Although he had heard Sumo say it would be easy, witnessing this scene firsthand had a completely different impact. That was a powerful dragon that was almost at the 8th level. The Holy Lord is only at the 6th rank, yet he can suppress a 7th rank, 9th grade demon dragon with such ease. Doesn't this mean he possesses the power to challenge 2 ranks above him, or even confront an 8th rank powerhouse? By the end, Xiao Zhan's voice was trembling. 6th rank fighting an 8th rank. What a terrifying concept. It's completely unheard of. The center of the battlefield. The figure of the Holy Lord slowly advanced across the burning land, golden dragon flames dancing around him like a flame-covered king. With each step he took, the crystal-like earth beneath his feet resonated in harmony. The power of the rules flowed, continuously compressing the shadow dragon's space and purifying the darkness of the land of eternal night. The shadow dragon roared in frustration and anger, frantically summoning the power of its domain in an attempt to regain control. But no matter how hard it tried, the burning stone-spiked cage remained unbreakable, and the golden flames burned its power relentlessly like a natural enemy. It watched helplessly as its domain was steadily eroded and compressed. Its own dark world was being tainted with gold and earthy yellow by the enemy's superior power. Fear is spreading within him. Its massive body convulsed violently among the burning stone spikes. In the golden dragon flames of summer, the eternal night realm was crumbling inch by inch, dyed into a blinding sea of glass like flames. Spare my life. The broken, hoarse syllables forced their way out from deep within its throat. We are both of the dragon clan's bloodline, why must we exterminate one another? The holy ruler halted his steps, gazing down from above at the dying colossal beast struggling for its life. A fellow clan member? The holy ruler's voice was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. A mere insect dares to stand beside me? Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Crack! A deafening crash that made your teeth ache. The shadow demon dragon's massive wings, which had once obscured the sky, were suddenly torn off at the roots by an invisible force. The pitch-black dragon blood gushed forth like a waterfall, mingling with shadow energy, but upon contact with the golden flames, it was instantly vaporized and ignited. A loud roar echoed through the air. A piercingly agonizing scream echoed through the shattering space. The saint's movements never ceased, and his 5 fingers clenched once more. Dragon Blast! As the Holy Lord's icy words fell, the power of the dragon seal spell erupted from between his clenched fingers. Boom! The terrifying attack struck the massive body of the shadow dragon with overwhelming force. Puff! The massive body of the shadow dragon was as fragile as paper in the face of this force. Its hard dragon scales shattered layer by layer, and black flesh flew everywhere, with deep wounds exposing bones all over its body. Especially around the chest area. A large area was directly blown into a collapse, revealing a patch of scales below that shimmered with a dim glow, completely different from the other scales' reverse scales. The reverse scales were covered in fine cracks, clearly having suffered severe damage from the dragon's explosion. Awah! The shadow dragon let out a broken, mournful cry as its massive body crashed heavily onto the burning crystal-like ground, sending up a shower of flames and debris. Its life force weakened at an astonishing rate. Suemo clearly caught sight of the exposed, cracked. The reverse scales were indeed the weak point. Suemo understood this clearly. Almost the moment the thought crossed his mind, he moved. Swish! A faint white light flashed, and Sumo's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Rabbit symbol spell. Speed of light. In the next instant, he had already appeared before the severely injured shadow dragon, standing mere inches away from the shattered. Though the shadow dragon was near death, the dragon's senses remained keen. It sensed Sumo's approach, and its dilated pupils suddenly focused, as endless humiliation and anger surged through its mind. Being defeated by an equal, or even a stronger, being would have been one thing. But now, a summoner who is no more than an ant in its eyes dares to take advantage of the situation and approach it? This is the ultimate insult to its proud dragon lineage. Roar! You dare to challenge me, you lowly insect. The shadow dragon used its last ounce of strength to lift its still intact front claws. Fueled by endless rage, it slammed down fiercely toward Suemo, who was just inches away. It intended to crush this audacious insect that dared to defile the dragon's might into dust. Die! A muffled roar accompanied the descent of the giant claws. But just as the claws were about to touch Suemo moved. He didn't dodge. Facing this desperate counterattack, he chose the most direct and brutal response. Suemo raised his right hand, palm facing the dark, cracked scales just inches away. Golden light gathered in his palm, and the power of the dragon symbol spell erupted suddenly. It condensed the ultimate power of penetration and destruction. Dragon Blast. Puff! Golden energy beams struck the shattered scales of the shadow dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The scales, already riddled with cracks, could no longer withstand the blow. The dark-colored scales suddenly exploded, shattering into countless tiny fragments. Golden dragon talisman energy surged forward, violently flooding into the shadow dragon's body, directly targeting its most vulnerable core. Ugh! The massive body of the shadow dragon suddenly stiffened. The massive claw that was about to strike down halted abruptly just half a meter above Sumo's head. All the strength, all the anger, all the resentment vanished into thin air in that instant. Its dilated pupils stared fixedly at Suemo. In the last remnants of its consciousness, there was only endless astonishment and disbelief. A mere insect had actually slain a dragon? Bang! The massive dragon claws fell limply, crashing onto the crystal-clear ground beside Suemo, sending up a cloud of dust. The massive head of the shadow demon dragon slowly lowered, and the last glimmer of light in its eyes faded completely. Life extinguished. A shadow dragon of the 7th rank, 9th level, nearly reaching the 8th rank, has fallen. Suemo stood there expressionless, slowly retracting his palm. The golden light lingering on his palm gradually dissipated. Suemo stood motionless, his expression unreadable as he withdrew his palm. The golden glow lingering in his palm slowly faded away. A strong wind blew against his sleeves, while around him raged a sea of burning glass and the massive shadows of fallen dragons. At the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Zhan and the others had long since been left speechless, forgetting even to breathe. From the Holy Lord's decisive move to crush the enemy, to Suemo seizing the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. The entire process was so fast it left one dizzy, yet it was filled with an indescribable sense of awe. Is it dead? Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, his voice still trembling. A 7th rank, 9th grade demon dragon was just finished off by Suemo? Chapter 160, Luck, here it comes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 7th tier, 9th grade peak level demon dragon. You have obtained a large amount of experience points. Congratulations, host, on advancing to 6th tier, 7th grade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional 45 points of slaughter value reward. Current total slaughter value, 960 points. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 7th tier, 9th level peak tier demon dragon, earning a large amount of experience points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to 6th tier, 7th level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 additional lottery chances. Current total lottery chances, 50. At the moment Suemo slayed the shadow dragon, the system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Host, Suemo. Occupation, Summoner D rank. Rank, 6th tier, 7th grade. Strength, 318,000. Agility, 324,000. Intelligence, 369,000. Spirit, 421,000. Note, all percentage increases are cumulative. Divine object, 9 provinces tripod. Number of prizes, 50. Skills, Universal Diagram God tier, 80 Attribute Sharing God tier, Damage Transfer S tier, Battle Rage B tier. Summon creatures, Holy Lord Dragon Clan, God tier, 6th tier. Special ability, Dragon Breath Power. Summon Ghost Shadow Army, current summonable quantity, 56,000. Special abilities, Horse Symbol Spell, Tiger Symbol Spell, Snake Symbol Spell, Rabbit Symbol Spell, Ox Symbol Spell, Dragon Symbol Spell Power. Equipment, Divine Dragon Set, SS Rank, Divine Dragon Armor, S Rank Upgradable Divine Dragon Helmet, Divine Dragon Boots, Divine Dragon Gauntlets, Divine Dragon Ring, Divine Dragon Scepter, Divine Dragon Ring. Kill value, 960. Special items, Ruins Coordinate Map, Sword Heart Jade Pendant Broken, Tyrant's IS Rank, Grey Wolf Fragment 2. You have reached 50 draws. You can now participate in the lottery. Suemo waited patiently for the system's reward of 5 additional draws after completing 50 consecutive draws, and only proceeded with the draw once he had accumulated 50 draws. It was killing him. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo immediately communicated through the system in his mind. System, start the lottery. Ding! Ding! The system has detected that the user has 50 lottery entries, meeting the conditions for an additional reward. An extra 5 lottery entries will be granted, bringing the total to 55. Confirm to begin? Confirm. Confirm. Suemo felt as though a massive virtual roulette wheel had appeared before his eyes, with countless compartments spinning rapidly and flashing with light. The wheel began to spin, the pointer sweeping across one compartment after another, before finally coming to a slow stop. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 B-grade recovery potions. A flash of light, and the wheel spins again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 C-grade enhancement stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 B-rank skill fragment Swift Wind Step. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained D-rank material Dragon Scale Powder X50. A series of system notification sounds rang out, and the first 10 draws quickly concluded. As Suemo had anticipated, most of the items were B-grade, C-grade, or even D-grade, offering little to no benefit to his current strength. Suemo remained expressionless, his mind unruffled. System, convert all redeemable items into kill points. Ding! Exchange complete. A total of 35 kill points obtained. Though the number is small, it's better than nothing. Let's continue. The virtual roulette will begin spinning wildly once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-rank equipment Shadow Gauntlets. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C-rank special item tracking compass one-time use. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank summoning beast contract scroll incomplete 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining C rank special item tracking compass single use. Another 10 draws have passed and the results are still unsatisfactory. All exchanged. Sumo's voice remained calm. Ding! Exchange complete. You have obtained 28 points of slaughter value. Sumo furrowed his brows slightly. This luck seems a bit too consistent. He looked at the roulette wheel and continued to give orders, keep drawing. The third round of 10 consecutive draws began. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 C rank experience cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank experience card X5. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank enchantment blueprint sharpness. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rank healing holy water X1. Finally, an A grade item has appeared. Although it's just a bottle of healing potion, it finally breaks the monotony of before. However, the next 7 draws return to the sea of B and C grade items. Humph, Sumo's lips curled into a faint, self-deprecating smile. All below grade A will be exchanged. Ding! Exchange complete. You have obtained a total of 42 kill points. Current total kill points, 1,072 points. After 30 draws, aside from a slight increase in kill points, there was virtually no substantial gain. Sumo even began to suspect that the system was intentionally targeting him. Only 25 attempts remain. Sumo took a deep breath and suppressed the slight unease in his heart. The real show always comes later. He believed that out of 55 draws, it couldn't all be this kind of thing. System, start the 4th round of draws. The virtual roulette wheel spins again, with lights flashing. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank agility potion X5. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank material Stardust 30. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank skill shield shatter fragment X2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank defense scroll 10. However, just as the results of the 5th draw were about to appear, the roulette wheel suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. This light far surpassed the previous A rank items, even causing Sumo to squint slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained SSS grade forbidden scroll, Judgment of the Apocalypse 1. Sumo's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart seemed to skip a beat. SSS rank? Forbidden scroll? This is a strategic grade item capable of destroying a small city and even severely injuring high-ranking powerhouses. Before he could fully recover from the shock, another equally dazzling golden light erupted from the roulette wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grey Wolf Fragment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grey Wolf Fragment. Another fragment. Sumo's breathing grew slightly. With the previous ones, he now possessed 4 Grey Wolf fragments. This means that with just 3 more, he can synthesize a complete Grey Wolf. That's a special summoning creature with endless potential. Surprises kept coming one after another, and the 3rd golden light followed closely behind, with almost no pause. Chapter 161, Equipment Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained SS rank equipment grade upgrade stone X1. Hiss. Even with Sumo's composure, he couldn't help but gasp in shock at that moment. SS grade equipment enhancement stone. The value of this item may even surpass that of ordinary SS grade equipment, because it can directly upgrade S grade equipment to SS grade. This means his dragon set can be upgraded. 3 golden legends in a row. And each one is priceless, top-tier items of immense value to him. Sumo stared at the virtual roulette wheel, momentarily speechless. This luck is just too good to be true. Could it really be true, as others say, that after a string of bad luck, there must inevitably be a moment of incredible good fortune? The next 3 draws were less dazzling, but the results were still decent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank special item invisibility cloak usable 3 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rank skill lightning / fragment X5. The 4th round of 10 consecutive draws has ended. Sumo looked at the 3 golden items lying quietly in the system space, and the corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but curve upward slightly. This is how a lottery should be. System, all items below SS rank will be converted into kill points. Ding! Exchange complete. Total 420 points of kill points obtained. Current total kill points, 1,492 points. Ding! Conversion complete. A total of 420 killing points obtained. Current total killing points, 1,492. Sumo's attention was completely drawn to the 3 golden items. There were still 15 chances left. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Sumo's eyes. Even if all 15 of the remaining attempts were complete failures, he'd still come out ahead. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 C grade recovery potions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3B rank strength scrolls. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank material magic energy crystal X20. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5B rank defense potions. The roulette wheel spins repeatedly, lights flash, and system notifications keep ringing. However, the results displayed on the screen were all B and C rank items, with not a single A rank item in sight. Sumo's face gradually lost its look of anticipation, replaced by a subtle, peculiar expression. He stroked his chin, watching the roulette wheel slowly spin through its 8th, 9th, and 10th spins. The result was the same old formula, the same old taste. No way? Suemo looked at the pile of low-level items and couldn't help but furrow his brows. System, last 5 consecutive draws. Sumo's voice carried a hint of resignation as he directly chose to use all remaining attempts at once. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and 5 beams of light flashed one after another. The outcome was almost without a doubt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank agility scroll X8. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained B rank skill flame arrow fragment 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank material iron ore 50. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3B grade recovery potions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained C rank experience card X2. 55 draws have now concluded. Suemo looked at the system space, where only 3 dazzling golden lights remained. The pile of newly acquired B and C grade items made him unable to resist tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing an expression of both laughter and tears. Suemo sighed softly and muttered to himself, as if talking to the air. System, I was just thinking to myself and said it out loud. You don't have to play along with me like that. The next 15 times, you'll really just give me junk.